It wasn't until his father-in-law's 60th birthday that Lu Jinan finally realized something. The marriage he had desperately held onto for 3 years was nothing but a joke in other people's eyes. At that moment, standing among a hall full of guests, he suddenly understood that no one in this family had ever treated him as a son-in-law, much less as a man. The Gu family villa in Jiangzhou was brightly lit, with luxury cars lining the entire street. Political and business elites gathered together for the 60th birthday of Gu Cheng, the head of the Gu family. Lu Jinan stood at the edge of the crowd, like an unnoticed shadow. He wore a well-tailored suit and held an exquisite brocade box in his hands. Inside the box was a birthday gift he had spent 3 months carving, a sandalwood carving inscribed with "May you live as long as the southern mountains." For 3 months, he stayed up late every night, meticulously polishing every single cut. He thought that as long as he put in enough effort, his father-in-law would eventually accept him, and he would at least have a little bit of presence in this wealthy family. But as it turned out, he was just overthinking it. He walked to the main table and handed over the brocade box. "Dad, may your happiness be as boundless as the eastern sea and your longevity as enduring as the southern mountains." Gu Cheng's eyes lit up, and he picked up the wooden carving to examine it closely, his eyes revealing a long-lost appreciation. "This wooden carving is truly exquisite. Jinan, Manhwa is so fortunate to have married you." Gu Cheng patted his shoulder, a satisfied smile on his face, and the surrounding relatives also began to praise him. However, just as Lu Jinan breathed a sigh of relief and was about to say a few words of modesty, a sarcastic remark suddenly came from the side. The speaker was Gu Manhwa's cousin, a spoiled rich kid in the Gu family business. A murmur arose around him. No matter how good his skills are, he's still just living off the Gu family. Look at what he's wearing. Everything he has was given to him by Manhwa. To put it bluntly, he's just a live-in son-in-law. He'll never amount to anything. The laughter gradually turned into a grating sound, and Lu Jinan's face immediately darkened. He looked at Gu Manhwa, hoping she would speak up for him, but she stood there expressionless, her eyes darting around, offering no defense whatsoever. A chill ran through him. He could almost hear his own heart breaking. 2 years ago, Qin Feng's appearance completely changed Gu Manhwa's attitude towards him. That day, Gu Manhwa lost control of her car, and Qin Feng rushed to save her without hesitation. Suddenly, a roof beam collapsed, and Qin Feng shielded her with his body, suffering a comminuted fracture of his left arm, ending his piano career. From then on, Gu Manhwa's world had an additional person she couldn't ignore: Qin Feng. Lu Jinan was once grateful to Qin Feng, but Gu Manhwa's boundless devotion to him gradually made him weary. When Qin Feng said housing prices were too high, she bought him a luxury apartment in the city center outright. When he said his hand hurt, she immediately arranged a consulting job for him with an annual salary of 1 million. When he said he wanted to watch a movie, she would drop everything and stay with him all night. All of this made Lu Jinan constantly doubt his place in this family. Once, at work, he overheard employees gossiping about the close relationship between President Gu and consultant Qin, mentioning that she had even personally straightened his tie. Lu Jinan clenched his fists, his anger surging, but he ultimately didn't rush in. He simply turned and left silently. He had tried to communicate with Gu Manhwa, but each time, she shut him down with the phrase, "Thanks to saving my life." "You don't understand," she always replied coldly. At that time, Lu Jinan thought she would know her place. Now he realized he was wrong from the very beginning. Just then, a commotion suddenly broke out at the banquet hall entrance, and everyone turned around. A man in a white suit walked in slowly, his smile refined, and his demeanor gentle. It was Qin Feng. Upon seeing him, Gu Manhwa's face immediately lit up with a radiant smile that Lu Jinan hadn't seen in 2 years. She hurried to greet him, her eyes shining. "Qin Feng, what brings you here?" Qin Feng replied with a smile. It was his uncle's 60th birthday, and he naturally couldn't be absent. He handed over the gift box. Seeing the sweat on his forehead, Gu Manhwa immediately took out a tissue and carefully wiped it away, softly asking if he wasn't feeling well. Lu Jinan witnessed this entire scene, and his expression instantly turned icy. Gu Cheng's smile slowly faded when he saw Qin Feng appear. He had reminded his daughter to keep her distance more than once, but she wouldn't listen. Today was her birthday banquet, so he could only suppress his emotions and sit there with a sullen face. Lu Qin, on the other hand, was completely satisfied when she saw Qin Feng. In her heart, Lu Jinan was not good enough for her daughter. Only someone with Qin Feng's family background and demeanor was worthy of being her ideal son-in-law. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Qin Feng opened the gift box in front of everyone, revealing a limited edition Patek Philippe watch worth millions, which immediately drew gasps of amazement from the guests. Praises and compliments filled the air, pushing the atmosphere to a climax. Qin Feng smiled knowingly, his gaze passing over Gu Manyu and landing on Lu Jinan in the distance, as if anticipating a good show. He deliberately said it was just a vulgar item that money could buy, emphasizing that Lu Jinan's handmade items were art, every word dripping with sharp sarcasm. Laughter erupted around them, their eyes filled with disdain as they looked at Lu Jinan. Gu Manyu only felt admiration, tinged with a faint sense of guilt, completely unaware that her husband's expression had turned utterly grim. When they took their seats, Gu Manyu pulled Qin Feng to sit on her left, while only arranging Lu Jinan to sit on her right. Throughout the banquet, she and Qin Feng chatted and laughed in hushed tones, as if they were from the same world. Lu Jinan sat to the side, listening to their lively conversation, his heart sinking deeper and deeper. He didn't say anything, but simply picked up his wine glass and churned it down one glass after another. Qin Feng suddenly raised his glass across Gu Manyu and gestured to him, saying not to misunderstand, they were just talking about work, and he shouldn't be jealous. The words sounded polite, but were actually full of provocation. Lu Jinan didn't raise her glass, but just stared coldly at him, and the scene instantly froze. Gu Manyu's face darkened. She felt he was incredibly rude and had embarrassed her in public. She toasted Qin Feng on his behalf and whispered that Lu Jinan was becoming increasingly petty. Lu Jinan heard this and his anger surged, but he forcibly suppressed it. He knew that Qin Feng wouldn't let this go tonight. The more lively the banquet, the more gloomy his face became. When Qin Feng told jokes, Gu Manyu laughed so hard she almost fell over, her shoulder occasionally leaning against Qin Feng in an intimate and natural manner. There was sauce on the corner of her mouth, and Qin Feng gently wiped it off with a tissue. She accepted it without a second thought, completely disregarding her husband beside her. Gu Cheng, sitting in the main seat, watched with an increasingly grim expression, coughing loudly to remind his daughter to be mindful of her behavior. Gu Manyu glanced back, then turned back to continue chatting and laughing, only slightly toning down her movements. Lu Jinan silently poured himself a full glass of matai and downed it cup after cup, but the fire in his chest burned brighter and brighter. Gu Manyu frowned and advised him to drink less, but her tone was full of disdain. At this moment, Qin Feng walked up to him with a wine glass in his hand, put his hand on his shoulder, and said sincerely that they should have a drink alone another day and clear up the misunderstanding. Lu Jinan smelled the perfume on him, and his stomach churned. He coldly told him to take his hand away, but Qin Feng wouldn't let go, and instead patted his shoulder, saying that a man should have a broad mind. Lu Jinan abruptly shrugged, his arm brushing against Qin Feng's left arm. Qin Feng groaned, his face turning pale instantly, but he quickly regained his smile, as if nothing had happened. He leaned down and whispered in Lu Jinan's ear, mentioning his hospitalized mother, deliberately emphasizing that it was an expensive place, his tone cold and piercing. At that moment, Lu Jinan's mind exploded. His adoptive mother was his only Achilles heel. He could tolerate ridicule and indifference, but he could never tolerate anyone humiliating his seriously ill mother. His rationality crumbled in an instant. He suddenly jumped up from his chair, unleashing all the anger that had been suppressed for the entire night, or even 2 years, into his fists, and swung them fiercely at Qin Feng's face. A muffled thud rang out, and Qin Feng fell backward. He landed with his left hand on the ground, the sound of bones cracking clear and piercing, particularly noticeable in the now quiet banquet hall. Qin Feng clutched his wrist, writhing in agony, his shirt soaked with cold sweat. Gu Manyu screamed and rushed over to help him, her face turning deathly pale when she saw his twisted wrist. She turned around abruptly and roared at Lu Jinan, questioning whether he was crazy. Knowing full well that the hand was injured, yet still hitting him so hard. The guests stood up one after another, and accusations rose and fell, saying that he had hit someone at his father-in-law's birthday banquet, which was simply rude, violent, and ill-mannered. Lu Jinan stood there, his heart ice-cold. He watched his wife tenderly embracing another man, and listened to the scornful jeers of the room. He felt utterly abandoned by the entire world. He opened his mouth to explain that Qin Feng had insulted him by mentioning his mother first. But before he could finish speaking, a loud slap landed hard on his face. The crisp sound of a slap echoed through the banquet hall, drowning out all the whispers. Lu Jinan's head was turned to the side, and a clear handprint quickly appeared on his left cheek, burning with pain. But that pain paled in comparison to the tearing agony in his heart. He slowly turned his head to look at Gumanyu. Her chest heaved violently, her eyes were filled with tears, and her face was etched with disappointment and anger. The hand that had struck him was still trembling slightly, clearly having used all its strength. Lu Jinan was completely stunned. He looked at the woman he had been married to for 5 years and suddenly felt terribly unfamiliar with her. No matter how much they argued in the past, they had never laid a hand on each other. This was the first time, and in front of all their relatives and friends, for another man, she slapped him hard across the face. The humiliation was heavier than the punch itself. His throat was dry, and his voice was hoarse as he tried to explain that Qin Feng had just mentioned his mother. But before he could finish, he was interrupted by a painful groan coming from the ground. Qin Feng's face was deathly pale, his forehead covered in cold sweat, yet he still tried to defend Lu Jinan, saying it might be a misunderstanding, that he was just concerned about his aunt's condition and had no other intentions. He even forced an awkward smile, saying that his brother hadn't meant it. That act of repaying evil with kindness completely ignited the anger in Gu Manyu's heart. In her eyes, Qin Feng was almost pitifully kind, while Lu Jinan still tried to defend himself. In comparison, he instantly became a narrow-minded and ungrateful villain. She coldly demanded to know what else he had to say, the disgust in her eyes piercing his heart like a knife. Then, she tossed out a sentence about settling scores at home and never looked at him again. She knelt on the ground, letting Qin Feng rest his head on her lap, carefully wiping his sweat, as if she had lost a priceless treasure. From beginning to end, she never once asked why he had attacked her. Lu Jinan stood there, watching his wife and the crowd escort Qin Feng away. The once bustling birthday banquet had turned deserted in the blink of an eye, leaving only a mess on the ground. The guests gradually left, their gazes a mixture of pity, disdain, and schadenfreude. Guchen walked to his side, sighed, and ultimately said nothing. He knew things weren't simple, but he was powerless to show favoritism. Both sides were his flesh and blood. He could only turn around and clean up the mess. Lu Jinan's world was now nothing but coldness and numbness. Late at night, he returned alone to the riverside villa. The handprint on his face was still red and swollen. He boiled water to make instant noodles, acting as quietly as if nothing had happened. The door opened with a key, and Gu Manyu walked in, bringing with her a chill. She saw him eating instant noodles, a sting to her heart, which was then overwhelmed by anger. Doctors diagnosed Qin Feng with a second fracture of his left wrist. Even if the surgery was successful, he would not be able to regain the dexterity needed to play the piano. His musical career was completely ended by that punch. Thinking of Qin Feng, pale and desperate on his sickbed, she could no longer control her emotions. She questioned him about how he could still have the appetite to eat and accused him of ruining someone else's life. Lu Jinan simply replied with an indifferent, "Oh." That coldness completely enraged her. She rushed over and overturned the instant noodles. The soup splashed all over him, and she hysterically called him a violent maniac, asking him why he still didn't know he was wrong. Lu Jinan slowly raised his head, his eyes cold and devoid of warmth. He countered by asking if, ever since that slap at the birthday banquet, she had ever asked him why he hit her. Gu Manyu was stunned. She hadn't asked. In her mind, taking action was wrong in itself, let alone injuring her savior. He gave a sarcastic laugh and said that even if she explained, would she really believe him? Those words sent a chill down her spine. She raised her voice, accusing him of jealousy and inferiority, saying that his personality had become twisted because of Qin Feng's excellence. She said he had changed, become someone she didn't recognize. Lu Jinan repeatedly murmured the words inferiority complex and distorted. As he repeated them, he suddenly laughed. At first, he suppressed it, as if he were holding it in. But the next second, the laughter grew louder and louder, even carrying a hint of uncontrolled madness. Startled, Gumanyu took a step back and blurted out that he was crazy. His laughter abruptly stopped, and he looked up sharply, his eyes bloodshot as he stared at her. His eyes held the pain of 2 years of suppressed suffering and a hatred about to explode. He said she had driven him crazy. She questioned his assumption that he was insecure because he was poor or because Qin Feng earned $1 million a year. As she pressed closer, she felt pressured for the first time. His voice grew louder, his emotions increasingly heavy. He admitted he wasn't as wealthy as her family, but in the past 5 years, how had he wronged her? She had a weak stomach, so he learned to make soup. She suffered from menstrual cramps, so he ran all over town in the middle of the night to buy ginger tea. He said he regarded her as his everything, his entire world. He thought they loved each other as equals. But ever since Qin Feng saved her, did she still remember that she was a married woman, that he was her husband? Her face paled, and she wanted to refute his innocence, but he interrupted her. He mocked himself, calling himself just a carpenter, someone who lived off her, a gigolo. His tone was cold, yet every word was barbed. He said that she had cried and begged him to stay, giving up the opportunity to develop her career in the capital. He also said that she didn't care about money. She just wanted to come home and see him every day. Now, did she regret it? Gumanyu opened her mouth, but couldn't utter a word, because those words were all true. Seeing her silence, the sarcasm in his eyes deepened. He said he could be poor, could be looked down upon, but he had backbone and dignity. She, however, kept circling back to Qin Feng's injury, saying it was a matter for a lifetime. He sneered, saying, "Well said, ruined a lifetime." He asked her if she had considered his feelings, and whether Qin Feng was more important to her than him. She said coldly that Qin Feng was her savior, and what was wrong with being good to him? As her husband, shouldn't he support her? Her words, however, were as sharp as knives. He laughed in anger, retorting to what extent he would support her. He even uttered harsh words, questioning whether she wanted his support for her sleeping with Qin Feng. The air instantly turned icy. She screamed in disbelief, saying he dared to insult her. He sneered, saying he not only wanted to insult her, but also to hit her. 5 years of marriage, he had cherished her, yet she had slapped him in public for someone else. She was utterly enraged and raised her hand to slap him again. The hand rapidly enlarged before his eyes, and the humiliation at the birthday banquet flashed through his mind. This time, he didn't back down. Just as his hand was about to strike, he suddenly raised it. A crisp slap rang out, the sound coming from his palm first. Gumanyu staggered a step from the blow, her head buzzing, her left cheek quickly swelling and turning red. She covered her face, staring at him in shock. In 5 years, this man had never spoken harshly to her, let alone laid a hand on her. She asked him in a trembling voice how dare he. He shook his hand away, showing no remorse in his eyes. He asked if she had ever considered his feelings when she hit him in public. He asked if she had ever considered the pain he felt when she humiliated him for another man. He said that slaps should have been returned long ago, and that he was just clinging to illusions. He looked at her coldly, his eyes filled with a ruthlessness he had never shown before. Gumanyu suddenly realized that Lu Jinan in front of her had completely changed. Gumanyu looked at Lu Jinan in front of her. This man, who was usually so docile and rarely spoke harshly, was now like a wild beast driven to the brink. The atmosphere suddenly became tense, and for the first time, a sense of panic rose in her heart. Her voice trembled as she asked him what he wanted. He sneered, saying he just wanted to bring her to her senses. His tone was icy, his emotions suppressed, but the next second he tore away Qin Feng's facade. He said that Qin Feng had cursed his mother in his ear at the birthday banquet, and that it was Qin Feng who made the first harsh words, which is why he took action. He was emotionally charged, hoping that she would listen, but instead, he saw only disdain on her face. Gumanyu called him despicable, saying he fabricated vicious lies to exonerate himself. She firmly believed that Qin Feng was kind, even feeling sorry for stray cats, and would never curse a patient. At that moment, Lu Jinan felt as if his heart had been stabbed. The woman he had loved for 5 years didn't trust him at all. The anger subsided, replaced by utter despair. He wanted to turn and leave, but a last shred of hope remained. He took a deep breath, suppressed his emotions, and said that repaying the debt of gratitude was fine, but Qin Feng didn't need to intrude on their lives. He said that as long as she made Qin Feng leave the company and cut off all contact, they would turn the page and go back to how things were before. His tone was humble, almost pleading, but all he got in return was her cold laugh. She said he was insecure and twisted, and that she would never fire her savior. Her words were resolute, without the slightest hesitation. She emphasized principles, but ignored his feelings. She countered by asking if he wanted her to be an ungrateful wretch, accusing him of being petty. The more she spoke, the more resolute she became. While he grew increasingly clear-headed, she simply didn't believe him. He suddenly realized that reasoning with someone whose heart had already sided with another was pointless. His emotions sank to rock bottom. But then, ironically, he finally let go. Lu Jinan took 2 steps back, creating distance. A calm he had never shown before appeared on his face, like a kind of relief. He said that since she felt he had ruined Qin Feng's life, there was no need for them to continue. His tone was calm, but every word seemed to sever ties with the past. He said he would make room for her and Qin Feng so they could be together openly. Then, he uttered 2 words: divorce. Guman Yu looked up abruptly, her pupils contracting. 5 years of marriage, and this was the first time he'd mentioned divorce. A wave of panic washed over her at first, but it was quickly replaced by anger. She was the CEO of the Gu Group, a goddess admired by many, while he was merely living off her. She angrily berated him, saying he was crazy and had no right to ask for a divorce. Her emotions were intense, yet she couldn't hide the momentary panic she felt. He sneered, saying he was only fulfilling her and Qin Feng's wishes. Since Qin Feng was more important to her, his withdrawal was the best choice. She denied it, saying that her relationship with Qin Feng was completely innocent, and she was only repaying a debt of gratitude. Her tone was hurried, but it couldn't hide the cracks in her guilty conscience. He countered by asking if she was truly only repaying a debt of gratitude. He asked if repaying a debt of gratitude could justify ignoring her husband's feelings. His tone was no longer harsh, but every word was piercing. Her face paled, and then turned pale, yet she still refused to back down. She said she loved him and begged him to stop being unreasonable. Lu Jinan, however, was already exhausted. He told her to consider it unreasonable, and that divorce would be a relief for both of them. After saying that, he turned and went into the bedroom. A short while later, he took out a document and placed it on the coffee table. It was a divorce agreement. He said he would leave with nothing, asking for nothing in return, only that she sign it, and that they would complete the formalities the next day. Guman Yu stared at the divorce agreement in black and white, finally realizing that he wasn't just being emotional. Lu Jinan really wanted to leave. He really didn't want her anymore. Her heart tightened suddenly, and for the first time, she truly panicked. She wouldn't allow herself to be abandoned. Her pride wouldn't allow her to bow her head. She stared intently at him, demanding he take back his words. But his face remained unmoved, growing even colder. He laughed self-deprecatingly, saying that she still thought he was threatening her. Even after things had come to this point, she still believed he was forcing her to compromise. His emotions subsided, but the unexpected turn of events brought him to a complete awakening. He looked at her exquisite makeup and high heels. The queen-like aura he once admired now only evoked weariness. He asked her if she took herself too seriously. He said the problem was simple: Qin Feng. As a man, he couldn't bear to see his wife entangled with another man. She asked him to be magnanimous, but he couldn't. He gave Qin Feng a final choice. Either Qin Feng leave the company and cut all ties completely so they can continue their relationship, or they get a divorce, and he will leave with nothing. He will go to complete the formalities tomorrow. Gu Manyu's face froze instantly. Cut off all contact with Qin Feng. Impossible. Qin Feng lost his hand saving her. If she kicked him away, wouldn't she be ungrateful? Her morality and pride wouldn't allow it. Her silent expression gave the answer. Lu Jinan sneered, his heart utterly chilled. He said since they couldn't break up, they should get a divorce and both be free. He threw the choice to her and then waited for her quietly. Her mind was in turmoil. The word divorce terrified her. She loved him and was used to his presence. She was used to coming home to a hot meal, used to the warm water when her stomach ached, used to the warmth of his embrace comforting her stomach. He was like air to her every day, but now she was suddenly about to lose him. Yet she couldn't let go of Chin Feng. She insisted it was just repaying a debt of gratitude, that she was innocent. She felt the two could coexist, and that he was being petty. The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt, and the more she believed he was being unreasonable. She forced herself to calm down, trying to suppress her panic with reason. She sneered, saying he had learned to be jealous and petty, even calling him a shrew. The air grew colder the moment the words left her lips. The word shrew pierced his heart like a knife. He had given up his career for this family, learned to cook and make soup, only to receive this evaluation in return. She continued, resolutely refusing a divorce. Then she changed her tune, trying to soften him with emotion, saying they loved each other and shouldn't have come to this. Seeing that he didn't move, she brought up the company again, saying that the group was at a critical time and that divorce would have negative consequences. Emotion and interest took turns vying for power, but her attitude remained firm. She wouldn't break up with Chin Feng. She repeatedly emphasized her innocence, saying she could never abandon the person who saved her life. She laid out all the pros and cons, arguing that if he still had any sense, he should back down. But upon hearing this, he simply laughed. Love? Is love publicly slapping him for another man? Is love knowing he minds yet still being intimate with him? Is love about bringing up divorce and then immediately calling him a shrew? In his eyes, that wasn't love. It was her taking it all for granted, enjoying the benefits from both sides. Why did she think he should put up with it? Why did she think he should pathetically endure it? He sneered, looking at her and asking, Gu Manyu, do you think I'm particularly cheap? Lu Jinan retorted with a cold laugh, asking if she wanted to keep him at home as a servant, doing his laundry, cooking, and taking care of his daily needs, while she herself had an ambiguous relationship with her savior. His words grew increasingly harsh, and his emotions became more and more acute. He said he had voluntarily withdrawn, allowing them to be together openly, but she was still not satisfied. His tone was extremely harsh, even mocking her for preferring the thrill of sneaking around. These words pierced Gu Manyu's heart. She trembled with anger, her face flushed, and she raised her hand to slap him again. But when her gaze fell upon the handprint on his face, her hand froze in midair. She said she hadn't had that kind of relationship, but her voice was weak. He interrupted her abruptly, unwilling to hear any more explanations, and coldly asked if she would sign. She bit her lip and remained silent. He nodded, saying it was fine if they didn't sign. He'd file for divorce tomorrow. He turned and left, his attitude resolute and without any room for negotiation. Gu Manyu panicked instantly. Filing for divorce meant public exposure of the conflict, media involvement, company turmoil, and the Gu family losing face. She couldn't bear the consequences. Rage overwhelmed her reason, and she screamed at his retreating back, telling him to stop. The next second, a threat, almost blurted out, rang out. You don't want your mother's medical bills to stop, do you? The air froze instantly. Lu Jinan stopped in his tracks, his body stiffening. The ticking of the clock was jarringly clear. He slowly turned around, looking at the woman he had once loved so deeply. Regret flashed in her eyes, but it was too late. She knew she had touched a raw nerve. Her adoptive mother was his only family, the softest spot in his heart. She frantically tried to explain, saying it was just an angry outburst, not what she meant. But the words were already out, and the damage was irreversible. He repeated softly, That's not what I meant, and then laughed. The laughter was icy cold, devoid of warmth. He approached her step by step, demanding to know what she meant. The pressure made her retreat to the wall, but her pride wouldn't allow her to show weakness. She forcefully suppressed her guilt, raised her chin, and decided to just go all out. She went even further, saying that if he dared to divorce her, she wouldn't pay a single penny for his medical expenses. This time, she made it crystal clear. Lu Jinan's face turned deathly pale, and his body trembled violently. A sharp pain shot through his chest, and he could barely breathe. His dignity and his mother's life were placed on the same scale. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh, but he felt no pain. His adoptive mother's face flashed into his mind. It was she who had taken him in during the cold winter. It was she who had endured hardship to support his education. He could disregard his pride. He could disregard marriage, but he could not disregard his mother. Anger, resentment, and humiliation surged in his eyes, but he ultimately suppressed them forcefully. He lost, utterly lost. He slowly loosened his fist and looked at her. The woman he once loved so deeply was now a stranger. Fine, we won't divorce. Those 3 words seemed to crush all his pride and dignity beneath his feet. Gu Manyu froze when she heard, no divorce. Lu Jinan's voice was eerily calm as he said, this marriage is over. Those words seemed to be forced out of his throat, as if he had used up all his strength. Her tense nerves finally relaxed, and she let out a long sigh of relief. She thought she had won, saving her marriage and her reputation. But when she saw his distraught state, a strange tightness gripped her heart. Guilt began to creep in. She softened her tone, went over to comfort him, and said that she had only said those things in anger, asking him not to take them to heart. That was their usual way of making up after arguments. This time, however, he dodged her hand. His movements were decisive, without hesitation. His eyes were as cold as a stranger's. Her hand froze in mid-air, her face darkening. The guilt she felt was instantly replaced by shame and anger. She offered her head an apology, but he refused to give her a way out. Her anger reignited. She regained her queenly demeanor, declaring this wasn't over. Qin Feng, suffering a second wrist fracture, was emotionally unstable and nearly called the police, but she managed to calm him down. She ordered him to go to the hospital the next day to apologize in person. Her tone was harsh, even implying that it was for his own good, that she didn't want him to go to jail. He was silent for a moment, a trace of sorrow flashing in his eyes. His wife was actually forcing him to bow down to the man who had humiliated his mother. His heart felt completely dead. He forced a smile and told Qin Feng to go call the police, that he wouldn't go. Then he turned and went back to his room, slamming the door shut. The next morning, he hadn't slept a wink. The slap at the birthday banquet, the late-night argument, and that cruelest threat kept replaying in his mind. His heart was numb. He was about to leave to visit his mother at the hospital when the door opened from the outside. Gu Manyu walked in, her makeup cold and glamorous, her aura sharp. She was followed by 2 bodyguards. The preparations were clear. She asked him where he was going. He said he was going to see his mother. She coldly said it was on her way, and she should apologize to Qin Feng first. He said he wasn't going and turned to leave. The bodyguards immediately blocked the doorway. She asked coldly whether he would get in the car himself or have someone invite him in. The threat was undisguised. He felt a sharp pain in his heart, but he didn't react. The pain had reached its peak, leaving only numbness. He suddenly wanted to see what else this woman, whom he had loved for 5 years, would do for that man. Lu Jinan remembered all the humiliations Gu Manyu had inflicted on him today. He suddenly laughed, a laugh tinged with self-mockery and a chilling undertone. Gu Manyu's heart tightened, but she forced a cold tone and asked him what he was laughing at. He didn't answer, but his smile faded, and he walked straight towards the door. The bodyguards tensed instantly, thinking he was going to force his way in. But he stopped in front of them and simply said, "Let's go." This single word of submission stunned everyone. Gu Manyu's prepared words were all shut down, leaving her even more agitated. She wanted to win, but his resigned demeanor made her inexplicably uneasy. He left without a look on his face, flanked by bodyguards on either side. It was more like an escort than protection. She followed behind in her high heels, watching his desolate figure, a pang of pain shooting through her heart. She told herself she wasn't wrong. Hitting someone is wrong, and he has to pay the price. As long as he apologizes, this matter can be over. It's all for the sake of the family. She repeatedly comforted herself with these words. The black Mercedes drove through the traffic, the interior oppressive and suffocating. He leaned against the window, watching the street scene. Tall buildings and pedestrians rushed past, much like the lingering warmth of his marriage. She tried to speak several times, but ultimately told him to be more courteous at the hospital. She said that as long as Qin Feng forgave her, she wouldn't call the police. It was for his own good. But he didn't even glance at her. Completely ignored, her face darkened again. Guilt instantly turned to anger, and she simply lowered her head to deal with her emails, ignoring him completely. The carriage fell silent once more. The car was parked at Jiangzhou People's Hospital. As soon as the door to the VIP ward opened, the smell of disinfectant hit the door. Qin Feng lay half-reclined on the bed, his wrist in a cast, looking weak. Upon seeing Gu Manyu, a hint of smugness flashed in his eyes, but it immediately turned into terror. When he saw Lu Jinan, he shrank back, his voice trembling. He said he was scared and asked her to take him away. His frightened appearance instantly ignited Gu Manyu's protective instincts. She stood by the bedside and ordered Lu Jinan to apologize. Lu Jinan stood there, watching Qin Feng's perfectly timed performance, feeling nothing but mockery. His acting was flawless. Qin Feng grabbed Gu Manyu's sleeve, feigning fear once more. Her anger flared, pressing him for an immediate apology. Lu Jinan finally spoke, but offered no apology. He looked at her coldly and uttered a harsh word. The air seemed to freeze. Gu Manyu's face turned ashen, a surge of humiliation erupting within her. She demanded he repeat himself. Qin Feng, however, pulled her back, feigning to dissuade her, telling her not to pressure him. Though he said it wasn't intentional, his eyes were cold and menacing. Qin Feng leaned against the hospital bed, his voice weak as he said he was fine, but he couldn't play the piano anymore. He spoke casually, yet emphasized the extent of the loss. The next second, he added that he wouldn't call the police, not wanting to put Manyu in a difficult position. This display of magnanimity portrayed him as the perfect victim. Gu Manyu felt a pang of heartache upon hearing this, her guilt reaching its peak. She increasingly felt that Qin Feng was kind, while Lu Jinan was utterly unreasonable. She turned and glared at Lu Jinan, demanding to know if he had hurt her. Even with Qin Feng in such a state, she was still speaking up for him, yet he was acting like a mad dog, attacking people indiscriminately. She completely lost control of her emotions. Lu Jinan sneered, saying that she forced her husband to bow down to another man. Wasn't he disappointed? He then changed the subject, mocking her and Qin Feng for their mutual admiration, even using extremely offensive language. That insult completely ignited Gu Manyu. She rushed forward and slapped him across the face. The crisp sound echoed in the ward, and his face instantly turned away. "Apologize," she commanded coldly. Lu Jinan didn't respond, but slowly touched his cheek. This action was misunderstood by the bodyguard. The two women grabbed his arms, one on each side, and twisted them behind his back, forcibly bending him over. The position was utterly humiliating. His head was forced to bow before her. She stood still, offering no resistance. His dignity was shattered in that moment. Lu Jinan looked up at her, his eyes filled with nothing but coldness and hatred. That gaze sent a shiver down her spine, but she quickly suppressed her panic. She told herself she was right. He was the one who cursed. He was the one who forced her to take action. A smug glint flashed in Qin Feng's eyes as he lay on the hospital bed, but he feigned panic and urged her to let it go. His words sounded like he was trying to appease her, but in reality, they pushed Lu Jinan further away. Gu Manyu's protective instincts surged, and her anger reached its peak. She raised her hand again and delivered another resounding slap. "Apologize." Her voice was icy cold. He trembled under the bodyguard's restraint, but stared intently at her, gritting his teeth and uttering even harsher words. The third slap landed, harder than the previous two. His face was already red and swollen. He glared like a trapped beast, but refused to bow his head. She knew he wouldn't give in. So, she took a deep breath and uttered the cruelest words, mentioning his mother's medical expenses. Those words were like the last straw. His body trembled violently. His adoptive mother's face flashed into his mind. She was the one who had given him a second life. He could be beaten, he could be humiliated, but he couldn't give up his mother's life. His dignity was crushed by reality at that moment. Anger and resentment churned in his chest, but were suppressed by cruel reality. He couldn't understand how the woman he had loved for 5 years could be so heartless. Does his dignity mean nothing just because he's poor? Thinking this, he felt utterly dejected. Seeing his trembling figure, Gu Manyu's heart clenched. Her anger subsided, replaced by a belated sense of regret. Gu Manyu calmed down, but kept convincing herself that he had forced her to do it. If he hadn't been so aggressive, she wouldn't have said such harsh words. She forced a righteous indignation, suppressing her guilt deep inside. Lu Jinan slowly raised his head, his eyes bloodshot. His voice was hoarse as he said that he would apologize if the bodyguards let go. At that moment, it was as if he had swallowed his pride. The bodyguard released his grip, and he swayed before regaining his balance. His bones ached, but he didn't look at Gu Manyu. Instead, he stared at Qin Feng. Qin Feng appeared weak, but inwardly he was smug. He grabbed Gu Manyu's sleeve, pressed close to her body, and looked at her defiantly. In that instant, the outcome seemed clear. The ward was suffocatingly quiet. Gu Manyu urged him to hurry up, but he suddenly broke into an ugly smile. The next second, he uttered the most vulgar curse in front of everyone. The air seemed to explode. Everyone froze. No one had expected him to dare retaliate in this situation. Before they could react, he lunged at Qin Feng. Only one thought occupied his mind: to kill this man. Gu Manyu screamed, and bodyguards rushed forward to stop him. He struggled, his eyes bloodshot, almost losing control. One of the bodyguards, enraged, punched him hard in the stomach. A dull thud sounded, and he doubled over as excruciating pain instantly spread through him. The bodyguard released his grip, and he knelt on the ground with a thud. Humiliation and pain mingled within him, yet he stared intently at her. Gu Manyu's heart clenched. She hadn't expected things to turn out this way. Lu Jinan pushed himself up, his face badly swollen, but his eyes were even colder. There was anger in them, and a chilling hatred. She suddenly felt a pang of heartache, even regret. But Qin Feng, feigning panic behind her, tried to draw her attention back. Just then, something unexpected happened. Lu Jinan opened her mouth, spitting out a mouthful of blood that landed directly on her face. Time seemed to stand still. The blood slid down her cheek, warm and piercing. She panicked completely, grabbing his arm, her voice trembling. She begged him not to scare himself and to take him to the doctor. He looked at her coldly, his eyes terrifyingly unfamiliar. That detachment was more hurtful than any insult. He shook off her hand, saying it wouldn't trouble Mr. Gu. Those two words sent a jolt through her heart. In 5 years of marriage, this was the first time he had addressed her like that. It was distant, cold, as if announcing a complete break. Gu Manyu panicked completely, grabbing his hand and desperately trying to explain that she didn't mean it. It was just a momentary impulse. Before she could finish speaking, Lu Jinan coldly interrupted her. He abruptly shook off her hand, the force so strong that she staggered backward. He looked at her, his tone distant and cold, and said he couldn't apologize. He said he'd call the police if she wanted, hit her if she wanted, and let her threaten his mother if she wanted. That kind of resigned calm was more frightening than anger. He turned to leave, and she completely panicked. She rushed up and hugged him from behind, rambling incoherently that she was just trying to scare him and never intended to stop paying the medical bills. She cried and begged him to get checked out, saying he was vomiting blood. Tears mingled with blood, streaming down her face, a disheveled and gruesome sight. But Lu Jinan only felt disgusted. He sneered and retorted, asking if she would continue to humiliate him and force him to apologize after the checkup. He asked himself what he meant to her, whether he was just a dog. Each question pierced him like a knife. She choked back tears as she explained that she had acted impulsively out of anger. He, however, reacted as if it were a joke and suddenly erupted. He berated her for using impulsiveness as an excuse, saying that impulsiveness justified slapping someone, ordering the bodyguard to attack, and threatening her mother's life. His shouts echoed throughout the hospital room. He even asked her why, given his impulsiveness, she didn't just kill him. She stood frozen, her face deathly pale. She clearly loved him, yet she had driven him to this state with her own hands. Lu Jinan stopped looking at her, wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and staggered out. Her back view was so resolute, as if she were saying goodbye to everything. She wanted to chase after her with red eyes, but Qin Feng suddenly groaned behind her, saying that his wrist hurt terribly. She looked back at Qin Feng, then at his disappearing figure at the door, her heart torn in two. In those few seconds of hesitation, he had already completely left the ward. Her heart felt empty. Qin Feng, however, wore a smug expression from an angle she couldn't see. A surge of anger welled up inside her. She turned and walked up to the bodyguard who had struck her, slapping him hard across the face. She demanded to know who had ordered him to lay a hand on her, demanding that the person be fired immediately. But her anger seemed more like an outpouring of remorse. Trembling, she took out her phone to call Lu Jinan, only to hear the cold, disconnected message. Lu Jinan didn't know how he got out of the hospital. He was in excruciating pain in his abdomen, and his mouth tasted of blood. He slid down to the ground, leaning against a tree, his hand trembling as he lit a cigarette. The winter sun shone on him, but it offered no warmth. He touched his swollen face, and thinking of his mother, his heart sank even further. He couldn't let her see him like this. His phone screen showed missed calls from her. Without hesitation, he turned it off. He sat in the cold wind for a long time, until his hands and feet went numb, before dragging his heavy steps away. In the end, he returned to that luxury apartment. He opened the door, and the living room was eerily quiet. But when he saw the figure on the sofa, he stopped abruptly. Sitting on the sofa was his father-in-law, Gu Chung. Gu Chung, dressed in a dark Zhongshan suit, had gray hair but stood ramrod straight, exuding a calm and composed aura. He held a cup of tea, as if he had been waiting for a long time. Hearing the noise, he looked up. Seeing the injury on Lu Jinan's face, the teacup in his hand suddenly stopped. He strode over, his voice turning somber, and asked what had happened to his face. Lu Jinan turned his head away, saying nothing. He couldn't bring himself to express the humiliation he felt. Having spent years navigating the business world, Gu Cheng immediately noticed something amiss. He didn't press him for answers, but simply asked if he had eaten. Lu Jinan shook his head, saying he wanted to go back to his room to rest. His voice was hoarse, and he looked exhausted. Gu Cheng stopped him and asked directly if he had argued with Qin Feng again. Hearing that name, his body stiffened slightly. Gu Cheng noticed that subtle reaction clearly. Gu Cheng's face darkened as he stared at the swelling on Lu Jinan's face, asking if it was Man Yu who had hit him. Lu Jinan didn't deny it. Silence was the answer. "You bastard." Gu Cheng slammed his hand on the coffee table, his anger erupting instantly. He berated his daughter for becoming increasingly outrageous, even resorting to physical violence against her husband. His disappointment was heavier than his anger. He mentioned Qin Feng with utter disgust, saying he had warned Man Yu long ago that this man was wicked. Listening to his father-in-law's furious rant, a sliver of warmth unexpectedly warmed the coldness in Lu Jinan's heart. Gu Cheng sighed, saying he hadn't raised his daughter well and felt sorry for her. He said he had seen all of Lu Jinan's efforts over the past 5 years. He remembered her giving up opportunities to stay here. Just as the atmosphere eased slightly, the bathroom door opened. Lu Qin walked out in a Chong Sam, her posture elegant, but her eyes were cold. She saw Lu Jinan's injury but showed no concern, instead speaking sarcastically. She said he had angered Man Yu again, that a grown man who lived off a woman dared to throw a tantrum. Her words were sharp and cutting, saying that Man Yu had supported him for 5 years, so he should be obedient. She even called him a poor country bumpkin, saying that if Man Yu hadn't taken a liking to him, he'd still be working on a construction site. Her contempt was undisguised. Gu Cheng finally roared, telling her to shut up. He said Jean and was also family and shouldn't be humiliated like this. Lu Qin, however, retorted with her hands on her hips, saying that her daughter was her priority, and why should a good-for-nothing have priority? She emphasized that Qin Feng was her savior, and an apology was only right. Gu Cheng's face flushed with anger, and he said that there should be limits to repaying kindness. He said this wasn't repaying kindness, but destroying a marriage and hurting each other. Gu Cheng angrily questioned, what man can tolerate his wife getting too close to other men? Especially since Qin Feng's presence has already affected Lu Jinan and Man Yu's marriage. Lu Qin, however, was full of disdain. In her eyes, Qin Feng was elegant and far superior to Lu Jinan. She simply resorted to sophistry, saying that her daughter's judgment was never wrong. She called Qin Feng an artist and a pianist, while Lu Jinan was utterly worthless. Upon hearing this, Gu Cheng was completely enraged. Pointing to the bruises on Lu Jinan's face, he roared that it was Man Yu who had hit her. Hitting her husband for an outsider, what kind of upbringing was that? He ordered Lu Qin to call Manhwa immediately. The atmosphere in the living room instantly turned icy. Lu Jinan sat on the sofa, watching the argument, but her heart was already desolate. This so-called home was nothing but a cage. His father-in-law's protection warmed his heart, but it felt more like pity. He didn't need it. He stood up, bowed to Gu Cheng, and said thank you. That bow was like a farewell. Gu Cheng stopped him, handed him a black bank card, and told him to go get a medical check-up, assuring him that he didn't need to worry about his mother's medical expenses. Lu Qin rushed over, berating Gu Cheng for being insane and insisting that the VIP card couldn't be given to outsiders. She even called his illness a bottomless pit. The phrase, "the sooner you die, the sooner you're free," completely ignited Lu Jinan's fury. His eyes turned bloodshot, and his violent temper suddenly erupted. The next second, he raised his hand and slapped her across the face. The crisp sound of the slap rang out, and Lu Qin covered her face in disbelief. She screamed and tried to rush forward, but Gu Cheng stopped her. Gu Cheng's face was ashen as he looked at Lu Jinan with a complex expression. He understood Lu Jinan's anger, yet he couldn't ignore the fact that Lu Jinan had hit his wife. Lu Jinan met his gaze without remorse. He had hit her, so be it. 5 years of forbearance had completely collapsed at this moment. He looked at the black card and reached out to take it. Lu Qin thought he had given in. The next second, in front of them both, he tore the card to shreds. Black fragments fell and scattered on Lu Qin. Lu Jinan didn't say another word, turned and walked towards the bedroom. Bang! Gu Cheng's roar still echoed in the living room. In the hospital's VIP ward, Gu Manyu wrung out a hot towel and carefully wiped Qin Feng's forehead. Under the light, his pale and handsome face looked exceptionally pitiful. She apologized softly, saying it was all her fault for startling him again. Looking at the heavy cast, her heart tightened. Qin Feng smiled gently, lightly placing his hand on the back of hers, saying that Jin had acted impulsively and that she shouldn't blame him. The more he spoke up for Lu Jinan, the more uncomfortable she felt. She felt that Qin Feng was the truly kind one. She withdrew her hand, tucked the blanket around him, and said that Lu Jinan wasn't impulsive, he was just unreasonable. A smug glint flashed in Qin Feng's eyes, but he feigned tolerance, urging her to go home and comfort her husband, saying he had a caregiver to look after him. This consideration made Gu Manyu's heart lean even more towards him. She promised to come again tomorrow and left in a hurry. After the door closed, the gentle smile on Qin Feng's face slowly vanished. He watched her departing figure, his eyes turning cold. What he wanted was more than just a rift. He dialed a number, asking someone to find an unfamiliar face from another province, his tone calm, yet calculating. Hanging up, he leaned against the headboard, his gaze deep and unfathomable. The cracks had already appeared. He only needed to stomp on them one more time. An hour later, Gu Manyu returned home. She had made countless calls along the way, but his phone remained switched off. Seeing the sneakers in the entryway, she breathed a sigh of relief. At least, he was back. She entered the living room and saw her father's gloomy face and her mother still nagging. When she saw the handprint on her mother's face, her heart sank. Gu Cheng slammed his hand on the coffee table, demanding to know if she had hit Jinan. He asked her 3 questions in a row, inquiring whether she had acted on behalf of Qin Feng, or even had her bodyguards do it. Her face paled, but she still admitted it. Immediately, she asserted that Jinan had hit her first, and that she was making him apologize for his own good. She said she was saving him from going to jail. Gu Cheng was trembling with anger, saying that forcing her husband to apologize to another man was no kind of salvation. Lu Qin immediately protected her daughter, saying that the good for nothing deserved to be beaten. She mocked Lu Jinan for being a kept man, saying he was nothing more than a dog kept by the Gu family. These words thoroughly enraged Gu Cheng. He angrily cursed the mother and daughter as scoundrels, losing control of his emotions. Smack! A slap landed heavily on Gu Manyu's face. She staggered backward, covering her face, unable to believe that her father had really hit her. She had never been slapped by her father since she was a child. Today, however, it's all for Lu Jinan. Her voice trembled. "Dad, you hit me?" Gu Manyu covered her face, her voice trembling but still firm. She said she was not wrong. Lu Jinan was the one who was wrong. Seeing her stubbornness, Gu Qing's anger intensified. He raised his hand to strike her again, but Lu Qin held him back tightly. Lu Qin protected her daughter, saying he was insane for beating his own daughter for a good for nothing. Gu Qing took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. He pointed at Gu Manyu, his voice heavy with sorrow. He said he taught her to be assertive, but he never taught her to be unable to distinguish right from wrong. He said Jin En was her husband, the person she was to spend her life with. Qin Feng was just an outsider, yet she hurt her own man for an outsider. Gu Manyu lost control of her emotions and retorted that Jin En had broken Qin Feng's hand. She said that Qin Feng could never play the piano again, and that Jin En had ruined his life. She said she made him apologize for his own good, to save him. In her mind, everything was perfectly reasonable. Gu Cheng laughed in anger, asking her why Jin En had attacked him. Was it really without reason? Gu Manyu said without hesitation that he was just jealous. Gu Cheng sneered, saying that she was the one who was truly blinded by jealousy. He reminded her that Qin Feng had deliberately provoked Jin En at the birthday banquet. She immediately denied it, saying that Qin Feng was not that kind of person. She said Lu Jinan was lying and making up stories to exonerate herself. Gu Cheng was chilled to the bone. She believed Qin Feng's words, but she took Jin En's words as lies. Who, then, was her husband? He frankly admitted that he could tell Qin Feng was cunning at first glance. Unfortunately, both she and Lu Qin were captivated. He immediately ordered Qin Feng to get out of the company and forbade him to have any further contact with Qin Feng. If you can't do that, then don't acknowledge him as your father. Gu Manyu was completely stunned. Let Qin Feng leave? She simply couldn't do it. He was the one who had saved her life. Gu Cheng's attitude was firm, saying that if she remained obstinate, the Gu family would no longer care. She should go home and stay there. Lu Qin exploded and rushed forward to protect her daughter. She cursed Gu Cheng for being insane, driving her daughter away for a good for nothing. She was about to tell him about Lu Jinan hitting her, when Gu Cheng shouted, abruptly interrupting her. He grabbed his coat, telling Gu Manyu to think it over herself. Then he dragged Lu Qin outside. Lu Qin struggled and cursed, but was forcibly dragged away. Gu Manyu stood there, her mind a complete mess. She suddenly noticed the handprint on her mother's face and asked what happened. Gu Cheng didn't even turn his head, saying he was just swatting mosquitoes. That one sentence sealed off all the truth. The door slammed shut, leaving her alone in the room. The air was bitterly cold. In the darkness, the Bentley moved smoothly forward. Gu Cheng coldly rebuked Lu Qin for causing further trouble. He asked if he was only happy to see his daughter divorced. Lu Qin sneered. She said divorce would be better. Manyu was young and beautiful. Men lined up all the way to France to pursue her. She praised Qin Feng for his talent and good looks, saying he was 100 times better than Lu Jinan. Inside the carriage, the atmosphere grew increasingly cold. The atmosphere inside the car was tense. Gu Cheng angrily rebuked Lu Qin for her womanly views and slammed on the brakes, almost causing her to crash into the windshield. He warned her to stop interfering in Manyu's affairs and forbade her from speaking up for Qin Feng in front of her daughter. Lu Qin protested, but was stunned by his gaze. Back at the villa, Gu Manyu sat alone in the living room. Her father's slap had completely sobered her up. Scenes from the hospital replayed in my mind. The humiliation of Lu Jinan being forced to bend over, her bloodshot eyes, and the mouth full of blood. Her heart ached, yet she remained stubborn. She told herself that he had struck first, that he had forced her into it. She walked to the bedroom door and was about to knock when her phone suddenly rang. It was a message from her mother. Lu Jinan slapped her. Gu Manyu's mind exploded instantly, her anger overwhelming all her reluctance. She pounded on the door. The door opened, and Lu Jinan stood inside, looking exhausted. She coldly questioned him about why he hit her mother. Lu Jinan replied calmly that her mother had a foul mouth and deserved to be beaten. She was furious and said that was her mother. He countered by asking what she considered him when she hit him. He coldly said that Lu Qin had cursed his mother to die young, and that he had no right to tolerate it. Gu Manyu was speechless for a moment and could only argue that her mother did not mean that. Lu Jinan sneered, saying that her rhetoric was disgusting. She blocked the door, saying that everything she did was for his own good. He stared at her, and said he couldn't accept her kindness. The door slammed shut, isolating everything. The next morning, Lu Jinan didn't sleep a wink all night, and the wounds on his face had healed. The vicious words kept echoing in his mind. He decided to visit his adoptive mother in the hospital. Her illness was extremely expensive, and she relied entirely on imported medications to survive. It was Gu Manyu who once persuaded her to persevere, saying that money was not a problem. Now, that kindness has become a bargaining chip to threaten him. He chuckled to himself, changed his clothes, and went out. At the apartment entrance, someone immediately made a phone call to report their whereabouts. In the hospital, Qin Feng lay on the hospital bed, his lips curling into a cold smile after hearing the news. He said he would keep staring at Gu Manyu, then hung up the phone. His eyes were fierce as he muttered to himself. He would repay Lu Jinan tenfold for the punch he received. Not only should he be crippled, but Gu Manyu should also be made to completely lose faith in him. His eyes lit up with excitement at the thought of that scene. After confirming that Lu Jinan had been admitted to the hospital, Qin Feng dialed Gu Manyu's number. When the call connected, his voice was gentle and considerate. "Manyu, it's me." Gu Manyu's voice immediately softened. Qin Feng had only said softly that he wanted to drink Qin's barley porridge, and she agreed almost without hesitation. She hung up the phone, threw back the covers, and got up. Seeing that Lu Jinan's bedroom door was open but no one was there, she pouted, feeling displeased. She thought he was just throwing a tantrum. Once he calmed down, everything would naturally go back to normal. She dressed up carefully, changed into a tight white shirt and a black pencil skirt, sprayed on perfume, and went out in high heels. On the other side, in the hospital parking lot, as soon as Lu Jinan got out of the car, a feeling of unease suddenly rose in his heart, as if he were being watched. The next second, the van door was flung open, and 5 masked men quickly surrounded him. Each of them carried a steel pipe and had a fierce look in their eyes. Before he could react, a steel pipe smashed down on his head. He suddenly looked down, and the steel pipe grazed his scalp as it slammed into the car with a loud bang. The leader of the thugs sneered and ordered that one of his legs be crippled. For steel pipes fell simultaneously, blocking the escape route. Lu Jinan gritted his teeth, and instead of retreating, he advanced, using his shoulder to take the blow heat-in. The excruciating pain exploded, but he seized the opportunity to break the other man's wrist and snatch the steel pipe. He swung the stick back and smashed it into the thug's knee, causing the man to scream and kneel down. The remaining men roared and attacked. He could barely lift his left arm, yet he gripped the steel pipe tightly, his eyes bloodshot. There was no set method, only ruthlessness, trading injury for injury. But ultimately, outnumbered, they were no match for the overwhelming force. The steel pipe hit him on the back, and he staggered backward. Blood flowed down his forehead, and his vision was completely red. The crowd grew larger and larger, but no one dared to step forward. Among the crowd, Qin Feng, wearing a mask, watched coldly, a sinister smile playing on his lips. He felt a morbid pleasure as he watched Lu Jinan being surrounded and beaten. Lu Jinan's strength was rapidly depleting, but in the chaos, he kicked one person to the ground. This kick completely enraged the opponent. One of them suddenly pulled out a dagger and slashed at his face. He turned his head to dodge, but he was still a step too slow. The blade grazed his cheek. Fresh blood gushed out instantly. After Lu Jinan was hit by the steel pipe, his movements slowed down by a beat, and 5 people immediately surrounded him. Punches, kicks, and steel pipes rained down on him, leaving him no room to retaliate. He could only curl up, covering his head and desperately protecting his vitals. Just then, Qin Feng's phone vibrated. Gu Manyu has been admitted to the hospital. Qin Feng looked up and saw the red Maserati slowly come to a stop. The car door opened, and a long leg wrapped in black stockings landed first. Gu Manyu walked out in high heels, dressed exquisitely and sexily. She intended to avoid the crowd, but froze when she heard the words, "Jinan." Qin Feng took off his mask and shouted mournfully at the crowd. "Jinan, stop hitting." Gu Manyu's expression changed drastically, and she immediately rushed over. Seeing her approach, Qin Feng pushed aside the thugs and spread his arms to block Lu Jinan. The thug pretended to be angry and continued to swing the steel pipe. The next second, Qin Feng suddenly turned around and pounced on Lu Jinan. The steel pipes kept hitting his back. Gu Manyu squeezed into the crowd and saw this scene. Her mind exploded instantly. She screamed and called the police, and the thugs scattered and fled immediately, as if they had rehearsed the drill. Everything happened incredibly fast. Gu Manyu rushed over, but the first person she helped up was Qin Feng. She anxiously examined his injuries, her eyes reddening. "Come on, I'll take you for a checkup." She pulled Qin Feng away, seemingly forgetting that there was still someone on the ground. Lu Jinan slowly regained consciousness amidst excruciating pain. He was covered in blood, and his bones felt like they were falling apart. He pushed himself up again and again, his vision blurred by blood. When he finally regained his footing, he saw Gu Manyu helping Qin Feng walk into the hospital. Her anxious voice came through. That was his wife's voice. But it wasn't for him. My heart shattered completely at that moment. Qin Feng, who was being supported, suddenly put his hands behind his back and raised a middle finger at him. Lu Jinan saw it. He smiled. His laughter was hoarse and sorrowful. 5 years of effort, only to be met with humiliation and neglect. He was just a joke all along. People around them were talking about it. Gu Manyu stopped abruptly upon hearing the word husband. She then remembered that the person who had been beaten was Lu Jinan. She turned around in alarm. A man covered in blood stood there, swaying. The wound on his face stretched from his cheekbone to the side of his ear, tearing open the flesh. That person was her husband. Husband! Gu Manyu suddenly screamed in agony, then violently shook off Qin Feng's hand. I stood there, my face covered in blood, my vision blurred, but I clearly saw that the first person she ran towards wasn't me. The sound of high heels on the concrete floor was rapid and piercing, each step feeling like it was pounding on my heart. The crowd erupted in chaos, their murmurs even more furious than the punches that had been thrown earlier. Is this her husband? Then who was she just helping? Someone shouted out. Her own husband was about to be beaten to death, and she still went to hug that young gigolo. Each sarcastic remark came crashing down, my wounds were bleeding, and her dignity was weeping. She rushed towards me like a madwoman, completely ignoring the noise. The strong smell of blood assaulted her senses, and when she saw the knife wound on my face, she burst into tears. Husband, I'm sorry. I'll take you to the hospital. She gripped my arm, trembling. But when I looked at her, she seemed like a complete stranger. The image of her showing concern and care for Qin Feng just now is still swirling in my mind. I said hoarsely, I'm going to your mother's hospital. She froze, and my voice was so cold it sounded like a foreign language to myself. I stared at her and asked, Gu Manyu, are you disappointed that I didn't die? As soon as I finished speaking, I abruptly shook her off. She lost her balance in her high heels and fell to the ground, tearing her stockings. She looked at me awkwardly, as if she didn't recognize me. With red eyes, I yelled at her. You should go and deal with that bastard first. Who the hell is your husband anyway? Her face turned deathly pale instantly, and the surrounding whispers began again. Just then, Qin Feng strolled over leisurely. His face showed just the right amount of concern as he reached out and put his hand on her shoulder. Manyu, don't get agitated, the ground is cold, he said gently. Then he turned to look at me, his voice heavy with sorrow. Jinan, if you're angry, you can take it out on me. Don't treat her like this. Every word he uttered was an act, yet he performed it flawlessly. I stared at him, with only one thought in my mind. I can't think of anyone else who could have caused this undeserved disaster today but him. And now he stands next to my wife, like a victor. I couldn't hold back any longer and grabbed his collar. The moment the fist slammed down, I didn't even feel any pain. Bang! He screamed and fell to the ground. I straddled him and punched him repeatedly. Every punch was humiliation, every punch was hatred. Lu Jinan, are you crazy? Stop! Gu Manyu screamed. She rushed up and hugged me from behind, pulling me back with all her might. Qin Feng was injured while saving you, and you repay kindness with enmity. Her question was like a knife, stabbing deep into my chest. My fist froze in midair, blood dripping from between my fingers. I slowly turned to look at her, but she was still protecting him. My voice was hoarse. He saved me. I pointed at Qin Feng on the ground and roared. He's the one who hired people to beat me up. Her arms suddenly froze. She glanced at me, then at Qin Feng, who was feigning weakness on the ground. "You're talking nonsense," she said almost without hesitation. Everyone saw it. It was Qin Feng who saved you. Her tone was frighteningly firm. "Lu Jinan, have you been beaten senseless?" At that moment, I understood completely. No matter what I say, she sees it all as jealousy and slander. Qin Feng, lying on the ground, weakly spoke. "Manhwa, don't blame him." He struggled to sit up, only to fall back down in agony. Jinan was just confused from being beaten. "I don't blame him." He spoke in a gentle tone, like a victim. The onlookers started criticizing me, saying I hit my savior. Chapter 21. Lu Jinan, was truly blind. These understanding words only confirmed that Lu Jinan was being unreasonable. This also definitively established Lu Jinan's crime of repaying kindness with enmity. The way passers-by looked at Lu Jinan changed from sympathy to disdain and incomprehension. What's wrong with this guy? Someone saved him, and he hit them. What a cruel joke. They're utterly despicable. I think he's been beaten senseless. He can't tell right from wrong anymore. That's right. The gentleman who was beaten was so kind. He still spoke up for him even after all that. Comments and accusations poured in. All of this points to Lu Jinan. He looked at the undisguised disgust and disappointment in Gu Manyu's eyes. Then I noticed the fleeting smugness on Qin Feng's lips. Listening to the whispers of the people around me, he suddenly realized that it all seemed incredibly ridiculous. He was covered in blood and wounded all over. His beloved wife was accusing him of being despicable. Lu Jinan suddenly let go of her hand. He stopped looking at Gu Manyu and Qin Feng. He staggered to his feet from Qin Feng, looking down at his hands stained with blood. Ha ha, ha ha ha. He suddenly burst into laughter. Everyone was terrified by his mad appearance. Gu Manyu's face turned deathly pale, and she instinctively shielded Qin Feng in front of her. "Lu Jinan, what are you doing? Don't go crazy." Seeing him like this, Gu Manyu felt inexplicably flustered, but her words became even sharper. "Look at the state you're in. You're like a mad dog. You wronged Qin Feng and even hit him. Apologize to him right now." "Apologize?" Another apology. These two words struck Lu Jinan's most sensitive nerve. He recalled how Gu Manyu forced him to apologize to Qin Feng in the hospital. He was held down by two bodyguards, bent over like a dog. The humiliation of that scene surged into my mind again. How similar it is to the scene before my eyes. His wife always sides with other men. They're always forcing him to apologize. Lu Jinan's laughter stopped abruptly. He suddenly didn't want to explain anymore. There's not much to explain. A woman who is blind in both eyes and mind. A woman who is hopelessly stupid. No matter how much you say, she won't listen. He gave a self-deprecating laugh. Gu Manyu, you really are my good wife." He spoke slowly and deliberately. "I, Lu Jinan, was fucking blind to have loved you for 5 years and married you." These words caused Gu Manyu a pang of heartache. Looking into Lu Jinan's lifeless eyes, she felt an unprecedented sense of panic and heartache welling up inside her. She felt as if she was about to lose something extremely important. The guilt reached its peak at that moment. After Lu Jinan finished speaking, he didn't look at her again. Dragging his battered and bruised body, he walked step by step toward the hospital building. Every step he took landed on Gu Manyu's heart. That figure, so desolate, so resolute, was filled with sorrow. It was as if he were saying his final goodbye to her and to this world. Gu Manyu watched his retreating figure. "It feels like a piece of my heart has been ripped out. I feel empty, and the pain is so intense I can't breathe." She was flustered and disoriented, as if she had lost her soul, and instinctively wanted to chase after him. She couldn't let him leave like that. But she had only taken one step. "Ugh. Manyu. I feel so dizzy. I feel nauseous." Behind him, Qin Feng's painful groans could be heard. Gu Manyu stopped in her tracks. She turned around and saw that Qin Feng's face was pale, his forehead was covered in cold sweat, and he looked like he was about to faint at any moment. She was once again caught in a dilemma. On one side was her husband, who caused her heartache and guilt, yet also mocked her with the most vicious words. On the other side is her savior, who risked her life to save her husband and is now suffering terribly. Chase after them. He is her husband, and she wants to be with him all the time. A voice inside her was screaming wildly. However, Lu Jinan's ungrateful behavior and heartless words just now angered Gu Manyu. What gives him the right to say that about me? I admit it was wrong of me to forget him immediately. But for whom did Qin Feng get injured? It's all because of him. Not only was he ungrateful, he also physically assaulted Qin Feng and slandered him. Moreover, this is a hospital, so he can get a checkup himself. Qin Feng was beaten up because of him, and now he's dizzy and nauseous. What if something happens to him? This thought became her final excuse. In the end, she didn't chase after him. She turned around, walked back to Qin Feng's side, and helped him up. Qin Feng, I'll take you to see a doctor right away. From an angle that Gu Manyu couldn't see, Qin Feng let out a smug, sinister smile. Lu Jinan, what do you have to fight me with? Gu Manyu helped Qin Feng into the emergency building. She practically carried him in her arms as she settled him onto the emergency room bed. Doctor, doctor, she cried anxiously. A doctor walked over quickly. He glanced at Qin Feng, then at his arm in a cast, and frowned. How did you do that? He was hit with a steel pipe. In his back, and in his head. Gu Manyu's voice was filled with panic. She pointed to Qin Feng's back and said anxiously, Doctor, how is he? Should we do a full-body CT scan? He was hit in the back many times. Could he have internal injuries? Don't worry. Let's do a preliminary checkup first, the doctor reassured him. Gu Manyu was extremely attentive while the doctor examined Qin Feng. She unscrewed a bottle of mineral water and carefully held it to Qin Feng's lips. Are you thirsty? Have some water. A moment later, she took out a wet wipe from her bag and helped him wipe the dust off his face. That anxious look of concern, that careful and gentle tenderness. Anyone who didn't know better would think Qin Feng was her husband. Actually, she did it partly on purpose for Lu Jinan, who was also tending to his wounds not far away. She just gets angry. She admitted that when she realized that the person who had been beaten was Lu Jinan, she felt heartbroken and extremely guilty. But Lu Jinan's subsequent actions completely ignited her anger. He actually pushed me away. He even insulted himself. Instead of being grateful to Qin Feng, he repaid kindness with enmity and beat him up. This kind of person doesn't deserve any sympathy. She just wanted to be good to Qin Feng. She wanted to show Lu Jinan what would happen if he didn't know what was good for him. It seems I've really spoiled Lu Jinan these past 5 years. Gu Manyu became angrier the more she thought about it. On the other side, in a corner of the emergency room, Lu Jinan sat alone in a chair. A young nurse was holding tweezers, using them to hold a cotton ball soaked in alcohol. She carefully cleaned the hideous knife wound on his face. Hiss. Chapter 22 Facial Laceration, Possible Scarring. The alcohol seeped into the torn flesh, and the intense pain made Lu Jinan tremble. But he didn't say a word. His fists were clenched tightly, and the veins on the back of his hands bulged. This pain is nothing compared to the pain in my heart. His gaze was unfocused and fixed on something not far away. There, Gu Manyu was busy tending to Qin Feng's sickbed. He watched as she bent down and gently wiped Qin Feng's cheeks, watching her talk to the doctor with a worried expression on her face, looking at the undisguised heartache and anxiety on her face. The image looked like someone holding a knife. It was cutting back and forth in his heart. One time, another one. The pain was excruciating. At the critical moment of his life, when he was being beaten by a crowd and covered in blood. His wife, however, was in love with another man. She even openly showed concern and care for that man in front of him. And that man was the mastermind behind all of this. Divorce. We must get a divorce. This thought has never been clearer and more resolute than it is now. This marriage, which has caused him endless humiliation and stripped him of his dignity, should end. Sir, your wound needs stitches, probably a dozen or so. In addition, you have multiple soft tissue contusions and signs of mild concussion. I recommend that you be hospitalized for observation. After the doctor finished the examination, he held up the medical record and said to him. Lu Jinan's eyes remained vacant. Sew it up. The nurse quickly prepared the suture tools. Just then, Gu Manyu walked over. Qin Feng had already been scheduled for a CT scan, and she finally had some free time. She stood in front of Lu Jinan, looking down at him. His facial expression was complicated. There was anger, impatience, and a hidden heartache and guilt. But the moment he opened his mouth, All his emotions turned into accusations. Lu Jinan, haven't you made enough of a scene? Do you know that you almost gave Qin Feng a concussion again just now? If anything were to happen to him, could you bear the responsibility? Are you satisfied now? Happy? You feel a great sense of accomplishment after beating him up like this, don't you? Lu Jinan slowly raised his head. Those eyes, once filled with love and tenderness, are now only cold. He looked at her as if she were a stranger. He remained silent. His silence infuriated Gu Manyu even more. She felt like she had punched cotton. All the accusations seemed so powerless. I'm talking to you. Are you mute? Or are you saying you can't even speak a normal sentence anymore? Lu Jinan chuckled self-deprecatingly. That smile, combined with his face covered in blood and gruesome wounds, looked particularly terrifying. He spoke slowly, his voice hoarse. Human language? Human language is for humans. Are you even human? Do you even have a heart? He looked up, staring at her with icy eyes. Roll. Cold. Resolute. Without a trace of emotion. Gu Manyu was completely stunned. For a moment, her mind went blank. He told her to get lost? Once she realized what had happened, a wave of humiliation washed over her, making her face flush bright red. Lu Jinan. You're telling me to get out? She was so angry that she was trembling all over, and her voice changed. What right do you have to tell me to get out? You eat my food, wear my clothes, and I even saved your mother's life. And don't forget about your mother's medical expenses. It's the same old set again. She tried to threaten him with his mother again. This was her tried and true weapon for controlling Lu Jinan. But this time, she hadn't finished speaking. Lu Jinan waved his hand, interrupting her. Whatever. Without you, Gu Manyu, I, Lu Jinan, would sell my kidney to raise the money for your medical expenses. From now on, he will no longer be threatened by her. Gu Manyu was completely dumbfounded. She stared blankly at Lu Jinan, her face full of disbelief. Isn't his adoptive mother the one he cares about the most? He was even willing to give up his dignity for his adoptive mother. What's going on now? Why would he react like that? Lu Jinan, you. She was about to continue speaking. Are you a family member? Come over and sign this form. The patient needs immediate debridement and suturing surgery. At this point, the doctor, who was standing nearby, couldn't stand it anymore and interrupted their argument with a frown. He handed me a surgical consent form and a pen. Gu Manyu was brought back to reality by the doctor's words. She instinctively took the pen and the form. My gaze fell on the consent form. When you see a description like facial laceration, deep wound, likely to leave permanent scars. Her hand trembled slightly, unable to stop it. The pen tip drew an irregular mark on the paper. Will it leave a scar? His face. Will it disfigure me? A pang of heartache and panic welled up from the bottom of my heart. Her knuckles were white as she held the pen. She hesitated. In that very moment of hesitation, a weak groan came from the corridor. Manyu, where are you? I feel so dizzy. This call instantly pulled Gu Manyu back to reality. Smack! She tossed the pen and surgical consent form onto the empty seat next to Lu Jinan. Wait a moment, I'll come back to sign later. After saying that, she turned around and walked quickly toward Qin Feng without looking back. That silhouette was resolute, without the slightest trace of lingering affection. It was as if Lu Jinan behind her was just a complete stranger. Lu Jinan watched her departing figure, watching her run towards another man once again. He looked bitter. He picked up the consent form, didn't even look at it, and signed his name at the signature section. Then, he handed the consent form to the young nurse who was staring in disbelief. Sew it up. His voice was eerily calm. The young nurse had been standing by the side since the beginning and witnessed everything. She watched Gu Manyu's retreating figure, then looked at the deep, bone-revealing wound on Lu Jinan's face, and her chest heaved with anger. She finally couldn't hold back anymore. Madam, please wait a moment. Her clear voice stood out exceptionally well in the noisy emergency room. Gu Manyu, who was hurrying towards Qin Feng, suddenly stopped in her tracks. She turned around impatiently, frowning as she looked at the nurse. What are you doing? I'd like to ask a question. The nurse walked up to her, looked her straight in the eye, and asked in a respectful but not arrogant manner, What is your relationship to that gentleman? Gu Manyu was stunned for a moment. She glanced around instinctively. He noticed that many patients and their families in the emergency room were looking at him with strange eyes. In those gazes, there was curiosity, disdain, and incomprehension. Her face burned, but she forced herself to speak, squeezing out 2 words through gritted teeth. Wife. Oh, it's your wife. The nurse nodded, a knowing look on her face. It was this expression that deeply stung Gu Manyu. Chapter 23. The most poisonous heart is that of a woman. What do you mean? Gu Manyu, who had just run outside, was furious and embarrassed. The nurse, however, was not afraid of her at all, and instead took a step forward. It doesn't mean anything. What I'm trying to say is that your husband is so badly injured. With such a big cut on his face, he will definitely be left with a scar, or even be disfigured. What he needs most right now is the care and companionship of his family. But as his wife, did you ever show him any concern from beginning to end? Instead of offering comfort or showing any sympathy, you're here loudly criticizing and humiliating another man for his sake. I've been a nurse for so many years and have seen all kinds of family members, but this is truly the first time I've met a wife like you. Also, the wound on his face needs to be stitched up immediately. You're something else. You heard that man yelling, and you didn't even care about your husband. Are you really not afraid that he'll be scarred on the face? The nurse's words were like a slap in the face, landing hard on Gu Manyu's cheek. The patients and their families waiting in the corridor all looked at Gu Manyu. The murmurs instantly grew louder. The most vicious heart is that of a woman. If she doesn't love you, she'll just hurt you. This woman is too cruel. Her own husband is almost disfigured, and she still scolds him. It's all because of that pretty boy. Didn't you see how nervous she was around him just now? TSK, TSK, TSK. This man is really unlucky to have married such a fickle woman. Each comment caused Gu Manyu's face to turn from red to white, and then from white to green. Their bodies began to tremble. She was angry, but also ashamed. She wanted to argue back, to yell back at him. But under the disdainful gazes of the crowd, she opened her mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. Gu Manyu clenched her teeth inwardly. What do these people know? Even if Lu Jinan is left with a scar, she wouldn't look down on him. She still loves him. I will always stay by his side. But Qin Feng is different. Qin Feng was injured while protecting Lu Jinan. Moreover, he was beaten up again by Lu Jinan, who repaid kindness with enmity. Both morally and logically, she should prioritize Qin Feng's safety. Lu Jinan is her husband. If she's been wronged, there'll be plenty of time to make it up to her later. But Qin Feng is my benefactor. He was the benefactor who gave her a second life. He is the benefactor who protected Lu Jinan. How could she possibly disappoint her benefactor? Thinking about this, Gu Man felt more and more certain that she was right. She gave the meddlesome nurse a cold look. She glanced again at Lu Jinan, who remained silent. In the end, she still walked towards Qin Feng in her high heels without looking back. The nurse stared at her retreating figure, her eyes wide with disbelief. In the end, he could only sigh helplessly and mutter to himself. This woman is really incomprehensible. Lu Jinan saw and heard all of this. He was used to it. In fact, there wasn't even a ripple in my heart. He had long since given up any hope for Gu Manyu. He picked up the surgical consent form that Gu Manyu had thrown down and handed it to the nurse. Sew it up. On the other side, Qin Feng's CT scan results are in. Nothing happened. It's just a minor superficial injury, not even a soft tissue contusion. Moreover, he had already made arrangements with the thugs. When they saw him fall to the ground, the thugs didn't use much force at all. As for the punches Lu Jinan threw, although they hurt, they were only superficial injuries. He was wheeled back to the observation ward in the emergency room by the nurse. Gu Manyu immediately went to greet him, looking at him nervously. Qin Feng, how are you feeling? Qin Feng deliberately feigned weakness, leaning against the hospital bed and giving a feeble smile. I'm fine, Manyu, don't worry. The more he said that, the more guilty Gu Manyu felt. What would you like to eat? I'll go buy it for you. Qin Feng leaned weakly against the headboard, shook his head, and then pointed to the fruit basket on the bedside table. I want to eat an apple. Okay, I'll peel it for you. Gu Manyu immediately picked up an apple and a fruit knife, sat on the edge of the bed, and carefully peeled the fruit. She peeled the food while comforting Qin Feng. Qin Feng, don't overthink it. Jean and acted on impulse. Don't worry, I will definitely make him give you an explanation for hitting you. You focus on recovering from your injury. Leave everything else to me. Looking at her gentle and considerate demeanor, a hint of barely perceptible smugness flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. Today's plan is absolutely perfect. This not only ruined Lu Jinan's reputation. This also made the conflict between him and Gu Manyu increasingly irreconcilable. He looked at Gu Manyu's profile as she bent down to peel an apple for him, and a strong sense of possessiveness welled up inside him. Gu Manyu quickly peeled the apple, leaving the peel intact without a single cut. She handed the apple to Qin Feng. Eat. Qin Feng smiled and took it, just about to put it in his mouth. Ouch! He suddenly cried out in pain. His hand trembled, and the apple almost fell to the ground. What's wrong? Gu Manyu asked anxiously. Qin Feng forced a pained and helpless expression onto his face. It's nothing. It's just that my back hurts so much from being hit. It hurts every time I raise my arm. Gu Manyu's guilt deepened even further in an instant. Yes. How could his back not hurt after being hit by so many steel pipes? I'll cut it into small pieces and feed it to you. Gu Manyu said softly. Qin Feng quickly waved his hand, a hint of embarrassment on his face. No, I can't accept this. It's too much trouble for you. What's wrong with that? Gu Manyu's tone left no room for argument, and even carried a hint of reproach. You almost risked your life to save me and Jinan. What's this little thing I did for you? Qin Feng was overjoyed when he heard this, but he still looked reluctant. Oh well. Gu Manyu immediately cut the apple into even small pieces and put them into a clean paper cup. Then, she used a toothpick to pick up a small piece and brought it to Qin Feng's lips. Come on, open your mouth. The movement was natural and spontaneous. His tone was extremely gentle. A surge of immense satisfaction welled up in Qin Feng's heart. He opened his mouth and ate the piece of apple. Sweet. It's fucking sweet. Just as Gu Manyu lowered her head, preparing to stab the second piece, Qin Feng quietly adjusted the position of his phone, which was placed on the hospital bed. The phone was half covered by the blanket, but the camera was pointed directly at him and Gu Manyu. He casually pressed the volume button. A photo taken from a tricky angle, appearing incredibly intimate, was captured quietly. In the photo, Gu Manyu is gently holding a toothpick, with a slight smile on her lips. He, on the other hand, leaned against the headboard with a look of pure enjoyment. Anyone who sees them would think they are a loving couple. A cold, sinister smile curled at the corners of Qin Feng's lips. He enjoyed being fed by Gu Manyu while operating his phone with one hand. He sent the photo out. He didn't say anything. Not a single word. In this way, there will never be any reason for any criticism. But this photo is more damaging than any vicious words. Lu Jinan, enjoy this wonderful gift I've given you. Chapter 24, I'm not his wife. Emergency room. Lu Jinan is receiving stitches. A sharp suture needle pierced through the skin and flesh. He could clearly feel how the needle and thread pierced his flesh and were then pulled out from the other side. He could even hear the hissing sound of flesh being stitched up. Hiss. Lu Jinan's body tensed up suddenly from the excruciating pain, and fine beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. The nurse who stitched him up was the same young nurse who had spoken up for him earlier. She moved very gently and carefully. Sir, please bear with it. It will be over soon. Lu Jinan clenched his teeth and squeezed out a single word. He didn't cry out in pain. What is this little pain compared to the pain in his heart? Just then, his phone suddenly vibrated. Buzz. Lu Jinan opened his eyes. At this time, no one but Gu Manyu would send him a message. Has she finally remembered her husband? Or is he being urged again to apologize to Qin Feng? Lu Jinan felt no emotion whatsoever. He's become numb. The nurse also stopped what she was doing. Sir, would you like to check your phone first? It might be something urgent. Lu Jinan took out his phone from his pocket. The screen lights up. A multimedia message from an unknown number. No text was attached. There is only one picture. Lu Jinan hesitated for a moment. In the end, he still lit it. The photo loaded instantly. The image appeared clearly before his eyes. In the photo, Gu Manyu sat by the hospital bed. Her hair was disheveled, and the lines of her profile were so gentle. In her hand, she held a toothpick with a small piece of apple stuck in it. and that piece of apple was being offered to Qin Feng's lips. Qin Feng leaned against the headboard with a look of enjoyment, his mouth slightly open, ready to eat the apple. The scene was one of deep intimacy. The atmosphere was warm and sweet. They acted as if they were the loving couple. He, just recently, his wife, for the sake of this man, threw the consent form down fiercely. His wife left him without ever looking back, all for this man. His wife, for the sake of this man, allowed him to be talked about by everyone. It turns out she just left him here, ignoring him completely. Was it just to feed that bastard apples? She knew perfectly well that she needed to sign off on the wound on his face. She knew perfectly well that every minute she delayed, the risk of him having a permanent scar on his face increased. Does she really not care? She abandoned her husband to take care of another man. He wanted to laugh. Laugh at your own naivete. Laugh at your own foolishness. I laugh at myself for all the effort I've put in over the past 5 years. It all seems like a complete joke. It turned out that she was there when he was covered in wounds and needed her the most. But she was doing things that only a wife would do to another man. This is the woman he has loved for 5 years. This is his wife. Sir? Sir? Are you all right? Is it in too much pain? The nurse looked at Lu Jinin's suddenly frozen body and frightening eyes and asked with concern. She saw the phone screen in his hand. She was stunned the moment she saw the contents of the photo. This woman is going too far. My husband is getting stitches here, and he's sweating profusely from the pain. She was actually feeding fruit to another man next door? This is simply inhuman. The nurse felt a tightness in her chest from anger and looked at Lu Jinin with eyes full of sympathy. Sir, please calm down. The wound on your face. Lu Jinin seemed not to hear what they were saying. His gaze remained fixed on that photograph. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. I don't know how much time has passed. He raised his hand and silently pressed the lock screen button. The phone screen went dark instantly. That glaring photo also disappeared. He put his phone back in his pocket. The whole process was eerily calm. He looked at the doctor who had stopped moving. Let's continue. The nurse's heart skipped a beat. She dared not say anything more and could only pick up the needle and thread and continue stitching him up. The needle continued to pierce through the skin and flesh, again and again. Blood slowly trickled down his face. Lu Jinin didn't even frown once more. He seemed to feel no pain at all. So this is what it feels like to have a dead heart. I don't know how much time has passed. All right, sir. The nurse finally finished sewing the last stitch and let out a long sigh of relief. She looked at Lu Jinin, hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help but speak. Sir, there's something I'm not sure if I should say. A woman like that isn't worth it. Lu Jinin did not respond. He stood up from his chair. Her body was so weak that she swayed. The nurse instinctively reached out to support her. But he dodged it. Thanks. He turned and left after saying that. Oh, sir, you still need to be hospitalized for observation. The nurse called out anxiously from behind him. Lu Jinin did not turn around. He dragged his heavy steps, one by one, out of the emergency room. After settling Qin Feng down and watching him fall asleep, Guman Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. But when he had a moment to himself, Lu Jinin's face was covered in blood, and that hideous wound kept appearing in her mind uncontrollably. The doctor's words echoed in her ears. The wound is deep. It may leave a permanent scar. A scar? His face will be disfigured? Damn it. She just forgot about her husband again. He's still in the emergency room, waiting to sign the papers himself. My heart started to ache again. She couldn't sit still any longer. He suddenly stood up and rushed to the emergency room. The high heels clicked on the ground, making a series of rapid clack-clack sounds. However, when she arrived at the emergency room breathlessly, she found that Lu Jinin was nowhere to be seen. My husband is gone. Her heart sank suddenly, and a sense of unease and panic arose within her. She grabbed the arm of the young nurse from before, her voice trembling. Nurse, where's the person who was getting stitches here? Where did he go? The nurse was changing another patient's dressing when she was startled. Upon recognizing her, the nurse's face immediately revealed undisguised mockery. Hey, ma'am, aren't you feeding someone an apple? What? So now you finally remembered you have a husband. The nurse shook off her hand and said coldly. He signed it himself, and he had already finished stitching up and left. They've left. Gu Manyu was struck dumb. Her mind went completely blank. She stood there blankly, muttering to herself. He's so badly injured. Where could he go? He was covered in injuries and had lost so much blood. The doctor said he had a mild concussion. Where can he go? Why didn't he wait for me to come? The nurse gave a cold laugh. How would I know? I'm not his wife. Chapter 25. Go to Lu Jinan to ask for medical expenses. You're his wife. Do you think he needs to report to an outsider like me where he goes? You can just drop your pen and leave when he signs for surgery, and now you come to ask me where he went? Don't you find that ridiculous? The nurse paused, then said, But I advise you to look for it as soon as possible. His wound has just been stitched up. Your husband is very weak and walks unsteadily. He could fall at any moment. He was supposed to be hospitalized for observation, but he wouldn't listen and insisted on leaving. Moreover, the cut on his face required 16 stitches. The doctor instructed him not to move around or get emotional. Otherwise, the wound could easily reopen and cause further damage. If something really goes wrong, I wonder where you, my good wife, will go to cry then. The surrounding chatter resumed. Hey, isn't that her? Her own husband is waiting to sign the papers, but she's running off to take care of that gigolo. That's right. She's only thinking about finding a husband now. Where was she all this time? That woman is absolutely awful. If I were that man, I'd rather die out there than ever see her again. Those disdainful looks and those whispers made her feel like she was suffocating. But she couldn't care less about any of that now. The nurse's words already broke Gu Manyu's heart. She took out her phone and dialed Lu Jinan's number. Sorry, the number you dialed is not being answered. Gu Manyu was taken aback. No one answered? Does he dare not answer her calls? Gu Manyu refused to believe it and dialed it again. Sorry, the number you dialed is not being answered. The notification sound kept ringing in my ears. It was as if they were mocking her. Gu Manyu's face instantly turned extremely ugly. A surge of anger suddenly welled up from the bottom of my heart. Okay, Lu Jinan, you're throwing a tantrum at me again. Gu Manyu gripped her phone tightly, her chest heaving violently. How dare he not answer my calls? This has never happened before. An unnamed anger rose from the bottom of my heart. Okay, Lu Jinan, you've really gotten to know things. You're throwing a tantrum at me, aren't you? She admitted that she had forgotten about Lu Jinan in the parking lot, and that it was her fault. She admitted that it was wrong of her to throw away the surgical consent form. But who was she doing all this for? For whom did Qin Feng get injured? It's all because of Lu Jinan. Instead of being grateful, he physically assaulted him. Not only did they not wait for me, but now they're not answering my calls either. What gives him the right? Everything he eats and wears, isn't it all provided by Gu Manyu? His adoptive mother was the one who paid for his treatment. What right does he have to throw a tantrum? Just then, the cell phone rang abruptly. A smug look flashed across Gu Manyu's face. Not answering. Now we have to obediently fight back. She didn't look at the caller ID, answered directly, her tone icy. Why didn't you answer the phone just now? Let me tell you, Lu Jinan, this time. Hello, are you Ms. Gu Manyu? This is the payment counter at the municipal hospital. A formulaic female voice came from the other end of the phone, interrupting Gu Manyu's reprimand. Gu Manyu's face froze instantly. Not Lu Jinan. Her anger cooled instantly, leaving only embarrassment and annoyance. It's me, what is it? She asked impatiently. Ms. Gu, just a reminder that Ms. Wang Huilan's medical expenses are due next month, totaling 750,000 yuan. Medical expenses. Gu Manyu was stunned for a moment before she realized that today was already the 30th. Her first instinct was to say, okay, I'll turn around right away. But the words stuck in his throat. An idea popped into her mind. A slight smile curved her lips. No, she said calmly, but this time, don't look for me. The staff member on the other end of the phone was clearly surprised. Ms. Gu, what do you mean? Go find my husband, Lu Jinan. Gu Manyu said, call him to pay for the medical expenses this time. But it's always you. I said I'm going to find Lu Jinan. Gu Manyu didn't give the other person a chance to speak and hung up the phone directly. She looked at the blacked-out phone screen and pursed her lips. Lu Jinan, I'd like to see who's tougher than whom. Are you throwing a tantrum at me? Why aren't you answering my calls? This time, let's see how you get out of this. In fact, Gu Manyu wasn't truly heartless enough not to save Lu Jinan's adoptive mother. There is no doubt that she loves Lu Jinan very much. But he's been really out of line lately. They're increasingly disregarding their own dignity. They either slapped her or called her a bitch. She had to teach him a lesson. Make him understand who's in charge in this family. Let him know that without her, Gu Manyu, he is nothing. When he's desperate, won't he come back to beg me and try to make me happy? Thinking of this, Gu Manyu's anger subsided considerably. On the other side, Lu Jinan staggered out of the hospital gate. The evening breeze blew by, lifting his blood-stained clothes and bringing a chill to his bones. The effects of the anesthetic are gradually wearing off. The freshly stitched wound on his face sent throbbing pain through him. Pain. Excruciating pain. Today, he was planning to visit his adoptive mother. Unexpectedly, he ended up covered in injuries again. How can I go see her looking like this? He didn't want his adoptive mother to see him in such a disheveled state and worry about him. Standing on the roadside in front of the hospital, he reached out and hailed a taxi. Squeak. The taxi stopped in front of him, and the driver leaned out, about to ask where he was going. But when he saw Lu Jinan's appearance clearly, his expression changed instantly. The person had blood on their clothes, gauze on their face, and exuded an aura that kept strangers at bay. What are you doing? Are you crazy? The driver shuddered in fright and muttered curses under his breath. He stepped on the gas and sped off, afraid of getting any bad luck. Lu Jinan's hand froze in midair, his face expressionless. He flagged down a second car. The driver, seeing him in the same state, didn't even roll down the window and sped away. The third one, the fourth one. Not a single car was willing to stop for him. He was as if the world had abandoned him. He stood on the street, attracting attention, yet also appearing so out of place. It wasn't until he flagged down the seventh car that an older-looking driver hesitated and stopped, peering at him through the car window. "Master, to the cloud-top villa," Lu Jinan said hoarsely. The driver's guard relaxed slightly upon hearing the place name. "Get in the car." Lu Jinan opened the car door and got in. The car drove smoothly on the way home. Lu Jinan leaned back in the back seat and closed his eyes. Everything that happened today kept replaying in his mind. Gu Manyu's defense of Qin Feng. Qin Feng smiled smugly. Every detail pained him. After an unknown amount of time, the car finally stopped at the entrance of the villa area. Chapter 26: The Murderer's Brother. Lu Jinan paid the money and, dragging his exhausted body, returned to his so-called home. He took out his key and opened the door. The living room was brightly lit. There were two figures on the sofa. It was his mother-in-law, Lu Qin, and then there's his sister-in-law, Gu Qingxin. Upon seeing them, Lu Jinan's brows furrowed instinctively. He knew that these two people were definitely up to no good. The two of them turned to look at each other when they heard the door open. When they saw Lu Jinan's disheveled appearance, covered in blood and with bandages wrapped around her face, Gu Qingxin's face was full of surprise. Lu Qin, however, revealed undisguised contempt and schadenfreude. Lu Jinan didn't bother with it and just wanted to get back to her bedroom as soon as possible to be alone. He changed his shoes expressionlessly and walked straight towards the bedroom. "Stop!" A cold voice came from behind. Gu Qingxin rushed over in one stride, spread her arms, and blocked his way. Lu Qin also stood up, crossed her arms, looked down at him, and snorted coldly. "Hey, what happened? Did you get beaten up again?" Lu Qin looked him up and down, a sarcastic smile curling at the corner of her lips. "I told you you're always causing trouble outside. You were bound to get into trouble sooner or later. Now look what's happened. You've been beaten up like this, and now it's up to us Manyu to clean up your mess. You deserve it. Look at the state you're in now. You're a disgrace to the Gu family. How could Manyu be so blind as to fall for such a good for nothing?" Gu Qingxin glanced at her mother and felt that her mother's words were too harsh. What happened?" Gu Qingxin asked. Before Lu Jinan could speak, Lu Qin interrupted. She deliberately drew out her words, speaking in a sarcastic tone. What else could it be? Some people are incompetent and live off women. It's normal for them to be looked down upon and beaten up when they're not around. Lu Qin was very resentful. After returning home yesterday, Lu Qin waited at home for another day. She had assumed that her daughter would send Lu Jinan to apologize to her. But after waiting and waiting all night, there was still no sign of anything happening. She couldn't swallow this insult, so she immediately called her youngest daughter, Gu Qingxin, to complain. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingxin immediately exploded. She couldn't say she disliked Lu Jinan that much. She felt that a grown man should stand tall and make his own way in the world. Lu Jinan, however, felt perfectly at ease and lived off his wife for 5 years. They lived like parasites. Moreover, he was supported by his older sister. This is a disgrace to men. If you're going to be a kept man, you should have the right attitude. How dare she hit her mother now? This was unbearable for Gu Qingxin. So she immediately grabbed Lu Qin and charged over aggressively. We need to question Lu Jinan. I'm asking you a question. Gu Qingxin was also annoyed when she saw that Lu Jinan didn't speak. Why did you hit my mother? Have you lost your conscience? Lu Jinan was already dizzy from blood loss, and now her questioning made her head throb with pain. He didn't want to pay attention. I really don't want to. He just wanted to go back to his room and be alone. However, Lu Qin and Gu Qingxin never stopped arguing. Lu Jinan smiled. He laughed silently. Living off a woman? Yes. To outsiders, wasn't Lu Jinan just a good-for-nothing who lived off a woman? But who knows? 5 years ago, he also had his moments of high spirits. At that time, he was very prominent in the company. The company's senior management greatly appreciated him and decided to promote him to supervisor. He was transferred to the Beijing headquarters and given special training as a core talent. That was the opportunity he had been dreaming of. It is a stage where he can realize his ambitions and achieve his life's value. He was overjoyed and immediately shared the good news with Gu Manyu. He thought she would be happy for him and proud of him. But what he received was Gu Manyu's tears and pleas. Jinan, could you stay for me? I'm working hard all by myself out here, and it's so tiring. I hope that when I come home, I can see you and eat the hot meals you cook. I don't want us to be like other couples, where both of us are busy outside and come home to a cold, impersonal place. Is that still a home? When we have children in the future, we'll need someone to take care of them too. She held him, tears streaming down her face, and every word she uttered struck the softest spot in his heart. He loves her. Love to the core. In the end, he softened. He gave up the opportunity to go to the capital. They gave up their future and dreams. I chose to stay by her side. Be the kind of full-time husband she described, who makes her feel at ease. He thought this was a sacrifice for love. He thought this was the beginning of their happy life together. But he never expected this. This sacrifice did not earn us understanding or respect. 5 years later, however, he was scolded by his closest relatives for being petty and unreasonable. How ridiculous. How ironic. Lu Jinan felt a tightness in his chest, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. He looked at Gu Qingxin, who was blocking his way, and spoke in a hoarse voice. Get out of the way. I won't allow it. Gu Qingxin stood her ground. If you don't apologize to my mother today, don't even think about leaving. Exactly. You should kneel down and apologize to me. Lu Qin fanned the flames from the sidelines, her face full of smugness. Lu Jinan closed his eyes. He didn't want to argue with them anymore. He just wanted to get away from them. But as soon as he moved, Gu Qingxin suddenly shoved him. Want to leave? Not so easy. We need to make this clear today. Lu Jinan was already weak, and when she was pushed like that, she staggered and crashed heavily into the shoe cabinet next to her. Bang! A sharp pain shot through my back where the steel pipe had hit me. The wound on his face seemed to be torn open by this violent movement. Hiss! The excruciating pain caused Lu Jinan's body to tense up abruptly, and a layer of cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. Lu Jinan's eyes instantly turned cold. He slowly raised his head, his eyes bloodshot, staring intently at Gu Qingxin. That cold gaze sent a shiver down Gu Qingxin's spine. I said move aside. Lu Jinan repeated, word by word. Seeing her daughter stunned, Lu Qin immediately stepped forward and stood protectively in front of Gu Qingxin. Then, pointing at Lu Jinan's nose, he cursed. You dare to glare at me? Lu Jinan, you ingrate. When your murderer brother committed the crime, I said that Manyu should divorce him immediately. Manyu is soft-hearted and considers our marital relationship, which is why she lets him continue to stay in our Gu family. I never expected him to be so unreasonable. The words, murderer's brother, infuriated Lu Jinan. His steps abruptly stopped. Lu Jinan slowly turned around. He stared intently at Lu Qin, emanating a chilling aura. Heading north. He was his adoptive mother's biological son and his only younger brother. Chapter 27 Gu Manyu. You win. Although Lu Jinan and Xiang Bei are not related by blood, but the two grew up together and their relationship is even closer than that of blood brothers. Xiang Bei dropped out of junior high school and struggled in society, but never made a name for himself. 7 years ago, Xiang Bei, then 20 years old, accidentally stabbed a man to death while trying to save a woman who was being bullied by thugs, and was sentenced to 7 years in prison. This incident is the deepest scar in Lu Jinan's heart, and Lu Qin tore open this bloody scar again. Seeing that he finally reacted, Lu Qin showed a smug look on her face. What? Did I say something wrong? Your brother is a murderer, a piece of trash who's been in jail. Just like you, we're both social trash. Lu Jinan's fists were clenched so tightly that the knuckles cracked, and the veins on the back of his hands bulged. Lu Qin was so frightened by his appearance that she instinctively took a step back. Just then, Lu Jinan's phone suddenly rang. Ring ring. Lu Jinan took out his phone. It was an unfamiliar number. He pressed the answer button. Hello, is this Mr. Lu Jinan? A female voice came from the other end of the phone. I am. This is the cashier's office of the First People's Hospital of the city. Please note that your mother, Wang Huilan's, medical expenses for next month, totaling 750,000 yuan, are due for payment. Medical expenses. Lu Jinan's mind went blank. Gu Manyu has always been responsible for her adoptive mother's medical expenses. The calls would only go to Gu Manyu's cell phone. It has never changed. Why did they attack me here today? A thought flashed through his mind in an instant. Gu Manyu. She used this method to force herself to comply. She was certain that she would humble herself and beg her adoptive mother for her sake. Lu Jinan's hand gripping the phone was so tight that his knuckles turned white. A chill, even deeper than the insults Lu Qin had inflicted, rose from the depths of Lu Jinan's heart. Lu Qin, with her sharp ears, probably overheard the conversation. The sarcasm and smugness on her face reached their peak in an instant. Oh, 750,000, Lu Jinan, can you come up with that? She crossed her arms, glanced at him sideways, and her face was full of mockery. Isn't it all thanks to my daughter Manyu? Without my daughter, how will you pay for your mother's medical expenses? Let me tell you, if you don't kneel down and apologize to me today, I'll have Manyu cut off your medical expenses. Let's see what you do then. Gu Qingxin felt a pang of pity seeing Lu Jinan's disheveled appearance. Lu Qin flung her hand away and glared at her with a look of exasperation. What are you afraid of? He's just a good for-nothing who lives off a woman. What can he possibly do? One sarcastic remark after another buzzed in my ear like flies. Lu Jinan felt increasingly irritable. His chest heaved violently, and the bloodshot in his eyes grew increasingly intense. He really couldn't control himself anymore. Just then, click, the villa's gate was opened from the outside. Gu Manyu is back. As soon as she entered the door, she saw a scene of several people confronting each other in the living room. Seeing Lu Jinan on the verge of exploding in rage. There was also a smug mother and an anxious younger sister. Her brows furrowed immediately. Mom, Qingxin, what brings you here? Manyu, you're back just in time. Lu Qin immediately ran over and grabbed Gu Manyu's arm to complain. Look at Lu Jinan. Not only did he not apologize, he even dared to yell at us. The way he looked at us, it was like he was going to eat us alive. Manyu, you really need to keep an eye on him. He's getting more and more out of control. Gu Manyu's gaze fell on Lu Jinan. When she saw the blood-soaked gauze on his face, her heart still clenched uncontrollably. Pain. It looked painful to her. She knew that her mother and sister must have said something hurtful to provoke Lu Jinan like this. All right, all of you shut up. Gu Manyu was currently upset and didn't want to hear them adding to the chaos. She took a bank card out of her bag and put it in Lu Qin's hand. Mom, there's 500,000 in this card. The password is your birthday. You and Qingxin should go back first. I'll handle my own affairs. Lu Qin wanted to say something more, but seeing Gu Manyu's impatient expression, he ultimately swallowed his words. She grabbed Gu Qingxin, glared at Lu Jinan resentfully, and left dejectedly. As the door slammed shut, the whole world fell silent. Only Lu Jinan and Gu Manyu remained in the living room. The atmosphere in the living room was unusually somber. Gu Manyu did not speak first. She took off her high heels and put on slippers. I casually placed the bag on the cabinet in the entryway. Then, as if nothing had happened, he poured himself a glass of red wine. She is waiting for Lu Jinan to speak first. She was waiting for him to come begging her for money to pay for his mother's medical expenses. She waited for him to bow down to her first, just like before. Looking at him now, she admitted that her heart ached. I feel so sorry for her. However, she couldn't show it. She felt that Lu Jinan was becoming increasingly out of line. He dared to publicly insult me, dared to repay kindness with enmity by beating Qin Feng, and now he even dares to beat my own mother. All of this is because I've spoiled him over the past 5 years. He must be taught a lesson. So she forced herself to suppress the heartache. With a stern face, she looked down at him coldly. She was putting pressure on him through silence. She was waiting for him to break down, waiting for him to give in. However, she waited a long time. Lu Jinan remained silent throughout. He didn't come over to comfort her as he usually did. He did not humbly beg for her forgiveness or plead with her to pay the money that saved his life. He didn't even glance at her. Instead, he was calculating his adoptive mother's medical expenses. Gu Manyu's patience was being worn down little by little. The nameless anger in her heart began to rise again. How dare he? How dare he treat me like that? Does he really not care whether his mother lives or dies? Impossible. He must be putting on a brave face. In fact, if he were willing to humble himself and say a few kind words, she would have paid the medical bills immediately. Then take him to the best hospital and find the best doctor, making sure he doesn't have a single scar on his face. But he just wouldn't. He insisted on using this silence as a way to confront her. Gu Manyu grew angrier the more she thought about it, and downed the glass of red wine in one gulp. Okay, Lu Jinan, you have guts. Gu Manyu gritted her teeth and decided to add fuel to the fire. Did you receive the call from the hospital? She finally spoke, her voice icy. Lu Jinan's body moved almost imperceptibly. He slowly raised his head and looked at Gu Manyu. He looked at her for a very long time. That look in his eyes was very complicated. There was mockery, sorrow, and disappointment. But more than anything, there was utter despair. Then he smiled. That smile, paired with his blood-stained face, looked particularly desolate and terrifying. Gu Manyu. He spoke, his voice hoarse. You won, and you've shown me what's really going on. Chapter 28, just say the word if you need anything. You have successfully made me completely lose heart about you and about our marriage. After saying that, he didn't look at her again and turned to walk into the bedroom. Bang! The door slammed shut with a loud bang. Gu Manyu was completely stunned. Her mind went blank. What did he just say? He said he had given up? What does this mean? Shouldn't he be begging me? Shouldn't he be crying and repenting, begging for his own forgiveness, and begging himself to pay for his mother's medical expenses? But why would this be the reaction? An unprecedented panic momentarily stunned her. She felt as if she was losing something extremely important. Something was slipping out of her control, drifting away in a direction she couldn't predict. Lu Jinan, come out here. Explain yourself. She rushed to the bedroom door and pounded on it frantically, her voice trembling. What do you mean? Open the door. However, there was no response from inside the room. Inside the bedroom, Lu Jinan closed his eyes and pondered. His last shred of hope for Gu Manyu was completely shattered. He thought that no matter how unreasonable she was, or how much she favored Qin Feng, but when faced with her adoptive mother's life, she would always retain a sliver of humanity. But he was wrong. He was completely wrong. She actually used his mother to force him to comply. What is her heart made of? Is it a stone? No, even stones are warmer than her heart. Outside the door, Gu Manyu's knocking and shouting continued. Lu Jinan, however, turned a deaf ear. What can I use to save my adoptive mother? 750,000. Where is he going to get this money? Looking for Gu Manyu? No, he won't. Her dignity has been trampled underfoot. If even the last bone breaks, then Lu Jinan would truly have nothing left. He thought for a moment, then took out his phone and opened his contacts. Familiar names flashed before his eyes. These names once represented grand pronouncements at the dinner table and arm-in-arm conversations in karaoke bars. He took a deep breath and dialed the first number. Hey, Laozhong. It's me, Jinan. Oh, Jinan. What made you think of calling me? Lu Jinan licked his chapped lips and spoke with difficulty. I'm a little short on cash lately, and I was wondering if I could borrow some money from you to tide me over. Before he could finish speaking, the other person immediately interrupted him. Oh dear, what bad luck, Jinan. I just bought a house recently, and I'm still heavily in debt to the bank. I really can't come up with the money. Why don't you ask someone else? After saying that, he didn't wait for Lu Jinan to speak again. Beep, beep, beep. The call was abruptly ended. Lu Jinan held his phone and gave a wry smile. He then dialed a second number. Hey, brotherly. Good morning. My wife recently gave birth to our second child, and household expenses have increased. My salary isn't enough, so how could I possibly lend you any money? Next time for sure. Another busy signal. Lu Jinan's heart sank little by little. He made a third call. This time, the other party did not refuse directly, but instead asked him in a strange tone. Jinan, are you kidding me? Your wife is so rich, the female president of the GU group. Why would you need to borrow money from us? The mockery in those words was obvious to anyone. Yes, in everyone's eyes, Lu Jinan was just a gigolo. How could a good for-nothing who lives off his wife be short of money? If he's short of money, shouldn't he go to his CEO wife? Lu Jinan felt her cheeks burning. That's humiliating. He hung up the phone, his chest aching with a tightness in his chest. But he can't stop. The adoptive mother is still in the hospital waiting for the money to save her life. He forced himself to dial the fourth number. This time, the other person's voice was very low, with a hint of gossip. Jinan, tell me honestly, you and Manhwa, are you divorced? Divorce? This word made Lu Jinan's brain buzz. It turns out that in their eyes, he was nothing without Gu Manhwa. How ridiculous. How realistic it all is. Lu Jinan couldn't say another word and silently hung up the phone. He leaned against the wall, his phone slipping from his limp hand. He wanted to laugh. I laugh at my own naivety over the past 5 years. He laughed at himself for mistaking a drinking buddy for a close friend. Those who used to bow and scrape before him, calling him brother and repeatedly. Those who once enjoyed the benefits he brought, and who swore that, just let me know if you need anything. The moment they heard about borrowing money, their expressions changed completely. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. No, his tree hasn't fallen yet. It just looks like it's about to collapse. They couldn't wait any longer and scattered like birds and beasts. Lu Jinan slowly closed his eyes. He felt an unprecedented sense of powerlessness and despair. Money. For the first time, he hated himself so much for not having money. If he hadn't given up his career, if he hadn't softened his heart because of Gu Manhwa's tears, how did he end up like this? How could he not even afford his own mother's medical expenses? Why should we be humiliated like this by these despicable people? He picked up his phone again, and 2 figures appeared in his mind. Those 2 guys who always wear cheap t-shirts and laugh carefree. Zhao Kai, Chen Dong, his best friend from college. After graduation, one of them went back to their hometown to work, while the other stayed in the city and opened a barbecue stall. Their lives were not particularly wealthy. Gu Manhwa never liked them. He thought they were just a bunch of drinking, bragging buddies who lowered his standards. After getting married, she no longer allowed Lu Jinan to have any contact with them. They rarely contact each other. But every time we meet, they still look the same as they did in college. You can joke around without any restraint, drinking the cheapest beer. They chatted about far-fetched dreams. That's what brothers are all about. Lu Jinan felt a glimmer of hope rekindle. Without hesitation, he found that familiar name in his contacts. Zhao Kai. The call was made. Beep, beep. The wait felt incredibly long. Lu Jinan's heart was in his throat. He was afraid. He was afraid of hearing yet another cold excuse. If even they, then he would truly have nothing left. Hello? Who is it? The call was finally answered, and a sleepy, slightly impatient voice came through. It's Zhao Kai. Hearing the familiar voice, Lu Jinan felt an immense sense of warmth and comfort. Kai, it's me. His voice was terribly dry. There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the phone, then it exploded instantly. Holy shit. Lu Jinan, you actually know how to call me. I thought you'd forgotten about us poor guys after you became a rich man's son-in-law. Lu Jinan forced a smile that looked more like a grimace, but couldn't say anything. Kai. Chapter 29 Mengshi, a woman shrouded in mystery. Lu Jinan opened his mouth, but for a moment he couldn't say a word. What the hell is wrong with you? You're stammering. Is something wrong? Upon hearing his condition, Zhao Kai was immediately wide awake. I need money urgently. How much do you want? Zhao Kai asked directly. This time, Lu Jinan didn't hesitate. 750,000. There was a deathly silence on the other end of the phone. Lu Jinan's heart sank little by little. 750,000. For wage earners like Zhao Kai and Chen Dong. This is an astronomical figure. He was about to hang up the phone, not wanting to put his brother in a difficult position any longer. Just then, Zhao Kai's voice rang out again, this time with an unprecedented solemnity. Anzi, don't worry, wait for my call. After saying that, Zhao Kai hung up. Lu Jinan held his phone, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Time passed by, second by second. Outside the door, Gu Manyu's cursing had already stopped. Perhaps they were tired, or perhaps they gave up. About half an hour later, the phone rang abruptly again. Lu Jinan was startled and quickly answered the call. Anzi, Chen Dong and I scraped together 150,000 yuan for you by piecing together all the money we've saved over the years. Zhao Kai's voice sounded tired, but firm. Send me your card number first, and I'll transfer it to you right away. We'll figure out a way to handle the remaining 600,000. 150,000. Zhao Kai works in sales at a small company, earning a fixed salary of a few thousand yuan a month, and still has to pay off his mortgage. Shindong's barbecue stall business is sometimes good and sometimes bad, barely enough to make ends meet. This sum of 150,000 yuan was practically bankrupt for them. It's money they risked their lives for. Kai, thank you. A surge of heat welled up in my eyes. Thank you, my ass. Zhao Kai cursed loudly. We're like brothers. If you fucking thank me again, I'll come over and kill you right now. The insults were fierce, yet they brought a long-lost warmth to Lu Jinan's cold heart. Take this money for now, we'll figure out the rest. There's always a way out, you fucking hang in there. After hanging up the phone, Lu Jinan sent the card number. Soon, a bank transfer notification popped up. Your account ending and received a deposit of 150,000 renminbi on. Your current balance is 250,000 renminbi. Lu Jinan remained silent as he stared at the string of numbers. We're still short 500,000. Where should I get it? Zhao Kai and Chen Dong have given everything they have. He can no longer be a burden to them. Just then, his phone rang again. It's Mengshi, the proprietress of Dream Bar. A woman shrouded in mystery. She always sat alone in the darkest corner of the bar. A cigarette was held between her fingers, and the smoke swirled around her delicate yet aloof face. When Lu Jinan was in college, she worked as a singer in her bar to earn her living expenses. Mengshi admired his talent and always took good care of him. Later, Lu Jinan married Gu Manyu, and he no longer needed to sing to make a living. But occasionally, when he felt restless and anxious, he would still go to Mengshi's bar. Mengshi would always sit with him in a corner, drinking the strongest liquor. He hadn't contacted Mengshi for a long time. When the call connected, Lu Jinan's throat was dry. Sister Mengshi, it's so late I heard it from Zhao Kai. Mengshi didn't exchange any pleasantries. Her voice had a unique huskiness that seemed to instantly soothe people's anxiety. Are you in trouble? Do you need money? Lu Jinan fell silent. He never expected that Zhao Kai would tell Mengshi about this. He didn't want to show his disheveled state to his sister, who had always taken good care of him. Shaoan, are you being too polite with me? Mengshi's voice carried a hint of barely perceptible reproach. Tell me how much you need. That undeniable force made it impossible for Lu Jinan to refuse. Sister, stop being so indecisive. Are you even a man? Mengshi interrupted him directly, decisively, and cleanly. Lu Jinan closed his eyes and uttered a few words with difficulty. 500,000. No. The response on the other end of the phone was swift. I'll transfer it to you in a bit. After saying that, Mengshi hung up the phone without giving Lu Jinan a chance to refuse. Beep, beep, beep. Lu Jinan froze, holding his phone. He didn't even have a chance to say thank you. Ding dong. Your account ending and received a deposit of 500,000 renminbi on. Your current balance is 750,000 renminbi. 750,000. It was exactly the right amount for my adoptive mother's medical expenses for the next month. Lu Jinan stared at the string of numbers on his phone screen for a long time without making a move. The image of Mengxi's bar flashed into his mind. It always plays soothing blues music, but it lacks a certain liveliness. He knew that the bar was far from being a booming business. This 500,000 yuan is by no means a sum of money that she can easily take out. He once thought that Gu Manyu was his whole world, a harbor he could rely on. But when this world suddenly collapses, he then realized that there was someone silently supporting him behind him, preventing him from falling. He picked up his phone, swiped his finger across the screen, and sent a message to Mengxi. "Thank you, sis. I will pay you back as soon as possible." Messages are replied to almost instantly. "You brat, you still keep such a clean relationship with your sister. Don't rush to pay back the money. Take care of your own affairs first. If there's anything you can't resolve, feel free to call me anytime." A few simple words warmed Lu Jinan's heart. He clutched his phone in his hand, his heart filled with mixed emotions and countless feelings. It's easy to add flowers to brocade, but difficult to provide charcoal in the snow. Today, he truly understood the full meaning of those words. He used the names Zhao Kai, Chendong, and Sister Mingxi. Each stroke was deeply etched into his very bones. He will never forget this in his entire life. Nothing was said that night. That night, Gu Manyu slept on the sofa in the living room. Last night, she was waiting for Lu Jinan to come and beg her. She refused to believe that he could really disregard his mother for the sake of his pride. However, she waited all night and eventually fell asleep without realizing it. The bedroom door has never been opened. She didn't wait for Lu Jinan. The sky gradually brightened. The first rays of morning light shone through the floor-to-ceiling windows into the cold living room. Gu Manyu slowly woke up. She took a moment to come to her senses before remembering what had happened last night. She stood up and rubbed her stiff neck. But the anger in his heart had reached its peak. "Good. Lu Jinan, you're really great. You just wait. I'd like to see how you'll pay your medical bills without me. Let's see who can outlast whom." Chapter 30. Wife wants to accompany Qin Feng abroad for treatment. Gu Manyu got up to wash her face with a cold expression. Then she changed into a smart business suit, put on high heels, and walked out of the villa without looking back. Instead of going to the company, she drove directly to the hospital. She was going to buy breakfast for Qin Feng. Since Qin Feng was hospitalized, Gu Manyu would personally deliver breakfast, lunch, and dinner to Qin Feng. Sometimes he would buy it, and sometimes he would even make it for Qin Feng himself. Inside a ward at the city hospital, Qin Feng leaned against the headboard, his left wrist in a thick cast. His face remained pale, but his eyes kept flickering. Yesterday's plan was very successful. Gu Manyu's disgust for Lu Jinan and her guilt towards herself had reached their peak. But that's not enough. As long as they still live under the same roof. As long as Lu Jinan keeps appearing in front of Gu Manyu, there's always a chance for things to ease. He must strike while the iron is hot and completely separate them. A sinister glint appeared on Qin Feng's lips. A plan seemed to be rapidly taking shape in his mind. He wanted more than just Gu Manyu and Lu Jinan to divorce. What he wanted was Gu Manyu, that bitch. What he wants is the Gu family's wealth. What he wanted was for the Gu family to be destroyed and their members to die. Just then, the ward door was gently pushed open. Gu Manyu walked in carrying a delicate breakfast and a bouquet of fresh lilies. "Awake? How are you feeling?" She placed the breakfast on the bedside table, her tone full of concern. Upon seeing her, Qin Feng immediately put away his phone and adopted a weak and melancholy expression. "Manyu, you've arrived. Why didn't you sleep a little longer? You came so early." "I can't sleep." Gu Manyu opened the food box. "I bought you your favorite soup dumplings and soy milk." As she spoke, she inserted the soy milk into her hand. That considerate manner filled Qin Feng with a sense of satisfaction. "Thank you, Manyu." Qin Feng's eyes were so gentle they could melt your heart. "I always trouble you like this. Why are you being so polite with me?" Gu Manyu said, sitting on the edge of the bed. Qin Feng looked at her, but didn't drink the soy milk. He suddenly sighed. "What's wrong? Doesn't it suit your taste?" Gu Manyu frowned. "No." Qin Feng shook his head, his eyes dimming. "I'm just thinking that with this hand being injured so many times, this time it's probably really ruined. I may never be able to play the piano again. But don't worry, I've come to terms with it. If I can't play the piano, I can do other things. These words were like a needle, piercing Gu Manyu's heart. The more understanding he was, the more distressed Gu Manyu felt. She knew that the piano was Qin Feng's life. And now, his life has been ruined because of him and Lu Jinan. Don't talk nonsense. Gu Manyu immediately said, "Didn't the doctor say that as long as I recover well, there is still hope?" Hope? Qin Feng gave a wry smile and raised his hand, which was in a cast. "That's what doctors in China say, but I know it's just to comfort me. With a second fracture and nerve damage, it's almost impossible to recover to the level where I can play the piano." The atmosphere in the ward instantly became oppressive. Gu Manyu's heart sank. This is what she fears most. "Qin Feng, I'm sorry." "Fool, what's it to you?" Qin Feng reached out his other good hand, wanting to touch her head. But halfway through, it seemed to realize something and awkwardly withdrew. Seeing her reaction, Qin Feng knew the time had come. A barely perceptible glint flashed in his eyes, and then he spoke in a tone that carried the last glimmer of hope. "However, I found out yesterday that there is a top-notch private rehabilitation center in Germany. They specialize in treating these complex sports injuries, and it's said to be very effective. Many of the world's top athletes have received treatment there." "Real?" Gu Manyu's eyes lit up instantly. "Then let's contact them now. No matter the cost, we'll make sure you get better. Money is not a problem." Qin Feng looked at her, his eyes filled with dependence and vulnerability. "But I'm all alone. I don't know anyone here, I don't speak the language, and—" He paused, then pointed to his wrist. "My hand is making it difficult to even get dressed or go to the toilet. I'm all alone abroad. I'm scared." Gu Manyu immediately understood. Moreover, she was genuinely worried about letting him go abroad alone. "I asked my assistant." "No." Qin Feng immediately interrupted her, his emotions running high. "Manyu, I don't trust anyone else. I only trust you." He stared intently at Gu Manyu, his voice pleading, even tinged with despair. "This injury was a huge blow to me. I have nightmares every night, dreaming that my hands are ruined and I can never play the piano again. I'm really about to break down. Manyu, will you come with me? Just consider it. Just consider it pity on me. If my wrist can't be healed, my life is over. I'll be a cripple." Qin Feng's words filled Gu Manyu with a deep sense of guilt. A life-saving grace. Useless person. This made it impossible for her to refuse. But then she thought of Lu Jinan. If she accompanies Qin Feng abroad, even if it's only for a few days, if Lu Jinan knew, the misunderstanding between them will definitely deepen. However, Qin Feng's hand was injured while saving her. She owes him. This guilt was like a mountain, pressing down on her and making it hard for her to breathe. Seeing Gu Manyu's hesitation, the sinister look in Qin Feng's eyes intensified. He suddenly gave a bitter laugh and shook his head. "Manyu, I know you're in a difficult position. Never mind, I'll go alone." He lowered his head, his voice filled with despair. "After all, the assistant is an outsider. There are some things we shouldn't trouble her with. If my hand, it really can't be healed, then I'll never play the piano again." Gu Manyu's inner struggle intensified. On one side was her still angry husband. On one side is her savior who sacrificed everything for her. The scales tipped almost instantly. "Good." Gu Manyu heard her own dry voice. "I'll go with you." She took a deep breath, as if she had made a major decision. "Send me the hospital information, and I'll have my assistant handle the paperwork. I'll go back to the company to arrange some work, and we'll take a plane this afternoon." Upon hearing this answer, a hint of smugness flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. But on his face, a relieved and grateful smile appeared. "Manyu, thank you, really, thank you." Back at the company, Gu Manyu sat in the president's office, but couldn't concentrate on reading a single word. She was troubled by the thought of how to tell Lu Jinan about this. "I was abroad for 5 days. This was something that had never happened in the 5 years they had been married." Although she was still angry, she was still waiting for Lu Jinan to come back and beg her. But if she were to leave without saying goodbye, she felt inexplicably restless and uneasy. It was as if something important was slipping out of her control. Chapter 31. Hatred. 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 On the other side. After Gu Manyu left, Lu Jinan also prepared to leave the villa. He had raised enough money and was ready to go to the hospital immediately to pay for his adoptive mother's medical expenses. However, just as he was about to leave, ring ring. The cell phone rang abruptly. It was a call from the hospital. Is it a payment reminder? He answered the phone. But a frantic voice came from the other end of the phone. Are you Mr. Lu Jinan, a family member of Ms. Wang Huilan? I am. Lu Jinan's heart skipped a beat. Please come to the hospital quickly. Your mother has suffered acute cardiopulmonary failure and is currently being resuscitated. Boom. Lu Jinan's mind went completely blank for a moment. Rescue? Cardiopulmonary failure? How could this be? When I visited her a few days ago, my adoptive mother was perfectly fine. No, it's impossible. His body began to tremble violently. He couldn't believe it. Even more unacceptable. 1 second, he was feeling a little comforted by the fact that he had managed to raise enough money for medical expenses. The next second, this bolt from the blue plunged him into the deepest abyss. Lu Jinan's eyes instantly turned blood red. He rushed out of his house and sped off towards the hospital as fast as he could. The scenery outside the car window rushed past and became blurry. All he could think about was the nurse's words. They are trying to save him. Mom, you can't get hurt. You absolutely cannot get hurt. He had promised her that he would take her to see the sea. He had promised her that he would give her a good life. How could he die? Xiangbei will be coming to see you soon. He seemed to have gone mad. He ran red lights the whole way, flooring the accelerator. He prayed the whole way. He would do anything to help his adoptive mother get through this difficult time, even if it means he has to die right now. Squeak. The screech of brakes shattered the tranquility of the hospital. Lu Jinan parked his car at the entrance of the emergency building. He pushed open the car door and went straight to the intensive care unit. His crazed appearance frightened everyone around him, causing them to instinctively avoid him. At the entrance of the intensive care unit, several doctors and nurses went in and out, their expressions solemn. Lu Jinan rushed to the door of the intensive care unit. My legs went weak and I almost collapsed to my knees. He leaned against the wall, panting heavily, his heart pounding. The door to the ward was ajar. From inside, muffled sobs could be heard. It was the voice of Aunt Zhang, the caregiver. Lu Jinan's heart sank to the bottom in an instant. With trembling hands, he pushed open the door to the ward. The sight before him struck him like a thunderbolt. At this moment, the blood in my body seemed to freeze. Several doctors and nurses in white coats stood in the ward. He stood silently by the hospital bed, his face filled with regret and sympathy. And on his sickbed, there was the woman he had given his life to protect. He was lying there peacefully. A white cloth covered him from head to toe, covering the person he loved most in the world. Mom. He stood there blankly, his legs trembling uncontrollably, and he was about to collapse. A faint whisper escaped Lu Jinan's lips. Tears, without warning, streamed down my face. He didn't believe it. He couldn't believe that the woman who loved him most in the world was lying under that white sheet. He moved over step by step with difficulty. He walked to the bedside, reached out his trembling hand, and tried to lift the white sheet. His hands were trembling uncontrollably. I tried several times, but I couldn't grab the light, flimsy corner of the cloth. Sir, please accept my condolences. An older doctor gently pressed down on his shoulder. Get out of my way. Lu Jinan abruptly shook off his hand, her eyes bloodshot. He finally gripped the white cloth tightly, and with all his might, he ripped it off. A familiar and peaceful face appeared before him. The foster mother still had a faint smile on her face, as if she were just asleep. However, her body was already cold. Her chest no longer rose and fell. On the monitoring equipment, the electrocardiogram that represented life had become a straight line. Oh. Lu Jinan could no longer hold on. His knees buckled, and he knelt heavily on the ground. He knelt beside the hospital bed, tightly holding his adoptive mother's cold hand, and burst into tears. Mom, wake up. Look at me. It's me, Jinan. Didn't you say you'd wait for me to take you to see the sea? How could you go back on your word? Mom, open your eyes. Please, please. He cried like a child, heartbroken and devastated. His desperate cries echoed throughout the ward. The doctors and nurses around them couldn't help but tear up as they watched the man kneeling on the ground and weeping. I'm sorry, Mr. Lu, we've done our best. Dr. Wong walked over, patted him on the shoulder, and said with a heavy heart, The patient suffered a massive myocardial infarction half an hour ago, leading to cardiopulmonary failure. We tried to resuscitate her for 25 minutes, but we still couldn't save her. I am sorry for your loss. Did you try your best? I am sorry for your loss. Lu Jinan suddenly raised her head, her bloodshot eyes fixed on Dr. Wang. Why? Why did this happen? I was perfectly fine just a few days ago. Why did I suddenly have a heart attack? Dr. Wang sighed, his eyes filled with sympathy and reluctance. Mr. Liu, your mother's body was already at its limit. Any slight emotional fluctuation could be the last straw that breaks her back. The nurse said that your mother kept calling your name while she was sleeping. Dr. Wang hadn't finished speaking, but Lu Jinan already understood everything. Emotionally agitated. It's very likely that his mother is worried because he hasn't come these past 2 days. Since his mother was hospitalized, Lu Jinan has come every day without fail, regardless of wind or rain. Hatred. Suddenly, a surge of hatred rose in Lu Jinan's heart. Why? Why couldn't he see his mother one last time? The first time was because of Gu Manyu. She forced herself to apologize for that bastard Qin Feng. He was afraid his mother would see the slap mark on his face, so he delayed. The second time was also because of Qin Feng. That beast hired people to beat him up. This resulted in a knife wound on his face, making it impossible for him to see his mother. If it weren't for them, I would definitely be able to stay by my mother's side. Mother wouldn't have left so lonely. When I close my eyes, there are no relatives around me. He was unable to see his adoptive mother one last time. This regret will become a nightmare he can never escape for the rest of his life. Gu Manyu. Qin Feng. Lu Jinan silently repeated the two names in his heart. My heart is filled with hatred. He held his adoptive mother's gradually stiffening body tightly. His tears turned to blood, and he broke down. Blood and tears fell drop by drop onto the pristine white sheets, then slowly spread. He hates it. He really hates it. The sky has fallen. His world collapsed completely at that moment. Chapter 32. Brother, why are you crying? Lu Jinan knelt down in front of the hospital bed, buried his head deeply in his adoptive mother's body, and his body trembled uncontrollably. The thought that my mother might still be calling my name before she passed away is unbearable. Lu Jinan's heart ached so much that he couldn't breathe. How lonely and scared my mother must have been when she passed away. He knew that his adoptive mother's death was the result of long-term accumulated illness. Massive myocardial infarction. Cardiopulmonary failure. These medical terms, however, could not explain the pain he was experiencing at that moment. Although the mother's death was not directly related to those two men, but he hated it. He needed an outlet, a target from which he could pour out his pain and regret. Gu Manyu. Especially Qin Feng. The man's fake smile became incredibly clear in his mind at that moment. Provocation at the banquet. A brawl broke out in the hospital parking lot. Each scene was a meticulously designed trap. If he hadn't been beaten up by those scumbags in the parking lot, how could he have missed his chance to visit his mother? Qin Feng. This name was deeply engraved in his heart. Never forget. Dr. Wang waved his hand as he looked at him. He gestured for everyone else to leave first, leaving him the space. Only Lu Jinan and the caregiver, Aunt Zhang, remained in the ward. Aunt Zhang was the caregiver who had taken care of his adoptive mother for many years. She walked to Lu Jinan's side, her eyes red, and gently patted his back. Child, don't be like this. Your mother. She passed away peacefully, without suffering much. At the same time, the city's international airport, VIP waiting area. Gu Manyu was somewhat restless, constantly glancing at her phone. It's almost time to board. She called Lu Jinan several times, but no one answered. The text messages I sent also disappeared without a trace. Well, Lu Jinan, you even dare to ignore my calls. Gu Man threw her phone on the sofa, her chest heaving violently. She had been calling Lu Jinan since the afternoon. Tell him that she is going abroad for a few days to treat Qin Feng's wrist, and tell him not to worry. But Lu Jinan didn't answer the phone. He must still be angry about what happened yesterday. How petty. The last bit of guilt and unease in her heart was slowly replaced by anger. Snort. Let's have a proper talk with Lu Jinan when she gets back. Manyu, what's wrong? Qin Feng's voice came from the side, carrying a hint of concern. His face still had a sickly pallor. Nothing. Gu Manyu suppressed her anger and forced a smile. I'm just dealing with some small matters at the company. Qin Feng looked at her, his eyes flickering. He knew she must be worried about Lu Jinan. This is exactly the result he wanted. Manyu, maybe you shouldn't go? Qin Feng suddenly spoke, his face filled with self-reproach and guilt. I feel bad that I've put you through so much trouble because of me. I can manage on my own. His words, spoken in a tactic of feigned retreat, instantly made Gu Manyu feel even more guilty. What nonsense are you talking about? She immediately retorted, your hand was injured because of me. How could I not care about you? We're already at the airport. Don't think about it anymore. But what if Jinan misunderstands? Gu Manyu paused for a moment, then let out a cold laugh. What misunderstanding could he have? He's just being stubborn for a moment. He'll figure it out in time. Ladies and gentlemen, boarding is now beginning for flight LH723 to Munich, Germany. The boarding announcement came over the loudspeaker. Let's go. Gu Manyu stood up without any further hesitation. She and Qin Feng walked side by side toward the boarding gate. The assistant followed behind, watching President Gu's resolute back, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. She had a feeling that President Gu had made a decision that she would regret for the rest of her life. The plane taxied on the runway, accelerated, and then suddenly lifted its nose and soared into the sky. The city outside the window is getting smaller and smaller. Looking at the familiar land, Gu Manyu suddenly felt a pang in her heart. Then a strange emptiness and panic welled up inside me. She shook her head, forcibly suppressing the emotion. Lu Jinan, wait for me to come back. Lu Jinan didn't know how she got out of the ward. The world before his eyes turned gray. The comforting words from the doctors and caregivers sounded like a buzzing noise. He couldn't hear clearly, nor did he want to hear. He just went through the formalities in a daze. The phone kept ringing during that time, but Lu Jinan didn't even look at it. The adoptive mother's body was temporarily placed in the hospital morgue. Throughout the entire process, he remained silent, his eyes vacant. The cold air from the morgue seeped up my trousers, chilling me to the bone. The staff explained the precautions. Lu Jinan didn't hear a single word. He just stared intently at the cold cabinet. Inside lay the most important person in his life. Sir? Sir. The staff called his name several times. Lu Jinan's pupils finally regained some focus, and he turned his head blankly. Key. The staff member put a key into his hand. His hands were shaking violently. That tiny key felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds, and it almost fell to the ground several times. He used his other hand to grasp the trembling hand, barely managing to get a firm grip. Stepping out of the morgue, the blinding sunlight made him feel dizzy. He leaned against the wall, his stomach churning, but he couldn't vomit anything. Instead of going home, Lu Jinan drove towards the suburbs. Chungnan Prison. Lu Jinan stood at the door, looking up at the towering wall, his eyes turning even more bloodshot. How should he bring it up? How could he inform Xiang Bei of his mother's death? After undergoing multiple checks, Lu Jinan was finally allowed to sit in the visiting room. Glass separates two worlds. He picked up the phone, his heart still throbbing with pain. Soon, a young man wearing prison clothes and with a buzz cut walked in, led by a prison guard. He was very tall and strong. Even in the oversized prison uniform, his wild power could not be concealed. However, there was still a hint of ferocity in his eyes and brows. He is Xiang Bei, Lu Jinan's younger brother. Upon seeing Lu Jinan, he grinned and revealed a bright smile. Brother, what brings you here? Today isn't visiting day. He picked up the phone, his voice filled with barely suppressed excitement. I behaved well and received praise, so I think I can get my sentence reduced again. Soon, brother, I'll be able to get out soon. Mom will be so happy to see me. By the way, how is Mom's health? He asked a series of questions to the north, his eyes sparkling with anticipation for the future. Lu Jinan looked at his face, unable to utter a single word. His lips moved, but tears streamed down his face first. The smile on Xiang Bei's face froze instantly. The excitement and anticipation on his face gradually faded. Brother, what's wrong? Why are you crying? Chapter 33 Going Home. Is it Mom's illness? Xiang Bei's voice began to tremble, and he gripped the phone tightly, the veins on the back of his hand bulging. Say something, bro. Lu Jinan closed her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. He used all his strength to speak with difficulty. Head north. Mom is gone. Boom. Something exploded in Xiang Bei's mind. He froze, his pupils contracting sharply, as if he hadn't understood what those words meant. They've left? Where did they go? Brother. What did you say? He asked dryly, his voice instantly becoming hoarse. Lu Jinan looked at him, tears streaming down her face, but could only cruelly repeat the same thing again. Mom is gone. This morning, she suffered from heart and lung failure, and we couldn't save her. The visiting room was deathly silent. The color drained from Xiang Bei's face at a visible speed, turning it as pale as paper. His hand, which was holding the phone, fell limply to his side. The phone receiver fell to the table with a clatter, then bounced up and wobbled back and forth. He stared blankly at Lu Jinan, his eyes vacant. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. No. A low growl came from Xiang Bei's mouth. Impossible. He stood up abruptly and grabbed the phone again. You're lying to me. Lu Jinan, are you lying to me? Xiang Bei's eyes instantly turned blood red. Bang! He pounded the thick glass hard with his fists and his forehead. Mom won't die. She promised to wait for me to get out. She promised. Call her. I need to talk to her right now. Oh. He let out a heart-wrenching roar. The prison guards on both sides rushed up and tried to subdue him. Get out of my way. Xiang Bei went completely mad. He shoved a prison guard aside, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. He went berserk, punching the glass again and again. Bang! 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 The dull thuds, each one like a blow to Lu Jinan's heart. Lu Jinan could no longer hold back. He lay on the table, his shoulders heaving violently. The long-suppressed grief collapsed once again amidst her brother's madness. Mom! Wake up! Look at your son. I was wrong. I shouldn't have fought. I shouldn't have come in. Mom! Xiang Bei was pinned to the ground by 2 strong prison guards. He struggled, crying out, his forehead hitting the cold cement floor, from which blood seeped out. He cried like a child abandoned by the whole world. The desperate cries echoed throughout the visiting hall, breaking the hearts of all who heard them. Lu Jinan looked at her younger brother, who was struggling wildly on the ground and crying until his voice was hoarse and her vision blurred. The prison's infirmary was filled with the smell of disinfectant. Xiang Bei was given a sedative and lay on the hospital bed with his eyes closed. But he slept very restlessly. His brows were tightly furrowed, tears still clung to the corners of his eyes, and he kept muttering to himself. Mom, don't go. Son was wrong. Mom. Lu Jinan sat on the edge of the bed and gently wiped the wound and bloodstains on his forehead with a damp towel. His movements were very light and slow. The warden stood at the door, watching this scene, and sighed heavily. He was a policeman in his 50s who had witnessed too many life-and-death situations. But at this moment, I also feel a tightness in my chest. Little Lu. He walked in, patted Lu Jinan on the shoulder, and said, The dead cannot be brought back to life. Please accept my condolences. Lu Jinan slowly raised his head, his bloodshot eyes filled with silence. Warden, I want to apply for permission to go out and handle the funeral arrangements on behalf of my brother. His voice was terribly hoarse. The warden showed no surprise upon hearing this. According to regulations, the conditions for prisoners to leave prison to attend a funeral are very strict. They must be immediate family members, and Xiang Bei meets the requirements. Moreover, he has always performed very well inside, and has been a model reform student every year. He will be able to leave in 2 more months. Don't worry, I understand how you feel. The warden reassured him. Xiang Bei's situation is special. His behavior in prison has been truly outstanding and meets the requirements. I will immediately report to my superiors and handle this as a special case. I will try my best to help you. Thanks. Lu Jinan stood up and bowed deeply to the warden. This bow is to face north. What followed was a long wait. Lu Jinan stood guard outside the medical clinic. He had already left his phone in the car. After an unknown amount of time, the warden approached him quickly, holding a document. Approved. The warden looked relieved. Considering Xiang Bei's actual situation and consistent performance, the higher-ups have granted him special permission to leave the prison for 7 days, accompanied by 2 prison guards, to handle his family matters. Lu Jinin's tense body finally relaxed a little. He bowed deeply to the warden once again. Thank you. When Xiang Bei woke up from his calm state, he saw Lu Jinin sitting by the bed. His eyes were still unfocused, but when he saw Lu Jinin's red eyes, those heart-wrenching memories instantly returned. Brother, his voice was hoarse, and tears welled up again. Don't cry. Lu Jinin held his hand. Mom is still waiting for us. The prison has approved it. I'll take you home so you can see your mother one last time. Xiang Bei's pupils contracted sharply. He looked at Lu Jinin, his lips trembling violently, and finally, he simply nodded heavily. On the way home, the two brothers remained silent. Xiang Bei wore a special bracelet, and two plainclothes prison guards sat beside him. He watched the scenery rushing past the window. The familiar streets and buildings seemed blurred and unreal, as if seen through frosted glass. The car stopped in front of that dilapidated tenement building. This is the home where they grew up. As I pushed open the door, a familiar scent, the scent of my mother, wafted towards me. But inside the house, it was cold and deserted. A photo of my mother still hangs on the wall. In the photo, she looks a little strained, but very content. Xiang Bei could no longer hold on. His legs gave way, and he collapsed to his knees. With his forehead pressed against the floor, he let out a suppressed sob. Lu Jinin walked over, but didn't help him up. He just stood quietly beside him. He knew that this grief needed to be released. Over the next few days, Lu Jinin and Xiang Bei began to handle their mother's funeral arrangements. They didn't set up a mourning hall. They just made some simple arrangements at home. In accordance with my mother's last wishes, everything should be kept simple. Lu Jinin contacted the funeral home, selected an urn, and processed various death certificates. His face was expressionless. Only in the dead of night. He would sit alone in his mother's room for a whole night. To the north, however, there is a terrifying silence. He stopped crying and simply knelt before his mother's portrait. He would kneel for a whole day, refusing to eat or drink, and no amount of persuasion could change his mind. Chapter 34. Gu Cheng wanted to scold his wife to wake her up. On the other side, the Gu family study. Gu Cheng was playing with a piece of agarwood in his hand. The wood was fine and the fragrance was elegant. It was a rare and precious item. He was in a good mood, and the first person he thought of was his son-in-law, Lu Jinin. Even he had to praise the boy's carving skills. This is a good piece of material. It wouldn't be a waste to give it to him. Gu Cheng picked up the phone on his desk and dialed Lu Jinin's number. Hello, the number you dialed is currently switched off. A cold, indifferent tone came through the phone. Gu Cheng was somewhat surprised, but didn't think much of it. His phone was probably out of battery. He then dialed Lu Jinin's home landline, which rang for a long time without being answered. After thinking for a moment, he picked up his car keys and decided to go to their villa himself. Half an hour later, the car stopped in front of the villa. Gu Cheng rang the doorbell for a long time, but there was no response from inside. He took out his key and opened the door. The room was quiet, and there was no sign of human presence. Gu Cheng's unease grew stronger. He left the villa, leaned against the car, and took out his phone to call Gu Manyu. The phone rang a few times before being answered. Hello, Dad. Gu Manyu's voice sounded somewhat tired. Where are you? Why is no one home? Where's Jinin? Gu Cheng asked repeatedly. I'm in Germany. Germany? Gu Cheng was stunned. What are you going to Germany for? Qin Feng's hand is injured, isn't it? There's a really good rehabilitation center here in Germany, so I'm accompanying him here for treatment. Gu Manyu's answer was perfectly reasonable. She paused, then added, I called Lu Jinin, but he hasn't answered. He's probably still angry about what happened a few days ago. Dad, don't mind him. Just let him calm down. He's just being childish. You bastard. When Gu Cheng heard Qin Feng's name, his anger flared up instantly. He started yelling into the phone. Is your brain filled with mush? Jinin's mother is still sick, and instead of going to the hospital to take care of her, you're accompanying a stranger abroad? Do you even care about Jinin at all? Dad, why are you yelling? Gu Manyu was baffled by the scolding and also lost her temper. Qin Feng was injured while saving me. How can I abandon him? Besides, Lu Jinin's mother just has an old ailment. What could possibly happen while she's in the hospital? Before I left Lu Jinin a bank card at home for medical expenses. He'll take care of it himself. You. Gu Chung was so angry his chest ached. You are truly, utterly foolish. Dad, I'm not talking to you anymore. Gu Manyu didn't want to argue anymore. I have something to do. I'll hang up now. Beep, beep, beep. Hearing the busy tone on the phone, Gu Chung felt a wave of dizziness. He leaned against the car door, panting heavily. This daughter was bright and clever from a young age. How come you become so incredibly foolish when it comes to matters of the heart? Qin Feng, Qin Feng. She couldn't get that guy's surname Qin out of her head. Gu Chung forced himself to calm down. Jinan isn't answering her phone, and no one's home. Is he staying at the hospital with his mother? Gu Chung immediately started the car and sped off towards the city hospital. He always felt uneasy. Upon arriving at the hospital, he found the ward where Wang Huilan had previously stayed, a place he knew very well. However, the ward was empty. The bed was made perfectly clean, without a single wrinkle. Where are they? They were transferred to another hospital? Or have they been discharged from the hospital? Gu Cheng's heart sank suddenly. He grabbed a passing nurse and asked urgently, Excuse me, nurse, where is Ms. Wang Huilan, the patient in this ward? The young nurse glanced at him, then at the ward number, a hint of regret on her face. Are you a family member of the patient? I am her in-law. Gu Cheng's voice was a little dry. Well, he sighed and said in a low voice, the old man suffered a sudden heart attack 5 or 6 days ago and couldn't be saved. He has passed away. Boom. Gu Cheng's mind went completely blank for a moment. They've left? What's the meaning? He stared blankly at the nurse. His mouth opened and closed, but no sound came out. He didn't hear a word the nurse said after that. He felt a chill rise from the bottom of his heart. Wang Huilan, is she dead? Just 5 or 6 days ago. Well, then, may you rest in peace. Gu Cheng dared not think any further. He thought of his daughter, who was still in Germany, with her savior. I remembered how self-righteous and nonchalant she sounded on the phone earlier. It's over. Everything is over. This marriage is completely over. Gu Chung staggered back a few steps, his back slamming heavily against the wall. He leaned against the wall, feeling short of breath and his vision blurring. He took out his phone with trembling hands. He had to tell his daughter immediately. Just how big of a mistake did she make? He found Gu Manyu's number and dialed it. Munich, Germany. White doves fluttered in front of the ancient church, bathed in perfect sunlight. Gu Manyu was extremely agitated. She has made no fewer than 20 phone calls to Lu Jinan. From initially going unanswered to later simply turning off the phone. This man is determined to play hide-and-seek with her. You've really grown up. Gu Man's chest heaved as she spoke, and her exquisite makeup could not conceal the anger on her face. She wants to fly back right now and ask him what he's up to. Forget it. I'll settle the score with him when we get back. Gu Manyu thought angrily. She refused to believe that he would still be so arrogant when she returned. In fact, Qin Feng's wrist had already been examined on the 3rd day. The expert consultation results were optimistic. As long as they continue rehabilitation training, there is a high chance they can recover to the level where they can play the piano. Gu Manyu breathed a sigh of relief and suggested returning to China immediately. In the end, she still couldn't let go of Lu Jinan. But Qin Feng stopped her. Manyu, don't rush off. His face was pale, and his eyes held a hint of melancholy and vulnerability. We've come all this way. Let's wander around a bit, and these next few days will be nice too. Just think of it as keeping me company and helping me clear my head, okay? After thinking about it, Gu Manyu agreed. So the two stayed in Munich for a few more days, visiting all the major attractions. Qin Feng is good at setting the mood. He took Gu Manyu to concerts, art museums, and local delicacies. He was gentle, considerate, and knowledgeable, and always knew how to make her happy. There were a few moments like that. Gu Manyu even felt that, if she hadn't married Lu Jinan, perhaps being with someone like Qin Feng would be very relaxing and pleasant. But she quickly dismissed the idea. She loves Lu Jinan. This has never changed. At this moment, the two were standing in the square in front of the Church of Our Lady. Qin Feng looked at Gu Manyu, who was bathed in sunlight, and his eyes became intense. He felt the time had come. Mandarin. Chapter 35 Is Gu Manyu awake? Qin Feng suddenly spoke, his voice so gentle it could melt water. Gu Manyu turned around at the sound of the voice. What's wrong? Qin Feng didn't answer, but suddenly reached out and grabbed her hand. Gu Manyu was startled and instinctively tried to pull away, but he held her even tighter. Qin Feng stared intently at Gu Manyu. Gu Manyu felt very uncomfortable just looking at her. Qin Feng, Manyu, I like you. Gu Manyu was a little taken aback. Qin Feng continued. I fell in love with you the first time I saw you. I know you're married. I know it's despicable of me to do this, but I can't control myself. Watching you toil for Jinan, watching him enjoy everything you have without a second thought, my heart is bleeding. He doesn't deserve you. Manyu. He doesn't love you at all. He only loves your money and the power of the Gu family. Gu Manyu was completely stunned. Her mind was buzzing. Qin Feng. Is he confessing his feelings to her? How could that be? She reacted instantly, forcefully breaking free from his hand, her face darkening immediately. You're insane. Gu Manyu's voice was filled with shock and disbelief. She abruptly shook off Qin Feng's hand, the force of which made him stagger. She took a step back, creating distance between herself and the man. Qin Feng, please have some self-respect. Her voice was somewhat cold, lacking its usual gentleness towards Qin Feng. I love Lu Jinan, and we're already married. Don't you know that? Qin Feng, you saved my life. I will remember this kindness for the rest of my life. I've always only considered you my best friend, but that doesn't include my feelings for you. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's expression turned grim. Gu Manyu seemed to suddenly come to her senses, and she continued, whether you want money, a job, a house, or a car, I can give you anything. I could even leave him on my wedding anniversary with Jinan just to comfort you. I've only just realized that I care about you far more than I do about Jinan. But you must remember one thing. I am only doing this to repay a debt of gratitude. I have no love for you. You are absolutely not allowed to touch my feelings or my marriage. Gu Manyu felt her worldview was collapsing. She truly had absolutely no romantic feelings for him. She felt nothing but endless guilt and a desire to repay his kindness. But she never expected that Qin Feng would have such feelings for her. I love Lu Jinan. He is my husband. I was stupid before. I was presumptuous. I didn't see your thoughts clearly, and I misunderstood him. But now I'm sober. If you continue to have such filthy thoughts, we should stop seeing each other. These words were spoken decisively, without leaving any room for sentimentality. The white doves in the square were startled by her roar and flapped their wings to fly into the sky. Qin Feng's face instantly drained of all color. He looked at Gu Manyu, who was completely different from before, and was speechless for a moment. He had considered many possibilities, but he never expected her reaction to be so intense, so hurtful. Manyu, you've misunderstood me. Qin Feng's voice was filled with grievance. He tried to take a step forward. However, Gu Man's wary retreating movement pinned him to the spot. That's not what I meant. I was just too worried about you. He looked hurt and gave a self-deprecating laugh. I've seen you these past few days, always troubled by Lu Jinan's matter, and seeing him ignore you, it makes me very sad. I just want you to be happy. I just spoke impulsively and didn't think before I spoke. Please don't be angry. These words might have moved Gu Manyu just a few minutes ago. But now, to her ears, it sounds so hypocritical and disgusting. Lu Jinan's mocking words involuntarily echoed in his mind. Just because you have no feelings for him doesn't mean he has no feelings for you. Gu Manyu, can't you wake up? What was her response at the time? She called him petty and said he had a twisted personality. She solemnly assured him that Qin Feng was not that kind of person. Could it be that Lu Jinan was right? Gu Manyu felt a pang of pain in her heart. Thinking about this, she lost all interest in sightseeing. All she wants now is to fly back to China immediately. She wants to go back. She suddenly missed Lu Jinan very much. She wanted to tell him herself. Her relationship with Qin Feng was completely innocent. She wanted him to know that he was the only one in her heart. Manyu. Qin Feng wanted to say something to salvage the situation. Gu Manyu suddenly raised her head. There was no longer a trace of hesitation or guilt in those beautiful almond-shaped eyes. We're going back to China. Her voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable command. What? Qin Feng was taken aback. I said, let's go back to China. Now, immediately, right away. Gu Manyu took out her phone. I asked my assistant to book the earliest flight. Manyu, please don't do this. Qin Feng panicked and stepped forward to grab her arm. Gu Manyu suddenly dodged away. Don't touch me. She didn't want to give Qin Feng that misconception anymore. Gu Manyu's words and actions completely froze Qin Feng in place. Looking at Gu Manyu's resolute attitude, he cursed her as a bitch in his heart. However, he also felt that he had acted too hastily. He thought it was a warm offensive over the past few years. This has completely shattered the woman's defenses. But she never expected that she would be so devoted to that good-for-nothing Lu Jinan. It seems the timing isn't right yet. But it's okay, there's plenty of time. His face instantly showed an expression of hurt and regret. He gave a bitter smile, about to say something to salvage the situation. Just then, Gu Manyu's phone rang again. It was her father, Gu Cheng, calling. Gu Manyu answered the phone immediately, but her tone unconsciously carried a hint of annoyance. Hello, Dad. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone. As time went on, Gu Manyu's heart began to sink little by little. Dad, what happened? Gu Cheng's voice was filled with endless weariness and a slight tremor. Manyu, Lu Jinan's mother, has passed away. Boom. Gu Manyu's mind went completely blank for a moment. The phone slipped from her limp hand and fell to the ground with a thud. Gu Manyu stood there blankly, her mind a complete blank. Lu Jinan's mother passed away? How could this be? How could it suddenly? Gu Manyu felt a sense of panic. Jinan's mother has passed away. Meanwhile, she, the wife, was spending time with another man in a foreign land. She was also a man her husband deeply hated. The thought of this made Gu Manyu's heart ache so much that she could hardly breathe. What will he think of her? How did he cope with the loss of his mother all by himself? Chapter 36. Yu and Lu Jinan. It might really be over. Qin Feng, who was standing next to her, also noticed that something was wrong with her. He crouched down, picked up the phone from the ground, and saw his father's caller ID on the screen. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes, but his face was replaced by worry and concern. Manyu, what's wrong? Did something happen? Gu Manyu seemed not to hear him. Her lips trembled unconsciously. No, it's impossible. She murmured to herself, over and over again. Dad is lying to me. Lu Jinan must have made him say that, to get me to go back. She wanted to find an explanation for herself. An explanation that puts my mind at ease. However, she understood her father. Gu Cheng would never joke about something like this. So it's true. She thought about the past few days. Thinking back on the past few days, Lu Jinan hadn't answered a single phone call from her. She thought he was throwing a tantrum, that he was protesting. She was still angry about it, and was still smugly waiting for him to bow his head and beg for forgiveness. It turns out that this happened when she and Qin Feng were in a foreign country. Lu Jinan is experiencing the most painful separation of life and death in the world. He was alone, guarding his mother's cold body, overwhelmed with grief. Oh! Gu Manyu let out a scream. She clutched her chest, gasped for breath, and tears streamed down her face. Regret. What had she done? She wasn't there for her husband when he needed her most. She even threatened Lu Jinan with his adoptive mother. Manyu, don't scare me. Qin Feng shook her shoulders anxiously. What happened? Tell me. Gu Manyu pushed him away abruptly. She snatched the phone from Qin Feng and dialed back immediately. The call was answered almost instantly. Gu Manyu. Gu Cheng's voice was cold. You right now, get back here immediately. Dad. Mom, really? Gu Manyu asked, crying, her voice trembling uncontrollably. He left 5 or 6 days ago. Gu Cheng's voice was filled with anger. While you were with that pretty boy getting his hand treated, your husband's mother passed away. Do you know what this means, Gu Manyu? It means that you and Lu Jinan might really be over. Let me tell you, if you get divorced because of this, I, Gu Cheng, will pretend I never had a daughter like you. Gu Cheng's words made Gu Manyu even more uneasy. Divorce? She said she would never divorce Jinan. I'll book tickets right away. I'll go back right away. She hung up the phone, her fingers trembling, and opened the ticket booking app. Qin Feng stood aside, watching her panicked appearance, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Good riddance. He died at the perfect time. Now, No one can save Gu Manyu and Lu Jinan's marriage. Manyu, what exactly happened? He asked, feigning concern. Lu Jinan's mother has passed away. Gu Manyu didn't look up, her voice choked with emotion. I have to go back right now. Qin Feng feigned shock. How could this happen? How could it be so sudden? He said remorsefully. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have. Shut up. Gu Manyu suddenly looked up, her eyes red as she glared at him. Qin Feng, I don't want to hear what you're saying right now. She quickly booked her plane ticket. The earliest flight is tomorrow morning, and I'll be home by tomorrow night. She immediately called Gu Qing again. Dad, I've booked the tickets. I'll be flying tomorrow morning and arriving tonight. You go to Jinan's house first and see how he is. Help me. Help me tell him I'm sorry. By the end, she was sobbing uncontrollably. Do you even need to tell me? Gu Chung roared on the other end of the phone. You get back here right now. The call was disconnected. Holding her phone, Gu Manyu squatted helplessly on the ground, burying her head in her knees and sobbing. Regret made her feel breathless. Inside the crematorium, the air was filled with the smell of burning. When the iron gate opened, it revealed the raging fire inside. Xiang Bei, who had been silent and numb all along, suddenly trembled. The staff pushed the mother's body, along with the flimsy wooden bed, inside. Just as the iron gate was about to close. Mom! Suddenly, Xiang Bei let out a heart-wrenching cry. He went completely mad and rushed toward the iron gate. He was going to pull his mother out. Head north. Lu Jinan reacted extremely quickly, rushing forward and grabbing him tightly from behind. Two prison guards immediately stepped forward, one on each side, and restrained Xiang Beifeng. Let me go? Let me go? Mom! Mom! The force heading north was astonishing. He cried out, struggled, and kicked his legs wildly on the ground. Those heart-wrenching cries made everyone present turn their heads away, their eyes reddening. Lu Jinan used all her strength to hug her younger brother. He rested his chin on his brother's trembling shoulder, watching the iron gate close tightly, cutting off his last shred of hope. Tears finally fell silently. He didn't make a sound. He just held the collapsing Xiang Bei in his arms. From now on, in this world, the two brothers truly only have each other left. The urn is very light. Lu Jinan held it, but it felt incredibly heavy. He and Xiang Bei boarded a car heading to their hometown in the suburbs of Jiangzhou. Two plainclothes prison guards sat in the front row. Looking at the two emaciated brothers in the rearview mirror, I felt a pang of sympathy and pity. The car bumped along the way. The tall buildings outside the window gradually receded into the distance. Instead, there are rolling green hills and villages. Finally, the car stopped at the foot of a mountain. This is the ancestral cemetery of the Lu family. The mountain was covered with knee-high weeds, and the stone steps were slippery. Holding his mother's urn, Lu Jinan walked steadily, step by step, on the slippery moss. Xiang Bei followed behind him, carrying yellow paper incense and candles in his hand. After walking for nearly half an hour, they finally found their father's grave halfway up the mountain. It was an earthen grave, and the inscription on the tombstone had become somewhat blurred due to the erosion of wind and rain. Lu Jinan carefully placed his mother's urn into the newly dug grave next to him. He picked up a shovel and began filling the hole with soil. His movements were slow, and he seemed very reluctant to leave. One shovel, another shovelful. The yellow earth fell softly onto the small urn, making a dull sound. Looking north, I watched as the tomb was gradually filled in, watching the last trace of my mother in this world about to disappear. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out, only sobs. Tears rolled down silently once again. When the last shovelful of soil was put in, Lu Jinan used the back of a shovel to pat the grave mound firmly, one pat at a time. He threw down his shovel and knelt beside Xiang Bei in front of two adjacent graves. Then, he kowtowed 3 times heavily. Thump, thump, thump. Each head was banged so hard. It was as if they wanted to smash their foreheads and break through the earth. Chapter 37. You'll soon be without a sister-in-law. Lu Jinan silently recited in his heart. Dad, I've brought Mom to you. You won't be lonely over there. He took the paper money from Xiang Bei and lit it. The flickering firelight illuminated his bloodless face, making it appear even paler. The wisps of smoke, carrying the brothers' endless sorrow and reluctance, drifted into the hazy distance. On the sixth day, Xiangbei's release from prison was nearing its end. At dawn, before daybreak, the two brothers came to the grave once again. A cold mountain wind swept across the hillside, swirling up fallen leaves and making a whistling sound, as if someone were weeping softly. He knelt before the grave, facing north, and solemnly kowtowed 3 times. His cheeks were deeply sunken, but a trace of calm had appeared in his previously crazed eyes. "Mom, your son is unfilial and can no longer stay with you. Don't worry, after I get out, I will definitely remember your words, be a good person, and never cause trouble again. Take good care of yourself and Dad over there." After he finished speaking, he turned to look at Lu Jinan beside him. After a long silence, he finally asked the question that had been lingering in his mind for the past few days. "Elder brother." He spoke, his voice hoarse from crying for so long. "You and your sister-in-law. Mom passed away, such a big thing. How come my sister-in-law didn't show up even once from beginning to end?" Lu Jinan silently burned paper money, the firelight flickering on his face. He didn't turn around, but simply replied calmly, "You'll soon be without a sister-in-law." Xiangbei was stunned. He looked at Lu Jinan's cold profile and at those eyes that seemed particularly deep in the firelight. For a moment, I didn't know what to say. The mountain wind blew by, scattering Lu Jinan's words into the silent mountains and fields. On the other end, Guqing hung up the phone. Throughout his life, he was ruthless and decisive in the business world, and he had seen all kinds of storms. But today, he felt an unprecedented sense of powerlessness because of his daughter's foolishness. This was not a business failure. It was the destruction of his daughter's lifelong happiness. He couldn't imagine what Lu Jinan was going through while suffering the pain of losing his mother. His wife was with another man. How desperate and hateful he must have felt. Guqing wiped his face, forcing himself to calm down. "We must find Lu Jinan immediately." He wanted to make amends to his daughter, even if there's only a 1 in 10,000 chance. He also wanted to try his best to save the marriage for his foolish daughter. He knew Lu Jinan's address, but had never been there. Lu Jinan's home is in the oldest shantytown in the city. Guqing drove a Bentley worth millions. For the first time, he drove to the other side of the city, a place he had never set foot on before. The car struggled to navigate the narrow, potholed alleyways. On both sides are low, dilapidated tenement buildings with peeling paint and various electrical wires tangled in the air. The air was filled with a damp smell mixed with the odor of household garbage. Guqing's brows were furrowed tightly. He couldn't imagine that Lu Jinan came from such a place. Even more unimaginable is that her daughter has never visited her husband's home even once in the past 5 years. He parked his car at the entrance of the alley and trudged through the mud to find his way there. Finally, he stopped in front of a bungalow. A white mourning couplet was pasted on the door. The door was ajar, and one could faintly hear voices coming from inside. Guqing straightened his suit. After hesitating for a long time, I gently knocked on the door. "Is Lu Jinan home?" The sounds inside the room stopped. Soon, the door was pulled open. The one who opened the door was Xiangbei. When Lu Jinan got married, Xiangbei was serving his sentence, so he did not know Guqing. Guqing was also taken aback when he saw the unfamiliar young man. "I'm looking for Lu Jinan." I am his father-in-law." "Father-in-law?" He chewed on those 2 words, his expression unchanged, but he turned his body to the side. He had heard Lu Jinan mention it. His father-in-law had always treated Lu Jinan very well. And in recent years, my mother's hospital expenses have been largely covered by the Gu family. Xiangbei had little contact with the Gu family, so he didn't have any ill feelings towards them. "Come in." Guqing hurriedly went inside. The house wasn't big. It was an old-fashioned 3-room suite. But it looks very old. On the wall of the main hall hangs a black and white portrait of the deceased. The woman in the photo has a kind face. Guqing's breath hitched. On the table in front of the portrait, there was a memorial tablet, a few simple offerings, and a burning brazier. He spotted Lu Jinan kneeling in front of the brazier at a glance. His silhouette exuded a sense of desolation and loneliness. Guqing sighed inwardly. Lu Jinan neither turned around nor spoke. He got up, picked up 3 incense sticks, and lit them on the candle. Then, facing the portrait, he respectfully bowed 3 times. After doing all this, he turned his head and looked at Gu Cheng. The moment Gu Cheng saw Lu Jinin's face clearly, his heart clenched. In just a few days, Lu Jinin had become so thin that he looked unrecognizable. His cheeks were deeply sunken, his eye sockets were deep set, and his chin was covered with dark stubble, making him look disheveled and haggard. What alarmed Gu Cheng the most was that a few strands of white hair had appeared at his temples, and those eyes, once filled with warmth and light, have now vanished. Now, only indifference remains. Dad, Lu Jinin spoke, still using the same form of address. It just sounds like they're being too polite and distant. Gu Cheng spoke with difficulty. Jinin, I'm late. He felt very sad looking at Lu Jinin. Jinin, I just found out about your mother. Manhwa. She doesn't know. If she were in the country, she would definitely. She's probably enjoying herself abroad with Qinfeng right now. Lu Jinin interrupted him. He said this without any expression on his face. Gu Cheng was shocked and quickly explained. No, Jinin, listen to me. Manhwa knows about your mother. She's already on her way back. After hearing this, Lu Jinin's face showed a mocking expression. He smiled. But that smile looked so forced, causing Gu Cheng's heart to ache slightly. Dad, stop talking. I don't want to hear her name right now. Gu Cheng was taken aback, and all the words he wanted to say were instantly cut off. After Lu Jinin finished speaking, he stopped looking at him. He turned around and knelt down on the prayer mat again. They picked up the paper money and, one by one, put it into the brazier. The flames crackled and popped. Gu Cheng was unwilling to give up. He stepped forward, his voice carrying a hint of pleading. Jinin, let me explain. Manhwa really didn't mean it. Dad. Lu Jinin spoke again, still without turning around. My mom just passed away, and I want to spend some quiet time with her. He paused, then put a piece of paper money into the flames, watching it curl up, turn black, and turn to ashes. If you come to offer incense, you are welcome. If you're here to explain for her, then please leave. I don't want to hear it. Chapter 38 Mom, I'll stay with you tonight. Lu Jinin's tone was calm, indifferent, and resolute. Gu Cheng stood frozen in place, unable to utter a single word. He watched Lu Jinin's retreating figure. He knew this young man whom he had always admired, and even regarded as half a son. From this moment on, I may be getting further and further away from my family. Gu Cheng felt a pang of regret. He regretted not being more resolute in dealing with that scourge named Qinfeng. He was furious at his daughter who was blinded by greed and was hopelessly stupid. Now, it's too late to say anything. Thinking of this, Gu Cheng took out a bank card and placed it on the table. Jinin, I know it's too late to say anything now. This card has no pin. You can withdraw as much as you want. Consider it a small token of my appreciation on behalf of Manhwa for your mother. The firelight in the brazier illuminated the black card. Lu Jinin paused for a moment as he was sending out the paper money. He didn't turn around, but simply said something. Dad, take the card. I won't see you off. At this moment, Xiang Bei, who had been standing silently to the side, immediately made a gesture of invitation. Gu Cheng glanced again at Lu Jinin's resolute back. In the end, all he could do was sigh in despair. He knew that saying anything more would be futile. Gu Cheng turned and left. With a bang, the door slammed shut to the north. The 7th day since my mother passed away. It was also the day when Xiang Bei needed to return to prison. The two brothers didn't say anything, but knelt side by side in front of the tombstone and burned the last stack of paper money. The ashes danced in the mountain wind, drifting into the distance, their destination unknown. 2 prison guards stood not far away, waiting silently. They gave the brothers enough dignity and time. Brother, Xiang Bei finally spoke. Lu Jinin replied. Take good care of yourself when you get back. Wait for me to come out. Good. Lu Jinin patted the dirt off his clothes. I'm waiting for you. No further words were spoken. Xiang Bei followed the prison guard, turning back every few steps. His tall figure, stretched long in the setting sun, exuded a sense of desolation. Lu Jinin sat down alone in front of the grave. He seemed to have forgotten about time. Night quickly enveloped the entire mountain forest. Mom, I'll stay with you tonight. He took a sip of baijiu, Chinese liquor, then leaned against the tombstone and muttered to himself. Mom, you always say I'm quiet and reserved. Tonight, I'll talk to you more. Mom, do you remember when I was little and I was disobedient? I stole money from home to buy candy, and you chased me for 3 blocks with a feather duster. That was the first time I had ever been beaten so badly. My butt hurt for days. But the next morning, there was still a boiled egg on my bedside table. That kid Xiangbei has always been wilder than me since he was a child. He climbs trees to steal bird nests and goes fishing in the river. He has caused you a lot of trouble. Once he smashed his neighbor's window, and you scolded him while taking money to apologize to the neighbor. Later, when I got into university, you were so happy that you couldn't sleep for several days. You looked at the admission notice over and over again, and your hands were shaking. You say it's worth it. My son got into university, which is more worthwhile than anything else. You told me that once Xiangbei and I graduate, find good jobs, and marry good wives, your mission in this life will be accomplished. You always say that my brother and I are too dull and too wild, which makes you worry a lot. Lu Jinan reached out and gently stroked the name on the tombstone. You also said that once my brother and I have become successful, you will stay at home and enjoy your retirement. Mom, I'm sorry. Your son is unfilial. Your son has not been able to give you a single day of happiness. Your son was unable to see you one last time. Lu Jinan's voice grew softer and softer until, in the end, she was sobbing uncontrollably. He buried his face in his knees, his shoulders trembling silently. When Xiangbei is around, he has to be the older brother. He can't fall down. But now he's all alone. He can finally stop pretending to be strong. The grief he had suppressed for 7 days was completely released at this moment. He cried like a child, without any dignity or restraint. The passing of my mother. The wife's heartlessness. Finally, this man's heart died completely. Mom, with your departure, the family will fall apart. And I became an unwanted child. The mountain wind howled, swirling up fallen leaves and making a mournful sound. Lu Jinan leaned against his mother's tombstone and unknowingly fell asleep. When he woke up, it was already the morning of the next day. His body had become so numb that he had lost all feeling. He struggled to move his stiff limbs. He pulled a slightly deformed cigarette from his pocket and lit it with his shivering hands. He took a deep breath, and the acrid smoke made him cough violently. Amidst the swirling smoke, he gazed at the 2 adjacent earthen graves before him. After finishing his cigarette, he stubbed it out on the ground. Then, he knelt upright again and kowtowed 3 times to his mother's tombstone. My forehead hit the cold, damp earth, but I felt no pain. His face, the tear stains had dried, leaving only a deathly pale expression. Mom, I'm leaving. Don't worry, Xiangbei. I will take good care of him. After saying this, Lu Jinan stood up, didn't look back, and walked down the mountain. He wanted to go back and settle everything with Gumanyu. When I returned to the bungalow in the shantytown, it was already broad daylight. In the alley, neighbors gathered in 2s and 3s as they got up early. Upon seeing him, they all cast surprised and strange glances their way. Lu Jinan ignored him and went straight home. He needs to take a shower and change his clothes. When he walked into the bathroom and looked up at himself in the mirror, he froze. The person in the mirror looked haggard. What surprised me most was his hair. He saw himself in the mirror and realized that his hair had turned completely white. Overnight, his black hair turned to snow. Not a single black hair was so completely white, so glaringly so. Lu Jinan stared blankly. After a long time, he suddenly twitched the corner of his mouth. He laughed self-deprecatingly. He's lost his home. Why should he care about these things? He turned on the tap, submerged his head in the water, and the rushing water on his scalp helped him clear his head. After washing up, he took out a clean set of clothes from the closet and changed into them. Then I quietly started tidying up the house. My mother's portrait is still displayed in the main room. He wanted to spend more time with her. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Thump, thump, thump. Lu Jinan paused, frowned, and walked over to open the door. 2 people were standing 2 steps away from the door. When Lu Jinan saw those 2 faces clearly, his blood seemed to freeze instantly, and then explode. Gumanyu. Qinfeng. How dare they come here? Chapter 39. A pair of adulterers. Lu Jinan's eyes turned blood red in an instant. It was a blood red color mixed with hatred and pain, fixed firmly on Qin Feng's face. Gu Manyu and Qin Feng were completely stunned when they saw Lu Jinan open the door. Gu Manyu, in particular, stared at Lu Jinan in utter disbelief. In her memory, Lu Jinan always had a head of thick, black short hair. Clean, refreshing, and smelling of sunshine. However, the man in front of her looked haggard, with sunken eyes. His chin was covered in dark, bluish-black stubble. The terrifying and hideous scar on his face was so shocking to behold. But none of this was what terrified her the most. What's most striking is his head of white hair. It was so white, so dazzling, without a single blemish. At this moment, Lu Jinan's full head of white hair looked like needles. It all pierced her heart. My husband's hair. Why is it all white? What immense suffering did he endure to turn his hair white overnight? Moreover, his eyes were so cold. Instantly, Gu Manyu felt a sharp pain in her heart. A wave of guilt and heartache washed over her, making it hard for her to breathe. Her whole body was trembling, and her eyes instantly welled up with tears, filled with panic. Her voice trembled as she said, "Husband." However, before she could finish speaking, Lu Jinan had already made his move. There was no warmth in his eyes, only endless rage. He turned around abruptly and grabbed the folding chair by the door. That was the chair my mother used to sit in. I used it to cool off in the summer and bask in the sun in the winter. I've sat in it for a lifetime to wash clothes. The chair is quite old. The seat is made of blue plastic, and the legs are covered in rust. Husband, what are you doing? Gu Manyu exclaimed in surprise. Lu Jinan ignored him, picked up the iron chair, and walked towards Qin Feng. Now, his mind was filled with images of his mother's cold, lifeless body. It was the younger brother's heart-wrenching cries. It was a dislike for Gu Manyu. It was a deep-seated hatred for Qin Feng. Therefore, all he wants now is to kill Qin Feng. Jinan, don't be impulsive. Qin Feng looked at the crazed Lu Jinan with a face full of terror. Gu Manyu was terrified when she saw this. Lu Jinan's current state is terrifying. Gu Manyu had no doubt that he would really beat Qin Feng to death. If he kills someone, his life will be completely ruined. She couldn't let him ruin her life. Without hesitation, Gu Manyu blocked Lu Jinan's path. She wasn't doing it for Qin Feng. She was afraid that Lu Jinan might do something irreversible in a moment of impulsiveness. Honey, no. Calm down. Calm down. Being so impulsive will ruin you. Her voice was sharp and urgent, filled with fear. Get out of my way. He raised his foot and, without the slightest hesitation, kicked Gu Manyu in the lower abdomen. Bang! A dull thud. Gu Manyu felt a tremendous force coming from her abdomen. The intense pain caused her to arch her back instantly. She groaned in pain and fell heavily onto the concrete floor. She looked up in disbelief at the man who seemed to ignore her. The excruciating abdominal pain is nothing compared to the heartache. He actually attacked himself. In that moment of distraction, Lu Jinan had already passed her. He swung the folding chair in his hand. He slapped Qin Feng's terrified face hard. Bang! The iron chair slammed solidly into Qin Feng's face. Qin Feng screamed in agony as blood gushed from his nose, stars flashed before his eyes, and he staggered backward. Lu Jinan did not pause at all. He pressed forward, giving him no chance to catch his breath. He swung the folding chair again and slapped it hard across his face once more. Bang! This time, Qin Feng couldn't even let out a scream. I just felt dizzy, and then I was knocked to the ground. Manyu, save me. Lu Jinan has gone mad. Don't come any closer. Qin Feng lay on the ground, mumbling incoherently as he moved backward using both his hands and feet. A cold smile appeared on Lu Jinan's face. He remained silent, carrying a folding chair dripping with blood. She walked towards Qin Feng step by step. The figure, bathed in the morning sunlight, exuded a chilling aura. Husband. No. Gu Manyu had already gotten up from the ground and rushed forward again, desperately grabbing Lu Jinan's arm that was holding the iron chair. Stop hitting him. Please. If you keep hitting him, someone will die. You're ruining yourself, you. Before she could finish speaking, Lu Jinan raised his hand and slapped Gu Manyu hard across the face. Smack. Crisp and clear. Gu Manyu staggered from the blow, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. She was completely stunned. Lu Jinan wasn't looking at her. Under Qin Feng's increasingly frightened gaze, He lifted the folding chair high and then slammed it down hard with the seat. Bang! 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 1, 2, 3. 7 o'clock in the morning is the peak time for people to leave for work and school in the shantytown. Lu Jinan's beating caused quite a stir, quickly attracting a large crowd of onlookers. Hey, isn't this Anzi? Why are they fighting? His hair. How come his hair is all white? It looked fine just a few days ago. Have you heard? His mother passed away a few days ago, poor thing. Who was the one who got hit? And the woman, too. The room was filled with chatter and pointing fingers, a chaotic scene. Just then, a middle-aged man suddenly rushed out from the crowd. He hugged Lu Jinan tightly from behind, whose eyes were already red. Anzi, stop right now. He'll die if you keep hitting him. This man was none other than Brother Wang, Lu Jinan's old neighbor. Brother Wang used all his strength to hug Lu Jinan. With Brother Wang's intervention, Lu Jinan finally stopped. His chest heaved violently as he gasped for breath. His scarlet eyes swept over Gu Manyu and Qin Feng. After a long pause, he finally said through gritted teeth, "A pair of adulterers." After saying that, he broke free from Brother Wang's embrace, turned around, walked into the courtyard, and closed the door. Outside the door, Gu Manyu came to her senses. She quickly went to Qin Feng's side. Seeing his face covered in blood and unconscious, I dialed 120 with trembling hands. In the interrogation room, the overhead incandescent light emitted a stark white glow. Lu Jinan sat in a chair with his hands handcuffed in front of him. He kept his head down, his full head of white hair particularly glaring under the light. The door opened, and a middle-aged policeman walked in, sat down opposite him, and opened his notebook. Name: Lu Jinan. Age: 28. Do you know why I brought you here? Lu Jinan finally raised his head. There was no fear or regret in his eyes, only a deathly stillness. He looked at the police officer and said in a hoarse voice, "I know, I hit someone." The policeman was taken aback. He had handled many cases of fighting and brawling, but this was the first time he had seen someone admit to it so calmly. Chapter 40. Are you going to apologize? Or are you going to stab him in the heart? Why did you hit him? He deserves to be hit. Lu Jinan's answer was simple and direct, without any emotion. Why did he deserve to be hit? What conflict did you have? The police officer pressed. Lu Jinan remained silent. He neither wanted to speak nor cared to. Should we tell the police that this man is after his wife? These words are so offensive they're almost vulgar. Seeing that he didn't speak, the police changed the question. The injured person's name is Qin Feng. Is he a friend of your wife? No. Lu Jinan uttered 2 words. That is, adulterer. He spoke those 2 words with extreme indifference. The policeman paused, looked up at him, and his years of experience made him sense something unusual. He sighed and continued. We've also questioned your wife, Gu Manyu. She said there was a misunderstanding between you two, and... The police officer paused, then softened his tone. Besides, we understand that your mother just passed away a few days ago, and you are emotionally unstable, which we can understand. But assault is illegal. Qin Feng is seriously injured, with a broken nose and a concussion. This matter could be serious or minor. Lu Jinan twitched the corners of his mouth, revealing a mocking smile, and then said nothing more. In another office, Gu Manyu was restless and pale. She had just finished giving her statement and took all the blame upon herself. It was said that she hadn't handled her relationship with her friends well, which led to Lu Jinan's misunderstanding and impulsive actions. She repeatedly emphasized that Lu Jinan lost control because of the immense mental trauma caused by the loss of his mother. She said she would talk things over with Qin Feng. They are willing to bear all medical expenses and all compensation, only asking the police to handle the case leniently. A young policewoman poured her a glass of water and couldn't help but say, Ms. Gu, your husband's mother just passed away, and he's very emotionally unstable right now. As his wife, you need to pay close attention to him. Gu Manyu felt a pang of pain in her heart. Her hand holding the water glass jerked violently, spilling hot water that scalded the back of her hand, turning it bright red. Just then, the office door was pushed open, and Gu Cheng walked in with a livid face. Dad, what brings you here? Gu Manyu quickly stood up. Gu Cheng didn't even look at her, and said directly to the police officer in charge. Officer, hello, I am Gu Manyu's father and Lu Jinin's father-in-law. This was a misunderstanding. We will take full responsibility and hope to reach a settlement with the injured party. The police officer nodded. Mr. Gu, we understand. But Lu Jinin is not cooperating at the moment, so we suggest that his family try to communicate with him first. Gu Qing took a deep breath and nodded. Led by the police, Gu Cheng and Gu Manyu arrived at the interrogation room door. Through the small window in the door, Gu Manyu saw Lu Jinin inside. He remained in the same position, head down, motionless. Her full head of white hair seemed to be silently accusing her of her crimes. Gu Manyu's heart clenched again, and she couldn't help but want to push the door open and go in. Gu Cheng grabbed her, glared at her sternly, and then pushed open the door himself. Hearing the door open, Lu Jinin slowly raised his head. When he saw Gu Cheng, a flicker of emotion finally appeared in his lifeless eyes. He opened his mouth and called out hoarsely, "Dad." That one word, "Dad," sent a sudden pang of sadness through Gu Cheng's heart. He walked over quickly, and seeing Lu Jinin's haggard appearance and the handcuffs on his hands, he felt both heartache and anger. "Jinin, you've suffered." Gu Cheng's voice trembled slightly. Lu Jinin shook his head and didn't say anything. "You don't need to worry about what's going on outside. I've already arranged for a lawyer. I'll handle Qin Feng's situation. Don't worry, everything will be fine," Gu Cheng said in a deep voice. Lu Jinin twitched the corners of his mouth, his smile full of self-mockery. "Dad, no need. I'll take responsibility for my own actions. I admit to hitting the person. What are you trying to claim?" Gu Cheng couldn't help but raise his voice. "This is intentional assault. You'll go to jail. Your mother just left, and your brother is already in there. Do you want to go in too?" Lu Jinin's body trembled almost imperceptibly. "Dad." He spoke again, his gaze fixed on Gu Manyu, his eyes cold and unfamiliar. "I understand." It was already late at night when I left the police station. After Qin Feng regained consciousness, he agreed to temporarily drop the case after being persuaded by Gu Manyu, and Lu Jinin was released on bail pending trial. A black Bentley was parked in front of the police station, and the driver opened the rear door. Gu Cheng patted Lu Jinin on the shoulder and said in a deep voice, "Jinin, come home with me first." Lu Jinin shook his head. He glanced at Gu Manyu, who was standing not far away with a pale face, and then said to Gu Cheng, "Dad, I'm going back to my own home." The home he was referring to was that bungalow in the shantytown. Gu Cheng wanted to say something more, but seeing Lu Jinin's unyielding gaze, all that could be done was sigh. "Okay, calm down too, and come over for dinner tomorrow." Lu Jinin refused, saying, "I'll just walk around by myself." After saying that, he turned and walked into the deep night. His upright back was stretched long under the streetlights. His full head of white hair was so glaring. Gu Manyu watched his departing figure, her heart aching repeatedly. She wanted to chase after him, but Gu Cheng held her back. "Get in the car," Gu Cheng said. Gu Manyu trembled and silently got into the car. The atmosphere inside the car was oppressive and somber. "Are you satisfied now?" Gu Cheng's voice was somewhat cold. "I forced Jinin to grow old, forced her to take action against you, forced her to lose all hope in you. Gu Manyu, you are truly amazing." "I don't." Gu Manyu's tears finally fell. "I didn't know things would turn out like this. I just wanted to stay with Jin and to observe mourning, and then apologize to him." "Mourning? Apologize?" Gu Cheng sneered. "While his mother's body is still warm, you're going to take that Qin guy with you to observe mourning and apologize? Are you apologizing, or are you stabbing him in the heart? Gu Manyu, do you even have a brain?" Gu Manyu was speechless when asked the question and could only keep crying. This was indeed something she hadn't considered carefully. She was too anxious at the time, her mind preoccupied with how to explain things to Lu Jinin. So when Qin Feng suggested that they go together to offer incense to Lu Jinin's mother, she agreed without thinking. They didn't even consider whether it was suitable or not. How could she make such a stupid mistake? "Stop crying." Gu Cheng let out a low growl. "What's the use of crying now? I warned you a long time ago to stay away from that Qin Feng, but you just wouldn't listen. Now look what's happened. You've broken Jinin's heart. I think Jinin really wants a divorce." Divorce. Chapter 41. Get out of here. Gu Manyu suddenly looked up, her expression shifting rapidly, and said firmly, "Impossible. I won't divorce him. I love him. Dad, I can't live without him." Until this moment, when she truly felt the panic of losing Lu Jinan. She then realized just how important this man was to her. Gu Cheng glanced at his daughter with disappointment and inwardly sighed. Scolding your daughter now is useless. The most urgent thing is to figure out how to make amends. Manhwa, listen to your father. Gu Cheng said. Tomorrow you must fire Qin Feng from the company immediately, and then cut off all contact with him. But Dad, his hand. Gu Manhwa subconsciously retorted, her brows furrowing tightly. It was another dismissal and a complete break in ties. She didn't understand why her father and Lu Jinan were always targeting Qin Feng. His hand was injured by a hit. I'll pay the medical bills and compensation. Is 100 million enough? If not, I'll give you 200 million. Gu Cheng suddenly raised his voice, his eyes becoming incredibly sharp. I just want him to disappear completely from your world. Can you do it? Problems that can be solved with money are not problems at all. The problem now is that no amount of money can make up for Lu Jinan's broken heart. However, Gu Manhwa shook her head again. Dad, I can't do that, she said firmly and stubbornly. Qin Feng and I are truly innocent. I only have the thought of repaying a debt of gratitude to Qin Feng. But why won't you believe me? She felt her father was unreasonable and that she was wronged. She looked up at her father, trying to make him understand her. The person I love has always been Jinan, and that has never changed. But Jinan has gone too far lately. He hit people and repaid kindness with enmity. So, I just wanted to teach him a lesson. I never thought about divorcing him. Gu Manhwa's words plunged the atmosphere in the car into silence once again. In Gu Manhwa's view, the cause of this matter was not her at all. Lu Jinan was the one who started the fight and repeatedly assaulted Qin Feng. She admitted that it was her mistake to accompany Qin Feng abroad for treatment and not be by his side when Lu Jinan's mother passed away. But this mistake is not enough for her to completely deny herself. That was not enough to make her repay kindness with enmity and kick Qin Feng away. That would be too unfair to Qin Feng. Qin Feng saved her life. In the hospital, Qin Feng took the beating for Lu Jinan. These are all facts. Although Qin Feng's confession of his feelings to her this time made her very unhappy. But she has already made it clear to Qin Feng that she refused. She believed that Qin Feng understood her meaning and would no longer have any improper thoughts about her in the future. Therefore, Lu Jinan's mistake was his impulsiveness and irrationality. It wasn't her, and it certainly wasn't Qin Feng. She was willing to apologize to Lu Jinan for her mistake and make amends to him. But to make up for one mistake, she was forced to make another, to hurt an innocent person who had been kind to her. She can't do it. One thing at a time. This is her truest thought. As Gu Cheng listened to his daughter's self-righteous explanation, he grew increasingly disappointed. He could hardly believe these words came from his own daughter's mouth. I think Jinan hit the right shot, or even hit it too lightly. Gu Cheng gritted his teeth and said, What kind of good person do you think Qin Feng is? Someone who deliberately approached you and tried to destroy your family is now seen as an innocent person who has done you a favor? Don't you see it yet? He's just using your guilt towards him to push you step by step into a fire pit. Dad, how could you say that about Qin Feng? Gu Manhwa retorted. He's not that kind of person. Not that kind of person? Gu Cheng laughed angrily. If he were a gentleman, would he have interfered in your and Jinan's lives so frequently, knowing that you have a husband and a family? If he only sees you as a friend, he should have kept his distance after he recovered, instead of clinging to you like a leech and ruining your family. And I won't stand by and pretend to be innocent or fan the flames when the misunderstanding between you and Jinan is getting deeper and deeper. If he hadn't instigated you, would you have taken him to Lu Jinan's house today? Would you have been that stupid? That's not how it is. Gu Manhwa shook her head, denying her father's words. That's your prejudice. You have a preconceived notion about Qin Feng. Gu Manhwa said indignantly, Dad, how can you think of people as so wicked? Qin Feng saved my life. He is my benefactor. Besides, why would Qin Feng fan the flames? He always advises me to understand Jinan and spend more time with her. Gu Cheng watched as his daughter continued to argue for Qin Feng, and he trembled with anger. He now fully understands how Lu Jinan felt when she saw her daughter so protective of another man. His daughter is simply beyond saving. Gu Chung slammed on the brakes and pulled the car over to the side of the road. Okay. Gu Chung pointed at Gu Manyu, his finger trembling. Gu Manyu, you are truly stubborn and utterly foolish. Looking at his daughter's stubborn face and unyielding eyes, he felt an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. His proud daughter was so foolish in matters of the heart. I'm not fucking taking care of you anymore. Gu Chung grew angrier the more he thought about it, and finally exploded. I'd like to see how you'll end up. He unlocked the central locking system and yelled at Gu Manyu. Get out of here. Gu Manyu trembled, utterly incredulous. Dad, I told you to get lost. Gu Manyu bit her lip, pushed open the car door forcefully, and got out of the car. But her face remained stubborn. She didn't think she was wrong. The car door slammed shut behind her. Gu Chung didn't look at her again. The black Bentley sped away and quickly disappeared into the night. As the night wind blew, Gu Manyu stood alone on the street, feeling a surge of grievance rising from the bottom of her heart. She didn't understand why no one understood her. Her father didn't understand her, and neither did Lu Jinan. They all used the most hurtful words to criticize her. But what did she do wrong? Is it wrong for her to not want to owe someone who saved her life? It is a fact that Lu Jinan physically assaulted Qin Feng, and it is also a fact that Qin Feng was injured because of her. Why did all the blame fall on her in the end? Gu Manyu took out her phone and dialed her assistant's number. The call was answered quickly. Hello, Mr. Gu. Come pick me up. Gu Manyu's voice returned to its usual cool and aloof tone. She sent her location. After hanging up the phone, she found Lu Jinan's number. After hesitating for a moment, I dialed the number anyway. The phone kept ringing with a busy tone. After a long wait, the call was automatically disconnected. Gu Manyu's heart sank even further. Lu Jinan did not answer the phone. Chapter 42 Husband, I'm sorry. Gu Manyu was not giving up and opened WeChat again. She took a deep breath and began typing in the input box. She had a lot to say, a lot of grievances to confide, and a lot of apologies to express. She edited and revised until she finally put together a long passage. Honey, I'm sorry. I was wrong today. I shouldn't have brought Qin Feng over to upset you. I just wanted to see you so badly, to explain things to you so much, that I neglected your feelings. I'm also very sad about Mom's situation. Let me be with you. Let's get through this together, okay? She paused for a moment after writing this. She felt she had already humbled herself enough. She admitted her mistake and expressed her determination to stay by his side. But she felt it wasn't enough. She had to explain Qin Feng's situation clearly. She couldn't let him continue to misunderstand. So she continued writing. As for Qin Feng, I truly have no other feelings for him. He did save me, and I couldn't abandon him when he was injured and down. What happened between us has nothing to do with him, so please don't misunderstand me anymore. She believed that what she said was reasonable. She was telling him that she was a grateful person, but the person she loved was still him. She clearly separated the conflicts between her husband and wife from her gratitude towards Qin Feng. In her view, this is the right attitude to solve problems. Finally, she added a pleading sentence. Let's talk. Please don't ignore me. Send. When the message was successfully sent, Gu Manyu breathed a long sigh of relief. She felt that she had said everything she could say and done everything she could do. Even if Lu Jinan harbored resentment after seeing these words, he should understand her good intentions. Just then, a Maserati slowly pulled up in front of her. The assistant jogged out of the car and opened the door for her. Mr. Gu, please get in the car. It's windy outside. Gu Manyu nodded and got into the car. The car started smoothly and merged into the city's traffic. Gu Manyu had no interest in looking at the night view outside the window. She is waiting. She was waiting for Lu Jinan's reply. Time passed by, second by second. Suddenly, a soft ding sounded. Gu Manyu lit up the screen almost immediately. Sure enough, a new message from Lu Jinan appeared on the screen. He replied. A surge of ecstasy welled up inside me. He knew it. He still cared about her. After reading her explanation, he should understand her good intentions. She couldn't wait to open the message. Then, she froze completely. Lu Jinan's reply consisted of only one word. Roll. The joy on Gu Manyu's face froze instantly. Roll? Lu Jinan. They actually told her to get lost? Gu Manyu angrily threw her phone onto the seat. On the other side, Lu Jinan walked alone on the deserted street. He rejected Gu Cheng, wanting only to walk alone. Just then, my phone vibrated in my pocket. Without stopping, he took out his phone from his pocket. It was a long message sent by Gu Manyu. His gaze swept over the text, his face expressionless. To him, these words were so hypocritical they were nauseating. When he saw the sentence, "I can't abandon him when he's hurt and down," he suddenly stopped in his tracks. He twitched the corner of his mouth and let out a strange laugh. It's true what they say, we can't just abandon them. What a grateful Gu Manyu. It turns out that Lu Jinan is someone you can abandon at any time. Qin Feng, however, was a benefactor she could not abandon. It turns out that in her heart, he could never compare to Qin Feng. To him, all the explanations were just her showing off how much she cared for and protected another man. Lu Jinan gave a cold laugh. I replied with a "get lost." After doing all this, Lu Jinan continued to wander aimlessly. Before I knew it, I had walked onto a familiar street. I saw a bar called Dream. This is a bar owned by Sister Mingxi. It was also the place where he worked part-time for 4 years during his university years. At that time, he was poor, but he had hope. I come here to sing every day after class. Gu Manyu also came here, sat in a corner booth, rested her chin on her hand, and quietly watched him. After he got off work, the two of them went to eat spicy hot pot at a street stall. Those scenes, once so heartwarming, are now so ironic. As if guided by some strange force, Lu Jinan pushed open the door and went inside. The wind chimes on the door made a crisp sound. There was no deafening music in the bar, only soothing blues melodies flowing in the air. Behind the bar, a woman in a black slit cheongsam was wiping wine glasses with her back to the door. She had a slender figure, and her long hair was tied up with a simple wooden hairpin. A few strands of hair fell beside her ears, and the lines of her profile appeared exceptionally soft under the light. She looked up when she heard the door open. "We're closed for today. See you tomorrow." She paused when she saw who it was. The woman paused for a moment. Then her beautiful almond-shaped eyes curved into crescent moons. "Jinan, what brings you here today?" She put down her wine glass and glass cloth, placed her hands on the bar, and looked him over with great interest. "Wow, you've changed your style in just a few days? That head of white hair, are you at the forefront of fashion now? Are you trying to seduce Manyu to death?" Her voice carried a hint of teasing, which was their usual way of getting along. Lu Jinan didn't answer, but merely twitched the corner of his mouth as a response. Su Mingxi's smile remained unchanged. But when Lu Jinan stepped into the light behind the bar, the smile on her face instantly froze. She could see his sunken eye sockets clearly. I could see the dark, bluish stubble on his chin. I could see more clearly the hideous scar on his face. The scar marred his originally handsome features, giving him a fierce look. And his hair didn't look dyed. The woman leaned forward slightly, looking at him intently. "Jinan, what happened to your face?" Her voice was no longer sarcastic. It was filled with surprise and concern. "I scratched it by accident." Lu Jinan avoided her gaze and said in a hoarse voice. Mengxi narrowed her eyes and stretched out a finger, tracing the outline of the scar in the air. "Sculpted." His tone was full of disbelief. "Did you cut yourself with a knife? And your hair, did you accidentally turn gray from worry?" "Lu Jinan, do you think I'm a 3-year-old child?" Lu Jinan still did not answer. He simply pulled out a chair and sat down. "Sister Mingxi, a glass of whiskey, no ice. Plenty of alcohol, but first tell me, what's wrong with you?" Mingxi became more serious. "Nothing." Lu Jinan avoided her gaze. "I just want a drink." Mingxi stared at him for a few seconds, but ultimately didn't ask any more questions. She knew Lu Jinan's personality. If he didn't want to talk about something, no one could get it out of him. She turned around, took a bottle of unlabeled whiskey from the top shelf of the liquor cabinet, and then took 2 glasses. "I'm giving you a bargain on my treasured items." Chapter 43, I'm a fucking idiot. As she spoke, she poured half a glass for Lu Jinan. She pushed one of the cups towards Lu Jinan. Lu Jinan didn't say anything, picked up his wine glass, and drank it all in one gulp. He put down his glass, picked up the bottle, and poured himself another full glass. Mengxi looked at him, but didn't stop him. She poured herself a glass too. Then, he pulled out a pack of cigarettes from under the bar, took out a cigarette, and lit it. The red flames flickered at her fingertips. She took a drag, exhaled a beautiful smoke ring, and then pushed the cigarette pack in front of Lu Jinan. Lu Jinan also took out a cigarette and lit it. Neither of them spoke. They simply smoked and drank in silence. After a long silence, Mengshi finally broke it. It's been a long time since I've heard you sing. How about it? Go up and sing a song, just to support your sister. Lu Jinan's movements faltered. He looked up at the stage not far away. There was also a standing microphone. He felt as if he were seeing himself from a few years ago. At that time, he was holding a guitar and singing love songs to Gu Manyu in the audience. Things have changed, but people are no longer the same. He looked away, finished his drink, and stood up. Good. He walked onto that stage. The few customers scattered around the bar were all drawn to the man with a full head of white hair. Lu Jinan picked up the guitar, plucked the strings with his fingers, and tested the sound. Then, he sat on a high stool and moved closer to the microphone. Here's a song called The Unbridgeable Distance for everyone. The hoarse voice echoed throughout every corner of the bar. There are no fancy techniques, only the most raw emotional outpouring. Fragments of memories are stranded in my mind. When did the forever you spoke of stop? His singing voice carried a sense of repression. That wasn't singing. It seemed like they were venting something. There is an ocean between us. I tried my best, but I couldn't swim over. Your world is teeming with people. My existence is as light as dust. He closed his eyes as he sang the climax. His full head of white hair was so bright under the light that it hurt the eyes. He wasn't singing a song. It was his despair, his dead love, and the home he could never return to. When the music ended, the sound of the zither faded away. The entire bar was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. After what seemed like an eternity, a few scattered claps broke out, which then grew increasingly enthusiastic. Lu Jinan opened his eyes. He put down his guitar, walked off the stage, and sat back down at the bar. Mengshi poured him another full glass of wine. Where's Manyu? Didn't she come with you? She asked the question casually. Lu Jinan paused for a moment as he poured the wine. He picked up his glass and downed it in one gulp, which made him cough violently. Cough, cough, cough. Mengshi handed him a tissue. He waved his hand and poured himself another glass. You and Manyu. Judging from his expression, Su Mengshi guessed about 7,080% of what was going on. Lu Jinan did not answer, but just drank his wine by himself. Mengshi just watched him quietly, without trying to stop him, and simply drank with him, one cup after another. She has known Lu Jinan for many years. From when he was a naive college student, to when he graduated, got a job, and got married. She always felt that Lu Jinan was like a tall poplar tree, resilient, optimistic, and always striving upwards. But now, it looks like this tree has been cut in half. After drinking countless cups, Lu Jinan finally slowed down. His cheeks flushed. His eyes finally showed a flicker of emotion. Sister Mengshi. He suddenly spoke, his voice growing increasingly hoarse. Mengshi responded. He muttered, I've realized that I am a fucking idiot. Mengshi felt a pang of pain in her heart. She stubbed out her cigarette and asked softly, Is it Manyu? She also knew Gu Manyu. In college, that pretty girl would often come to the bar to wait for Lu Jinan after get-off work. They used to be such a perfect couple. Lu Jinan took another big gulp of wine. She did nothing wrong. He suddenly laughed, a laugh filled with sorrow. She was just repaying a debt of gratitude. It's all my fault. I'm blind. I shouldn't have asked for too much. I hate it so much. His words were incoherent and illogical. But Mengshi understood. What else could drive a man to this state besides emotions? Sister Mengshi. I don't have a mother anymore. I'll never have one again. Lu Jinan's voice grew softer and softer. I didn't even get to see her one last time. She left all alone. I am an unfilial son. The grief that had been suppressed for too long was released under the influence of alcohol. A tear slid down his cheek, landing in his wine glass and creating ripples. Then came the second drop, the third drop. He didn't cry out loud, but simply buried his head low, his shoulders trembling violently. Actually, his affair with Gu Manyu shouldn't have made Lu Jinan so depressed and sad. The main reason was that his adoptive mother's death was a huge blow to him. I really miss her. Mengshi's heart was clenched by the silent weeping. She didn't say anything to comfort her. He simply reached out and gently pulled Lu Jinan's head into his arms. Her embrace was soft and warm. Lu Jinan seemed to have found an outlet for his emotions. He could no longer control himself, burying his face in her shoulder and crying like a lost child. Mengshi held him in her arms and gently patted his back. A complex and unfathomable emotion flashed in her eyes. There was heartache, pity, and a hint of chill. Lu Jinan didn't know how long she had been crying. Finally, he collapsed into Mengshi's arms, completely unconscious. Mengshi looked down. He fell asleep. His full head of white hair, under the dim lights of the bar, pierced her heart with pain. She sighed. She took her phone from under the bar and dialed a number. "Oh, come to my shop." A few minutes later, a man wearing a black t-shirt appeared at the back door of the bar. He stepped forward and asked in a low voice, "Sister Shi, help him into the car, be careful." Mengshi gave the instructions. "Yes." Awu nodded, easily lifted the 1.8-meter-tall Lu Jinan up, and headed towards the back door. Mengshi picked up Lu Jinan's coat and followed him. A black Range Rover was parked outside. Awu opened the back door and settled Lu Jinan in so he could lie down comfortably. Mengshi got into the driver's seat and started the car. Awu then sat in the passenger seat. The car was very quiet. Mengshi looked at the man lying in the back seat through the rearview mirror. He was sleeping soundly, but his brows were still tightly furrowed, as if he were experiencing some kind of pain in his dream. She looked away and focused on driving. "Sister Shihi." Awu glanced at the back seat and spoke hesitantly. He had been following Mengshi for several years and had never seen her care so much for any other man. "My friend." Chapter 44. Gumanyu waited all night. The night grew deeper. Gumanyu sat alone in the Maserati, which was parked outside a small alley in the shantytown. The streetlights outside the car window cast a dim, yellowish glow, making the dilapidated alley seem somewhat unreal. She had been waiting here for a long time. "I've thought about it a lot." She was angry at Lu Jinan's lack of understanding. She also felt wronged by Lu Jinan's indifference. Gumanyu felt a kind of panic about losing something most important. She dialed Lu Jinan's number again and again, but no one answered. She sent countless messages, explaining, apologizing, and pleading. But those messages disappeared without a trace, like stones sinking into the sea. Where did he go? How is he? Has something happened to him? Countless thoughts raced through Gumanyu's mind. She couldn't find him. The only option was the most basic one. Come here and wait for him. Because this is the place he's most likely to come to, his only home. She will explain to him in person as long as she waits for him. She believed that as long as she could speak up, and as long as he was willing to listen, there was still a chance to salvage the situation. The car's heater was on full blast, but Gumanyu felt chilled all over. She instinctively hugged her arms tightly, her eyes fixed on the alley entrance. Images from the past uncontrollably surfaced in my mind. Back then, Lu Jinan's eyes were very bright, and when he smiled, it was as if there were stars in them. He would ride a bicycle, carrying her through the city's streets and alleys. She sat in the back seat, hugging his waist, her face pressed against his back. The wind blew through her long hair and carried with it her carefree laughter. On her birthday, he would use his own money to buy her a bag that she had casually mentioned, then look at her expectantly and ask her if she likes it. He would prepare a meal for her every night she worked late. Then I would sit on the sofa in the living room and wait for her, no matter how late it was. Those scenes were once taken for granted. Thinking about it now, however, feels like a knife twisting in her heart. When exactly did she start pushing him away? Did it begin when Qin Feng appeared? Or did it start from her feeling that his idleness was unworthy of being Gumanyu's husband? Gumanyu couldn't understand it. All she knew was that when she was outside the police station's interrogation room, she saw him sitting there with a full head of white hair. Her heart was aching terribly. Only then did she belatedly realize how foolish her mistake had been. She remembered her father's angry shouts at her in the car. While his mother's body was still warm, "You took that Qin guy with you to observe mourning and apologize? Are you apologizing, or are you stabbing him in the heart?" Yes, how could she have been so stupid? She believed everything Qin Feng said. They didn't even bother to think about it. That would have been a huge provocation and humiliation for Lu Jinan. Gumanyu felt more and more regretful and panicked the more she thought about it. She took out her phone, wanting to find other ways to contact her. He searched through his contacts, But apart from Lu Jinan's number, there was no one else connected to him. Zhao Kai? Shandong? However, she didn't have their phone number at all. She suddenly remembered. She once told Lu Jinan to stay away from those bad friends. She said they only took him out to drink and brag, which did not help him at all and only lowered his social standing. Lu Jinan simply glanced at her silently and then nodded. After that, she rarely saw Zhao Kai and the others anymore. She showed too little concern for Lu Jinan. Gu Manyu's heart was stabbed again. She closed her eyes in pain and pressed her head against the cold car window. The sky, imperceptibly, went from pitch black to a pale white, and then to full daylight. A new day has begun. The alleyway began to fill with voices, people going to work, buying groceries, dropping their children off at school. But the figure she had waited for all night never appeared. Lu Jinan did not return home all night. Gu Manyu's heart sank to the bottom. She picked up her phone and dialed her assistant's number. Come here now and wait for me. When you see Lu Jinan return, notify me immediately. Yes, Mr. Gu. After hanging up the phone, Gu Manyu started the car. She couldn't wait any longer. There was a mountain of work waiting for her at the company. But her heart remained in this dilapidated alley. City Hospital, VIP ward. Qin Feng lay on the hospital bed, his face wrapped in thick gauze. Only his eyes and mouth were visible. The excruciating pain from his broken nose made him hate Lu Jinan even more. That damn good for nothing. That spineless gigolo. How dare he? He actually dared to attack me again and again. And in front of so many people, they smashed him like this with an iron chair. This is an absolute disgrace. A ruthless glint appeared in Qin Feng's eyes. From childhood to adulthood, he was always the pride of heaven, the center of attention. When have I ever suffered such injustice? Especially when I think of Lu Jinan's full head of white hair, yet his appearance is like that of a demon. Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a pang of heart palpitation. That man really wanted to kill him. We can't just let this go. A cell phone ringing interrupted his thoughts. Qin Feng picked up his phone and saw that the caller ID showed it was Uncle Wang. The fierce look in his eyes softened slightly. He cleared his throat and answered the phone. Uncle Wang. Xiao Feng, I heard you got beaten up by that kid surnamed Lu again. How badly are you hurt? A steady, middle-aged male voice came from the other end of the phone. I'm fine, Uncle Wang, just a minor injury. Qin Feng's voice was trembling with sobs. It's just that I feel so damn frustrated. Xiao Feng, for the sake of avenging your parents, just bear with it. Uncle Wang sighed. How do you plan to handle this matter? A sinister glint flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. Uncle Wang, when he hit me yesterday, there were many neighbors watching the commotion, and someone must have filmed it with their phone. You help me find someone to buy the video from those neighbors, no matter how much it costs. Uncle Wang on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment, as if he understood something. Then what? Then, Qin Feng sneered. I'm going to spread these videos all over the internet. I want everyone to know that Lu Jinan is just a good-for-nothing gigolo who lives off his wife. I want to show them how he repays kindness with enmity, how he can so cruelly kill the person who saved his wife's life. I want him to never be able to hold his head up high again for the rest of his life. I see. Uncle Wang's voice remained calm and steady. Leave this matter to me. I will have someone portray you as a kind and innocent person who saved people from danger, but was instead attacked and harmed by a villain out of jealousy. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. Uncle Wang was more thoughtful than him. He wanted more than just revenge. What he wanted was to kill the man and destroy his spirit. He wants to completely destroy Lu Jinan. He wanted to make Gu Manyu completely disappointed and hate him. Only in this way can he obtain Gu Manyu without any obstacles and cause the Gu family to be destroyed. Thank you, Uncle Wang. Chapter 45 Washing Hands and Making Soup. After hanging up the phone, Qin Feng sent another message to Gu Manyu. Manyu, don't worry about me, I'm fine. Go and keep Jinan company. His mother just passed away, he must be very emotional. Please comfort him. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have bothered him at this time. Seeing the notification that the message had been successfully sent, Qin Feng sneered. Lu Jinan woke up. I just felt a splitting headache. He opened his eyes, and the blinding sunlight made him squint instinctively. An unfamiliar ceiling, an unfamiliar room. Where's this? Lu Jinan sat up abruptly, the dizziness from the hangover making him feel lightheaded. He lifted the blanket, but felt a chill. Looking down, I realized I was only wearing my underwear. Memories of last night flashed through his mind in an instant. Dream bar. Sister Mingxi. Whiskey. He sang a song. Then, he seemed to cry. Then I fell into a warm embrace. Lu Jinan's mind was in complete chaos. He remembered vomiting violently. In his dazed state, he felt someone wiping his body gently and softly. He also felt a soft hand holding his hand the whole time. He patted her gently, as if comforting a frightened child. Is it Sister Mingxi? Lu Jinan rubbed his aching temples and got out of bed. This is a minimalist bedroom with floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking a bustling river view. Just then, the bedroom door was gently pushed open. Mingxi walked in. She was wearing a light pink silk robe, and her long hair was casually draped over her shoulders. Even without makeup, she was still stunningly beautiful. Those beautiful phoenix eyes curved into crescents when they saw him. Woke up. She looked like she had just woken up. The voice was languid, yet very pleasant to the ear. Sister Mingxi. Lu Jinan's voice was terribly hoarse. Don't speak yet. Mingxi interrupted him, pointing to the bathroom in the room. Go take a shower now. You're almost stinky. I've put your change of clothes in there. Then we went out for breakfast. Her relaxed tone eased Lu Jinan's tense nerves. Good. He nodded and went into the bathroom. The hot water poured over his head provided some relief to his tired body. His current appearance is reflected in the mirror. His hair was completely white, his eyes were sunken, and he had a dark stubble. The hideous scars on his face added to his fierce appearance. Even he himself found it unfamiliar. After washing up, he changed into the clothes Mingxi had prepared, a casual outfit that fit him perfectly. Stepping out of the bedroom, a steaming hot breakfast was already laid out on the dining table. Millet porridge, fried eggs, and a few delicate side dishes. Mingxi had already changed her clothes. Her smart black blazer accentuated her slender waist and highlighted her full bust. Eat quickly, or it will get cold. I drank quite a bit last night. Eating some porridge will make me feel better. As she spoke, Mingxi handed him a pair of chopsticks. Lu Jinan sat down, picked up the porridge, and took a sip. I just felt a warm feeling in my stomach, which was very comfortable. Sister Mingxi, thank you for last night. He said softly. Thank me for what? Mingxi rested her chin on her hand, a hint of amusement in her eyes. She spoke slowly again. Thank me for letting you stay for the night. I still want to thank you for throwing up all over me and getting my favorite cheongsam dirty. Lu Jinan was extremely embarrassed. He actually threw up last night? He even vomited on Mingxi? Lu Jinan wished she could find a crack in the ground and disappear there, never to come out again. A grown man, crying his eyes out in front of a woman, and even vomiting all over her. It was utterly shameful. I'll pay you back for the cheongsam. He hesitated for a long time before finally managing to squeeze out this sentence. Su Mingxi stirred the porridge in her bowl. All right, I won't tease you anymore. We don't need to talk about this between us. One sentence warmed Lu Jinan's heart. Yes, they've known each other for almost 10 years. From when he was a poor student to now. Over the years, it seems that only she has never changed. Where are you going later? I'll give you a ride. After finishing her meal, Su Mingxi wiped her mouth with a napkin. No need. You go ahead with your work. Lu Jinan shook his head. I'll walk by myself. He still has things to do. Something I have to resolve myself. Mingxi glanced at him, seemingly seeing through Lu Jinan's thoughts. But she didn't say anything. She just nodded. Okay. After finishing his meal, Lu Jinan got up to say goodbye. I'm leaving, Sister Mingxi. Su Mingxi saw him to the door and said, Jinan, remember, no matter what happens, I'll always be there for you. Lu Jinan paused, then nodded. He walked out of the apartment, and the elevator doors slowly closed. Next, he had to get down to business. Stepping out of the Binjiang apartment, Lu Jinan stood on the street. The morning sunlight shone on him, but brought no warmth whatsoever. He lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. The city's hustle and bustle filled his ears, yet he felt out of place in this world. He now has a crystal-clear decision. Divorce. Make a clean break with Gumanyu. Then, the new life begins. He hailed a taxi. Driver, take me to the nearest copy shop. The driver glanced at him in the rearview mirror. I was startled by his full head of white hair and the scars on his face. Without asking any further questions, he stepped on the gas. At the copy shop, Lu Jinan asked the clerk to print 2 copies of the divorce agreement. "Sir, it's done." He took the 2 printed copies of the agreement and read them carefully. After confirming everything was correct, I paid and left. After leaving the copy shop, he went to the largest supermarket in the vicinity. Pushing his shopping cart, he weaved through the dazzling array of goods on the shelves. Australian grain-fed beef steak, Norwegian salmon, and the freshest organic vegetables. When he checked out, the cashier looked at the expensive ingredients in his shopping cart. She glanced at his simple clothes, her eyes filled with a hint of inquiry. Lu Jinan didn't care at all. He carried the ingredients back to Yunding Mountain Villa. When he opened the door, a chilling aura hit him. This luxurious villa was cold and lifeless, devoid of any warmth or human touch. This is Gu Manyu's home, but it has never been his. He changed into slippers and went straight into the kitchen. After tying on his apron, he began to process the ingredients methodically. Washing vegetables, chopping vegetables, marinating steak. His movements were practiced and fluid, as if he had done it 1,000 times. For the past 5 years, he has been doing this day after day. In this kitchen, 3 meals a day are prepared for Gu Manyu. He once thought that this was love, this was life. He once willingly gave up his future and career to become a housewife, all for her sake. Looking back now, it's fucking ridiculous. Chapter 46, A Tribute to Our Acquaintance. Lu Jinan lowered her head and processed the ingredients. But his mind was filled with memories of his past with Gu Manyu. When I first met her, she was wearing a white dress and standing under the camphor tree on campus, looking spotless. On her wedding day, she wore a wedding dress and said with tears in her eyes, "I do." At that moment, he felt like he owned the whole world. Did he love her? He once loved her so much that he was willing to give up everything for her. Suddenly, Lu Jinan's expression turned somewhat ferocious. But when did problems begin to arise between them? It started when Qin Feng began to appear frequently in her life. It started with her criticism and impatience towards him. It all started in the hospital when she slapped Qin Feng in public and forced him to apologize. Do you hate it? I hate it now. The hatred was hard to dispel. Thinking of this, he slammed the knife in his hand onto the chopping board. He then took a deep breath, suppressing the surging violent emotions within him. He wanted to personally bring this tragic marriage to a perfect end. He was preparing a last supper, to personally destroy their last vestiges of affection. Gu's group, President's office. Gu Manyu was restless all day. She couldn't concentrate on reading a single word of the mountain of documents piled on her desk. Lu Jinan's image kept replaying in his mind. She would pick up her phone every now and then and check WeChat. However, every time I see the word "get lost," my heart aches. President Gu. The assistant knocked and came in, carrying a cup of coffee. Did he go back? Gu Manyu asked anxiously. The assistant shook his head and answered cautiously, "No, Mr. Gu. I sent people to keep watch at the entrance of the alley all day, but we haven't seen Mr. Lu at all." "Okay, you can go now." Gu Manyu waved her hand, looking somewhat disappointed. The assistant put down the coffee and left. She was alone in the office again. Where did he go? Gu Manyu was getting restless. She grabbed her car keys and ran out of the office. She wants to go home and visit her family. Although she knew he was unlikely to be there, it was their only home. The Maserati sped along, weaving back and forth during the evening rush hour. The car drove into Yunding Mountain Villa. Gu Manyu was prepared to face the coldness. She parked the car in the yard and quickly walked towards the gate. However, when she reached the door, she suddenly froze. She saw that the kitchen light was on. Gu Manyu's heart skipped a beat. Is it Lu Jinan? He's back? She pushed open the door, trembling. A pair of shoes were placed in the entryway. Those are his shoes. He really came back. She didn't even have time to change her high heels before quickly walking into the house. Inside the restaurant, several exquisite dishes were already laid out on the table. Pan-fried steak, lobster baked with cheese, smoked salmon salad. These are all her favorite foods. From the kitchen, the sound of soup bubbling away could still be heard. She saw a familiar figure standing in front of the stove, stirring the pot with a ladle. It's him. It really is him. Gu Manyu's eyes instantly reddened. All the grievances and all the panic surged into my heart at this moment. He's still willing to come back. He's still willing to cook for himself. This shows that he still has feelings for her. He wasn't really angry with her. He just needed time to calm down. Gu Manyu could no longer control herself and rushed over. He hugged Lu Jinan tightly from behind. She buried her face in his back, greedily inhaling his familiar scent. Tears silently soaked his clothes. "Husband." Her voice choked with emotion and trembled slightly. Lu Jinan's body stiffened for a moment when she was hugged. He instinctively wanted to shake her off, but he forced himself on her. His body relaxed. He didn't break free, nor did he turn back to look at her. She simply put down the soup spoon in her hand and calmly said, "It's time to go home. Go wash your hands. The soup will be ready soon." The scene and the conversation were almost exactly the same as when she used to come home from get off work. Gu Manyu simply didn't notice. The expectation and tenderness in Lu Jinan's tone had completely vanished. At this moment, Gu Manyu also completely let go. She was overjoyed, thinking that Lu Jinan had come to her senses and was no longer angry. Sure enough, as long as she apologized properly and made amends, they were able to go back to the way things were. But she was completely unaware. Beneath Lu Jinan's calm surface lies a turbulent undercurrent of emotions. Gu Manyu obediently let go of her hand and hastily wiped away her tears. But a smile was playing on his lips that he couldn't hide. "Okay, I'll go right away." Gu Manyu washed her face and tidied herself up to make herself look less haggard. When she came out of the restroom again, Lu Jinan had already put the soup on the table and sat down at the table. He sat in his usual spot. On the table, there were not only exquisite dishes. They also opened a bottle of baijiu, Chinese liquor, and filled 2 glasses to the brim. Lu Jinan only likes this kind of strong liquor, something she has always known. Gu Manyu's heart softened even more. He remembered all her preferences and retained his own habits. Everything is the same as before, that's good. She walked quickly over and sat down next to him. Under the light, the scar on his face looked particularly grotesque and terrifying, ruining his originally handsome features. Gu Manyu felt another sharp pain in her heart. It's all her fault. If it weren't for her, he wouldn't have been injured, and he wouldn't be in this state now. She made a silent vow in her heart. From now on, she will treat him even better and do everything she can to make it up to him. "Honey, your face." She reached out her hand, wanting to touch the scar. Lu Jinan turned his head slightly to avoid her hand. He picked up his glass and raised it to her. "Let's eat, and have a drink first." His voice had calmed down. Gu Manyu's hand froze awkwardly in midair, but she quickly withdrew it. She thought he must still be feeling a little uncomfortable. But that's okay, take your time. She also picked up her wine glass, and a smile returned to her face. "Good." Lu Jinan looked at her, his eyes deep and unreadable. He raised his glass and said in a calm voice, "Gu Manyu, this is the first glass of wine. Let us celebrate our acquaintance and our beautiful past together." After he finished speaking, he held the cup in midair, waiting for her to clink it with his. What a beautiful past. These words instantly made Gu Manyu lose her composure. She remembered the boy holding a guitar and singing rock music on stage at the university's welcome party. The light shone on his profile, making him look so clean and dazzling that she was instantly captivated. She remembered their first date. He was so nervous that his palms were sweating and he was stammering. She remembered how he wanted to buy her a birthday present. To save up for this gift, Lu Jinan worked at Mengxi's bar after class. She remembered them snuggling on the sofa in their rented apartment, planning their future together. Every scene was filled with sweetness. Gu Manyu's eyes welled up with tears again. She nodded vigorously and gently touched his cup to hers. "To our beautiful past," she said, her voice choked with emotion. Chapter 47. Respect to Lu Jinan, who is blind in both eyes and heart. Gu Manyu tilted her head back and drank the strong liquor in her glass in one gulp. The spicy liquor burned her eyes until they streamed down her face. But inside, it was burning hot. She put down her wine glass and watched as Lu Jinan finished his drink, her heart filled with hope. She felt this was a good start. The fact that he's willing to reminisce about the past means he hasn't let go. She leaned closer, took his hand, and said urgently, "Honey, I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong." Let's not fight anymore from now on, okay? How about we go back to how things were before? I will send Qin Feng abroad, and I will listen to you in everything from now on. From now on, I will definitely put my husband first. Let's start over, okay? She looked at him with tears in her eyes. Those proud eyes now held only anticipation. Lu Jinan did not pull her hand away, letting her hold it tightly. He watched her quietly, observing her tear-streaked face. You listen to everything he says? You put him first? My heart is dead, and you only say these things now? Is it because she had a change of heart? Or perhaps it was because she realized it. She might lose a free nanny who dotes on her. After a long pause, he tugged at the corners of his mouth, but the smile didn't reach his eyes, carrying an indescribable sarcasm. He picked up the bottle and filled 2 glasses with wine. Then he pulled his hand out. Gu Manyu's heart suddenly felt empty. She saw Lu Jinan pick up his wine glass again. But this time, he did not raise his glass to her. His expression also turned cold. The warm atmosphere in the restaurant instantly turned somber. Those eyes, once full of sunshine, are now only cold. This is the second glass of wine. His voice grew colder and colder. A salute to myself, a salute to Lu Jinan. I was blind and foolish to have fallen in love with a fickle woman like you. Gu Manyu was stunned. A look of astonishment crossed her eyes, and she froze on the spot. Husband, what did you say? Her lips trembled, and she could barely utter a complete sentence. Are you drunk? Did you drink too much? Lu Jinan suddenly laughed, his laughter filled with endless mockery. I'm perfectly sober. He tilted his head back and drank the liquor in his glass in one gulp. He slammed the wine glass down on the table, making a crisp sound. The sound sent a shiver down Gu Manyu's spine. Gu Manyu, I have never been as clear-headed as I am now in my entire life. Lu Jinan stood up and looked at her, the hatred in his eyes no longer concealed. Am I wrong? If I weren't blind, how could I not see the selfishness and cold-heartedness in your bones? If I weren't blind, why would I have given up my promising future for you, willingly becoming a good for-nothing for 5 years and being ridiculed by everyone? If I weren't blind, how could I have let you slap me like a dog in the hospital, in front of everyone, forcing me to apologize to your lover? If I weren't blind, he slammed his hand on the table. How could I let you use my mother to threaten me? Let her die alone in the hospital, without even being able to see her one last time. Lu Jinan's questioning was filled with tears of blood and piercing intent. He laid bare before her all the pain he had suffered since Qin Feng appeared. Gu Manyu kept shaking her head, tears welling up in her eyes, but she stubbornly refused to let them fall. She desperately wanted to refute, to explain, to say that it wasn't like that. She just wanted to use money to control him and force him to submit. No, Jinan, let me explain. Mom's incident was an accident. I left you some money for medical expenses. I didn't know. Shut the fuck up. You have no right to call her mom. Lu Jinan interrupted her directly. Yes, you don't know. He sneered, because when my mother died, you were having a great time abroad with Qin Feng, so of course you didn't know. His eyes were already a little red. He looked at the woman in front of him, at the face he had once loved to the core, and felt nothing but utter disgust and irony. No, no. She shook her head frantically. Honey, don't be angry. It was my fault. You can hit me or scold me. I'll accept it. I just beg you to calm down. Angry. Lu Jinan twitched the corner of his mouth, making the scar look even more ferocious. I'm not angry. Why should I be angry? It's not worth getting angry over a woman like you who's promiscuous and can sleep with anyone. I just feel disgusted. Is she fickle and promiscuous? Slut-like? Disgusting? Gu Manyu's face was pale, and she was in so much pain that she could hardly breathe. The thought of you putting on airs in front of me every day makes me feel incredibly disgusted. The thought that you're having an affair with another man while pretending to be grateful makes me feel nauseous. No, I didn't. Qin Feng and I are completely innocent. Nothing really happened. Gu Manyu screamed and tried to grab Lu Jinan's arm. Lu Jinan suddenly took a step back, avoiding her touch. His face also showed a look of disgust. Don't fucking touch me, I think you're dirty. Gu Manyu's face was full of pain, and her hand froze in midair. All right, Gu Manyu, whether you're innocent or not is no longer important to me. Lu Jinan said coldly. Gu Manyu looked at Lu Jinan and knew he wasn't joking. The disgust and coldness in his eyes were so real. This thought plunged Gu Manyu into panic. She couldn't provoke him any further. She can't lose him either. Absolutely not. I'm sorry, Jinan. Looking at her like this, Lu Jinan showed no pity whatsoever. He picked up the bottle again and poured himself a third glass of wine. He held the wine and walked up to her. This is the third cup. His voice had become somewhat hoarse. He looked at Gu Manyu's pale face and suddenly smiled. However, that smile looked even uglier than crying and was full of madness. I won't toast you separately this time. I wish you and your great benefactor Qin Feng all the best, he said, enunciating each word clearly and gritting his teeth. A whore and a dog, a match made in heaven. After saying that, he drank the third glass of wine in one gulp right in front of her. Lu Jinan drank too quickly, which choked him and caused him to cough violently. Gu Manyu subconsciously tried to get up to help him, but Lu Jinan shook her off again. She could only watch him helplessly. After Lu Jinan finished coughing, he straightened up and casually wiped his mouth. Then, he picked up Gu Manyu's glass of wine. He looked at Gu Manyu indifferently. This glass of wine is for you and Qin Feng, so. Chapter 48. You must drink this glass of wine. Lu Jinan seemed to have drunk a bit too much. He approached Gu Manyu step by step, his expression becoming distorted and ferocious. This glass of wine is a toast to your everlasting love and happiness with Qin Feng. This glass of wine carries such a beautiful meaning. So why don't you drink it? Gu Manyu trembled all over as she looked at the glass of wine and shook her head repeatedly. How can you not drink it? As Lu Jinan spoke, he reached out and touched Gu Manyu's cheek. That hand that once sheltered her from the wind and rain and cooked for her for 5 years. It was icy cold at that moment, sending a chill down her spine. Gu Manyu was a little scared. She had never seen Lu Jinan like this before, because his eyes were filled with madness and violence at that moment. The gentle and submissive person she remembered was completely gone. Husband, please don't do this. Her voice trembled, and her body trembled too. You're like this. I'm a little scared. You're afraid? Lu Jinan chuckled softly. No. I'm the one who should be afraid. As he spoke, he patted her face lightly, with a hint of humiliation. Who are you? You're President Gu. How impressive. What am I, Lu Jinan, in your eyes? I am just a dog that you, Gu Manyu, can discard at any time. Hit me if you want. Curse me if you want. Throw me a bone when you're happy. Kick me when you're unhappy. No. Gu Manyu had tears in her eyes, but her inherent pride still made her raise her head and look him straight in the eye. You are my husband. You are my only man. Husband. Lu Jinan threw his head back and burst into laughter. The laughter was maniacal. He laughed so hard, he almost cried. However, there was no joy in that laughter, only sorrow and mockery. Gu Manyu was flustered and her body trembled as he laughed. Suddenly, Lu Jinan's laughter stopped abruptly. He lowered his head, his scarlet eyes fixed on Gu Manyu. I'm not good enough to be your husband. I'm not good enough for you, President Gu. You and Qin Feng are a match made in heaven. His voice was hoarse, and his tone was filled with hatred. What am I, Lu Jinan, anyway? They are your puppets. Someone who wants to manipulate me into a puppet they like. Someone who will obey them. A puppet that allows you to cheat on other men with others while still staying at home, doing your laundry and cooking for you. With each word he spoke, Gu Manyu's face paled a little more. His voice grew louder and louder, until finally it was almost a roar. Gu Manyu was heartbroken by his words, and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. She wanted to explain, to say that wasn't the case. She and Qin Feng are innocent. She was simply repaying a debt of gratitude. They just didn't handle the situation well. But when she opened her mouth, she couldn't utter a single word, because she knew that any explanation she gave would sound like sophistry to him. Why aren't you saying anything? Aren't you very assertive? Lu Jinan looked at her tears without a trace of pity in his eyes. You humiliated me, forced me, ordered me around, slapped me in public, and threatened me with my mother's life. Isn't everything you've done for your great benefactor, Qin Feng? So, I'm scared. I'm backing down. I'm fucking quitting, okay? As Lu Jinan spoke, He patted Gu Manyu's face with his hand. I'm giving up my position as Gu Manyu's husband to Qin Feng. If I can't afford to mess with them, can I at least avoid them? I'll stay far away this time, so I won't get in your way. Now, Mr. Gu, are you satisfied? Gu Manyu shook her head desperately, looking at him through teary eyes. No, Jinan. It's not what you think. Shut the fuck up. Lu Jinan rudely interrupted her, his smile growing increasingly maniacal. You don't need to explain. No matter how much you explain, in the end, isn't it me who gets hurt and humiliated? I've already summarized it for you, so you don't have to rack your brains to come up with excuses. I, Lu Jinan, am Gu Manyu's rightful husband. He held up one finger and pointed it at his chest. In my wife Gu Manyu's mind, he is a psychologically twisted pervert. He held up a second finger. He's a good-for-nothing who doesn't strive for improvement. The third finger is a good-for-nothing who only knows how to live off women. He paused, then continued listing his complaints on his fingers. She's also often jealous, unreasonable, and petty. My wife has someone else in her heart, and I must support her unconditionally. I must be grateful and wholeheartedly approve of my wife being nice to other men. So, he spread his 5 fingers and waved them in front of her eyes. I, Lu Jinan, will never be able to compare to your gentle, considerate, and understanding benefactor, Qin Feng, who even lost his hand to save you. After saying that, Lu Jinan withdrew his hand and stared intently into her eyes. Mr. Gu, are you satisfied with my summary? Every word Lu Jinan said caused Gu Manyu immense heartache. Her face was deathly pale, her lips trembled, and she couldn't utter a single word. It seems they are satisfied. Lu Jinan picked up the glass of wine again and handed it to her. This time, the madness in his eyes was even more intense. Therefore, you must drink this glass of wine. Gu Manyu stared at the glass of wine, shaking her head frantically. She can't drink. Drinking it means she has admitted to everything. There was truly no possibility left between her and Lu Jinan. Seeing her shake her head, Lu Jinan's expression instantly became even more ferocious. He suddenly reached out and grabbed Gu Manyu's chin, forcing her to open her mouth. You fucking have to drink this. This is my blessing for you and Qin Feng. You fucking have to accept it. The rim of the glass pressed against her lips. Gu Manyu's pupils suddenly contracted, and she struggled violently. Her head swayed from side to side. He desperately pushed Lu Jinan's body with both hands. It made a whimpering sound, but her strength was laughably weak compared to Lu Jinan's. Lu Jinan gripped her chin tightly, preventing her from moving. That once handsome and sunny face is now filled with madness and distortion. The scar on his face looked even more grotesque under the light, like a centipede coiled around his face. His eyes held a coldness and cruelty that Gu Manyu had never seen before. Drink. Lu Jinan let out a low growl and flicked his wrist. The liquor was forcefully poured into Gu Manyu's mouth. Ugh, cough, cough. The pungent liquor instantly choked her and went into her trachea. This caused Gu Manyu to feel a burning pain. This forced her to burst into tears and snot. She coughed violently, trying to cough up the alcohol. But Lu Jinan forced more alcohol down his throat. She felt like she was suffocating. This isn't drinking, it's torture. Chapter 49 Sign It. Gu Manyu felt like her chin was about to be crushed by him. The excruciating pain and the instinct to survive caused her to struggle violently. Her fingernails left bloody scratches on Lu Jinan's arm. His legs kept making dull thuds against his shin bones. But Lu Jinan seemed to feel no pain. Or rather, this physical pain was utterly insignificant compared to even a fraction of what he felt in his heart. The force in his hand did not lessen in the slightest. Instead, it tightened even more because of her resistance. Lu Jinan has gone mad. He's really gone mad. Did he want to kill himself? This thought instantly chilled Gu Manyu to the bone. Gu Manyu felt somewhat desperate. She had been pampered since childhood. How could she endure such torment? With all her might, she bit down hard on Lu Jinan's tiger's mouth. She felt her teeth sinking deep into his flesh. Instantly, a strong, metallic taste of blood filled her mouth. However, Lu Jinan still seemed to be letting go, and instead let out a low, sinister laugh. He. His laughter sent chills down Gu Manyu's spine. The ferocity on Lu Jinan's face vanished instantly, replaced by tenderness. He looked at Gu Manyu with tender eyes, looking at her disheveled appearance at this moment. Isn't this what you should be drinking? You should be happy. Why aren't you happy? What? Lu Jinan muttered to himself. Didn't you favor 3 women and ruin your husband for his sake? Didn't you slap me again and again because of him? Didn't you threaten me with my mother for his sake? With each word Lu Jinan spoke, the hand gripping her chin tightened a little more. Now, I'm fucking granting your wish and blessing you. So why aren't you drinking? Why aren't you drinking? He spoke louder and louder until it turned into a roar. Looking at the man before her, who resembled a demon, Gu Manyu felt the breath of death for the first time. He might really kill himself. Is it very painful? Lu Jinan's icy voice rang out again. He let out a low, sinister laugh. Do you know how much my heart aches? His voice suddenly lowered. Gu Manyu was running out of strength, and her struggles were getting weaker and weaker. All she heard was his desperate voice speaking in her ear. My mother is dead. Gu Manyu, I have no mother anymore. Gu Manyu was no longer able to answer. He could only unconsciously make woo sounds. Instantly, a series of images flashed through her mind. In the hospital, she slapped Lu Jinan repeatedly across the face in an attempt to force Lu Jinan to apologize to Qin Feng. The scene in the villa where she used his mother's exorbitant medical bills to force this proud man to bow down to her and submit to her. In front of a church in Germany, she received a call from her father informing her of her mother-in-law's passing. But she was there, accompanying Qin Feng as he healed his wounds. Finally, she appeared in front of her mother-in-law's house with Qin Feng. The scene of seeing Lu Jinan's striking white hair and those cold, desperate eyes. It was she herself who shattered his dignity with slap after slap. It was she again, with each threatening word, who personally broke his spine. I finally drove him insane with my own hands. Why did things turn out this way? Was I really wrong? The wine was still being poured in. Gu Manyu completely gave up struggling, and her body went limp. She closed her eyes in pain. She let the spicy liquor be poured into her mouth. But the tears flowed even more fiercely. It turns out that when heartache reaches its extreme, there's no strength left to struggle. Lu Jinan only let go of her hand after the entire glass of wine was poured out, not a single drop left. He reached out and gently wiped the wine stains from her lips with his thumb. Bang! He then casually threw the glass on the ground, where it shattered. Gu Manyu seemed to have lost all her strength. He instantly slumped over the table, bent over, and coughed violently. Cough, 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 cough. She coughed so hard it felt like she was coughing up her internal organs. The high and mighty CEO Gu has never appeared in such a wretched state. However, Lu Jinan felt no joy, only a deep emptiness and exhaustion. He stood to the side, watching her indifferently, looking at this incredibly arrogant woman. At this moment, she appeared so disheveled and pathetic in his presence. He waited a long time until Gu Manyu's coughing gradually subsided. She leaned on the table and stood up unsteadily. Her meticulously styled long, wavy hair was disheveled and stuck to her face. Those once proud eyes are now only red and swollen with regret. Lu Jinan turned around, took the folder from the side, and walked back to her. With a snap, Lu Jinan threw the folder at Gu Manyu's face without any mercy. It sent a stinging pain through her cheek. Several pages inside scattered and fell to her feet due to the impact. The handwriting on the top sheet was unbelievable to Gu Manyu. Divorce agreement. Gu Manyu's body suddenly stiffened. She stared blankly at those words, her body beginning to tremble. Divorce. He actually wanted to divorce her. He had just punished himself in a brutal way. But why did he still want a divorce? She thought that as long as she endured all of this, the misunderstandings would pass. Sign it. Lu Jinan's voice was cold. He pulled out the chair opposite Gu Manyu and sat down, just like countless times before when he had dinner with her. This time, however, what separates them is a divorce agreement. Gu Manyu shook her head frantically. No. Can't. No. She suddenly raised her head, looked at Lu Jinan, and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. No, I won't sign. Lu Jinan, I'd rather die than sign. She suddenly screamed hysterically. I love you. I can't live without you. I won't get a divorce. Until this moment, when the word divorce was placed so vividly and coldly before her. Only then did she truly feel the fear and pain of impending loss. Seeing her hysterical state, Lu Jinan revealed a cold smile. He stood up, placed his hands on the table, and brought his face towards her. "Gu Manyu." His voice was soft and gentle, yet carried a chilling undertone. "Do you think you still have the right to say no?" Gu Manyu looked at Lu Jinan pleadingly. Those eyes, which once held only love for her, were now filled with only coldness and mockery. "What else do you want?" Lu Jinan's voice was still very soft, but every word he spoke was like a knife to the heart. "Continue to use your status as President Gu to intimidate me?" Still, his gaze slowly moved down to her flat stomach, and his eyes became strange. "Or are you trying to tell me that you're already carrying my child?" Chapter 50. We'll die together if we don't sign. Gu Manyu's body trembled violently. They had been married for 5 years, and Lu Jinan had always wanted a child. However, Gu Manyu always refused Lu Jinan, citing her career as the reason. Her face paled even more instantly. Looking at her reaction, Lu Jinan's lips curled into a sneer. "It seems there aren't any left." He chuckled softly, then, in a tone of sudden realization, slowly said, "Oh, I forgot, you have another trump card. A card that is the most useful, the one that can make me bow down to you, or even beg you." His gaze turned dangerous again, and he asked, enunciating each word clearly, "So, you're going to threaten me with my mother?" These words almost made Gu Manyu lose her balance. That was the most despicable and regrettable thing she had ever done in her life. She was out of her mind. She actually used that kind old woman who treated her like her own daughter to threaten her husband. Did I hit the nail on the head? Lu Jinan looked at her and let out a sneer. "What a pity, Gu Manyu. You no longer have this trump card. My mom is gone. She's dead." Lu Jinan took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. "Gu Manyu, we've shared a bed for 5 years, and I never imagined you could be so despicable. You'll do anything to please Qin Feng. Do you even have any humanity left?" Lu Jinan did not wait for Gu Manyu's reply. He continued, "All right, I don't want to waste my breath on someone like you anymore." He picked up the divorce agreement from the ground and threw it into Gu Manyu's arms again. "Sign it quickly." Gu Manyu clutched the agreement, her body trembling uncontrollably. If they sign it, they're really finished. No, she can't sign. She made a mistake, but she can correct it and make amends. But she couldn't lose him. Just then, Gu Manyu seemed to have thought of something. She looked up, forcing a smile onto her tear-streaked face. "Jinan, don't be angry." Her voice had become hoarse. "I know I was wrong. Please, please forgive me this once, okay? From now on, you can do whatever you want of me, as long as you get a divorce." Lu Jinan looked at her coldly, unmoved, waiting for her to continue. As expected, Gu Manyu's next words did not disappoint him. And if Mom could know from beyond the grave that we're divorced, how could she rest in peace? She still wanted to use that kind old man to win his last bit of sympathy and pity. The moment the words left his mouth, the air in the entire restaurant seemed to freeze. Lu Jin looked at her quietly, looking at this woman, while his mother's body was still warm. He even managed to use his deceased mother as leverage to win him back. Gu Manyu felt uneasy under his gaze. She even felt that the Lu Jinan who had just been acting crazy and violent was now. Even a blank expression would make her feel more at ease than her current expressionless face. What did you say?" Lu Jinan asked. I said Mom." Gu Manyu hadn't finished speaking. Smack! The sound of a slap suddenly rang out. Lu Jinan used force in that slap. The immense force caused Gu Manyu's head to swing to one side. He staggered backward until he crashed into the wall. Half of her cheek quickly became red and swollen. There was a constant buzzing in my ears. She was stunned by the blow. She covered her burning face, looking at Lu Jinan with teary eyes. "He actually hit her again?" Lu Jinan slowly withdrew his hand. "Gu Manyu." He grabbed her hair and forced her to look up and meet his gaze. Because of the pain, Gu Manyu's facial features were somewhat distorted. "You don't deserve to be called Mom," Lu Jinan said through gritted teeth. She was in so much pain that tears streamed down her face. "You'll always be this selfish." Lu Jinan looked at her in pain, but his heart remained unmoved. "You only ever think about yourself." Always use other people's weaknesses as a tool to threaten them. Gu Manyu was startled. She stared at him blankly. Yes. Taking advantage of his love for her, she hurt him recklessly. He used his mother's medical expenses to force him to comply. Now, they even dare to try to use his deceased mother to bind him again. Looking at her distraught appearance, Lu Jinin's disgust deepened. He let go of her hand. No, Jinin, let me explain. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I'll never do it again. Her voice was broken, hoarse, and filled with despair. I'm cutting ties with Qin Feng completely. I'll make sure he gets out of Haiqing right now. I swear. Please, don't get a divorce. Please. She cried uncontrollably. At this moment, Lu Jinin reached out again and touched her face. Gu Manyu's crying stopped abruptly. She looked up blankly and met his eyes. She saw a hint of tenderness. That sudden tenderness gave Gu Manyu hope. Is he softening his heart? Real. Lu Jinin spoke softly, his voice hoarse, yet carrying a seductive quality. Are you really willing to cut ties completely with Qin Feng? Without a second thought, Gu Manyu nodded frantically. Really? I swear. Honey, I swear. She knew it. He couldn't bear to part with her. This 5-year relationship is real. He was just too deeply hurt and needed a way to save face. Now, she's offering him the steps. He finally turned back. I'll call him right now. No, I'll have my assistant do it right now and fire him from the company immediately. Gu Manyu was very anxious, afraid that he would change his mind. Honey, let's make things right from now on and never fight again, okay? She tilted her head back, her eyes, red and swollen from crying, filled with pleading. Okay. Lu Jinin smiled. That smile, under the lamplight, was so gentle. He gently brushed the wet hair stuck to her face behind her ears. The movements are gentle. Gu Manyu was completely relieved. I helped her fix her hair. Lu Jinin stroked her cheek. It moved slowly downwards. It brushed across her delicate collarbone. Finally, it stopped on her slender neck. Gu Manyu's heart skipped a beat. She didn't have time to react. Lu Jinin's hand suddenly tightened. Well? Gu Manyu felt the air instantly being sucked away. A strong feeling of suffocation came over me. Gu Manyu's eyes widened. She looked at Lu Jinin in disbelief. Those eyes that were just moments ago full of tenderness. At this moment, only madness remains. He's going to kill her. This thought flashed through Gu Manyu's mind. Ha. She struggled desperately, making painful noises. A sharp pain shot through my lungs. At this moment, Lu Jinin's cold voice rang out. They also uttered the cruelest words. I won't sign. Let's die here together. On the road to the underworld, I will accompany you, so you will not be alone. Chapter 51. To sign or not to sign. Fear. An unprecedented fear. Gu Manyu was finding it increasingly difficult to breathe. She didn't want to die. She was only 27 years old, and she was the president of the Gu Group. She had everything that countless people envied. How could she die here? Her survival instinct kicked in instantly, and her struggles became even more intense. But it was all in vain. Lu Jinin's hands are too steady. In despair, Gu Manyu said with difficulty, Husband, I love you. Lu Jinin sneered, You love me? Immediately afterwards, a burst of maniacal laughter rang out. Ha ha ha! The laughter was filled with sorrow and mockery. Gu Manyu's heart sank. The laughter shattered the last shred of hope in her heart. The laughter stopped abruptly. Lu Jinin lowered his head and moved closer to her. Cheap goods. Lu Jinin's breath sprayed onto her face. His words sent chills down Gu Manyu's spine. You should just go and love Qin Feng instead. The words fell. Lu Jinin's expression twisted again, and the hand gripping her neck tightened suddenly once more. Ugh. This time, he left no room for maneuver. They really wanted her dead. Consciousness gradually faded. Just when she thought she was really going to die there, Lu Jinin's voice rang out again. To sign or not to sign. Sign it, and you'll survive. If you don't sign, you're dead. At that moment, Gu Manyu gave up all struggle. She really didn't want to die. With her last bit of strength, she nodded with difficulty. One time. Another one. Seeing her nod, the madness in Lu Jinin's eyes subsided slightly. He let go of her hand. Cough, 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 cough. Fresh air instantly filled my lungs. Gu Manyu collapsed to the ground, coughing violently. The 5 guidelines on the neck are clearly visible. She gasped for breath, greedily inhaling every breath of air. For a brief moment, she truly thought she was going to die. That kind of fear of being choked. Even now, just thinking about it makes her tremble and her limbs feel cold. Lu Jinan looked at her expressionlessly, without a trace of pity. He picked up the divorce papers again. He threw the things in front of her. Sign. There is only one word. But it was cold, resolute, and devoid of any emotion. Gu Manyu was still trembling uncontrollably. She looked up at the extremely cold man in front of her, her heart filled with despair. She knew it was all over. There was no way to salvage the situation. He would rather kill her and then commit suicide than not divorce her. Just how despicable was she in his heart? In his eyes, how ridiculous was their 5-year relationship? Gu Manyu's heart ached so much that she could hardly breathe. She struggled to get up. I moved to the dining table and sat down, holding onto a chair. Then, she picked up the pen. Her hands were shaking violently. She looked down at the agreement, at the place where her signature was. Once she signs her name, she and he will truly have nothing to do with each other anymore. From now on, he is him, and she is her. Bridges are bridges, and roads are roads. 5-year marriage completely shattered. 5 years of relationship vanished into thin air. The man she once thought she would spend her life with. And so it ended in the most unbearable and tragic way. She was not willing to accept it. She was so unwilling to accept it. On what grounds? She and Qin Feng are innocent. Her protectiveness of Qin Feng was solely out of gratitude. She simply didn't strike the right balance between Qin Feng and Lu Jinan. She simply chose to be with another man when her husband needed her most. She just wasn't there for him when his mother passed away. She was wrong. She ignored her husband's feelings. But this is a serious offense. Why can't we give her a chance to change? Why must we punish her with divorce? Tears flowed again. Drop by drop, the water splashed onto the agreement, creating a small patch of water stains. However, she dared not refuse to sign. The pain in her neck was still a reminder to her. She had no doubt that if she refused again, having completely lost his mind, Lu Jinan would strangle her without hesitation. He's not even afraid of death, so what is there that he wouldn't do? In the end, all the resentment, regret, and grievances turned into a silent sigh. Gu Manyu trembled as she placed the pen tip on the paper. One stroke, one line. She began to write her own name. This name has been associated with countless contracts worth hundreds of millions. Every time, the signature is written in a flamboyant and elegant style. Each time, I was filled with confidence and pride. But today, she wrote for a very long time. The writing was crooked and extremely ugly, just like their broken and unbearable marriage. When the last stroke was made, the pen in her hand also fell to the ground. She slumped into the chair, staring blankly ahead. It's over. It's all over. Lu Jinan picked up the already signed divorce agreement. He took a closer look and confirmed her signature. Then, he folded his share neatly and put it in his pocket. After doing all this, he glanced at the almost untouched dishes on the table. These are all her favorite foods. It was also the last dinner he made for her. A self-deprecating smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. That's fucking ridiculous. He turned around and slowly scanned the place where he had lived for 5 years. They had a heated discussion about every detail when decorating the house. He insisted on an open kitchen. That way, when he's cooking, he can just look up and see her in the living room. She insisted on having a huge walk-in closet that could hold all her beautiful clothes and bags. She said she wanted to dress up beautifully every day so that he could see her at her most beautiful every day. The sofa in the living room was picked out by them together at the furniture store. He liked dark gray, while she preferred off-white. They argued about it all afternoon, and in the end he gave in. He recalled countless nights. They nestled on the sofa, covered with a blanket, watching mindless idle dramas, sometimes laughing, sometimes shedding tears. His gaze fell on the wall behind the sofa again. There is a painting on the wall. It was drawn by the two of them over a week. The painting depicts a giant heart. He is one half of my heart, and she is the other half. The two people raised their hands above their heads, forming a complete heart shape. Their young faces were radiant with smiles that were almost dazzling. At that time, they really thought that a heart shape could bind them for a lifetime. Every brick, tile, blade of grass, and tree here bears witness to his and Gu Manyu's lifelong companionship. But now, these once sweet memories have turned into the sharpest blades. And this home holds all their beautiful memories. In retrospect, it was nothing more than a magnificent cage. He glanced again at Gu Manyu, who was slumped in her chair, looking utterly lost. He took a black card out of his pocket and placed it on the dining table. This was a card Gu Manyu gave him, but Lu Jinan never used it. The house is yours, the car is yours, the company's shares, the savings, everything here is yours. His voice was calm and indifferent. Also, I will pay you back my mother's medical expenses over the past few years within 6 months. Gu Manyu stared at him blankly, her lips trembling. Lu Jinan took one last look at her. Meet me at the Civil Affairs Bureau at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the door. Chapter 52, Then Go Die. Lu Jinan's back was ramrod straight. It was as if a mountain that had been pressing down on him for 5 years had finally been crushed by his foot at this moment. At that moment, he felt an unprecedented sense of ease. His full head of white hair, illuminated by the chandelier, seemed to be telling a silent story. Don't want. Watching his resolute back, Gu Manyu suddenly came back to her senses. He's really leaving. Once he signed the papers, he would disappear completely from her world. No. Suddenly, a piercing scream came from behind. Lu Jinan did not stop walking, nor did he look back. But then he heard the sound of a chair being knocked over, followed by hurried, chaotic footsteps. The next second, he felt a soft body hug him tightly from behind. Husband, don't go. No. Gu Manyu pressed her cheek tightly against his back, her tears soaking his shirt. She wrapped her arms around his waist with all her might, as if trying to meld herself into his body. Please, don't leave me. I can't live without you. Her cries were desperate, filled with heartbreaking pleas. Lu Jinan could clearly feel her body trembling. How long he had longed for such an embrace. When he was wronged, when she misunderstood him, when she humiliated him in public. He had hoped that she would rush up and hug him like this. Tell him that she cares about him. But he didn't wait. Now, he has finally waited for it. On the night, he decided to let go completely and sever all ties. This long-awaited hug has finally arrived. But Lu Jinan felt no warmth in his heart, only utter irony. There was no love in that embrace, only fear. She wasn't afraid of him being in pain. She was just afraid of him leaving. Gu Manyu. It's too late. Gu Manyu's body trembled. She hugged him even tighter. It's not too late. It's not too late. As long as you're willing to forgive me, it's never too late. She tried to explain herself incoherently. We can start over. I can change. I'll change anything. I will be a good wife, and I will listen to you from now on. Don't you love babies the most? Let's have 1 baby. No, let's have 2. Lu Jinan listened quietly, listening to her flustered promises, listening to the future she described. If he had heard these words before his mother died, he might have been overjoyed. But now, these words only make him more irritable. Having a baby? Gu Manyu. I feel disgusted and want to vomit whenever I see you now. And I even want to kill you. Gu Manyu's body instantly stiffened. Tell me, how do I give birth? So stop using the child as an excuse. I should be grateful now. I'm glad we don't have any children, and I'm glad I wasn't brought into this world to suffer by a selfish woman like you. Thankfully, he actually said he was glad. What he once longed for has now become his source of joy. These words completely shattered Gu Manyu's psychological defenses. Lu Jinan gave her no more time to react. He reached out and began to pry her fingers apart one by one. Her fingers were icy cold, yet she gripped them tightly. Let go. His voice turned cold. I won't let go. I'd rather die than let go. I love you so much. Why are you so cruel? Why can't you forgive me just once? Gu Manyu cried out, stubbornly shouting. Don't you understand? You don't love me. Lu Jinan shook his head. You just can't accept it. I can't accept that something that originally belonged to you suddenly has its own thoughts and wants to escape your control. No. No. Gu Manyu shook her head desperately. I love you. I've always loved you. Like. Lu Jinan was feeling irritable and had lost her patience. Love you, my ass. I fucking don't love you anymore, do you understand? He no longer wanted to waste another word on this woman. Lu Jinan grabbed one of Gu Manyu's fingers and snapped it outwards. Gu Manyu let out a cry of pain. The excruciating pain made her subconsciously release Lu Jinan. Freed from restraint, Lu Jinan strode towards the door. However, Gu Manyu was like a persistent leech. She pounced on him from behind again and hugged his arm. Lu Jinan, you can't leave. She screamed in despair. What will I do if you leave? What will I do all by myself? We're husband and wife. How dare you just leave like that? Lu Jinan was so angry at her self-righteous questioning that she laughed. He finally turned around. Gu Manyu's hair was disheveled, and her makeup was ruined by crying. The finger marks on his neck were shocking, and half of his cheek was swollen. There was not a trace of his usual aloofness left. Are we husband and wife? Gu Manyu, how come you still remember we're husband and wife? He stared at her and asked her question, word by word. Don't you feel guilty when you say that? You ask me why I have the right to leave? Then I'll tell you why I should leave. Lu Jinan placed her hand on his heart. Touch it and see. Gu Manyu froze. She could feel his heartbeat through his shirt. One after another. Let me tell you, for 5 years, this place has been filled with you. If you smile, it will jump a little faster. If you frown, it will twitch into a ball. I thought it would dance with you for the rest of its life. Gu Manyu's tears flowed even more fiercely. She heard the love in his words that she had previously overlooked. But now, it's dead. You stabbed me to death, one cut at a time. Inside here, he pressed his hand to his chest, saying, now there's nothing left. Without you, there is no love. It's empty, you've emptied it out. No, no. Gu Manyu shook her head frantically, trying to pull her hand back. But Lu Jinan's strength was astonishing. Did you feel it? He leaned close to her and whispered in her ear. Every time it beats now, it's a reminder to me. Remind me how you trampled my dignity underfoot. A reminder of everything you've done to me. Lu Jinan released her. Then, he took out a divorce agreement from his pocket. Then, he used the divorce agreement to slap Gu Manyu's cheeks repeatedly. And this too. His voice regained its previous coldness. From the moment you signed your name, we were no longer husband and wife. There is no longer any relationship between us. Not even friends. So, Gu Manyu. He shoved her hard back. Tell me, why shouldn't I leave? Caught off guard, Gu Manyu staggered back several steps. Lu Jinan ignored Gu Manyu and turned to walk towards the door. As Lu Jinan grasped the doorknob. Lu Jinan, if you drive me away, I'll kill myself. Gu Manyu's shout came from behind him. Her voice was filled with despair and hysteria. Lu Jinan stopped, but did not turn around. He just gave a cold laugh. Then go die. Chapter 53 I, Gu Manyu, will only bow my head this once. Then you should just die? How cruel and heartless those words are. Tears instantly blurred Gu Manyu's vision. She watched as Lu Jinan's hand gripped the doorknob. Don't open the door. Please, please don't open the door. Gu Manyu screamed wildly in her heart. However, Lu Jinan still opened that door without any mercy. The evening breeze blew in from outside the door, ruffling the white hair on his forehead and chilling her to the bone. As the door opened, Gu Manyu lost her temper. Lu Jinan, I hate you. She screamed hysterically. You'll regret this. You definitely will. This was accompanied by a curse. Gu Manyu grabbed a vase from the nearby display shelf and smashed it hard against the door. Bang! The vase smashed against the door, shards of porcelain flying everywhere with a loud crash. The shards of porcelain flew through Lu Jinan's mind. However, his figure did not stop at all. He let out a long sigh of relief. Then, he strode out, his figure resolute. There was no turning back. The door eventually closed. Gu Manyu stared at the tightly closed door, completely stunned. Her body was stiff and motionless. After an unknown amount of time, Gu Manyu's lips moved slightly. Husband. It let out a barely audible murmur. The next second, she rushed towards the door like a madwoman. She was barefoot and had already forgotten about the broken pieces of porcelain on the ground. Puff! A sharp shard of porcelain pierced deeply into the sole of her foot. The bloodstains spread instantly, leaving a shocking bloody footprint on the floor. Gu Manyu seemed not to feel any pain. He continued running towards the gate, leaving a bloody footprint with each step. She flung open the door. Outside the door, Lu Jinan was nowhere to be seen. A cool evening breeze was blowing. Her frail body couldn't help but shiver. He's really gone. He just vanished, completely and utterly disappeared from her world. Gu Manyu stood blankly at the door. Staring blankly at the deep night outside, I felt as if I had lost my soul. After a long while, she slowly closed the door. His body could no longer support him, and he slumped weakly to the ground by the door. Gu Manyu hugged her legs, curling up together, like a child abandoned by the world. She kept her head down, her disheveled hair obscuring her face, making it impossible to see her expression. Suddenly, the corner of her mouth twitched, and she let out a very low laugh. Heh! The laughter echoed in the room, sounding particularly abrupt and eerie. He. Gu Manyu's laughter gradually grew louder. It became increasingly frantic, even bordering on hysterical madness. It sounds like it sends chills down your spine. But as she laughed, her shoulders began to shake violently. The sound gradually changed from laughter to a painful, suppressed sob. Wah! Gu Manyu bit her hand tightly. She didn't want to cry out loud, but the tears just wouldn't stop. In the end, all the pretense and strength crumbled. She could no longer control herself, hugged her knees, buried her head in her arms, and let out a heart-wrenching cry. The cries were broken and desperate. It was filled with endless regret and pain. The echoes reverberating in this once joyful home are so ironic. Why? Why did things turn out this way? She already knows she was wrong. She has already made a promise. She said she would change. But why can't he give her a chance? Why did he have to be so cruel? After crying for an unknown amount of time, Gu Manyu suddenly began to murmur. Honey, you said you'd take care of me for the rest of my life. You said you would protect me for life. You said you would love me for a lifetime. You said that when we're old, we'll watch the sunrise and sunset together. Each and every word he spoke was a promise he had made. He spoke so earnestly then, and she listened with such sweetness. Gu Manyu clutched her clothes tightly at her chest. It hurt so much. My heart aches. It felt like a piece of him had been ripped out of him alive. Liar. Lu Jinan, that big liar. Gu Manyu's voice was filled with grievance and resentment. Bang, bang, bang. She suddenly raised her fist and pounded her chest repeatedly. The pain was so intense she could barely breathe. It seemed that only in this way could she alleviate the pain in her heart. Lu Jinan, you are so cruel. My tears have dried up some time ago. Lu Jinan. Gu Manyu raised her head, her eyes bloodshot. Beneath her disheveled hair, her once beautiful face now appeared grotesque. I, Gu Manyu, will only bow my head this once. Her voice was hoarse, but firm. Just this once. Bowing down did not bring forgiveness, but only more thorough humiliation and abandonment. Gu Manyu leaned against the wall and struggled to her feet. The sharp pain in her feet made her sway. But she didn't care at all. She limped to the dining table and found her phone. The screen lit up, showing her disheveled state. She swiped the screen and dialed a number. The phone rang a few times before being answered, and a woman's voice came from the other end. Manyu? It's so late. Why aren't you asleep yet? It was her mother, Lu Qin. Gu Manyu paused for a moment, and her mother's voice made her feel wronged instantly. But she suppressed this feeling of grievance. Mom, I'm divorced. Her tone was calm, without any inflection. Lu Jinan, he doesn't want me anymore. On the other end of the phone, Lu Qin's expression froze instantly. After a few seconds, she screamed incredulously, What did you say? The scream pierced Gu Manyu's ears painfully. The phone slipped from her hand and fell to the floor. Just like her broken marriage. Hey, Manyu. However, there has been no response. On the other side, at the Gu family mansion, Lu Qin held the phone, completely stunned, her face pale. She hurried to the study, where Gu Cheng was wearing reading glasses and looking at a document. Old Gu, something's happened. Something really bad. Gu Cheng looked up and frowned slightly as he saw his wife's flustered appearance. What's the big deal? Why are you making such a fuss? Mandarin. It's Mandarin. Lu Qin's voice was trembling. She just called me and said she and Lu Jinan are divorced. Gu Cheng paused slightly in the hand holding the document. He took off his glasses, rubbed his temples, and didn't seem too shocked. He had expected it, but he didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Alas, this day has finally come. Lu Qin was stunned. You knew all along? I don't know, But I have a guess. Gu Cheng sighed. Manhwa has really broken his heart this time. What do you mean heartbroken? What right does Lu Jinan have to ask for a divorce? What has our Gu family ever done to wrong him? Lu Qin's voice became shrill. This is absolutely outrageous. His mother is dead. Gu Cheng casually uttered a sentence. Lu Qin's shouting came to an abrupt halt. I know about this, but what does it have to do with their divorce? Looking at his wife, Gu Cheng felt for the first time how foolish she was. When his mother died, our daughter was with Qin Feng in Germany, recovering from his injuries. Old Gu, what do you mean? Are you speaking in a strange language? Qin Feng only cleaned up because of Manhwa. So what's wrong with her helping Qin Feng with his treatment? I'm not blaming her. I'm just stating a fact. Gu Cheng stood up, picked up his coat, and said, "It's no use talking about this now. Let's go check it out first, so that nothing really happens." Lu Qin then realized that her daughter's voice on the phone had sounded terribly hollow. She dared not think any further, grabbed her shawl, and hurriedly followed Gu Cheng outside. Chapter 54: The Wife's Silence. Meanwhile, inside the Hentang villa, Gu Manhwa was sitting at the dining table, staring blankly at the divorce agreement. A cigarette was held between her fingers. The swirling smoke blurred her pale face. On the dining table was a box of lotus flowers that had just been opened. Those were Lu Jinan's cigarettes. Gu Manhwa used to smoke, but she hadn't smoked in a long time. She brought the cigarette to her lips and took a deep drag. The smoke rushed into my lungs, causing a violent cough. Cough, cough, cough. She coughed so badly that tears welled up in her eyes. She hastily wiped away her tears with the back of her hand. Then, his fingertips gently traced the crooked signature on the agreement. Looking at her own name, she suddenly smiled. The laughter was soft, yet it carried an indescribable eeriness. Divorce? These two words have never existed in Gu Manhwa's dictionary of life. She never fails to get what she wants. If she doesn't want something, no one can force it on her. Lu Jinan is her husband. It was true before, it is true now, and it must be true in the future. Lu Jinan, you won't escape my grasp. She admitted that she was wrong. Her mistake was being too confident, thinking that Lu Jinan's love for her was something she could squander at will and would never run dry. Her mistake was being too arrogant, ignoring his feelings and trampling on his dignity. But so what? She had already bowed her head. She had already begged him. He himself didn't want the opportunity. Lu Jinan, you're too naive. You've forgotten what I, Gu Manhwa, am best at has never been pleading. Instead, they'll stop at nothing. Suddenly, the sound of brakes came from outside the villa. Immediately following was a rapid and forceful knocking on the door. Manhwa, open the door. Manhwa, open the door. Don't scare your mother. Gu Cheng and Lu Qin's anxious voices came through. Gu Manhwa lowered her head, looking at the divorce agreement, ignoring the shouts outside. The knocking outside the door stopped for a moment. Then Gu Cheng's voice came through. Stop fucking banging. Don't you have the key? Ah, yes, yes, yes. Lu Qin then realized what was happening and frantically rummaged through her bag, muttering, I was so flustered. The door was pushed open. Gu Cheng and Lu Qin stopped in their tracks as soon as they stepped into the entrance hall. The sight inside the room made the two of them freeze in place. The ground was covered with shattered porcelain shards. What's most shocking is the bloody footprints that stretched from the entrance all the way to the restaurant. Lu Qin gasped and let out a scream. Oh my God! She covered her mouth, unable to believe what she was seeing. Gu Cheng, on the other hand, looked grim. He followed the direction of the bloody footprints and looked into the restaurant. I saw my daughter sitting at the dining table. She was wearing a nightgown, her hair was messy, and she sat there motionless. They seemed unaware that they had come in. Mandarin. Lu Qin could no longer care about anything else. She lifted her skirt, walked around the broken pieces of porcelain on the ground, and ran over. Manhwa, my daughter, what happened to you? Why is there blood all over the floor? Lu Qin's voice was trembling. She ran to Gu Manhwa's side, grabbed her shoulder, and looked her up and down. She saw Gu Manhwa's swollen cheeks and the several bluish-purple finger marks on her neck. Her heart clenched painfully, and she felt like she was going crazy. Who hit this? Was it that beast Lu Jinan? How dare he? How dare he hit you? Lu Qin was so angry that she trembled all over, pointing at the wound on Gu Manyu's neck. Gu Manyu remained silent, as if she had lost her soul. But when Lu Qin saw the blood at Gu Manyu's feet, her heart broke. Your foot is bleeding so much. Lu Qin's heart ached so much that tears streamed down her face. Quick, let Mom see. She lifted Gu Manyu's foot and saw several wounds of varying depths on the sole of her foot. Several small shards of porcelain were also stuck in it, some of which were slowly oozing blood. Lu Qin was extremely anxious and immediately turned around and shouted at Gu Cheng, "Old Gu, quick, find the first aid kit." Gu Cheng walked over quickly and was shocked when he saw the wound on his daughter's foot. He quickly found the first aid kit in the TV cabinet in the living room and hurried over. Lu Qin opened the first aid kit and hurriedly took out tweezers and disinfectant. "Manyu, bear with it, Mom will treat your wound." Lu Qin was almost in tears, and her hands were trembling so badly that she couldn't quite get the wound right several times. Gu Manyu remained unresponsive, oblivious to the pain in her foot. "I'll do it." Gu Cheng took the tweezers from his wife. His hands were much steadier. He crouched down, carefully picked up a piece of porcelain, and pulled it off. Hiss! Lu Qin felt sorry for her daughter, but she quickly pressed it down with a cotton ball. Gu Manyu's body trembled slightly, but she didn't make a sound. Her distraught appearance made Lu Qin even more uneasy than if she had started crying and making a scene. "Manyu, say something to Mom. Don't scare her." As Lu Qin helped her wipe away the bloodstains, she cried and begged. Gu Cheng silently tended to the wound, pulling the shards of porcelain from her feet one by one. Finally, the last piece of broken porcelain was removed. Gu Cheng disinfected her wound, applied medicine, and then carefully bandaged it with gauze. After doing all this, he stood up and threw the blood-stained cotton ball and broken porcelain into the trash can. At this moment, Gu Cheng looked at the divorce agreement on the table. His daughter has already signed it. Gu Cheng snorted heavily, a surge of anger rising to his head. "Serves you right for being so difficult. You've gone too far this time." He looked at his daughter with a hint of disappointment. "Do you even have a brain? I told you long ago. Stay away from that Qin Feng. But you wouldn't listen." Gu Manyu's body trembled almost imperceptibly. "Now look what's happened. You've completely broken Jean An's heart. You've driven her away. Are you satisfied now?" Gu Manyu remained silent, still staring at the divorce agreement. Seeing that his daughter remained silent, Gu Cheng became even angrier. "There are 1,000 ways to repay a life-saving debt. Why did you choose the stupidest one? Now look what's happened. She's ruined her husband and her family." Gu Manyu bit her lip tightly. "What do you take Jinan for? Do you think of her as a dog you keep at home? So you can boss them around and do whatever you want, and turn a blind eye to what they do? I told you long ago, he's a man with pride. You insist on trampling on his self-esteem time and time again. How long do you think he can tolerate it?" Gu Cheng grew increasingly angry as he spoke, pacing back and forth in the restaurant. Upon hearing this, Lu Qin immediately exploded. She suddenly stood up, turned around, and yelled at Gu Cheng. "Gu Cheng, what are you doing? Didn't you see how Manyu is? Don't you have any heart? She's your daughter. Not only are you not comforting her, you're adding fuel to the fire." "Am I adding fuel to the fire?" Gu Cheng glared at her. "It's all your fault. You spoiled her since she was little, making her so willful. You think you love her? You're hurting her." Chapter 55. Is this repaying a debt of gratitude? A woman who can't even distinguish boundaries, a woman who doesn't care about her husband's feelings, is bound to suffer a big fall sooner or later. "You." Lu Qin was stunned by her husband's outburst, then screamed, "How did I harm her? You've seen how much Manyu has contributed to the company. Moreover, Qin Feng's matter was also for what?" Gu Cheng abruptly interrupted her. "To repay a debt of gratitude? Does repaying a debt of gratitude mean abandoning your husband and family? Is this repaying a debt of gratitude? It's just an excuse she's making for herself." Lu Qin was furious, but for a moment she didn't know how to retort. Gu Cheng ignored his wife and looked back at his daughter, who remained silent. "Don't you know how Lu Jinan has treated you these past 5 years? You have a sensitive stomach, so he goes out of his way to cook you dishes that are good for your stomach. No matter how late you work overtime, he will wait for you to come home in the living room. If you have a headache or fever, He would want to take the illness off you and put it on himself. Gu Manyu's lips were already bleeding from being bitten, and tears were welling up in her eyes. Gu Qing ignored it. We, the Gu family, provided him with a comfortable life, but what he gave back to you was a sincere heart. But you not only don't want this sincere heart, you also throw it on the ground and stomp on it. Gu Manyu, tell me, what gives you the right? Gu Qing slammed his hand on the divorce agreement. Look closely. This is the fruit you have reaped from the seeds you planted. Do you think that now that you're divorced, he'll forgive you just like before, after all, with a few sweet words from you? I'm telling you, it's impossible. His mother died, and all his last remaining hope was gone. You've driven him to a dead end, and you've also blocked your own path. Lu Qin's eyes practically blazed with fury as she watched her daughter being scolded like that. Old Gu, you've gone mad. She's your daughter, not an employee of your company. Lu Qin rushed up and snatched the agreement from Gu Qing's hand. Gu Qing's voice was filled with disappointment. Precisely because she is my daughter, I need to scold her to wake her up. If we don't make her feel pain today, she'll never know how terribly wrong she was. He looked at his daughter's pale, yet still stubborn face, and sighed heavily. Think about it carefully yourself. After saying that, he turned around, walked to the sofa next to him, sat down, took out his cigarette case, lit a cigarette, and took a deep drag. Lu Qin snorted in dissatisfaction. Then, Lu Qin walked over to Gu Manyu's side. He pulled her into his arms and gently stroked her hair. Manyu, my good daughter, don't listen to your father. He's just stubborn but soft-hearted. Mom knows you're upset. If you want to cry, just cry it out. Don't bottle it up. Lu Qin's voice choked with sobs, and tears soaked Gu Manyu's nightgown. Gu Manyu immediately felt extremely wronged. But she didn't cry. However, tears fell silently. Lu Qin was heartbroken. Divorce. Divorce is divorce. We don't want a man who beats his wife. Besides, it's a good thing they broke up. Mom has disliked him for a long time. How could a good for nothing be worthy of my precious daughter? Lu Qin's tone was full of contempt and disdain for Lu Jinan. Is Qin Feng 100 times, 1,000 times better than him? He's gentle and devoted to you. You were bewitched back then. That's why you fell for that good for nothing Lu Jinan. Now is the perfect time. Divorce him, and you can be with Qin Feng openly and honestly. Gu Cheng was so angry that his temples throbbed as he listened to his wife's distorted words. He jumped up from the sofa and yelled, "Shut up!" Lu Qin, however, was not to be outdone and immediately turned around to retaliate, her voice even sharper than his. I don't want to stay? Did I say something wrong? In what way is Qin Feng inferior to Lu Jinan? We can all see how deeply he loves Manyu. Now that Manyu is finally divorced, why can't they be together? Gu Cheng was trembling with anger. He pointed his finger at Lu Qin. You're simply a woman. Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by a hoarse voice. Enough! Gu Manyu suddenly raised her head, her bloodshot eyes staring at her arguing parents. Stop arguing, all of you. Gu Cheng and Lu Qin were both stunned and looked at her. I will handle my own affairs. Gu Manyu's gaze swept over her mother and then landed on her father. She pursed her lips, a hint of stubbornness and obstinacy appearing on her face. I will bring him back. Looking at his daughter's still stubborn appearance, Gu Cheng felt a surge of helplessness. In the end, it all turned into a sigh. He knew that things had progressed to this point, and it was too late to say anything. He knew his daughter's personality better than anyone else. Stubborn, assertive, and intolerant of resistance. Well, Gu Cheng waved his hand, rubbing his temples wearily. Don't do anything rash. He softened his tone, trying to soothe his daughter's emotions. I will talk to Jean and tomorrow morning. After he finished speaking, he looked at his wife, standing to the side. Fu Manyu should go back to her room and rest. Her foot is injured, so don't let her stand for too long. Although Lu Qin was still angry with Gu Cheng, but seeing her daughter's pale face, she finally softened. She stopped arguing with Gu Cheng and helped Gu Manyu up. Come on, Manyu, let Mom help you back to your room. Gu Manyu didn't say anything, letting her help her as she limped towards her bedroom. With each step, the wounds on the soles of my feet throbbed with pain. Back in the room, Lu Qin helped Gu Manyu sit down on the edge of the bed. They carefully helped her lift her legs onto the bed and put them in place, then covered her with a thin blanket. Manhwa, don't be afraid, Mom is here. Lu Qin sat on the edge of the bed, holding her daughter's cold hand, her voice full of tenderness. That Lu Jinan is a complete ingrate. Our Gu family raised him for 5 years, and he doesn't know how to be grateful at all. Gu Manhwa remained silent, staring blankly at the ceiling, her eyes lifeless. Seeing that she was not speaking, Lu Qin assumed that she was still sad about the divorce, so she continued to comfort her. Listen to your mother. Spend more time with Qin Feng tomorrow. That child seems like a good person to me, and most importantly, he's good to you. If you were with him, he would definitely cherish you and never let you suffer any grievances. Qin Feng. Gu Manhwa finally reacted, turning her head to look at her mother. Lu Qin thought her daughter had taken her words to heart, and quickly nodded. Yes. It's Qin Feng. Mom can tell that the boy truly loves you. Gu Manhwa twitched the corner of her mouth. Mom, do you also think I should be with him? Of course. Without hesitation, Lu Qin replied. You two are a perfect match, a match made in heaven. Gu Manhwa chuckled softly, but this chuckle sent chills down Lu Qin's spine. Mom. Gu Manhwa stopped laughing and looked at her calmly. You can go now. I want to be alone for a while. Manhwa. Go out. Gu Manhwa emphasized her words. Lu Qin opened her mouth, but ultimately said nothing. He sighed, stood up, and left the room. Chapter 56 Divorce Really Makes a Difference. Lu Jinan walked out of Yunding Villa, and the night breeze brushed against his face. This made him a little more clear-headed. He turned around and took one last look at the villa area with its lights shining through. There was no more lingering attachment. That place was no longer his home. They got divorced. They finally got divorced. From then on, Lu Jinan had a bright future ahead of him. He took a deep breath. The air smelled of grass and earth, giving him a long-lost sense of freedom. It also allowed him to exhale all the pent-up frustration and humiliation he had been suppressing. From now on, there will never be another Lu Jinan in this world who would do something foolish for Gu Manhwa. He personally brought his tragic marriage to an end. As for leaving with nothing, Lu Jinan never hesitated or felt reluctant. The villa was bought by Gu Manhwa. The car was arranged by Gu Manhwa. Even the black card in his pocket. It was also given to me by Gu Manhwa. Since you're divorced, taking anything away is a continuation of that unbearable past. Even if he, Lu Jinan, were to die poor or starving, he would never again touch a single drop of it. Thinking of this, Lu Jinan sighed. An unequal marriage is ultimately doomed to fail. Lu Jinan walked aimlessly down the winding mountain road. His phone kept ringing in his pocket, but he ignored it. He didn't need to look to know that there was no one else but Gu Manhwa. Lu Jinan wandered aimlessly and unknowingly arrived at the bus stop. At 8 p.m., when people are bustling about, the platform is crowded with people waiting to go home. His white hair and the scar on his face made him stand out in the crowd. People around them cast surprised glances at them. Lu Jinan ignored all of this. He sat down on the bench, took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it. He then fell into deep thought. Vehicles and pedestrians hurried past on the road. They might be on their way to a party. Or perhaps they are on their way home to spend time with the person waiting for them. At this moment, all the world's hustle and bustle seemed out of place for him. He suddenly found it somewhat ridiculous. Having left the penthouse area of Hentang Highlands, I'm now sitting at a bus stop waiting for a ride. Where is he going? He didn't know. In this vast coastal city, it seems there is no place for him anymore. As he was thinking, Lu Jinan suddenly stood up. The world is vast. There's nowhere I can't go. Lu Jinan shouted as if venting his frustration. The people around him were startled and looked at him as if he were an idiot. Everyone instinctively moved away from him. A young couple muttered, "Is this guy crazy? What are you doing, going crazy here so late at night?" Lu Jinan didn't care at all. He just felt that after shouting that out, some of the pent-up frustration in his chest dissipated. Damn it, when a person dies, they hang themselves in the sky. If they don't die, they live for 10,000 years. I, Lu Jinan, must live a life worthy of being called a man. At this moment, Lu Jinan felt like he had been reborn. Just then, Lu Jinan's phone rang. He took out his phone somewhat impatiently. Thinking it was still Gu Manhwa, he was about to hang up. It turned out to be Mengshi calling. He answered the phone. "Hello, Jinan. On the phone came Su Mingxi's lazy, magnetic voice. Where are you? I. Lu Jin paused for a moment, then said in a hoarse voice. I'm outside, enjoying the splendor of the world. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, followed by Mengxi's soft laughter. Don't give me that nonsense. Your voice is practically crackling with fire. Tell me, where exactly is it? Waiting for the bus. Lu Jinan stopped pretending and leaned against the advertising board on the platform. Mengxi asked again, have you eaten? Not yet. That's perfect. Where are you now? Send me your location and I'll come pick you up. Lu Jinan suddenly fell silent. On this night, he felt abandoned by the whole world. There is still someone who cares about him. This warmed Lu Jinan's heart. I feel relieved now that I'm divorced. Lu Jinan seemed to have reverted to his old personality, and he couldn't help but tease him. What's wrong, Mengxi? It's only been a short time since we parted, and you already miss me? Stop being so cheeky. Mengxi snorted. I just finished talking to a client. I'm near your house. Send me your location now. I have something important to tell you. Is something important to you? Lu Jinan twitched the corner of his lips. Okay, I'll send it to you right away. He hung up the phone and sent his location. After doing all this, he lit another cigarette and waited quietly. Before 10 minutes had passed, the roar of an engine came from afar. A black Land Rover stopped in front of the bus stop. The driver's side window slowly rolled down, revealing Mengxi's face. Her chestnut-colored, wavy hair was casually draped over her shoulders. Her fiery red lips had a striking allure under the night sky. Get in the car. She gestured with her chin at him. Lu Jinan flicked the cigarette butt away, opened the car door, and got into the passenger seat. The car door closed. A faint, woody fragrance wafted through the air. It smelled wonderful. Seatbelt. Mengxi gave a reminder, then stepped on the gas, and the Land Rover smoothly merged into the traffic. After the car drove away, the boy and the young couple lowered his voice and muttered to his girlfriend. Damn it, what kind of world is this? Even a complete idiot gets picked up by a beautiful woman of this caliber in a Range Rover. His girlfriend pinched him. What do you know? That's called decadent handsomeness. Look at that white hair and that physique. You can tell there's a story behind it all. Lu Jinan naturally couldn't hear these comments. He fastened his seatbelt and leaned back in his seat. The Land Rover drove through the night. Mengxi glanced at the man beside her out of the corner of her eye. His profile appeared somewhat rugged in the light and shadow of the streetlights. The scar on his face did not ruin his appearance. Instead, it added a touch of wildness. His white hair, in particular, stood out conspicuously in the dimly lit carriage. This man is completely different from the sunny and cheerful young man he was 5 years ago. At this moment, Lu Jinan suddenly said, Sister Mengxi, I'm divorced. Mengxi's hand suddenly stopped. The Land Rover wobbled slightly, and then returned to steady. She turned her head, gave him a deep look, and then sighed. It's better that we're divorced. You and Manhwa, your personalities are indeed incompatible. Lu Jinan let out a soft laugh, which seemed to be both an agreement and a self-deprecating remark. Mengxi turned her gaze back to the road ahead and asked casually, You're divorced, but you don't seem sad at all. What else can you do? Are you going to try to kill yourself? Lu Jinan fiddled with the cigarette pack in his hand and said casually, If there's no love left, just get a divorce. It's no big deal. These words, though spoken lightly, caused Mengxi's heart to clench slightly. The more casually he spoke, the more Mengxi knew how much he had cherished that love. I noticed you look different today than usual. Mengxi changed to a more relaxed tone. Lu Jinan raised an eyebrow and looked at himself in the rearview mirror. What's different? You're still just as handsome and dashing. Divorce really changes things. He's back to being as talkative as ever. Mengxi finally couldn't help but laugh. That laugh dispelled the somber atmosphere inside the car. Jinan, there's something I've been keeping to myself for a long time. Chapter 57 Blood Feud. Lu Jinan looked at Mengxi with a puzzled expression. Mengxi's smile gradually faded, and she became serious. Jinan, haven't you noticed that you've changed completely since you got married? She kept glancing at him out of the corner of her eye as she drove. You've become increasingly silent, speak less, lost contact with old friends and classmates, and lost your former drive. Mengxi looked at the traffic ahead, as if she were reminiscing. I still remember when you first came to me for a job interview. Your eyes were shining, and you had a kind of adventurous spirit, like a wolf cub that refuses to admit defeat. Just then, the car stopped at a red light. She turned her head and carefully examined Lu Jinan. Even though you're divorced now, I found that you've become the person I used to know. Mengshi paused, then changed the subject. Moreover, there's another feeling that I can't quite put my finger on. Lu Jinan was somewhat stunned by her words. Yes, he has lost too much in these 5 years. Gu Manyu's assertiveness made him increasingly taciturn. Gu Manyu didn't like him contacting his old friends, so he gradually lost contact with them. Pioneering spirit? After they got married, Gu Manyu's pleas convinced him to give up his career and spend all his time in the kitchen with her. Where the hell are we going to go? I feel like a wolf whose fangs have been pulled out. A bird kept in a cage by Gu Manyu has had all its sharp edges and wildness slowly worn down. Looking back now, I realize how incredibly stupid I was. Lu Jinan chuckled self-deprecatingly. Then, he teased, Sister Mingxi, I thought you were going to confess your feelings to me. I was wondering whether to accept or reject you. Mengshi paused in her driving and gave him a disgruntled look. Get out of here. Then Mengshi seemed to realize something. I dare to confess my feelings. Do you dare to accept? Lu Jinan was taken aback. He took Mengxi's joke as a joke and didn't take it to heart. Moreover, Mengxi is a very mysterious woman. Even now, Lu Jinan still doesn't know her true background or identity. All I know is that she is definitely not short of money. Otherwise, that bar would be losing money every day and wouldn't be able to stay open. Lu Jinan and Mengxi were too familiar with each other, so he took advantage of the situation after leaving. If you, a woman, dare to do this, do you think I, a grown man, would back down? Even if I have to sell everything I own, I will still raise enough dowry to marry you. Mengxi glanced at Lu Jinan, a strange look flashing in her eyes. She smiled inexplicably, but didn't reply, instead changing the subject. Your skin is getting thicker and thicker. However, you look more comfortable the way you are now. Lu Jinan sighed. People change. Hasn't someone said that marriage is the grave of love? His fingers unconsciously rubbed against the cigarette pack. I'm already buried inside. But I can't stop people from digging up my grave every day, disgusting me, and forcing me to break out of my grave. Lu Jinan let out a long breath. Since they won't let me have an easy time, then nobody else should have an easy time either. Mengxi could sense the malevolent aura emanating from him. That was something he had never had before. She offered no words of comfort. Some scars can only heal on their own. At this moment, the Land Rover drove onto a secluded side road. We stopped in front of a seemingly unremarkable private restaurant. The restaurant had no signboard, only a lantern hanging at the entrance. Get out of the car, a friend of mine drives here, the food is pretty good. Mengxi unbuckled her seatbelt. Lu Jinan got out of the car. As soon as the two reached the door, a man in his 30s dressed in a tang suit came out to greet them. Mengxi, you're here. A private room has been reserved for you. The man smiled broadly and was very respectful. When he saw Lu Jinan behind Mengxi, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Who is this? My friend, Lu Jinan. Mengxi gave a brief introduction. Mr. Lu, it's a pleasure to meet you. The man immediately reached out his hand. Once inside the private room, Mengxi took off her coat and casually draped it over the back of the chair. It revealed a well-tailored black dress underneath. Lu Jinan didn't stand on ceremony and pulled out a chair to sit down. Mengxi picked up the menu from the table and handed it to him. Order whatever you want to eat. Lu Jinan took the menu and randomly ordered a few items. He then placed the menu on the table. Sister Mengxi, you said you had something important to discuss. What is it? Mengxi poured him a cup of tea and pushed it in front of him. No rush, let's eat first. Soon, several delicate side dishes and a pot of warm white wine were served. Mengxi poured Lu Jinan a glass of wine, and then poured one for herself as well. She picked up her glass and raised it to him. Come on, let's have a drink first. Divorce means a new beginning. To your new life. These words touched Lu Jinan deeply. He raised his glass and clinked it against hers. Then, he drank it all in one gulp. Sis, let's get down to business first. Lu Jinan put down his wine glass and looked at Mengxi. Otherwise, I won't feel at ease eating this meal. Seeing his anxious look, Mengxi couldn't help but smile. But then his face became serious again. All right, I have something to show you. She took out her phone and a file folder from her handbag and placed them on the table. I had someone investigate this Qin phone. Lu Jin paused for a moment, then looked up at her with some confusion. He didn't understand why she suddenly brought up this person. Then, I discovered something very interesting. Mengshi pushed the file bag in front of Lu Jinan. Lu Jinan didn't open it, but waited for Mengshi to continue. Qin Feng's father is named Qin Zhenghua. Su Mengshi didn't keep them in suspense and said directly, "More than 10 years ago, I was considered a big shot in Haiqing's business world. He and your father-in-law, Gu Cheng, are very good friends." She paused, giving Lu Jinan time to process it. "Later, your father-in-law schemed against you, causing the company to go bankrupt and incur huge debts." Qin Zhenghua couldn't think straight and jumped off the top floor of his company. Lu Jinan was startled. Qin Zhenghua. This name sounds familiar. Qin Zhenghua's wife couldn't accept this blow and was heartbroken. Not long after, he also committed suicide. This incident caused quite a stir in the Haiqing business district back then. Su Mengshi paused here, observing Lu Jinan's reaction. Lu Jinan finally remembered. He heard this while chatting with Gu Cheng's driver not long after he and Gu Manyu got married. It is said that Gu Cheng had a friend who had a terrible temper. When his company went bankrupt, he jumped off a building. He didn't take it to heart at the time. It turns out that the person who jumped off the building was Qin Feng's father. Mengshi continued. At that time, Qin Feng was studying abroad and rushed back to China upon hearing the bad news. After handling his parents' funeral arrangements, he disappeared again. Su Mengshi raised her head and looked directly at Lu Jinan. Therefore, Qin Feng and the Gu family have a blood feud. Chapter 58. This Qin Feng is a real talent. Lu Jinan felt a little confused. Qin Feng and the Gu family have a blood feud. Qin Feng was still lurking around Gu Manyu. The most ridiculous thing is that stupid woman, Gu Manyu. They still regarded him as their savior, taking whatever they wanted from him and protecting him in every way. This is fucking absurd. Mengshi pointed to the file folder. Inside here is Qin Zhenghua's company's bankruptcy liquidation report, as well as some news clippings from back then. Your father-in-law is no ordinary man. He was notorious for his ruthlessness and inhumanity back in the day. Otherwise, how could they have driven Qin Zhenghua to jump off the building? Su Mengshi pointed to the file folder. Inside here is Qin Zhenghua's company's bankruptcy liquidation report, as well as some news clippings from back then. Mengshi took out a pack of Lacune cigarettes and tossed one to Lu Jinan. Lu Jinan caught it and lit it. The crimson flames flickered before him. Su Mengshi exhaled a smoke ring, the smoke blurring her outline, her tone somewhat mocking. Back then, Qin Zhenghua set his sights on a piece of land and was prepared to do everything in his power to acquire it, hoping to turn his life around with this project. Unfortunately, his company had already begun to decline at that time and was facing a tight cash flow. Unfortunately, your father-in-law, Gu Cheng, also has his eye on that piece of land. So he set a trap. Lu Jinan's fingers, which were holding the cigarette, twitched. He picked up the file bag. Pull out a stack of documents. The first page is a photocopy of a contract. Gu Cheng took the initiative to approach Qin Zhenghua and proposed that the two companies cooperate to jointly develop that project, promising to split the profits 50-50. Qin Zhenghua was indeed short of money at the time, and it would have been very difficult for him to acquire that piece of land on his own. He and Gu Cheng were old acquaintances, so he was very interested in the proposal. Qin Zhenghua was too anxious at the time, and he was too eager to turn his life around with this project. Su Mengshi took another drag of her cigarette. He asked his vice president to have the legal department review the contract, and the reply was that it was foolproof. Lu Jinan smoked a cigarette, listening quietly without saying a word. Qin Zhenghua signed the contract. But he never knew until his death that the vice president he trusted most, who was also his childhood friend, had long been bribed by Gu Cheng with a large sum of money. Mengshi's narration was devoid of any emotion. Right after the project started, Qin Zhenghua invested huge sums of money and took on massive bank loans. Gu Cheng has made his move. He orchestrated a safety accident. People died on the construction site. Lu Jinan fell silent. He remembered that Gu Cheng would occasionally teach Gu Manyu. Manyu, you must remember that in the business world, There are no permanent friends, only permanent interests. It turns out that this experience was gained at the cost of blood and lives. Mengshi continued speaking. The project was forcibly halted by the authorities and is undergoing indefinite rectification. The bank came to our door to collect the debt. Those partners who were eager to invest before all withdrew their investments overnight. Overnight, Xinjiang's cash flow completely dried up. Gu Cheng, on the other hand, used the contract to extricate himself from the incident. Instead, they demanded a huge amount of liquidated damages from Qin Zhenghua, citing the huge losses caused by the project's suspension. Lu Jinan continued scrolling down. It was newspaper clippings, one after another. Qin Zhenghua had nowhere else to turn, so he went to Gu Cheng. They even knelt before him, begging him to be merciful and spare their lives for the sake of their past relationship. Do you know what Gu Cheng did? Su Mingxi stubbed out her cigarette. He told Qin Zhenghua with a smile that the business world is like a battlefield, and that he should accept his fate. Then, he acquired all of the Qin Group's non-performing assets at an extremely low price. This includes that priceless piece of land. Lu Jinan had just turned to the last page. It was a photocopy. In the photo, on the rooftop, a man in a suit stands with his arms outstretched. Mengshi sighed. In a moment of despair, Qin Zhenghua jumped from the top floor of his company building. His wife couldn't take the blow, and a few months later, she also committed suicide. Lu Jinan remained silent after listening. He lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. He thought of Gu Cheng now. The old man who usually seemed very kind asked him to take good care of Manhwa. Right or wrong? Lu Jinan didn't want to comment. There's nothing more to say about Gu Cheng using every means to build his business empire. The victor is king, the loser is villain. This has been the way of things since ancient times. After a long pause, Lu Jinan raised his head and spoke again. So, Qin Feng's approach to Gu Manyu was intentional? Su Mingxi nodded. Yes, for revenge. He has endured for many years in order to avenge his parents, and now he is scheming to get close to his enemy's daughter. Lu Jinan suddenly laughed. How ironic. He picked up his glass and drank it all in one gulp. However, I have another question. He looked at Su Mingxi with a puzzled expression. How could it be such a coincidence? Gu Manyu happened to be in a car accident at that time and place. And Qin Feng, by sheer coincidence, appeared and staged a Harris-Savastatum distress scene. Lu Jinan leaned back in his chair, completely relaxing. The probability of such a coincidence is too low. Mengshi did not answer directly, but instead handed the phone to Lu Jinan again. Let me show you something else. On the phone screen, there is a video playback interface. Mengshi pressed the play button. The video is clearly from a roadside surveillance camera. A Maserati is driving normally on the road. Suddenly, a figure rushed from the sidewalk into the middle of the road without warning. To avoid the pedestrian, the car went out of control and crashed into an abandoned house on the side of the road. This concludes the video. I had someone retrieve the surveillance footage of the section of road where Gu Manyu had her car accident. Mengshi tapped the pedestrian on the screen. It was this person who suddenly rushed out and caused Manyu's car accident. Lu Jinan remained silent, waiting quietly for her to continue. I had someone find this pedestrian. Mengshi put her phone away and added casually. She paused for a moment, seemingly giving Lu Jinan time to react. And then, Lu Jinan asked. A cryptic smile played on Su Mingxi's lips. She took another bank statement from her bag and placed it on the table. Then, we found a transfer of 500,000 yuan in this pedestrian's bank account. She lightly tapped a spot on the transaction slip. Transfer, Qin Feng. The private room fell silent instantly. After a long while, a soft chuckle broke the silence. Lu Jinan smiled. He was initially silent. Finally, his shoulders began to tremble uncontrollably. He. Damn it. This Qin Feng is a real talent. The script is so good, he deserves an Oscar. Lu Jinan finally stopped laughing. So, that car accident was all planned by Qin Feng. Chapter 59 will show you something even more ruthless. Yes. Mengshi took a sip of her drink. His appearance at the car accident scene was not a coincidence at all, but was specially designed for Manyu. Mengshi put down her wine glass and looked at Lu Jinan. His intention was to deliberately get close to Manyu and make her feel grateful. She paused briefly, as if organizing her thoughts. At that time, you and Manyu had a very good relationship. You were inseparable. If Qin Feng approaches Manyu in other ways, it will be difficult to win her favor. The effect is far less profound than the gratitude for saving a life. Manyu was in a car accident at a time of panic. Just imagine how touched Manyu would be if Qin Feng suddenly appeared at this moment. Lu Jinan nodded subconsciously. He recalled how Gu Manyu had mentioned Qin Feng countless times, and how her feelings of guilt and gratitude were heartfelt. He saved my life. Lu Jinan, can you please stop being so petty? If it weren't for him, you might be seeing my corpse right now. I owe him a debt I can never repay in this lifetime. It was precisely this life-saving grace that made her so protective of Qin Feng. Lu Jinan put down his wine glass and muttered to himself. A madman who meticulously planned and deliberately approached the daughter of his enemy in order to avenge his parents. A fool who gets sold out and still helps count the money, treating his enemy as his savior. It's incredibly ironic. And Lu Jinan gave a self-deprecating smile. He's that unlucky guy caught between a madman and a fool. Therefore, the reason why Qin Feng repeatedly targeted him was to force him out and then successfully take over. At this moment, Lu Jinan suddenly thought of a crucial detail. A detail that made Gu Manyu even more grateful to Qin Feng. She was even willing to harm her own husband. He raised his head and looked directly at Mingxi. So when he saved Gu Manyu, his hand was broken by a falling beam. Was that also planned? This must have been an accident. Mingxi shook her head and analyzed. From what I understand, that house has been in disrepair for many years. When Qin Feng rushed in to save people, he probably didn't expect that the roof beam would fall down so coincidentally. Mingxi picked up the wine pot and filled Lu Jinan's cup again. However, this unexpected event may have been exactly what he wanted. Su Mingxi's voice carried a hint of coldness. He only lost one hand, but in return, he earned Gu Manyu's lifelong guilt and gratitude, which allowed him to hold on to Gu Manyu tightly. This deal was absolutely worth it for him. Lu Jinan remained silent. He could imagine Qin Feng lying in the hospital bed. Lu Jinan could imagine it. As Qin Feng lay in his hospital bed, he watched Gu Manyu busy taking care of him, feeling deeply guilty. He felt immense pleasure and mockery. Lu Jinan poured himself another glass of wine and couldn't help but sigh. What a life-saving grace. What a meticulously planned scheme. He's really ruthless. Damn, I have to admire Qin Feng. Lu Jinan exhaled and drank the wine in his glass in one gulp. Ruthless? Mingxi smiled and parted her red lips slightly. I'll show you something even more ruthless. Lu Jinan looked at Mingxi with a puzzled expression. Mingxi gestured with her chin towards him, indicating that he should look at his phone. Scroll to the next video. Lu Jinan was still immersed in Qin Feng's conspiracy, so I just swiped it unconsciously. However, what appeared on the screen was not a video, but a photograph. The boy in the photo is wearing a white t-shirt and holding a guitar. Standing in the center of the bar stage, the lights shone on him, and his face was radiant with a carefree smile. Lu Jinan was stunned for a moment. He stared at the spirited young man on the screen, somewhat dazed. Isn't this me from my college days? Is this what Mingxi meant by even more ruthless? He subconsciously swiped the screen again. It's still his photo. This photo was taken on a basketball court. He jumped up to shoot, his jersey soaked with sweat and clinging tightly to his body. That was his most carefree college years. Lu Jinan was completely dumbfounded. He felt as if something had hit his heart. He made another stroke. It was still his photos, one after another, all of them of him. He was reading a book by the library window. He crossed the finish line at the sports meet. These photos span his entire college career. It recorded every moment of his transformation from naivety to exuberance. There are some scenes that even he himself has forgotten. Where did Mingxi get these photos? Lu Jinan was somewhat puzzled. Mingxi watched as Lu Jinan swiped upwards 3 times in a row, her brows gradually furrowing as she realized something was wrong. Su Mingxi lit a cigarette and exhaled a smoke ring. Looking up, I saw Lu Jinan staring intently at her phone screen, motionless. Moreover, his expression showed a slight hint of confusion. Su Mingxi's heart skipped a beat, and her brows gradually furrowed. Something's off about this kid. She snatched the phone from Lu Jinan's hand. A photo of Lu Jinan was prominently displayed on the screen. Mingxi felt her heart racing. A blush rose to her face. I don't know if it was caused by my rapid heartbeat or the aftereffects of that glass of liquor. Did a donkey kick your head? She glared at Lu Jinan with annoyance, her voice slightly flustered. Don't you know how to swipe down? Lu Jinan touched his nose and gave a bright smile to cover up his embarrassment. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Mingxi didn't dwell on it any further. She quickly swiped the screen, found another video, and handed the phone back to Lu Jinan. Look at this. This is the video of you hitting Qin Feng at Gu Qing's banquet last time. Her expression turned serious again. I looked at it too, and I found some interesting details. Lu Jinan took the phone and started playing. The video footage was shaky, showing the scene from the banquet that day. Mengxi's voice rang out from the side. Look, when Qin Feng came into the room, his forehead was covered in sweat, and his expression was very unnatural. Lu Jinan dragged the video progress bar back to observe it carefully. Sure enough, Qin Feng came in with a smile on his face. But his smile was somewhat stiff, and his forehead was covered in fine sweat. Lu Jinan remembered that Gu Manyu had gone up to Qin Feng and wiped his sweat. Keep reading. Mengxi's voice continued to come. Before you hit him, whether it's presenting a gift to Gu Cheng or having a meal, his left hand was never raised. Besides, when you shook him, you probably hit his left hand. Look, his expression is extremely unnatural, and he looks like he's in pain. Lu Jinan stared intently at the screen. Sure enough, from the moment Qin Feng entered the room until he was punched to the ground, that was the end of the incident. Throughout the entire process, his left hand remained hanging at his side and was never raised. What does this mean? Lu Jinan put down his phone and looked at Mengxi. Hee. Mengxi picked up her wine glass and swirled it gently. This means that his left hand was already severed before he came to the banquet. Chapter 60. Every cause has its effect. Lu Jinan fell silent, a series of scenes flashing through his mind. This Qin Feng is ruthless enough to himself, and even more ruthless to others. He did it for revenge. First, they staged a car accident. Then a hero saved the damsel in distress. This completely aroused Gu Manyu's sense of guilt. Finally, at Gu Qing's birthday banquet, he prematurely broke his own hand. Then they deliberately provoke and anger themselves, inducing them to take action. This way, he could conveniently shift all the blame for losing his hand again onto himself. This is truly a series of unfortunate events. With this combination of moves, Gu Manyu will have him completely under her thumb. He himself was misunderstood by everyone as a bastard who was bursting with jealousy and beat up his wife's savior. Awesome. After a long pause, Lu Jinan blurted out this sentence. But, Sister Mengxi, why did you think of investigating this? Mengxi smiled gently. Because I can investigate whenever I want. There's no reason why. Her words were spoken so casually, yet they warmed Lu Jinan's heart. He's not stupid. Mengxi spoke of it casually, but finding these things was by no means easy. Since Qin Feng has disappeared for so many years, his resume must be flawless. Even if Gu Cheng were to investigate, he might not be able to find out the relationship between Qin Feng and Qin Zhenghua. Just how much energy did Mengxi use? How did they manage to expose Qin Feng's true colors in such a short time? Mengxi didn't mention these things, and Lu Jinan didn't ask either. He simply kept this feeling in his heart. Mengxi stubbed out her cigarette, leaned forward slightly, and looked at Lu Jinan. What do you plan to do with this evidence? She tapped on the file bag. It's to give it to Manyu, so that she can see Qin Feng's true colors, clear up the misunderstanding between you, and reconcile. Mengxi paused for a moment, then changed the subject. Or, should we just let it go? After listening, Lu Jinan remained silent for a long time. Misunderstand. After a long pause, he revealed a mocking expression and said coldly, Sister Mengxi, do you think this can be explained away as a misunderstanding? To be honest, Gu Manyu hurt me more. He picked up the wine jug and poured himself another glass of wine. Mengxi didn't respond, but just looked at him quietly, waiting for him to continue. Because the root is in her. Flies don't land on eggs without cracks. Lu Jinan picked up his wine glass, but didn't drink it. He just swirled the glass around. That's just how Gu Manyu is by nature. The kinder someone is to her, the more she will try to hurt and trample on them. I tried to persuade her, pleaded with her, and analyzed the situation with her. Lu Jinan chuckled self-deprecatingly as he finished speaking. But the smile didn't reach his eyes. Instead, it was filled with coldness. But what about her? She'll just think I'm being unreasonable, jealous, and petty. Even without Qin Feng, there might be Wang Feng or Li Feng in the future because her nature is hard to change. Every cause has its effect. Since she likes to court death so much, let her suffer the consequences. A cruel look appeared on Lu Jinan's face. I'd really like to see what kind of expression she'll have when she finds out the truth. As for the score between me and Qin Feng, he downed the drink in one gulp and slammed his hand heavily on the table. Of course, we can't just let it go like this. A fierce glint appeared in his eyes. I will personally calculate everything with him, one by one. Mengshi looked at him quietly, a hint of heartache in her eyes. After a long pause, Su Mengshi spoke again, breaking the silence. However, she changed the subject, not wanting to dwell on such a heavy topic. So what are your plans next? Intent. Lu Jinan shook his head and gave a self-deprecating laugh. What other plans can I have? I'll go get the divorce certificate tomorrow. The sooner I get it, the more at ease I'll feel. Lu Jinan stretched, looking exhausted. As for what to do in the future, I'm still thinking about it. Mengshi chuckled and teased. If you really have nowhere to go, I need a doorman. I'll pay you 8,000 a month, room and board included. Wanna work? Draw. Lu Jinan agreed without hesitation. But Sister Mengshi. Lu Jinan leaned closer, a slightly sly smile on his face. I have a problem with this. Speak, Mengshi said, raising an eyebrow. I have a problem with being unable to sleep in a particular bed. I can't sleep if your bed isn't comfortable. He was talking nonsense with a straight face. Mengshi was so angry she laughed and picked up her chopsticks to hit him. Get lost. Take it or leave it. Lu Jinan quickly shouted. Hey, don't hit me. A gentleman uses words, not fists. If you really can't bear to part with me, just say so. You don't need to express your love in such a roundabout way. I love you, my ass. Su Mengshi shook her head speechlessly. The two laughed and joked for a while, and the atmosphere finally relaxed a lot. Mengshi refilled his wine, her expression returning to seriousness. Stop joking, Jinan. Are you really planning to come to my place? Lu Jinan's expression also became more serious. Sister Mengshi, you're just kidding. He paused for a moment, then continued. I want to go back to my old ways. Back to his old ways? Su Mengshi was somewhat surprised. You mean, wood carving? Right. Lu Jinan nodded. In the past 5 years, although I haven't taken on many jobs, I haven't lost my skills. His voice exuded confidence. I want to open my own studio to specialize in high-end custom woodwork. There was a sense of reminiscence in Lu Jinan's eyes. My husband's biggest wish is that this craft can be passed down. Xiang Bei is a troublemaker. The old man can't control him. Now that it's been passed on to me, I can't just abandon it. Hi. We haven't decided on the specifics yet. We'll talk about it later. Upon hearing this, Su Mengshi carefully examined him. The man in front of me had a sparkle in his eyes when he talked about his beloved career. That was a light called ambition and passion. This is the Lu Jinan she knows. Oh right. Lu Jinan seemed to remember something. I'll transfer the money to you and Zhao Kai tomorrow. It was originally for my mother's medical expenses, but now, it's no longer needed. When Lu Jinan spoke of her mother, a look of pain appeared on her face. Su Mengshi looked at him, her heart clenching. She waved her hand and said with a smile, Keep the money with you for now. I don't need the money right now. And I'm quite interested in the wood carving you just mentioned. If you really want to open a studio, consider this money as my investment. Lu Jinan looked at Su Mengshi in astonishment, and that warm feeling welled up in his heart again. Sister you. He had barely opened his mouth when Su Mengshi interrupted him. Stop right there. Su Mengshi glanced at him with disdain. Don't say those mushy things to me. I'm not doing this to help you. I'm investing. It's purely a business transaction, understand? Lu Jinan stared at her blankly for a moment, then suddenly smiled. This woman is always like this. Lu Jinan was not a coy person. He filled both of their glasses with wine. Okay, if you make a profit, I'll give you a larger share of the earnings. Su Mengshi raised her eyebrows, but didn't say anything. What if we lose money? Lu Jinan said in a serious tone. If I lose money, I'll repay it with my body. Su Mingxi was so angry that she was speechless. Get out of here. If you lose money, you'll be the gatekeeper until you pay it all back. Lu Jinan burst into laughter. I'll do whatever you say. Immediately, he composed himself, raised his wine glass, and looked intently at Su Mingxi. Thanks, Sister Mingxi. Everything is in this glass of wine. Su Mingxi snorted, picked up her wine glass, and clinked it against his. The two tilted their heads back and drank the wine in their glasses in one gulp. Chapter 61. It's not too late for you to regret it now. Nothing was said that night. The next morning, Lu Jinan was woken up by his cell phone ringing. Rubbing his eyes, he sat up in bed and answered the phone. I drank with Mingxi until very late last night, so I'm feeling a bit lethargic. Woke up. Mingxi's voice came through the phone. Lu Jinan hummed in agreement, feeling a dryness in his throat. Is it okay if I deliver this to you when you go to the Civil Affairs Bureau today? Mingxi asked. Lu Jinan got out of bed, drew back the curtains, and squinted as the glaring sunlight made him squint. No need. I'll go by myself. What? Are you afraid that Manhwa will misunderstand if I go with you? Lu Jinan walked towards the restroom and casually replied, What does it matter whether she misunderstands or not? I'm afraid you'll be disgusted by her. Mingxi chuckled and didn't insist any further. All right, then you can handle it yourself. Call me anytime if anything happens. After hanging up the phone, Lu Jinan began to wash up. At the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Gu Manhwa arrived more than 10 minutes early. She stood under that familiar sycamore tree, and for a moment, it seemed as if she had returned to 5 years ago. In the same place, she was waiting for him again. Manhwa, from today onwards, you are my wife, Lu Jinan's wife. I swear, I will be good to you for the rest of my life. I love you. I will protect you, and I will never let you suffer the slightest grievance. That day, Lu Jinan wore a white shirt, was sunny and cheerful, and her eyes were full of starlight. He picked her up, spun her around several times, and laughed like a fool. The vow still echoes in my ears, but the boy with the light in his eyes will never come back. A sharp pain shot through her heart, making it almost impossible for her to breathe. Just then, a red Porsche pulled up to the side of the road, and a young woman got out. Manhwa, why are you here so early? It was her best friend, Zhang Xinxin. The two grew up together, so they have a very good relationship. Zhang Xinxin has always looked down on Lu Jinan, feeling that he is not good enough for Gu Manhwa. She walked over to Gu Manhwa, and, seeing her absent-minded look, immediately pursed her lips. Do you really think this is worth it? To get yourself into this state for a gigolo? Zhang Xinxin took her arm, looking somewhat disappointed in her. If you're divorced, then you're divorced. Isn't that a good thing? That kind of ungrateful wretch isn't worth your sadness. You should have kicked him out a long time ago. Gu Manhwa was already in a bad mood and didn't want to hear any of this. Xinxin, stop talking. Things aren't what you think. Why didn't I say anything? I advised you not to marry him back then, but you wouldn't listen. Zhang Xinxin's voice rose a few decibels. Look at him these past 5 years. What else can he do besides cooking and washing clothes? Your temper has certainly grown. Now that you've grown up, you dare to bring up divorce? You've really gone against the grain. Just then, a figure approached from afar. Lu Jinan has arrived. A simple black t-shirt and jeans. His white hair stood out starkly in the sunlight, and the scars on his face added a touch of coldness to his appearance. He happened to hear Sun Feifei's last words. Gu Manhwa also saw him and almost instinctively grabbed Zhang Xinxin's hand. Xinxin, shut up. Zhang Xinxin was taken aback by what she said. Upon seeing Lu Jinan approaching, he immediately understood. But that only fueled her enthusiasm. She wanted to criticize him in front of Lu Jinan to vent her anger for her best friend. She crossed her arms, stepped forward, and stood in front of Gu Manhwa, pointing her chin at Lu Jinan. Lu Jinan, why are you so late? What's wrong? Have you changed your mind? Don't you want a divorce anymore? I'm telling you, it's too late. This marriage is off. We, Manhwa, have had enough of you. You eat our Manhwa's food, use our Manhwa's things, and now you even hit her? How dare you? Zhang Xinxin got more and more into her rant, and her voice grew louder and louder. I'm telling you this now. Without my Manhwa, you're not even worth a dog. Lu Jinan paused for a moment. Zhang Xinxin, Gu Manhwa's best friend, is also one of the women Lu Jinan hates the most. Married for 5 years. This woman, relying on her relationship with Gu Manyu, has often bossed him around and made sarcastic remarks. But every time, Gu Manyu would just smooth things over and tell him not to take it to heart. Lu Jinan is now too lazy to waste his breath on this kind of person. If a dog bites you, are you going to bite it back? He walked past Zhang Xinxin and looked at Gu Manyu. Go in. The sooner it's done, the less trouble you'll have to worry about. This calm tone made Gu Manyu's face turn pale. Before Gu Manyu could speak, Zhang Xinxin, however, refused to comply. She was furious when she saw that Lu Jinan was ignoring her. How dare a good-for-nothing who lives off a woman ignore her? She strode forward, grabbed Lu Jinan's arm, and shrieked, Lu Jinan, I'm talking to you. Are you fucking deaf? Smack! Lu Jinan slapped Zhang Xinxin across the face. He used all his strength, making Zhang Xinxin spin halfway around on the spot. She covered her face, which had instantly swelled up, and was stunned. She was beaten? She was beaten by Lu Jinan, a piece of trash who had never spoken to her before. Gu Manyu was also stunned. She looked at Lu Jinan in disbelief. How could he hit Xinxin? Lu Jinan slowly withdrew his hand and shook it off. Don't fucking touch me. His voice was cold. Zhang Xinxin's mind was buzzing. After realizing what had happened, he went completely insane. Lu Jinan, how dare you hit me? She ran towards Lu Jinan while cursing, trying to scratch his face. Seeing this, Lu Jinan sneered and kicked her in the shin. Bang! Zhang Xinxin felt a sharp pain in her calf. This caused her to fall forward, landing face first on the ground. A piercing scream rang out at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau. The commotion attracted the attention of passers-by, who cast curious glances at the scene. Gu Manyu finally came to her senses. She rushed to Lu Jinan, her eyes red, and demanded, Lu Jinan, are you crazy? What are you arguing about with a woman for, you grown man? Apologize to Xinxin right now. She is my best friend. Lu Jinan looked at her with a cold gaze. I'll tell you what your mother says. In the past, I didn't hold it against her because of you. Now that they're getting a fucking divorce, what the hell do you guys think you are? You. Gu Manyu was rendered speechless by his retort, her chest heaving violently. She looked at the man with a cold expression and felt he was a complete stranger. Are you really going to go this far? Her eyes were slightly red. Lu Jinan, we were husband and wife after all. It's not too late for you to regret it now. Upon hearing this, Lu Jinan let out a sneer, full of sarcasm. You should help her up first. After saying that, he stopped looking at her. He turned around and walked straight into the Civil Affairs Bureau. Chapter 62 Big Sister, say it again? Gu Manyu stood there, stunned, clenching her fists, her heart aching. Ouch, it hurts so much. Manyu, what are you standing there for? Help me up. Zhang Xinxin, still lying on the ground, let out a cry of pain, interrupting Gu Manyu's thoughts. Gu Manyu then came to her senses and quickly went forward to help her up. Zhang Xinxin's cheeks were swollen, and her cheekbones, forehead, and nose tip were all broken. His calves were also covered in bruises, making him look quite disheveled. That bastard Lu Jinan. A mad dog. How dare he hit me? Zhang Xinxin grimaced in pain, tears welling in her eyes, but she still cursed resentfully. I'm not done with him yet. Looking at the injuries on her best friend's face, Gu Manyu felt a surge of guilt and remorse. Xinxin, I'm sorry. Let's go to the hospital first. I'll take you to get your wound treated. However, Zhang Xinxin suddenly shook her off. Why go to the hospital? These are just superficial injuries. I won't die. Zhang Xinxin stared wide-eyed, her face filled with urgency. Let's go in quickly. We have to get the certificate done today. Otherwise, that ingrate will change his mind. But your face. Gu Manyu was somewhat taken aback, as her best friend usually valued this face the most. Oh no, but... Zhang Xinxin interrupted her and walked straight inside. Hurry up. It's not too late to go to the hospital after we finish the formalities. Zhang Xinxin was too preoccupied to care about this minor injury. She remembered Aunt Lu's instructions to her last night. Xinxin, you and Manyu are the closest. Auntie trusts you. You'd better keep an eye on Manyu tomorrow and make sure she gets a divorce. Manyu is too soft-hearted. Don't let Lu Jinan coax her back with just a few words. We must not give him any chance to back out. Auntie will only feel at ease if you handle this matter. As Lu Qin spoke, she opened a jewelry box and placed it in her hand. Auntie knows you have good taste. This limited edition necklace suits you perfectly. Try it on. Zhang Xinxin's eyes lit up immediately. She had been longing for this limited edition four-leaf clover necklace for a long time. I asked several personal shoppers, but still couldn't buy it. Auntie, don't worry. I'll take care of it. Oh dear, this necklace is really... Zhang Xinxin patted her chest and guaranteed it at the time. So, let alone a scratch. You could be beaten until your head looks like a pig's head. This divorce is final today. Gu Manyu was interrupted like that, and all the words she wanted to say stuck in her throat. What a perfect excuse. As long as you go to the hospital. This marriage cannot be dissolved today. She could have a little more time, even if it's just one day. Gu Manyu sighed inwardly. Her pride and self-respect made her want to bow down to Lu Jinan again. That night's humble pleas were the limit of what she could do. She swore that she would only bow her head that one time. There will never be a second time. What are you standing there for? Let's go. Zhang Xinxin saw that Gu Manyu was still standing in the same spot. He limped back and grabbed Gu Manyu's wrist, dragging her inside. The divorce processing hall was crowded, and some couples were even chatting and laughing. Lu Jinan had already taken his number and was sitting in a chair. He was looking down, seemingly lost in thought. You bastard. Zhang Xinxin saw that Lu Jinan acted as if nothing had happened. He was so angry that he was trembling all over and was about to continue his outburst. Xinxin. Gu Manyu grabbed her tightly. Stop talking. Zhang Xinxin snorted. Then he sat down to the side, took out a small mirror from his bag, and looked at his face. While taking the picture, he hissed and gasped for breath, muttering to himself. Damn it, you're disfigured. Lu Jinan. You wait, I'm not finished with you. Gu Manyu sat down a meter away from Lu Jinan. She looked at Lu Jinan, her lips moved a few times, and finally she asked the question. Jinan, do we really have to come to this? She hoped that Lu Jinan could hear her plea for him to stay and her regret in those words. Then he came over, hugged her, and said, Okay, I was wrong. Lu Jinan twitched the corner of her mouth. Can you stop dawdling? Can't you give me some peace and quiet? Gu Manyu's eyes dimmed, and she remained silent. Time passed by, second by second. Number A13, please proceed to window number 3. An electronic call number system sounded. Lu Jinan stood up and walked towards the window. Gu Manyu took a deep breath and stood up as well. Step by step, she walked toward the window that would end her 5-year marriage. Zhang Xinxin didn't follow this time, but her eyes were fixed on the two of them. The staff member was a middle-aged woman wearing glasses, who looked at the two of them expressionlessly. You two are getting a divorce, right? Have you brought your ID cards, household registration books, and marriage certificate? Lu Jinan took out his identification and handed it in. The middle-aged woman glanced at him, then looked at Gu Manyu. Gu Manyu's mind went blank. Ma'am, where are your identification documents? The middle-aged woman tapped on the table, her tone slightly impatient. Oh. Gu Manyu then seemed to wake from a dream, and hurriedly opened her bag, her hands trembling. The staff member took the document and began to verify the information. Confirming a voluntary divorce. Yes. Lu Jinan's voice showed no hesitation. Gu Manyu's lips moved, but she finally said, yes. After checking all the information, the middle-aged woman handed over 2 forms. Please fill out the divorce registration application form. Gu Manyu picked up the pen, but couldn't hold it. Her hands were trembling. Lu Jinan had already picked up another pen and was quickly filling in his information. Without the slightest hesitation. Aye. Gu Manyu finally couldn't hold back her tears, which welled up in her eyes. She tilted her head back, trying hard not to let the tears fall. A moment later, she looked at Lu Jinan. Lu Jinan, can we not separate? I finished filling it out. Lu Jinan, expressionless, interrupted her before she could finish speaking. He handed the completed form to the middle-aged woman. Gu Manyu felt a sharp pain in her heart. She picked up her pen again, but hesitated to put it down. Scenes from 5 years ago flooded my mind. It's the same place, and I'm filling out a form again. At that time, it was Lu Jinan whose hands were shaking. Honey, look at me. I'm so nervous. His face radiated happiness. Now, however, it's my hands that are shaking. But those who used to have shaky hands filled it out so quickly. The middle-aged woman looked at Gumanyu. Ma'am, please hurry. There are many people in line behind you. Gumanyu took a deep breath. Finally, I picked up the pen and quickly filled it out. After signing, she handed the form back to the window. It's over. It's all over. Gumanyu felt completely powerless. The middle-aged woman took the form back, checked it, and then put it together with the other documents. A few minutes later, she looked up and adjusted her glasses. Gentlemen, according to the latest marriage law, there is a 30-day cooling-off period after a divorce application is submitted. The woman pushed the two men's ID cards and household registration books out of the window. After the 30-day cooling-off period, the two of you must come together again to formally obtain a divorce certificate. Lu Jinan was completely dumbfounded. Big sister, can you say that again? Chapter 63, A Divine Assist from My Best Friend. Rules are rules, and even if we repeat them twice, there still needs to be a cooling-off period. The middle-aged woman said impatiently. Lu Jinan's face instantly darkened. He had waited and hoped for so long, thinking that today would finally resolve the issue completely. However, a cooling-off period followed. 30 more days? Who knows how many disgusting things will happen in these 30 days? But a hint of joy flashed in Gumanyu's eyes. Pretty. I give this brilliant regulation a million thumbs up. The opportunity has arrived. 30 days. She has a full 30 days to figure something out. Lu Jinan was really unwilling to give up, and he got stuck at this very step. Sister, our divorce is a mutual agreement. It's voluntary. Besides, the assets have already been divided. So why is there a cooling-off period? The middle-aged woman patiently explained, this is a new regulation. Regardless of whether it's a divorce by mutual consent or not, a 30-day cooling-off period is required. This is to give the couple some time to adjust and avoid impulsive divorce. Buffer your grandma's legs. Does he and Gumanyu need a buffer period? 5 years have passed. If this continues, they'll all be in their graves by now. Gumanyu, however, subconsciously nodded in agreement. Lu Jinan was speechless, then asked, isn't there any other way? The older sister shook her head. No, there's always a cooling-off period for divorces. Jinan, since it's a rule, let's abide by it, Gumanyu said. I breathed a sigh of relief. She glanced at Lu Jinan and, seeing his ashen face, quickly added, Anyway, it's only 30 days. Lu Jinan suddenly looked at Gumanyu again. Did you already know? He questioned. Gumanyu instinctively denied it. I don't know. I've never been divorced. Her voice was somewhat hesitant, and she clearly lacked confidence. Holy shit. Lu Jinan cursed irritably, picked up the documents on the table, and was about to leave. He didn't want to be with Gumanyu for even a second. Just then, a voice made Lu Jinan stop in his tracks. What cooling-off period? Suddenly, Zhang Xinxin appeared behind the two of them. Big sister, isn't what you're saying wrong? She gestured with her chin toward the middle-aged woman. As far as I know, in special circumstances, there's no need for a cooling-off period at all. The middle-aged woman was taken aback by what she said and pushed up her glasses. Yes, that's right. If there are domestic violence, gambling, or infidelity issues, you can file for divorce in court. As long as there is sufficient evidence, the court can grant a divorce in court without a cooling-off period. Upon hearing this, Lu Jinan's eyes lit up immediately. Gumanyu was startled and realized something was wrong. Zhang Xinxin was secretly delighted and pleased with herself. Sure enough, there's nothing she can't do. Even if the King of Heaven himself came today, this marriage would still have to end. I'd accept the gift. Zhang Xinxin pointed at Lu Jinan, somewhat excited. He's a domestic abuser. He not only committed domestic violence, but also had severe violent tendencies. Look at my face. That's what he did to me at the door. Lu Jinan looked at Zhang Xinxin. Instead of getting angry, he was stunned. Zhang Xinxin was also looking at him, her eyes full of smugness. Moment. The two locked eyes. In the blink of an eye. The two were originally like oil and water. They both saw a tacit understanding in each other's eyes. The next second, to Gumanyu's astonishment, Lu Jinan nodded vigorously, a genuine smile on his face. Yes, she's right. I'm abusive. I beat her every day. Lu Jinan's face was beaming with joy. It's as if this is something worth showing off. Then, he changed the subject and pointed at Gu Manyu, who looked completely bewildered. She's also abusive. And she cheated on me. The hall suddenly fell silent. Everyone was watching them. They began to whisper among themselves. Damn it. Is domestic violence now something to be proud of? This guy is something else, committing domestic violence and still acting so self-righteous. Awesome. Another couple said, listen to this. I only hit you once in a while, but this guy hits you every day, and you're still complaining? The woman rolled her eyes at him. Get lost. You're copying him? His wife cheated on him too. Gu Manyu's face was gloomy. She has only one thought right now. She really wanted to strangle that idiot Zhang Xinxin. You fucking ripped me off. Zhang Xinxin didn't notice Gu Manyu's murderous expression. She then smugly moved closer to Gu Manyu and nudged her with her elbow. How is it, Manyu? Thank goodness I came today. Otherwise, that ingrate would have gotten away with it again. Gu Manyu took a deep breath and forced out a few words. Thank you. You might as well not have come at all. At this moment, the most bewildered person was none other than the middle-aged woman who had seen it all before. After all these years, this was the first time she had ever seen someone so excitedly admit to domestic violence. These two definitely have something wrong with them. These things are none of your business with me. Go to court. The middle-aged woman came to her senses and pulled out all her documents. We can't handle your situation here. All right. Lu Jinan perked up instantly. He picked up his ID, turned around, and walked out, his steps quite light and quick. Go to court. It's not too late. Lu Jinan. Gu Manyu panicked and quickly chased after him. You have to wait in line to file a lawsuit, right? It's not like you can go to court and get a hearing right away. She subtly employed the tactic of stalling, hoping to delay as long as possible. However, she underestimated her best friend's fighting power. No need. No need. Zhang Xinxin, limping, stepped forward once again. Manyu, you forgot? My second uncle works at the court. I'll give him a call, and I guarantee it'll be done today. She patted her chest triumphantly. Then something else occurred to him, and his eyes lit up. All right, we're going to your house now to get the evidence. It's the video of him hitting you last night. Didn't you install a security camera in your house? With that, let's see how he tries to deny it. Gu Manyu felt a sudden darkness before her eyes and almost couldn't catch her breath. A million grass mud horses galloped through my mind, raising a chorus of curses. Zhang Xinxin, you really are my best friend. Upon hearing this, Lu Jinan stopped in his tracks. Did you hear that? Your best friend has a lot of connections. After saying that, he gave Zhang Xinxin a thumbs up to show his approval. Zhang Xinxin thought Lu Jinan was so angry that he lost his mind, and her expression became even more smug. Lu Jinan didn't want to waste any more time. Then go home and get the evidence. I'll go to the courthouse and wait for you. With that, he waved to the two of them and turned to leave. That silhouette was quite dashing. Gu Manyu froze on the spot, her body trembling. It's over. Everything is over. The 30 days she had been looking forward to. And just like that, her best friend ruined everything. Chapter 64, I thank you for 8 generations of your ancestors. Come on, Manyu, what are you waiting for? Zhang Xinxin had finished her call and pulled her hand to walk outside. I've already spoken to my second uncle, and he told us to bring the evidence, and he'll arrange the fastest possible match for us. Don't worry, don't you trust me to handle things? Zhang Xinxin's triumphant voice echoed in the Civil Affairs Bureau. Am I worried that I can't leave? I'm so worried that we're getting divorced too quickly. Gu Manyu rolled her eyes at her. Zhang Xinxin, I thank your ancestors for 8 generations. Once inside Zhang Xinxin's car, Gu Manyu leaned against the window, remaining silent. Zhang Xinxin was driving. She glanced at Gu Manyu, who remained silent. Thinking she was still heartbroken over her impending marriage, he softened his voice and began to comfort her. Oh, I know you're upset. After all, we were husband and wife. But you have to think more positively. A short, sharp pain is worse than a long, drawn-out one. I'll introduce you to 100 men who are even better than him. I guarantee they'll all treat you like a queen. As Gu Manyu listened to these words, she felt her temples throbbing. She clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging deep into her palms. Introduce 100? Even if you introduce 10,000 people, None of them will be Lu Jinan. Gu Manyu rubbed her temples. She doesn't want anything right now. She just wants Zhang Xinxin to shut up. But she couldn't say it. Once you say it, it's tantamount to admitting that you don't want a divorce. Then her last bit of pride and dignity vanished. Xinxin. Gu Manyu finally spoke, her voice a little hoarse. You should focus on driving. Zhang Xinxin didn't hear the disappointment in her words. Thinking she was concerned about him, he smugly tossed his hair. Don't worry. Your best friend is a great driver. I guarantee I'll take you home to gather evidence as quickly as possible, then send you to court as quickly as possible, so you can be single again in no time. How about it? The best service. Isn't it thoughtful and considerate? Gu Manyu turned her head to the other side in pain and closed her eyes. She was afraid that if she saw Zhang Xinxin's smug face again, she wouldn't be able to resist slapping her. Soon, the car entered the villa area. They stopped at the house where she and Lu Jinan had lived for 5 years. At this moment, Gu Manyu was filled with regret and resentment. As soon as the car came to a stop, Zhang Xinxin unbuckled her seatbelt and rushed out. Quickly, Manyu, where's the video? Find it right now. I'll send it to my second uncle so he can prepare it in advance. Gu Manyu remained silent, still lost in her own thoughts. Mandarin. Seeing that she didn't react, Zhang Xinxin nudged her. Hey, what are you spacing out for? It's your divorce. Why aren't you concerned at all? She complained. Sister, it's a video. Evidence that he hit you. Gu Manyu was pushed by her and suddenly came to her senses. Oh. She opened her mouth, then stammered. The video? I can access it on my phone. Hey, then hurry up and get going. Zhang Xinxin said. You're dawdling. I'm getting anxious for you. I forgot just now. In fact, Gu Manyu did it on purpose. She just wanted to stall, even if it was just for a few minutes. She was afraid of the moment she received the divorce certificate. She just wanted to buy time, even if it was just a second. I'm truly impressed by you. Zhang Xinxin slapped her forehead, utterly speechless at her best friend. Huh? She accidentally patted the wound on her forehead and gasped in pain. Damn it, that hurts so much. That bastard Lu Jinan. He really hit me hard. She covered her face and started cursing again. Wait until we get divorced. Then I'll see how I deal with him. After she finished scolding him, she pulled Gu Manyu back into the car. While starting the car, he dialed a phone number. Hey Uncle Wang, it's me, Xinxin. Yes, my friend needs a medical certificate for injuries. He was beaten up last night. Okay, we'll be there in 10 minutes. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Xinxin tossed it directly to Gu Manyu. Edit your own information. Gu Manyu looked at her with a puzzled expression. Zhang Xinxin explained. My second uncle said that to file for divorce, you need a hospital diagnosis certificate. The more evidence you have, the faster the judgment will be made. It's okay. I found someone. We'll just pick it up when we get there. Gu Manyu sighed. Pick up your phone and start entering your information. Soon, the car stopped in the hospital parking lot. Zhang Xinxin led her to a doctor's office. In less than 5 minutes, I received a medical certificate with an official seal. Immediately afterwards, the two drove towards the police station. While still in the car, Zhang Xinxin made another phone call, asking for help. Upon arriving at the police station, before I even got out of the car, someone handed me a printed receipt. Come on, Manyu, don't move. Zhang Xinxin took out her phone again and took several photos of the scars on Gu Manyu's face and neck. All right, now we have all the evidence. All we need is the right opportunity. She looked at the photos on her phone with satisfaction. Just wait and see Lu Jinan cry. Gu Manyu was already numb. She's such a good friend of mine. I don't even care about myself as much as she does. After everything was settled, Zhang Xinxin drove off towards the courthouse. In the car, Gu Manyu's phone rang. It was a message from Lu Jinan. Hurry up, try to get it done by this morning. A single sentence brought tears to Gu Manyu's eyes. Gu Manyu bit her lower lip tightly. Is he in such a hurry? Are you so anxious that you can't even wait a day? Is 5 years of marriage really worthless in his eyes? Thinking of this, Gu Man felt her vision blur instantly. She cried, but made no sound. Only silent tears streamed down her cheeks. Gu Manyu turned her head away, not wanting anyone to see. A dozen minutes later, the Porsche stopped in front of the courthouse. Gu Manyu and Zhang Xinxin had just gotten out of the car when they saw Lu Jinan. He just squatted down the steps of the courthouse and didn't go inside at all. He was smoking and chatting animatedly with the security guard. A smile still lingered on his face, and his white hair stood out prominently in the sunlight. This forms an ironic contrast with Gu Manyu's utter despair at this moment. Zhang Xinxin muttered to herself, "He's so happy. People will think he's here to get married." When Lu Jinan saw them, he stubbed out his cigarette. He even waved at them. "They're here." That was quick. Zhang Xinxin limped over and snorted coldly. "That's right. I'm afraid some people will go back on their word again. This marriage is definitely getting a divorce today." Lu Jinan was not angry at all. Instead, she nodded. "You're right. After the divorce, I'll definitely have to treat you to a meal." He looked at Zhang Xinxin's slightly swollen face and couldn't help but praise her. That's the kind of drive you need to get things done: decisive, efficient, and without hesitation. Zhang Xinxin was a little confused. Are they really that close? Lu Jinan turned and walked towards the courthouse. "Let's go in and complete the formalities." Gu Manyu followed behind, walking very slowly. She watched Lu Jinan's retreating figure. Suddenly, I felt an impulse. I wanted to rush forward regardless of everything. Then, hug him from behind and beg him not to leave. However, her pride wouldn't allow her to do that. Chapter 65. Are you sure this is repaying a debt of gratitude? My second uncle has made all the arrangements. Let's go directly to the case filing division to find Director Lu. Zhang Xinxin talked as she walked. Gu Manyu followed behind. In the case filing office, a middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle greeted them. "Xinxin's here. This must be your friend, right?" Director Lu glanced at Gu Manyu and understood immediately. "Uncle Lu, this is the friend I told you about, my best friend Gu Manyu." Zhang Xinxin handed over the materials she was holding. "This is the complaint. This is the evidence. Look at it: domestic violence. The evidence is irrefutable." Director Lu took the materials and quickly flipped through them. Then he glanced back and forth between Lu Jinan and Gu Manyu. "Okay, I'll accept the materials." Director Lu finished organizing the documents and then looked at the three of them. "However, according to procedure, I need to mediate between the two of you before formally filing a case." Mediation? Zhang Xinxin was unhappy. "Uncle Lu, what's the point of mediation? He's already hit me. What's there to say? Just grant the divorce." Director Lu raised his hand and gestured for her to calm down. "Xinxin, the court has its own procedures. In divorce litigation, mediation is a necessary preliminary procedure, understand?" Zhang Xinxin choked for a moment. He wanted to say something more, but was stopped by a look from Director Lu. "Come with me. Let's go to the mediation room to talk." Zhang Xinxin was about to follow him in when Director Lu stopped her. "Xinxin, according to the regulations, only the two parties involved can be present during mediation." "Uncle Lu." Zhang Xinxin was a little unhappy. She wanted to supervise from the sidelines. "Just wait outside, it'll be quick." Director Lu's tone was gentle, yet left no room for argument. Zhang Xinxin pouted. Reluctantly, she stopped and glared fiercely at Lu Jinan. Lu Jinan ignored her completely and walked straight into the mediation room. Gu Manyu took a deep breath and followed inside with trepidation. Inside the mediation room, a square table and a few chairs. Director Lu sat in the main seat, with Lu Jinan and Gu Manyu sitting on either side. Director Lu picked up the materials on the table. Then he looked at Gu Manyu and began the process. "Gentlemen, as the saying goes, it takes 100 years of cultivation to share a boat ride and 1,000 years to share a pillow. What couple doesn't argue? They always make up before they get out of bed." He first looked at Gu Manyu, his tone much gentler. "Ms. Gu, I see that you have been married for 5 years, so you should have a solid foundation of affection. Tell me first, what exactly is the conflict between you two that has led you to divorce?" Upon hearing this, Gu Manyu immediately perked up. This is an attempt to persuade them to reconcile. She immediately seized the opportunity, her eyes instantly reddening. "Director Lu, actually, there's nothing major between us, just some trivial matters. My husband, he's been under a lot of pressure lately and is in a bad mood, which is why he's been a bit short-tempered. I can understand him, really. I don't want a divorce. We still have feelings for each other." As she spoke, she glanced at Lu Jinan out of the corner of her eye. However, Lu Jinan just kept her head down, as if everything she said had nothing to do with him. So what caused things to escalate to the point of divorce this time? Director Liu patiently guided him. Gu Manyu opened her mouth, then hesitated for a moment. After a moment, Gu Manyu slowly spoke. But it seemed more like she was confiding her grievances to Director Liu. Director Liu, actually, I don't really understand why we've come to this point of divorce. Her eyes were red-rimmed, and tears were welling up in them. She portrayed the image of a confused and hurt wife perfectly. I just wanted to do everything I could to help someone who once saved my life. I admit that during this period I may have neglected my husband's feelings, giving him the illusion that I have betrayed him. But I was just repaying a debt of gratitude. Is that wrong? At this point, she choked up, as if she had suffered a great injustice. He not only doesn't understand me, but we always argue about it. I really don't understand why it even came to the point of divorce. Besides, I've always loved my husband, and I really don't want a divorce. After saying that, she raised her tearful eyes and looked at Liu Jinan expectantly. Liu Jinan listened quietly, without even raising his head once. Director Liu had seen this kind of scene many times before. He cleared his throat and steered the conversation back on track. Ms. Gu, I understand how you feel. However, every contradiction has a source. He picked up the materials on the table and tapped them lightly with his fingers. You say you're repaying a debt of gratitude, but there must be something more to it, right? Otherwise, Mr. Liu wouldn't have been so adamant. That's a very good question. Gu Manyu was about to explain that she had been misunderstood by her husband. But before she could speak, Liu Jinan coldly interrupted. She bought her savior a riverside villa and a Porsche worth over 1,000,000 yuan. They even arranged for him to join their own company and become a department director. Director Liu paused, his hand holding the pen stilled, and stared at Liu Jinan in astonishment. Then he looked at Gu Manyu. Gu Manyu, however, wore an expression that seemed perfectly natural. Liu Jinan twitched the corner of her mouth and continued. For that man, she forced me to apologize to her benefactor. Moreover, she slapped me in front of that man more than once. The mediation room fell silent. Director Liu's expression was one of shock and disbelief. He carefully examined the man in front of him. With his white hair and a scar on his face, coupled with his expression at that moment, his words seemed particularly shocking. No. Gu Manyu stood up, her emotions running high. That's all a misunderstanding. She pointed at Liu Jinan and argued sharply. Isn't it all because of you? You went and hit Qin Feng without even asking what happened. I did that for your own good. I wanted you to apologize so that you wouldn't make a big deal out of it. Misunderstand. Liu Jinan sneered. Misunderstanding my ass. You. Gu Manyu's body trembled. Mr. Liu. Director Liu immediately intervened, his brow furrowed. This is the court's mediation room. Please watch your words and refrain from personal attacks. Liu Jinan shrugged indifferently and leaned back in his chair. He spread his hands, making a gesture that said, Please continue. Director Liu took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil in his heart. He looked again at the emotional Gu Manyu. His eyes had lost their initial gentleness. He went over their words in his mind. Then he looked at Gu Manyu. Ms. Gu, you bought him a house, a car, arranged a high-paying job for him, and even hit your own husband for him. Are you sure this is repaying a debt of gratitude? Chapter 66. You're practically offering your body to him. Buzz. Gu Manyu's mind went blank. She stood there blankly, her mouth slightly open. She was definitely repaying a debt of gratitude. Qin Feng became disabled because he saved her. Wasn't everything she did to make amends to him and to repay him? But why did the question sound different when it came from Director Liu's mouth? Why does everyone think she did something wrong? Liu Jinan is like this, and so is his father. Even a complete stranger is treated like this now. Why does everyone misunderstand me? Why can't anyone understand me? Seeing her bewildered expression, Director Liu had already made his judgment. He coughed lightly and turned the topic to Liu Jinan. Mr. Liu, is there anything you'd like to say? Liu Jinan looked at Director Liu, his eyes calm. Director Liu, you don't need to persuade me anymore. All I want now is a divorce. Liu Jinan said with absolute certainty. I don't want to. Gu Manyu became emotional again and blurted out unconsciously. Ms. Gu. Director Liu interrupted by tapping on the table. Please sit down and calm down. I'd like to talk to Mr. Liu. Gu Manyu bit her lower lip hard and sat back down unwillingly. But she couldn't take her eyes off Lu Jinan. Although Director Liu had already sided with Lu Jinan in his heart. However, necessary procedures cannot be omitted. He cleared his throat and carefully chose his words. Mr. Liu, since this is a mediation, I still hope that both parties can communicate calmly. He paused for a moment, trying to find a breakthrough. When you're married, there are bound to be disagreements and conflicts. If it's just a momentary impulse, it's better for both sides to compromise to avoid future regrets. Gu Manyu's eyes lit up instantly upon hearing this. Hope has been rekindled. Yes, let's each take a step back. As long as Lu Jinan is willing to take one step back, she is willing to take 100 steps back, 1,000 steps back. However, Lu Jinan's next words plunged her heart into despair once again. Take a step back? How do I get a refund? Where do I go to get a refund? Lu Jinan sneered, placed his hands on the table with his fingers interlaced, and stared directly at Director Liu. Director Liu, we're both men. You should be able to understand me. When living together, nobody wants to be constantly on guard against their partner, who might cheat on them at any moment, right? That's fucking exhausting to live. Director Liu nodded subconsciously. Then he realized what was happening and was speechless. I fucking can't understand you. My family is harmonious, and my wife is virtuous. Why would I have to deal with your nonsense? Don't you fucking drag me into this. Thinking of his wife, Director Liu's thoughts drifted far away. He recalled every time he filled up the gas tank for his wife. His wife's resentful gaze always made him uneasy. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but shudder. Gu Manyu's body trembled even more violently. This statement was very damaging to her. That's so heartbreaking. Jinan, I won't let you wear it. She defended herself passionately, her voice trembling. Lu Jinan didn't even glance at her before interrupting her. Won't you? We've given you everything we could. A house, a car, money. His tone was calm, but the content of his words was cruel. You're practically ready to offer yourself to him and sleep with him, aren't you? Gu Manyu swayed and reached out to steady herself on the table. Gu Manyu, your mind has long been on the verge of collapse. Don't you know that? If I don't divorce you soon, who knows, you might just put a green hat on my head tomorrow. Gu Manyu's lips trembled as he spoke. My heart is aching terribly. She couldn't understand why she was so worthless in Lu Jinan's eyes. Just then, the door to the mediation room was pushed open a crack. A head popped in. It was Zhang Xinxin who was eavesdropping at the door. I was so anxious listening to this. Manyu, calm down. He's just trying to manipulate you on purpose. What's the point of you arguing with him? Or do you not want a divorce? Gu Manyu turned her head and gave her a resentful look, her heart bleeding. You're only realizing now that I don't want a divorce. Go out. Director Liu frowned and waved to Zhang Xinxin. Zhang Xinxin stuck out her tongue and reluctantly closed the door again. Director Liu saw that Lu Jinan insisted on divorce. Then the mediation is definitely not going to work. He sighed, knowing that the divorce was inevitable. Since Mr. Liu insists on divorce, then we can only negotiate the specific terms of the divorce agreement. Director Liu pushed the process forward. Gu Manyu slumped into the chair, her heart numb. But he didn't say anything more. Director Liu picked up the indictment documents and pointed to one line. I saw in the materials that Mr. Liu committed domestic violence. When he asked this question, he was deliberately observing Lu Jinan. Most men would feel ashamed or agitated if they were confronted about domestic violence. However, Lu Jinan wasn't embarrassed at all. It seemed like he had been waiting for him to ask that question. Yes, I have it. Lu Jinan nodded eagerly to Director Liu. Director Liu. His hand holding the pen froze in midair. Lu Jinan continued. Director Liu, I have a problem. When I get emotional, I really want to hit someone. As he spoke, he clenched his fist, his knuckles cracking repeatedly. I couldn't resist when I was at the Civil Affairs Bureau this morning. The injuries on Zhang Xinxin's face were inflicted by me. Lu Jinan said boastfully. He showed no remorse whatsoever. Instead, he displayed an excited expression. He then looked at Gu Manyu. And her injuries were inflicted by me. Director Liu, if I continue to live with her, what if I lose control one day and beat her to a serious injury? Wouldn't that cause trouble for your court? So, Director, For the sake of social harmony and her personal safety, please get us divorced as soon as possible. Lu Jinan spoke with confidence and integrity. Director Lu froze completely. He's been doing this for so many years. He's seen all kinds of couples. I've never seen anyone voluntarily admit to domestic violence. And they're so damn self-righteous about it. Tell me, what's so great about this that you're bragging about? Director Lu felt as if his values were being repeatedly rubbed into the ground. Gu Manyu's face was full of sorrow. Director Lu coughed, his expression turning serious. Mr. Lu, please watch your words. Domestic violence is illegal, not something you can boast about. I wasn't showing off. Lu Jinan looked completely innocent. I'm just stating the facts to help you improve your case handling efficiency. Director Lu was speechless for a moment, took a deep breath, and decided to change his strategy. He looked at Gu Manyu and sighed. Ms. Gu, since Mr. Lu insists on divorce, let's talk about the terms of the divorce. If you all agree, we don't need to go to court. Simply sign a legally binding agreement, and the marriage can be dissolved. Gu Manyu's body trembled slightly. The light in her eyes went out completely. Chapter 67 Divorce. Director Lu cleared his throat and began to get down to business. What are your thoughts on issues such as property division and child custody? We don't have children. Lu Jinan spoke first. As for the property, I will leave with nothing. I only want freedom. Director Lu turned his gaze to Gu Manyu and tapped the table lightly with his pen. Ms. Gu, what's your opinion? Gu Manyu did not answer immediately. She looked at Lu Jinan, just staring straight at him. It was as if he wanted to capture his appearance. The faint scar on his face, his striking white hair, they are all deeply etched into my mind. A long silence followed. Finally, Gu Manyu spoke slowly, her voice filled with melancholy. I agree to the divorce. These words drained all her energy and spirit. She let out a huge sigh of relief and completely collapsed. But she still met Lu Jinan's gaze and said her last words. That was her way of making amends to him. But I want to give him the villa and the car. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Jinan let out a sneer. The laughter was full of sarcasm and contempt. The baby died and you came to breastfeed? Now that we're getting a divorce, you suddenly remember how good you were to me? Lu Jinan sneered. No need. Keep the villa and car for your lover. I am not worthy. Gu Manyu swayed. He actually used such filthy words to humiliate her. She gripped the edge of the table with both hands, her fingernails breaking from the excessive force. She felt no pain whatsoever. She could no longer meet his gaze and slowly lowered her head. Her loose hair obscured her pale face. Seeing this, Director Lu also sighed. He pushed the two printed documents to the center of the table. Since you both agree to the divorce and the division of property has been clearly defined, please sign this divorce mediation agreement. He delivered the final verdict. Once signed, this mediation agreement takes effect immediately and is equivalent to a divorce certificate. Your marriage is now officially dissolved. Lu Jinan didn't hesitate for a moment. He grabbed the pen on the table, his movements swift and decisive. The three characters Lu Jinan were written in a flowing, elegant style, all in one breath. Every stroke conveys a sense of determination, without the slightest hesitation. After he finished signing, he pushed the document and pen towards Gu Manyu. Then he just leaned back in his chair and waited for Gu Manyu to sign. 5 years of marriage felt like a nightmare from which I could never wake up. Now, the nightmare is finally over. Gu Manyu looked down at the divorce mediation agreement. Lu Jinan's signature is flamboyant and glaring. She knew that everything was beyond repair. No matter how much you struggle or how much you resent it, it's all in vain. She picked up the pen, her hand trembling violently. I took a deep breath and finally gripped the pen firmly. This time she didn't hesitate. Since it's beyond repair, there's no need to drag it out. Moreover, Gu Manyu was already humble enough. She picked up her pen. One stroke, one line. Gu Manyu. The moment the last stroke was made, a tear fell without warning. Snap. That tear, precisely, fell onto the last stroke of her signature. The ink was instantly blurred by tears, becoming somewhat indistinct. It's all over. 5 years of marriage came to an end just like that. Gu Manyu wiped away her tears with the back of her hand and slowly sat down. Director Lu took back the two documents, checked them, and affixed the court's official seal. He handed one copy to Lu Jinan and the other to Gu Manyu. All right, from now on, you are officially in a marital relationship. Lu Jinan and Director Lu nodded. Then he picked up the mediation agreement that belonged to him and went out. He didn't look at Gu Manyu even once more from beginning to end. There was no goodbye. There was no turning back. His figure disappeared, so resolutely that it was as if they had never met. The door to the mediation room creaked and then slowly closed. Lu Jinan left the mediation room. Then you see Zhang Xinxin kicking the wall half-heartedly. She had already kicked a small dent into the wall. Hearing the door open, Zhang Xinxin immediately stopped what she was doing and went to greet them. She was taken aback when she saw that only Lu Jinan came out. Divorced? As he spoke, his chin was slightly raised, giving him a victorious air. Lu Jinan waved the mediation agreement in his hand and smiled. His smile was bright, but it looked somewhat strange against his white hair. We're divorced, thanks to you. Zhang Xinxin was somewhat bewildered as she looked at Lu Jinan, whose face was beaming with joy. Lu Jinan shouldn't be distraught and weeping. Then he kneeled down and begged me to plead with Gu Manyu? What's he laughing at? What are you pretending for? Zhang Xinxin came to her senses and realized that he was forcing a smile. Without our Manyu language, you are nothing. Let me tell you, Lu Jinan, you'll never meet a woman as wonderful as Manyu again in your life. I hope I never encounter this again in my next life. Lu Jinan smiled. Then he took a step closer and looked down at Zhang Xinxin. Perhaps it was because his gaze was too intense. Zhang Xinxin felt a chill run down her spine and instinctively took a step back. What are you looking at? Lu Jinan suddenly said something that baffled her. Zhang Xinxin, you're actually pretty good too. Zhang Xinxin's brain completely shut down. She suspected she was hallucinating. That bastard Lu Jinan. Why is he praising her again? Doesn't he hate himself the most? Shouldn't he be wishing he could skin him alive? Just as she was lost in thought, Lu Jinan had already walked away. His steps were firm, and his back was ramrod straight. Lu Jinan. Zhang Xinxin finally realized what was happening and screamed at his retreating figure. Are you fucking out of your mind? Let me tell you, this isn't over between us. Lu Jinan did not turn around or pause. He simply raised his hand and waved it casually in the air. Another sentence traveled back down the corridor. Thank you for today. That attitude was so sincere that it gave Zhang Xinxin goosebumps all over. Zhang Xinxin remained rooted to the spot until Lu Jinan disappeared around the corner. That bastard. Is he insane? Zhang Xinxin muttered to herself. The mediation room was quiet. Gu Manyu sat stiffly in the chair. He was still clutching the mediation agreement in his hand, somewhat lost in thought. Ms. Gu. Seeing that she was not moving, Director Lu called out with some concern. Oh. Gu Manyu then seemed to wake up from a dream. She raised her head blankly, her eyes empty and unfocused. Oh, thank you. Just then, the door to the mediation room was pushed open. Zhang Xinxin peeked in. When Director Lu saw her, he sighed and decided to leave some space for the two best friends. Why don't you comfort her? I understand. Thank you, Uncle Lu. Zhang Xinxin nodded and watched Director Lu leave. Zhang Xinxin walked up to Gu Manyu and took the mediation agreement that Gu Manyu had been clutching so tightly that it was crumpled. I unfolded it, glanced at it, and then patted it with satisfaction. That's wonderful. Manyu, congratulations on regaining your freedom. You're free from this sea of suffering. Free? Newborn? Gu Manyu muttered to herself, then gave a self-deprecating twitch at the corner of her mouth. Zhang Xinxin was describing her new life to Gu Manyu. He didn't notice Gu Manyu's expression at all. Let's go? To celebrate your new life, let's call all the sisters. It's on me today. Let's go out for a big meal, then get a spa treatment, and then go to a bar and party all night. Let me tell you, I know a lot of handsome guys. I guarantee you'll be spoiled for choice. Gu Manyu couldn't listen anymore. Shut up. She abruptly shook off Zhang Xinxin's hand and stood up from the chair. As soon as I stood up, I felt dizzy and my vision went black. Chapter 68. You're still protecting the food? Taxis weave through the city's traffic. Lu Jinan leaned back in the back seat, holding the divorce mediation agreement in her hand. He sighed. 5 years of marriage ultimately amounted to nothing more than this thin piece of paper. He wasn't particularly sad, just felt empty. It feels like a piece of my heart has been cut out, leaving me feeling empty. Just then, my phone rang. It's Sister Mingxi. Lu Jinan answered the phone. Hey, Sister Mingxi. How are you? Jinan. Mengxi's voice was clear and melodious. There was also a hint of concern in his voice. We're divorced. Lu Jinan's voice was very calm. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the phone, followed by Mengxi's teasing. Congratulations on becoming single again. How does it feel? Doesn't the sky seem bluer and the air sweeter? Lu Jinan was amused by her, and the gloom in his heart dissipated considerably. I don't know if the sky is blue or not, but I'm a little hungry. That's all the ambition you have. Mengxi chuckled softly. Are you free tonight? I'll treat you to dinner to celebrate your escape from this sea of suffering. I must be available. Lu Jinan thought for a moment. But tonight it's my treat. Bring Kai along. I have something to tell you. Oh, sure. Where should we go for drinks tonight? Meet me at Lao Lu Grilled Fish at 6 p.m. Lu Jinan grinned. I haven't eaten there in a long time, and I'm really craving it. Mengxi readily agreed. Okay, see you there. Good. After hanging up the phone, Lu Jinan felt completely relieved. He pulled out his contacts and dialed Zhao Kai's number again. The call was quickly connected, and Zhao Kai's voice came through. Hey, Anzi, what do you want, Kaiga? Missing me? Get lost. Lu Jinan chuckled and said, Any free tonight? Let's go out for drinks. Yes, absolutely. Zhao Kai's voice immediately perked up. I'm not setting up my stall tonight. I'll drink with you until we're stuffed. Same old place, shall we? The usual place. After hanging up the phone, Lu Jinan found Qindong's number. Hey, Dongzi. Anzi, what's wrong? Qindong's voice sounded somewhat tired. I'll transfer the money to you. Lu Jinan said directly. Qindong paused for a moment on the other end, then quickly said, Hey, bro, don't worry. Given your situation, you can use it first. Lu Jinan felt a warmth in her heart. He knew about Qindong's family situation. Qindong was the first among them to get married. My wife is an only child, her salary is not high, and our family's financial situation is average. Qindong now has to support not only his own parents, but also his parents-in-law. With the burden of supporting an entire family resting on his shoulders, how could he not be short of money? The couple has been married for 5 or 6 years, but they don't even dare to have a child. Therefore, this affection is more precious than anything else. I'm fine now. I'll treat Kai to dinner tonight and give you the money while I'm at it. Since you're not in Jiangzhou, let's get together again someday when you come back. Also, I will remember your kindness. All right then, I won't stand on ceremony with you. Qindong smiled. 6 o'clock in the evening, at Lao Lu's Grilled Fish Restaurant. The aroma of charcoal fire mingled with the smoky fragrance of grilled fish, filling the small shop. Lu Jinan and Mengxi arrived first. Mengxi wore a black dress today. Thin black stockings covered her long legs. A pair of sapphire blue stilettos made her look mature and sexy. The moment she entered the store, she attracted the attention of all the men. Lu Jinan deliberately stood in front of Mengxi and met their malicious gazes. Mengxi was amused by his appearance and reached out to pinch his waist. What? You're being possessive of your food now. Of course, we can't let someone else get their hands on it. All right, sit down now. A short while later, Zhao Kai also arrived. Holy crap. Anzi, Mengxi is here too. The road was jammed, otherwise we would have arrived much earlier. Zhao Kai plopped down, and Mengxi greeted him. Lu Jinan pushed the menu in front of him. Let's see what else you want to eat. Order whatever you like. It's my treat today. Zhao Kai didn't stand on ceremony. He picked up the menu, flipped through it, and added a few more dishes. After the waiter finished writing down the order and left, Zhao Kai nudged Lu Jinan on the shoulder. Great. Anzi, it's rare for you to treat us. The housekeeper has approved it. Mengxi picked up her teacup, gently blew on the steam, and said nothing. Lu Jinan glanced at him and said irritably, What? Are you implying that I used to be stingy? No, that's not it. Zhao Kai chuckled. You used to be henpecked, buddy, I understand. The grilled fish was served quickly, sizzling and steaming. Lu Jinan opened the 2 small bottles of liquor he had brought and filled all 3 of their cups. He picked up his wine glass and looked at Zhao Kai and Mengxi. Dongzi is in his hometown and can't come. We'll get together when he gets back. Here, let me offer you a toast first. Thank you Kai Zi, thank you Dongzi, and thank you Sister Mengxi as well. He paused, then lowered his voice. My mom is gone, so we don't need this money anymore. I'll transfer the money to you after we finish eating. Mengshi reached out and gently patted his shoulder, offering silent comfort. Zhao Kai was completely stunned. What? Aunt Wang Shi. His eyes widened. Why didn't you tell me? Lu Jinan gave a wry smile. It's all in the past. He raised his glass. Hey, I'm having a good time today. Let's not talk about this. I won't say more. It's all in the wine. Here, I'll drink first as a sign of respect. After saying that, he tilted his head back and drank it all in one gulp. Zhao Kai and Mengshi exchanged a glance and then followed suit. Cough, cough. Mengshi drank a little too quickly and choked, coughing twice. A blush rose on her fair cheeks. What's wrong, Sister Mengshi? You're not used to this 56-degree liquor. Lu Jinan teased with a smile. Mengshi rolled her eyes at him and said stubbornly, No problem, I can have another one. She put down her cup and changed the subject. Jinan, what have you thought about regarding the studio? I told you last time that you don't need to pay back that money. Mengshi looked at him and said, If you really want to open a studio, I'll consider it an investment. Before Lu Jinan could speak, Zhao Kai, who was standing next to him, was stunned again. Opening a studio? Anzi, you're going to do it all yourself? Lu Jinan nodded and briefly explained his thoughts and ideas to Zhao Kai. After listening, Zhao Kai stroked his chin and fell into deep thought. Lu Jinan then turned to Mengshi and gave her an affirmative answer. I've made up my mind. I'll start preparing for it in the next few days. Just then, Zhao Kai slammed his hand on the table, startling Lu Jinan and Mengshi. Anzi, don't pay me back. I'll invest too. I knew you had a knack for business back in college. This is a sure thing. Count me in. Lu Jinan looked at him and felt a warmth in her heart. He thought about it and nodded in agreement. Then, should we bring Dongzi along too? Zhao Kai suggested. He's not having a good time at that lousy company either. He's being bullied every day. Lu Jinan hesitated for a moment. This matter. You have to tell him. I don't feel comfortable bringing it up. The main reason is Chundong's family situation. Unlike Zhao Kai, who is still single. Moreover, Zhao Kai's parents both have social security benefits, so he doesn't need to worry about them. Okay, I'll take care of it. Zhao Kai patted his chest and said, I'll call him after dinner, and I guarantee I'll get him to come over. Lu Jinan smiled and refilled their glasses with wine. He raised his glass again. This glass of wine is to celebrate my divorce today, to say goodbye to the past, and to embrace a new life. Zhao Kai had just picked up the cup when his hand froze in midair. He looked at Lu Jinan and said, Anzi, you didn't tell me about Aunt Wang's matter, and you didn't tell me about the divorce either? You fucking don't you even consider me a brother anymore. Zhao Kai was genuinely getting anxious. Lu Jinan knew that he genuinely cared about him, so he patted him on the shoulder. You can't help me get a divorce, can you? What? Are you going to get a divorce for me? Hurry up and drink it. The group clinked glasses and drank it all in one gulp. The three then discussed matters concerning the studio. Just then, Lu Jinan's phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was a call from Chundong. Hey, Dongzi. As soon as Lu Jinan answered the phone, Chundong's anxious voice came through the receiver. Anzi, something terrible has happened. Chapter 69, You've become an internet celebrity. Lu Jinan frowned slightly upon hearing Chundong's words. What's wrong? I knew you guys were drinking and didn't see it. Go online and see for yourself. You're trending at number 1 right now. You've become an internet celebrity. Number 1 on the trending topics? Lu Jinan was a little dazed. What is this that's trending at number 1? He hung up the phone, and Zhao Kai and Mengshi, who were next to him, both looked over. What's wrong? Zhao Kai asked. Lu Jinan twitched the corners of his mouth, revealing a look of absurdity. Dongzi said I've become an internet celebrity. Isn't that ridiculous? As he spoke, he opened his phone and launched the app. Sure enough, the top trending topic was hashtag Goose Group's son-in-law's domestic violence savior hashtag. Following it was a red explosion character. His heart sank. Clicking on the entry reveals a deluge of insults and attacks against him. What ignited all of this was a video. The video was filmed at his mother's house. The video is very shaky. In the video, he has a full head of white hair and appears to be mentally unstable. Zheng kicked Gumanyu away. Then, holding a chair, He smashed it at Qin Feng, who was lying on the ground. Gu Manyu cried and begged him to stop. The accompanying text to the video was even more inflammatory. Heinous. Lu, the husband of Gu Manyu, president of the Gu Group, out of jealousy for his wife's relationship with Mr. Qin, who had saved his life, brutally murdered Mr. Qin in front of his mother's funeral hall when he came to pay his respects. According to sources, Lu has been idle for years, living off his wife. He has repeatedly beaten and verbally abused Mr. Qin, and this time he has gone even further, using extremely cruel methods. Below are several photos of Qin Feng lying in a hospital bed with a broken nose and his face wrapped in bandages. Below are a few more accompanying pictures. The first picture shows Qin Feng lying in a hospital bed, his face wrapped in gauze, with only his eyes showing, filled with fear and helplessness. The second picture is an artistic portrait of Qin Feng sitting in front of a piano, exuding a refined and scholarly air. It is Qin Feng before he was beaten. The third picture is his wedding photo with Gu Manyu. In the photo, he is smiling brightly. Gu Manyu, standing beside him, had a cold and aloof expression. These photos create a strong contrast. This further solidified his image as a gigolo, a kept man, and an impotent regester. The comments section has completely exploded. Holy crap! Is this something a human would do? Qin Feng is his wife's savior. Lu Jinan is just too insecure. She's jealous of Qin Feng's excellence. I feel so sorry for President Gu. She's beautiful and rich. Why would she be so foolish as to find a man in a garbage dump? Poor Qin Feng. He was seriously injured saving Gu Manyu, and now this madman has beaten him up like this. Good deeds never get rewarded. Am I the only one who thinks Mr. Gu and Qin Feng are a perfect match? One is talented and handsome. The other is rich and good-looking. They're a match made in heaven. Please, Mr. Gu, get a divorce already. Hilarious. This guy in the wedding photo looks like he's fawning over her. President Gu is so elegant and aloof. How did she end up marrying such a jerk? Lu Jinan scrolled through the comments one by one with a blank expression. Who the hell did this? Zhao Kai had also finished reading it, and his temples were throbbing. Mengshi, on the other hand, seemed quite calm. Jinan, this matter is probably not that simple. Mengshi returned the phone to Lu Jinan, her tone somewhat grave. This is clearly a premeditated propaganda attack. Look at this video editing, the sensational copywriting, the photo comparisons, and the trending topics. Everything is interconnected. There must be a professional team behind it. She paused, seemingly considering her words. I wonder if Manyu is among them. Do I even need to think about it? Zhao Kai said. It must have been done by that woman Gu Manyu. She's driven by love, turned to hate, and is deliberately taking revenge on Anzi. Zhao Kai became increasingly angry as he spoke. Damn it, I'm going to find her right now. Sit down. Lu Jinan pulled him back. Zhao Kai looked at Lu Jinan with disbelief on his face. Anzi, how can you tolerate this? Look at how people are cursing you online. How are you supposed to face anyone after this? Mengshi stood up and gently pressed Zhao Kai's shoulder. Zhao Kai, calm down. What's the point of going to find Manyu now? To fight her? That's still better than feeling so stifled. Zhao Kai's chest heaved violently. Mengshi ignored Zhao Kai. She looked at Lu Jinan, trying to read something from his face. Jinan, what do you plan to do now? This wave of public opinion came on strong. Anyone else would have already started cursing. But Lu Jinan was unusually calm at this moment. Lu Jinan filled a glass with baijiu and drank it all in one gulp. Then he picked up his chopsticks, took a piece of fish, put it in his mouth, and chewed. Eat up. Why are you all staring at me? Zhao Kai was extremely anxious seeing him like this. What time is it, and you're still eating? Anzi, say something. What else can I say? Lu Jinan lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. Aren't they all telling the truth? I did hit someone. The video was well made. It made me look quite handsome. Lu Jinan commented, a mocking smile playing on his lips. You. Zhao Kai was speechless, choked by his words. Mengshi also sighed. Lu Jinan looked at the two of them and said, this matter is most likely the work of that grandson of Qin Feng. His voice was soft, yet carried a certain confidence. Moreover, only he had this motive. Mengshi nodded in agreement. Judging from the direction of public opinion guidance, he is indeed a beneficiary. Zhao Kai said indignantly. That pretty boy is too cunning. Anzi, we can't just let this go. Let's go find him. Lu Jinan glanced at him and said irritably, give me a break. If you go now, wouldn't that just confirm that I'm abusing my power and retaliating against you? What can we do? Just let this bastard throw mud at us like this. Lu Jinan did not answer immediately. He sighed. Ugh, this is a real headache. To be honest, I don't know what to do right now. Lu Jinan tugged at the corners of his mouth, revealing a bitter smile. How do you want to explain this? He chuckled. The public opinion has already taken hold. If I say one thing, 1,000 things will be waiting for me. I only have one mouth. How can I possibly out-argue the millions of mouths online? The internet is a giant amplifier of emotions. When everyone thinks you're a bad person, any explanation you give will be interpreted as sophistry. Even your breathing is wrong. As Zhao Kai listened, he gradually calmed down. But we can't just do nothing, can we? Are we just going to let them keep cursing like this? Lu Jinan remained silent for a moment. He picked up the wine on the table and downed it in one gulp. The liquor was strong, but it couldn't suppress the frustration in his heart. Oh shit. His eyes showed a hint of weariness and helplessness, and he cursed irritably. Let's take it one step at a time and observe for now. Finally, Lu Jinan said helplessly, jumping out now will only attract fire and deplete our resources. Mengshi silently refilled his wine glass. All right, stop thinking about these worries. Mengshi picked up her wine glass, trying to ease the tension. Come on, let's drink. Zhao Kai also raised his glass. Yeah. Let's drink. Who cares what they say online? We brothers know what's going on. Come on. Anzi, bottoms up. Lu Jinan smiled and bumped into them. Cheers. The three of them downed their drinks in one gulp. But the more I drank, the worse the taste became. Before the studio even opened, he had already become infamous. What's this? He died before achieving his goal? He had to find a way to break the deadlock. Lu Jinan put down his wine glass and fell into deep thought. Chapter 70. Should I just let him beat me to death? Meanwhile, at the Gu family villa. The huge villa appeared empty and cold. Gu Manyu knelt on the living room carpet. Holding a soft velvet cloth, he was carefully wiping a wooden guitar. The instrument's body gleamed with a warm luster under the light. That was Lu Jinan's favorite guitar, and it was a gift from her to him. She wiped very slowly and with great focus. It was as if they were reminiscing about the wonderful memories this guitar had once brought them. It's as if they want to erase all traces left from the past 5 years. Just then, my phone rang. He is her assistant. Gu Manyu paused for a moment before answering the phone. Mr. Gu, please go online and take a look. The assistant's voice was extremely anxious. Gu Manyu suddenly had a bad feeling. She hung up the phone and opened the app. The top trending topic appeared before her eyes. Hashtag Gu Groups son-in-law beats up his savior hashtag. The word explosion at the end made her gasp for breath. Her fingers trembled as she clicked on the button. That shaky video played in front of her once again. The white-haired man in the video, looking like a madman, kicked himself away and then swung a chair at Qin Feng. Below the video were highly inflammatory words and a photo of Qin Feng lying in a hospital bed in a pitiful state. The comments section has been flooded with one-sided insults directed at Lu Jinan. Gu Manyu's face instantly turned extremely ugly. How so? At the same time, a surge of anger, accompanied by a sense of humiliation, rose within me. But more than anything, it was a feeling of powerless self-blame. It's her. It was her mistake that once again put Lu Jinan in the spotlight. If she hadn't mishandled the situation, how could Lu Jinan have been dragged into this storm and condemned by everyone? Who exactly is trying to frame him like this? Suddenly, a name popped into her mind. Qin Feng. The only beneficiary in this matter is Qin Feng. Gu Manyu may be slow to understand or even a little clueless when it comes to relationships, but she is definitely not stupid. She was in charge of the massive Gu group, and she could see through this common tactic of manipulating public opinion in business battles at a glance. Otherwise, Gu Qing wouldn't have handed over the Gu group to her. However, she couldn't understand why Qin Feng would do such a thing. In her memory, Qin Feng had always been so generous and understanding. Gu Manyu was somewhat annoyed by Qin Feng's unauthorized actions. She immediately picked up her phone and dialed her assistant's number. We cannot allow the situation to continue to deteriorate. Immediately issue a statement in my name to clarify the facts. Tell everyone that it was just a misunderstanding. Her tone was urgent, and she was on the verge of losing her temper. However, the assistant hesitated. Mr. Gu, you can't send it. Are you questioning my decision? Gu Manyu had already lost her composure. President Gu, please listen to me. The assistant's voice became urgent. Public opinion is now completely one-sided, and everyone believes that Mr. Liu is the perpetrator. Any statement you make now will only be seen as an attempt to protect someone, and will only make things worse. The assistant paused, his tone becoming even more somber. Netizens might even say that you are ungrateful, only siding with your husband and disregarding the life or death of your savior. This will not only fail to help Mr. Liu, but it will also drag you, and even the entire Gu group, into a quagmire of public opinion. Gu Manyu gripped her phone tightly, her knuckles turning white. She fell silent. In fact, she understood these principles. However, once Lu Jinan is involved, her mind went blank, and her reason crumbled. After hanging up the phone, Gu Manyu stood there for a long time. The darkness outside the window was so thick it seemed impossible to breathe, making it almost impossible for her to breathe. Since a public statement is not an option, only one last method remains. The one who tied the knot must untie it. Qin Feng must take the initiative to step forward and clarify that it was all just a misunderstanding. With that thought in mind, she quickly changed her clothes, grabbed her car keys, and went out. A dozen minutes later, the Porsche stopped in the city hospital parking lot. Gu Manyu pushed open the car door, put on her high heels, and walked quickly towards the inpatient department. Her steps were hurried. A moment later, Gu Manyu pushed open the door to the ward. Qin Feng was leaning against the bed, holding his phone in his hand, a faint smile on his lips. Hearing the door open, he looked up and saw Gu Manyu. His smile instantly turned into surprise. Manyu, it's so late. What are you doing? Gu Manyu interrupted him directly, her voice icy. Did you do what happened online? She didn't waste any words and went straight to the point. Qin Feng froze as he was about to get up. He looked up, and the surprise in his eyes vanished instantly, replaced by a sense of desolation. He didn't answer immediately, but just looked at her quietly. Manyu, are you here to question me? His voice was very soft. It even trembled slightly. However, this one sentence instantly reversed the balance of power. These words were like a knife, piercing Gu Manyu's heart. Her cold attitude immediately softened. Yes, in his own eyes, he is always the victim. Qin Feng, I wanted to. You don't need to explain. Qin Feng smiled bitterly, then looked away, gazing into the darkness outside the window. I know my place. In your heart, I am ultimately just an outsider. He slowly lowered his head, and his shoulders slumped slightly. Jin is your husband, so it's only right that you side with him. Qin Feng's words sounded incredibly dejected and self-deprecating. A deep sense of guilt welled up in Gu Manyu's heart. It seemed she hurt the man who was covered in wounds while trying to save her. Just as she was about to speak, Qin Feng raised his head again and met her gaze. Manyu, even if you hadn't come to ask me today, I would have told you anyway. I did have someone release the video. Gu Manyu was completely stunned. She had considered that Qin Feng might have countless excuses, but I never expected him to admit it so readily. Why? Gu Manyu's voice trembled. She couldn't understand. Why did you do this? Don't you know you're ruining Jinan? Destroy him. Qin Feng repeated it to himself, and the dejection and bitterness on his face vanished instantly. He sat up abruptly, his emotions rising. Of course I know. He stared at Gu Manyu, his usually gentle eyes now filled with suppressed anger and resentment. And what about me? Manyu, what about me? His voice suddenly rose, tinged with sorrow. He tried to destroy me first, Manyu. Qin Feng pointed to his face and then raised his hand, which had been injured before. Look at me. Look at my face. Did he hesitate for even a second when he brought that chair down? I ruined my hand trying to save you, and now he wants my life too. Qin Feng's accusations were heartbreaking, each word striking at Gu Manyu's most vulnerable and indebted places. He looked at Gu Manyu, a hint of self-mockery flashing in his eyes. Manyu, am I just supposed to let him beat me to death? Chapter 71. What else are you not satisfied with? Lu Jinan hit me repeatedly, but out of respect for you, I have already given up pursuing legal action against him. But what about you? All you do is come to my bedside to question and accuse me. Have you ever tried to understand me? Have you ever considered my feelings? Qin Feng questioned. Mandarin. Qin Feng's voice trembled. Is your heart made of stone? This series of questions left Gu Manyu completely stunned. The Qin Feng before her was completely different from the gentle and refined man she remembered, who always had a slight smile. He was always dignified and restrained. Even if Lu Jinan publicly humiliated him, he just shook his head with a wry smile and said, "Never mind." Gu Manyu's eyes were somewhat unfocused, as if she was lost in memories. Pedestrians on the sidewalk. The screeching sound of brakes. She was trapped in the deformed driver's seat, and the strong smell of gasoline almost suffocated her. Just when she thought she was going to die there, a figure pried open the deformed car door. It was Qin Feng. He was unbuckling her seatbelt when a deep gash appeared on his arm. But he was completely oblivious, and kept asking her, "Madam, how are you? Are you hurt anywhere?" As he helped her walk outside, the roof beams overhead made a sound, and dust fell in rustling sounds. Before she could react, Qin Feng suddenly pushed her away. The thick roof beam crashed down, landing heavily on him. Those moments of unwavering resolve. Those who risked their lives to protect others. It's proof that she owes him. At that moment, she knelt beside the ruins and swore an oath to the unconscious Qin Feng. No matter what he asked for, she would try her best to fulfill it and repay him. Because he saved his own life. Qin Feng caught the guilt in her eyes and sneered inwardly. But the grief on his face grew even more intense. "Manyu, since you've come to question me today, I won't hold back anymore. I also said everything that I had been keeping in my heart." He took a deep breath. He calmed his deliberately displayed excitement a little and began to prepare his prepared remarks. Jinan acts recklessly and without considering the consequences. Every time he gets into trouble, you're the one who has to clean up his mess. That's his natural personality. I won't comment. Qin Feng spoke calmly and deliberately, but first reassured Lu Jin. But what I want to say is, if he really cares about you and loves you, how could he be completely unaware of your difficulties? If he truly trusts you, why would he hold a grudge against you or doubt your relationship because of my appearance? He shifted his body slightly, wanting to hold Gu Manyu's hand. Gu Manyu shrank back and dodged. Qin Feng's outstretched hand awkwardly froze in midair. A cold glint flashed deep in his eyes. He withdrew his hand and continued speaking. "He doesn't understand the pressure you face as the head of the Gu group. I don't understand the hardships you endure outside, scheming and fighting with others. I don't understand what you really need in your heart. He will only push you further and further away with his obsessive methods." Gu Manyu listened quietly. Qin Feng stared at Gu Manyu and said, word by word, "Lu Jinan, he is not good enough for you." Lu Jinan. This name caused Gu Manyu a pang of pain in her heart. Lu Jinan's face appeared in my mind. His hair was completely white. The scar on his face. His resolute and indifferent attitude during the divorce. And then there was his resolute, upright back as he left. Thinking of this, Gu Manyu felt as if her heart was being torn apart. Compared to feeling guilty towards Qin Feng, this kind of pain is more real and more heart-wrenching. Gu Manyu's gaze sharpened again. Then, she pulled over a chair from the ward. He sat down in front of the hospital bed. She gave Qin Feng a deep look. That look was very calm. Yet it also carried an indescribable meaning. "Today, Jinan and I are getting a divorce." Her voice was calm, revealing no trace of emotion. Qin Feng was stunned. They are divorced? He thought he was hallucinating. But then, an overwhelming surge of joy welled up inside him. It's done. All his scheming and all his performance have finally taken a giant leap forward. He composed himself and looked at Gu Manyu. His eyes were filled with heartache and pity. "Manyu. He paused. "Don't be sad. I know it must have been very painful for you to make this decision. But this is also a relief for you. You finally figured it out and left that man who only hurt you." Gu Manyu looked at Qin Feng quietly. She looked at the genuine concern on his face. Look at the just right amount of pity in his eyes. Suddenly, she smiled. The smile was faint and fleeting. "Yeah." Her voice was calm, so calm that it was completely still. Gu Manyu slowly stood up, looking down at him from above. The oppressive feeling of being in a high position for so long made Qin Feng's heart skip a beat. Qin Feng, am I good to you? Qin Feng was taken aback. He didn't understand why Gu Manyu, who had been somewhat hesitant just moments before, suddenly became so imposing. You've always been so good to me. He answered somewhat haltingly, feeling a little uneasy. I think so too. Gu Manyu nodded. I'll buy you a car, I'll buy you a house, and I'll arrange a position for you at the Gu Group. Her voice was neither hurried nor slow. But what he said made Qin Feng's expression gradually stiffen. These are nothing, because I want to repay you. So, I hurt Jin's heart. I ignored Jin's feelings. I have reduced the amount of time I spend with Jinin. With each word she spoke, Gu Manyu felt as if her heart was being pricked by a needle. These are all things she owes Lu Jinin. They're the stupid things she did herself. Her hands clenched unconsciously. All of this is because you saved my life. She looked up and stared directly at Qin Feng. But I think I've already paid back enough. Qin Feng froze completely. So, Gu Manyu took a step forward, the sound of her high heels striking the ground crisp and piercing. What else are you not satisfied with? Her question left Qin Feng speechless. Qin Feng opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words. His prized eloquence completely failed him when Gu Manyu was absolutely calm. His mind went blank. How so? Shouldn't she be immersed in the sadness of divorce and become more dependent on herself? Shouldn't she feel guilty towards herself and obey her every word? Why would she say something like that? No, Manyu. Qin Feng hurriedly began to defend himself. I did all of this for you. He threw back the covers, wanting to get out of bed, wanting her to believe him. I just don't want to see you hurt by him anymore. Lu Jinin doesn't deserve you at all. He'll only drag you down. Smack. A crisp sound rang out. Chapter 72. I ask you, did you remember? Gu Manyu slapped Qin Feng across the face. She flicked her hand, a mocking smile playing on her lips. For me? Qin Feng, do you really think I'm that stupid? Her tone was aggressive. Did you really do all this for me? Qin Feng's face was turned to one side by Gu Manyu's slap. He was completely stunned by the blow. He now only feels a buzzing in his ears. I could feel my face burning. 5 clear guidelines quickly appeared on his face. How is that possible? He slowly turned around, looking at the woman in front of him in disbelief. Ever since he meticulously approached Gu Manyu, the look in her eyes when she looked at him always carried a hint of guilt and a sense of indebtedness. They never laid a hand on me, not even uttered a harsh word. Did I say something wrong? He carefully reviewed every word he had just spoken and every expression he had made, and found no flaws. But why did it result in a slap in the face? Qin Feng stared blankly at Gu Manyu. He did not answer her question. It was just an instinctive urge to stir up one's emotions. His eyes quickly reddened. Coupled with the finger marks on his face, he looked both wronged and pitiful. This was his tactic for dealing with Gu Manyu, and it had proven effective time and time again. However, this time, his usual tricks failed. Gu Manyu's gaze remained cold, devoid of any trace of her former guilt or soft-heartedness. She spoke again, her tone calm. Qin Feng, Gu Manyu, owe you nothing anymore. As soon as she finished speaking, Qin Feng's heart sank. Now I understand. The reason why Jinin beat you up several times was because you asked for it. You dare to speak ill of Jin and like this to my face. I can't even imagine how you would slander and provoke him in private. Qin Feng's body trembled slightly. He hurriedly said, I didn't. You have to believe me, Manyu. His expression held a hint of grievance, much like that of a child who had been misunderstood. No. Gu Manyu let out a cold laugh, a laugh full of sarcasm. Qin Feng, do you feel wronged and resentful right now? Qin Feng's body stiffened. I did all this for you, but you misunderstood me. Shouldn't I feel wrong? Gu Manyu took a step forward, looking down at him from her superior position. Qin Feng, there's something you need to understand. Lu Jinin, he is my husband, Gu Manyu. So, no matter how wronged or resentful you feel, you fucking have to keep it to yourself. Gu Manyu's voice suddenly rose, and she even swore. However, it sounds wild and ruthless. Qin Feng was completely stunned. My mind went completely blank. He felt his world was collapsing little by little. Gu Manyu ignored him. He took out a packet of lotus flowers from his bag, pulled out one, and lit it. A wisp of smoke rose, blurring her cold and beautiful face. She pulled over a chair next to her and sat down, crossing her legs. She took a deep breath, slowly exhaled a smoke ring, and spoke in a frighteningly calm tone. Do you know why I've been telling you to keep it to yourself? Qin Feng shook his head subconsciously. Gu Manyu's expression was sarcastic. Because I gave you a car, a house, money, and an executive position. These things are enough to buy 10 of your lives. Gu Manyu took another drag of her cigarette and slowly exhaled. Qin Feng, everyone has a bottom line. But you have no self-awareness and insist on crossing my bottom line. I'm kind to you to repay your life-saving grace, and I don't need anything in return from you. But you shouldn't take advantage of my kindness to hurt the person I love most. She looked up and stared directly at Qin Feng. Through the swirling smoke, her beautiful eyes were frighteningly sharp. Do you think your complaint just now is a reason for you to hurt Jinan? Qin Feng's lips moved slightly. He wanted to explain, but Gu Manyu didn't give him the chance. Your complaints only make me think that you are very good at pretending and that you are scary. If I had seen through you sooner, I would never have ended up divorcing Jinan. Qin Feng wanted to open his mouth to refute. Yes, Jinan and I are divorced. Gu Manyu interrupted him, taking another drag of her cigarette and exhaling the smoke toward the ceiling. But I will always stay by his side and protect him. From now on, no one can hurt him anymore. She paused for a moment, then turned her gaze back to Qin Feng's face. That includes me. Otherwise, the consequences will be very serious. Gu Manyu smiled at Qin Feng, then said, word by word. Did you remember? Gu Manyu's voice was soft, but it left no room for argument. Qin Feng remained lost in thought and did not respond at all. The last trace of warmth in Gu Manyu's eyes vanished. She took a deep drag of her cigarette and slowly exhaled. Then, he pressed the burning cigarette but between his fingers heavily onto the back of Qin Feng's hand. Oh! Qin Feng let out a scream, his body trembling violently. A burnt smell instantly filled the air. Pain. It hurt so much. He wanted to pull his hand back, but when he saw Gu Manyu's indifferent eyes, his body froze instantly, and he dared not move an inch. He was afraid. He was afraid of Gu Manyu in this state. He feared that if he hid, he would suffer even more terrible punishment. Gu Manyu asked coldly, I'm asking you, did you remember? I've remembered. Qin Feng's voice trembled, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Manyu, I was wrong. I was out of my mind. That's why I did something wrong. That's right. The cigarette but still made a soft, sizzling sound on the back of Qin Feng's hand until the sparks went out. She then released her hand expressionlessly. Gu Manyu straightened up and tidied her slightly messy hair. I want to see your clarification statement online by 7 a.m. tomorrow. You know how to say it, right? I don't need to teach you. After saying that, she turned and walked away in her high heels. As she walked to the door of the ward, she suddenly stopped. She didn't turn around, but spoke coldly. Also, I will transfer you to the Northwest branch. After that, don't ever appear in front of me again. As long as you behave yourself, I will not kill you. You've settled the score for saving my life. Take care of yourself. As soon as she finished speaking, she opened the door, slipped on her high heels, and disappeared through the doorway. Qin Feng was the only one left in the ward. He covered his blackened hand, his face grim. A hint of resentment flashed in his eyes. Gu Manyu, you bitch, you're really ruthless and heartless. Qin Feng muttered to himself. The back of my hand was still throbbing with excruciating pain. But this pain was far less intense than the hatred in his heart. The charred scars on the back of his hand served as a constant reminder of the humiliation he had just suffered. He wanted to see what would happen when the Gu family was destroyed. Can this high and mighty woman still be so arrogant? When the time comes, I will make you pay back 100-fold or 1,000-fold for the pain you inflicted on me. Chapter 73. Why are you keeping this menace around? The more Qin Feng spoke, the more sinister his expression became. I'll see how arrogant you are when your family is ruined and you're dead. When the time comes, I'll make you pay 100-fold. Qin Feng pondered for a moment, his mind racing as he devised a countermeasure. Didn't you tell me to issue a statement to clarify? A cruel grin spread across Qin Feng's face. Then I'll send it. He picked up his phone and dialed a number. The call was answered almost instantly, and a male voice came through. Xiaofeng, what's wrong? He recounted how Gu Manyu had just come to the hospital. Uncle Wang remained silent on the other end of the phone, listening quietly. After a long pause, Uncle Wang finally spoke, his voice revealing neither joy nor anger. Uncle Wang, do me a favor. Qin Feng's voice was suppressed, carrying a chilling undertone. You say? I need you to have someone draft a clarification immediately regarding Lu Jinan hitting me. Uncle Wang on the other end hesitated for a moment. A clarification statement? Public opinion is very favorable towards us right now. Is it risky to issue a clarification at this time? Do as I say. Qin Feng interrupted him. Remember, you are not allowed to say a single bad word about Lu Jinan in the entire text. On the contrary, you must defend him. I want to attribute his beating to his emotional breakdown due to the grief of losing his mother. Uncle Wang on the other end of the phone paused for a moment, clearly not following Qin Feng's train of thought. What's the meaning? Qin Feng chuckled and added, I want everyone to think I'm magnanimous, forgiving, and that I've forgiven everything he did. Xiaofeng, isn't this just letting that kid get off easy? Uncle Wang asked, puzzled. Let him off easy. A sinister glint appeared in Qin Feng's eyes. I want him to die without even knowing how he died. He paused for a moment. Use more ambiguous words in the manuscript. I had to make every word defend him, but at the same time, I had to make everyone understand my predicament of being unable to control the situation. I want everyone who sees this statement to fill in the blanks and make guesses. Who exactly is putting pressure on me? Why should I humiliate myself to defend someone who beat me? Do you understand what I mean? Uncle Wang was silent for a few seconds on the phone, then suddenly realized what was going on. Got it, that's a brilliant move. Once this statement is released, everyone will think you are magnanimous and tolerant, and then the public opinion will be even more heated. Uncle Wang's praise did not make Qin Feng feel proud in the slightest. He gently stroked the scar on the back of his hand, where blisters had formed. But Uncle Wang became more worried. Aren't you afraid that Gu Manyu will cause you trouble again? She's very unhappy with you now. Aren't we being a bit too hasty in doing this? Qin Feng let out a cold snort. Today in the ward, I did act a bit too hastily and lost control, which aroused her suspicion. He was reviewing his mistakes. But then the tone shifted. However, I did everything she said. She asked me to clarify, so I did. Why is she causing me any trouble? Don't worry, she doesn't know my real identity yet. Besides, I did save her after all. Based on my understanding of her, as long as I don't openly target Lu Jinan, she still feels guilty towards me. Uncle Wang on the other end of the phone pondered for a moment. Okay, as long as you know what I mean. Oh right. Another thought flashed through Qin Feng's mind. Include the news of Gu Manyu's divorce in the list as well. Uncle Wang was taken aback. You write this too? Of course I'll write it. I wrote that I meant well in saving people, but I never expected that my appearance would cause Lu Jinan to misunderstand and lead to our divorce. I feel deeply guilty. After he finished speaking, even Uncle Wang on the other end of the phone fell silent. This isn't an apology. It's a direct attack on Lu Jinan's heart. Good. Get it done right away. I want this article trending before dawn. Don't worry. After hanging up the phone, Qin Feng tossed it aside. He leaned against the headboard, looking up at the ceiling. Gu Manyu left the hospital, opened the car door, and got into the Porsche. She hesitated to start the car. She took a cigarette out of her bag and lit it. But after only one puff, he irritably stubbed it out in the ashtray. Just then, my phone rang. Father. Gu Manyu's heart tightened, and she answered the phone. Gu Cheng's voice came through the receiver. Go back to the villa immediately. The call was abruptly ended, leaving only a busy tone. Gu Manyu tossed her phone onto the passenger seat and started the car. The Porsche let out a low growl and merged into the traffic of the city in the dead of night. The bizarre neon lights outside the window flashed across her cold and beautiful profile, alternating between light and shadow. A dozen minutes later, the car stopped in front of the Gu family villa. Gu Manyu pushed open the door and entered. She had just changed her shoes when she heard her parents arguing fiercely in the living room. What do you know? This matter is not as simple as it seems on the surface. It was the voice of Gu Cheng, the father, suppressing his anger. I don't understand. Gu Chung, I think you're the one who's senile. Can't you see how much injustice Manhwa has suffered? That Lu Jinan hit her, and now people online are helping her get revenge, but you're blaming others instead? The mother, Lu Qin, immediately followed with her rebuttal. Gu Manhwa walked into the living room. Gu Chung sat on the sofa with a livid face, his chest heaving violently. Lu Qin stood opposite him, hands on her hips, her face full of anger. Seeing Gu Manhwa enter, Gu Cheng's anger instantly found an outlet. Where have you been? He pointed at the tablet on the coffee table and questioned it sternly. Take a look for yourself. See what's really going on online. Gu Manhwa glanced down and saw the storm of public opinion that Qin Feng had stirred up. She felt a wave of exhaustion and spoke in a hoarse voice. I've already taken care of it. It's been dealt with. Gu Chung slammed his hand on the armrest. Your so-called handling is just letting things escalate to this point, making the Gu family a laughingstock. I have already warned Qin Feng, Gu Manhwa explained. Warn? Gu Chung stood up from the sofa and paced back and forth. What's the use of warnings? To deal with a wicked person like that, you should fire him immediately and sever all ties with him. Gu Cheng's words were resolute. This isn't just for Jinan. It's for the reputation of our Gu group. Do you understand? Gu Manhwa paused for a moment. She knew her father's suggestion was the right thing to do, but she hadn't completely gotten over the hurdle in her heart. Dad, I've already transferred him to the Northwest branch. This is the biggest concession she can make. It was both a punishment and a way of preserving the last shred of humanity. However, Gu Chung was angered by her indecisive attitude. Transfer him? What are you doing keeping this menace around? Gu Chung was so angry that his lips were trembling. He pointed at Gu Manhwa, looking at her with a sense of disappointment and frustration. Are you stupid? I told you long ago that the way this kid looks at our Gu family is weird. Chapter 74. Have a drink with me. There's hostility in his eyes, but he's hiding it so well, don't you understand? If you keep him around, something terrible will happen sooner or later. Besides, if you don't deal with him, how can you and Jinan get back together? Complex? Before Gu Manhwa could speak, Lu Qin, who was standing to the side, objected. What reunification? She walked up to Gu Chung in a few steps, her face full of indignation. Gu Chung, get this straight. It was Lu Jinan who initiated the divorce. Our Gu family has let him eat and drink for free for so many years, and in the end, he even hit Manhwa. You still want to get back together with Manhwa? Are you senile? I didn't hold him accountable. I guess it's because his ancestors were kind enough to do good deeds. Lu Qin became increasingly angry as she spoke. She turned and took Gu Manhwa's hand, her eyes filled with heartache. Manhwa, don't listen to your father. I think Qin Feng did the right thing in this matter. Lu Jinan, that ungrateful wretch, deserves to be scorned and ruined. Her words plunged the living room into a somber atmosphere. This also made Gu Manhwa feel a bit irritated. She shook off Lu Qin's hand. Mom, can you please stop talking about Jinan like that? Lu Qin instantly raised her voice. Then what do you want me to say? If Lu Jinan can do it, why can't I say anything? Lu Qin remained relentless. Did he really hit you? He eats at our house and lives at our house. Does that mean it's all fake? Gu Manhwa took a deep breath and tried to explain. Mom, you don't understand what's going on inside. Jinan was originally going to be transferred to the capital for intensive training, but I had to beg and plead with him to stay. As she said those words, her heart ached again. If it weren't for her selfishness back then, how could Lu Jinan possibly give up such a promising future? Will you end up being looked down upon by everyone? Lu Qin completely ignored all of these so-called back-then things. She curled her lip in disdain. Don't bring up the past with me. I only care about the present. She looked Gu Manhwa up and down, her expression full of earnest advice. Lu Jinan is a complete waste now, utterly useless. I didn't think you two would last from the very first day of your marriage. You're not a good match in terms of social standing. Do you think you can stay together for long? See? I told you so. Every word Lu Qin spoke pierced Gu Manhwa's heart. She was already very tired. Since leaving the hospital, my nerves have been on edge. What she least wants to hear right now is anyone slandering Lu Jinan, even if that person is one's own mother. Mom, are you ever going to stop? Gu Manhwa was somewhat annoyed. I can handle my own affairs, so don't worry about it. Lu Qin immediately bristled and raised her voice. Is it wrong for me to worry about you? Gu Manyu, look at yourself now. He actually yelled at his own mother over a good for nothing. Lu Qin pointed at Gu Manyu. Manyu, have you been bewitched by him? He's already divorced you, and you're still protecting him. I wasn't protecting him, I was just stating the facts. Gu Manyu rubbed her temples wearily. You're just protecting him. Lu Qin remained relentless, spitting as she spoke. Gu Manyu felt a throbbing pain in her temples, and a nameless anger rose in her heart. Mom, can't you be reasonable? Is this the time to talk about this? How am I being unreasonable? Lu Qin put her hands on her hips and raised her voice by another 3 points. Qin Feng risked his life to save you. You're something else, not saying a single fair word, but instead blaming Qin Feng. Gu Manyu was on the verge of exploding. She screamed, Qin Feng, is there anyone else you're talking about besides Qin Feng? Mom, let me tell you, I will not marry anyone except Lu Jinan. You. Lu Qin was so angry at Gu Manyu's words that she felt a tightness in her chest and could barely speak. She raised her hand to slap Gu Manyu across the face. Just then, Gu Qin couldn't listen anymore. He slammed his hand on the coffee table, causing the water glasses on it to shake. Enough! A furious shout finally stopped Lu Qin from striking. Gu Qin stared at his wife with red eyes. You're a woman with long hair, but short brains. What do you know? Gu Qin said, enunciating each word clearly. Lu Qin, I'm going to make things clear to you today. Jinan is the son-in-law that Gu Cheng has chosen. Anyone who dares to touch him is going against Gu Cheng. Lu Qin was startled by his appearance. But soon, harshness and arrogance regained the upper hand. She gave a cold laugh. Gu Cheng, you've really made something of yourself. You ignore your own daughter being wronged, but you feel sorry for an outsider. He's not an outsider. The veins on Gu Cheng's neck bulged. He is Manyu's husband. He is the son-in-law of the Gu family. That was before. Lu Qin retorted sharply. They're divorced now. They're completely cut ties. They have nothing to do with the Gu family anymore. I won't accept it. Gu Cheng's attitude was firm and left no room for argument. You won't accept it? Lu Qin let out an exaggerated sneer. Who do you think you are? You. Gu Cheng felt his blood rush to his head. His vision went black, and he swayed. Dad! Gu Manyu exclaimed in surprise, and quickly stepped forward to support him. Lu Qin was also flustered. Gu Cheng waved his hand, indicating that he was fine. He steadied himself, his eyes filled with disappointment and coldness as he looked at Lu Qin. Lu Qin, this is my last warning to you. His voice was suppressed, carrying a dangerous undertone. You are not allowed to mention Qin Feng's name again, and you are not allowed to cause trouble for Jinan. Otherwise, don't blame me for not showing any consideration for our marriage. Lu Qin was also afraid of upsetting Gu Cheng. She opened her mouth, but ultimately didn't argue, and reluctantly closed it again. Gu Cheng stopped looking at her, and turned to look at Gu Manyu. And you? Are you even capable of dealing with Qin Feng? If you can't bring yourself to do it, I'll arrange it. The coldness and ruthlessness in those words made Gu Manyu freeze. But in the end, she shook her head. Dad, I've already transferred Qin Feng away, and I won't have any more contact with him in the future. She looked at Gu Cheng, her voice hoarse. I believe that after this lesson, he won't dare to act recklessly again. She looked at Gu Cheng, trying to convince him of her judgment. Besides, he did save me after all, and I don't want to go too far. After hearing this, Gu Cheng's eyes showed disappointment. Actually, he had considered getting rid of Qin Feng. He had this idea from the first time he met Qin Feng. But he was afraid. He was afraid that if he went too far, his daughter would resent him and hate him as her father. So he kept waiting. Let Gu Manyu see things clearly and make her own decision. But what he didn't expect was that what awaited him was her divorce from Jinan. Gu Cheng's once sharp and decisive eyes were now filled with heartache. How indecisive. This sigh was filled with a father's deep love and earnest criticism. After saying that, Gu Cheng returned to his bedroom alone. He took out his phone and dialed a number. The phone rang twice before being answered. Are you free now? Want to have a drink with me? Chapter 75 Popular Instagrammable Spots. Lu Jinan, Zhao Kai, and Meng Shi had just come out of the grilled fish restaurant. Zhao Kai drank a bit too much. He grabbed Lu Jinan's shoulder and patted his chest loudly. Brother, and don't worry. I guarantee I'll get that kid Chendong here. If he doesn't come, I'll kidnap him if I have to. Lu Jinan reached out and flagged down a taxi on the side of the road. He opened the car door and nodded at Zhao Kai. All right, get lost. All right. Sister Mingxi, you'd better take care of yourself. Secretly, you're a single mad dog right now, ready to bite anyone you see. Lu Jinan glanced at him sideways and twitched the corner of his mouth. Hey, fatty, who are you talking about? Believe it or not, I'll roll you into a ball right now and throw you down the drain. Mengxi was amused by the two of them, waved her hand, and parted her red lips slightly. Get out of here. The taxi driver stepped on the gas, and the yellow car disappeared into the night. Only the departing taillights and Zhao Kai's still unhappy howls remained. The noise subsided instantly, and the streetlights on both sides of the street cast long shadows of the two people. The evening breeze carried a slight chill, ruffling a few strands of hair around Mengxi's ears. Lu Jinan took out a cigarette case from his pocket, knocked out a cigarette, put it in his mouth, but didn't light it. He just held it in his mouth, as if he was savoring something. It's getting late, let me call you a car. Lu Jinan said, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Need not. My home isn't far from here, so I'll take a walk to digest my food. Lu Jinan looked at her. Mengxi had drunk quite a bit of wine, and her cheeks were flushed with a beautiful rosy hue, making her especially captivating under the streetlights. How could Lu Jinan bear to let Mengxi, so charming and beautiful, walk alone at night? Then I'll take a walk with you. He took out his lighter and lit a cigarette. Mengxi did not refuse, and gave a soft as a tacit agreement. The two walked side by side on the sidewalk. Oh right. Mengxi suddenly spoke up. Since we're going to open a studio, we'll definitely be traveling around a lot, and it'll be inconvenient without a car. She paused for a moment, then said, I happen to have a spare car at home. You can drive it for now. Lu Jinan paused, then followed, turning his head to look at her. Hey, no need. I'll go to the used car market tomorrow and find a car to get around in. Mengxi's beautiful eyebrows furrowed slightly. Why bother going to the used car market? You already have one at home. Why waste your money? Her tone left no room for argument. Besides, I am your shareholder, and this is a fixed asset provided to the company. Lu Jinan touched his nose and muttered under his breath. This sounds like they're trying to keep me as a mistress. Mengxi was amused by him and rolled her eyes at him. Then you can consider it as me taking care of you. She leaned closer and threatened him, half-jokingly. Lu Jinan, I paid for this, so you'd better behave. Otherwise, we'll subject you to severe torture. Mengxi clenched her fist and waved it in front of Lu Jinan. Lu Jinan immediately raised his hands, feigning silence. This made Mengxi laugh. The crisp laughter carried far in the quiet night. That moment of brightness made Lu Jinan's heart skip a beat. He quickly looked away, concealing the strange feeling that had occurred to him for a moment. All right, don't be so polite with me. Mengxi's smile faded. It's not a fancy car, just one I used to drive. Having said all that, Lu Jinan didn't stand on ceremony any longer and nodded. The two continued walking forward, the atmosphere becoming more relaxed than before. What are you going to do about what happened online? Mengxi asked. Handle. Lu Jinan took a drag of his cigarette and then slowly exhaled the smoke into the night sky. Why take action? Free publicity, why not take it? I need to hurry up and set up a studio. Maybe it can even become a popular spot for internet celebrities to take photos. He grinned, but the smile didn't reach his heart. This nonchalant attitude might make others believe it. But Mengxi just watched him quietly. A moment later, she smiled too. You are truly wicked to the core. Lu Jinan raised an eyebrow. He smoked a cigarette, watching the cigarette but glow and fade in the darkness. You flatter me. Lu Jinan stubbed out his cigarette and casually tossed it into a roadside trash can. These days, good people don't get rewarded, while bad people live a carefree life. Mengxi looked at his calm profile and suddenly spoke. Manhwa, you really have no taste. This statement is somewhat abrupt, yet it makes perfect sense. Lu Jinan paused for a moment. He turned his head and looked intently at Mengxi, as if trying to see something in her beautiful eyes. What, Sister Mengxi, are you standing up for me? He leaned closer and asked, half-jokingly. Or is it that you've taken a liking to me? The distance between them instantly closed, and he could even smell a faint scent of perfume emanating from her. Chanel No. 5. It's a classic piece, and it suits her perfectly. Faced with this aggressive approach, Mengshi did not back down. She met his gaze, a slight smile curving her lips. What? Is that not allowed? She countered. Or are you saying that divorced men lose the right to be pursued? In short, the ball was kicked back directly. Lu Jinan looked at her and suddenly smiled. Talking to smart people is so easy. He took a step back and waved his hand. Don't even think about it. I'm a walking mess right now. Anyone who gets involved with me is doomed. Seeing him retreat, Mengshi actually took half a step forward to follow. The thing I'm least afraid of from childhood to adulthood is trouble. Lu Jinan smiled but didn't reply. Mengshi then stopped smiling and asked seriously. Don't forget, we have evidence against Qin Feng. If necessary, we'll just expose it. Lu Jinan shook his head. Need not. His answer surprised Mengshi. To be honest, I'm quite interested in watching the show. Lu Jinan's voice carried a chill. Just imagine how Guman Yu would feel when the person she protected so much turned out to be the one who dealt her the cruelest blow. I'm fucking looking forward to that scene just thinking about it. Mengshi looked at him silently. The ruthlessness in this man's bones was now fully revealed. You're popular now, but you can't let people misunderstand you like this forever. Oh. Lu Jinan let out a soft chuckle, tinged with amusement and disdain. Isn't the internet these days best at sympathizing with the weak? Didn't Qin Feng seize on this point and portray himself as a pitiful victim of violence? He stopped and turned to look at Mengshi, a calculating glint in his eyes. Since he wants to play the victim, then I will be weaker and more pitiful than him. I want everyone to see who the real victim is. So, I'll take this free advertising. Mengshi didn't ask any more questions. She believed Lu Jinan knew what he was doing. Chapter 76, Dad. The two joked and laughed along the way, and after more than 10 minutes, they arrived at Mengshi's residence. In the garage, Lu Jinan saw the car that Mengshi had mentioned. It was a black Passat with a few minor scratches on the body. But Lu Jinan didn't mind at all. On the contrary, she felt very comfortable. Mengshi tossed him the car keys. You can't drive after drinking. I'll have Ollie take you home. Soon, a young man walked over. As soon as she finished speaking, a figure emerged from the shadows of the garage. It was Ollie. Lu Jinan got into the passenger seat, rolled down the window, and waved to Mengshi. Thanks, Sister Mengshi. Mengshi didn't speak. She just looked at him until the car smoothly drove out of the garage and disappeared into the night. The atmosphere inside the car was somewhat somber. Ollie drove very steadily, his hands on the steering wheel, focused on the road ahead. Lu Jinan opened the car window, and the evening breeze blew in, dispelling some of the effects of the alcohol. He took out a cigarette case from his pocket, knocked out a cigarette, and handed it to Ollie in the driver's seat. Want a smoke? Ollie glanced at him sideways and took it. Thanks. Lu Jinan lit one for himself, the scarlet flame flickering on his profile. Ollie, how long have you been following Sister Mengshi? Lu Jinan asked, trying to make conversation. It's been 7 or 8 years, hasn't it? Ollie's answer was brief. Lu Jinan flicked his cigarette ash and asked again. What did you do before? This question made Ollie pause for a moment while holding the steering wheel. He remained silent for a few seconds before slowly speaking. A boxer. Lu Jinan turned his head to the side. Are you fighting in a ring match? Ollie's breath caught in his throat for a moment. After a long pause, he finally said, Underground. Lu Jinan was slightly taken aback. Underground boxing matches are not sports competitions in the ring. They are about risking your life for money. This Ollie is definitely a ruthless character. He said it half-jokingly. That's perfect. Teach me when you have time. After saying that, he yawned and leaned back lazily in his seat. Damn, I've been feeling weak lately. I need to exercise more. Ollie said earnestly. It's very bitter. Bitter. Lu Jinan chuckled softly and flicked his cigarette, but out of the car. I'm afraid of everything, except hardship. Ollie didn't say anything more. Good morning. After a long pause, Ollie suddenly spoke. Lu Jinan hummed in agreement and looked at Ollie. Sister, she has been in a much better mood lately. She smiles more and talks more. Ollie's voice was somewhat emotional. Lu Jinan's heart skipped a beat, and she asked, Was she in a bad mood before? Ollie paused for a moment, seemingly organizing his thoughts. How should I put it? I'm very depressed. I often sit alone in a corner of the bar, lost in thought, and sometimes I'll sit there all night. Ollie glanced at Lu Jinan. Your appearance has changed, Sister Shi, a lot. Lu Jin has settled down. He instantly recalled Mengxi's phone. It was covered with my own photos. Lu Jinan was inexplicably moved. That woman who is so decisive and efficient in front of outsiders actually has that side to her. She is a good woman. Lu Jinan said calmly. Ollie nodded and didn't continue the topic. The car drove smoothly and soon arrived at Lu Jinan's house. Lu Jinan opened the car door and waved to Ollie. Thanks, drive carefully. You're too kind. Ollie took a taxi and left, while Lu Jinan returned home. He lay down on the sofa, just about to close his eyes and rest for a while. Ring ring. The phone rang abruptly. Lu Jinan picked up his phone. It was Guqing calling. He hesitated for a moment, but still answered the phone. Dad. Lu Jinan blurted it out as a habit. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, followed by Gu Cheng's tired voice. Are you free now? Want to have a drink with me? Lu Jinan was taken aback. He looked at the wall clock and saw that it was already past 9 o'clock. Dad, it's so late. I need to go to sleep. He shifted to a more comfortable position and spoke lazily. Besides, I've already divorced your daughter, so our relationship as father-in-law and son-in-law is over. Isn't it inappropriate to meet in the middle of the night like this? If word gets out, it might cause misunderstandings. While Lu Jinan was making light of things, he was actually trying to figure out the purpose of Gu Cheng's phone call. Gu Cheng choked for a moment, and his breathing instantly became heavier. After a long pause, Gu Cheng's voice, barely containing his anger, rang out. Get the hell out of here. Lu Jinan moved his phone further away and picked at his ear. Dad? No, Mr. Gu, it's the middle of the night, and you're so angry. It's bad for your liver. He offered his advice lazily, but a grin spread across his face. You're home, right? I'm coming over to you now. The tone, which left no room for refusal, left Lu Jinan speechless. That old man still has such a fiery temper. He scratched his head of white hair and sighed. All right then, please come on over. After hanging up the phone, Lu Jinan got up from the sofa and went into the bathroom to take a shower. Hot water poured over my head, washing away the smell of alcohol and my fatigue. About 20 minutes later, there was a knock on the door. Lu Jinan dried her hair, walked over, and opened the door. Gu Cheng stood at the door, his face ashen. He was carrying a plastic bag containing 2 bottles of liquor and several packed side dishes. Come in. Lu Jinan stepped aside to make way. Gu Cheng didn't stand on ceremony. He changed his shoes and went straight into the house, dumping all his things on the coffee table. He opened the takeout box and found braised beef, peanuts, and smashed cucumber, all ordinary snacks to go with drinks. Lu Jinan brought over 2 glasses and filled them both. The transparent liquid swayed under the light. Without saying a word, Gu Cheng picked up his glass and raised it to Lu Jinan. Come on, have a drink first. As soon as he finished speaking, he tilted his head back and emptied the glass of liquor in an instant. Lu Jinan's eyes twitched as he watched. But there was nothing else I could do but drink it all in one gulp. A fire suddenly ignited in my stomach. Lu Jinan saw the weariness in his eyes and understood. This old man seems to have something on his mind tonight. He picked up the bottle and refilled their glasses. Gu Cheng picked up his wine glass again, ready to down it in one gulp. One more, please. Lu Jinan realized this wouldn't work. Drinking like that will burn your liver. Besides, I've already had a drink tonight. If they keep force-feeding me like this, I'll definitely die here. He quickly grabbed Gu Cheng's wrist. Daddy, daddy, daddy. Lu Jinan called out several times. Let's drink slowly, father and son, and talk things out. You really invited me here for drinks? You didn't say a word, just started downing drinks right away. Who can stand that? Gu Cheng's wrist was pressed down, and his movement stopped. He glanced at Lu Jinan, but ultimately decided against it. But he took a big sip and then slammed the cup down on the table. Sigh. He put down his wine glass and let out a long sigh. At this moment, Gu Cheng had lost his previous air of strategic planning. All that remained was the dejected look of a weary old man. Jinan, tell me, am I a complete failure? Gu Cheng's voice trembled slightly, tinged with the smell of alcohol. Lu Jinan looked up at Gu Cheng. There stood this once powerful and influential old man. His temples were now gray, and his eyes were filled with loneliness. If you fail, then there are probably very few successful people in this world. Lu Jinan spoke the truth. Gu Cheng shook his head and gave a self-deprecating laugh. My biggest failure is that I didn't discipline Manhwa properly. Chapter 77. If you're not ruthless, you can't stand firm. Gu Cheng picked up his wine glass and took another big gulp of wine, which made him cough twice. When I was young, I was focused on my career and always felt that providing the best material conditions for my wife and daughter was enough. But what was the result? I neglected to discipline Manhwa, and her mother raised her to be like this, unable to distinguish right from wrong. Gu Cheng's voice was filled with regret and self-blame. Her mother came from a well-off family since she was a child. Spoiled by his family, he has never experienced setbacks in his life. He judges people and things based entirely on his whims and has no brains at all. He became more and more excited as he spoke and grabbed the bottle to fill his own glass again. So, Jinan, Dad wants to say sorry to you. Gu Cheng stared intently at Lu Jinan with his bloodshot eyes. Is it because I didn't take good care of them, mother and daughter, that you've suffered so much? Lu Jinan fell silent. It would be a lie to say, I don't find it strange. 5 years of married life. Lu Qin's sarcastic remarks and Gu Manhu's indecisiveness left him exhausted. Only Gu Cheng was always good to him. Looking at this elderly woman who was so worried about her daughter, Lu Jinan was somewhat moved. He was debating whether or not to tell Gu Cheng about Qin Feng. After pondering for a while, Lu Jinan decided to tell Gu Cheng. Not for any other reason than that this old man had always treated me with sincerity. Lu Jinan took a sip of wine, carefully choosing his words. Dad, do you still remember Qin Jinghua? Lu Jinan stared at Gu Cheng. Gu Cheng froze as he picked up some food. He looked up, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. He couldn't understand why Lu Jinan would suddenly mention Qin Jinghua. After a long silence, Gu Cheng took out a box of Lacoon cigarettes from his pocket. He first handed one to Lu Jinan, then lit one for himself and took a big drag. I vaguely remember. His words carried a hint of reminiscence. It also contains the sharpness of business maneuvering. Qin Jinghua is an old friend. Why are you suddenly mentioning him? Lu Jinan noticed every subtle change in Gu Cheng. I heard it from a friend. Lu Jinan answered calmly and casually, flicking his cigarette ash. Oh. Gu Cheng narrowed his eyes, the effects of the alcohol seeming to dissipate somewhat, and his businessman's vigilance instinctively rose. Which friend? Why bring him up? Lu Jinan smiled, but did not answer directly. Instead, he poured him a full glass of wine. I heard his family suffered a lot later on. The company went bankrupt, and he even jumped off a building. He spoke as if he were reminiscing about some old gossip. Gu Cheng, on the other hand, acted very nonchalantly. The business world is like a battlefield. If you are not as skilled as others and have a bad mentality, who can you blame for jumping off a building? Gu Cheng snorted coldly, picked up his wine glass, and took a big gulp. The ruthlessness in his words confirmed the authenticity of Mengxi's investigation for Lu Jinan. The old man in front of him, who was usually kind to him, was a ruthless and cunning man at heart. 2. Lu Jinan nodded in agreement. He picked up a peanut, popped it into his mouth, and chewed it slowly. I heard that his wife went to the same place not long after, leaving behind a son who was studying abroad. He brought it up as if it were unintentional. Didn't you look for his son back then? How could I not have looked for it? Gu Cheng exhaled a thick cloud of smoke. My style of doing things is to nip problems in the bud and never leave myself any future troubles. Lu Jinan paused slightly as he chewed the peanuts. Unfortunately, that kid is quite clever. Gu Cheng continued. After his father's accident, he immediately dropped out of school and disappeared without a trace, as if he had vanished into thin air. Lu Jinan picked up her wine glass and clinked it against Gu Cheng's, concealing the turmoil in her heart. He asked slowly, Dad, do you think Qin Jinghua's son will come back for revenge? Revenge? Gu Cheng sneered. It's only right that he takes revenge. It's only natural for a son to pay for his father's debts and avenge his father's wrongdoing. He paused, then took another big gulp of wine. However, even his father wasn't a match for me back then. So what kind of trouble could a mere brat like him possibly cause? Lu Jinan picked up a piece of braised beef with his chopsticks and put it in his mouth. That's hard to say. It's easy to dodge a spear in the open, but hard to guard against an arrow in the dark. Guqing tightened his grip on the wine glass. He raised his head, scrutinized Lu Jinan, and a glint of shrewdness appeared in his eyes. Lu Jinan met his gaze calmly and composedly. She even smiled at him, revealing a set of white teeth. You're right. After a while, Gu Cheng withdrew his gaze, seemingly realizing that his vigilance had been somewhat unnecessary. He waved his hand and said self-deprecatingly, however, since I, Gu Cheng, dared to do it back then, I am not afraid of his son seeking revenge. How many enemies have I made in my life? If I were afraid of everyone, would the Gu group be what it is today? These words, though spoken with great bravado, also carried a hint of bloodshed. Lu Jinan remained silent. Aren't you afraid? You're not afraid. You simply don't take them seriously at all. You would never guess that your daughter is treating the descendant of your enemy as her savior, cherishing him dearly. Is there anything more ironic in this world? Good night. Gu Cheng suddenly raised his head and looked directly at Lu Jinan. His eyes were deep and penetrating, as if they could see through all the fog. You should have heard man you say that my hometown is an H city. His voice was low, as if he were telling a distant story. I was only 17 years old when I came to Jiangzhou to make my way in the world, penniless at the time. Gu Cheng's fingers traced the shape of his wine glass as he drifted into distant memories. I've slept under bridges, scavenged for garbage, and even fought with stray dogs for a steamed bun. What hardships haven't you endured? What storms haven't you weathered? He smiled, a smile tinged with pride. It also carries with it untold vicissitudes and sorrows. I risked my life to bring about the Gu family we have today. Dad, was Jiangzhou really that chaotic back then? Lu Jinan followed up with his question. Chaos. Gu Cheng snorted. Can you even call that chaos? In today's terms, it was a battlefield. At that time, Jiangzhou was full of gold, but also full of bones. If you want to make a name for yourself here, you have to be willing to risk your life. Gu Cheng became interested and lit another cigarette. He exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, which blurred his features. When I first came to Jiangzhou, I was fighting with a boss for cargo business at the dock. Hundreds of people were hacking at each other with machetes, and you could smell the blood from a mile away. Gu Cheng gestured. The next day, the boss who lost was impounded with cement and sunk into the river. Neither alive nor dead could they be found. Lu Jinan sighed upon hearing this. Wasn't this father-in-law a bit too ruthless when he was young? Do you think doing business is just about whining and dining people and playing the game of social niceties? Gu Cheng glanced at Lu Jinan, his expression full of mockery. Bullshit. In business, you have to swallow your opponent whole, skin and bones. You have to chew it up for him, swallow it down, and don't spit out even a bone fragment. His words were crude, yet they carried an undeniable air of dominance. So, changing was matter as nothing. Lu Jinan listened silently and poured him more wine. After decades of navigating the ups and downs of the business world, I've come to this conclusion with one sentence. Gu Cheng suddenly straightened up, and his entire demeanor changed. A strong smell of alcohol and cigarette smoke hit me. If you're not ruthless, you can't stand firm. Chapter 78, He's Back for Revenge. A ward at Jiangzhou City Hospital. Qin Feng leaned against the headboard, scrolling through his phone. Just then, my phone rang. It was Uncle Wang calling. Qin Feng answered the phone. Hello, Xiao Feng, something's happened. Uncle Wang's voice sounded somewhat urgent. I received information that someone is investigating your identity recently, and they are even digging up the details of Gu Manyu's car accident. Qin Feng's fingers, which were in casts, tightened suddenly. What did you find? I contacted Wei Tong, a pedestrian who was involved in the accident. Uncle Wang's voice was very low and his tone was solemn. He said that someone had indeed contacted him, subtly inquiring about the details of the car accident. But don't worry, he kept his mouth shut and didn't say anything. He just used the story we taught him to tell him beforehand. Hearing this, Qin Feng's tense nerves relaxed slightly. But what Uncle Wang said next made his heart jump again. However, there is a troublesome thing. After the matter was completed, I transferred a sum of money to him, which matched the time of the car accident. Qin Feng fell into deep thought, his mind racing. A perfectly timed transfer is enough to arouse suspicion in any investigator. That was a fatal oversight. Qin Feng said, the money issue is easy to resolve. The most crucial thing now is that we can't let Wei Ting stay in Jiangzhou any longer. This sole witness, facing both money and threats, could become the final straw that breaks him at any moment. Gu Cheng's ruthlessness was something he had experienced firsthand when his father went bankrupt. He absolutely would not allow such an accident to happen again. Uncle Wang, send Wei Ting away immediately right now. Qin Feng's words were brief and resolute. The farther the better. Give him some money and tell him never to come back in his life. Uncle Wang was silent for 2 seconds, then let out a soft laugh. Don't worry. I've already made arrangements before you even thought of them. The passport and plane ticket were processed urgently last night, and the person is probably already on a plane to Southeast Asia. Uncle Wang's efficiency completely put Qin Feng at ease. He leaned against the headboard and let out a long breath. Uncle Wang, you're the only one I can rely on. Why are you being so polite with me? Uncle Wang paused for a moment, then asked again. Who do you think is investigating us? Qin Feng was also somewhat puzzled. Over the years, his identity has been disguised layer by layer, and he believes it is flawless. How could anyone have traced the most basic element, the car accident? Who will be investigating him? Lu Jinan? Qin Feng immediately rejected the idea. He was already overwhelmed by the divorce and public opinion, so he had neither the mind nor the ability to investigate these things. So, only one person is left. Gu Cheng, that old fox who was hostile to me from the very beginning. However, Gu Cheng had already investigated him once. Moreover, all the information he received was what he wanted him to know. Now, Qin Feng can't think of anyone else besides Gu Cheng. It's most likely Gu Cheng. Qin Feng stood up and paced back and forth in the ward. No one but him would have the time to check my information at this time. He must be suspicious. What's more, that old fox has disliked me from day one. Then what do we do? Uncle Wang was somewhat worried. If he keeps pressing on this, sooner or later he'll find some clues. After a long pause, Qin Feng let out a cold snort. Don't worry, let him investigate as he pleases. As long as he can't find Wei Ting, he won't get any substantial evidence. Without evidence, all suspicions are just guesses. As for my identity, that's also a potential problem, but I'll find a way to resolve it. Uncle Wang said in a deep voice. Now that this thread has been touched, we must prepare for the worst. I know. Qin Feng thought for a moment. Then a sinister look appeared on his face. Isn't Guman Yu going to transfer me to the northwest? Perfect. Let's take this opportunity to resolve this matter together. Uncle Wang, listen to me. Do it this way tomorrow. On the other side. At Lu Jinan's home. If you're not ruthless, you can't stand firm. Gu Cheng's words carried a bloody undertone. Gu Cheng's words gave Lu Jinan a jolt. This was the first time he had directly experienced Gu Cheng's deep-seated coldness and ruthlessness. Lu Jinan looked at him. At this moment, the old man before me was no longer the father who worried about his daughter. He seemed to have transformed back into the ruthless and decisive Gu Cheng of yesteryear, a figure who struck fear into the hearts of countless rivals. Those eyes gleamed with a wolf-like ferocity. Therefore, I am at peace today. Gu Cheng patted Lu Jinan on the shoulder with a strong thud. This world is fucking cruel. If you want to climb up, you have to step on others. Talking about morality and righteousness? That will only hasten your death. He picked up the bottle, shook it, and then filled both of their glasses. To be soft-hearted towards the enemy is to be cruel to oneself. Qin Zhengguo was too concerned about saving face and too concerned about those damn business rules, so he lost, and lost miserably. If you lose, you have to accept it. Gu Cheng's voice turned cold again. Jumping off a building was the most dignified end he could find for himself. Gu Cheng sat down again, his eyes once more filled with melancholy, as if his earlier fierceness had been merely a fleeting moment. He reverted to being that worried old father about his daughter. What a pity. Gu Cheng let out a long sigh. Manhwa hasn't learned any of my principles. Lu Jinan nodded subconsciously, which was considered as agreement. He picked up his wine glass, gently swirled the liquid inside, and suddenly spoke. Have you investigated Qin Feng? Gu Cheng froze as he picked up his wine glass. He raised his head, stared intently at Lu Jinan, and after several seconds spoke. I checked. The first time I met Qin Feng, I felt that something was off about this kid. Gu Cheng did not hide it, and Lu Jinan was not surprised. So, I had someone dig up his entire family history, from the 18th generation to the last. Gu Cheng's voice carried a deep weariness. Qin Feng lost his parents at a young age and grew up abroad before returning to China. His upbringing, education, and work experience have all been investigated. Every single one matches up perfectly, it's very clean, and I can't find any problems. Lu Jinan's heart sank suddenly. Even someone with Gu Cheng's level of connections and influence could only uncover the fabricated identity Qin Feng had created. How terrifying must she be? Her intelligence network was even deeper than that of the Gu family. It directly touches upon Qin Feng's secret core. Jinan, what exactly are you trying to tell me after asking so many questions? Gu Cheng suddenly raised his head, his eyes sharp. He wasn't stupid. He had already sensed the foreshadowing in Lu Jinan's words. Jinan, just say what you want to say, don't beat around the bush with me. Gu Cheng urged, leaning forward slightly, exuding a sense of pressure. Lu Jinan picked up his wine glass, clinked it with Gu Cheng's, and then drank it all in one gulp. He put down his wine glass, looked at Gu Cheng, and said, word by word, Qin Feng is Qin Jinghua's son. He's back for revenge. Chapter 79. Gu Cheng wants to run away from home. Lu Jinan stared intently at him, wanting to see the shocked expression on his father-in-law's face. But Gu Cheng's face showed no emotion. The hand holding the food paused for a moment. He then continued picking at his food as if nothing had happened, as if he had expected it all along. He put down his chopsticks, picked up the cigarette case on the table, and slowly took out a cigarette and lit it. Gu Cheng took a deep breath, and then slowly exhaled the smoke. Dad, aren't you surprised at all? Lu Jinan couldn't help but ask. Surprised my ass. Gu Cheng's voice was very calm, so calm it was almost frightening. You've been laying the groundwork for so long. Do you really think I can't see through it? The moment you mentioned Qin Jinghua, I had some suspicions. He flicked his cigarette ash, his sharp eyes scrutinizing Lu Jinan. I fucking thought you were Qin Jinghua's son, someone who had infiltrated the Gu family for 5 years. Upon hearing this, Lu Jinan rolled his eyes in exasperation. This old man's imagination is truly boundless. Qin Jinghua's son? Don't you think I'm the president? So, Qin Feng intentionally approached Manhwa. Gu Cheng narrowed his eyes. Numun's car accident. He didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning was already self-evident. Lu Jinan nodded, giving an affirmative answer. He also orchestrated the car accident. I found the pedestrian who was present at the time. But he's tight-lipped and keeps using the same old excuse. Lu Jinan picked up his wine glass and took a sip. However, my friend found a transfer record from the bank, and the timing matches perfectly. He paused for a moment, then added, so, it's basically certain. I see. Gu Cheng muttered to himself, his slight drunkenness vanishing instantly. Planning, conspiracy, revenge. He never imagined that these things he had played with his whole life would one day be used on his most precious daughter. This discovery still made him somewhat angry. After a while, Gu Cheng raised his head and fixed his gaze on Lu Jinan. Jinan, how did you find out about these things? That's a very good question. Gu Cheng believed he had connections and influence throughout Jiangzhou. Moreover, despite using so many connections, all that was found was Qin Feng's superficial pretense. How did Lu Jinan uncover such a deep secret? Lu Jinan smiled and picked up the wine bottle to refill Gu Cheng's glass. A friend helped me, he answered casually. But Mengxi's bright and beautiful face flashed through my mind. Gu Cheng gave Lu Jinan a meaningful look, and seeing that he didn't want to say more, he didn't press the matter further. Everyone has their own secrets and trump cards. Give me a copy of all the information you found. Gu Cheng gave the order in a deep voice, his tone leaving no room for argument. Lu Jinan nodded. Okay, the information is all there, but the key evidence regarding the car accident is lacking. The item is with my friend. I'll pick it up tomorrow. Where is that pedestrian? Gu Cheng asked. Kaili County is more than 100 kilometers away from Jiangzhou. That's fine then. Gu Cheng picked up his wine glass, his eyes turning ruthless. I'll have someone take care of it tomorrow. He paused, then looked at Lu Jinan with a hint of helplessness. You know Manyu's temper better than I do. She has always felt guilty towards Qin Feng, and she will absolutely not believe it unless she presents solid evidence. Lu Jinan nodded in deep agreement. He had experienced Gu Manyu's stubbornness for 5 years. But whether she believes it or not now, what does it have to do with me? The two clinked glasses again, and each drank their wine. Well, Gu Cheng sighed heavily. The decisive and ruthless aura I had just displayed had dissipated, replaced by inner exhaustion. Perhaps I am really getting old, so I have more concerns now. His voice carried a sense of melancholy in its weariness. I only have one daughter, and I'm always afraid that she will resent me and hate me as her father. If this had happened when I was younger. A fierce glint flashed in Gu Cheng's eyes. That kid surnamed Qin, his bones are probably already sunk to the bottom of the river. Lu Jinan listened silently without responding. To be honest, he no longer cares about Gu Manyu's situation. He just felt sorry for his father-in-law. He was a powerful and influential man his whole life. But even in his old age, he was still worrying about his daughter. They drank one glass of wine after another. The 2 bottles of baijiu on the table were empty. Wine doesn't intoxicate people. People intoxicate themselves, especially since Gu Cheng is filled with sorrow tonight. So, Gu Cheng got drunk. Jean and hiccup. Gu Cheng let out a burp, stretched out his finger, and pointed in the air, his tongue already somewhat uncoordinated. Tell me what I've gained from this life. He tried to stand up, but swayed and sat back down. Lu Jinan was speechless. Was his father-in-law about to drink too much and transform into something else? Dad, you've had too much to drink. Lu Jinan said. I didn't add any. Gu Cheng waved his hand. His drunken eyes were fixed on Lu Jinan. I am perfectly sober now. He patted his chest, making a loud thud. My eyes are as clear as a mirror. Lu Jinan didn't argue with him. I just moved the glasses and bottles on the coffee table to the side to prevent him from accidentally bumping into them when he gets drunk. He started complaining, starting with his daughter and then moving on to his wife. Lu Qin, that woman. Gu Cheng gripped his wine glass, his face flushed. She always complains that I don't spend enough time with her, saying that I'm always out and about, and you hardly ever see me throughout the year. I'm either at the company or at a business dinner. But what does she know? Gu Cheng slammed his hand on the coffee table, making the wine bottles rattle. I don't go to social events. I don't go to work. How can she live in a villa and drive a luxury car today? How can she carry a bag worth hundreds of thousands of dollars and show off to those rich ladies? Every single piece of clothing and jewelry she wears, wasn't it earned through work-related social engagements? But what about her? All she does is complain about me. Gu Cheng's tone was full of helplessness and sorrow. Jinan, that's how people are. If you want to get something, you have to give something in return. There's no such thing as having it all in this world. Dad, let me say something. Lu Jinan spoke calmly. What do you expect a woman to understand about you when she takes her husband's contributions for granted and even complains that he doesn't give enough? His words were extremely hurtful. Lu Jinan twitched the corner of his mouth and continued. If you tell her about the hardships of starting a business, she'll think you're just playing the victim. If you talk to her about the harsh realities of the business world, she will feel that you are deliberately avoiding the issue. In her eyes, making money is your duty, and spoiling her is your obligation. You must take care of both. As for what you paid for it, she doesn't care, nor does she want to care. These words resonated deeply with Gu Cheng. Throughout his life, he had met countless people, but he could never truly understand his own wife and daughter. No, it's not that I can't see through it. It's because they're unwilling to admit it. You little brat. Gu Cheng pointed at him. His finger trembled, but finally fell limply to the ground. You understand it better than I do. What's the use of understanding? Lu Jinan laughed self-deprecatingly. Understanding won't earn you a sincere heart. So, all of that is in the past. Lu Jinan offered a word of advice and handed him a cigarette. Make life difficult for. Gu Cheng slammed his hand on the table and roared. Lu Jinan frowned. Dad, calm down. Don't get sick from getting angry. How could I not be angry? Gu Cheng pointed to his heart. Jinan, damn it, this place is so congested. I don't want to stay in that house for even a day longer. If I stay any longer, they'll drive me crazy sooner or later. Gu Chung swayed as he raised the half-empty glass of wine on the table and clinked it against Lu Jinin's glass. But he didn't drink it. Instead, he held the glass up in the air. He stared at Lu Jinin's striking white hair. She looked again at the scar on his face, her cloudy eyes filled with turbulent emotions. He suddenly raised his hand and grabbed Lu Jinin's arm. Jinin, I've made up my mind. I'm running away from home. I'm moving in with you. Chapter 80. From today onwards, don't call me dad anymore. Lu Jinin had just taken a sip of wine, but before he could even swallow it, he spat it all out. The liquor was mixed with bits of crushed peanuts. It sprayed directly onto Gu Cheng's drunken face. 1 drop, 2 drops, the wine slid down Gu Cheng's cheeks, dripping onto his clothes. Lu Jinin was dumbfounded. He stared wide-eyed at his father-in-law in disbelief. Running away from home. They're even planning to move here? This old man has been drinking and complaining all night. Was he waiting for me here? Is this his real purpose for coming tonight? Gu Chung reached out and casually wiped the wine off his face. Jinin, I'm good to you, aren't I? His tongue is so big that his speech is somewhat unclear. Lu Jinin nodded subconsciously. That's the truth. Aside from that mess with Gu Manyu, his father-in-law is really great to him. She not only took care of him in his daily life, but also gave him a lot of guidance in many things. That can be considered to be the epitome of benevolence and righteousness. So, Gu Cheng's voice trailed off. Your father-in-law, is in trouble now and doesn't want to go home anymore. Shouldn't you? Shouldn't you lend me a hand? Absolutely, we definitely have to help. Lu Jinin felt a chill run down his spine and quickly agreed. While pulling out tissues to wipe his face, he tried to steer the conversation in a positive direction. But, Dad, helping out is one thing, but you don't necessarily have to move in here, do you? Gu Chung pushed away the tissue he was offered, his neck stiffening. If I don't move in, how will you help me? He spoke with such conviction and clarity that Lu Jinin doubted whether he was truly drunk or not. Jinin, think about it carefully. If I come over, can I cook for you or do your laundry? You can focus on building your career while you're out there. Dad will take care of everything at home. How can a man who wants to do great things succeed without anyone supporting him? Lu Jinin felt his head buzzing. Something about that doesn't sound quite right. I just got divorced from your daughter. So she turned around and started living with her ex-father-in-law? What's this all about? Is the bond between father-in-law and son-in-law still strong? No. Thinking of this, Lu Jinin shook his head vigorously. Dad, I have my own life too. It's really not convenient for you to live here. Gu Cheng's face, which had been flushed with drunkenness, instantly fell apart. That sorrowful expression perfectly captured the look of an old man about to be kicked out of his home by his unfilial son. Lu Jinin, in the end, you just look down on this old man. He sighed softly, his voice filled with the grievance of being abandoned by the whole world. Alas, when people get old and useless, they become disliked. Oh my God. Lu Jinin was really at her wit's end. Dad, I didn't mean that. Don't talk nonsense. Lu Jinin was both amused and exasperated. Besides, you have a family, a wife, and a daughter. It's not my place to take care of you, is it? I have a home, but I don't want to go back. Gu Cheng's voice suddenly rose. I fucking want to live 2 more years. Lu Jinin rubbed his temples. This seems a bit tricky. He organized his thoughts and tried to persuade him again. Dad, your daughter and I are already divorced. What's the point of you staying here with me? It wouldn't sound good if word got out. What's wrong with that? Gu Chung straightened his neck and retorted aggressively. Even though you're divorced, my relationship with my son-in-law is good. Is that illegal? What's wrong with me living in my ex-in-law's house? Who dares to gossip about me behind my back? Lu Jinin still resolutely shook his head. What a joke. He's already divorced, so he'll need to find a girlfriend eventually, right? What if I bring my girlfriend home someday? His former father-in-law sat in the living room, staring at him expressionlessly. The scene? Just thinking about it makes my scalp tingle. Those aren't light bulbs anymore, they're searchlights, and they're nuclear-powered. Seeing Lu Jinin's unyielding attitude, Gu Cheng's eyes flashed with a resolute glint. A bitter feeling welled up in his heart. Girl, you fucking need to grow up a bit. Your father has risked his reputation for you. Thinking of this, Gu Chung gritted his teeth and made a momentous decision. Jinin, If you're worried about what people will say, then let's become sworn brothers. Gu Chung slapped his thigh and pointed at the wine bottle on the table. This wine is just what you need. From today onwards, don't call me dad anymore. Call me big brother. Lu Jinan felt his legs go weak and his body swayed. He almost fell to the ground. Is this something a human being could say? 1 minute he's my father-in-law, the next he's my sworn brother? How come I never realized before that my father-in-law could be this awesome? They'll stop at nothing to achieve their goals. Gu Chung paid no heed to the turmoil raging within him. He staggered up to Lu Jinan and patted him heavily on the shoulder. Jinan, my brother. From now on. Dad. Upon hearing the words, brother, Lu Jinan immediately reached out to interrupt him. I can't take it. I agree, isn't that enough? If he kept talking, Lu Jinan had no doubt that he would gain another brother tonight. Upon hearing the satisfactory reply, Gu Cheng's face instantly showed a look of this kid is teachable. He nodded in satisfaction, as if the shameless person who had just wanted to become sworn brothers was not him at all. Dad, let me help you back to your room first. He immediately took action and helped Gu Cheng up. You should rest now. My heart can't take this kind of stress. He kept thinking to himself, this isn't a father-in-law. This is a living CPU. Having just dealt with Gu Manyu's problem, now this father-in-law has arrived. After tidying up the table, Lu Jinan went back to his bedroom to rest. He lay in bed thinking about tonight. As the effects of the alcohol took hold, Lu Jinan fell asleep without realizing it. Lu Jinan woke up groggily at 7 o'clock the next morning. I was woken up by the sound of ping-pong coming from the kitchen. He was a little confused, since he lived alone. Could it be a mouse? He quickly got up, put on his slippers, and opened the bedroom door. In the kitchen, a figure was holding a cleaver and chopping something on the cutting board. Lu Jinan slapped his forehead, instantly recalling what happened last night. He forgot about his father-in-law. Gu Chung heard the noise and turned around. He seemed to be in good spirits. You're up? Gu Cheng's voice was somewhat hoarse. He spread out the cut hand-pulled noodles. Go wash up quickly. I'm going to make dinner. Gu Cheng said without turning his head. Lu Jinan watched his busy figure and sighed inwardly. That old man really does what he says. He gritted his teeth, a hint of helplessness in his expression. Understood, brother. Lu Jinan emphasized the word elder brother deliberately, his tone carrying a hint of sarcasm. Gu Chung swayed, and the noodles in his hand almost fell to the ground. A hint of embarrassment flashed across Gu Cheng's face, but he quickly regained his composure. Get the hell out of here. Hurry up and wash up. Your hair is all frizzy. Chapter 81 Borrowing People. Lu Jinan rubbed his messy hair and obediently went to wash up. He went into the bathroom and looked at his white hair in the mirror. Thinking back on the absurd things that happened last night, a sense of powerlessness welled up in my heart. He divorced his ex-wife, but his former father-in-law ran away from home and insisted on moving in with him. What kind of mess is this? Lu Jinan washed his face with cold water, which finally cleared his somewhat dazed mind. Stepping out of the restroom, a rich aroma of noodles wafted towards me. Gu Chung had already placed 2 bowls of noodles on the table. A poached egg sits atop the noodles, and some bright green scallions are sprinkled on top. Eat quickly, I have to go out after I finish. Gu Chung took off his apron, sat down by himself, and picked up his chopsticks. Lu Jinan picked up a mouthful of noodles with his chopsticks and put it in his mouth. Surprisingly, it tasted pretty good. Where are you going? Lu Jinan asked vaguely. Buy some daily necessities. Gu Chung slurped his noodles without looking up. Toothbrushes, towels, bedding, and rice and flour are running low. Lu Jinan stopped chewing his noodles and looked up at his father-in-law. He's really serious about this. Lu Jinan put down his chopsticks and decided to try to persuade the old man again. Old Gu. Gu Cheng's hand, which was holding the noodles, froze in midair, his eyes wide open. Old Gu, are you calling me? This kid was calling me dad this and dad that yesterday, and today he dares to call me old Gu? Have they gotten too bold? Gu Chung was about to lose his temper. But then he remembered that he was now living under someone else's roof, and he forced himself to suppress his anger. Fine, I'm beholden to their food. I'll fucking put up with it. Lu Jinan chuckled inwardly as he watched him try to lash out, but forcefully held it back. Old Gu, you drank too much last night and acted impulsively. Lu Jinan earnestly advised. Now that you're sober, let's stop making a scene. After you finish your meal, I'll take you home. Stop spouting nonsense. Upon hearing this, Gu Chung slammed his chopsticks on the table. I, Gu Chung, am a man of my word. He glared at Lu Jinan with a menacing look. What? I'm an old man, and I've been staying here for a few days. Are you going to kick me out? I was just worried you wouldn't be comfortable staying here. Lu Jinan gave an awkward laugh. Look at what you're saying, but my place is so run down, it can't compare to your big villa. I'm mainly worried that you won't be used to staying here, and I'll feel bad about that. Shut up. Gu Chung wasn't buying it at all, and picked up his chopsticks to point at his bowl. Eat your food quickly. Wash the dishes after you finish eating. Lu Jinan remained silent. Fine, stay if you want. After finishing breakfast, Gu Chung went out to shop. Judging from his demeanor, anyone who didn't know better would think he was going to settle down here. Lu Jinan tidied up, picked up his car keys, and went out. He needs to go to Mengshi and retrieve Qin Feng's information for Gu Chung. Half an hour later, Lu Jinan's car stopped in Mengshi's residential area. He rang the doorbell. Mengshi opened the door. She wore a loose silk robe, her long hair casually draped over her shoulders, exuding a languid air. What a rare guest. Mengshi leaned against the door frame, looking Lu Jinan up and down. What do you want so early in the morning? Lu Jinan walked straight into the house, sat down on the sofa, and poured himself a glass of water. Of course I'm here to connect with you, this beautiful lady, and get to know you better. He took a sip of water and spoke lazily. Mengshi was amused by his appearance. She sat down next to Lu Jinan, and a faint fragrance wafted over. Stop being so cheeky. Mengshi rolled her eyes at him and teased. You're already so lewd just after your divorce. Upon hearing this, Lu Jinan nearly spat out the water in his mouth. He retorted confidently. Why is it lewd? Does being divorced mean I can't have a second spring? Is that something the law says? He leaned closer, making a half-joking remark. Besides, what can I do? You're just so charming, Mengshi. Get lost. Mengshi cursed at Lu Jinan. Speak up. You wouldn't come here without a reason. Lu Jinan stopped beating around the bush, put down his water glass, and became more serious. Come and get Qin Feng's information. My father-in-law. Oh no, my ex-father-in-law needs it. Gu Chung. Mengshi was somewhat surprised. You told him about it. Lu Jinan nodded. Mengshi stood up, took a folder from the study, and handed it to Lu Jinan. They're all here. Just then, Mengshi's phone rang. She casually swiped the screen, but her delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly. Look at this. Mengshi handed the phone to Lu Jinan. A news notification was displayed on the screen, with a very eye-catching title. Qin Feng issued a personal statement clarifying his relationship with Gu Manyu, the daughter of the Gu group, and speaking out for the perpetrator Lu Jinan. Lu Jinan took the phone and quickly browsed the contents of the statement. In his statement, Qin Feng portrayed himself as an innocent victim. He earnestly stated that he and Gu Manyu were just ordinary friends. I only got closer to Mr. Lu because I saved Gu Manyu's life, but I never expected Mr. Lu to misunderstand. He sincerely apologized for the trouble caused to Ms. Gu and Mr. Lu. What's even more disgusting is that he generously said a few good words for Lu Jinan. There's no right or wrong in matters of the heart, and I hope everyone will stop attacking Mr. Lu. Finally, he added that some things are far more complex than they appear. That's all I can say in order to calm this down as soon as possible. Finally, a photo of him lying in a hospital bed was also included. The entire piece is filled with tear-related talk, completely absolving the author of any personal responsibilities. She also took the opportunity to step on Lu Jinan to create a persona of deep affection and kindness for herself. This further suggests that he made the clarification statement under pressure. That Qin Feng is fucking disgusting. After reading it, Lu Jinan cursed. This isn't clarification, it's clearly adding fuel to the fire. His statement will only garner more sympathy from netizens who are unaware of the truth. She would only think that her ex-husband was petty and unreasonable. Qin Feng played that move brilliantly, killing without shedding blood. This is putting us in a very passive position. We must deal with Qin Feng. Lu Jinan fell into deep thought, his fingers unconsciously tapping his knee. He picked up the document and quickly flipped through it page by page, as if searching for something. What are you looking for? Mengshi asked curiously. Lu Jinan turned to one of the pages and pointed to a photo on it. Isn't there someone named Wang Defa in the documents? Qingjing was right-hand man back then. After Qingjing was death, he started a building materials business in the city, and now his business is quite successful. Mengshi leaned over to take a look and nodded. Yes, after Qin Feng returned to China, I had frequent contact with him and helped him with a lot of things. What happened? Instead of answering Mengshi's question directly, Lu Jinan made a request. Sister Mengshi, can I borrow someone from you? Who? Mengshi was taken aback. Ollie. Upon hearing this, a hint of confusion flashed in Mengshi's beautiful eyes. What are you up to? I have my own clever use for it. A meaningful smile appeared on Lu Jinan's lips. Chapter 82 5 Years. Seeing his confident demeanor, Mengshi asked again, what about Qin Feng's clarification statement? Public opinion is getting more and more unfavorable to you. Lu Jinan chuckled lightly. Don't worry, I'll handle it. Looking at Lu Jinan's confident expression, although Mengshi was curious, she didn't ask any more questions. She picked up her phone and dialed Ali's number. Come to me now. About 20 minutes later, a man with a cold and stern face appeared at the villa entrance. It was Ali. Sister Shi. Ali nodded to Mengshi. Mengshi pointed to Lu Jinan beside her. Ali, from today onwards, you will follow Mr. Lu and obey his arrangements in all matters. Upon hearing this, Ali looked at Lu Jinan and readily agreed. Okay, Sister Shi. Lu Jinan stood up and patted Ali on the shoulder. Let's go, it's up to you now. After saying that, he left the villa with Ali. Meanwhile, at the Gu family villa, Lu Qin was sitting on the sofa in the living room, her face extremely pale. Gu Cheng went out last night and did not return home. She made several calls, but Gu Cheng didn't answer. Lu Qin was so angry that she dialed Gu Cheng's number again. The phone rang for a long time before it was answered. Gu Cheng, you still know how to answer the phone? Lu Qin questioned. Gu Cheng frowned on the other end of the phone and moved the phone away from his ear. Sure enough, what followed was a barrage of questions from Lu Qin. Where did you go last night? Where are you now? When are you coming back? Gu Cheng's slightly hoarse voice came from the other end of the phone, sounding very irritable. I need some peace and quiet, so I won't be going back for a while. After saying that, Gu Cheng hung up the phone before Lu Qin could say anything more. Beep, beep, beep. Hearing the busy tone on her phone, Lu Qin's anger flared up instantly. Not coming back. What does he mean? Lu Qin grew angrier the more she thought about it. She stood up and paced back and forth in the living room. After calming down for a moment, she called over Gu Cheng's driver, Xiao Wang. I'm asking you, where did the chairman go last night? Lu Qin asked sternly. Xiao Wang was startled by her appearance and dared not hide anything, answering truthfully. Madam, the chairman asked me to drive him to Lu Jinan's place last night. Then the chairman told me to come back, and he hasn't called me to pick me up since. Lu Jinan's home? Upon hearing the name, Lu Qin was first taken aback, then became even angrier. It's that good for nothing again. Even after they're divorced, he's still haunting them. In her opinion, Lu Jinan had no hope of getting back together with Manhwa, so she set her sights on Gu Cheng. He wants to take the father-in-law route and climb back up to the Gu family. This good for nothing is truly delusional. Lu Qin gritted her teeth, her expression contorted. She now feels that Lu Jinan is like a piece of dogskin plaster. I can't shake it off no matter what I do. It's disgusting. Lu Qin turned to her driver, Xiao Wang, and ordered, Come on, drive me to Lu Jinan's house. Xiao Wang stood there, stunned, unable to react for a moment. Lu Qin raised her voice and urged, What are you standing there for? Let's go. Yes, yes, madam. Xiao Wang then came to his senses and quickly responded. Lu Qin changed into high heels, grabbed her handbag, and stormed out the door. Meanwhile, Lu Jinan and Ollie returned home. Lu Jinan led Ollie through the door. Gu Cheng hasn't returned yet. Lu Jinan didn't stand on ceremony. He took out a cigarette, handed it to Ollie, and lit one for himself. Smoke rose. He spread Wang Defa's documents out on the coffee table and pointed them out to Ollie. Ollie, your main task from now on is to keep a close eye on this Wang Defa. Lu Jinan took a drag of his cigarette and slowly exhaled. I need to know his every move, who he met, what he said, and I can't let any details slip by. Ollie looked at the photo of the middle-aged man in the document and asked a question, somewhat puzzled. This person has been a great help to Qin Feng, both in terms of money and connections. Lu Jinan flicked his cigarette ash, his voice becoming deep. Qin Feng only offered suggestions. Wang Defa did the actual work. Therefore, if we don't want to be in such a passive position, we must keep a close eye on Wang Defa. After listening, Ollie frowned, seemingly finding the method too troublesome. Does it really need to be so complicated? He raised his hand and made a throat-slitting gesture at his own neck. I'll just give that Qin Feng. Lu Jinan was momentarily stunned by his simple and crude action. Is it that powerful? No wonder she's Mengxi's person. He patted Ollie on the shoulder, both amused and exasperated. Ollie, are you just a police officer who doesn't know how to do anything? Lu Jinan explained. Right now, the whole internet is watching this mess between me and Qin Feng. If something really happens to him, I'll be the first person suspected. Therefore, if we can resolve it through legal means, we don't need to take that risk. It's not worth sacrificing another person just to get rid of Qin Feng. When Qin Feng is cornered, then we'll. Lu Jinan also made a throat-cutting gesture. He dropped his joking expression and looked at Ollie seriously. As long as you keep an eye on Wang Defa, things will be much easier after that. Ollie nodded without saying anything more, which meant he accepted the arrangement. Then go now. Lu Jinan tossed him the car keys. Drive this car. Ollie waved his hand. No need. I have a car. After he finished speaking, he turned and left. Lu Jinan watched his decisive and efficient back view. Only then did they turn their attention back to themselves. He took out his phone to check, and saw that it was flooded with push notifications about Qin Feng's statement. The comments section below was filled with insults directed at him. I feel sorry for Mr. Qin. He saved someone, but was still blamed. That guy surnamed Lu is a real scumbag. He's incompetent and jealous of others. 5 years of feelings wasted. Miss Gu run. Lu Jinan scrolled through the comments expressionlessly, his heart completely unmoved. He opened Weibo and logged into the account he had never used since registering it. He lit a cigarette, and amidst the swirling smoke, he typed the first line on the screen. Today, I want to tell you my own story. He paused for a moment, then continued. The story is called 5 Years. After typing those words, Lu Jinan fell into deep thought, letting the smoke burn on his fingertips. He wants to tell a story. Doesn't Qin Feng like to create a persona? He would then let everyone see what the truth was hidden behind this farce. Just as he was about to continue writing, suddenly, there was a series of urgent knocks on the door. Bang, bang, bang. The force was less like knocking and more like trying to tear down Lu Jinan's door. Lu Jinan frowned. The knocking sounded ominous. He walked over and peered through the crack in the door. Standing outside the door was his former mother-in-law, Lu Qin. She crossed her arms, looking impatient, with her driver, Xiao Wang, standing next to her. Lu Jinan twitched the corner of his mouth slightly. He didn't want to open the door. He knew what kind of person Lu Qin was, so he didn't want to get entangled with her. But Lu Qin wouldn't let it go. She knocked for a long time without getting a response, which fueled her anger. Lu Jinan, don't hide and stay silent. I know you're home. Lu Qin knocked on the door twice more. You're so capable of bewitching Gu Cheng, but you're not capable of opening the door. Chapter 83, he's fucking asking for a beating. The largest wholesale market in Jiangzhou was bustling with activity. Gu Cheng was strolling around in front of rows of stalls with his hands behind his back, completely unaware that her husband had already stormed into Lu Jinan's residence. Behind him followed a slightly overweight, kind-looking middle-aged man. It was Gu Hai, his butler who had been with him for decades. Gu Cheng stopped in front of a bedding stall and reached out to touch the fabric of a quilt. While feeling the texture of the fabric, he gave instructions to Gu Hai without turning his head. Xiao Hai, take a few people with you to the city hospital tonight. Gu Hai immediately leaned closer and listened respectfully. Take that Qin Feng to the manor on the outskirts of the city. Gu Cheng's voice was low and chilling. To get him to talk, I need to know everything about him, every single thing, every single detail. Upon hearing this, Gu Hai's face showed a hint of hesitation. Then, what about Miss? Gu Cheng paused in his selection of quilts. He picked up a dark gray bed and weighed it in his hand. Don't let her know about this. He tossed the blanket to the stall owner, saying, "This is it, wrap it up." Then, he continued speaking to Gu Hai. "Get rid of that kid after we've finished questioning him." Gu Hai understood immediately and asked in a low voice, "How should we handle this?" Gu Chung turned around, squinted in the glaring sunlight, and slowly uttered 2 words. "Submerged in the river." Meanwhile, Lu Jinan settled down. Lu Jinan scratched his head in frustration. This woman was simply insane. He initially intended to ignore it. But Lu Qin just wouldn't listen. If we let her continue making such a fuss, the neighbors will be disturbed. Left with no other option, Lu Jinan went over and opened the door. Lu Qin was raising her hand, ready to continue filming, when suddenly the door opened. I stumbled and almost fell in. She steadied herself and tried to rush into the courtyard. But an arm blocked her way. "It's Lu Jinan." He held onto the door frame with one hand and shielded Lu Qin with the other. He completely blocked the doorway, showing no intention of moving aside. Upon seeing Lu Jinan's face, his anger flared up again. Lu Jinan looked at her expressionlessly. "Say it here if you have something to say." Lu Qin was completely enraged by his action. Who is she? The lady of the house is very caring. This good for nothing, the trash kicked out of the Gu family, actually dares to stop her? Lu Qin was furious and pointed her finger at Lu Jinan's nose while cursing. "Lu Jinan, who do you think you are? How dare you stop me? I'm warning you, you've already divorced my daughter, so stop clinging to our Gu family. Also, stay away from Gu Chung." Lu Jinan was amused by her words. This woman's imagination truly transcends the heavens. Are you out of your mind? First, it was your husband who wanted to come. I didn't invite him. Secondly, this is my home. I can let whoever I want in, and I can prevent anyone from stepping into my house. Third, don't bother me anymore. I'm asking you to get lost. After saying that, Lu Jinan didn't look at her again and slammed the heavy wooden door shut. Outside the door, Lu Qin's hair was disheveled by the gust of wind. She was stunned for a full 2 seconds before she realized that she had been scolded by a good for nothing and locked out. "Lu Jinan, you bastard. Open the door." Lu Qin frantically pounded on the courtyard gate, her sharp shouts shattering the morning tranquility. "Who do you think you are? You dare tell me to get out? You good for nothing gigolo." Her voice was shrill and piercing, attracting some neighbors to peek and look in her direction. Hearing the commotion outside, Lu Jinan cursed. "Oh shit. If we don't deal with this crazy woman, we won't get anything done today." He originally intended to continue writing that Weibo post. But the noise from the Lu Qin distracted him, making it impossible for him to concentrate. Lu Jinan scratched his head in frustration, walked over again, and opened the door. "You want to come in, right? Okay, then come in." When Lu Qin saw the door suddenly open, a smug look flashed across her face. She glanced at Lu Jinan with disdain and gave orders to the driver, Xiao Wang, standing beside her. "Wait for me in the car." After saying that, she straightened her clothes, raised her head, and walked into the courtyard with haughty little steps. As soon as Lu Qin entered the room, she began to search around, but she couldn't find Gu Chung anywhere. This time she didn't make a fuss. Instead, he crossed his arms and looked down at them, mocking them. "Lu Jinan, you've really grown up. Now, even my husband dares to come here with you? What are you up to?" Lu Jinan leaned lazily against the door frame. "Lu Qin, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want." He spoke slowly. "What do you mean I kidnapped him? Is your husband a 3-year-old? He has hands and feet. He wanted to come by himself. Would I kidnap him? You?" Lu Qin was so angry at his nonchalant attitude that she almost choked, her chest heaving violently. "Lu Jinan, what kind of bewitching potion did you give Gu Chung? Are you trying to use him to climb back into the Gu family?" Lu Jinan took 2 steps forward, closing the distance between himself and Lu Qin. "Lu Qin, have you ever considered that perhaps I didn't give you any magic potion?" He sneered. "Is it because he's tired of you that he doesn't want to stay in that house for even a day longer?" These words made Lu Qin's face turn deathly pale instantly. You're talking nonsense. Whether I'm talking nonsense or not, you know best in your heart." Lu Jinan stared straight at her, showing no sign of backing down. Lu Qin took a deep breath to calm herself down. "Don't try to fool me. I'm asking you, where's Gu Chung?" "Have no idea." Lu Jinan shrugged. his face showing an innocent expression. He left home right after breakfast, saying he was going to buy some daily necessities, and he hasn't come back yet. Buying household goods? Upon hearing these words, Lu Qin's voice instantly rose in pitch. He's going to stay here permanently? Lu Jinan shrugged noncommittally. He neither admitted nor denied it. His expression clearly indicated tacit agreement. Lu Qin was so angry that she trembled all over. Gu Cheng, her husband, was a prominent figure in Jiangzhou. Is she really going to run away from home and live in a place like this for this good for nothing? This was the most ridiculous joke she had ever heard in her life. This is the greatest humiliation for Lu Qin herself. Lu Qin pointed to the simple furnishings in the room, her face full of disgust. Impossible. How could he live in a place like this? It's like a doghouse. The words had barely left his mouth when slap. A crisp, loud slap echoed through the living room. Lu Jinan used all his strength in that slap. It slapped Lu Qin's face so hard it turned to one side. Half of her cheek swelled up rapidly and visibly. Kennel? This is the home where their family of 4 has lived for decades. The place that holds all his childhood memories. In this woman's mouth, it had become a doghouse. That crazy woman deserves a beating. Chapter 84 Blood Debt. Lu Jinan shook his slightly numb hands, his eyes filled with icy coldness. Lu Qin was completely stunned. She covered her burning face, unable to react for several seconds. She slowly turned her head and looked at Lu Jinan in disbelief. This good for nothing hit her again. Lu Jinan, you beast. How dare you hit me? After a brief moment of shock came a volcanic eruption of anger. Lu Qin screamed like a madwoman and lunged at Lu Jinan. Lu Jinan just looked at her coldly. He kicked her in the stomach before she could lunge at him. Lu Qin cried out in pain, staggered back a few steps, and fell to the ground with a thud. Get out. Lu Jinan showed absolutely no emotion. Lu Qin scrambled to her feet, but dared not approach. She pointed at Lu Jinan and started cursing. Fuck you. Lu Jinan, you dare hit me? I'm not done with you today. Lu Qin completely ignored his warning. You gigolo bastard. You're nowhere near as good as Qin Feng. You think you can do whatever you want just because you divorced my daughter? Let me tell you, you'll always be our Gu family's dog. As Lu Jinan listened to the vile curses, his anger grew stronger and stronger. Fine, you're not leaving, huh? He twitched the corner of his mouth, and the smile sent a chill down Lu Qin's spine. Lu Jinan stopped looking at her and turned to walk towards the bathroom. Lu Qin thought he was scared and backed down, so she became even more arrogant. She recklessly chased him to the bathroom door and continued to hurl insults. What? Trying to hide like a coward? You spineless piece of trash. You stop right there. Lu Jinan took out a roll of thick hemp rope used for bundling things from behind the bathroom door. He turned around and, under Lu Qin's astonished gaze, suddenly grabbed her arm. He dragged her into the bathroom. What? What are you going to do? Let me go. Only then did Lu Qin feel a sense of fear and begin to struggle desperately. But compared to Lu Jinan, her strength was no different from that of a chick. Lu Jinan remained silent. They tied her hands behind her back and bound them tightly with hemp rope. Lu Qin was absolutely furious. She had never suffered such humiliation in her entire life. Let alone being tied up, no one dared to say a harsh word to her. She started yelling even louder. Lu Jinan, you bastard. Let me go? I'm telling you, you're dead. Manhwa won't let you get away with this. Lu Jinan grew impatient and suddenly grabbed her hair, forcing her to raise her head. With his other hand raised, he delivered another resounding slap. Slap. Are you going to curse me again? A sharp pain shot through my scalp. Lu Qin gasped in pain, but still refused to admit defeat. So what if I curse at you? You little bastard. Go ahead and kill me if you dare. Lu Jinan was amused when he heard this. You have this kind of hobby? Well, I'll grant your wish. Snap. He slapped her again with his backhand, this time with even more force. Are you going to curse again? He repeated the same words, his tone flat, yet carrying a hint of coldness. Lu Qin still refused to compromise. Her inherent pride prevented her from bowing down to this good for nothing in her eyes. I also never knew how to write the word submit. Moreover, she was also driven to desperation by the beating. I'll fuck you. Lu Jinan's eyes turned cold as she bent down and took off her slippers. Snap. The sole of the shoe struck his face, making the humiliation even greater. Are you going to curse again? Lu Qin's face was swollen high, and blood was seeping from the corner of her mouth. She looked utterly disheveled. The intense pain and humiliation brought tears and snot to her eyes. Snap. Before she could finish speaking, Lu Jinan slapped her again with the sole of his shoe, making Lu Qin see stars. It fucking hurts. That's so unfair. What she wanted to say was, I'm not going to curse anymore. She wasn't even allowed to finish her sentence. This left Lu Qin completely stunned, and tears instantly streamed down her face. She kept shaking her head, indicating that she would stop cursing. Snap. Lu Jinan then slapped her on the other side of her face with the sole of his shoe. Are you going to curse again? Lu Qin pleaded, shouting rapidly. I didn't curse. I didn't curse. Snap. Lu Jinan seemed not to hear her and slapped her across the face again. I'll fucking teach you to swear again. You dare disobey me? Lu Qin felt her head buzzing. Criticizing them is one thing, not criticizing them is another. She had absolutely no idea what to do. What should she do? She dared not open her mouth again, but just kept shaking her head, making sobbing noises. Seeing that she had given in, Lu Jinan stopped hitting her. The sound of crying was just unsettling. He frowned and casually took off the other sock from his foot. Without even looking, he roughly shoved it into Lu Qin's mouth under her horrified gaze. Ugh! Ugh! Lu Qin struggled desperately, making gagging sounds in her throat. An indescribable taste instantly filled her mouth, making her almost faint. But her body was tightly bound with hemp rope, and she couldn't move at all. After Lu Jinan finished doing all this, he clapped his hands. It was as if I had only done a trivial little thing. That's good now. The world is finally quiet. Lu Jinan threw Lu Qin into the bathroom, turned around, and walked out. He sat back down on the sofa. On the phone screen, the Weibo editing page was still lit up. Lu Jinan took a cigarette out of the cigarette box and lit it. He took a deep breath and then slowly exhaled the smoke. The swirling smoke blurred the hideous scar on his face. My fingers returned to the keyboard. The story begins, like many campus romances, in a cliché, yet beautiful way. It was a pouring rainy afternoon in the university library. I had forgotten my umbrella, and she, holding a light blue umbrella, smiled at me and said, "Excuse me, shall I walk you back to your dorm?" We got together later, after graduation, so that she could have a hot meal when she got home from get-off work every day. I gave up a promotion opportunity at the Beijing headquarters. I'm willing to wash my hands and cook for her. We got married, and our married life was simple yet happy. I thought it would be like this forever. Lu Jinan stopped typing here. He opened the photo album and found a picture. It was his wedding photo with Gu Manyu. It's also the only photo of the two of them together. In the photo, he has a sunny smile and clear eyes. Gu Manyu nestled in his arms, smiling happily and sweetly. He then placed the photo below the text. Next, he changed the subject. I thought this kind of life would continue indefinitely, until a man named Qin Feng appeared. She bought her benefactor a car, a house, and arranged a job for him. I have nothing to say, because he saved my beloved. My wife told me he was her savior, and I should be grateful to him and respect him. Of course I was grateful. So, on our wedding anniversary night, when she left me to go to the movies with Qin Feng, I told myself, it's okay, he's my benefactor. I should be understanding. When she left me halfway through our date to have dinner with Qin Feng, who had just been discharged from the hospital, I told myself it was okay. He was my benefactor, and I shouldn't hold a grudge. Lu Jinan paused for a moment as he wrote this. He lit another cigarette, the smoke blurring the turbulent emotions in his eyes. It wasn't until my father-in-law's birthday banquet, when Qin Feng humiliated my adoptive mother in front of everyone, that I hit him. What's even more ridiculous is that afterwards, my wife, accompanied by bodyguards, dragged me from our home to the hospital and forced me to apologize to Qin Feng. She slapped me repeatedly, asking why I was so insensible and why I had hurt her benefactor. Later, I was cornered in a parking lot, my ribs were broken, and a knife left a permanent scar on my face. When I collapsed to the ground, covered in blood, I saw my wife rush towards me. I thought I had finally found my salvation. But she simply walked past me and rushed towards her benefactor, who had only suffered a minor scratch. She supported Qin Feng, her face full of heartache, and didn't even glance at me. At that moment, I realized that some debts of gratitude can never be repaid. Because it's not a favor, it's a debt, a blood debt I have to bear for her, a debt I can never repay in my lifetime. Lu Jinan's fingers danced rapidly. He didn't embellish anything. He was simply stating a fact. He wants to expose all the forbearance and suffering of the past 5 years to the public. He wanted everyone to see what kind of ugly face lies beneath Qin Feng's so-called victim mask. We also want to show Gu Manyu just how foolish and ridiculous her so-called repaying kindness really is. Lu Jinan typed the last word and pressed send without hesitation. After doing all this, he let out a long breath. He turned his head and found Gu Manyu looking at him with a regretful expression. In those eyes, there was regret, guilt, and a hint of heartache. Chapter 85 1 against 2. Holy crap! Lu Jinan sat up abruptly, a cold sweat instantly breaking out on his back. He was so frightened, he almost lost his soul. Gu Manyu was still wearing her work suit, a pair of sheer stockings with high heels. Her eyes were red and swollen, and she stared straight at Lu Jinan. A variety of emotions were constantly shifting in his eyes. Jinan, I'm sorry. Gu Manyu's voice was filled with guilt. She subconsciously raised her hand, wanting to touch Lu Jinan's face. Lu Jinan's body reacted even faster. As if afraid of being touched by something dirty, he suddenly raised his hand. With a snap, Gu Manyu's hand was slapped away. Are you fucking crazy? Do I need your I'm sorry? Lu Jinan's voice was cold and devoid of any emotion. Who the hell let you in? You're not welcome here, get out. Gu Manyu's hand stung terribly. But this pain was nothing compared to the pain in her heart. The disgust and coldness on Lu Jinan's face made Gu Manyu catch her breath. She felt as if her heart was being torn apart. She wanted to get close to him, to touch him, to let him know how much she missed him. But she didn't want to appear subservient in front of Lu Jinan. So she forced herself to calm down, though her voice trembled slightly. Xiao Wang called me, saying he heard you and Mom arguing, and he was too scared to come in. I saw your front door was open, so Where's my mom? Gu Manyu looked around, but didn't see Lu Qin, and a sense of unease immediately rose in her heart. Lu Jinan was taken aback. He had completely forgotten about Lu Qin. Then, a mocking smile appeared on his lips. He pointed in the direction of the bathroom. Your mother? She's inside. Get her out of here right now. Gu Manyu's heart tightened, and she rushed to the bathroom. The moment she pushed open the bathroom door, she froze completely. Lu Qin was seen being bound by a hemp rope. His hair was disheveled, a sock was stuffed in his mouth, and his face was red and swollen with clear fingerprints. There was still blood at the corner of his mouth. Upon seeing Gu Manyu, Lu Qin made a woo sound and began to struggle. Mom! Gu Manyu cried out in surprise and quickly removed the sock from her mouth. Ugh! Tui! As soon as Lu Qin was freed, she kept gagging and spitting out a mouthful of saliva with blood streaks. Manyu, you finally arrived. Lu Qin's voice was choked with sobs. Lu Jinan hit me. He's a beast. Lu Qin is now filled with anger and resentment. She was about to unleash a torrent of curses when she saw Lu Jinan leaning against the doorframe. He was looking at her coldly. Lu Qin was so frightened that she shuddered, and the rest of her words were swallowed back down. Lu Jinan really doesn't spoil her. Therefore, she was truly terrified of Lu Jinan. As Gu Manyu helped her untie the ropes, she looked at the injuries on her face, feeling both heartache and anger. She turned her head sharply, staring intently at Lu Jinan, her voice filled with anger. Lu Jinan, are you crazy? She's my mother. Lu Jinan leaned against the door frame, took out a cigarette, lit it, and slowly exhaled a smoke ring. I know, that's why I did it. It's precisely because she's your mother that I did it. You two are really alike, mother and daughter, coming up here without even asking questions. As for why I did this, Lu Jinan said in a calm tone, you should ask your mother what she said. Gu Manyu's lips twitched slightly. What do you mean by saying that my daughter and I are exactly the same? She knew her mother well. Lu Qin was indeed outspoken. But, even if my mom said something wrong, you can't hit her. And you even tied her up. Oh. Lu Jinan raised an eyebrow, interrupting her. Can I take action? What else do you want me to do? Treat her like a goddess. When you slapped me, did you never think of me as your husband? Gu Manyu, can you stop being so obvious about your double standards? Lu Jinan said that Gu Manyu's body trembled. She felt a pang of heartache. It breaks my heart to see that once gentle and sunny man becomes so domineering and unreasonable. This was not the Lu Jinan she knew at all. She tried to find a trace of past warmth in his face, but all she saw was coldness. She took a deep breath, forcing down the piercing pain in her heart. Jinan, I know you hate me, resent me, and are angry with me. But you can't take it out on my mom. Gu Manyu's voice trembled slightly. You hit a woman. Are you even a man? Ha 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 ha. Lu Jinan suddenly burst into laughter, laughing so hard, he was doubled over. The laughter was full of absurdity and sarcasm. Gu Manyu, you are really ignorant. He stopped laughing and looked at her. However, you are right about one thing. I do hate you. He spoke slowly and deliberately. I wish you were dead. Gu Manyu's body trembled. Lu Jinan actually hates her that much. So, Lu Jin paused for a moment. Then his tone turned sinister. You must live well and wait for me. Wait for my revenge on you. Gu Manyu clutched her chest, looking at Lu Jinan with heartache. As for your mother? He glanced at Lu Qin with disgust. She's just asking for trouble. It's all because she has such a foul mouth. Lu Jinan, you bastard. You're just making excuses. Seeing her daughter being steadily defeated by Lu Jinan's offensive, Lu Qin became anxious. She stepped forward, suppressing her fear of Lu Jinan, and began to lecture him in a fierce but inwardly weak manner. I am your elder. How can you be so disrespectful to your elders? Elder. Lu Jinan looked at Lu Qin with a mocking expression. He walked forward, and Lu Qin subconsciously took a step back. Lu Jinan stopped in front of her, looking down at her. You don't act like an elder at all. Lu Jinan stretched out his fingers and tapped Lu Qin's shoulder repeatedly. Lu Qin, stop using your seniority to pressure people. Some people have lived such a long and wasted life. Do they even deserve to be called elders? Someone like you doesn't deserve it. I'm taking action today just to teach you what respect is. Lu Qin trembled all over. The humiliation she suffered today was something she had never experienced in her entire life. You. She pointed at Lu Jinan, her lips trembling with anger, but she couldn't utter a complete sentence. Mom, stop talking. Gu Manyu finally came to her senses and called out to Lu Qin. Lu Jinan didn't bother with them anymore and turned to walk back to the living room. Take your mad dog and get out of my house right now. Gu Manyu was even more upset. She bit her lower lip, not letting herself make a sound, and simply supported Lu Qin. Mom, let's go. As Lu Qin was being dragged along, she continued to mutter resentfully. But the voice was much quieter, and it was more of a bluff. Lu Jinan, you wait. I have nothing to do with you. Lu Jinan watched the two walk out of the courtyard and sneered. Gu Manyu, don't rush. You will soon know what despair is. Perfect. I'll take care of your benefactor while I'm at it. Chapter 86. Did he bully you? Gu Manyu helped Lu Qin out of Lu Jinan's courtyard in a disheveled state. As soon as she got into the car, Lu Qin completely exploded. This Lu Jinan is getting more and more lawless. Who does he think he is? Looking at her face in the mirror, Lu Qin cursed even more fiercely. Manyu, did you hear that? He told me to get out. How dare he tell me to get out? I've never been treated like this in my life. As Gu Manyu drove, listening to her mother's incessant nagging, she felt extremely irritated. At that moment, her mind was in complete chaos. On one hand, there were the words Lu Jinan wrote on Weibo, every single one of which broke her heart. On one side was her mother, Lu Qin, hurling vicious curses that were giving her a splitting headache. Mom, can you please stop talking? Gu Manyu spoke up. His voice betrayed his frustration. I shouldn't say anything. Why shouldn't I say anything? The volume of the Lu Qin instantly increased. He's bullying me. Are you even my daughter? Why are you always taking that good-for-nothing's side? I'm telling you, this isn't over. I'm going to make him pay for everything he did today. Gu Manyu slammed on the brakes, the car screeching as it came to a stop on the side of the road. She turned her head and looked at Lu Qin with red eyes. Mom, what do you want? How dare he bully you like this? Did he bully you? You went to his house and bullied him. Why didn't you stay home? Why did you go to Jinan? And why can't you watch your mouth? Don't say whatever comes to mind. Gu Manyu's voice grew louder and louder. All the pent-up grievances, regrets, and frustrations exploded at this moment. Lu Qin was stunned by her shout and didn't react for a moment. Looking at her daughter's red and swollen eyes, her momentum weakened, but she was still muttering softly. I was also angered by him. He instigated your dad to want to run away from home. Besides, it wasn't my fault that his mother died. Enough. Gu Manyu didn't want to listen anymore. Then, as if remembering something, he suddenly thought of something else. What did you say? My dad ran away from home. Where did he go? As soon as Lu Qin saw that her daughter's attention had been diverted, she immediately straightened her back. Where else can we go? Of course, we'll move in with Lu Jinan. She angrily began to complain. Otherwise, why would I go looking for him? I mainly went to see your dad today, hoping to persuade him to come back. But Lu Jinan is too arrogant. He even said he wanted to take revenge on us and make our Gu family's life miserable, so that's why Lu Qin exaggerated as she spoke. Gu Manyu was completely oblivious to Lu Qin's subsequent complaints. Father moved in with Jinan? How could that be? Although my father liked Lu Jinan very much, it didn't mean they had to live together. She couldn't understand why. Gu Manyu restarted the car. They remained silent the entire way, but the atmosphere inside the car was very somber. It wasn't until the car stopped in front of the villa that Lu Qin seemed to remember something and suddenly spoke. By the way, Manyu, Qin Feng, are you really going to transfer him to the northwest? Lu Qin observed Gu Manyu's expression. That place is so harsh, and he's still injured. How can he endure it? Besides, he saved your life. If you do this, won't people talk behind your back? It's Qin Feng again. Gu Manyu felt a surge of irritation. Her biggest regret now is that she brought Qin Feng to her side in the name of repaying a debt of gratitude. If it weren't for Qin Feng, she and Lu Jinan wouldn't have ended up like this. If it weren't for Qin Feng, her family wouldn't have been in such chaos. Mom, don't worry about this. I know what I'm doing. Gu Manyu gave a perfunctory reply, not wanting to argue with her anymore. How can I not care? Lu Qin remembered the man's instructions and became a little anxious. Qin Feng is such a good kid. He is well-educated, gentle, and knows how to care for others. Since you and Lu Jinan are divorced anyway, why don't you give Qin Feng a try? You could also develop feelings for each other. I told you to stop talking. Gu Manyu abruptly interrupted her, her eyes icy cold. Even if Jin and I get divorced, I will not be with Qin Feng. I've said it before, I don't love Qin Feng. I only consider him a friend. I love Lu Jinan. Although Gu Manyu spoke with absolute certainty, but a pang of sadness welled up inside me. Don't mention Qin Feng to me again. She turned her face away, no longer looking at Lu Qin's face. You can get out of the car now. I have things to do at the company. Lu Qin opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something. Seeing her daughter's cold face, all her words stuck in her throat. She pursed her lips, unbuckled her seatbelt, and got out of the car. The car door closed, and Gu Manyu stepped on the gas. The car drove away from the villa area. Lu Qin stood still. She watched the car drive away and sighed. That kid. I wonder how much of that good for nothing Lu Jinan has bewitched him. On the other side, at Lu Jinan's home. After Gu Manyu and Lu Qin left, Lu Jinan lit a cigarette and was about to check Weibo. Just then, the cell phone rang abruptly. It was Ali who called. Lu Jinan answered the phone. Hello. Ali's deep voice came through the phone. Jinan, you're right. Following Wang Defa has indeed brought benefits. Lu Jinan sat up straight, gesturing for him to continue. He is currently in Jingshan Park in the west of the city, sitting with 4 other people. Ali lowered his voice and spoke very quickly. Those 4 people were all wearing masks and baseball caps, and they looked suspicious. Lu Jinan's mind raced. In the western part of the city, at Jingshan Park, 4 men were acting suspiciously. The image of the thugs who had attacked him in the hospital parking lot immediately flashed into his mind. Very good. Qin Feng, you really are up to something. Ali continued. I just passed by them, and judging from their accents, they were from out of town. Lu Jinan pondered for a moment. Can you hear what they're saying? Lu Jinan pressed. Cannot. Ali answered very decisively. They were very vigilant, and there was hardly any cover around them. I just walked by, and they immediately shut up and all stared at me. Lu Jinan walked to the window, looked at the apricot tree in the yard, and made up his mind. Ollie, if you keeping an eye on Wang Defa like this, you need to be careful. I'll contact Mingxi right away and get a few more people to come and follow these 4 people. Need not. Ollie refused without even thinking about it. Jinan, this is a small matter. No need to trouble Sister Shi. I'll arrange it. Lu Jinan remained silent for a few seconds. Good. Then you can make the arrangements yourself, but be careful in everything you do. While keeping an eye on Wang Defa, also pay attention to the movements of those 4 people. He gave his earnest instructions. Contact me immediately if anything seems amiss. Rest assured. Ollie responded, and then promptly hung up the phone. Lu Jinan put down her phone, and the room returned to silence. It's almost time. Qin Feng, you're getting closer and closer to death. I can't wait. Chapter 87 Meeting with Gu Manyu. Gu Manyu took her mother home, but did not return to the company immediately. She drove aimlessly, wandering the streets. I just felt empty inside, and it was very painful. She parked her car on the side of the road. She slumped back in her chair, feeling utterly drained. She took out her phone and opened the Weibo post Lu Jinan had made. Lu Jinan's post titled 5 years has gone viral. In the comments section, the sentiment began to subtly shift. Although many people are still criticizing Lu Jinan, quite a few have begun to question Qin Feng. If what he said is true, then Qin Feng is such a green tea BTCH, isn't he? This isn't how you repay a life-saving debt. She ended up getting divorced. Is this how you repay a debt? She's repaying it with her husband's life. Spending your wedding anniversary watching a movie with your benefactor? Abandoning your husband in the middle of a date to have dinner with your benefactor? No normal person would do that, right? If it's true that he slapped Lu Jinan and forced her to apologize, then President Gu is quite ruthless. Can't he distinguish between husband and benefactor? Looking at these comments, Gu Manyu felt as if her heart was being cut by a knife. Did she really do something wrong? Just then, my phone rang. It was a message from Qin Feng. Manyu, I'm leaving for the Northwest tomorrow. Do you have time tonight? I'd like to treat you to a meal as a farewell gift. Looking at this message, Gu Manyu's expression became complicated. She originally intended to refuse outright, but then she thought that she and Qin Feng would no longer be in contact. She had already repaid the debt of saving her life to him over the past 5 years, through her marriage to Lu Jinan. It's time to cut ties completely. Thinking of this, she replied with a single word. Good day. At 5 p.m., at Jiangzhou's most upscale Western restaurant, Qin Feng, dressed in a white suit, arrived half an hour early. He chose a seat by the window. With one hand in a cast, and the other holding a glass of red wine, he kept glancing out the window. His face wore a gentle smile, but deep in his eyes lay an icy coldness. Inside an inconspicuous van in the parking lot in front of the restaurant, 4 middle-aged men with sharp features were gathered together smoking. The client has made all the arrangements. We'll take action as soon as that woman arrives. Don't worry, this job is easy. I guarantee it will be a realistic performance that will satisfy the client. The leader of the 4 spoke. He flicked his cigarette ash, a sinister look appearing on his face. You all better be smart. Don't fucking mess this up. After this is accomplished, there will be no shortage of benefits. All right, just you wait and see. One of the men's smiles had a hint of lewdness to it. That pretty boy surnamed Qin really went all out, making such a big fuss just to pick up a girl. With that kind of money, what woman couldn't he find? You don't know anything. Another man spat a mouthful of phlegm out the window. They're using a self-inflicted injury tactic to make that woman completely devoted to them. That's called winning hearts and minds. Much more sophisticated than just throwing money at her. That's right. It's just a show anyway. He gets the girl, and we get the money. It's a win-win situation. It's such a pity about that woman. She's so attractive, and that pretty boy got her for free. All right, enough with the nonsense. Let's go over it again. Wang Defa stubbed out his cigarette, his expression turning serious. Monkey, you're in charge of deliberately creating conflict. Be fierce. He paused. Remember, you must hold the knife by the tip and stab it into the thigh. The victim specifically instructed that it must draw blood. Clear. Several people responded in unison. Night falls and the city lights come on. The nights in Jiangzhou are even more extravagant and noisy than the days. At 5 p.m. sharp, a Maserati slowly drove into the restaurant's parking lot. The car door opened, and a leg encased in black stockings stepped out first, followed by a pair of high heels that landed steadily on the ground. Gumanyu got out of the car. She wore a black, form-fitting dress with a beige trench coat over it, which made her look even more aloof and unapproachable. She put her car keys in her handbag, put on her high heels, and walked towards the restaurant. Inside the van not far away, the leader threw away his cigarette, but, his eyes lighting up instantly. She's here. It's her. The 3 men beside him immediately perked up and began to peer outside. Holy crap, this girl, she's fucking hot. That figure, that face, wow. Alright, stop fucking talking nonsense. The leader hissed. Get ready to work. Good. The 4 of them pushed open the car door and walked silently toward Gumanyu. According to their plan, they would deliberately find an excuse to have a conflict with Gumanyu when she reached the restaurant entrance. They took the opportunity to flirt with him, and then Qin Feng happened to appear and was beaten up by them, staging a self-inflicted injury. Gumanyu was completely unaware of this. She walked across the parking lot, and the restaurant's doors were right in front of her. Just then, 2 unsteady men came out of the restaurant. Gumanyu frowned subconsciously and moved aside, trying to avoid them. Unexpectedly, one of the men, wearing a black t-shirt and with tattoos on his arm, crashed straight into her. With a bang, Gumanyu was knocked off balance and almost fell. The Hermes bag in her hand also fell to the ground. Can't you watch where you're going? Gumanyu's temper flared up immediately. She was already in a terrible mood today. Now that this has happened again, his tone is naturally not very pleasant. Upon hearing this, the tattooed man not only did not apologize, but instead chuckled. His eyes roamed over Gumanyu without restraint. Hey, you bitch, you've got quite a temper. His companions chimed in. Mule, this girl's pretty good looking. Gumanyu bent down to pick up her bag and gave them a cold glance. Seeing that they reeked of alcohol and had such a sleazy demeanor, she couldn't be bothered to argue with them. Neuropathy. She left with those 3 words and turned to leave. But the tattooed man wouldn't have it. He grabbed Gumanyu's arm with a frighteningly strong grip. Hey, don't go, beautiful. You think you can just hit someone and walk away? It's not that easy. As he spoke, he leaned his face closer. Suddenly, a stench mixed with the smell of smoke assaulted Gumanyu's nostrils. What do you want? Let me go. Gumanyu was both shocked and angry, and struggled violently. The tattooed man's smile became even more lewd. You don't want to do anything. You just want to leave after hitting someone? Why don't you spend some time with us 2 brothers? Get out of here. Gumanyu was completely enraged. She slapped the tattooed man across the face. This completely stunned the tattooed man. This also stunned the 4 people who were about to make their appearance not far away. Holy crap, what's going on? The monkey stared in disbelief. Damn it. Are they even competing for jobs here? Another man cursed. The leader was also completely bewildered. Where the hell did this come from? This completely disrupted their plans. Big brother, should we go on? One of the underlings asked in a low voice. Go to hell. The leader lowered his voice. Let's assess the situation first. Over here, the tattooed man was slapped by Gumanyu and immediately became furious. You bitch. You fucking dare hit me. He raised his hand and slapped Gumanyu across the face. Gumanyu subconsciously closed her eyes. Suddenly, a hand reached out and grabbed the tattooed man's wrist tightly. Stop. Chapter 88. Actually, I lied to you. Let's go back 10 minutes. In the restaurant, Qin Feng, sitting by the window, frowned slightly as he looked at the time on his phone. It's already 5 o'clock. Why hasn't Gumanyu arrived yet? She's always been very punctual. Just then, Qin Feng saw Gumanyu walking towards him through the window. Qin Feng revealed a sinister look, his eyes following Gumanyu's movements. He was waiting for the person Uncle Wang had arranged to appear. They've arrived. Qin Feng saw 2 men bump into Gumanyu. He strode towards the restaurant entrance. I arrived at the door at the perfect time. He shouted. Stop. Gumanyu heard a cold shout. She opened her eyes and saw a familiar face. It was Qin Feng, whose face was full of worry. Gumanyu immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Feng. Gumanyu called out. Manyu, are you alright? Qin Feng turned and glanced at her, his eyes tender. Then he turned back and looked coldly at the two drunkards. What are you going to do? Who the hell are you? How dare you meddle in my business? You want to die? Qin Feng originally intended to say a few harsh words according to the script. However, the tattooed man had already thrown the weapon at Qin Feng's face. Qin Feng cursed inwardly for the two actors' unprofessionalism. He dodged to the side and kicked the tattooed man in the stomach. The tattooed man winced in pain, groaned, and took 2 steps back. Seeing this, the blonde-haired guy next to him rushed over, cursing as he went. Damn it, you dare touch my brother. Attack him together. Wait a moment. Qin Feng first shielded Gu Manyu behind him, then blinked repeatedly at the two of them. At the same time, he was uttering harsh words. I don't care who you are. Now, immediately, apologize to this lady. The tattooed man was already annoyed that his good time had been interrupted. Now this pretty boy is even flirting with him, which makes him furious. What a humiliation. A blatant humiliation. I apologize to your mother. The tattooed man roared and threw a punch at Qin Feng's face. You dare flirt with me? I'll cripple you, you pretty boy. Qin Feng's head buzzed. Wait a minute. Who is Uncle Wang looking for? That's so damn unprofessional. Although Qin Feng was tall and strong, he couldn't fight. Faced with the tattooed man's powerful punch, he could only dodge to the side. But he dodged rather awkwardly. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the blonde-haired man next to him kicked Qin Feng in the shin. Qin Feng had no choice but to take the kick heated. He groaned, feeling a sharp pain in his calf. You promised it would be acting, so why did you go so far? Qin Feng mentally cursed Wang Defa's ancestors for 18 generations. At that moment, he caught a glimpse of Gu Manyu in a panic. No, he has to draw blood today. He steeled his resolve and lunged forward, using the momentum to knock the tattooed man to the ground as well. In the chaos, Qin Feng lowered his body and whispered in the tattooed man's ear. Go easy on me, you bastard. Didn't I pay you? The tattooed man was thrown around and was completely disoriented. Hearing this nonsensical remark again left me completely bewildered. What is that? Pay me? What the hell is this? Did we run into a lunatic? Seeing that he didn't react, Qin Feng became even more anxious and continued speaking. Stop hitting me. Just stab me, and I'll be done for. The tattooed man had finally reached his breaking point. In all his years of fighting, he had never seen such a stupid idiot who would actively ask to be stabbed. That's fucking humiliating. Fuck your mother. Are you fucking crazy? He cursed angrily and tried to push Qin Feng away. Get out of my way. I'm so unlucky today, running into a lunatic. Qin Feng became anxious when he heard that the tattooed man was leaving. I've already taken my pants off, and you're telling me you have to leave? That won't do. You haven't even stabbed me yet. Gu Manyu was watching too. In a moment of desperation, Qin Feng opened his mouth and bit down hard on the tattooed man's ear. Oh. The tattooed man let out a scream. The excruciating pain in his ear instantly drove him into a frenzy. He landed several powerful punches on Qin Feng's head, each one landing squarely. But Qin Feng simply wouldn't budge. His companions, seeing their older brother being bitten, also became anxious. He pulled a snap ring out of his pocket. Damn it. Give in. Huang Mao roared and plunged the knife into Qin Feng's still kicking thigh. Uffed. A piercing, bone-scraping pain instantly spread throughout my body. Oh. Qin Feng let out a scream that sounded inhuman. This time, the pain was real and intense. Damn it. Weren't we supposed to hold the knife tip? His body suddenly arched, his mouth instinctively opened, and he curled up. Blood instantly stained his white trousers. Qin Feng. Gu Manyu screamed. She watched helplessly as the knife went in, her mind going completely blank. The two tattooed men were dumbfounded. They just wanted to teach this pretty boy a lesson. So why did they end up using a knife and hurting him? Brother. I stabbed someone. His companion's hands began to tremble, and his face turned pale. The tattooed man didn't even care about the pain in his ear. He shoved Qin Feng aside, leaped to his feet, and ran off with his companion. Run, run. The two quickly disappeared into the night. Inside the van not far away, Wang Defa and his 3 men were completely dumbfounded. Big brother. The monkey stammered. That pretty boy was stabbed? Holy shit. Another man threw his cigarette but on the ground and stomped on it. That guy surnamed Wong is dishonest. He brought in 2 different groups of people for this little thing. What kind of situation is this? A younger brother peeked out and asked, Brother, so should we pay it back? Will you still take the money? Shut your mother's head. The leader slapped him on the back of the head and roared angrily. The victim is almost stabbed to death. What's the point of acting? Let's get out of here. The van immediately started and fled the scene. Inside a Jetta in the parking lot, the 2 middle-aged men that Ali had arranged to follow put down their phones without any expression. Everything that just happened was clearly recorded by them. He quickly edited a message and sent it along with the video he had just recorded. Today, Qin Feng staged a self-inflicted injury ruse, but things went wrong. He was stabbed by a real thug who happened to be passing by. The female lead is currently calling 120, emergency services. At this time, at Lu Jinan's home, Lu Jinan's phone vibrated. He picked it up and saw that it was a message from Ali's companion. Lu Jinan clicked on the video and started watching it. A moment later, Lu Jinan finished watching the video and could no longer hold back. Ha ha ha! He laughed so hard, he almost fell over. Qin Feng, you're using that self-inflicted injury trick again, you bastard. What a genius. However, Gu Manyu was quite swayed by this approach. Lu Jinan could imagine what Gu Manyu looked like now. They must have felt heartache, guilt, and overwhelming gratitude. I will once again imprint the image of Qin Feng, my benefactor, in my heart. Half an hour later, inside the ambulance, Qin Feng lay on the stretcher, his forehead covered in cold sweat. Gu Manyu's mind went completely blank at that moment. Just then, Qin Feng suddenly moved. Manyu, I'm here, Gu Manyu replied. Manyu, actually, I lied to you, Qin Feng said, feigning weakness. I asked you out today because I wanted to tell you this. Regarding my true identity. Chapter 89 Uneasiness. Gu Manyu was stunned, her mind blank for a moment. Real identity. She subconsciously looked at the wound on Qin Feng's thigh. We'll talk about it when we get to the hospital. Although she was very puzzled, seeing Qin Feng's weak appearance, she decided to go to the hospital first. You need to treat your wound now. I'm fine. Qin Feng shook his head. Before Gu Manyu could speak, Qin Feng spoke again. I am indeed called Qin Feng. He was panting, his face contorted in pain, as if every word was incredibly difficult to utter. But I hid it from my parents, my father, whose name is Qin Zhenghua. Gu Manyu quickly searched her mind for the name. It's a very ordinary name, yet it feels somewhat familiar. It seems like I've heard it somewhere before, but I can't quite place it. Looking at Gu Manyu's confused expression, Qin Feng gave a timely reminder, and a trace of sadness appeared on his face. It's the one who partnered with your father to develop that piece of land in the south of the city, and later, the company went bankrupt, and he committed suicide by jumping off the top floor of the company building, Qin Zhenghua. Qin Feng's reminder instantly brought some things to Gu Manyu's mind. Land in the south of the city, company bankruptcy, broken capital chain, suicide by jumping off a building. She remembered. She was still in school that year when she saw the news on a financial news report. My father simply mentioned it casually. The business world is like a battlefield. The loser is eliminated. That's all. It was him. Qin Feng is the son of Qin Zhenghua. In an instant, Gu Manyu felt a sense of absurdity and doubt. Was that car accident really an accident? Was his saving me a coincidence? Or was it premeditated? He approached me, behaving gently and understandingly, gradually becoming my confidant. Was it for revenge? To take revenge on his father? To take revenge on the Gu family? Countless thoughts flashed through her mind in an instant, and a layer of cold sweat broke out on Gu Manyu's back. But her face remained as cold and aloof as ever, without the slightest ripple of emotion. She simply watched the frail man quietly. Are you Qin Zhengua's son? Qin Feng was somewhat surprised, seemingly not expecting her to be so calm. He nodded slowly, a look of pain on his face. Yes. So, you approached me on purpose? No. Qin Feng denied almost immediately. He tried to sit up excitedly, but the movement aggravated the wound on his leg. The pain made him gasp, and a layer of cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. He shook his head bitterly and looked at Gu Manyu. Manyu, believe me, when I saved you, I really didn't know who you were. I just I just saw a car accident, and I couldn't just stand by and watch someone die. Qin Feng's eyes were sincere and full of emotion. It wasn't until later, when we got to know each other better, that I learned you were President Gu of the Gu Group, and Gu Qing's daughter. He paused for a moment, as if organizing his thoughts, or perhaps recalling some kind of pain. After I learned who you were, I also thought about staying away from you. Our two families, after all, have that kind of past. But Manyu. He gazed at her with deep affection, his voice trembling. I can no longer control my heart. I've realized. I've fallen in love with you without even realizing it. Gu Manyu felt no emotional fluctuation and remained expressionless. She continued speaking, following his lead. No wonder you always gloss over your family whenever it's mentioned. There was no emotion in her tone. Qin Feng secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that she had believed him to some extent. He struck while the iron was hot, continuing to portray himself as affectionate and vulnerable. I'm just afraid that once you know who I am, you'll hate me, you'll push me away, you'll think I have ulterior motives. Manyu, you have to believe me. Since we met, I don't think I've ever done anything to hurt you. He spoke with great emotion, every word trembling, filled with grievance and fear. Gu Manyu didn't respond, and it was unclear what she was thinking. A brief silence fell over the carriage. She just looked at Qin Feng, looking at that pale face caused by blood loss, and those eyes, full of sincerity. Suddenly, she asked another question. You know I would never do anything to hurt you. So why did you keep it from me? Because I'm afraid. Qin Feng answered without hesitation. This was the answer he had already thought of. What are you afraid of? I'm afraid of your dad. Qin Feng's body trembled slightly. I'm afraid that if your dad finds out who I am, he'll think I'm deliberately getting close to you. And he really will kill me. After he finished speaking, he stared intently at Gu Manyu's reaction. Gu Manyu fell silent. Indeed, given Gu Qing's personality, this was by no means an exaggeration. In the business world, my father was known for his ruthless methods, and he would eliminate any potential threat without hesitation. If he knew that Qin Jingwa's son was with his daughter, he would definitely think it was a premeditated revenge. Just then, the ambulance stopped at the entrance of the emergency department of Jiangzhou First Hospital. The car door opened, and the doctors and nurses who had been waiting rushed in. Qin Feng was quickly lifted out of the car and taken to the emergency room to treat his wounds. Gu Manyu followed beside the gurney. Her face remained expressionless, and she appeared unusually calm. After examination, cleaning, and suturing, the wound was cleaned and sutured. Although the wound was deep, it did not damage any major arteries or bones. It just needs time to rest and recover. Soon, Qin Feng was sent back to his original ward. Gu Manyu sat on the chair beside the hospital bed, silent, seemingly lost in thought. However, this silence made Qin Feng feel an unprecedented sense of unease. In the past, even if he only got a minor scrape, he would be fine. Gu Manyu would panic, her eyes filled with heartache and guilt. This time, however, he was stabbed, and blood stained his entire trousers, yet she remained remarkably calm. It was eerily calm. In particular, she did not show any emotion after he revealed his true identity. This left him completely unable to figure out Gu Manyu's true thoughts. After hesitating for a long time, Qin Feng finally decided to take the initiative. Mandarin. He spoke, his voice sounding somewhat hoarse. Are you still blaming me for hiding my identity? Gu Manyu finally raised her head. She looked at Qin Feng, a strange smile appearing on her face. This also made Qin Feng feel somewhat uneasy. There's nothing strange about it. Gu Manyu's voice was calm and even. It's all in the past. Qin Feng's unease was instantly amplified to the extreme. He knew very well that when a woman acted so nonchalantly about being cheated on, it usually meant only one thing. That is, she no longer cares. He painstakingly cultivated the image of a benefactor in Gu Manyu's mind. That special position that she was willing to break with Lu Jinan to protect seems to be slowly collapsing. Qin Feng felt a strong sense of crisis. Therefore, he was even less able to go to the northwest. Once he leaves Jiangzhou and is out of Gu Manyu's sight, he and Gu Manyu will only drift further and further apart. Mandarin. Qin Feng's voice carried a hint of pleading. Could you not transfer me to the northwest? Chapter 90. You should leave. Gumanyu did not answer him immediately. She stood up, walked to the window, and opened the blinds. Outside the window, the night view of Jiangzhou is dazzling, with bustling traffic and colorful lights. She stood there quietly, her back looking somewhat lonely and distant in the lamplight. This dazzling sight, once upon a time, Lu Jinan had also pointed it out to her with a smile. At that time, however, she never felt that anything was precious. Qin Feng's heart sank little by little with her silence. He couldn't see her expression, only her resolute back, and a strong sense of unease arose in his heart. After a long while, Gumanyu turned around, walked back to the bedside, pulled up a chair, and sat down. Under Qin Feng's tense gaze, she took out a pack of cigarettes from her handbag, pulled one out, and lit it. She took a gentle sip and then slowly exhaled. The smoke swirled around her cool face, blurring her expression and making her look unfamiliar and Defei is a difficult word to translate directly, but it implies a state of being listless, dispirited, or decadent. Qin Feng's heart started beating even faster. Qin Feng. Gumanyu finally spoke, her voice hoarse. You don't need to go to the northwest. Qin Feng's spirits lifted, and his eyes instantly lit up with wild joy. Mandarin. Qin Feng sat up excitedly, but the movement aggravated the wound on his leg, causing him to gasp in pain. But his face was full of joy. I knew you wouldn't do this to me. I knew it. He thought that she had finally softened her heart. He felt he had made the right bet. However, Gu Manyu's next words made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. You should leave. The joy on Qin Feng's face froze instantly. He looked at Gu Manyu in disbelief, his mind blank. Mandarin, what did you say? He stammered, his voice trembling. Gu Manyu took another drag of her cigarette, the red glow of the cigarette tip flickering between her fingers. I said, you should leave the Gu family. She repeated what she had just said. I'll give you 20 million. Whether you start your own business or find a job, with this 20 million, you should be able to live a good life. As long as you don't cause trouble for yourself, I guarantee no one will bother you. 20 million. Is this just to get rid of him? But why? Qin Feng looked at her with pain, a shadow of gloom flashing in his eyes. Why? He questioned. Just because I'm Qin Jingwa's son? Just because I lied to you? Gu Manyu looked at his pained expression without any pity. She shook her head. No, not because you are someone's son. Qin Feng was taken aback. No? If it's not because of this, then what else could it be? All his statements were based on the premise that his identity had been exposed. But now she says no. This instantly gave him a feeling of powerlessness, like punching cotton. All his preparations had become a joke. Gu Manyu stubbed out her cigarette in the ashtray. Her cool eyes stared directly into his, devoid of the guilt and heartache of the past, replaced only by indifference. It's because I don't want to have anything to do with you anymore. It's because I want you to cut off all contact, and I don't want to see you again. Your appearance has brought about a complete change in my life. Gu Manyu suddenly chuckled softly, a laugh filled with sorrow. She turned her face away and refused to look at him again. His gaze fell on the empty night outside the window, and his voice was filled with suppressed regret and pain. I only regret that I didn't make this decision sooner. Otherwise, let's make him. She didn't say the last few words. But this caused resentment to grow in Qin Feng's heart. It's Lu Jinan again. Qin Feng was unwilling to accept this. He reached out to grab Gu Manyu's wrist. Gu Manyu instinctively dodged away. Qin Feng only managed to grab the hem of her clothes. Mandarin. His face was filled with despair and fear. I saved your life. We've known each other for 3 years. In those 3 years, I never asked for anything. He tried to use their past relationship to awaken her guilt. I just want to stay by your side quietly and watch you get better. Is that not even allowed? Qin Feng's voice began to tremble. Besides, I never intended to ruin your relationship with Jinan. Qin Feng. Gu Manyu interrupted him directly. Let go. I won't let go. Qin Feng completely lost control of his emotions. He held her tightly, pleading, Manyu, please don't send me away. I beg you. I'd give up anything for you. Please, give me another chance, okay? He pleaded tearfully, desperately trying to elicit a shred of pity from her with his humble demeanor. Gu Manyu felt conflicted looking at him like this. But she still pulled hard, tearing the hem of her clothes out of Qin Feng's fingers. Manyu. His voice was filled with helplessness. Gu Manyu took a step back, increasing the distance between them. She looked at the man lying on the hospital bed, his face full of pleading. Qin Feng. She didn't soften her heart, nor did she want to say anything more to him. From today onwards, we are even. Meanwhile, at Lu Jinin's home, Gu Cheng was wearing a loose t-shirt and beach shorts, with flip-flops on his feet. Holding a spatula, she was busy and enjoying herself in the kitchen. This once powerful business tycoon now acts like an ordinary neighborhood uncle, humming a tune and cooking dinner. Lu Jinin leaned against the kitchen doorway, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Looking at his busy figure, it felt somewhat unreal. Hey Lao Gu, are you sure you can handle this? Don't set my kitchen on fire, Lu Jinin teased. Go away, go stay over there. Gu Cheng waved the spatula without turning his head. Back in the day, my fried rice with eggs captivated countless young women. You're in luck today, kid. Try my cooking skills that I don't usually show off. Lu Jinin was amused by him. Captivated young women? I think it was more like captivating middle-aged women. Lu Jinin exhaled a smoke ring. At your age, you can only fool those people who do square dancing. You don't know anything. Gu Cheng pointed at him with a spatula, as if to say, you don't know what you're missing. That's the charm of a mature man. Then, with a flick of his wrist, the fried rice arced through the air and landed steadily on the plate. The aroma instantly filled the entire kitchen. Just then, Gu Cheng's phone rang. He placed the spatula on the stove, wiped his hands, and answered the phone. Hey, hi. Gu Hai's voice came from the other end of the phone. Did Wei Tung and his family go on a trip abroad? Gu Cheng's tone rose slightly. Okay, got it. Leave 2 people there to keep watch. He hesitated for a moment before speaking. Tonight, arrest Qin Feng first and deal with him cleanly. After saying that, Gu Cheng hung up the phone. Lu Jinin leaned against the door frame, his eyes darting around. If Qin Feng is taken away by Gu Cheng's men like this, his fate will be nothing more than drowning in the river. This is too cheap for Gu Manyu. Killing Qin Feng would be easy, but that's not the ending he wanted. What he wanted was to make Gu Manyu experience what it meant to be abandoned by everyone, to have all the people closest to her leave her one by one. It also allowed her to experience the pain she had once endured. Thinking of this, Lu Jinin returned to the dining table, took out his phone, and typed a message for Ali. An anonymous source told Qin Feng that Gu Cheng was going to the hospital to arrest him at 10 p.m. At this moment, Gu Cheng came out carrying 2 plates of fried rice, looking smug. Try it. I guarantee you'll want more after you finish it. Old Gu, your fried rice is pretty good. It smells delicious. That's right. Chapter 91. The operation begins. Jiangzhou First People's Hospital. In the hospital room, he leaned against the headboard, sending messages with a gloomy expression. Uncle Wang, why didn't the person you asked for arrive tonight? He sent a message. The other party replied quickly. Xiaofeng, something unexpected happened. Our people didn't even have a chance to make a move before someone else beat them to it. Are you all right? Upon seeing this message, Qin Feng's expression turned even more grim. They're more trouble than they're worth. How could you mess up something so simple? He suppressed his anger and replied. I was stabbed, but it wasn't serious. Gu Manyu is acting strangely. She told me to leave the Gu family business and to go see her again tomorrow so she can try to persuade me further. Okay, I'll take care of it tomorrow. After ending his conversation with Wang Defa, Qin Feng irritably tossed his phone aside. The plan was disrupted, coupled with Gu Manyu's unusual behavior. It left him with a burning anger inside, with nowhere to vent it. Just then, the phone screen lit up again. Qin Feng picked it up with a puzzled look and opened it. When he saw the text message, he was struck dumb and sat bolt upright in bed. Gu Cheng, 10 p.m., hospital, kidnapping. Gu Cheng, is he trying to kidnap me? Who sent the message? Qin Feng immediately called the other party's phone back. Sorry, the number you dialed is currently switched off. Oh shit. Although I don't know who sent the message. But with things like this, it's better to believe it's true than to believe it's not. Qin Feng's mind raced. Gu Cheng wanted to kidnap him, and his purpose was obvious. He definitely wanted to kill him to silence him. No. We absolutely cannot let him succeed. It's 9 o'clock now, and there's only 1 hour until 10 o'clock. What should we do? What should we do? Call the police? No. Without substantial evidence, and most importantly, the root cause cannot be addressed. Does the Gu family employ people? He had heard Gu Manyu say that the Gu family specifically kept a thug who was extremely loyal to them. Even if they arrest the people this time, there will be many more who will try to kidnap them. Cold sweat beaded on Qin Feng's forehead. He picked up his phone again and sent a message to Uncle Wang. Uncle Wang, get a few people to the hospital immediately, and be quick. Wang Defa was clearly confused by his abrupt message and only responded after a few seconds. What's wrong, Xiaofeng? What happened again? Gu Cheng is coming to arrest me. Wang Defa was also somewhat shocked. What? Gu Cheng wants to harm you? I'll take my men over there right away. You don't need to come. Just send a few trustworthy people over immediately. Okay, be careful. After sending the message, Qin Feng fell into deep thought. Suddenly, Qin Feng's eyes lit up. An idea popped into his head. Gu Manyu. Yes, it's Gu Manyu. With that in mind, he did not hesitate. I picked up my phone and my fingers flew across the screen. He didn't directly say that someone wanted to kidnap him, because that wouldn't have been effective. He changed to a different approach to tea ceremony. Manyu, are you busy? The message was sent, and Gu Manyu replied in less than a minute. Just got home. Gu Manyu's recovery was very simple. A cold smile curled at the corner of Qin Feng's mouth. I just forgot to tell you something very important. Could you come over again? Just send a message. Gu Manyu replied immediately. Manyu, it's better to discuss this face-to-face. It's not safe on a mobile phone. Several minutes passed before Gu Manyu replied to the message. Arriving at 10 o'clock. It's done. Qin Feng clenched his fist, a cold glint in his eyes. He not only needed to use Gu Manyu to protect himself, they also wanted to use this to drive a wedge between the father and daughter. Gu Cheng, are you trying to kidnap me? That depends on whether your daughter agrees or not. A sharp glint appeared in Qin Feng's eyes. He even started looking forward to 10 o'clock. The night was deep, and the moonlight was like water. On the outskirts of Jiangzhou City, at a private estate owned by the Gu family. This is one of Gu Cheng's secret bases, and very few people know about it except for a few close confidants. But at this moment, the atmosphere in the basement of the villa was unusually heavy. The basement has been transformed into a professional gym, fully equipped with all kinds of equipment. But at this moment, in the center of the gym stood 4 men with cold and stern faces. They were all dressed in black tight-fitting t-shirts, exuding a menacing aura. Standing before them was a slightly overweight, kind-looking middle-aged man. It was Gu Hai, Gu Cheng's most trusted butler. Gu Hai was holding a tablet computer, with Qin Feng's photo displayed on the screen. I've seen it clearly, this is the person. Gu Hai's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable air of authority. Tonight's task is very simple. Go to the city hospital and bring him here. Remember, do it cleanly and efficiently. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the 5 people in front of him. Did you all understand? Understood, Uncle Hai. The 4 responded in unison, their voices loud and clear. Gu Hai nodded in satisfaction. These 4 people are all highly skilled and very tight-lipped. Good. To prevent information leaks, from now on, everyone must hand over their mobile phones. He pointed to a metal box next to him. No one is allowed to have any contact with the outside world until the operation is over. This was a rule set by Gu Cheng, and it had to be done every time an important mission was carried out. Yes. The 4 men took out their phones, turned them off, and put them into the metal box. Gu Hai glanced at his watch. It was exactly 9:30. Let's go now. 9:55 p.m. The First People's Hospital of Jiangzhou City was completely silent. The hospital corridor was deserted. In the hospital ward, Qin Feng was playing cards with 3 young men. 1 against 3, won it? Pass. I'll blow it up. Ha ha ha. Give me the money. Give me the money. A young man laughed so hard, he almost fell over. At that moment, the elevator doors in the corridor slowly opened. 5 men stepped out of the elevator. The one leading them was Gu Hai. They walked straight towards Qin Feng's hospital room. The ward door was not closed. Gu Hai stood at the door and gently knocked on the door frame. Bang, bang. The noise from playing cards came to an abrupt halt. Qin Feng, and the three youths turned their heads to look at the same time. When Qin Feng saw Gu Hai, his heart clenched. They actually came. But when he glanced at his three helpers, he felt a little more at ease. Gu Hai also paused slightly. His intelligence indicated that Qin Feng was alone. Why are there three more now? However, this doesn't affect anything. Uncle Hai, what are you trying to do? Qin Feng asked in surprise. Gu Hai smiled. Mr. Qin, don't be nervous. I just want to invite you to have some tea. Does Manyu know that you're doing this? Qin Feng brought out Gu Manyu. Gu Hai's smile deepened as he slowly adjusted his cuffs. Whether Miss knows it or not is not important. She will understand the chairman's good intentions in the future. The most important thing right now is that the chairman wants to see you. Chapter 92, Ignoring. Gu Hai smiled as he slowly walked into the ward. His answer was irrelevant, but the meaning behind his words sent a chill down Qin Feng's spine. This means they have absolutely no intention of considering Gu Manyu. Gu Hai didn't want to delay any longer, nor did he want to cause any further trouble. He waved to the four people behind him. Be quick and efficient, don't kill anyone. The moment he finished speaking, the four men behind him moved. They drew their standard triangular bayonets from their waists. Stop them, Qin Feng said sternly. The three young men who were summoned by Wang Defa had also received money. Although the opponent's formation was very intimidating, but they still have a lot of professional ethics. The three youths grabbed chairs and hurled them at the men in black who rushed at them. A chaotic battle erupted instantly. However, this is not a contest of equal scale at all. The four people Gu Hai brought were quick and efficient and worked together seamlessly. Every move is aimed at subduing the opponent. A man in black dodged the chair that was about to hit him, and his body lurched forward. Without the slightest hesitation, the military dagger in his hand plunged directly into the shoulder blade of a young man's arm. Oh! The young man let out a scream as he was stabbed repeatedly. Another young man was about to rush over to help. A man in black had already circled around to his side and delivered a powerful elbow strike to the back of his neck. The young man didn't even utter a sound. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed. The last remaining youth was completely stunned. He let out a strange cry and charged towards Gu Hai. But he had only taken 2 steps when a man in black kicked him in the back of the knee. He stumbled and fell to his knees. Immediately afterwards, a military dagger plunged down from above and pierced his thigh with a soft thud. The stench of blood instantly filled the air. The entire process takes no more than 30 seconds. Qin Feng witnessed all of this and felt a chill run down his spine. But it doesn't matter. He called people mainly to buy time. He glanced at his watch anxiously once more. It's 10 o'clock. Gu Manyu, why hasn't she arrived yet? In the instant he was distracted, 2 men in black had already arrived at his bedside. One person grabbed his arm, which was in a cast, while another person choked him. Let me go. Qin Feng struggled violently, which aggravated the wound on his leg, causing a sharp pain. The 2 completely ignored his shouts. They lifted him off the bed, one on each side. Gu Hai looked at the 3 young men on the ground and shook his head with a smile. If you take someone's money, you're obligated to solve their problems. However, we also have to see if we're destined to have that kind of luck. As he spoke, he turned and gestured to the 2 men supporting Qin Feng. Walk. Mission accomplished, it's time to leave. The 2 men, supporting Qin Feng, who was still cursing and struggling, turned and walked towards the door of the ward. Qin Feng's heart sank to the bottom. It's over. Gu Manyu didn't come. He's going to be taken away by this group of people, and the consequences won't be good. In that instant, Qin Feng regretted not running away. Just as they were about to walk out of the ward door, the sound of high heels echoed down the corridor. Tap, tap, tap. The sound grew louder as it approached. But Qin Feng seemed to hear heavenly music. Gu Hai also heard the sound. He stopped and looked towards the door. A tall, aloof figure appeared. It was Gu Manyu. She was still wearing that off-white trench coat, walking briskly. When she saw the scene at the ward door, she stopped abruptly in her tracks. She saw 2 men in black carrying a disheveled Qin Feng. I also saw several other people on the floor of the ward. Finally, her gaze fell on the slightly overweight man standing in the center. That was the housekeeper she had respected and regarded as family since she was a child. Gu Manyu was somewhat puzzled. She parted her lips slightly, and it took her several seconds to speak. Uncle Hai. Gu Hai's voice remained gentle. But those eyes, which always seemed to be smiling, were now unfathomable. "Miss, what brings you here?" Before Gu Manyu could speak, Qin Feng suddenly let out a shrill scream. "Manyu, save me. They're going to kill me." This cry for help made Gu Manyu frown. Her gaze swept over everyone in the room, finally settling on Gu Hai. "Uncle Hai, what are you doing?" Gu Manyu's voice was somewhat cold. Gu Hai maintained his smile. "The chairman wants to see Mr. Qin." "Why does my dad want to see him?" Gu Manyu frowned and immediately pressed for an answer. Gu Hai shook his head slightly, giving a perfectly tactful answer. "The chairman only instructed me to bring Mr. Qin over. As for anything else, I don't know anything." This kind of excuse ignited a fire in Gu Manyu's heart. She has decided to fire Qin Feng and sever all ties with him. But what does my father's current behavior mean? Without asking her opinion, they directly sent people to kidnap Qin Feng. Once Qin Feng is taken away, his fate is predictable. Although she fired Qin Feng, she never intended to kill him. More importantly, her father's behavior of bypassing her and directly interfering in her affairs. This infuriated her. Thinking of this, Gu Manyu's inherent stubbornness was instantly ignited. "Uncle Hai, please release the person first." Gu Manyu's tone left no room for argument. "I will go and talk to my dad myself tomorrow." Gu Hai shook his head, showing no room for compromise. "I'm afraid that won't work, Mississippi. The chairman said that he must see Mr. Qin tonight." After saying that, he stopped looking at Gu Manyu, turned his head slightly to his subordinates behind him, and gestured for them to leave first. Upon receiving the order, the man in black immediately grabbed the struggling Qin Feng and dragged him outside. Seeing this, Qin Feng looked at Gu Manyu and cried out with a pleading expression. "Manyu, you have to save me." Ugh! Before Qin Feng could finish his pitiful pleas, he was punched in the stomach by a man in black. This punch completely silenced Qin Feng, leaving him with nothing more to say. He arched his back and gagged. And this punch seemed to have struck Gu Manyu's heart as well. She wasn't feeling sorry for Qin Feng. Instead, they felt that their words were being completely ignored. Who is she? She is the president of the Gu Group. These are all people she cares about, including her family. But now, right in front of her, they are ignoring her orders through their actions. This feeling made her angry and uncomfortable. "I'm telling you to release them." Gu Manyu's voice grew colder and colder. The man in black paused, instinctively looking at Gu Hai. The kind smile on Gu Hai's face finally faded. He turned around and looked directly at Gu Manyu. "Miss, you should understand the chairman's good intentions and stop being ridiculous." His posture was respectful, but his words were a reminder to her. But Gu Manyu was already on the verge of exploding. They can't listen to anything. But she didn't say much more to Gu Hai. Gu Manyu took out her phone and dialed Gu Cheng's number directly. The call was connected almost instantly. "Hello." Gu Cheng's calm voice came from the other end of the phone. "Dad, why did you send people to arrest Qin Feng?" Gu Manyu got straight to the point, her tone full of accusation. Gu Cheng on the other end of the phone paused noticeably, seemingly not expecting his daughter to find out so quickly. But he quickly regained his composure. "There's something wrong with Qin Feng. Shouldn't you have told me before you arrested him?" Gu Manyu pressed on relentlessly. "Furthermore, I have decided to fire him. From tomorrow onwards, he will have absolutely no connection with the Gu family or with me." Gu Cheng snorted coldly. "Expulsion is not enough. He is a wolf in sheep's clothing and must be eradicated." "I disagree. You must make them release them." There was a long silence on the other end of the phone. This silence made Gu Manyu even more anxious. She took a deep breath, trying her best to suppress her emotions. "I'm coming to find you now. Before I get there, tell Uncle Hai and the others not to take Qin Feng away." A few seconds later, Gu Cheng finally responded on the phone. "Good." Gu Manyu handed the phone to Gu Hai. "It's my dad on the phone." Gu Hai took the phone and held it to his ear. "Yes, Chairman." "Understood, Chairman." He quickly hung up the phone, returned it to Gu Manyu, and his friendly expression returned to normal. "Miss, the chairman instructed us to wait here." After Gu Hai finished speaking, he waved to his subordinates. The man in black immediately released Qin Feng. However, they did not leave, but stood on either side of the hospital bed, blocking all possibilities of Qin Feng's escape. Qin Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. He leaned against the wall, panting heavily, still shaken. But a cold smile flashed across his eyes. Chapter 93 Questioning. On the other side, Gumanyu walked quickly out of the hospital. The evening breeze blew, but it couldn't dispel the restlessness and anger in her heart. She opened the car door, got in, and gripped the steering wheel tightly. The Porsche roared and instantly merged into the traffic flow in Jiangzhou. Why did father do that? Why? My father went too far and didn't even inform me. Qin Feng was her friend and had even saved her life. She wasn't feeling sorry for Qin Feng right now. She just felt that her father's actions had gone too far. She was very dissatisfied with the fact that they bypassed her and sent people to kidnap her. How she decides to deal with Qin Feng is her business. But if the father sends people to kidnap Qin Feng, that's a different matter altogether. Moreover, if she just watched her father take Qin Feng away, Qin Feng's fate is self-evident. So what did Gumanyu become? Are they ungrateful? She'll have a guilty conscience. Gumanyu grew angrier the more she thought about it, and pressed the accelerator even harder. 20 minutes later, Gumanyu's car stopped in front of Lu Jinan's house. Gumanyu walked to the front door and found that it was only slightly ajar. She was about to push the door open when she heard Lu Jinan's voice coming from inside. Old Gu, what are you still hesitating about? You should just take him away and get it over with. Gu Qing sighed. I originally wanted to get rid of Qin Feng without her knowledge, but I didn't expect her to run into me. She's completely out of her mind right now. If we forcibly take Qin Feng away, I'm afraid she'll hate me. Gumanyu listened outside the door, feeling a surge of anger rush to her head, and her whole body trembled with rage. Lu Jinan. Is he trying to sow discord? She peered through the crack in the door. Beside the wooden table in the courtyard, Gu Cheng, the father, was setting up a tea set with a composed demeanor. Lu Jinan sat on a small stool opposite him. Holding a piece of wood and a carving knife, he was carving something, the wood shavings making a soft rustling sound. That carefree and self-satisfied demeanor stung Gumanyu. Although Gumanyu was on the verge of exploding, she suppressed her anger. She took a deep breath and tidied her hair. Then, she pushed open the door, her high heels clicking crisply on the bluestone slabs. The conversation in the courtyard abruptly stopped. Gu Cheng and Lu Jinan both looked up at the doorway. Gumanyu's face remained completely expressionless. She walked straight to the table, pulled out a chair, and sat down. She picked up a cup of tea that Gu Cheng had just brewed and took a small sip. I tried to calm myself down. From the moment Gumanyu entered the courtyard, Lu Jinan didn't speak, focusing solely on carving. Setting down her teacup, Gumanyu looked directly at Gu Cheng and spoke. Dad, why did you do this? Gu Cheng's eyes flickered, but he did not answer. He picked up a brown paper bag from the table and threw it in front of Gumanyu. Take a look for yourself. Gumanyu felt a little suspicious. She opened the paper bag and pulled out a stack of documents. She flipped through the pages quickly, her face expressionless. A moment later, she casually tossed the documents back onto the table and let out a cold laugh. That's all. Dad, I know all of that. Gu Cheng was taken aback. He stared in astonishment at his daughter, then glanced at Lu Jinan, who was still intently carving beside him. Does that mean you told her that? Lu Jinan went to get a teacup and met Gu Cheng's gaze, as if she understood what he meant. He shrugged at Gu Cheng, giving him an expression that said, I don't know what happened either. Gumanyu completely ignored their little antics. She picked up the document again and tapped it with her fingertips. Dad, what do these things mean? Just because he is Qin Jingguo's son, you're afraid he's approaching me for revenge? How did you know? Gu Cheng countered with a question. Gumanyu met his gaze. Qin Feng told me this in person tonight. Huh? Qin Feng reacted pretty quickly. Gu Cheng laughed angrily. He knew he was about to be exposed. If he had nothing to hide, why didn't he tell you the truth sooner? Why did he conceal his identity to get close to you? Dad, Gumanyu's tone became more forceful. So what if he is Qin Jingguo's son? Her chest heaved as she tried to reason with her father. The feud between our two families is a matter from the previous generation. Moreover, in the past 3 years, he has never done anything to harm me. On the contrary, he saved me. Lu Jinan paused slightly in his carving knife. I didn't hurt you? So how did you get divorced? They're getting dumber and dumber. Lu Jinan sneered inwardly. But his hands didn't stop moving, and sawdust continued to fall. Most importantly, Gu Manyu was completely unaware of Lu Jinin's unusual behavior. She focused all her attention on Gu Cheng. Most importantly, Gu Manyu continued, "Once I found out, I kicked him out of the Gu family, and clearly tell him that there should be no further contact. Isn't this enough? Do you have to kill him to be satisfied?" Seeing his daughter's stubbornness, Gu Cheng's chest heaved violently, and he slammed his hand on the table. "How could you be so stupid?" The roar sent a shiver down Gu Manyu's spine. "You think that's all? Your car accident wasn't an accident at all. It was something he arranged and designed. He deliberately approached you to get revenge. You really think of him as your savior?" Gu Manyu was taken aback. Was the car accident orchestrated by Qin Feng? But she quickly denied it. She shook the documents in her hand, a hint of sarcasm on her face. "Where's the evidence? Just based on this bank statement showing a few 100,000 yuan, you think he orchestrated the car accident? Dad, that's a ridiculous stretch." Gu Cheng was speechless for a moment. He sent Gu Hai to find Wei Tong, but Wei Tang's whole family had already gone abroad for a trip, and the place was deserted. All the clues end here. Looking at his daughter, Gu Cheng felt an unprecedented sense of disappointment welling up inside him. He originally thought that as long as he presented the information he had found, his daughter would come to her senses. But he didn't expect that she would also want evidence. He never expected that in his daughter's heart, his words would be less important than those of a scheming Qin Feng. The father and daughter fell into a tense silence. Lu Jinin didn't say a word from beginning to end. He just kept his head down and carefully polished the wood carving in his hands with a carving knife. Wood chips flew everywhere, like a silent snowfall. He could feel Gu Manyu's gaze falling on him from time to time, as if she believed he was the one provoking him. He found it all quite amusing. "Gu Manyu, you'll always be like this." They never look for the cause within themselves, always blaming others for their mistakes. "You think you're here today to question your father on Qin Feng's behalf? No, you are not. You simply couldn't stand that your father had let you off the hook and arrested Qin Feng without your consent. Your pride does not allow anyone to go against your decisions, even if that person is your biological father." Finally, Gu Manyu spoke again, breaking the silence. Her voice carried a hint of barely suppressed grievance and dissatisfaction. Chapter 94 Breakup. "Dad, Qin Feng is my friend. How I deal with him is my business. Did you consider my feelings when you did this today?" Gu Manyu's words caused Gu Cheng immense heartache. "Okay, that's really great. When Qin Feng first appeared, he wanted to eliminate him immediately, but he held back. Why? Because it would cause his own daughter to develop a rift with him. Sure enough, his own daughter is now questioning him because of a stranger. Who was he doing this for?" Gu Cheng was a prominent figure throughout his life. Even in his old age, he still has to put up with his own daughter's temper. How absurd. How ridiculous. Why not consider her feelings? Damn it, who cares about my feelings? This suppressed anger could no longer be contained. Gu Cheng looked at his daughter, his heart filled with a mixture of disappointment and heartache. "How do you feel?" Gu Cheng's voice suddenly rose in pitch. His finger trembled as he pointed at Gu Manyu. "Have you considered my feelings? Have you considered Jinin's feelings? Because of Qin Feng, you've already divorced Jinin. Are you really going to sever ties with me for Qin Feng's sake?" Gu Cheng was so angry that he trembled all over, his chest heaving violently. Gu Manyu's body stiffened, and her face turned pale. Her father's words were like a knife, piercing straight into her heart. Sever ties? She had never considered this possibility. She just felt that her father's actions were somewhat excessive. "Dad, how could you say that?" Gu Manyu's voice trembled. "I've never thought of it that way." Gu Cheng laughed in his anger. "Then what do you want me to say? I was just too considerate of your feelings. That's why you were completely fooled by Qin Feng. Gu Manyu, I'm telling you, Qin Feng must die today." "Dad." Gu Manyu looked at her father in disbelief. "I'm just stating the facts. You're being too extreme." "Extremist?" Gu Cheng repeated the two words. His own daughter actually said he was biased. Gu Cheng grew angrier the more he thought about it. He suddenly stood up and slapped Gu Manyu across the face. Snap! The crisp sound of a slap echoed in the quiet courtyard. Lu Jinin paused his carving knife, and the wood shavings stopped flying. Gu Manyu covered her cheeks, looking at her father in disbelief. From childhood to adulthood, he rarely said a harsh word to her. Today he actually hit her, right in front of Lu Jinan. Her eyes instantly reddened, but she stubbornly refused to shed a single tear. She slowly lowered her hand. Her cheek, which had been slapped, was red and swollen, with 5 clear finger marks. Dad, Qin Feng saved my life after all. I can't just abandon him. Looking at her unrepentant appearance, Gu Cheng felt so heartbroken that he could hardly breathe. Did he save her life? That was a fucking elaborate scam. Gu Manyu looked at her father stubbornly, her voice trembling as she said, "If you insist on taking him away today, I will hate you for the rest of my life." Hatred? Why would you hate your own father for the sake of an outsider? Gu Cheng swayed, as if he might fall at any moment. Just then, a steady and strong hand supported him. Lu Jinan, unaware of what was happening, had already gotten up and helped Gu Cheng, who was swaying, to sit down again. He didn't say anything. He just stood silently behind Gu Cheng. This scene deeply stung Gu Manyu. Gu Cheng's chest heaved violently as he pointed to the door, his fingers trembling uncontrollably. "Roll!" A roar exhausted all his strength. "Get out of here. From now on, I will no longer concern myself with your affairs. Just consider me Gu Cheng, and I have no daughter like you." Gu Manyu's body trembled, and she bit her lip tightly. She also felt wronged. What did she do wrong? She just didn't want to be an ungrateful person. She simply felt that her father's approach was too extreme and too arbitrary. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She glanced at Gu Cheng, then abruptly turned around and walked towards the courtyard gate. The sound of high heels clicking on the bluestone pavement was hurried and chaotic. However, she stopped in her tracks just as she reached the door. Gu Manyu slowly turned around and looked at Lu Jinan with a complicated expression. "Lu Jinan, I know you've always been hostile to Qin Feng, but you didn't need to instigate my dad to do something to him." Upon hearing this, Lu Jinan sneered. "I do. Get out of here right now." Gu Manyu didn't speak, but just gave him a deep look. Then, without saying a word, she resolutely turned around, opened the courtyard gate, and disappeared into the night. The sound of the car engine rose and then faded away completely. The courtyard returned to tranquility. A cool evening breeze swept by. Gu Cheng sat in the chair, looking as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. He stared blankly at the empty doorway, muttering to himself, "What the hell? What kind of sins have I committed?" Lu Jinan refilled the hot water and poured Gu Cheng a cup. "Why get so angry?" Gu Cheng did not answer. He picked up his phone and dialed Gu Hai's number. "Hi. Come back." On the other end of the phone, Gu Hai was clearly surprised. "What about Qin Feng?" Gu Cheng closed his eyes and wearily pinched the bridge of his nose. "Don't touch him." "Good." After hanging up the phone, Gu Cheng threw it on the table. He looked up and stared at Lu Jinan. "It was you who notified Manyu, wasn't it?" This is not a question, but a statement. Otherwise, why would she go to the hospital so late at night? Gu Cheng's voice was calm. "Moreover, besides me, only you and Ahai knew about the operation to capture Qin Feng." Lu Jinan did not answer. Or perhaps they are speechless. He picked up his teacup and drank it all in one gulp. Facing this old man who had treated him so sincerely, he did feel guilty towards Gu Cheng. He didn't want to hurt Gu Cheng, but he would rather see Gu Manyu end up being abandoned by everyone. Seeing Lu Jinan's silence, Gu Cheng understood everything. He let out a long, long sigh, a sigh filled with helplessness. He didn't ask any further questions. She simply stood up and walked back to her room without saying a word. That figure was desolate and lonely. The next morning at 8 o'clock, the atmosphere at the dinner table was somewhat heavy. A bowl of porridge and 2 steamed buns were placed in front of Lu Jinan and Gu Cheng. However, the old man who used to always find fault with him or argue with him was now a problem. Today, however, he didn't say a word, just silently drank his porridge. He was in low spirits, and his eyes were bloodshot, clearly indicating that he hadn't slept well all night. "I'm going out for a bit to check out the shops on the ground floor with Zhao Kai." Lu Jinan was the first to break the silence. Gu Cheng didn't even look up. Without the mood for bickering, the entire restaurant felt unusually dull. Lu Jinan didn't say anything more. He quickly finished his breakfast, grabbed his car keys, and headed out the door. Lu Jinan got into the car and started it. Just as he was about to leave, his phone vibrated. He picked it up casually. It was a message from Ollie. Lu Jinan clicked on it. Wang Defa and Lu Qin had a secret rendezvous in room 8808 of the Fuyu Hotel. Chapter 95 Motorbike Girl. Wang Defa, Qin Feng's backers. Lu Qin, Gu Manyu's mother, Gu Cheng's wife. How did these two end up together? Lu Jinan's brain was racing, with countless pieces of information colliding in his mind. A sense of absurdity welled up in his mind. He originally only wanted to turn Gu Manyu against her father. But unexpectedly, another huge bombshell dropped from the sky. Gu Manyu's mother, and the supporters of her benefactor. If Gu Manyu found out, how interesting would that be? I'm afraid old Gu won't be able to handle this blow. Lu Jinan recalled Gu Cheng's desolate and lonely figure from last night. But then he realized that the longer this was kept secret, the more cuckolded old Gu would become. Let's just cut the Gordian knot. Gu Cheng, old Gu, you have to hold on. With that thought in mind, he no longer hesitated and sent a message to Ollie. The anonymous person told Gu Manyu about Lu Qin's secret rendezvous. After sending the message, Lu Jinan tossed his phone onto the passenger seat. He started the car, and the Passat merged into the traffic. Today I'm going to meet with Zhao Kai to see some of the shops he's interested in. If they're suitable, we'll prepare to rent them. The car drove smoothly on the main road in the city. Lu Jinan had the window open, a cigarette between his fingers, letting the wind tousle his striking white hair. Just as he was about to cross a pedestrian crossing, a basketball rolled into the middle of the road. Immediately afterwards, an 11 or 12-year-old boy ran out chasing the ball. Lu Jinan's pupils contracted, and he instinctively jerked the steering wheel and slammed on the brakes. The ear-piercing screech of tires filled the air. At the same time, a black motorcycle roared out from the lane to his left. To avoid Lu Jinan's sudden lane change, the driver forcibly swerved the car. Sizzle. A metallic scraping sound rang out. The Harley-Davidson motorcycle ultimately couldn't completely avoid it. The side of the car scraped against Lu Jinan's Passat, then lost its balance and fell heavily to the ground. Lu Jinan's car also stopped, and he honked the horn impatiently. Damn, this is really unlucky. He unbuckled his seatbelt, pushed open the door, and got out of the car. Beside the motorcycle, a petite figure in a black leather jacket had already nimbly gotten up, and it seemed that she was not injured. But she didn't even glance at herself. Instead, she rushed towards the fallen motorcycle. When she saw the long scratch on the car body and the fuel tank, she froze for a good 10 seconds, then clenched her fists. Ah! A scream pierced the sky. She rushed forward, her fingers trembling as she touched the scratch, muttering to herself, My little black, my little black. The next second, she abruptly took off her helmet. She revealed a sweet and adorable face. Her short, pink-streaked hair danced wildly in the wind, and her lip-piercing gleamed with a metallic sheen. Do you even know how to drive? Don't you have eyes? The girl had a very pleasant voice, but what she said almost made Lu Jinan stumble. Such an adorable and sweet girl, yet she has such a fiery personality. Is there such a stark contrast? He had initially felt apologetic for scratching someone, but those feelings vanished at that moment thanks to the girl's words. Lu Jinan sized up the girl in front of him. She was around 20 years old, with a cat-like face, short pink hair, and a lip piercing. She was both innocent and wild. Little friend, a child just ran out, and I had to take evasive action. It was an accident. Lu Jinan had initially thought that since the other party was a young girl, he could resolve the situation by being polite. But the fact that he started cursing right away made him raise an eyebrow. Little kid? Who are you calling a little kid? Your whole family are little kids. She gave a cold laugh. Before he could speak, the girl looked him up and down. Especially that scar and that striking white hair. Holy crap, he's a gangster? Xiao Yao raised her voice. What? You hit someone, and you still want to act tough. Lu Jinan was amused by her logic. He leaned lazily against the car door, his hands in his pockets. Little sister, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. I'm not being unreasonable. I don't care. Xiao Yao kicked the Passat's tire, making a dull thud. If you hadn't changed lanes, would I have bumped into you? Then let's call the police and let the traffic police handle it. Lu Jinan took out his phone. Why are you calling the police? Xiao Yao grabbed his hand and said, My affairs are none of the police's business. Judging from your appearance, you must be someone who works in the underworld. Xiao Yao's eyes lit up with excitement. Let's stop talking and settle this with our fists. Dare to have a match with me? Whoever loses has to apologize and pay up. How about it? Lu Jinan could hardly believe his ears. This little girl looks harmless, but her thought process is so peculiar. You want to fight me? He pointed to his nose to confirm. Yes, it's you. Xiao Yao raised her chin, her face full of provocation. Don't tell me you don't dare. If you're a man, don't be a coward. Lu Jinan laughed. He hadn't seen such an arrogant and ignorant little girl in a long time. She has such a sharp tongue. It would be a disservice to her kind invitation if we didn't teach her a lesson. Sure. He put away his phone and said slowly, don't make me cry, and then go home and tell your mom. It's not certain who will cry yet. Xiao Yao snorted coldly, picked up the Harley motorcycle, and turned her head towards him. Keep up. After saying that, the motorcycle roared and sped away. Lu Jinan looked in the direction she disappeared, shook his head helplessly, and returned to his car. What the hell is this? He first sent a message to Zhao Kai. Something came up, and I'll be a little late. Please keep an eye on things for now. Then, he started his car and followed. On the other side, in the top-floor office of the Gu Group, Gu Manyu had just finished a meeting. She pressed her temples, looking exhausted. The argument with her father last night kept her awake all night, and her mind was still in turmoil. Just then, my personal cell phone vibrated. She picked up her phone. It was a message from an unknown number. She clicked on it. Lu Qin is having a secret rendezvous with someone in room 8808 of the Fuyu Hotel. Instantly, Gu Manyu's head buzzed. Her first reaction was that it was absurd. Who is it? How dare they play such a joke on her? She immediately dialed the number back. But then a system notification sound came. Sorry, the number you dialed is currently switched off. Gu Manyu took a deep breath, forced herself to calm down, and then found her mother's number and dialed it. The ringtone played on the phone, once, twice, until it automatically disconnected, and no one answered. Gu Manyu's heart sank little by little. Her mother never leaves her cell phone behind, and it's impossible for her not to answer her calls. She dialed again. There was still no answer. The third time, the call was transferred directly to voicemail. Gu Manyu's face gradually darkened. How could my mother be having an affair? No, that's impossible. But the unanswered phone calls made her very uneasy. It's better to believe it exists than to believe it doesn't. Whether it's true or false, she has to go and verify it immediately. Chapter 96, Catching Adultery. Meanwhile, at the Rich Hotel, in Presidential Suite 8808. As soon as Lu Qin entered the room, she was tightly embraced from behind by a pair of strong arms. A warm breath brushed against the back of her ear. I missed you so much, dear sister. Lu Qin rolled her eyes at him but didn't struggle, letting the man hold her. What's the rush? The door isn't closed properly yet, Lu Qin said coquettishly. Although she is 48 years old this year, she is very well maintained, with fair and firm skin and a plump figure. She is at the age where she still has charm. Time has not taken away her beauty. On the contrary, it has added a unique charm to her that only a mature woman can possess. The man holding her was Wang Defa. He is 45 years old and has a very refined appearance. Wang Defa chuckled and closed the suite door behind him. He buried his face in Lu Qin's neck and took a deep breath of her perfume. How can I not miss you? It's been almost half a month since we last saw each other. Wang Defa picked her up and carried her to the sofa in the living room, where he let her sit on his lap. You look like a jerk. Wang Defa's hands began to wander, moving upwards along the slit of her cheongsam. Lu Qin trembled slightly and grabbed his mischievous hand. Stop fooling around. Let's get down to business. What important matter could be more important than my dear sister? Wang Defa blew hot air into her ear, but his hands didn't stop moving. Lu Qin turned her head away, avoiding his intimacy. She playfully patted his chest. Why did you rush to find me? What's the matter? When the topic turned to serious matters, Wang Defa's expression became more serious. It's all because of Xiao Feng. He sighed, but his hand continued to wander restlessly over Lu Qin's waist. As you know, I will never have children in this life. I only have this one nephew. You know Xiao Feng's character. He almost lost his life to save Manyu before. He is truly devoted to Manyu. I introduced him to quite a few girls before, but he didn't like any of them. Wang Defa shook his head, seemingly helpless. I'm so worried about how I've been saying that I'll only ever be devoted to Manyu. Lu Qin felt weak all over from Wang Defa's touch. She knew how much Wang Defa valued Qin Feng. She also understood why Wang Defa had come to see her. Then what do you want me to do? Lu Qin nestled in Wang Defa's arms and asked softly. Wang Defa gently bit her neck. Start applying eye drops. Now. That girl Manyu, I don't know what's gotten into her. She actually fired Xiaofeng and said she'd never see him again. Tell me, isn't this making Xiaofeng feel disheartened? Sister, I know Manyu listens to you the most. You have to help me persuade Manyu. Haven't you always hoped that the two of them could be together? Besides, Xiaofeng is a really caring kid. He'll definitely treat Manyu well, at least much better than that Lu Jinin. Lu Qin listened, her brows furrowing slightly. Manyu is a very stubborn girl. Once she makes a decision, no one can change it. Her voice was somewhat hurried. What's more, she still has that good-for-nothing Lu Jinin in her heart. What's so good about Lu Jinin? Wang Defa scoffed. Does a gigolo deserve Manyu? He leaned close to Lu Qin's ear and lowered his voice. Sister, don't forget how we got together in the first place. If that old guy Guqing hadn't been so focused on his business and neglected you, would you have even considered me? Manyu and that Lu Jinan are just a carbon copy of you and Guqing. Only if Manyu follows Xiaofeng will she not suffer the same hardships you did back then. Sister, you must take good care of her. These words struck a chord with Lu Qin. She recalled Guqing's neglect of her over the years, the loneliness of being alone in her empty room, and Qin Feng's doting and tender care for their daughter. The scales in her heart began to tip. All right, I'll find a chance to talk to her about it. Lu Qin finally relented. Wang Defa smiled and gave her a big kiss on the cheek. I knew you loved me the most, sister. As he spoke, he picked up Lu Qin again, threw her onto the bed, and slowly pressed her down. Meanwhile, in the top-floor office of the Gu Group, Gu Manyu's face was extremely ugly at this moment. The Gu family's reputation and her mother's honor must not be tarnished in any way. Gu Manyu stood up, pressed the internal phone button, and spoke in a cold voice. Get the car ready right now. Also, inform Xiao to bring 4 people with him and follow me. The Xiao she mentioned is her personal bodyguard captain, a retired Special Forces soldier. After hanging up the phone, she grabbed her trench coat from the sofa and strode out of the office. The rapid thud of high heels hitting the ground revealed the turbulent emotions surging within the wearer. Rich hotel. Is my mother really having an affair? She couldn't imagine it, and dared not even think about it. Whether it's true or false, she has to go and verify it immediately. If this is true, Gu Manyu dared not think any further, fearing she would lose control on the spot. 20 minutes later, a Porsche and a Mercedes-Benz van stopped in front of the Rich Hotel. Gu Manyu pushed open the car door and walked straight into the hotel lobby. 4 bodyguards dressed in black suits with stern expressions followed closely behind. She went straight to the front desk. Check whose ID card was used to open room 8808. Her voice was icy. The receptionist was startled by her powerful aura and quickly nodded. A few seconds later, the waiter looked up and said, Miss, the guest registered in the presidential suite 8808 is Mr. Wang Defa. Wang Defa. This name was very familiar to Gu Manyu. The next moment, she remembered that Wang Defa's name was prominently listed in the documents she had seen at Lu Jinin's house last night. He was a close confidant of Qin Feng's father. It was him. In an instant, countless clues exploded in Gu Manyu's mind. Qin Feng deliberately concealed his identity to get close to him. The father sent people to arrest Qin Feng, and the child had a big argument with his father. And now, Qin Feng's father's confidant is with his mother at the hotel. Is all of this just a coincidence? No. There must be a huge conspiracy behind this. A bone-chilling cold rose up and spread instantly. I need the room key for that room. Gu Manyu's voice was hoarse. I'm sorry, miss. There are hotel rules. We can't just do whatever we want. Before the waiter could finish speaking, Gu Manyu coldly interrupted him. What's your boss's name? The waiter was taken aback and instinctively gave a name. Gu Manyu ignored her, took out her phone, and dialed a number directly. It was the owner of the wealthy hotel. They had worked together before. The hotel owner was clearly surprised that Gu Manyu would call him, and was flattered, readily agreeing. A few minutes later, the phone rang at the front desk. After the waiter finished the phone call, his attitude towards Gu Manyu became extremely respectful. She presented a room key with both hands. Gu Manyu took the key and turned to walk towards the elevator. The elevator doors opened, and Gu Manyu and her group stepped inside. A moment later, Gu Manyu stood at the door of room 8808, her heart pounding. She stared at the closed door for a full half-minute. "You all wait outside," she instructed Xiao and behind her. "No one is allowed to come in without my order." Then, with trembling hands, she raised her hand and placed the room card on the sensor area. Beep. With a soft click, the door lock opened. Chapter 97. Gu Manyu out of control. Gu Manyu pushed open the door. The living room of the presidential suite was empty. But from the direction of the bedroom, a sound that would make one blush could be faintly heard. Gu Manyu's face was gloomy. She walked step by step toward the bedroom. Inside the half-open bedroom door, a horrifying scene came into view. Her mother, in front of outsiders, was always the dignified and elegant Lu Qin. Right now, I'm lying on the big bed. She was entangled with a man. Boom. Gu Manyu felt like her head was about to explode. A buzzing sound filled my ears, and the whole world seemed to be spinning. She saw her mother tightly hugging the man's neck. I heard the sound she made. In an instant, a wave of humiliation, anger, and disgust overwhelmed all her reason. She could no longer remain calm and kicked the door open. "What are you doing?" The loud impact startled the two people on the bed. Lu Qin looked up with a dazed expression, her face flushed. When she saw her daughter, whose face was as cold as ice, standing at the door, the blush on her face vanished instantly. Man language. Wang Defa, who was lying on top of her, suddenly turned his head. The passion on his face hadn't faded when he was startled by the beautiful figure at the door, which made him shudder. "Gu Manyu, how could she be here?" Lu Qin screamed and frantically pulled the blanket over both of their bodies. Wang Defa also scrambled off Lu Qin, his face filled with panic. The entire bedroom was filled with fear and a lingering, decadent atmosphere. Gu Manyu stood at the door, watching the two of them without moving. Her face was extremely gloomy, looking at his ashamed mother on the bed, and Wang Defa who was at a loss for what to do. A murderous glint appeared in his eyes. "Get dressed and get out here," Gu Manyu said coldly. After saying that, she returned to the living room, lit a cigarette, and her eyes gleamed. The bedroom was completely silent. Lu Qin hugged the quilt, trembling all over, muttering to herself incessantly. "It's over. It's all over. How could Manyu have come? How could she have?" Shame, fear, and despair welled up in her heart. Being caught red-handed by her own daughter filled her with such shame that she felt like dying. Wang Defa had already put on his clothes. His face was devoid of any passion, replaced by fear and panic. He walked a few steps to the bedside, grabbed Lu Qin's shoulders, and shook her violently. "What are you crying for? Is this the time to cry?" His voice was very low, but it trembled slightly. Lu Qin was shaken back to her senses and looked at him with teary eyes. "Defa, what should I do? What should I do?" "I'm asking you." Wang Defa interrupted her, pressing her with each word. "How did she know we were here?" Lu Qin's mind went blank, and she subconsciously shook her head. "I don't know. I didn't tell anyone." Wang Defa squinted, his brain racing. "Damn it, this is really troublesome. If things go wrong, he doesn't even know if he'll be able to walk out of the room standing up. Something's not right. This is really not right." When Gu Cheng sent people to make trouble for Qin Feng, someone sent a message to warn him. Now that Gu Manyu has found the location of his affair with Lu Qin, will someone else tip him off? Otherwise, what a coincidence there could be in the world. This is a complete setup. Someone is setting a trap behind the scenes, and they are the target. Thinking of this, a chill ran through Wang Defa's heart. He looked at Lu Qin, who was completely disoriented, and forced himself to calm down. "Qin, you're her mother. What are you afraid of?" Wang Defa straightened his collar, lowered his voice, and regained some of the composure of a CEO. Beneath that calm exterior, however, lay a hint of trepidation. "Moreover, your relationship with Gu Cheng is already in name only. All that's missing is a piece of paper. Think about it. If we want to be together, Manyu will find out sooner or later. So, Just confront Manyu now. I believe she will understand your predicament. Lu Qin's fingers trembled as she put on the cheongsam, and it took her several attempts to fasten the buttons. She said, her face full of shame, "How can I explain this? Manyu, she caught them in the act. Besides, she saw us doing that kind of thing with her own eyes. How am I supposed to explain myself? Then we have to explain." Wang Defa said anxiously. "Calm down. We have to keep Manyu calm first. If she tells Gu Cheng, given his ruthlessness, he will definitely kill me. Do you want to watch me die?" Lu Qin trembled and fell silent. The two finished dressing and glanced at each other. Then, Wang Defa opened the bedroom door first, and the two walked out of the bedroom one after the other. Meanwhile, in an underground boxing gym in the west of the city, Lu Jinan followed Xiao Yao all the way here. As soon as they parked the car, Ali sent a message. Gu Manyu has already arrived at the rich hotel with her entourage. Lu Jinan looked at the words on the screen, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. The show is about to begin. He could imagine how ugly Gu Manyu's face would look when she saw that disgusting scene. "Hey, keep up. What are you grinning about? Could it be that he's scared?" Xiao Yao's voice pulled Lu Jinan back from his thoughts. Lu Jinan raised an eyebrow, glanced at her casually, and said teasingly, "Do you think I'm afraid of a little girl like you who hasn't even grown a beard yet?" Xiao Yao exploded instantly. "Who are you calling a pubic hairless person?" Her eyebrows furrowed and her face flushed red. Lu Jinan shrugged, put his hands in his pockets, and walked past her into the depths of the boxing gym. "Stop right there." Xiao Yao chased after her. As soon as Lu Jinan entered the room, he heard deafening music and the thud of sandbags being hit. The air was also filled with the smell of hormones. At this moment, Xiao Yao caught up, saying, "If I don't beat you to a pulp today, I'm not Xiao Yao." Lu Jinan felt somewhat speechless. She really is a little girl who hasn't grown up yet. She gets angry at the slightest provocation. Xiao Yao snorted and walked towards a corner. She was clearly a regular here. As she walked along, people kept greeting her. "They're obviously regulars here. Hey, Brother Xiao, what brings you here today? Brother Xiao, did you bring some friends over today?" Xiao Yao waved casually, responding to each response. That air of familiarity contrasted sharply with her sweet face. Lu Jinan followed behind, listening to the repeated calls of Brother Xiao, and felt speechless. This little brat has quite the airs. Xiao Yao led him through the noisy crowd and finally stopped in front of a standard octagonal boxing ring. She spoke to a middle-aged man next to her who was wiping his boxing gloves. "Uncle Lu, bring me 2 pairs of boxing gloves." Xiao Yao spoke familiarly. The man addressed as Uncle Lu looked up at Lu Jinan. Without asking any questions, he turned around and took 2 sets of protective gear and boxing gloves from the shelf. Xiao Yao tossed one of the sets to Lu Jinan. "Let's make this clear first. The loser has to apologize and fix the car." Lu Jinan weighed the boxing gloves in his hand and nodded absent-mindedly. He glanced at the girl in front of him. She was a head shorter than him and looked rather thin. Although she had a fiery temper, she was still just a little girl. "Damn it. I'm a grown man over 1.8 meters tall, and I can't even handle a little girl?" Lu Jinan was full of confidence. "Come up on stage." Xiao Yao put on her boxing gloves, stretched her wrists, and took the lead towards the octagon. She easily flipped over the ropes, stood in the center of the boxing ring, and beckoned to Lu Jinan with her finger, her gesture full of provocation. Lu Jinan put on protective gear and boxing gloves and followed them onto the boxing ring. Uncle Lu, sitting in the audience, whistled and acted as a temporary referee. Start. Chapter 98. Bury him. Suite 8808 at the Rich Hotel. The atmosphere in the living room was unusually somber. Gu Manyu sat on the sofa, a cigarette between her fingers, staring intently at them. Lu Qin didn't dare look into her daughter's eyes, keeping her head down, feeling somewhat helpless. Wang Defa forced himself to walk calmly to Gu Manyu and managed a smile. "Manyu, let me explain. It's not what you think. Your mother and I." Before he could finish speaking, Gu Manyu slapped him hard across the face. Snap. The sound was crisp and clear. Wang Defa staggered from the sudden slap. My face felt burning hot. He covered his face, looking at Gu Manyu in horror. Gu Manyu slowly withdrew her hand, speaking each word with icy coldness. "You call me Manyu?" Wang Defa's mind went blank, and he shuddered. He looked at the woman in front of him. This is Gu Cheng's daughter, the ruthless and decisive female CEO in the business world. Thinking of this, cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Mr. Gu, please listen to me. He stammered, his posture extremely humble, filled with fear of Gu Manyu. Listen to you? Gu Manyu had no interest in listening to his nonsense. I caught you red-handed. What the hell are you saying? Before she finished speaking, she grabbed the ashtray next to the sofa and smashed it down on Wang Defa's head with all her might. The movements were clean and swift, without the slightest hesitation. Wang Defa was completely unprepared for her sudden attack. Suddenly, everything went black, followed by a piercing pain in my head. Bang! A dull thud echoed in the suite. Wang Defa screamed and collapsed to the ground. Blood gushed from his head and streamed down his face. Oh! Lu Qin let out a scream, her face turning pale. She looked at Wang Defa lying on the ground and felt a pang of pain in her heart. Without thinking, she staggered and lunged forward. The panic and shame of being caught cheating by her daughter were gone. Gu Manyu, what are you doing? She knelt down beside Wang Defa, trying to cover the wound on his head, but was terrified and at a loss when she saw the gushing blood. This scene shattered the last vestige of hope in Gu Manyu's heart. She stood there, watching coldly. Looking at her mother, she felt a deep concern and heartache for this stranger. It was a truly moving scene. The cigarette in Gu Manyu's hand flickered. A surge of absurdity and anger welled up inside her, almost tearing her apart. Gu Manyu stubbed out her cigarette and exhaled a puff of smoke. That face, once so beautiful, was now filled with nothing but coldness. Shaoan, she called out to the door. Come in. Shaoan, who was waiting outside the door, pushed the door open and entered. Immediately afterward, he stopped in his tracks. The scene inside the room left him somewhat stunned. A man lay on the ground, bleeding from a head wound. The boss's mother, Lu Qin, was embracing the man with concern. His boss, Gu Manyu, stood quietly, holding an ashtray stained with blood. The air was thick with the smell of blood. Gu Manyu tapped the Lu Qin on the ground with her chin. Pull my mom away. His voice was cold and devoid of any emotion. Yes. Without the slightest hesitation, Shaoan strode forward and reached out to help Lu Qin. Don't touch me. Lu Qin lost control of her emotions. She desperately shielded Wang Defa beneath her, screaming at Gu Manyu. Gu Manyu, what are you trying to do? This has nothing to do with him. Take your anger out on me. Gu Manyu gave a cold laugh and remained silent. Shaoan acted without hesitation, forcibly pulling Lu Qin away from Wang Defa. Let me go? Let me go. No matter how much she struggled, it was all in vain. Gu Manyu ignored her mother's screams. She looked at Wang Defa again. She walked over slowly, her high heels clicking silently on the carpet. However, this brought Wang Defa a great sense of pressure. He watched helplessly as those 10-centimeter high heels stopped in front of him. Then, he felt a cold gaze fixed on him. Kneel properly, Gu Manyu said softly. Wang Defa trembled, feeling a sense of humiliation. But his survival instinct made him disregard all of that. He struggled to his feet and knelt upright in front of Gu Manyu. Weren't you just trying to explain? Gu Manyu looked down at him and spoke softly. I'm giving you a chance, so speak. Wang Defa looked at Gu Manyu, whose beautiful face was devoid of any emotion, utterly indifferent. He wanted to beg for mercy. Bang. Gu Manyu raised her hand again, and the ashtray whistled through the air as it smashed hard on his head once more. Wang Defa screamed and instinctively covered his head. Bang. You fucking bastard, just say it. It hit him again, making him see stars. Speak. Bang. 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 Gu Manyu has completely lost her mind. She didn't say a word, but just kept smashing the ashtray down on Wang Defa's head, again and again. Wang Defa could only use his hands to tightly protect his head, curled up on the ground. No. Manyu, stop. You'll kill him. Lu Qin was held tightly by Shaoan and could only watch helplessly as her lover was brutally beaten by her daughter. She struggled violently, crying out in a hoarse voice, her fingernails scratching bloody marks on Shaoan's arm. No matter how much Shaoan bit or scratched, she didn't budge. Finally, Lu Qin exhausted all her strength and collapsed to the ground, her eyes glazed over. Wang Defa screamed in agony as he was hit, and a dent could be seen in his head. Finally, Gu Manyu stopped what she was doing. She dropped the ashtray, her blood-stained hands trembling slightly. His chest heaved violently as he gasped for breath. Wang Defa felt a slight sense of relief when he sensed that Gu Manyu had stopped. But we cannot let our guard down. The instinct for survival instantly overwhelms everything. He ignored the excruciating pain in his head. He didn't even care about the blood flowing into his eyes. He quickly scrambled to Gu Manyu's feet again. His humble demeanor resembled that of a dog that had been beaten and was terrified. Is it humiliating? Humiliation. But he had no choice but to endure this humiliation. He had no doubt that if he hesitated even slightly, this crazy woman might actually beat him to death on the spot. Thinking of this, he slammed his head heavily onto the ground. He could see that the exquisite high heels were only inches away from his forehead. There were even a few drops of his blood splattered on the toe of his shoe. Mr. Gu, I was wrong. Please let me go. His voice choked with fear. At this moment, dignity and face are all bullshit. Survival is the most important thing. Gu Manyu sat back down on the sofa. She lit another cigarette, took a deep drag, and slowly exhaled. The swirling smoke blurred her stunning face. Lu Qin gave up struggling at this moment, her eyes vacant, lost in thought. Time passed by, second by second. Wang Defa dared not move a muscle. Every second was torture for him. A cigarette quickly burned to the end. Gu Manyu stubbed out her cigarette on the coffee table. As the smoke cleared, she looked up, revealing a pair of cold eyes. Xiao, President Gu. Find a place to bury him. Chapter 99. Bury me too. Inside the underground boxing ring, in the octagon. As soon as Uncle Lu gave the order to begin, Xiaoyao moved. She pushed off with her right foot and lunged forward. A left straight punch came flying straight at Lu Jinin's nose. That's too fast. Lu Jinin only felt a blur before his eyes. The fist wearing a red glove rapidly magnified in my field of vision. He instinctively raised his hand to block, but he was still a beat too slow. Bang! A heavy punch landed squarely on his nose. Instantly, a wave of bitterness surged through me, and tears welled up uncontrollably. Lu Jinin's head was also knocked back. His head was buzzing, and he saw stars. Holy crap! Lu Jinin was dumbfounded. He didn't even see how the other person threw the punch. That's fucking fast. Before he could regain his footing, Xiaoyao had already taken a half step back, creating some distance between them. She licked her lips and beckoned with her finger in a provocative gesture. Hey, is that all the reaction you're going to do? You're getting Alzheimer's. Xiaoyao's voice was sweet, but it was full of sarcasm. Damn it. What a humiliation, a blatant humiliation. I really underestimated this girl. Lu Jinin was so angry he wanted to grind his teeth. He suddenly exerted force with his feet and threw a straight punch at Xiaoyao's face. Just as the fist was about to touch her nose, Xiaoyao lowered her body and easily dodged the punch. Lu Jinin missed his punch and realized he was in trouble. Instinctively, he took a step back and quickly pulled his fists back to protect his head and face. But Xiaoyao was faster than him. Just when his old strength had been exhausted and his new strength had not yet arisen. A swift, sweeping kick was delivered, striking Lu Jinin's forearm hard. Bang! The heavy force caused him to stagger, leaving his body wide open. Xiaoyao gave him no chance to catch his breath, and the second attack followed immediately. A right straight punch landed on Lu Jinin's nose again. This time, it hurt much more than the last time. Lu Jinin felt a liquid instantly flow from his nasal cavity. Fresh blood flowed down his philtrum into his mouth, filling it with a metallic sweetness. The two distanced themselves again. Uncle Lu and the regulars at the boxing gym watched with smiles from below the stage. Holy crap, did Brother Xiao take his meds today? Brother Xiao is awesome. He got blood right from the start. This kid's pretty handsome, but what a show-off. He got knocked out with just a few punches. I bet 3 minutes that Brother Xiao will knock him out. Xiaoyao stood opposite him, flexing her wrists, a playful look on her face. Uncle, do you submit? Lu Jinin didn't say anything. He wiped his nose, his boxing gloves covered in blood. Instantly, a surge of evil fire rushed to the top of his head. Fuck you. I don't believe in superstition. Lu Jinin let out a low growl, completely enraged. He abandoned all defensive stances and charged at Xiao Yao like an enraged bull. He swung his right fist and smashed it towards her head. This punch was powerful and heavy. However, Xiao Yao merely curled her lip in disdain. That's just brute force. He has absolutely no skill. Xiao Yao suddenly ducked down, keeping her body extremely low, and easily dodged the punch again. At the same time, bang, bang, 2 uppercuts. It struck Lu Jinan in the abdomen. Lu Jinan felt a churning in his stomach. The initial surge of energy was instantly suppressed, and he doubled over in pain. Too slow, too scattered power, it's full of flaws. Xiao Yao's voice carried a hint of mockery. Instead of pursuing him, she took 2 steps back and looked at him with a mocking expression. Hey, are you sure you can handle this? If not, kneel down and call me sister, and I'll let you go today. I'll kneel before your grandpa. Lu Jinan gritted his teeth and pounced on him again. What followed was a one-sided massacre inside the octagon. Lu Jinan's fighting style is exactly like that of a street thug. It relies on a ruthless spirit and a fearless attitude, with bold and sweeping movements. But that was ultimately an unorthodox approach. Against a skill-based player like Xiao Yao, all his attacks seemed completely chaotic. His powerful punches always missed. Xiao Yao's steps were very agile, constantly circling around him. His punches are fast, accurate, and ruthless. Jab, hook, uppercut. Fists rained down on Lu Jinan's body, head, and face. Before long, Lu Jinan's nose started bleeding, and his left eye swelled up like a steamed bun. He braced himself on his knees, panting heavily, his chest burning. Pain. It hurt so much. But more than anything, I felt frustrated and annoyed. Out of energy, Xiao Yao also stopped attacking. Seeing his unsteady state, she seemed to find it rather boring. This is really dull. The discussions from the audience became even more unrestrained. I thought he was a tough guy, but he turned out to be a good-for-nothing. Brother Xiao hadn't even used his full strength yet, and he was already exhausted. That's it. That's it. There's no suspense anymore. The whispers and laughter reached Lu Jinan's ears, making his already frustrated mood even more infuriating. Oh shit. I actually got humiliated by a little girl. This is utterly humiliating. Lu Jinan finally understood that when it came to boxing, he was no match for this little girl. If this fight continues, I'll be worn down to death. No, we can't keep going at her pace. Lu Jinan narrowed his eyes, his mind racing. We must achieve victory through unconventional means. Since I can't beat them in boxing, I'll try something else. Thinking of this, he grinned and spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva. You little punk, I'm going to teach you a lesson today. Instead of being wary, Xiao Yao became even more excited. Oh, really? I'm so scared. On the other side, in Suite 8808 of the Rich Hotel. No, no. Upon hearing that he was to be buried, Wang Defa collapsed to the ground. He crawled toward Gu Manyu on all fours, but Gu Manyu kicked him away. Mr. Gu, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please, spare my life. Then, he cried out for help to Lu Qin, who was being supported to the side. Qin, save me, save me. This single note from the zither completely ignited Liu Qin's passion. Let me go. Lu Qin, with a sudden burst of strength, broke free from Shaoan and stood in front of Wang Defa. She stared intently at her daughter, breathing rapidly, her chest heaving violently. Manyu, let him go, let him go. I'll explain everything to you. I'll explain everything to you. Gu Manyu didn't speak, but just stared at her quietly, her face cold. Seeing that her daughter remained unmoved, Lu Qin's pleas turned into questioning. Gu Manyu, don't go too far. You've hit me, you've scolded me, what more do you want? I'm your mother. Mother. Gu Manyu chewed on those 2 words, then let out a chilling laugh. Are you really going to protect him like that? Lu Qin gritted her teeth. Yes, I'm going to protect him. Because I love him. The moment those words were spoken, the air in the entire suite seemed to freeze. Lu Qin had already spoken, so she had no choice but to bite the bullet and bear it. With a resolute air, she said, word by word, if you're going to bury me, then bury me too. Chapter 100 Who is forcing whom? If you're going to bury someone, bury me too. These words left Gu Manyu momentarily stunned. She even doubted whether she had misheard. She stared blankly at her mother. That woman, who was once elegant and noble, and who always put her and her father first, is now so resolutely protecting a stranger. That's utterly absurd. Immediately, this absurdity turned into a chill. Gu Manyu looked at Wang Defa, whose head was bleeding profusely, and the murderous intent in her eyes grew even stronger. No, Gu Manyu said, shaking her head in an unquestionable tone. Seeing her daughter's unmoved expression, Lu Qin's heart sank. She knew she couldn't persuade her daughter. Therefore, she could only do it her own way. Manyu, don't force me. Lu Qin's words carried a hint of pleading. Forcing you? Gu Manyu sneered. Mom, who's really forcing whom? She stepped forward and stared at Lu Qin. When you slept with him, did you think about me? Did you think about Dad? Did you think about the whole Gu family? Gu Manyu questioned her sharply. Do you know how much impact this will have on the Gu family if it gets out? A barrage of questions made Lu Qin's body tremble. A look of guilt and pain flashed across her face, and she loosened her grip on Wang Defa's hand slightly. Manyu, it's Mom's fault. Mom is sorry to you, and even more sorry to your dad. Her voice was choked with sobs and tinged with pleading. Please let him go. I beg you, I promise. I promise I'll never contact him again. We'll cut ties completely, okay? Gu Manyu remained expressionless, simply shaking her head. No, he must die today. The voice was crisp and clear, leaving no room for argument. Gu Manyu's rejection shattered Lu Qin's last hope. She was desperate. The pleading look on his face disappeared. A hint of madness flashed in her eyes. Immediately, she rammed her head into the sharp corner of the marble coffee table to her right. Gu Manyu's pupils suddenly contracted. She never imagined that her mother would be so deeply involved. She stepped forward to stop her, but it was too late. Just at that critical moment, a dark shadow flashed past from the side. Shaoan, who had been silent all along, started to move. He moved quickly, just as Liu Qin's forehead was about to touch the sharp corner of the table. He reached out, grabbed Lu Qin's arm tightly, and pulled her backward violently. Lu Qin was pulled backward by a tremendous force and staggered a few steps before falling onto the carpet. Gu Manyu finally breathed a long sigh of relief, her back instantly soaked with cold sweat. She strode over and yelled at Lu Qin on the ground. You're insane. Gu Manyu's voice was filled with lingering fear. What do you want to do? Are you trying to kill yourself? Why are you stopping me? Lu Qin, disheveled, scrambled to her feet, staring at Gu Manyu like a mad woman. Let him go. I'll die in his place. I'm dead, that'll end it all. This matter is completely over with me. Lu Qin's eyes were resolute, and even a little crazy. Manyu, you can stop me once, but can you stop me 1,000,000 times? Gu Manyu's face turned pale, and she was speechless. She felt a surge of irritability and helplessness. She really wanted to kill Wang Defa. This man not only defiled her mother, but will also become a stain on the entire Gu group and a lifelong disgrace to her father. Therefore, Wang Defa must die. But now, his mother is willing to risk her own life to protect him. Frustrated, Gu Manyu walked to the sofa, picked up the cigarette pack, and lit one. She took a deep drag. His gaze darted back and forth between Wang Defa and his mother, who appeared to be insane. She couldn't let her mother die, but she had no intention of letting Wang Defa go either. Gu Manyu was caught in a dilemma. The smoke she exhaled slowly obscured all the emotions on her face. Okay, I'll let him go. After finishing her cigarette, Gu Manyu finally spoke, her voice calm. However, you should remember what you said. Upon hearing this, Lu Qin felt a sense of relief. She nodded frantically, as if afraid her daughter would change her mind. I promise I will not contact him again. Gu Manyu stopped looking at her and instead looked at Wang Defa, her eyes flickering. Get lost. Remember, don't let me see you in Jiangzhou again. Wang Defa was immediately relieved, as if he had been granted a pardon. He looked like he'd been pulled out of the water, his whole body drenched in cold sweat. Thank you, Mr. Gu. Thank you, Mr. Gu. After saying that, he quickly got up from the ground. He wanted to see Lu Qin, but he didn't dare. He could only stagger towards the door. He walked quickly, as if afraid that Gu Manyu might change her mind at any moment. He opened the door, ran out without looking back, and his figure quickly disappeared at the end of the corridor. Lu Qin stared intently at Wang Defa's disappearing figure. His eyes were filled with reluctance and pain. This scene was clearly seen by Gu Manyu. She finished the last puff of her cigarette, then glanced at Xiaoan beside her, giving her a subtle look. Xiaoan understood immediately. He turned slightly to the side, blocking Lu Qin's view with his body, and took out his phone from his pocket. The screen lit up, and his fingers quickly typed a line of text on it before sending it. Gu Manyu looked at Lu Qin and spoke calmly. "I'm waiting for your explanation." Lu Qin trembled and slowly withdrew her gaze. She tidied her disheveled hair. Then, she looked up and met her daughter's cold gaze. On the other side, Wang Defa staggered out of the elevator, wincing in pain from the intense pain in his head. He touched his head, his eyes filled with resentment. "Gu Manyu, you despicable woman. And that slut Lu Qin, I'll make sure you and your daughter are both under my weight one day. When the Gu family is destroyed and everyone is dead, I won't let you off the hook." With a fierce determination in his heart, Wang Defa staggered to his Mercedes-Benz. He took out his car keys and pressed the unlock button. Just as he opened the car door, preparing to climb into the driver's seat, he suddenly heard footsteps behind him. Wang Defa's heart skipped a beat, and an ominous premonition rose within him. He turned around abruptly, but it was all too late. He felt a sharp pain in the back of his head. Then, everything went black, and my body went limp as I was about to collapse. As he fell into a deep coma, he saw a face. It was the bodyguard who had been guarding the door of apartment 8808. "It's Gu Manyu." This was Wang Defa's last thought before he fell into a coma. The bodyguard helped the limp Wang Defa up and quickly shoved him into the back seat of the Mercedes. The bodyguard put away his baton and spoke to the other bodyguard. "Sanzi, go to the monitoring room and clean up the parking lot video footage from this half hour completely, leaving no trace." "Understood, Brother Biao." Sanzi responded and turned to walk quickly toward the elevator. Brother Biao opened the driver's side door and got in, then took out his phone and sent a message to Xiaoan. Dunda. After doing all this, he started the car and drove out of the parking lot, heading towards the suburbs. Brother Biao didn't notice anything amiss, just as he drove away. A Honda Accord followed silently from behind the Mercedes. Inside the car, Ollie held the steering wheel with one hand and picked up his phone with the other, sending that message to Lu Jinan. What will happen next after Wang Defa was taken away by Gu Manyu's men? Chapter 101. I lost, but I'm not convinced. Inside the underground boxing ring, in the octagon, Lu Jinan's phone screen, which was placed off stage, lit up briefly. But Lu Jinan couldn't see it at all at that moment. His entire attention was focused on Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao's lips curled into a hint of mockery. That phrase, "I'm so scared," completely ignited Lu Jinan's anger. "Fuck it. Today, I have to lie down." Just then, Xiao Yao moved again. Her steps remained light and quick. With a sliding step, he closed in and threw a left straight punch at Lu Jinan's already swollen left eye. This punch carried the sound of wind. Lu Jinan saw it clearly, but he neither blocked nor dodged. He has given up on defense. He took the punch heat in. Bang! The fist slammed solidly into his eye socket. A sharp pain shot through me. Lu Jinan felt his head buzzing. Now, in the instant of receiving the heavy blow, Lu Jinan gritted his teeth and endured the excruciating pain. His body suddenly sank downwards, and he crashed into Xiao Yao's arms. He abandoned all defense in exchange for this one chance to get close. What? Xiao Yao landed a punch, but before she could retract her outstretched fist, she saw Lu Jinan charging towards her. It was too late for her to retreat. Lu Jinan gave Xiao Yao absolutely no chance to adjust. He spread his arms and gave her a bear hug, holding her tightly around the waist. At the same time, his shoulder bumped into Xiao Yao's chest. Let the fuck go. Xiao Yao felt a tightness in her chest from the impact, and she was both shocked and angry. She struggled fiercely, and her knee slammed upwards. Bang! His knee slammed into Lu Jinan's face. He felt a jolt in his head, followed by a brief wave of dizziness. But he was holding Xiao Yao, which gave him support and prevented him from falling. Instead, it stirred up the ferocity in his bones. Damn it! I'm going to do things differently today. Lu Jinan suddenly tightened his arms. He grinned, revealing a set of teeth stained with blood, looking ferocious and terrifying. Immediately afterwards, he let out a low growl and suddenly exerted force from his waist and abdomen. You fucking get it right now. Amid Xiao Yao's screams, he forcefully lifted her body off the ground. With her feet slightly off the ground, Xiao Yao's heart skipped a beat, and a sense of panic welled up inside her. Her fighting skills, her footwork, her speed that she was so proud of, all of it was rendered useless the moment her feet left the ground. He has a wealth of skills, but nowhere to use them. The onlookers below the stage gasped. Holy crap! This kid's not playing by the rules. The audience below the stage were all so shocked that they stood up and kept exclaiming, "Holy shit!" Xiao Yao screamed and kept punching Lu Jinan's back, making thudding sounds. Damn it! Put me down! But Lu Jinan's eyes were already red, and he seemed to feel no pain. Amid Xiao Yao's screams, Lu Jinan slammed her onto the boxing ring floor. Bang! The dull thud echoed throughout the boxing gym. Xiao Yao's back slammed onto the boxing ring. Instantly, she felt the whole world spinning, her vision blurred, and her mind went blank. In an instant, the entire underground boxing gym became so quiet you could hear a pin drop. All the mocking and gossiping voices abruptly ceased. The regulars who had been making a fuss just moments before were now staring wide-eyed at the scene unfolding inside the cage. Uncle Lu dropped the whistle from his hand to the ground, but he was completely unaware of it. That's too wild. That's fucking violent. Lu Jinan then pounced on Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao felt as if her whole body was about to fall apart. But her long-term combat training has left her with her body's instincts. Just as Lu Jinan pounced on him, she instinctively raised her legs and wrapped them tightly around Lu Jinan's waist, forming a standard defensive leg lock. Lu Jinan was pinned down by her legs, lying on top of her, and his movements suddenly froze. This posture prevents him from generating power to throw a punch. Xiao Yao's legs were very strong, tightly gripping his waist, making him unable to move. Damn it! Lu Jinan cursed under his breath. He suddenly punched Xiao Yao in the right rib. Bang! Xiao Yao's body trembled, followed by a sharp pain. In the midst of the excruciating pain, her legs, which were wrapped around Lu Jinan's waist, instinctively loosened. This is the gap. Lu Jinan suddenly exerted force with his waist and broke free of the leg lock. He quickly adjusted his position, straddling Xiao Yao and pinning her down. Standard ground control, riding position. The balance of power was reversed in an instant. Xiao Yao was completely stunned. She was thrown around and was so disoriented that she couldn't organize an effective defense. Are you convinced? Lu Jinan asked, word by word. His breathing was heavy and mixed with the smell of blood, which sprayed onto Xiao Yao's face. Xiao Yao's lips moved slightly, but she stared at him stubbornly. Roll. Good. Lu Jinan grinned maliciously and said no more nonsense. He raised his fist and threw a punch. Bang. It slammed hard into Xiao Yao's small face. Do you fucking submit or not? Bang. Another punch. Kneel down and apologize to me. Bang. Fix the car. Bang. Lu Jinan straddled Xiao Yao and relentlessly punched her sweet face. However, Lu Jinan had already exhausted too much energy, so his punches didn't have much killing power. In addition, Xiao Yao protected her head tightly with both arms, so she was not seriously injured. However, her nose was bleeding, one eye was swollen to a slit, and her fair face was covered in bruises, making her look quite disheveled. Most importantly, it carries a strong sense of humiliation. But she didn't cry, nor did she beg for mercy. She just stared intently at the man who was riding on her, looking like a madman. Humiliation, pain, dizziness. A mix of feelings. This man is a madman. Stop. You fucking stop right now. Uncle Lu finally realized what was happening and hurriedly tried to untie the octagonal cage door. Several boxers who were familiar with Xiao Yao also got anxious and rushed towards the boxing ring. Damn it. Pull him away. It took several people working together to pull Lu Jinan, who was already in a rage, off Xiao Yao. Lu Jinan's chest heaved violently as he gasped for breath. Xiao Yao was also lying in the center of the boxing ring, panting heavily. Her once bright and lively eyes were now somewhat unfocused as she stared blankly at the top of the boxing gym. Uncle Lu helped Xiao Yao up and looked at the bruises all over her face, his heart aching so much he could hardly breathe. Yao Yao, how are you? Xiao Yao pushed away Uncle Lu's hand and stared at Lu Jinan. Lu Jinan casually wiped the blood off his face. Do you acknowledge Su or not? He has difficulty speaking clearly. All eyes were on Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao gritted her teeth. You don't follow the rules. Lu Jinan shrugged indifferently. You didn't say anything beforehand, and besides, what are the rules for fighting? Xiao Yao was speechless. Yes, she only said she would apologize and fix the car if she lost, but she didn't say how she would fight back. After a long silence, Xiao Yao took a deep breath and said through gritted teeth, I lost. She paused, then added, Sorry. Lu Jinan smiled and said nothing more. He won, that's all. He turned and slowly walked out of the octagon. Lu Jinan picked up his coat and phone and walked straight towards the door. Just then, Xiao Yao's voice, tinged with a hint of stubbornness, came from behind. Hey, I lost, but I'm not convinced. Lu Jinan stopped in his tracks. He simply waved his hand casually in the air, then opened the door and disappeared outside. Chapter 102 Explanation. As Lu Jinan stepped out of the boxing gym, a gust of cold wind blew, causing him to shiver involuntarily. As the frenzied energy that had sustained him dissipated, pain instantly swept through his entire body. He could no longer maintain his nonchalant demeanor and leaned against the wall. Holy shit, it hurts so damn much. Lu Jinan winced in pain. My left eye is so swollen I can barely open it. My nose felt like it had been broken. Every breath was excruciatingly painful. The ribs on both sides felt like they were on fire. Damn, that little girl is really ruthless. If I hadn't come up with a quick thinking idea, I would have been beaten to death on stage by her today. Lu Jinan rested by the wall for a while before straightening up and walking towards his car. Every step he took aggravated his wounds, causing him to gasp in pain. He opened the car door and got into the driver's seat. He slumped back in his seat. After a long while, Lu Jinan finally took out a cigarette case from his pocket and lit one with trembling hands. He took a deep drag, and the brief numbing sensation of nicotine made him feel much better. He took out his phone, and the screen lit up with an unread message popping up. It was sent by Ali. What will happen next after Wang Defa was taken away by Gu Manyu's men? Upon seeing this message, Lu Jinan instantly regained his senses. He flicked his cigarette ash, his mind racing. Gu Manyu. This woman was indeed more ruthless than he had imagined. They released the people in front of Lu Qin, but then immediately sent people to take action behind her back. This decisiveness and ruthlessness are truly befitting of Gu Cheng's daughter. Once Wang Defa falls into her hands, he has absolutely no chance of survival. Since that's the case, there's no point in continuing to follow Wang Defa's trail. However, while Wang Defa's line was broken, another line surfaced. Qin Feng. Wang Defa was Qin Feng's greatest asset in Jiangzhou. Moreover, Wang Defa was behind everything Qin Feng did after returning to China. Now that Wang Defa has been arrested, Qin Feng is probably the one who is most afraid. Let's see if that stupid woman, Gu Manyu, can pry information out of Wang Defa. Lu Jinan took a drag of his cigarette. Qin Feng will definitely panic after he can't contact Wang Defa. When he's cornered, the most likely thing he'll do is run away. A cold glint flashed in Lu Jinan's eyes, and a sneer appeared on his lips. Run. If you don't run, how am I supposed to catch you? You owe me, but you haven't paid me back yet. He stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray and picked up his phone to type rapidly on the screen. Don't go with Wang Defa to the hospital to keep an eye on Qin Feng. He can't contact Wang Defa and might run away, so let me know immediately. The message was sent successfully. Lu Jinan put down his phone and started the car. The Passat roared and merged into the city traffic. Meanwhile, at the rich hotel, Suite 8808. The atmosphere inside the suite was oppressive and suffocating. Lu Qin tidied her messy hair and slowly stood up from the ground. She avoided her daughter's scrutiny and sat down on the sofa. Gu Manyu did not urge her. She waited quietly, waiting for that so-called explanation. Lu Qin raised her head, her face filled with exhaustion and pain. Manyu, I know I was wrong. Lu Qin's voice was a little hoarse. But, could you try to understand your mother? Understand. Gu Manyu was simply unbelievable. You cheated on me, and you expect me to understand? What do you expect me to understand? Understand that you betrayed my father? Understand that you brought shame upon the entire Gu family. Gu Manyu's question made Lu Qin's face turn pale. She took a deep breath, as if considering her options. Do you know how your father has treated me all these years? Lu Qin's voice began to carry a hint of grievance. Does he even care about his family, besides his business? How many days a week does he actually come home? Every day is filled with social engagements, meetings, and business trips. He occasionally comes home, but he just collapses into bed and reeks of alcohol. Lu Qin chuckled self-deprecatingly as she finished speaking. For him, this home is just a hotel where he occasionally comes back to sleep. And what about me? She raised her voice and became agitated, saying, I've become a pampered decoration, a respectable vase. Manyu, do you know that feeling? The feeling of being alone in an empty house, with no one around. That kind of loneliness can drive a person crazy. Gu Manyu listened quietly, her cigarette burning down to a long ash, but she was completely unaware. Where was he when I was sick? Where was he when I was in a bad mood? He's socializing all the time. He's socializing every day. Has he ever thought about how I feel? Gu Manyu frowned. She looked at her mother, who was immersed in her own grief and kept making excuses for herself, and felt it was utterly absurd. Mom, you live in a villa worth hundreds of millions, drive a sports car worth millions, and spend money on luxury goods every year that would be enough for an ordinary family to struggle for a lifetime. You call this guarding an empty house? Gu Manyu let out a cold laugh. You enjoy the wealth my father gained through his health and time, yet you complain that he can't be with you all the time to meet your emotional needs. There's no such thing as a free lunch. You want a man to work himself to the bone to earn money for you, and you also want him to stay home and enjoy romantic moments with you every day? You really are two-faced. Gu Manyu didn't say the rest. Lu Qin was speechless after being silenced by her daughter's words, her face turning pale and then red. She opened her mouth as if to refute something, but couldn't utter a single word. Gu Manyu's words struck a chord deep within her heart. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? Gu Manyu interrupted her. Mom, do you really think this money just fell from the sky? Gu Manyu stepped forward, looking down at her intently. You have such a privileged life, and that's what my dad earned by drinking one glass after another at the dinner table. He worked tirelessly for a project, staying up for days and nights straight. He doesn't come home because of social engagements, but who is he doing it for? Isn't it all for this family? He sacrificed time to be with you, but in return, you enjoy a life of luxury now. But what was the result? Gu Manyu's voice suddenly rose, filled with disappointment and anger. You're using the money he worked so hard to earn to support a lover, and you're still talking to me about loneliness? Talking about being alone. Don't you find it disgusting? Gu Manyu's words were like daggers to the heart. Lu Qin's body trembled violently. She felt as if she had been stripped naked, with all her ugliness and shame exposed to her daughter. Money, money, money. All you care about is money. Touched on a sore spot, Lu Qin screamed in anger and embarrassment. What I lack isn't money. What I lack is companionship. It's care. Her emotions completely erupted, and she began to speak recklessly. Wang Defa is different. When I'm sick, he'll rush to see me right away. When I'm bored, he'll go shopping with me, watch movies with me, and tell me jokes. He remembers my birthday and every anniversary we have. Did your father ever give me any of that? Gu Manyu remained expressionless, listening to her mother recount the good qualities of another man and the bad qualities of her father. That's ridiculous. The superficial gestures made by a man who had painstakingly approached her were so touching. So, that's your reason for cheating? Gu Manyu's voice was icy. Yes. Lu Qin, in a fit of despair, stared directly at her daughter and said, I've had enough of that kind of life. I just want to find someone to spend time with me. Is that wrong? Whether you're right or wrong, you know the answer in your heart. Gu Manyu was too lazy to argue with her anymore. She sat back down on the sofa and changed the subject. When did you and Wang Defa start dating? Chapter 103 Gu Manyu's Vigilance. Lu Qin hesitated for a moment, but when she met her daughter's gaze, she stammered out a message. It's been 5 or 6 years. 5 or 6 years. Gu Manyu's heart sank suddenly. Not 1 or 2 years, but 5 or 6 years. For a long time, Unknown to her and everyone else, her father's head was already covered in green grass. This made Gu Manyu feel extremely disgusted and angry. How did you two meet? She suppressed her emotions and continued to press for answers. It was at a party. Your dad had just closed a big deal. It was a celebration party. Lu Qin was lost in memories, and a hint of sweetness even flashed across her face. His company was just starting out at that time. At the party, he was the one who took the initiative to talk to me. Looking at the sweetness on her mother's face, Gu Manyu felt nauseous. I don't want to hear how he seduced you. Gu Manyu interrupted Lu Qin's recollection. Lu Qin's face froze, the look of reminiscence on her face stiffening. Gu Manyu looked at Lu Qin with her eyes. Tell me, what is the relationship between Wang Defa and Qin Feng? Lu Qin paused for a moment, but still answered. They are uncle and nephew. Uncle and nephew? Gu Manyu's body trembled. She felt that something was wrong. She remembered that in the information she saw that night, Wang Defa was only Qin Jingwa's vice president. How did they become uncle and nephew in the mother's mouth? Moreover, when Qin Feng revealed his identity to her, he also mentioned that his parents were dead and he had no relatives left. Was Wang Defa lying or Qin Feng lying? But why lie? There's definitely something going on here. Countless thoughts flashed through Gu Manyu's mind, but her face remained calm and expressionless. Uncle and nephew. Gu Manyu repeated, then why is one surnamed Wang and the other Qin? This problem seems to have been anticipated by Lu Qin. Or rather, Wang Defa had already prepared a set of excuses for her. Defa said that his family was very poor when he was a child, and he had many brothers and sisters, so they couldn't support them all. A hint of heartache appeared on Lu Qin's face. When he was very young, he was given to a family surnamed Wang to be adopted, so he took the surname Wang from his adoptive parents. This explanation sounds reasonable and also explains the issue of different surnames. But to Gu Manyu, it all sounded eerie. Lu Qin, however, started talking nonstop. It seems they want to prove that their choice was not wrong. Manyu, you have no idea how hard Defa works. Although he was given up for adoption, he has always been very hardworking and has built his company today through his own hard work. He told me that he did all this to accumulate enough capital to give me a future and to live a respectable life. Enough. Gu Manyu, unable to bear it any longer, sternly stopped her. My mother is truly beyond redemption. She closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, all the emotions within them had vanished. You're tired. I'll have Xiao find someone to take you home to rest. She stood up, not wanting to stay there a second longer. Mandarin. Lu Qin called out to her, her voice trembling. Are you still angry with me? Gu Manyu stopped and remained silent for a moment. I just feel sorry for my dad. Her voice was calm, without anger or accusation, only a deep weariness and disappointment. Mom, you are so selfish. After saying that, she walked straight to the door. Lu Qin's body trembled as she watched her daughter's resolute back, a wave of panic washing over her. Manyu, it's Mommy's fault for letting you down. Her voice trembled with tears, filled with pleading. Could you please not tell your father? Otherwise, he would definitely have killed Defa. Gu Manyu did not answer, nor did she turn around. Her figure disappeared outside the door, with Xiao following closely behind. The door closed slowly. Lu Qin slumped onto the sofa, praying in her heart that the FA would be safe and sound. On the highway leading to the suburbs, a Jinbei van is speeding along. The driver was none other than Gu Manyu's bodyguard, Brother Biao. He abandoned Wang Defa's Mercedes halfway through the journey and switched to this Jinbei van. The car window was half open, and the wind was blowing Biao Ji's flowing hair. The car stereo was playing Beyond's Glorious Years. Today, only the remnants of the body remain, yet we welcome the glorious years, embracing freedom amidst the storms. Brother Biao hummed along to the melody, in a very good mood. He held the steering wheel with one hand, and with the other hand he took out a cigarette case from his pocket, skillfully flicked out a cigarette, and put it in his mouth. He lit a cigarette, took a satisfying drag, and the smoke rings he exhaled were quickly dispersed by the wind. After this job is done, Mr. Gu will definitely give me a generous reward. I'll go to the Emperor Hotel tonight and find a masseuse to relax. Her waist is so slim, and her technique is amazing. The more Biao thought about it, the happier he became. He didn't notice at all that the man who should have been unconscious was having his eyelids twitching slightly on the floor of the carriage behind him. Wang Defa woke up. The sharp pain in the back of his head was still there, but he endured it without making a sound. They didn't even dare to control their breathing. The cold floor, the swaying car body, and the singing coming from ahead instantly made him realize his predicament. The instinct to survive overwhelmed everything. Gumanyu. That bitch. She never intended to let herself off the hook. Wang Defa remained unconscious. He cautiously observed Brother Biao driving from the corner of his eye. Brother Biao was completely absorbed in the music and his fantasies about the night, oblivious to everything. He slowly reached into his pocket. He almost shouted out in excitement when he touched the phone. The phone is still there. He used 2 fingers to carefully pull the phone out of his pocket, a process that took a full minute. Using the car seat and his body as cover, he slowly unlocked the screen. He found Qin Feng's number. With trembling hands, I typed a line of text, and then pressed send. I've been captured by Gumanyu Run. The message was sent successfully. Wang Defa breathed a sigh of relief, and his tense body relaxed slightly. Immediately, he gripped his phone tightly. He slowly looked at Brother Biao, who was driving, and a fierce glint appeared in his eyes. He has to save himself. On the other side, a black Passat was about to turn into Zhao Kai's residential area. Lu Jinan gripped the steering wheel with one hand and rubbed his swollen left eye with the other. The car is about to turn into the gate of the residential area. Just then, something flashed through Lu Jinan's mind. He slammed on the brakes. Squeak. The ear-piercing sound of tires screeching filled the air. The Passat stopped less than 3 meters from the gate of the residential complex. He seemed to have thought of something. Wrong. Damn it. I was completely bewildered by that little punk. Gumanyu learned the truth about the car accident from Wang Defa. Given her vengeful nature, she will definitely deal with Qin Feng in her own way. No. Qin Feng is definitely going to die. But he must die by his own hand. Thinking of this, he immediately turned the steering wheel sharply, turning the car around. The Passat roared and sped off towards the city hospital. Chapter 104 Qin Feng's Unease. Lu Jinan picked up the phone in the passenger seat and dialed Ali's number directly. The call was answered almost instantly. Hello, Jinan. Have you arrived at the hospital yet? Lu Jinan's voice was hoarse, but his tone left no room for doubt. Ali hesitated for a moment, but answered immediately. Just arrived. The car is parked in the hospital parking lot. I'm about to go up. The plan has changed. No need to keep an eye on it anymore. Lu Jinan said firmly. If you see Qin Feng, just take action, knock him unconscious, and find a way to get him out of the hospital. Ali was silent for a second, neither asking why nor hesitating at all. Good. In short, it was decisive and efficient. The call ended. Lu Jinan tossed his phone onto the passenger seat and pressed the accelerator harder. The street scene outside the car window rushed past. Lu Jinan grinned, his smile cruel. What he owes me, I must collect myself. Meanwhile, at the city hospital, in the VIP ward of the inpatient department, Qin Feng was pacing back and forth restlessly. His right eyelid had been twitching all morning. This made him somewhat uneasy, as he felt that something bad was about to happen. Damn it, jump your mother's head. He cursed under his breath, tore a small piece of paper from the notepad on the table, moistened it with saliva, and stuck the paper to his eyelid. Hold. The more agitated he became, the more his hands trembled, and he couldn't stick the tiny scrap of paper on. Just then, my phone, which was on the bedside table, vibrated. Qin Feng was startled and quickly grabbed his phone. A new message from Wang Defa was displayed on the screen. Qin Feng felt a sense of relief and quickly opened the message. However, when he saw the contents of the message, he froze. I've been captured by Gumanyu Run. Gumanyu arrested Uncle Wang. How could that be? Why? Has the truth been revealed? That's impossible. If things are exposed, Gumanyu will definitely arrest him first. Could it be about Uncle Wang and Lu Qin? Qin Feng's brain was working at lightning speed. Damn it, whatever. If Gumanyu learns the truth about the car accident from Uncle Wang, Qin Feng dared not think any further. If that woman finds out, she'll definitely kill me. Fuck the motherfucker. After years of planning, things still took an unexpected turn. Qin Feng gritted his teeth and muttered to himself. Gu Chung, Guman, you damn it. Qin Feng suddenly kicked the foot of the hospital bed. A muffled thud. He didn't have time to think too much. We must run. Immediately. Right now? He quickly packed his things. ID card, cash, passport. He haphazardly stuffed everything into a canvas bag. Just as he zipped up his backpack and was about to leave, Qin Feng suddenly stopped in his tracks. Etc. Something's not right. If Uncle Wang has been arrested, how could he still send me text messages? Would Gumanyu have him tip him off? No, I need to check this. Qin Feng gritted his teeth and dialed Wang Defa's number. The call connected, and a waiting tone came from the receiver. Qin Feng's heart was in his throat. However, no one answered the phone until it automatically disconnected. Hold. Now he was even less certain. But the current situation leaves him no time to think about it anymore. Whether it's true or not, we can't stay here any longer. Qin Feng grabbed his backpack, took one last look at the ward, and without further hesitation, opened the door and walked out. Little did he know that it was this confirming phone call that completely destroyed Wang Defa's last chance to escape. Meanwhile, inside the Jinbei van, Wang Defa's eyes were bloodshot as he stared intently at the baton under the car's seat. We must save ourselves. He held his breath and slowly reached out his hand. He carefully gripped the baton in his hand, a surge of joy welling up inside him. He slowly sat up and raised the weapon in his hand. It was aimed at Brother Biao's head, which was swaying to the beat of the music, just as his arm muscles tensed, about to swing down. Go to hell. Just as the baton was about to be swung down. Ring, ring, ring. A piercing cell phone ringtone suddenly sounded. Wang Defa's movements suddenly froze. Who the hell is calling at this hour? This is going to kill me. Brother Biao's movements also came to an abrupt halt. He turned around abruptly and was met with a ferocious face and a baton raised high. Holy crap. Brother Biao's hair stood on end instantly. When Wang Defa saw Brother Biao turn around, he hardened his heart. Let's give it our all. Without any further hesitation, he smashed the blow down hard on Brother Biao's head. Phew. The baton slammed down with a fierce wind. Brother Biao's reaction was incredibly fast. His head instinctively tilted to the left. Bang! A muffled thud. The baton grazed Brother Biao's right ear and hit his shoulder. Brother Biao groaned, feeling as if his shoulder blade was about to shatter. But he didn't panic. In the instant the excruciating pain struck, his left hand instantly grabbed the baton, and then he pulled hard. Wang Defa's body was pulled forward uncontrollably, and he slammed his head against the back of the driver's seat. He hardened his heart and not only did not let go, but also used the momentum to reach his left hand through the headrest on the left side of the driver's seat and grab the end of the baton. You fucking die. Wang Defa's face contorted in rage as he violently thrust his arms backward. The baton instantly got stuck around Brother Biao's neck and tightened its grip even more. Brother Biao's breathing became difficult for a moment. His eyes bulged out and his face turned bright red. He gripped the iron bar around his neck tightly with both hands and pushed forward with all his might. But Wang Defa had already gone mad. He braced his feet firmly against the back of the driver's seat, leaned back, and gritted his teeth. Biao Ji's struggles became increasingly futile, and he felt his vision begin to darken. In less than 10 seconds, he would be strangled to death. A surge of ruthlessness welled up in his heart. Let's give it our all. Brother Biao gave up the struggle with Wang Defa, gripped the steering wheel with both hands, and with the last bit of strength, slammed it hard to the right front. The Jinbei van suddenly veered off course and crashed straight into a poplar tree about the thickness of a bowl by the roadside. Wang Defa, who was in the midst of a full-scale attack, had no idea of this sudden turn of events. He only felt the car suddenly swerve, and a huge inertia came over him. The next second, bang! A deafening explosion. The Jinbei van crashed into the tree instantly, its front end completely dented. Under the immense impact, Wang Defa's body could no longer be held steady, and he was sent flying through the shattered windshield. Bang! His body slammed into the tree trunk and then slid to the ground. Biao, who was wearing a seatbelt, crashed headfirst into the airbag. Biao Ji's mind was buzzing, completely blank. It took him several minutes to recover from the impact. He kicked the car door open and rolled out of the driver's seat. The front of the Jinbei van was completely dented and embedded firmly in the trunk of a poplar tree by the roadside, with white smoke billowing from the hood. He searched around in the car for a while and finally found his phone under the seat. Thankfully, it still works. He was just about to call Xiao and when he caught sight of Wang Defa. He was lying face down on the ground, his left leg bent backward at an odd angle, his face covered in shards of glass and blood. Intermittent screams were coming from its mouth. Brother Biao walked towards Wang Defa. "Fuck your mother." He raised his foot and kicked Wang Defa hard in the head. "I almost died at your hands." Only then did Brother Biao feel a little better. He took out his phone and dialed Xiaoan's number. "Brotherin, something's happened." The cars crashed into a tree. He gave a concise report, while also stating his location. Xiaoan only replied with one sentence. "Wait here, I'm right behind you, I'll be there soon." Less than 5 minutes later, a minivan pulled up on the side of the road. The car door opened, and Xiaoan got out of the driver's seat, while Gumanyu got out of the back seat. She glanced indifferently at the scene of the car accident. Brother Biao quickly went to greet him and bowed his head to report. Gu Manyu's gaze fell on Wang Defo on the ground, without the slightest ripple. "Get him in the car." Her words were not to be questioned. "Yes." Xiaoan responded, and together with Brother Biao, they lifted up the screaming Wang Defa and stuffed him inside. Gu Manyu didn't say anything more, turned around, opened the car door, and sat back down. "Let's go back to the manor." The car was restarted and continued driving towards the suburbs. Chapter 105 Torture. City Hospital. Ollie gave up waiting for the elevator. He knew the situation was urgent, so he rushed into the stairwell. He moved swiftly, taking 2 steps at a time as he ascended the stairs. He soon arrived at the 4th floor. Just as he pushed open the fire door and was about to turn into the ward corridor, a figure quickly walked past him. The man was carrying a canvas bag, wearing a baseball cap and a face mask, with the brim pulled very low. Ollie only glanced at him briefly, feeling that the other person's outline was somewhat familiar. But he was in a hurry to get things done and didn't think it through. He walked quickly toward Qinfeng's ward. The door to the ward was ajar. He stood at the door of the ward, looking inside through the glass window in the door. They found the place completely empty. Ollie's heart skipped a beat, and he pushed open the door and went inside. The ward was a bit messy, the wardrobe door was wide open, and the clothes inside had been rummaged through haphazardly. On the bedside table, a glass of water was still steaming. Ollie suddenly remembered the figure that had just brushed past him. Damn! He dashed to the window and yanked open the curtains. The window faces the parking lot below. His gaze quickly scans the flow of people and vehicles below. Soon, he spotted the figure wearing a baseball cap. The man was walking briskly through the traffic. He walked quickly, glancing back every now and then, heading straight for a black Audi with a clear purpose. It was him. Ollie didn't have time to think and turned around to run downstairs. Just as he rushed into the parking lot, the taillights of the Audi came on, and it slowly drove out of the parking space. Ollie quickly returned to his car, started it without hesitation, and quietly followed them. At the same time, he picked up his phone and dialed Lu Jinan's number. "Hello, Jinan." As soon as the call connected, Ollie kept a close eye on the Audi ahead while giving his report. "Qin Feng has run away. You don't need to come to the hospital." Ollie's voice was calm and concise. "I'm with him now. Wait for my call." Lu Jinan on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment. Then a low curse came through. "Damn it. Qin Feng is really cunning. Stay close to him and keep in touch," Lu Jinan said. "Good." Ollie hung up the phone and focused all his attention on the black Audi in front of him. The Audi drove very fast and deliberately took back roads. The Audi did not enter the highway, but instead headed west. We drove out of the city and turned onto a provincial highway leading to the suburbs. Ollie followed and drove for about 20 kilometers. The surrounding buildings became increasingly sparse, and the roadside scenery changed from high-rise buildings to continuous fields and villages. Judging from this direction, we're heading towards Yunqing. Thinking of this, Ollie dialed Lu Jinan's number again. Jinan, he didn't take the highway. Judging from his route, he's planning to go to Yunqing via the provincial highway. Ollie quickly reported his exact location. "Understood, keep following them," Lu Jinan replied simply. After hanging up the phone, Lu Jinan's mind raced. Qin Feng didn't take the highway. which means he was afraid of surveillance cameras or checks at highway entrances. He was trying to escape along the provincial highway and find a side road. Lu Jinan grinned, revealing a cold smile. Run? Even if you run to the ends of the earth, I'll still find you. He glanced at the navigation, then abruptly turned the steering wheel, and the Passat sped off onto another side road. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Jiangzhou City, at a private estate, in the cold, damp basement, only one incandescent light was on. Wang Defa slumped into a chair. He was covered in blood, and the scabs and shards of glass on his face made him look ferocious and terrifying. The leg that was severed in the car accident was haphazardly fixed in place by Shaoan with 2 pieces of wood and strips of cloth. Any slight movement would cause excruciating pain. He sat opposite Gu Manyu, a woman's cigarette between her fingers. Opposite him, Gu Manyu was sitting elegantly in a single sofa. She held a cigarette between her fingers, the flame flickering in the dim light. The swirling smoke blurred her stunning face and concealed all the emotions in her eyes. The last wisp of smoke escaped from her lips. She stubbed out the cigarette. Then he looked up and saw Wang Defa. What is your relationship with Qin Feng? Her voice was devoid of emotion, yet it carried a sense of pressure. Wang Defa raised his head and glanced at her with his bloodshot eyes. Then she pursed her lips tightly and remained silent. He knew that once he opened his mouth, he would truly have no way out. Gu Manyu seemed to have anticipated his reaction. She didn't say another word, but simply gave Shaoan a wink. Shaoan understood immediately. He nodded expressionlessly, then picked up a pair of needle-nose pliers from the table by the wall. Shaoan even tried it out. The pliers made a clicking sound as they opened and closed. Then, carrying the pliers, he walked step by step toward Wang Defa. Wang Defa looked at the pliers in Shaoan's hand, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Shaoan walked up to him and then grabbed his right hand. Wang Defa seemed to know what he wanted to do, so he struggled desperately. But his wrists were fixed to the chair, and he couldn't move. The pincers clamped onto his thumbnail and the flesh beneath it. Ah! A piercing scream rang out instantly. Wang Defa suddenly tried to get up, but because he was tied with ropes, he was pulled back into the chair. His right hand was convulsing violently. The pain of having his fingernails ripped off and piercing his flesh caused his mind to go blank for a moment. Shaoan felt it wasn't enough, so he gently twisted his wrist. The pliers were twirled under his fingernails. "Ah!" Wang Defa's screams became even more shrill, and veins bulged on his forehead. He was breathing heavily, making hoarse sounds. Only then did Shaoan lean closer to him and ask again in a cold voice, "What is your relationship with Qin Feng?" Looking at the indifferent expression on Shaoan's face, Wang Defa felt only fear. He didn't want to endure this inhuman torture any longer. He spoke, trembling, as he forced back the excruciating pain. I said, I'm his uncle." Gu Manyu sneered and remained silent. She just sat there watching him, making Wang Defa feel uneasy. She had already heard this answer from her mother, Lu Qin. That's why she asked again. "Continue," Gu Manyu said coldly. "Good." Shaoan grinned menacingly, a smile tinged with cruelty. "It seems you're not going to tell the truth. However, there's no one I can't pry open." The moment he finished speaking, he gripped the pliers tightly. Click. A tearing sound rang out. Wang Defa felt his fingernail being suddenly ripped off, along with the tender flesh underneath, from the nail bed. Excruciating pain. An indescribable pain swept through all his nerves in an instant. The last question in Chapter 106. Wang Defa's body suddenly arched, and all his muscles were spasming violently. Shaoan let go of her hand. He casually tossed the fingernail, still stained with blood and flesh, onto the ground. Wang Defa's thumb was now a bloody mess, with blood gushing from the exposed flesh and dripping onto the ground. He was gasping for breath, his body convulsing in agony, his face contorted in pain. Shaoan picked up a cloth and wiped the blood off the pliers. Then, he grabbed Wang Defa's left hand again and clamped the jaws of the clamps onto the nail of his left thumb. "Now may we speak? I told you. I was telling the truth." Wang Defa was breathing heavily, his words muffled. Shaoan glanced at Gu Manyu beside her. She was looking down at her phone screen, seemingly uninterested in what was happening in front of her. She did not order a stop. Shaoan immediately understood. He grinned, revealing a set of white teeth, and gave Wang Defa a sinister smile. 9 more. Wang Defa shuddered violently and shouted as if he were about to collapse. I'm telling the truth. It really is the truth. We will judge whether it is the truth or not. Xiaoan's smile grew increasingly sinister. Don't rush. We have plenty of time to play around. Before he finished speaking, the pliers in his hand plunged into the nail of Wang Defa's left thumb again. The excruciating pain of having his nails forcibly ripped off caused Wang Defa to scream again. Xiaoan remained unfazed, steadily applying force with her wrist, repeating the same action as before. With a tearing sound of flesh being ripped apart, the second fingernail was forcibly ripped off. Aha! Wang Defa's screams abruptly stopped, replaced by gasps for breath. He was convulsing violently in the chair, his whole body drenched in cold sweat. Xiaoan was somewhat surprised. This old guy was a bit tougher than he had thought. However, this also piqued his interest. He casually tossed the second fingernail on the ground, then aimed the pincers at Wang Defa's index finger. The icy feeling caused Wang Defa's pupils to contract sharply and also broke down his psychological defenses. I'll talk. Mr. Gu, what do I have to say? He screamed, his voice hoarse. Xiaoan stopped moving immediately. He smacked his lips, seemingly still wanting more, but then released the pliers. Only then did Gu Manyu turn off her phone screen and slowly raise her head. His eyes were calm and expressionless, revealing no emotion whatsoever. What is your relationship with Qin Feng? Gu Manyu asked again, her tone flat. Wang Defa dared not hide anything any longer and said tremblingly, We are indeed uncle and nephew. He has always called me uncle, but we are not related by blood. He explained, when I was at my lowest and most helpless, it was Qin Feng's father, Qin Zhenghua, who helped me. I owe him a huge debt of gratitude. So before he died, he entrusted his only son to me, asking me to take care of him. Gu Manyu lit a cigarette and listened quietly, offering no comment. Then why did you lie to my mother and say you were uncle and nephew? Gu Manyu asked coldly. What were you trying to hide? It's Xiaofeng's idea. Wang Defa hurriedly explained. He only found out you were Gu Qing's daughter after he saved you. He's afraid that you'll distance yourself from him once you know who he is, so he wants to hide his true identity for now. He'll tell you the truth later when he has the chance. As Gu Manyu listened, another image uncontrollably surfaced in her mind. Inside the ambulance, Qin Feng's face was pale, yet sincere. He lay on the stretcher, looking weakly at himself, and began to recount his life story. Both parents have passed away, and he lives alone. Every word, every expression, and the fact that it was all to save her. These all struck a nerve with a person, touching their most vulnerable spot and evoking sympathy and pity. Looking back now, that seemingly genuine confession seems quite fake. How could someone who has just been stabbed with a knife have such a clear mind? Looking back now, it seems more like it was rehearsed long ago. Gu Manyu exhaled a puff of smoke and stubbed out the cigarette in the ashtray. Wang Defa glanced at Gu Manyu's face and then said, The reason I told Lu Qin that we were uncle and niece was just to get her to put in a good word for Xiaofeng in front of you. Because Xiaofeng fell in love with you at first sight after saving you. President Gu, apart from hiding his identity, Xiaofeng really hasn't done anything to hurt you. He truly loves you. Wang Defa was still trying to defend Qin Feng, attempting to portray him as a kind-hearted but somewhat secretive and devoted lover. Have you really never done anything to hurt me? Gu Manyu sneered inwardly. She finally understood why her mother always spoke well of Qin Feng in front of her, whether intentionally or unintentionally. Moreover, she kept trying to bring herself and Qin Feng together. So that's where the root of the problem lies. My mother was truly blinded by love. Gu Manyu snapped out of her thoughts and changed the subject. And what about you? What is your purpose in approaching my mother? I don't believe it's because you love her. I have no ulterior motives. Wang Defa hurriedly tried to explain, forcing a face that looked worse than crying. I truly love the piano. We share common interests and hobbies. We appreciate each other. Get to the point. Gu Manyu interrupted his affectionate words directly, her tone revealing impatience. Wang Defa's remaining words were stuck in his throat. He remained silent for a moment, then finally sighed dejectedly. Because she's rich. Because she can invest in me. saving me many years of hard work. Gu Manyu had already guessed the answer, but hearing Wang Defo admit it with her own ears still made her heart clench uncontrollably. A wave of irony and sorrow washed over Gu Manyu. Her own mother complained that her father was working hard outside to support the family and was not spending enough time with her. On the one hand, she comfortably used the money her father earned to support a lover who was scheming to get close to her, helping him start a business and giving him a future. What a fucking irony. For a moment, Gu Manyu felt deeply sorry for her father. Gu Manyu took a deep breath and suppressed her surging emotions. She had one last thing, and the most important thing, that she needed to figure out. The words her father had said at Lu Jinin's house came back to her mind. Your car accident was arranged by Qin Feng beforehand. At the time, she found it absurd and even foolish to ask her father for evidence. Looking back now, it's amazing how Qin Feng just happened to appear beside me. Wang Defo appeared by his mother's side with a purpose. These interconnected coincidences formed a web, making her suspicious. Gu Manyu raised her head and stared intently at Wang Defo. There's one last question. Her voice was cold, which made Wang Defo somewhat uneasy. Was my car accident back then something you and Qin Feng planned in advance? Chapter 1071 One Person's Resilience. Wang Defo suddenly looked up, his face full of fear and astonishment. Car accident? Mr. Gu, wasn't that an accident? Accident. A strange smile curved Gu Manyu's lips, devoid of any warmth. So you're telling me that Qin Feng's heroic rescue of the damsel in distress just happened to save me, and the person who saved me just happened to be the son of my father's enemy? Gu Manyu said in a cold voice. Wang Defo, do you think I'm stupid, or are you the stupid one? Wang Defo's body stiffened, and cold sweat instantly broke out again. He looked at Gu Manyu's flawlessly beautiful face and felt fear. This woman was not at all the simple-minded rich heiress Qin Feng had described. Her thoughts are terrifyingly deep. No, Mr. Gu, Wang Defo argued. That's enough. Gu Manyu interrupted him. She didn't want to hear any more of these clumsy lies. Do you think I wouldn't ask you this if I didn't have any leads? She leaned forward slightly. Should I give you a heads up? Like, Weitung. Wang Defo's pupils suddenly contracted. Does she know Weitung? But then he forced himself to calm down. Weitung had already been sent abroad by him, so she had no way to prove it. As long as I stubbornly deny it, what can she do to me? Unfortunately, he was wrong. Gu Manyu looked at his changing expression and sneered. Wang Defo, don't think that just because I can't find Weitung, I can't do anything to you and Qin Feng. Gu Manyu slightly curled her lips, her smile icy. I, Gu Manyu, never need evidence to deal with someone. I'm asking you now simply to find out what happened. It's also giving you a chance to live. Do you understand? Wang Defo's body trembled, but he pretended to be stupid, his face showing confusion. Stomach ache? Who has a stomach ache? Mr. Gu, are you feeling unwell? Shaoan, who had been standing to the side, heard this and walked up with a sinister grin. Who has a stomach ache? I'll fucking make your stomach hurt right now. He grabbed Wang Defo by the hair and punched him in the stomach. Vomit. Wang Defo let out a muffled groan as acid reflux surged up from his stomach. Shaoan was still not satisfied and threw another punch. What the hell are you pretending to be confused about? President Gu, I really don't know any Weitung. Wang Defo cried out in pain, feeling as if his internal organs had been dislocated. Gu Manyu watched all this expressionlessly until Wang Defo was almost out of breath before she spoke. It seems you're not planning to speak. Seeing his expression, Gu Manyu already knew the answer. She tilted her head slightly toward Shaoan. Continue. Shaoan grinned, a smile that sent chills down Wang Defo's spine. This time, instead of using pliers, he used a handsaw. Come on, let me give you a new way to play. Since your leg is broken anyway, I'll help you out, Shaoan said cruelly. As she spoke, Shaoan reached out to grab Wang Defo's leg. No, I'll talk. Before Shaoan could even make a move, Wang Defo let out a scream. His body was shaking uncontrollably. He was genuinely scared, and he knew that this Shaoan was truly capable of violence. This is your last chance, Gu Manyu said, word by word. Now, tell me everything. Wang Defo took a deep breath, his eyes flickering uncertainly. He knew that whether he spoke or not, he was doomed. Just because he cheated on Gu Cheng, Gu Manyu would never let him off the hook. Since I'm going to die anyway, I'll do one last thing for Brother Qin before I die. That means taking on the responsibility and taking everything upon yourself. Try to get rid of the little breeze as cleanly as possible. This is something I owe Brother Qin. Wang Defa couldn't help but recall events from more than 20 years ago. Back then, he was young and impetuous, and just a nobody in Qin Zhenghua's company. During a turf war with a rival company, he accidentally beat one of their employees into a vegetative state. It was Qin Zhenghua who used all his connections and spent a lot of money to gradually reduce his sentence and finally get a medical parole. Most importantly, during his imprisonment, Qin Zhenghua sent money to his family every month to take care of his elderly parents. Even when his parents passed away, it was Qin Zhenghua who handled all the funeral arrangements, giving the two elders a dignified send-off. This kindness is greater than the sky. He swore then and there that his life, Wang Defa's life, would belong to Brother Qin from now on. A pang of sorrow welled up in Wang Defa's heart. Brother, I'm so sorry, Faz. I couldn't take good care of Xiaofeng. That's all I can do. The rest is up to Xiaofeng's own fate. Thinking of this, the panic and fear in his eyes vanished, replaced by a resolute and ruthless determination. He raised his head and stared intently at Gu Manyu. That's right, he said bitterly, his voice hoarse but unusually firm. I orchestrated the car accident. I did everything. I want to avenge Qin Zhenghua. Gu Manyu sneered. Tell me what happened. Wang Defa also seemed to have given up entirely. It was me. I got the information about your schedule for the day from Lu Qin and found out that you were going to a meeting. I'll wait for you on the road you're sure to take. About 10 minutes after you leave, I'll call Xiaofeng and ask him to come pick me up immediately. That way, I can make sure he's taking the same route as you. Wang Defa took a breath and continued. Then, I arranged for Wei Tung to wait on the sidewalk. Actually, I arranged for 3 people in total, so if Wei Tung failed, there would be 2 more groups of people behind him. But Wei Tung did it very smoothly, and none of the people who followed him needed to be used. And Xiaofeng's car happened to be right behind yours. Xiaofeng doesn't know anything. He's very kind. If he sees someone in a car accident, he'll definitely get out of the car to help. Wang Defa's words were filled with admiration for Qin Feng's kindness. He was still trying to portray Qin Feng as an innocent person whose kindness had been exploited by his uncle. The basement was deathly silent. The only sound was Wang Defa's heavy breathing. Gu Manyu listened quietly without interrupting him. The whole plan sounded perfect, but it was too coincidental. Moreover, all the coincidences were perfectly linked together. Qin Feng happened to be at the scene of the car accident and saved her, thanks to Wang Defa's scheme. Wang Defa's elaborate scheme to get close to his mother was for money, but also to pave the way for Qin Feng to get close to him. Everything makes perfect sense. That makes perfect sense. It was so logical that Gu Manyu felt there were flaws everywhere. She didn't believe it. Would someone so cunning and capable of orchestrating such a grand scheme so easily reveal everything? Moreover, Qin Feng was completely absolved of all responsibility, and he was portrayed as a pure and kind-hearted innocent. That's ridiculous. Gu Manyu suddenly remembered something. Chapter 108 Analysis of Gu Manyu. Gu Manyu lit a cigarette, and through the swirling smoke, she looked at Wang Defa, who was slumped in his chair. Are you sure Qin Feng doesn't know anything? Her voice was completely flat, yet it inexplicably made Wang Defa's heart tighten. Wang Defa raised his head, his bloodshot eyes meeting her gaze. He felt a sense of unease, but he gritted his teeth and nodded forcefully. I'm sure. Xiaofeng is really kind. He kept trying to persuade me to let go of my hatred and live a good life. He was still making a last-ditch effort to maintain Qin Feng's false image. Gu Manyu suddenly laughed. The laughter was soft and cold, carrying an indescribable sarcasm and chill. Wang Defa felt uneasy at her laughter and stared intently at the woman in front of him. Kind. Gu Manyu repeated the word. She stood up and paced back and forth in her high heels. In fact, Gu Manyu had already become suspicious ever since her father reminded her that night at Lu Jinan's house. Gu Manyu stopped in her tracks, seemingly talking to herself, or perhaps analyzing the situation for Wang Defa. In the past 2 days, I had someone retrieve the surveillance footage from my father's birthday banquet. I watched it over and over again, not missing a single detail, not missing a single expression or movement from every corner and every person. She exhaled a puff of smoke, which blurred her face, revealing only a pair of frighteningly bright eyes. Finally, I discovered something was wrong. Qin Feng, ever since he stepped into the banquet hall, his demeanor has been very strange. He has been sweating profusely, and his expression always carries a faint hint of pain. More importantly, Gu Manyu's tone rose slightly. From beginning to end, his left hand didn't move at all. Gu Manyu spoke slowly and deliberately, but every word she uttered made Wang Defa's heart tremble. Whether he was exchanging pleasantries with guests or offering toasts, he only used his right hand. His left hand always hung at his side. Wang Defa's heart sank. Ignoring his sudden change in expression, Gu Manyu continued. The most crucial moment was the instant Jean and knocked him to the ground. I had someone slow down that video recording by a full 10 times. Gu Manyu opened her phone, pulled up a video, then squatted down and brought the screen close to Wang Defa's eyes. On the screen, a slow-motion replay of Qin Feng falling to the ground was shown, with every detail magnified infinitely and made crystal clear. The body's instinctive reaction when a person falls backward is to use their hands to brace themselves against the ground in order to reduce the impact. Gu Manyu's fingers swiped across the screen. Look, Qin Feng did just that. He braced himself on the ground with his right hand, absorbing most of the impact. But Gu Manyu's fingers stopped on Qin Feng's left arm. His left hand didn't even touch the ground. He just used his elbow to brace himself on the ground. Wang Defa, please tell me, how can a person's wrist be fractured without any contact? Wang Defa's mind went blank with a buzzing sound. He never imagined that Gu Manyu would analyze the details to this extent. Gu Manyu stubbed out her cigarette, making a crackling sound. She looked down at him and slowly revealed the answer. The only explanation is, before attending the birthday banquet, Qin Feng had already broken his wrist. Wang Defa shuddered, his face turning deathly pale and looking extremely unwell. That explains his awkwardness at the birthday banquet. Gu Manyu's voice carried a chill. Because he's really in pain. She took a step back, crossed her arms, and looked coldly at Wang Defa. A person who can be ruthless to himself, and you're telling me he's kind? Do you think I would believe that? Wang Defa was breathing heavily, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, mixed with bloodstains, making him look utterly disheveled. He wanted to say it was just a coincidence, but he couldn't utter a single word, because he simply didn't know how to refute it. Gu Manyu ignored his reaction. She spoke again, dropping a second bombshell. Also, in the hospital parking lot, Lu Jinan was beaten by a group of people. And at the restaurant entrance, Qin Feng was stabbed while protecting me. These two things seem unrelated, yet they are connected. Wang Defa looked puzzled, believing that he had done both things flawlessly. How could there be any connection? I also retrieved all the surveillance footage for both incidents. Gu Manyu continued, her words piercingly insightful. Then, I discovered something very interesting, and also very coincidental. The same people who beat Lu Jinan in the hospital have reappeared in the restaurant parking lot. Although they were all wearing masks and baseball caps, completely covering themselves, I had someone carefully compare their body shape, height, walking posture, and habits. It was finally confirmed that it was the same group of people. What puzzles me is that those people came over but didn't make a move, which means I must have actually encountered someone looking for trouble. Gu Manyu's lips curled into a cold smile. Wang Defa, tell me again, what does this prove? Gu Manyu's analysis had already caused Wang Defa's psychological defenses to weaken. He stared blankly at Gu Manyu. His mouth opened and closed, but no sound came out. This proves that both of these things were meticulously planned from beginning to end. And the only person who arranged these two things is Qin Feng. Because he is the biggest beneficiary. Gu Manyu's voice suddenly rose, her tone full of sarcasm. He really played a brilliant game. Gu Manyu said hatefully, her beautiful face now filled with frost and self-mockery. He arranged for people to beat up Jean and in the hospital, and then he stepped forward to take a few blows for Jean and then he gave her the middle finger in provocation. Because he had calculated Jean and's personality, and he also calculated that Jean definitely knew that these people were Qin Feng's orders, and that Jin would definitely hit him. So, he deliberately made me see Jin and hit his so-called benefactor, to see Jin's ingratitude, and then to see how magnanimously he chose to forgive him. With each word Gu Manyu spoke, Wang Defa's body shrank a little more. This move not only successfully deepened the misunderstanding and rift between me and Jin, but also incidentally portrayed Qin Feng as someone who suffered all kinds of grievances and swallowed his anger. Truly impeccable. When Gu Manyu said this, her eyes were filled with murderous intent, and the self-inflicted injury at the restaurant entrance was even simpler. He arranged for someone to deliberately cause trouble before saving me again, with the aim of making me feel more guilty towards him. Then, he could take advantage of my guilt and softened heart to reveal his true identity to me. He then took advantage of my guilt and suggested that he did not want to be transferred to the Northwest branch. A triple kill, each step intricately linked. What a brilliant scheme. Was my analysis correct, Mr. Wang? Gu Manyu's analysis connected everything together. The entire basement fell silent. Wang Defa slumped in his chair, his mind blank. It's over. Everything is over. Brother, I'm so sorry. Wang Defa murmured to himself. He thought he could take all the blame and clear Qin Feng of any wrongdoing. But I never expected Gu Manyu to be so shrewd. Wang Defa's emotions completely collapsed. He. Wang Defa suddenly chuckled softly. Ha ha ha. The laughter grew louder and more manic, his eyes filled with despair and self-mockery. At this point, what else is there for him to hide? After a long while, Wang Defa finally let out a long sigh, his voice carrying a hint of pleading. Can I have a cigarette? Chapter 109. Every strike draws blood. Gu Manyu nodded to Shaoan. Shaoan understood, took out a cigarette case, pulled out a cigarette, and put it into Wang Defa's mouth. Click! The lighter ignited the cigarette, but Wang Defa took a deep breath. The nicotine seemed to calm him down. His body, which had been trembling from the excruciating pain, finally calmed down a little. Smoke billowed from his mouth and nose, mixed with a faint smell of blood. He raised his head and looked at the woman who stood high above him, his eyes filled with lifelessness. Wang Defa laughed again, his laughter filled with self-mockery and sorrow. Gu Manyu, you've already analyzed it to this extent. What's the point of asking me? Gu Manyu's body trembled almost imperceptibly. Her analysis is, in the end, just analysis. Deep within her heart, a faint, laughable glimmer of hope remained. She hoped to hear a different answer from the other person. She hoped that she was overthinking things, that she had wronged Qin Feng, and that she had magnified these coincidences and twisted them into a conspiracy. Because that would at least prove she wasn't a complete idiot. This also proves that she was right, and that everything she did was not wrong. This further proves that all the harm she caused to Lu Jinan in the name of repaying a debt of gratitude still has a sliver of justifiable reason. Because I want to hear you say it yourself. Gu Manyu stared intently at Wang Defa, a glimmer of hope appearing on her exquisite face. Wang Defa seemed to understand what she was thinking. He chuckled and inhaled the last puff of smoke into his lungs as the cigarette burned to its end. He spat the cigarette, but on the ground. Then, he raised his head and met Gu Manyu's expectant gaze. That's right, it was all his plan. They admitted it. He admitted it. Gu Manyu stumbled and bumped into the table where the tools were placed. She felt all the blood in her body rush to her head in that instant. My heart suddenly contracted, as if it would burst open with a bang after contracting to its limit. Her world instantly lost all sound. He could no longer hear Wang Defa's heavy breathing, nor Shaoan's concern. All she could hear was a buzzing sound. All the previous analyses and inferences have become reality at this moment. Smack! In her tightly clenched fist, a manicured nail broke due to excessive force. Her other nails were deeply embedded in her flesh, but she felt no pain whatsoever. What has become of her long-held belief in repaying kindness? It became a knife that relentlessly tore Lu Jinan apart, a knife that Qin Feng personally handed to her, which he then repeatedly stabbed into Lu Jinan's heart. Every cut draws blood, penetrating to the bone and removing marrow. She remembered how, in the hospital, she had so confidently forced Lu Jinan to apologize to Qin Feng. She was so arrogant at the time, standing on the moral high ground, and every slap she delivered was so forceful and so righteous. She can still vividly recall how scalding hot the blood Lu Jinan sprayed on her cheek was, so hot that it made her soul tremble. She recalled countless nights of arguments, how she had accused Lu Jinan of being narrow-minded and unreasonable. Lu Jinan silently smoked his cigarette, looking at her with a disappointed and weary gaze. She couldn't understand it at the time, but now she understands. That wasn't silence, that was questioning. It was as if he were asking, "Gu Manyu, are you blind?" Yes, she's blind. She remembered how she had abandoned Lu Jinan countless times in order to take care of Qin Feng. At the time, she took it for granted, but now she understands what kind of abandonment and betrayal it was. What hurt her even more was that, in order to repay a debt of gratitude, she ended up signing a divorce agreement with Lu Jinan. But now it seems that it was hardly a divorce agreement. Every single one of those points is clearly a charge against her. It was a foolish verdict against her. In order to repay her debt of gratitude, she trampled on Lu Jinan's dignity time and time again. Gu Manyu could hear Gu Cheng's words again. Your car accident was arranged in advance by Qin Feng. And what about her? She even foolishly asked her father for evidence. Evidence? When did Gu Manyu need to rely on evidence to judge a person? That was just her way of maintaining her long-held beliefs, creating a false moral high ground for herself, and finding a seemingly plausible reason. She even broke with her father, who loved her the most, for the sake of her so-called benefactor. Scene after scene, event after event, all the past events kept surfacing in her mind. Every time she defended Qin Feng, it became a knife stuck in Lu Jinan's heart. Every time she accused Lu Jinan, it became the final hand that pushed him into the abyss. Is she repaying a debt of gratitude? No, she was committing murder. She used Lu Jinan's unconditional love for her to commit the crime. Then, slice away all his sunshine and gentleness, one cut at a time. She thought she was upholding justice, but in the end, she became a murderer. The most cruel murderer who hurt her own husband. She even personally transformed the man who loved her most from a big boy who would smile foolishly at her into a madman with a full head of white hair, scars on his face, and icy eyes. Well, a sharp pain suddenly shot through Gu Manyu's chest, as if her heart was being torn apart. She bent over uncontrollably, pressing her hand tightly to her chest. She gasped for breath, only to find the air so thin that each inhale was painful and made her dizzy. What have I done? How ironic. Gu Manyu, who prided herself on being shrewd and having a keen eye for people, was ultimately manipulated by a scheming man. She also looked down on her mother for being blinded by love and easily deceived by someone like Wang Defa. But what about herself? She is even more pathetic and despicable than her mother. The mother was at least acting out of love. And she did it all for a vague and illusory gratitude that was built entirely on lies from beginning to end. Is there anyone more foolish than her in this world? For a moment, Gu Manyu felt ashamed, regretful, and deeply disgusted with herself. Shaoan stood quietly to the side, watching his boss go from arrogant to teetering on the brink of collapse. For the first time, a crack appeared on that perpetually calm face. His heart tightened, and he was about to step forward to help her up. Oh, a very soft laugh rang out. Gu Manyu lowered her head, and her shoulders began to shrug slightly. Ha ha ha. The laughter rose from a low pitch to a high pitch, growing louder and more out of control. There was no joy in that laughter, only endless sorrow, self-mockery, and near-collapse madness. Shaoan stopped in her tracks, her face full of worry. Gu Manyu laughed, and tears streamed down her face. She laughed at her own foolishness, her own arrogance, and how she had destroyed everything she once had. Looking at her like this, Wang Defa felt a strange sense of vengeful pleasure. He decided to add fuel to the fire. Chapter 110. Killing someone is like destroying their spirit. Do you know how ruthless Xiaofeng was to himself in order to make you believe him, to make you divorce Lu Jinan, and to make your Gu family suffer ruin? Wang Defa's voice carried a morbid excitement. On the day of his birthday banquet, he broke his own wrist bone at home with a hammer. He broke it 3 times. Do you know what? He smashed it while smiling, a smile that was so sinister, so chilling. So he's a madman. A madman with no moral compass. And your Gu family. Wang Defa grinned menacingly. Is the culprit who drove him insane. With Xiaoan's help, Gu Manyu sat back down on the sofa. She lit a cigarette, her face expressionless, lost in thought. After Brother Qin and his wife died, Xiao Feng completely collapsed. He was like a walking corpse. He wanted to die, so he cut his wrists and swallowed a whole bottle of sleeping pills, but he was saved both times. Wang Defa's narration echoed in the cold, damp basement. He didn't die, so he always says that it was the vengeful spirits of his parents who were protecting him and preventing him from dying. He said he had to live and avenge them. He was only 16 years old back then. Wang Defa's voice choked with sobs. He has no relatives or friends abroad, and he's penniless. He's thought about returning to China, but he doesn't dare. He's afraid your father will kill him and send someone to take his place. He can only hide abroad and live like a dog. Even worse than a dog. A pampered young lady like you has no idea what despair is. He's done anything to survive, to one day return and take revenge. Wang Defa was breathing heavily, the images in his memory sending chills down his spine. Have you ever eaten food from a garbage can? He asked himself the question and answered it. He ate it. He'd fight a stray dog for a piece of moldy bread. The dog tore a chunk of flesh from his calf, but he still stuffed the stolen bread into his mouth. Gu Manyu did not speak. She just quietly smoked, the bitter taste of nicotine spreading in her mouth, but she couldn't suppress the regret in her heart. What does Qin Feng's suffering have to do with her? Why should Lu Jinan have to pay for the suffering he endured? Lu Jinan's face appeared in her mind once again. The man whose hair turned white overnight. Who will repay his suffering? Gu Manyu felt another sharp pain in her heart, so intense that her body trembled. It was neither sympathy nor pity. The more Wang Defa talked, the more she hated Qin Feng. Qin Feng is not a pitiful person driven to a dead end, but a madman who has long lost his humanity. And yet, for the sake of such a madman, she personally pushed away the person she loved most. Seeing her pained expression, Wang Defa laughed even more heartily, yet with an even more tragic air. He was beaten and robbed. Those homeless people on the street, those drug addicts, would stab someone for a few dollars. That's how he survived in this kind of place. So he learned to be more ruthless than others, more ferocious than wild dogs. He learned to distrust everyone and to use the most vicious thoughts to speculate about this world. Because of kindness, one cannot survive there. Wang Defa's voice gradually lowered, filled with a fatalistic despair. So, can you expect someone who has climbed out of that kind of environment to have sunshine in their heart? His sole purpose in life is revenge. To drag your entire Gu family down to hell with him. Over the years, every time he was humiliated, every time he went hungry, every time he woke up in the cold, he would silently recite the names of every one of you, Gu man. Your suffering is his only hope for survival. The basement was deathly silent. Wang Defa's statement, your suffering is his only hope for survival, was filled with resentment and malice. He looked up, and the bloodshot eyes looked particularly horrifying under the light. He looked at Xiaoan and asked her for a cigarette. Xiaoan didn't move, but just looked at Gu Manyu. Xiaoan glanced at Gu Manyu, and seeing that she didn't react, he took out a cigarette and put it in Wang Defa's mouth, lighting it for him. Cough, cough, cough. Wang Defa took a greedy drag, the smoke choking him and causing him to cough violently, aggravating his wounds. He didn't care at all. Nicotine actually invigorated him. After Qin Feng returned to China, the first person he contacted was me. Wang Defa's voice calmed down, and he became indifferent. We went through everything, all the possible problems we might encounter. How to seduce your mother, how to get your mother to speak for Xiaofeng, how to get Xiaofeng to get close to you as quickly as possible, and at the same time make you wholeheartedly protect him. How to drive a wedge between you and Lu Jinan. How to turn you against your family, and how to deal with Gu Cheng so that your Gu family will fall apart completely. With each word he spoke, Gu Manyu's body trembled almost imperceptibly. These words cut another wound in her already remorseful heart. Wang Defa, enjoying her pain, continued, we tried many methods, and finally discovered that the most crucial part of the whole plan was you. Mr. Gu, do you know why? He paused for a moment. Gu Manyu did not answer, and Wang Defa did not wait for her reply. Because only you can shake the entire Gu family. Everyone in the Gu family revolves around you. As long as you wholeheartedly protect Xiaofeng, your relationship with Lu Jinan will inevitably break down. Gu Cheng is a sensible man. He can see that Xiaofeng has ulterior motives. If he stops you or touches Xiaofeng, a rift will inevitably form between you and your father, and you may even hate your father because of it. So, he didn't touch Xiaofeng, but I think he must have advised you many times to stay away from Xiaofeng. Wang Defa grinned. Of course, Xiaofeng deliberately left a flaw for Gu Qing to see. But Gu Qing didn't expect that Xiaofeng wasn't after power. He was Qin Jinghua's son, and he had come back for revenge. Gu Manyu's heart clenched painfully. His father had indeed reminded him more than once, but he had treated him as a stumbling block to his repayment of gratitude. And my role is to appease your mother, to get her to speak up for Xiaofeng, and to get her to argue fiercely with your father for Qin Feng's sake. Until Gu Cheng was exhausted and completely disappointed in you and Lu Qin. Wang Defa took another drag of his cigarette, his eyes growing increasingly excited. Do you know why we've never thought of making a fuss about Gu Cheng? He asked, and answered his own question with a hint of sarcasm. Because he's cunning and overly suspicious. Xiaofeng said that the first time he met Gu Cheng, he felt that Gu Cheng's gaze was scrutinizing and wary, and we couldn't find an opportunity to make a move. However, no matter how shrewd Gu Cheng is, he can't compete with having a good wife and a good daughter. Chapter 1:11 Interrogation. Wang Defa spat his cigarette, but on the ground, and crushed it with his foot. Therefore, we can only use you as a fulcrum, and then, through Lu Jinan and your mother, finally bring the fire to Gu Cheng. Fulcrum. Gu Manyu pondered the word in her mind, feeling humiliated. It turns out that she was just a tool carefully chosen by the enemy to manipulate her own family. Although the plan was only half successful, there's nothing we can do about it. That's just fate. Wang Defa shrugged, a hint of regret showing on his face. I never expected that someone could uncover Xiaofeng's disguised information and then follow the clues to find out the truth about the car accident. I never expected you to target me and catch Lu Qin and me in the room. This is very surprising. How did you know that Lu Qin and I were having a secret rendezvous at the hotel? Gu Manyu remained silent, and Wang Defa didn't seem to care. Once my affair with your mother was exposed, the whole thing became clear. I knew then that you would become suspicious. He looked at Gu Manyu, then changed the subject with a hint of satisfaction. But it's not bad either. Gu Cheng has broken ties with you and moved out of the villa. You and Lu Jinan are getting a divorce. He paused, then spoke slowly and deliberately. What do you think your mother will do after I die? She will hate you to the core. She will think you killed me. She will vent all her resentment on you. Gu Cheng is gone. Lu Jinan is gone. And now, even your mother will become your enemy. Ha ha. The Gu family is completely destroyed. Eldest brother, sister-in-law. Did you see that? I've avenged you. Wang Defa suddenly burst into manic laughter, his entire body trembling violently. The laughter was sharp, grating, and filled with a vengeful pleasure. Gu Manyu's body jolted violently. Her mother would hate her. Yes, she caught her mother's lover with her own hands, and this man died at her hands. How could her mother not hate her? Her father left home, her husband divorced her, and her mother turned against her. Are they abandoned by everyone? Gu Manyu slowly raised her head. That stunningly beautiful face showed no emotion whatsoever. She looked at Wang Defa, who was laughing wildly in the chair, and her gaze was no longer that of someone looking at a living person. Xiaoan noticed the change in her boss and felt a chill run down her spine. He had followed Gu Manyu for many years and had never seen her like this before. That was an inhuman indifference. After a long silence, she finally spoke softly, her voice completely calm. Xiaoan, who had been waiting nearby, immediately stepped forward. Yes, Mr. Gu. Gu Manyu's gaze slowly shifted to Wang Defa's broken leg, which was haphazardly fixed in place by a wooden board. Her voice was soft and gentle, yet also cruel. Saw off his broken leg and feed it to the dogs. Xiaoan suddenly looked up, a hint of surprise flashing across her face, but she quickly regained her indifference. Wang Defa trembled violently, his eyes widening in terror, and he made strange, hoarse noises. Gu Manyu acted as if she hadn't seen it, and a smile even appeared on her lips. Remember, saw it little by little, I want him to enjoy it slowly. Xiaoan's heart skipped a beat, but she still picked up the handsaw from her tools. He carried the handsaw and walked step by step toward Wang Defa, who was sitting in the chair, his face expressionless. Xiaoan walked up to Wang Defa and pressed down on his broken left leg with his left hand. Wang Defa looked at Xiaoan in horror, his body trembling uncontrollably. No, no, Gu Manyu. You bitch, you'll die a horrible death. Gu Manyu listened to Wang Defa's cursing without showing any reluctance. Xiaoan grinned maliciously and raised his handsaw. Don't shout. After sawing it off, the leg won't hurt anymore. Xiaoan exerted force with his wrist, intending to press the handsaw down completely. Just then, knock knock knock. There was a knock on the basement door. Xiaoan paused, turned his head, and looked at Gu Manyu questioningly. Come in. Gu Manyu's voice was devoid of any emotion. The door was pushed open, and a man strode in it was Brother Biao. As soon as he entered the room, he smelled a strong stench of blood. I also saw Wang Defa tied to a chair, covered in blood, with a handsaw strapped to his severed leg. Brother Biao's facial muscles twitched uncontrollably. Even though he was used to seeing things, Brother Biao felt a chill run down his spine. He felt sorry for Wang Defa. Brother Biao quickly looked away, not daring to look anymore. He walked quickly to Gu Manyu and handed her a buzzing cell phone. Mr. Gu, we just towed that Jinbei van back and found Wang Defa's cell phone inside. Brother Biao's voice was very low. Just in time, your mother called. Gu Manyu's body stiffened for a moment. She took the phone, and the name on the caller ID sent a chill down her spine. Qin Baobao. That's fucking disgusting. It seems that his mother is still worried about this man. Gu Manyu's grip on the phone tightened unconsciously. She desperately wanted to smash it. The bell rang persistently, over and over again, like a death knell. Gu Manyu's chest heaved violently, but in the end, she let the ringtone continue until it automatically disconnected. There's no way she'd answer. What would she say if she did? You're saying I arrested your old flame? Her mother would hate her to death. Make him turn his phone on. She handed the phone back to Brother Biao, then looked at Wang Defa. Yes. Brother Biao understood, took the phone, and walked over to Wang Defa, who was trembling. He grabbed Wang Defa's head and pointed the phone camera at his face. Drop. Unlock the phone. Brother Biao respectfully handed the phone back to Gu Manyu. Gu Manyu lowered her eyes to look. After unlocking the phone, the screen displayed the text message sending interface. The latest message has been sent, and the recipient is Qin Feng. The message was sent just an hour ago. I was captured by Gu Manyu, so I ran. It turns out he had already informed Qin Feng. Gu Manyu's heart sank suddenly, followed by a surge of rage. She raised her head and looked directly at Wang Defa. Where will Qin Feng go? Wang Defa kept his mouth tightly shut and didn't say a word. He closed his eyes again and chose to remain silent. He has already sent out the message. He has done everything he can for Qin Feng. Gu Manyu looked at him and gave a cold smile. She tilted her head slightly toward Xiaoan. Continue. Xiaoan understood immediately. Without any further hesitation, his arm tensed instantly, his right hand pressed down sharply, and then he pushed forward with a jolt. Whoosh! Instantly, the sound of friction, accompanied by the sound of saw teeth cutting into flesh and bone, rang out in the basement. Ah! Wang Defa let out a shrill scream. His whole body suddenly arched, trembling wildly from the excruciating pain, and the ropes binding him rattled as they struggled. He clenched his fists tightly, his teeth grinding together, as if he were about to crush his back teeth. Chapter 112 Ruthless. It hurts so much. The pain of having flesh and bone sawed apart inch by inch is simply unbearable for a human being. Stop. I really don't know. Gu Manyu ignored his screams and felt no pity whatsoever. She looked at the handsaw embedded in the flesh and said coldly, Continue. Xiaoan understood, but this time he didn't press down any further. Instead, he slowly pulled the saw back. Moreover, it is pulled extremely slowly. The serrated barbs kept hooking into flesh and bone fragments, and each movement brought pain 10 times more intense than before. Wang Defa's screams became hoarse, his whole body trembled like a leaf, and his eyeballs bulged outwards due to extreme pain, filled with bloodshot veins. Large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, instantly soaking his collar. His consciousness began to blur due to the excruciating pain. Stop, stop, I'll talk. I'll talk. He couldn't take it anymore. This torture was 10,000 times more painful than being killed. I know where he's going. Stop. Shaoan stopped what she was doing. Gu Manyu slowly walked up to him and looked down at him. That stunningly beautiful face now filled him with boundless fear. Wang Defa, you're no good either. Gu Manyu spoke, her voice laced with extreme sarcasm. You're not as tough as you claim to be, so what are you pretending to be all sentimental about? All that you just said was to make me suffer and regret, wasn't it? Well, you succeeded. She tilted her head slightly, her tone gentle, but her words were incredibly ruthless. But can you bear the painful consequences that will cause me? Wang Defa shuddered. He had had his fill of venting just now, but now he's genuinely scared. The pain of his bones being ground apart inch by inch had completely destroyed his will. He no longer dared to show any backbone, nor did he care about his elder brother's kindness. I'll talk. He was eager to give instructions, afraid that if he hesitated even for a second, the saw would start moving again. He ran off to Nanshur. Wang Defa shouted urgently. Nanshur. Gu Manyu repeated the place name in her mind, but her face remained unchanged. She gently tapped Shaoan again. Shaoan understood and slightly turned his wrist, which was holding the saw handle. Wang Defa let out another miserable howl as the excruciating pain he had just felt instantly returned to his body. I'm telling the truth. I'm telling the truth. Please, please stop sawing. He cried out, tears streaming down his face, looking utterly wretched and unrecognizable. Nanshur is very big. Gu Manyu finally spoke again. What is he going to Nanshur for? Where exactly? Who is he meeting with? Tell me all his plans. Her questions came one after another, and she was frighteningly calm. I don't know. I really don't know his specific plans. Shaoan's hand moved again. I'll talk. I'll talk. Wang Defa completely broke down. He has a distant relative in Nanshur. She's a cousin. We haven't been in touch for many years. Address. Gu Manyu's words were brief and cold. Nanshur. Nanshur Old Town. Camellia Lane. Number 37. Wang Defa shouted it out in one breath. Number 37, Camellia Lane. Gu Manyu glanced at the message time on her phone. It had been sent an hour ago. Her mind raced. It normally takes 30 to 40 minutes to drive from the city hospital to the manor where I live. Qin Feng received the message an hour ago. He started from the city center, and if he chose to take the off-road to the south city, then at this moment, he might have just passed by the vicinity of this manor. If he takes the highway. No, he won't. Gu Manyu immediately rejected the idea. Qin Feng already knew that he was the one who had kidnapped Wang Defa. He must know that with the Gu Group's influence in Jiangzhou, conducting a thorough investigation at all highway exits would not be difficult. Taking the highway is like walking into a trap. Therefore, his most likely option is to choose an exit with complex road conditions and more blind spots and surveillance. Gu Manyu's thoughts became clear instantly, and she made a decision immediately. Shaoan. President Gu. Shaoan immediately dropped the handsaw. Gu Manyu spoke at an extremely fast pace, and every word carried an unquestionable command. Call the people at the South City branch right now and tell them to wait at number 37 Chahua Lane to see if he'll actually come. As for us, let's set off now and head down the road to Nanshur. If my judgment is correct, Qin Feng is not far ahead of us. Yes. Shaoan nodded and immediately took out her phone to dial a number. He remembered something else and looked at Wang Defa, who was almost unconscious. Mr. Gu, what about him? Gu Manyu's gaze swept over Wang Defa, her face now only showing coldness. Lock him up first, but don't let him die. Good. After Gu Manyu finished speaking, she didn't linger for a moment. She quickly walked towards the basement door in her high heels. The sound of high heels striking the ground was crisp, cold, and decisive. Brother Biao and Shaoan followed closely behind. The basement door was slammed shut, completely shutting out Wang Defa's groans and despair. Meanwhile, on the provincial highway leading to Nanshur, a black Audi is speeding by. Qin Feng gripped the steering wheel tightly with both hands. He would occasionally glance at the rearview mirror to check what was behind him. That black Honda had been following him for almost 10 minutes. Is it a coincidence? Still, Qin Feng forced himself to calm down and analyze his current situation. It's only been an hour since Uncle Wang sent the message. Even if Gu Manyu has extraordinary abilities, it's impossible for her to pinpoint her location so precisely. But what if? This uncertainty is more agonizing than any direct danger. He couldn't continue driving passively like this any longer. He had to test the waters. With that thought in mind, Qin Feng turned the steering wheel without hesitation, and the Audi stopped on the side of the road. Qin Feng stared intently at the rearview mirror, all the muscles in his body tense, and his hands gripping the steering wheel were sweating. Meanwhile, in the Honda behind, Ollie was holding the steering wheel, his phone in hands-free mode on the center console. Jinan, he stopped the car. Ollie saw the Audi's brake lights come on and then pull over. He instinctively prepared to slow down. Should we make a move? Ignore him. Lu Jinan's voice was calm. Don't look at him. Just drive straight past him. Ollie was taken aback, somewhat puzzled. Drive over there? Won't we lose them? This provincial highway is full of surveillance cameras. If we take action now, what's the difference between that and turning ourselves in? Lu Jinan's analysis was clear. I checked the map. The road ahead was closed for construction a few kilometers ahead, so his only option was to detour via County Road 307. He paused for a moment, then continued issuing instructions. That's where we'll take action. There are no surveillance cameras there, and it's surrounded by cornfields on both sides, so it's much safer. So, don't do anything right now, don't stop. Just drive right past him and make him think he's overthinking things. After you drive past, find an intersection ahead and turn in. Wait for his car to pass before you start following him again. Remember, don't follow too closely, just enough to see his taillights. No. Ollie immediately understood the intention. He stopped his foot from hitting the brake and instead pressed the accelerator. He gripped the steering wheel, his eyes fixed straight ahead, controlling the car's speed as he drove past Qin Feng's Audi at a moderate pace. Chapter 113, Lu Jinan's Apology. Ollie's car quickly disappeared into the traffic ahead. Qin Feng's tense body relaxed in an instant. He leaned back in his chair and let out a long breath, only then realizing that his back was soaked with cold sweat. It seems I was being too sensitive. Oh shit. He muttered a curse under his breath, then laughed self-deprecatingly. I'm just scaring myself. I'm almost driven crazy by that crazy woman, Gu Manyu. He picked up a bottle of mineral water and gulped down several mouthfuls. This calmed him down a bit. Qin Feng didn't rush to leave. Instead, he lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. He rolled down the car window a crack, and the wind blew in. The smell of nicotine and the cool air were inhaled into his lungs, which calmed his tense emotions somewhat. Damn it, if this keeps up, I'll get sick from the fright before that crazy woman Gu Manyu catches me. He can't always be so passive. We have to cause that woman some trouble and distract her. Thinking of this, a figure appeared in Qin Feng's mind. He took out his phone, found that familiar number, and dialed it. The phone rang a few times before being answered, and Lu Qin's tired voice came through the receiver. Xiao Feng. Aunt Lu, is it a convenient time for you to talk now? I hope I'm not disturbing you. Qin Feng's voice was full of concern, and his tone was just right. I'm free. Lu Qin's voice carried a hint of sorrow. She was clearly still worried about Wang Defa's situation. Aunt Lu, are you with Uncle Wang right now? Qin Feng asked casually. Lu Qin was silent for a few seconds on the other end of the phone, and then her breathing became noticeably rapid. I can't get in touch with him either. Yeah. Qin Feng raised his voice slightly, revealing just the right amount of surprise. Then Uncle Wang might still be with Manyu, right? Lu Qin on the other end of the phone was clearly stunned. In Mandarin? What does this mean? He had already left when we were at the hotel, so how come he's at Manyu's place again? Thinking of this, Lu Qin asked anxiously. Xiao Feng, how do you know that the FA is with Manyu? Qin Feng smiled as he listened to her urgent question. Uncle Wang just sent me a message saying that Manyu needs to see him. He paused deliberately, giving Lu Qin time to process what he had said, before continuing. I can't get through to Uncle Wang on the phone. I have something urgent to discuss with him. Aunt Lu, I called Manyu, but she didn't answer. Do you know what's going on? He deliberately left his words unfinished, leaving plenty of room for imagination. The other end of the phone fell into dead silence. Qin Feng could even imagine the pale face of Lu Qin at that moment. Little wind. A good 10 seconds passed before Lu Qin's trembling voice finally came through. Are you sure it was Manhwa who took him away? That's what Uncle Wang said in his message. Aunt Lu, what exactly happened? Qin Feng continued acting. On the other end of the phone, Lu Qin was already pale. She remembered Gu Manhu's cold gaze at the hotel that afternoon. Despite her reluctance, Manhwa still had no intention of letting Defa go. Thinking of this, Lu Qin felt a pang of heartache. Aunt Lu, are you still listening? I'm here. Lu Qin's voice trembled more and more. Xiao Feng. You don't need to look for her anymore. And don't call Manhwa either. I'll handle it. But Uncle Wang. He'll be all right. Lu Qin shrieked, interrupting Qin Feng. Rather than comforting Qin Feng, she was trying to hypnotize herself. Manhwa is her daughter. She wouldn't dare do anything to Defa. Qin Feng held his phone, a sinister smile appearing on his face. This is exactly the effect I wanted. Let Lu Qin cause a scene with Gu Manhwa. The bigger the better, ideally a complete upheaval, leaving that crazy woman Gu Manhwa in a state of utter chaos. Oh well. Qin Feng agreed. Aunt Lu, don't be too anxious. Manhwa listens to you the most. After hanging up the phone, Qin Feng tossed it onto the passenger seat. He sighed deeply, took the last drag of his cigarette, and flicked the butt out the window. Uncle Wang, this is all I can do to help you. Whether you survive or not depends on how tough your luck is. Qin Feng restarted the car, and the Audi sped off towards Nanshur. He didn't know that Gu Manhwa wasn't the only one pursuing him. On the other side, County Road 307. This is a forgotten road. The road surface was covered with cracks and potholes due to years of disrepair. On both sides of the road, there are endless cornfields. The withered corn stalks, taller than a person, swayed in the wind, making a rustling sound. There is a local legend that this road used to be flanked by mass graves. Therefore, even during the day, few locals are willing to walk through here. At that moment, a Passat was parked on the side of the road in the wrong direction. A sign hangs on a pole by the roadside. The 3 characters, Yushan Town, on it are already faded and illegible. Lu Jinan sat in the car, waiting quietly. After receiving the news, he went directly from the city onto the highway and exited at Yushan Town, where he was much faster than Qin Feng. The location he chose was also perfect. If Qin Feng's car comes along, it will be hidden with his car, with no way to avoid it. Lu Jinan's left eye was still swollen, leaving only a thin slit. But this only fueled his long-suppressed madness, making him even more excited. He lit a cigarette, exhaled a puff of smoke, and watched it spread throughout the carriage before being sucked away through the window cracks. Lu Jinan fell into deep thought, realizing that having Ollie keep an eye on Wang Defa was the best decision he had made. The first thing he did was tell Gu Cheng about the fake identity information Qin Feng had created. He was certain that, given Gu Cheng's temperament, he would want to get rid of Qin Feng. Therefore, Lu Jinan anonymously notified Qin Feng. Once Qin Feng learns that Gu Cheng intends to kill him, he will inevitably become desperate and accelerate his plan. A madman is not scary. What's scary is Qin Feng's steady and methodical approach. Lu Jinan's intention was to drive Qin Feng mad, to make him jump from the shadows into the light. The second thing was to anonymously tell Gu Manhwa about Lu Qin and Wang Defa's secret meeting at the hotel. This was the cruelest blow, stabbing directly into Gu Manhwa's heart. He wanted Gu Manhwa to see with her own eyes just how filthy and despicable her mother was behind the scenes. He wanted Gu Manhwa to experience what it felt like to be betrayed by the person closest to her. These two moves are inextricably linked. Without his push, Qin Feng might have actually succeeded, and the tragedy of the Gu family might have been delayed by months or even years. But he couldn't wait. However, Lu Jinan did feel guilty towards Gu Cheng. Gu Cheng is innocent. He shouldn't have to suffer the pain of being separated from his wife and daughter at such a young age. However, from another perspective, even without Lu Jinan's manipulation, Gu Cheng and Gu Manhwa would still have broken up because of Qin Feng. Lu Jinan simply helped them get there ahead of schedule. Lu Jinan stubbed out his cigarette and gave a self-deprecating smile. The most important thing is to make Gu Manyu suffer. He wanted her to be abandoned by everyone and to experience all the pain he had suffered. Only in this way can the former Lu Jinan, whom she killed with her own hands, rest in peace. Chapter 114, All the Same Kind. Lu Jinan took a drag of his cigarette and then let out a long sigh. In fact, manipulation behind the scenes is a last resort. Who wouldn't want to crush their enemy openly and honestly with absolute strength? Who wouldn't want to stand in the sunlight and have Qin Feng and Gu Manyu kneeling before them in repentance? He wanted to as well. But if he really had the size of the Gu group, would he need to hide his identity like this? The real revenge would be to directly use force to humiliate Qin Feng and Gu Manyu. How could things have deteriorated to the point where, relying on information asymmetry and manipulation of human nature, they're trying to move stones that they simply cannot lift? The difficulty lies in the fact that he doesn't have the resources at this stage. No money, no people, no power. What can we use to fight them? You can't just rush into the hospital alone, stab Qin Feng to death, and then pay for it with your life, can you? Trading your life for Qin Feng's would be such a damn waste. Therefore, he could only choose this darkest and most circuitous method. However, his actions did cause Gu Cheng considerable hardship. Thinking of Gu Cheng, Lu Jinan sighed again. This guy is in a much worse situation than him. If I had to say that before the divorce, Gu Manyu had planted a seed of green grass in my head, then. But before it could even break through the soil, it was trampled to pieces by Lu Jinan. The grass on Gu Cheng's head was already lush and green, a scene of prosperity and flourishing. That woman, Lu Qin, waters and fertilizes this grassland every day, keeping it incredibly vibrant. The only difference is that I can run away quickly and cut my losses in time. Gu Cheng, however, remains completely unaware of the truth. From this perspective, I can say that I helped him by letting him see the true colors of his partner beforehand. Thinking of this, Lu Jinan rubbed his face vigorously. Should I tell him about this? I said so. Lu Jinan was afraid that his former father-in-law wouldn't be able to handle the blow. I won't say. I also felt sorry for Lao Gu. Just then, Ali's voice came from Lu Jinan's phone. Jinan. He turned onto County Road 307. Lu Jinan said, No. From now on, stick close to him. This is a blind spot for the cameras. If he tries to stop again, take action immediately. Clear. I'm watching from the roadside. Let me know in advance when you see the sign for Yushan Town. Lu Jinan's voice was soft, yet it carried a chilling undertone. I will stop him. Good. Lu Jinan didn't say anything, but just smiled silently. The smile looked particularly sinister against the backdrop of the scars on his face. Qin Feng, take another good look at the scenery along the way. Enjoy the last leg of your journey of freedom. After today, you won't have this chance anymore. At the same time, two black minivans were speeding recklessly on the provincial highway. Inside the lead car, Gu Manyu sat in the back seat, a cigarette between her fingers, but she didn't light it. She just kept rubbing it with her fingers. Wang Defa's venomous words kept echoing in my mind. Every word, every phrase, filled her heart with hatred and regret. She ruined Lu Jinan with her own hands. This realization tormented her constantly, causing her immense distress. Now, capturing Qin Feng and making him pay the price is the only thing she can do for Lu Jinan, and her only salvation. Just then, a cell phone rang. It's Gu Manyu's phone. She picked up her phone and frowned as she looked at the name on the caller ID. Lu Qin. Gu Manyu knew without even thinking why her mother had called. She took a deep breath and answered the phone. Gu Manyu, what do you mean? Before she could even put the phone to her ear, Lu Qin's questioning came through the receiver. Where did you put Defa? Why did you go back on your word? Come see me right now. Gu Manyu closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and tried to suppress the irritation in her heart. Mom, I have something to do outside and can't come back. Can you calm down? Can you consider how Dad and I feel? Her voice was very low. Do you know what will happen to the Gu family's reputation if this gets exposed? How will my father ever be able to face anyone in Jiangzhou again? I'm cutting my losses in time. Gu Manyu continued. I'll keep it a secret from Dad. This is the biggest concession she can offer. It was also the last bit of dignity she, as a daughter, was trying to preserve for her mother. However, Lu Qin wouldn't listen to a word. I can't think about that right now. Lu Qin became even more hysterical, almost screaming. I lived the first half of my life for you and your father, and I gave the best years of my life to you too. So, in the second half of my life, I only want to pursue my own happiness. Happiness. Gu Manyu tightened her grip on her phone. Infidelity and betrayal are now being justified as the pursuit of happiness. Gu Manyu could no longer suppress her anger. That's not happiness. That's betrayal. That's cowardice. That's filth. The happiness you call yours is nothing but an act put on by that man to take your money and to manipulate Gu Jia. There was a brief silence on the other end of the phone. Clearly, Lu Qin never expected that her usually filial and sensible daughter would say such resolute and harsh words. Enraged, she blurted out, Gu Manyu, you bastard. I did something wrong to your father, but how good are you? Didn't you also do something to hurt Lu Jinan for Qin Feng's sake? We're cut from the same cloth. Lu Qin's voice stopped abruptly. She seemed to realize that she had spoken too harshly. After all, she is his own biological daughter. To say such harsh words is undoubtedly like stabbing her in the heart. Gu Manyu's heart trembled suddenly, followed by unbearable heartache. Is she like her mother? No, they're not the same. Gu Manyu firmly rejected the idea in her heart. She loved Lu Jinan very much and never thought of betraying him. She never slept with Qin Feng, nor did she ever betray her marriage physically. She was simply trying to repay a debt of gratitude, but she was deceived by Qin Feng. But the mother was the one who truly cheated, the one who truly betrayed. And she and that adulterer were having sex in the hotel. How can you lump me in with you? How dare you compare my feelings for Lu Jinan with your dirty and despicable deeds? Gu Manyu didn't want to get entangled with her mother anymore. She took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed the surging emotions. She said in an icy voice, Mom, Wang Defa must die. Only if he dies will our family stay together. No. Lu Qin screamed, her voice filled with despair. Manyu, do you really want to drive your mother to her death? Gu Manyu's heart clenched suddenly. They're using the threat of suicide again. However, she could no longer allow her mother and Wang Defa to have any further entanglement. Since mother is not lucid, let her help mother regain her senses. Even if the methods are a little cruel. Gu Manyu hardened her heart, her voice completely calm. Mom, if you really can't think straight and insist on dying for that adulterer. Gu Manyu paused for a moment, then said, then all I can say is, this is fate. Everyone has to pay the price for their choices. You are, and so am I. After saying that, she hung up the phone immediately. After thinking for a moment, I dialed another number. Zhang Ma, Gu Manyu said into the phone, her tone stern and leaving no room for argument. Keep an eye on Madam and don't let her do anything impulsive. If anything happens to her, you're fired too. After hanging up the phone, Gu Manyu raised her hand and rubbed her temples. I felt extremely agitated. Just then, Gu Manyu's van slowly turned onto County Road 307, only a dozen minutes away from Qin Feng. Chapter 115. I saw him. Meanwhile, on County Road 307, the Passat window was half rolled down, and a slender hand rested on the windowsill, a cigarette between the fingertips. The car was filled with smoke, and the ashtray was overflowing with cigarette butts. Lu Jinan leaned back in his chair, his face obscured by the smoke and not clearly visible. Only that glaring white hair looked particularly desolate in the carriage. He raised his hand and took a drag of his cigarette. The flickering embers illuminated the scar on his face. It looks like a centipede lying on it, which is particularly ferocious. Just then, Ali's excited voice came through the phone. Jinan, I saw the sign for Yushan Town. Lu Jinan was energized. Receive. He then sat up straight and stubbed out his cigarette. As the fire went out, he looked up ahead. At the edge of the line of sight, a black dot appeared on the country road, rapidly growing larger. A sharp glint appeared in Lu Jinan's eyes. I saw him. He muttered to himself, his voice tinged with coldness. Lu Jinan placed his hand on the gear shift lever and slowly tightened it. A few hundred meters away, inside an Audi, Qin Feng was pounding on the steering wheel in frustration, his whole body swaying from side to side with the bumps of the car. This damn road. The road was full of potholes of varying depths, which made his stomach churn. Damn, This is a really remote and impoverished place. Qin Feng cursed and swore. But the speed did not decrease. As long as the speed was fast, potholes were like flat ground. Moreover, what he lacks most right now is time. Qin Feng glanced at the navigation. The navigation system indicated that once they passed through the last few kilometers of rural road, the provincial highway would be ahead, leading directly to Nanshur. Once they get on the provincial highway, there will be more surveillance cameras, making it much harder for Gu Manyu's people to take action against him. Once he arrived in Nanshur, the world was vast and open, giving him a chance to catch his breath. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes, already starting to plan his next move. Having been lurking in the Gu group for so long, he wasn't without his own trump cards. These past few years at the Gu group haven't been for nothing. The high-ranking officials they've secretly supported and bribed are enough to create huge trouble for Gu Manyu. As long as he can create public opinion in Nanshur and then work together with the high-ranking officials he supports, he can achieve his goals. At that time, there might still be a chance to turn things around. Gu Manyu will see. Thinking of this, Qin Feng unconsciously pressed the accelerator harder. The Audi's engine roared, and the speed increased again, kicking up a cloud of dust on the bumpy road. Just then, he saw a black sedan parked on the side of the road in the opposite lane ahead. Qin Feng didn't pay much attention. In rural areas like this, it's common for people to park their cars by the roadside to urinate or rest. He just wanted to leave as soon as possible. The Audi sped forward, getting closer and closer to the facade. 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters. The distance between the two vehicles quickly closed. Just then, the facade, which had been stationary, suddenly moved. Lu Jinan kept calculating the distance in his mind. Just as the two cars were about 100 meters apart, Lu Jinan abruptly shifted into gear and slammed his right foot down on the accelerator. Boom! The Passat's engine roared, the car shook violently, and the tires screeched against the ground, emitting a puff of blue smoke. The next second, he suddenly released the handbrake, and the Passat shot off like an arrow. The two cars were rapidly approaching each other in their respective lanes. 100 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters. Just then, Lu Jinan suddenly turned the steering wheel to the left. The Passat suddenly veered off course and crashed into the Audi's driver's seat. Qin Feng only saw a black shadow flash before his eyes, and the car that was driving normally suddenly rushed towards him. Hold! Qin Feng was so frightened that his soul almost flew out of his body, and his pupils dilated instantly. He instinctively swerved the steering wheel sharply to the right, trying to avoid a collision. But it was too late. Lu Jinan had already calculated everything. Angle, speed, time perfectly accurate. Just as Qin Feng turned the steering wheel, the front of the Passat, carrying several tons of inertia, slammed hard into the driver's side door of the Audi. Bang! A deafening roar shook the heavens. The sound of metal colliding and scraping against the ground was piercing to the eardrums. The Audi came to a momentary halt due to the immense impact, and the driver's side door dented inward. Qin Feng felt a tremendous force strike him, and his head slammed heavily against the car window. In an instant, the world spun around, and it felt as if my internal organs were about to shift. He was restrained by the seatbelt and did not fly out. But this is not the end. The Passat did not stop after the impact. Instead, it continued to press the accelerator hard, pushing forward against the Audi's door. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The Audi slid sideways on the concrete road, leaving 2 charred marks on its tires and making a sickening sound. In the chaos, Qin Feng turned his head to look at the car that had hit him. The 2 cars were pressed tightly together, almost touching. Through the cracked car window, he saw a face. The man had a scar on his face, a smile playing on his lips, and was looking at him with cold eyes. And that head of white hair that looked particularly glaring in the sunlight. Lu Jinan. Qin Feng's pupils suddenly contracted in disbelief. How could it be him? This good-for-nothing is someone he doesn't even consider worthy of his attention. This gigolo he looked down on. This good-for-nothing he manipulated at will. They were actually waiting for him here. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Qin Feng suddenly let out a scream. He couldn't believe it, and didn't want to believe it, that he had been outmaneuvered by Lu Jinan, whom he had never thought highly of. He floored the gas pedal like a madman, trying to get rid of the facade. But under this enormous force, Audi, having lost its grip, was unable to break free. Qin Feng could only watch helplessly as his car was pushed into the cornfield by the roadside. Splash! With a screeching sound from the chassis, the Audi was completely pushed off the road. The front and rear wheels on the right side suddenly plunged into the soft mud, and the resistance caused the vehicle to lose its balance instantly. Then it rolled deeper into the cornfield. Bang! 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 The car windows shattered completely during the rollover. The roof, doors, and front of the car made a sickeningly loud sound with every collision with the ground. The dry corn stalks were crushed by the vehicle, raising clouds of dust. Qin Feng inside the car bounced up and down as the car rolled. Finally, after rolling 3 or 4 times, the Audi landed on all fours and crashed heavily into the cornfield. The hood had been completely deformed and popped open, emitting white smoke. All the car windows were shattered and scattered all over the ground. The car body was somewhat distorted, and it was no longer recognizable as the original luxury car. Inside the carriage, the airbags had already deployed. Qin Feng felt dizzy and disoriented. Cough, cough. He coughed violently and tasted a salty, fishy flavor in his mouth. The excruciating pain also came from my head. A stream of blood trickled down his forehead, blurring his vision. He raised his hand and wiped it, his hand covered in bright red blood. Qin Feng shook his head to clear his mind. Then, his gaze swept across the carriage. I saw a cell phone on the passenger side floor mat. Qin Feng unbuckled his seatbelt and gritted his teeth as he picked up his phone. The screen is somewhat cracked, but thankfully it still lights up. Qin Feng quickly unlocked his phone and opened a contact. That was his last resort, and also the only soft spot in his heart. Qin Feng typed rapidly on the keyboard. Xiaoya, I'm sorry, I can't go back. Chapter 116, that's fucking exciting. After the message was successfully sent, Qin Feng's tense nerves relaxed. He gave a bitter laugh. It's over. His long-planned schemes and everything he had built in Jiangzhou came to a complete end today. Since we can't escape, we can't leave any trace. This phone contains too many secrets that cannot be revealed to the public, including his transaction records with certain high-ranking officials and the person he most wants to protect. Therefore, the phone must not fall into Gu Manyu's hands. It must not fall into Lu Jinin's hands. A ruthless glint flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. He gripped his phone tightly, aimed it at the gear shift, and used all his strength. Bang! The phone slammed heavily onto the gear shift. The screen was shattered even more completely, and the body of the device was bent. Bang! Another one. Bang! Bang! Qin Feng seemed to have gone mad, smashing the phone again and again until it was reduced to a pile of shards and fragments. He was panting heavily when he found the SIM card, broke it in half, and threw it out the car window. After doing all this, he leaned back in his chair, completely exhausted. But he did not give up. After all, who the hell doesn't want to live? Especially since he still has a great grudge to settle and his beloved is waiting for him to come home. Thinking of this, Qin Feng's eyes flickered, and his right hand slowly reached towards his lower back. On the country road, the Passat came to a sudden stop at the edge of the roadbed. The front of the car was damaged, the bumper was detached, the headlights were shattered, and antifreeze was still dripping out. But Lu Jinin, inside the car, remained as steady as a mountain. He was sitting in the driver's seat when the airbags didn't deploy. He had already disabled the sensors beforehand. Through the windshield, I could see the Audi emitting white smoke 20 meters away. He pulled out a needle, put it in his mouth, and lit it. Lu Jinin took a deep breath, then stepped out of the car. My feet crunched on the shards of glass. Instead of rushing to check on Qin Feng, he went around to the trunk of the Passat. Lu Jinin took out an aluminum alloy baseball bat from inside. He weighed it in his hand and seemed quite satisfied. He then closed the trunk. He carried a baseball bat in one hand, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, and walked step by step toward the cornfield. The end of the baseball bat dragged on the concrete road, making a scraping sound. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The sound was sharp and piercing, creating an eerie atmosphere in the empty and silent countryside. Lu Jinin stepped off the roadbed and into the soft cornfield. The withered corn stalks broke and fell beside him. A sinister smile appeared on his face amidst the swirling smoke. That was the madness that was about to be released after being suppressed for far too long. Lu Jinan, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, walked to the rear of the Audi and stopped. Looking into the car through the broken rear windshield, you can see Qin Feng lying on his side, motionless, as if he has already fainted. Has she fainted? Lu Jinan exhaled a puff of smoke, and the scars on his face twitched slightly. Qin Feng is too cunning. We must be wary of him. He stopped and did not go forward immediately. When Lu Jinan raised the baseball bat in his hand and slammed it into the trunk of the Audi. The crisp sound was particularly clear in the open field. Qin Feng inside the car still didn't react. Even the amplitude of their breathing was not visible. Lu Jinan narrowed his eyes, then changed positions and slammed the car roof hard with a baseball bat. Clang, clang, clang. There was still no movement. Has he really fainted? Lu Jinan wasn't in a hurry. He was like a patient hunter, gradually closing in on his prey in the trap. He carried the baseball bat and slowly walked along the side of the car toward the driver's seat. With each step, the broken glass and dry corn stalks underfoot made a crackling sound. Step. 2 steps. 3 steps. Lu Jinan stood by the back door of the car. The car door was severely dented, and the windows were completely shattered, with only some fragments clinging to the weather stripping. Qin Feng was covered in blood and leaned back in his chair. It really looks like he's passed out. Lu Jinan poked Qin Feng hard with the baseball bat, but there was still no reaction. His vigilance lessened slightly. He was about to open the car door, intending to drag Qin Feng out directly. Just as he reached the driver's side door, a sudden change occurred. Qin Feng, who had been lying there like a dead dog, suddenly moved. His right hand, which had been hanging by his side, suddenly shot out of the car window and aimed at Lu Jinan's chest. He was holding a gun in his hand. In an instant, the hairs on Lu Jinan's body stood on end. That is the highest warning instinctively issued by the human body when facing death. Gun. That son of a bitch has a gun. Lu Jinan's pupils suddenly contracted. He instinctively released the baseball bat. He suddenly crossed his arms and raised them overhead, protecting his head and chest, specifically the area around his heart. At the same time, he used his waist and abdomen to throw himself to the side. But it was all too late. He and Qin Feng were too close. Bang! A loud explosion reverberated through the wilderness. Lu Jinan felt a tremendous force coming from his left forearm. Next came the excruciating pain of flesh being torn apart and bones being pierced. Lu Jinan groaned and fell backward, landing in the cornfield. Qin Feng's face twisted into a ferocious grin as he saw that he had landed a successful blow. He gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain, and once again stuck the gun out of the car window, aiming it at Lu Jinan, who was lying on the ground. This time, he's going to smash Lu Jinan's head in. Go to hell. Qin Feng roared. At this critical moment, boom, a roar of an engine came from behind. A black Honda sedan sped off the road like a madman and crashed hard into the rear of the Audi. Bang! The immense inertia caused the Audi to lurch forward. Qin Feng felt a tremendous force coming from behind him. His body lurched forward uncontrollably, and his gun-wielding hand slammed against the car window frame. The black pistol flew out of his hand and landed on the ground a few meters away. His head hit the steering wheel again, and everything went black for a moment, with stars flashing before his eyes. The Honda stopped, white smoke billowing from its front. The car door was kicked open. Ollie got out of the car anxiously and went straight to Lu Jinan. His face was deathly pale, covered in cold sweat. That shot just now almost scared him out of his wits. Good morning. Good night. If anything happens to Lu Jinan, Mengshi will definitely chop him up and feed him to the dogs. Moreover, he genuinely considered Lu Jinan a friend. Lu Jinan lay on the ground, panting heavily. His forehead was covered in a fine layer of cold sweat. He roared menacingly, his right hand clutching his left forearm tightly. Blood was flowing from between his fingers on his forearm, quickly staining his sleeves red. The bullet hole was horrifying. The flesh was torn apart. Ollie looked at the blood-soaked wound and felt a wave of fear. If he had arrived a few seconds later, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Cough, cough. Lu Jinan forced herself to sit up. He glanced down at the wound, then at the area on his chest. That shot was aimed at his heart. If he hadn't blocked it with his arm, he would be a corpse by now. Hold! Lu Jinan cursed, his voice trembling slightly, but more so with the frenzy of someone who had survived a catastrophe. That's fucking exciting. Chapter 117, Do You Hate Me a Lot? Lu Jinan's expression was stern. The scars on his face and the blood all over his body made him look particularly ferocious. You really underestimated Qin Feng. That bastard actually had this kind of trick up his sleeve. Ollie squatted down beside him, his tone anxious. Jinan, don't move. I'll take you to the hospital. He won't die. Lu Jinan gritted her teeth and pushed Ali's hand away. Help me up. Brotherin, help me up. Lu Jinan's voice suddenly rose, carrying an undeniable ruthlessness. Ali quickly grabbed Lu Jinan's arm and helped him up from the ground. Lu Jinan steadied himself, his left arm hanging at his side, blood dripping from his fingertips onto the ground. He turned his head, his eyes searching the ground. Soon, he saw the fallen pistol. Lu Jinan broke free from Ali's support and walked over. He bent down and picked up the pistol. The metallic touch instantly cleared his mind. He pulled the slide and checked the magazine. There are still bullets. Lu Jinan gripped the gun and turned to look at Audi. His back was ramrod straight, like a javelin. His white hair danced wildly in the wind. He stepped over. Standing behind, Ali watched Lu Jinan's retreating figure and felt a chill creep into his heart. He had followed Lu Jinan for so long, and had never seen Lu Jinan so terrifying. That murderous intent that emanated from the very core of his being was colder than the autumn wind. Lu Jinan walked to the driver's seat. Qin Feng had just recovered. Hearing footsteps, Qin Feng looked up. Their eyes met. One was standing, and the other was sitting. A man covered in blood, carrying a gun, looked like a demon who had crawled out of hell. A man, his face covered in blood, slumped in the driver's seat, looking like a defeated dog with a broken spine. Qin Feng had a large gash on his forehead, and blood covered half of his eye. But he was still grinning. Fresh blood was still gushing from his mouth. It was a vicious grin, a look of desperation that refused to admit defeat even when cornered. Just then, a dagger gleamed coldly and stabbed straight at Lu Jinan's lower abdomen. This was swift and ruthless, happening in the blink of an eye. Qin Feng had calculated that Lu Jinan, having just been shot, would be less vigilant towards him, and that his own miserable state would lull the other party into a false sense of security. Even if he dies, he'll drag Lu Jinan down with him. However, Lu Jinan seemed to have anticipated this. When dealing with someone like Qin Feng, we cannot let our guard down until the very last moment. Just as the dagger was about to touch the clothing, Lu Jinan's still bleeding left hand reached out and grabbed Qin Feng's wrist holding the knife. With his 5 fingers closed, Qin Feng's wrist could no longer advance an inch. Qin Feng's face contorted as he tried to push the dagger forward another inch. But the knife tip was only a few centimeters away from Lu Jinan's abdomen before it could go no further. Lu Jinan, expressionless, gripped Qin Feng's wrist and slammed it hard against the twisted and deformed car door frame. Snap! A sickeningly loud cracking sound, like bones dislocating, was especially clear in the quiet night. Oh! Qin Feng let out a scream, his wrist went limp, and the dagger fell to the ground. The excruciating pain contorted his face, and cold sweat instantly soaked his back. Lu Jinan grinned maliciously. He reversed the pistol and smashed the butt down hard on Qin Feng's face. Bang! A dull thud resounded. Qin Feng leaned back, his nose bridge broke, and blood gushed out instantly. But that's not all. Lu Jinan grabbed Qin Feng's blood-stained hair and forcefully pulled him out of the driver's seat. Qin Feng lay on the ground, breathing heavily, each breath aggravating his wounds. He struggled to turn over, lying on his back, looking down at Lu Jinan who was looking down at him. Lu Jinan. Qin Feng spat out a mouthful of blood, but his face still wore that arrogant and ferocious grin. You're really lucky to be alive. Lu Jinan smiled, his white hair fluttering in the wind, his scarred face looking particularly sinister in the moonlight. He crouched down and looked at Qin Feng. Whether I'm lucky or not is none of your business. His voice was soft, yet it carried a chilling quality that sent shivers down Ali's spine. But I know you're about to die. Qin Feng suddenly chuckled, which sounded particularly eerie in the quiet cornfield. Lu Jinan. His face held a manic gleam of pleasure. Do you hate me a lot? I hate that I ruined your family and marriage. I hate that I made the woman you love most completely obedient to me. Ha! He was coughing up blood while laughing, but his laughter grew louder and louder. Lu Jinan looked coldly at Qin Feng and then smiled. It was a light, heartfelt laugh, a stark contrast to Qin Feng's madness. Are you very proud of yourself? Lu Jinan said calmly. Qin Feng's smile froze on his face. He anticipated that Lu Jinan would be enraged and would torture him in the most cruel way to vent his anger. He never expected it to be so calm, even with a mocking question. Qin Feng, I should actually... Thank you, Lu Jinan said slowly. Thank me? Qin Feng asked, somewhat puzzled. Lu Jinan nodded. Yes, thank you. Thank you for letting me see a person clearly, and for letting me see just how fucking cheap a so-called relationship really is. Otherwise, I would really think I've struck gold. These words made Qin Feng feel as if he had punched a cotton ball. He thought he had dealt the heaviest blow to Lu Jinan, but in the other party's eyes, it was actually a good thing. The smile on Lu Jinan's face slowly faded, replaced by a chilling indifference. All right, enough with the pointless chatter. We should also settle the score, and settle the score for my mother. After saying that, Lu Jinan pressed the gun barrel directly against Qin Feng's forehead. The cold metallic feel froze Qin Feng's smile on his face. He could clearly feel the coldness emanating from the muzzle of the gun. Do you dare to shoot? Qin Feng stared at Lu Jinan, his tone tinged with madness. Kill me, and you'll go to jail too. Are you willing to do that? You've just crawled out of that quagmire of Gumanyus. Are you willing to be buried with me? He's gambling. I bet Lu Jinan wouldn't dare to kill anyone. I'm betting that Lu Jinan still has some sense. Lu Jinan sneered. Qin Feng, aren't you mistaken about something? Lu Jinan moved closer to Qin Feng. Those eyes held a bottomless darkness. The Lu Jinan of the past certainly wouldn't have dared to do that. Because he's a good for nothing, a gigolo who only knows how to fawn over his wife. But that Lu Jinan has already been killed by you. Lu Jin paused for a moment, then pushed the gun forward forcefully, causing Qin Feng's head to tilt back. I'm a madman right now. However, your words reminded me that letting you die like this would be too easy for you. I'm going to let you experience firsthand what despair is, what it means to be worse than dead. Otherwise, how can I vent the hatred in my heart? Ollie, Lu Jinan called out to Ollie, his voice a little hoarse. Go and bring me that baseball bat. Chapter 118 made my hands itch to write more. Ollie heard Lu Jinan's words and didn't hesitate at all. He picked up the baseball bat and walked back quickly. He handed the bat to Lu Jinan without saying a word. Lu Jinan took the baseball bat and casually weighed it in his hand. He was very satisfied. Lu Jinan smiled as he looked at Qin Feng, who was lying on the ground with an arrogant expression. He flashed a bright white smile. The scar on his face twisted and wriggled, as if it had turned into an even more ferocious centipede. Don't rush. Let's take our time. Qin Feng raised his head, his eyes revealing a fierce determination that refused to yield. Lu Jinan squatted down and poked Qin Feng's face with the tip of a baseball bat. Didn't you just try to stab me to death? Lu Jinan's voice was soft, yet it carried a chilling quality that could send shivers down your spine. I'll give you a new trick in a bit. His tone was gentle, like a lover's whisper. But what he said sent chills down Qin Feng's spine. I'll pull down your pants and gently cut a slit in your treasure. Then, I'll let you see with your own eyes how I squeeze your eggs out, one by one. Qin Feng's body suddenly stiffened. His eyes widened suddenly, filled with unprecedented horror. This extreme torture, this humiliation that made him unable to even be a man, terrified him. Yes, he is not afraid of death. However, he feared that life would be worse than death. Lu Jinan, if you have the guts, kill me. Qin Feng roared with all his might, his voice distorted. Damn, just talking about it makes my hands itch. Lu Jinan straightened up and laughed. However, that smile looked so ferocious and so cold. Ollie, hold him down. Lu Jinan said to Ollie, who was standing next to him. Without saying a word, Ollie immediately stepped forward and turned Qin Feng's body over. Make him lie face down on the ground. Then, he stepped on the back of Qin Feng's head, pressing his face firmly to the ground, forcing him to look in Lu Jinan's direction. At the same time, Ollie bent his knees and used his entire body weight to press down hard on Qin Feng's left arm, rendering him unable to move. Lu Jinan also raised his foot and stepped on Qin Feng's right wrist, which he was trying to pull back. Get ready to enjoy. A look of madness appeared on Lu Jinan's face. After saying that, he raised the baseball bat in his hand and smashed it down on Qin Feng's elbow with all his might. Call. Qin Feng's scalp tingled instantly. He could clearly feel the wind whistling overhead. He instinctively tried to pull his right hand back, but Lu Jinan pressed it firmly, and he couldn't move an inch. Crack! A crisp sound of bone breaking rang out. The baseball bat slammed hard into Qin Feng's elbow joint. Ah! Qin Feng let out a shrill scream. His body jerked violently. His face contorted and turned deathly pale, and cold sweat instantly broke out. He gasped for breath, trying to alleviate the excruciating pain. He watched helplessly as his elbow was deformed by a baseball bat. This psychological shock was a huge blow to him. The madness on Lu Jinan's face grew more and more intense. It was the exhilarating feeling of revenge, the madness released after being suppressed for so long. He grinned maliciously, looking down at Qin Feng, who was still convulsing on the ground. Was it good? Qin Feng was trembling violently, his legs kicking wildly on the ground, but he couldn't muster any strength at all. The pain is secondary. The most tormenting thing is the feeling of helplessness as you watch your body being destroyed. Before he could recover from the excruciating pain, he saw Lu Jinan raise the baseball bat again. His eyes were filled with terror, and he was breathing heavily, but he didn't utter a word of begging for mercy. Lu Jinan raised the baseball bat to its highest point. If they don't say anything, it means they're unhappy. The moment the words left his mouth, the baseball bat whistled through the air once more and struck the same spot again. Click! This time, the sound was even more muffled and terrifying than before. It's the kind of tooth-grinding sound that comes from bones rubbing against each other after they've been completely smashed. At the same time, blood splattered everywhere, covering Qin Feng's face and also splashing onto Lu Jinan's shoes. The excruciating pain caused Qin Feng to clench his teeth tightly. He felt as if he was being overwhelmed by the endless pain. But what he found most unbearable was the scene before him. Under the immense impact, a piece of white bone fragment pierced through the flesh and was exposed to the air. The visual shock of witnessing his own bones pierce through his flesh completely shattered Qin Feng's mental defenses. He could no longer bear it, and, with all his might, began to curse intermittently. Lu Jinan, I'll fuck your mother. You'll die a horrible death. If you have the guts, then kill me. Kill me. Hearing the curse, Lu Jinan's smile deepened, even revealing a hint of morbid enjoyment. The hideous scar on his face looked even more terrifying against the backdrop of blood. Go ahead and curse. The more you fucking resist, the more excited I get. Before Qin Feng could finish cursing, Lu Jinan raised the blood-dripping baseball bat once again. He broke down. He wanted to turn his head away, not wanting to look anymore, but Ali's feet prevented him from moving an inch. Qin Feng finally gave up struggling. He closed his eyes in despair, but still did not utter a single word of begging for mercy. Lu Jinan grinned maliciously and swung his arm down again. Click! The dull sound rang out again. Unlike before, Qin Feng's elbow had shrunk and was lying there limply. Qin Feng's body twitched suddenly. His eyes were wide open, his mouth gaped open, and before he could even scream, everything went black and he fainted. Lu Jinan glanced coldly at the unconscious Qin Feng, his face showing no hint of satisfaction at his revenge. He hadn't finished venting. He kicked Qin Feng in the head. Qin Feng tilted his head to one side, showing no reaction. Ali felt a wave of nausea wash over him as he watched this scene. He had seen all sorts of bloody scenes in underground boxing matches, but Lu Jinan in front of him made him feel terrified. That wasn't just ruthlessness, but a kind of madness that came after all reason and humanity had been burned away. Jinan, Ali's throat was dry. He has passed out. Lu Jinan seemed not to hear. He simply looked down at the unconscious Qin Feng, and then he smiled. The smile didn't reach his eyes. It merely twitched the muscles of his face. You're no good. You fainted before Guman Yu could come to save you. But you think fainting is the end of it. He muttered to himself, as if asking Qin Feng, or perhaps asking himself. Before he finished speaking, he picked up a baseball bat and went around to the other side of Qin Feng. Ali's eyelids kept twitching. Lu Jinan had already raised the baseball bat in his hand again. I'll fucking wake you up again. Chapter 119 Guman Yu is here. It was nearly dusk, and the sky was dark. A light rain began to fall from the sky, and the autumn rain felt icy cold on my skin. Lu Jinan's words seemed to be directed at Qin Feng, but also at himself. He carried a baseball bat and walked around to the other side of Qin Feng. Ali's eyelids twitched as he watched from the side. But he felt no pity, only shock at Lu Jinan's ruthlessness. Lu Jinan raised the baseball bat in his hand again. Blood dripped down the bat. He looked at Qin Feng's left arm. Call. The wind howled, carrying a fierce edge. Bang. The sound of bones breaking rang out again. Even in his unconscious state, Qin Feng's body jerked slightly due to the intense pain. Lu Jinan did not pause at all. He raised the baseball bat high once again, and then brought it down heavily. Bang. It's still the same location. Qin Feng's left elbow was bent outward at an odd angle, completely deformed. Lu Jinan seemed to have gone mad, swinging his sword up and down repeatedly. At this moment, he seemed to have only this enemy in front of him in his eyes, and only one thought remained in his mind. That is to destroy him, smash him, and shatter him. Thoroughly, completely, both physically and mentally, smash him into a pile of minced meat. When the third blow landed, the excruciating pain, exceeding the limits of human endurance, jolted Qin Feng awake from his unconsciousness. Ah! A piercing, inhuman scream tore through the sky. Qin Feng suddenly opened his eyes, his vision blurring for a few seconds before refocusing. He saw a scarred face. A face he would never forget in his life. Lu Jinan was looking down at him, his face splattered with blood, and wearing a morbid, manic smile. And that baseball bat, covered in blood and bits of flesh, was raised once more. Excruciating pain and fear completely overwhelmed Qin Feng. In that instant, all of Qin Feng's pride, all his resentment, and all his schemes were shattered in the face of this pure violence. He was scared, really scared. He wasn't afraid. He simply couldn't bear this inhuman torture. He could no longer bear it, either mentally or physically. Therefore, Qin Feng broke down. No, no. He kicked with all his might, trying to get away from the devil, but his body was pinned down by Ali, and he could only wriggle futilely on the ground. Lu Jinan stopped what he was doing. His chest heaved violently as he gasped for breath. The excruciating pain from the gunshot wound to his arm was matched by the intense thrill of revenge that had him in a state of heightened excitement. He was enjoying Qin Feng's fear at that moment. Lu Jinan looked at Qin Feng and smiled, a rather sinister smile. Don't want. His tone was gentle, but it sounded chilling. Why not? I'm repaying a debt of gratitude. A look of terror flashed in Qin Feng's unfocused eyes. Repaying a debt of gratitude? He was very familiar with those two words. Lu Jinan shook the blood off the baseball bat. Didn't you take the beating for me in the hospital? I still remember it to this day. Xiao Feng, you've been so good to me. How can I not repay you? This gentle address, these familiar words, were exactly the tactics Qin Feng used to best annoy Lu Jinan. Now, however, Lu Jinan has returned it to him exactly as it was. Listen to me. Just bear with it. It will pass soon. Lu Jinan's smile was both manic and satisfied. After saying that, he raised the baseball bat again. Call. The baseball bat slammed down again. This time, Qin Feng's screams were not as loud as before. His voice had become hoarse. His left elbow was also a puddle of mud. Stop. Stop hitting me. I'll talk. I'll talk. Qin Feng had been beaten to the point of incoherent speech, his eyes filled with nothing but fear. He didn't want to experience the feeling of his bones being crushed inch by inch again. He abandoned all his dignity and pride, wanting only for him to stop. The scars on Lu Jinan's face were twisted, making him look even more ferocious. He looked down at Qin Feng and smiled. You say? Lu Jinan's tone carried a hint of mockery. But did I ask? This casual question left Qin Feng stunned. Lu Jinan, stop hitting me. I beg you. I beg you. He pleaded incoherently, all his former shrewdness and calculation gone, replaced only by fear and humility. Kill me. Please kill me. He now only wants to die? Kill you. Lu Jinan put away the baseball bat, slung it over his shoulder, and paced back and forth a couple of steps. You're getting off too easy. I haven't repaid your kindness enough yet. His gaze slowly moved down from Qin Feng's smashed arm, finally landing on his legs. Qin Feng followed his gaze, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. He understood what Lu Jinan was going to do. No, he doesn't want to. You're a madman. A devil. Qin Feng struggled. Lu Jinan tilted his head slightly towards Ollie, who was standing to the side. Ollie, hold his legs down. Without saying a word, Ollie turned Qin Feng over and then pressed down on Qin Feng's ankle. His left leg was firmly pinned to the ground, rendering him unable to move. Qin Feng's legs were taut and his face was contorted with bulging veins, but he couldn't budge Ollie an inch. No. Oh. Qin Feng's voice was filled with fear of the impending torture. Lu Jinan walked to Qin Feng's left leg. He raised the baseball bat in his hand. Qin Feng's body trembled violently. He struggled to lift his head, and his once arrogant face was now filled with humility and pleading. Blood and tears mingled together, making him look utterly wretched. Jinan, I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Please, just give me a quick death. Kill me. Please, just kill me. He roared, more like begging for release than for mercy. Living is more painful than dying. However, Lu Jinan just looked at him coldly. This sight filled Qin Feng with despair. Qin Feng. Lu Jinan spoke, his voice eerily calm. Have you forgotten what I just said? I told you. I'm going to let you experience what despair is, what it means to be worse than dead. He grinned, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. Qin Feng, since you've done something wrong, you should have the courage to bear the consequences. Don't make me look down on you. Lu Jinan's voice was icy cold. Just then, two blinding beams of light flashed, and with a screech of brakes, the two vans came to a sudden stop on the country road. The car door slid open, and a group of burly men in black suits filed out, their movements swift and their presence imposing. Immediately afterwards, a tall figure also jumped down hastily. Gumanyu saw the scene before her at a glance. Two cars were wrecked beyond recognition. One was overturned in a cornfield, and the other had its front end severely damaged. There was also Qin Feng lying on the ground, covered in blood, no longer recognizable as a human. And that man carrying a baseball bat, exuding a menacing aura. The man she once knew best, his white hair danced wildly in the wind. His face was full of madness and tyranny. Gumanyu felt as if an invisible hand was gripping her heart, and her breath caught in her throat. The group of Shaolin and the others who followed her down were also stunned when they saw this scene, and subconsciously stepped in front of Gumanyu to protect her. Good morning. Gumanyu pushed past the bodyguards and ran over with slightly unsteady steps, her high heels sinking into the soft mud, one step deep and the other shallow. Stop. Chapter 1:20 Conditions. Gumanyu called out before they even reached the country road. Then he walked straight toward the cornfield. Her bodyguard was a step ahead of her, clearing away the corn stalks in front of her and protecting her as she moved forward. Ollie's body tensed instantly, and he stared warily at the group of uninvited guests. Upon recognizing the person who had approached, a glimmer of hope flickered in Qin Feng's hazy consciousness. Lu Jinan maintained the stance of holding the baton. He turned his head and quietly watched Gumanyu approach step by step. Yes, he was waiting for Gumanyu to get closer. The bloodstains splattered on his face looked eerie and grotesque under the car headlights. Gumanyu walked through the cornfield and finally stopped in front of Lu Jinan. When she saw the bullet hole in Lu Jinan's left arm, her eyes narrowed suddenly, and she felt a sharp pain in her heart. Jinan, your arm. Gumanyu was interrupted by a sharp whooshing sound as she spoke, only halfway through her sentence. It was Lu Jinan. He suddenly swung his baseball bat down and smashed it hard into Qin Feng's thigh. Snap! A crisp sound was heard, but it was not the sound of bones breaking. Instead, the baseball bat snapped in half. Qin Feng's thigh was hit, and he let out a muffled groan. But perhaps because his thighs were thick, it didn't break in one hit. Oh shit! Lu Jinan cursed under his breath and casually threw away the half-broken handle. Qin Feng's will to survive made him unleash his last bit of strength. Manhwa, save me. For the sake of our past relationship, save me. He looked at Gu Manyu for help with a pained expression. Lu Jinan watched coldly, inwardly sneering. You idiot. You think you'd be any better off in Gu Manyu's hands? Given her ruthlessness, her fate will only be worse than if she fell into my hands. As expected, Gu Manyu turned her head slightly upon hearing Qin Feng's words. Her gaze swept over Qin Feng's two arms, which were only connected by skin and flesh. She frowned slightly, but then regained her composure. Qin Feng felt a chill run down his spine when he met Gu Manyu's murderous gaze. In that instant, Qin Feng understood. Wang Defa told everything. Gu Manyu knew everything. With his last hope completely shattered, Qin Feng calmed down. I've already suffered the torment I was supposed to suffer, and broken the bones I was supposed to break. What is there to be afraid of now? He suddenly stopped calling out and stopped begging. He just lay there in the mud, his eyes vacant, lost in thought. Only his body was still trembling uncontrollably from the excruciating pain. Lu Jinan remained a cold observer throughout. Seeing Qin Feng's despairing expression, he turned his head and looked directly at Gu Manyu. Rainwater slid down his pale hair. You're telling me to stop again? The scar on his face writhed, looking exceptionally terrifying. What? Are you feeling sorry for him? Gu Manyu felt as if she had been stabbed in the heart by those words, and the color drained from her face instantly. She looked flustered and instinctively shook her head, trying to explain. I'm not. Just then, an untimely angry shout suddenly rang out. Are you fucking deaf? Didn't you hear President Gu tell you to stop? This was a bodyguard who had just been promoted, and he seized the opportunity, eager to make a good impression on his boss. But his words instantly froze the tense atmosphere in the cornfield. Everyone was stunned. Ali's body tensed instantly. He glanced at Lu Jinan, awaiting orders. Shaoan almost fainted. He looked at his companion with the eyes of someone looking at an idiot. Damn it. He's gone mad with ambition to climb the ranks. At the same time, I silently mourned for this colleague. Gu Manyu frowned, feeling furious at the bodyguard's presumptuous actions. She was about to reprimand him, but it was too late. Lu Jinan has already made a move. He then pulled the gun from his back waist with his hand behind his back. With a whoosh, the safety lever was engaged, the movement fluid and without the slightest hesitation. The next second, he raised his hand and fired a shot. Bang! Gunshots pierced the rainy night, making people's eardrums buzz. The bodyguard who had been shouting suddenly trembled and looked down at his thigh. A bloody hole was rapidly expanding, and blood instantly stained his trousers. Then, his legs buckled, and he collapsed to his knees with a thud, clutching his legs and howling in pain. However, this is not the end. Lu Jinan, carrying a gun, walked straight toward Gu Manyu. The rain soaked his clothes, which clung tightly to his body, outlining his strong and muscular physique. He stood in front of Gu Manyu, with only a step between them. Manage your people well. Then, under everyone's horrified gaze, Lu Jinan slapped Gu Manyu across the face without the slightest hesitation. Snap! The crisp sound of the slap was even more shocking than the gunshot. Gu Manyu's head snapped to the side after being hit, and 5 clear finger marks instantly appeared on her fair cheek. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. Shaoan and his bodyguards were all petrified, their minds blank. What did they see? Is this still the same President Gu who was the one who had the final say and was high and mighty in Jiangzhou? I was actually slapped in public? Gu Manyu's mind went blank. She was stunned by the blow. A surge of anger and resentment welled up in Gu Manyu's heart. She turned around abruptly, her beautiful eyes filled with anger, about to erupt and demand an explanation. But when she met Lu Jinan's cold eyes, all her anger vanished instantly, as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over her head. There was no anger, no pleasure, only indifference in those eyes. Yes, wasn't it her own doing that Lu Jinan humiliated her like this? So, what right did she have to get angry at him? She saw the gunshot wound on his arm again, and it reminded her of Qin Feng's true colors, and of all the times she had hurt Lu Jinan in the past. All the grievances and anger eventually turned into guilt towards Lu Jinan. Gu Manyu bit her lower lip tightly. Finally, she nodded slowly, her voice barely audible. I see. These words left Shaoan and the others in disbelief once again. Their eyes were filled with shock and bewilderment as they looked at Gu Manyu. President Gu actually tolerated it? Is this still the same cold, arrogant CEO who wouldn't tolerate anyone's disobedience? It turns out, it's not that she's incapable of yielding. It's just a matter of who she's dealing with. The way they looked at Lu Jinan changed. The weight that President Gu's ex-husband carried in their hearts suddenly became much heavier. Gu Manyu waved to Shaoan, signaling them to handle the situation. Shaoan then came to her senses and quickly directed the two bodyguards to carry the unfortunate man back to the car. Gu Manyu looked at Lu Jinan's arm again and felt a pang of pain in her heart. Jinan, your arm. Lu Jinan said calmly. It was your benefactor who did it. Gu Manyu's body trembled slightly. When he looked at Qin Feng again, his killing intent intensified. After a moment of silence, Gu Manyu carefully chose her words and cautiously asked Lu Jinan. Qin Feng, what do you plan to do with him? Lu Jinan fiddled with the gun in his hand, looked at Gu Manyu, and a playful look appeared on his face. Kill him. Gu Manyu was not surprised at all by this answer. She took a deep breath, as if she had made up her mind. Could you hand him over to me? Lu Jinan was not surprised either. He knew that this woman hated Qin Feng even more than he did now. This anger at being deceived and manipulated was enough to turn Gu Manyu into the most terrifying demon. But he didn't rush to refuse. A glint flashed in his deep eyes, as if he were weighing something. After a moment, he spoke. Can. Gu Manyu visibly breathed a sigh of relief. However, Lu Jinan changed the subject. I have a condition. Chapter 121. Is there still a chance for us? The drizzle had become finer and denser, and the cold rain was mixed with tiny icicles that stung the face when they hit it. Shaoan was very perceptive. He immediately returned to the van, took out a long-handled umbrella, and ran back quickly. He spread it out and held it above Gu Manyu's head. However, Gu Manyu reached out and took the umbrella handle. She took a step forward, tilting most of the umbrella towards Lu Jinan, letting the cold rain and snow soak her shoulders. Gu Manyu held up the umbrella, her eyes fixed on Lu Jinan with anticipation. In the past, he would have pushed the umbrella back to her without hesitation, preferring to get soaked himself rather than let her feel even a little bit cold. However, Lu Jinan simply stood there indifferently, letting her hold the umbrella as if it were a perfectly natural thing to do. Lu Jinan sighed inwardly. People really shouldn't be too eager. A simp who licks boots will end up with nothing. That's a damn profound truth. I spoiled her too much before, which made her take all the good things for granted. Isn't what she's doing now pretty good? Lu Jinan inwardly mocked himself, but his face remained expressionless. Although Gu Manyu was disappointed, a hint of expectation still appeared in her eyes. Condition? It's good if there are conditions. Having conditions means there's still room for negotiation. Whatever he wanted money, company shares, she could give it to him. She's not afraid of Lu Jinan asking for a lot now. She's afraid he won't want anything at all. Ideally, he could make some excessive demands, some that are only between the two of them. Does that mean they might still be able to go back to the past? Gu Manyu's fingers tightened slightly around the umbrella handle as she looked at him with expectant eyes. Wang Defa is in your hands, isn't he? Lu Jinan said calmly. Little did he know that in just a few seconds, 800 thoughts had already crossed the woman's mind, and she had even begun to fantasize about the possibility of the two getting back together. However, even if he knew, he would only spit at her disdainfully. What unrealistic dreams are you having? Having finally regained his freedom, he didn't want to fall back into trouble. Gu Manyu was stunned, and at the same time, she was a little confused. She hadn't expected Lu Jinan to mention Wang Defa. How did he know that Wang Defa was with her? What did he want Wang Defa to do? Lu Jinan didn't urge her, but just looked at her quietly, his eyes seeming to see through all the hidden secrets in her heart. Under Lu Jinan's gaze, Gu Manyu nodded in acknowledgement. Yes. You should have already gotten him to talk, Lu Jinan continued. Give him to me, and you take Qin Feng away. Yes, this was Lu Jinan's decision after weighing the options. He did it for no other reason than for Gu Cheng. The old man treated him well, but in the end, he had only taken advantage of him. Therefore, he always felt guilty. Handing Wang Defa over to him was his way of giving Gu Cheng an explanation. What do you want him to do? Upon hearing this, Gu Manyu's doubts deepened. She stared at Lu Jinan, trying to find some clues in his face. But all I saw was indifference. You don't need to worry about that. Just tell me if it's okay or not. Lu Jinan's voice remained indifferent, carrying an unyielding resolve. Of course, he wouldn't tell Gu Manyu the real reason. He could guess why Gu Manyu hadn't told Gu Cheng about Wang Defa and Lu Qin. It was all for her mother, Lu Qin, and to prevent her family from falling apart. After all, no child wants to see their parents turn against each other and their family break apart. Moreover, given Gu Cheng's temperament, once he finds out he's been cuckolded for so many years, he'll be furious. Lu Qin's fate will definitely not be good. It's even uncertain whether she can save her life. That's why Gu Manyu chose to keep it a secret. What a ridiculous display of filial piety. Gu Manyu was taken aback by his retort, but she didn't care and instead asked another question. How did you know Wang Defa was with me? Just a guess. Lu Jinan gave a casual, dismissive reply, a hint of sarcasm playing on his lips. Gu Manyu, however, fell into deep thought. Lu Jinan probably doesn't know about the scandal between Wang Defa and his mother. He might want Wang Defa, perhaps just for revenge. After all, Wang Defa was involved in Qin Feng framing Jinan. If that's the case, then it doesn't matter if Wang Defa is given to Lu Jinan, and the father won't know about the mother's shameful affair. Gu Manyu was about to agree when she thought of another possibility. If Lu Jinan retaliates against and tortures Wang Defa might reveal everything in order to save his life. That way, father will still find out. She didn't dare to gamble. What will happen to the father if the truth comes out? What will happen to the mother? The entire Gu family will be turned upside down. That was the outcome she didn't want to see. Seeing that Gu Manyu remained silent for a long time and her expression was uncertain, Lu Jinan understood what she was thinking. He said calmly, "Are you worried that your father will find out about the scandalous affair between Wang Defa and your mother, Lu Qin?" Boom. These words stunned Gu Manyu, who almost dropped her umbrella. She stared wide-eyed at Lu Jinan in disbelief. How did you know?" She blurted out those words almost without thinking. But she regretted it as soon as she asked. This is undoubtedly a tacit admission of the facts. Lu Jinan's sneer deepened. "How would I know? I know far more than you can imagine." Lu Jinan leaned forward slightly and lowered his voice. "Are you sure you want to keep this from your father forever? He's been cheated on so badly. Do you think that's fair to him? He has the right to know the truth." Gu Manyu's body stiffened. Lu Jinan glanced at everyone present, including Shaoan and the bodyguards with their various expressions. "Besides, with so many people here, can you be sure this won't reach your father's ears later? When the time comes, let someone else tell him. What do you think he'll do? Yes, the truth will eventually come out. How would her father view her as a daughter who helped her mother deceive him? Can this family maintain a semblance of peace?" Gu Manyu bit her lower lip tightly, until her lips turned white. She always thought she was protecting the family. In the end, she was just a selfish liar. The rain and snow fell heavier and heavier, and the atmosphere in the small space under the umbrella was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. After a long while, she sighed wearily. Perhaps Lu Jinan is right. "Okay, I promise you," she whispered. The moment she uttered the decision, she felt a sense of relief. Lu Jinan smiled. "Okay, send me the address, and I'll go and bring the person back later." After saying that, Lu Jinan winked at Ali, then turned and left. However, Gu Manyu suddenly said, "Jinan, is there still a chance for us?" Upon hearing this, Lu Jinan paused and slowly turned around. Amidst the rain and snow, his white hair was disheveled by the wind, and the scar on his face twisted and writhed with his smile. It made him look evil and insane. Just then, a woman's voice suddenly came. "I'll answer that question for you." Chapter 122 The Dream Queen with Overwhelming Aura. Rain and snow fell, and the cold was biting. The sudden sound made the atmosphere even more tense. Lu Jinan turned his head to look in the direction of the country road, his eyes shining brightly in the darkness. Everyone looked in the direction he was looking. In the rain and snow, a slender figure holding an umbrella could be seen walking towards them. The person was wearing a beige trench coat and walked with a leisurely pace. Through the hazy rain and snow, it was difficult to see clearly at first glance. Lu Jinan narrowed his eyes, and only when the other person got closer could he recognize them. It was Mengshi. Lu Jinan was taken aback, then glanced at Ali beside him. Ollie noticed his gaze, turned his head and winked at Lu Jinan, then gave him a smug smile. Lu Jinan immediately understood. It must have been Ollie who notified Mingxi. However, he didn't say anything. After all, Ollie was Mengxi's person, so it was normal for him to tell her. Mengxi trudged through the mud and quickly reached Lu Jinan's side. She didn't say anything, but silently tilted the umbrella in her hand towards Lu Jinan, shielding him from most of the rain and snow. The madness and indifference on Lu Jinan's face slowly faded, replaced by a gentle smile. He reached out and naturally took the umbrella handle from Mengxi's hand. "Sister Mengxi, what brings you here?" Lu Jinan himself didn't realize that his tone had unconsciously become much softer. Mengxi looked up at him and smiled, her eyes crinkling. Then he raised his hand and brushed the snow off his shoulder. "I'm worried about you." Lu Jinan felt touched, and her tone became even softer, even gentler. "What are you worried about? Are you worried that I'll be tempted back by my ex-wife, or that I'll abandon her?" "Stop." Mengxi knew without a doubt that he wouldn't say anything nice, so she raised her hand and gently patted his arm. "Never doing anything right." Holy shit. Unfortunately, Mengxi struck Lu Jinan right on the wound on his arm. The pain made Lu Jinan gasp. Mengxi's smile froze instantly as she keenly sensed that something was wrong with Lu Jinan. She followed Lu Jinan's arm and, under the dim headlights, finally saw him clearly. There was a hole in the fabric of his left sleeve, and the surrounding fabric was soaked with blood. That was a gunshot wound. Mengxi's head buzzed, and a surge of overwhelming anger and killing intent suddenly welled up in her eyes. Those eyes, which were originally full of smiles, instantly turned icy cold. She stared intently at the wound, then slowly raised her head, glancing at Gu Manyu and Qin Feng on the ground not far away. "And you said there was nothing to worry about." Mengxi withdrew her gaze and reached out to touch his wound, but her hand trembled violently in midair, afraid to touch it for fear of hurting him. "Does it hurt? I'll take you to." "It doesn't hurt, it's really nothing. It's just a minor injury." Lu Jinan interrupted her before she could finish speaking, her tone deliberately casual. "Look at me, I'm perfectly fine, nothing's getting in the way." As he spoke, he deliberately raised his shot-injured arm, trying to prove that he was all right. However, the forceful exertion caused the wound to twitch violently, and the excruciating pain made his facial muscles twitch uncontrollably, and a fine layer of cold sweat instantly seeped out from his forehead. How could it not hurt? When he was swinging the baseball bat at Qin Feng's limbs earlier, the excitement of revenge overwhelmed everything, and he didn't feel much pain yet. "If you let your guard down now, you'll be in big trouble. Every time I move my arm, I feel a tearing pain." However, he didn't want Mengxi to worry about him. Seeing him suffer for his pride, Mengxi felt both heartache and anger, and her eyes instantly reddened. Gu Manyu witnessed the intimate interaction between the two, oblivious to others, and Mengxi's concern for Lu Jinan. This sight was heartbreaking for Gu Manyu, who was standing not far away. She felt as if the sky had fallen. She didn't recognize Mengxi, but she clearly saw the fleeting tenderness on Lu Jinan's face. Once, this thoughtfulness and gentleness belonged only to her. But now, Lu Jinan has given it away to another woman without any hesitation. Gu Manyu's eyelids twitched violently, and a sharp pain shot through her heart. She clenched her fists so tightly that her nails dug deep into the soft flesh of her palms, trying to calm herself down with the pain. Mengxi didn't want to waste any more words with Gu Manyu. She just wanted to take Lu Jinan to treat her wounds immediately. In her heart, nothing was more important than Lu Jinan's safety. But since she was already there, she had no choice but to speak up. She walked straight toward Gu Manyu. Lu Jinan held the umbrella and naturally followed beside her. The two walked side by side, their posture intimate, and stopped in front of Gu Manyu. Only then did Gu Manyu finally recognize the person who had come. "Sister Mengxi?" She was stunned, completely unexpected to see this woman here. "What are you doing here? You and Jinan." But she hadn't finished asking her question. Smack! A crisp clapping sound suddenly rang out in the rainy night. Mengxi slapped Gu Manyu across the face. The force was so great that it knocked Gu Manyu's head off, and the fingerprints that had been fading became clear again. Everyone was stunned by this sudden turn of events. Lu Jinan was also stunned. He looked at Mengshi beside him in astonishment, not expecting her to be so fierce. Shaoan was the first to react. He darted forward and reached out to grab Mengshi. "You're asking for it." But before his hand could touch Mengshi, it was firmly gripped by a large hand. Ali suddenly appeared in front of Mengshi, staring coldly at Shaoan, the air thick with tension between them. "Shaoan, stop." Gu Manyu covered her burning cheeks and called out to Shaoan. She suppressed her anger and humiliation, staring intently at Mengshi with her beautiful eyes. "Mengshi, what do you mean by this?" Mengshi scoffed, her voice filled with contempt and disdain. "Don't you understand what I mean?" She took a step forward, closing in on Gu Manyu, completely overwhelming her with her imposing presence. "Didn't you just ask if there was still a chance for you and Jinan? This slap of mine is to tell you the answer. What? Isn't it clear enough?" Mengshi tilted her head slightly, looking at Gu Manyu with a leisurely air, before delivering the final blow. "Then I'll tell you straight up, it's impossible for you and Lu Jinan. Because you are not worthy. Do you understand now? You." Gu Manyu's body trembled, and her face turned gloomy. "Mengshi." She stared intently at Mengshi and said, "Whether I'm worthy or not is none of your business. Furthermore, what right do you have to point fingers at me? And what right do you have to interfere in the affairs between me and Jinan? Qualifications." Mengshi smiled, her smile becoming even more radiant and captivating. She didn't answer, but turned to look at Lu Jinan and blinked innocently. "Your ex-wife asked me, what right do I have?" Chapter 123. Remember to use the sole of your shoe next time. Amid the rain and snow, everyone's attention was focused on Lu Jinan. Lu Jinan is a very shrewd person. He was looking for a pole when he didn't have one, let alone the fact that Mengshi had already handed him one. If he doesn't climb up the ranks, he'll be letting Mengshi down. He held the umbrella in his right hand and, enduring the pain in his left, wrapped his arm around Mengshi's slender waist, pulling her into his embrace. The movements were fluid and natural, yet exuded domineering power. Then, he looked down at Mengshi, his smile both ambiguous and indulgent. Mengshi's body suddenly stiffened. Her original intention was to get Lu Jinan to verbally confirm their relationship, thus delivering the final blow to Gu Manyu. But to her utter surprise, this guy actually started hitting her directly. Feeling the warmth of the large hand around her waist, a blush rose uncontrollably on her cheeks. She tilted her head back and gave Lu Jinan a reproachful yet amused look. Lu Jinan smiled at Mengshi. Then he looked at Gu Manyu and raised his voice. "You're asking her what qualifications she has." Gu Manyu held her head high. The flirtatious banter between the two had already made her very unhappy. Lu Jinan smiled and continued. "She is my woman, Lu Jinan. Does that qualify her?" Boom. His woman? Lu Jinan's words made Gu Manyu feel as if her heart was being torn apart. On what grounds? That spot clearly belonged to her. His doting and protection should all belong to her. Gu Manyu's body trembled slightly, but she still tried to remain calm. After Lu Jinan finished speaking, he didn't look at Gu Manyu's reaction. He was enjoying the moment, and once again met Mengshi's eyes, which were filled with reproach and shyness, and the curve of his lips became even more blatant. He could clearly feel the scalding heat emanating from Mengshi's body. He could even smell the faint fragrance emanating from Mengshi's hair, mixed with the freshness of the rain, which smelled unexpectedly pleasant. Her waist was very soft and slender, so delicate that it could be grasped in one hand. "It feels fucking good. Does your hand hurt?" Mengshi shook her head. "Next time you hit someone with such thick skin, remember to use the sole of your shoe." Lu Jinan's voice carried a hint of heartache. "Don't hurt your hands, and don't get your hands dirty." These words, filled with both doting affection and contempt, made Gu Manyu unable to maintain her composure any longer. She felt a surge of immense humiliation and heartache wash over her. Whether it was tears or rain, it was impossible to tell, as it slid down her pale cheeks. In that instant, Gu Manyu felt as if the sky had fallen. "Lu Jinan." Gu Manyu's voice was hoarse, tinged with stubbornness. "Do you have to treat me like this? Do you have to humiliate me like this?" Lu Jinan was so angry he laughed when he heard this. "Humiliation? I haven't even started yet." However, this time, before Lu Jinan could speak, Mengshi spoke up. "Gu Manyu, You don't need to put on this act. Mengxi's voice was cold and cruel, tearing away Gu Manyu's disguise. You feel humiliated already? When you humiliated Jinan, did you not consider whether he would be upset? Gu Manyu's body stiffened. Her lips moved, but no sound came out. Mengxi looked at her and continued. Do you know why I said you're not worthy? As a wife, you're entangled with other men, not only disregarding your husband's feelings, but also protecting the man who's plotting to destroy your family. Do you think you deserve that? As a wife, you can't distinguish between what's right and wrong. You've repeatedly hurt your husband for the sake of an outsider. Do you think you deserve it? As a wife, when your husband is framed, you stand by and mock him, thinking he's making a mountain out of a molehill and not being generous enough. Do you think you deserve to be called a wife? Every word Mengxi said struck a chord in Gu Manyu's heart. Those excuses she deliberately ignored or thought were repaying a debt of gratitude were now ruthlessly exposed by Mengxi, leaving her utterly ashamed. Mengxi wasn't finished yet. She reached out and gently touched the scar on Lu Jinan's face. Her hands were cold, chilled by the rain. Lu Jinan's body stiffened slightly, but he didn't flinch. Mengxi's movements were very gentle, and her heart ached. Then, she slowly raised her hand and stroked his striking white hair. Mengxi finally spoke again. Gu Manyu, open your eyes and look carefully. Jin's white hair and the scar on his face are all thanks to you. Every time you see this face, this head of white hair, don't you feel even a shred of shame? So, you haven't even fulfilled the most basic responsibilities of a wife. So what face do you have to talk about shame here? Mengxi's gaze suddenly sharpened as she stared intently at Gu Manyu. And what makes you think that after suffering so much injustice and betrayal, Lu Jinan should still stand still and wait for you to turn back? Is it because you're high and mighty, or because of your arrogance? Gu Manyu's face grew increasingly pale, though regret was evident in her eyes. But when she saw that Lu Jinan had another woman by his side, she felt jealous and resentful. All her sadness and regret were instantly replaced by anger in her heart. She suddenly raised her head, staring at Mengxi with bloodshot eyes, then looked past her at Lu Jinan behind her. The man never once looked at her. He simply stood quietly beside another woman, holding an umbrella, silently allowing her to attack his ex-wife with the most vicious words. Instantly, Gu Manyu felt a sharp pain in her heart. She suddenly laughed, a laugh that was both desolate and insane. Well said, very well said. Gu Manyu's voice trembled, but her gaze was fixed on Lu Jinan. So what? You found her to replace me. Lu Jinan, do you dare say you love her? Gu Manyu's voice suddenly rose, filled with resentment and a desperate madness. No, you don't love her. You're just using her. You're using her to get revenge on me, to humiliate me, to make me regret it and feel sad. How are you any different from me now? Just as selfish, just as cruel. Lu Jinan was speechless. Even at this point, this woman still thinks the whole world should revolve around her. He tightened his grip on Mengxi's arm, pulling her closer into his embrace. Then he looked down at Mengxi in his arms, his smile becoming even gentler. Sister Mengxi, you see, that's how mad dogs bite people. They bite whoever they see, and there's no reasoning with them. Mengxi burst out laughing at his unexpected metaphor, instantly easing the tense atmosphere. She raised her hand and playfully punched Lu Jinan's chest, scolding him. Although it doesn't sound nice, I feel like what you said makes a damn good point. As Gu Manyu watched the two of them being intimate again, oblivious to everyone else, a sharp pain shot through her heart, a feeling that almost suffocated her. She is his wife. That position, that embrace, that tenderness all should belong to her. Lu Jinan. Gu Manyu screamed, trying to draw his attention back. Lu Jinan then raised his head and looked at Gu Manyu. Gu Manyu, you're right. Chapter 124, wanting both. Gu Manyu was stunned. Everyone was stunned. He admitted it? Admitting he's exploiting Mengxi? Even Mengxi, who was being held in Lu Jinan's arms, suddenly stiffened, and her heart skipped a beat. She stared blankly up at Lu Jinan's chiseled face, momentarily unable to discern whether his words were true or false. Gu Manyu's originally pale face regained a touch of color because of these words. She guessed right. He still cares about her. Everything he did was just to spite her. However, the next second, Lu Jinan's words completely shattered her world. I was indeed retaliating against you and humiliating you. Lu Jinan looked down at Mengshi, who was slightly stiff in his arms. He tightened his arm around her waist. But it's not what you mean by exploitation. Lu Jin paused for a moment, then looked up at Gu Manyu again with a mocking expression. I truly love Mengshi. Her kindness, her protection of me, and her thoughtfulness towards me were all genuine. As he spoke, he pointed to his heart. Unlike you, Mr. Gu, who treated my sincere heart like garbage and trampled on it wantonly. It was Mengshi who made me realize what it feels like to be cared for and cherished. She also made me realize that leaving you, this stupid woman, was the wisest choice. Mengshi's heart was pounding wildly, almost as if it would jump out of her throat. She could feel the heat emanating from the large hand around her waist, domineering and powerful. She could feel the masculine aura emanating from the man. Is this acting? It must be acting. But why does it sound so real? Her cheeks burned uncontrollably, and her mind was in complete turmoil. Gu Manyu was struck dumb, her body involuntarily taking a step back, her high heels sinking into the mud, almost causing her to fall. The last trace of color that had just appeared on her face vanished instantly. A look of pain crossed her face. She couldn't believe what she was hearing, and she murmured unconsciously. No, that's not how it is, Jinan, don't say that. The person you love is me. It has always been me. Lu Jinan scoffed. He looked at Gu Manyu with pity, as if he were looking at a madwoman. Love you? Lu Jinan slowly shook his head, each word a sharp knife, piercing deeply into Gu Manyu's heart. Gu Manyu, do you think I would love the same person twice? I'm not that stupid. I, Lu Jinan, only need to be blind once in my life. These words completely shattered Gu Manyu's last psychological defenses. The rain pelted her face, icy cold, but she felt nothing at all. She just stared blankly at the man. Just then, a burst of laughter suddenly rang out. The laughter was eerie, mixed with pain, yet it also carried a sense of madness and satisfaction. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound, and saw that the person laughing was Qin Feng, who was being supported by two bodyguards. He was covered in blood. His face was so swollen that his original appearance was unrecognizable, and there was blood between his teeth, making him look miserable. But he saw Lu Jinan and Gu Manyu smiling. It's as if they're admiring a masterpiece they directed themselves. Gu Manyu's heart was already in turmoil, a mixture of rage and regret that almost tore her apart. Hearing Qin Feng's laughter at this moment was like adding fuel to the fire. She suddenly turned her head, her bloodshot eyes fixed on Qin Feng. It's him, it's all him. This same man, whom she was willing to turn against her husband to repay her debt of gratitude, personally pushed her into an abyss of no return. If it weren't for him, how could she and Jinan have ended up like this today? Gu Manyu gradually lost her mind. She rushed over like a madwoman and kicked Qin Feng in the crotch. Oh! Qin Feng let out a scream that sounded inhuman, and his body arched uncontrollably. Seeing this, Shaoan and the group of bodyguards instinctively clenched their legs together, feeling a sharp pain in a certain part of their bodies. Even so, Qin Feng was still smiling. He convulsed as he spoke incoherently, his voice filled with pleasure. Manyu, are you heartbroken, huh? Without me? How could you have seen each other, your truest selves? These words completely ignited Gu Manyu's anger. Shut up. Gu Manyu, acting as if she had gone mad, kicked him hard again. She lifted her foot, 1 foot, 2 feet, 3 feet. Every kick was delivered with full force, striking Qin Feng's vital points hard. The high heels left one mark after another on Qin Feng's crotch. Qin Feng's screams gradually faded, with only his body still convulsing violently. Lu Jinan glanced at it indifferently, then looked away. He had achieved his goal and had lost interest in the farce. He looked at Mengshi. Let's go. Mengshi nodded. She didn't want to see this disgusting scene anymore. Lu Jinan then looked up at Ali. Ali, you go with them to bring Wang Defa. Ali nodded readily. I'll take Mengshi home first, and we can keep in touch, Lu Jinan added. Mengshi then spoke to Ali. Ali, take the man to the warehouse in the south of the city. Okay, Sister Shi, Ali replied. Lu Jinan and Mengshi turned to leave. Just then, a figure rushed over, spread his arms, and blocked their way. It is Gumanyu. The rain soaked her long hair, which clung tightly to her cheeks and neck. Her makeup was ruined, and her clothes were covered in mud. She looked nothing like a female CEO. She stood in front of the two of them without hesitation, looking at Lu Jinin with a mixture of resentment and last hope. She still hasn't given up. Good morning. Her voice was hoarse and her tone was humble. I regret it. I really regret it. I'll change everything, as long as you come back. Let's start over, okay? Let's go back to the way things were before. She tried to salvage the relationship that she had destroyed with her own hands. Lu Jinin stopped and looked at her, a cold smile appearing on his face. Gumanyu felt uneasy at his laughter, but still clung to the last glimmer of hope. Gumanyu, you've changed your mind. Gumanyu raised her head blankly. The smile on Lu Jinin's face was both mocking and cruel. You've just lost the excuse that allowed you to hurt me with a clear conscience. Your so-called gratitude is just a facade of chastity you've erected for yourself, allowing you to stand on the moral high ground, enjoy my kindness with a clear conscience, and at the same time boss me around and act like a tyrant. Now, this archway has collapsed. You just can't face that selfish and foolish self who wants everything. Gumanyu shook her head in anguish. She loved him, she always had. But she used the wrong method. No. I made a mistake for a moment, but I love you, I care about you. You will always be the most important person in my heart. Gumanyu's tears mingled with the rain and slid down her face. Lu Jinin remained silent for a moment, quietly watching her. Chapter 125 Love is in the details, and so is the lack of love. Lu Jinin's silence made Gumanyu increasingly anxious. She stumbled forward, mud splashing onto her trouser legs and high heels, but she was completely unaware. Trust me just this once. Let's start over. I'll change everything, as long as you come back, okay? Her pleas sounded so weak and pitiful in the cold, rainy night. After a long silence, Lu Jinin finally reacted. If I am important, you will have nothing but me in your heart. If I am not important, you will find plenty of reasons to be unimportant. He spoke slowly, but every word was clear. Gumanyu, it's not that you don't understand, it's that you don't want to. Love is in the details, and so is the lack of love. After saying those last words, Lu Jinin didn't look at her again. He took Mingshi's hand, walked past the stunned Gumanyu, and headed towards the car parked by the roadside. Let's go home. He said it so naturally. As he pulled her along, a sweet feeling welled up inside Mingshi. Gumanyu's mind went blank, her body froze on the spot, staring at that resolute back. He really doesn't want her anymore. The field was soaked by rainwater and became muddy. Mingshi walked carefully, wearing high heels. Lu Jinin took 2 steps, and then stopped. He released Mingshi's hand, then bent down and scooped her up in his arms. Holy crap! Mingshi gasped and instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. What are you doing? I can walk by myself. Her voice was tinged with shyness, but lacked any force of refusal. Lu Jinin looked down at her. The woman in his arms was very light and carried a faint fragrance. He smiled, a smile filled with a doting tenderness that Gumanyu had never seen before. The ground was all muddy, making it difficult to walk. Everyone had a different expression. They looked at Mingshi, who was being held in Lu Jinin's arms, and then at Gumanyu, who stood blankly in the rain, looking lost and dejected. Their worlds apart, like heaven and earth. Without comparison, there is no harm. When this man is gentle, he can spoil people to the core. Unfortunately, this ultimate tenderness no longer belongs to Gumanyu. Ali stood aside, watching this scene, and gave a knowing smile. He knew it. How could Lu Jinin not like such a wonderful woman as Sister Shi? Gumanyu stared blankly at her. Watching Lu Jinin carrying another woman, step by step walking through the muddy ground towards the van. Once upon a time, that embrace belonged to her. On rainy days, he would carry her across the flooded roads. If she sprains her ankle, he will pick her up without saying a word and carry her for kilometers without complaining of being tired. She took it for granted. She thought that as long as she turned back, that embrace would always be there. But now he's holding someone else. A sharp pain exploded from the bottom of my heart, instantly spreading to every part of my body. Gumanyu felt dizzy and her vision went black. She swayed and almost fell to the ground. Shawan reacted quickly and stepped forward to support her. Mr. Gu, shall we go back first? Shawan's voice was full of worry. Gu Manyu slowly pushed away Shawan's hand, her body swaying, but she stubbornly stood up straight. She stared at the direction the van had disappeared in for a very long time. Then, she slowly turned around, the sadness on her face fading, replaced by a heart-stopping calm. Take him back with you. On the other side, Lu Jinan held the soft body in his arms and placed Mengshi in front of the car. After Mengshi regained her footing, she went around to the driver's side and took the car keys directly from the stunned driver. She turned around and gave the order to Lu Jinan. You sit in the passenger seat. Lu Jinan felt a tingling numbness in the wound on his left arm, and his arm became sluggish. So he didn't try to be brave and obediently got into the passenger seat. The car started and merged into the traffic flow in the rainy night. The windshield wipers moved rhythmically, and the car fell silent for a moment, with only the slight hum of the engine and the sound of rain outside the window. The atmosphere fermented in the small space, exuding an ambiguous and inexplicable feeling. After a long while, Lu Jinan felt somewhat uneasy. He was afraid that Mengshi would be angry because of what he had just said in public, since he hadn't discussed it with her beforehand. Looking at Mengshi, who was focused on driving, Lu Jinan coughed and spoke awkwardly. Sister Mengshi, please don't take what I said outside to heart. He organized his thoughts and continued explaining. I was just saying. Before he could finish speaking, the sound of brakes suddenly rang out. Squeak. Mengshi slammed on the brakes, and the immense inertia caused Lu Jinan's body to lurch forward, the seatbelt tightening around his chest. Before he could react, he saw Mengshi turn her body to the side. She looked at Lu Jinan meaningfully. Which words are you referring to? Lu Jinan was speechless for a moment, unsure how to respond. Of all the things you said, which one were you referring to that I shouldn't take to heart? Mengshi asked again, leaning forward slightly, bringing the two of them even closer, creating a strong sense of pressure. At the same time, a unique fragrance wafted over from Mengshi, making Lu Jinan feel a little dizzy. He could even see her long eyelashes trembling slightly. Lu Jinan felt his heart skip a beat. He instinctively tried to lean back, but his back was already pressed firmly against the seat. It means you're my woman, and all those things about loving you. He forced himself to explain. I wasn't just saying that, but besides, if you're going to put on an act, you have to go all the way, you know what I mean. Damn, this is so hard to explain, I feel a little guilty. Lu Jinan cursed inwardly, feeling like he was a heartless scumbag trying to rip off his penis. But that's not what he really meant. He just didn't want her to misunderstand, and didn't want her to think of him as a man who casually says, I love you. Oh, acting, huh? Mengshi deliberately dragged out the last syllable, then nodded, looking as if she had suddenly realized something. Lu Jinan breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that she understood. The next second, a small hand suddenly touched his cheek. Mengshi's fingers were cold, carrying the chill of the rainy night, but they invigorated Lu Jinan. Great, you acted very well. Her fingertips gently traced the scar on Lu Jinan's face, her movements tender. It sounded so good, I almost believed it. Her breath tickled Lu Jinan's lips. Lu Jinan, do you think I'm your stage, that you can come on stage and perform whenever you want, and leave whenever you want? Lu Jinan's Adam's apple bobbed, somewhat dazed. This doesn't feel right. Under normal circumstances, shouldn't she have said, I understand, in a kind and understanding way, or remained silent with a hint of resentment and grievance? How did they turn the tables on us? I did not mean that. His explanation seemed weak and unconvincing. Mengshi suddenly smiled, but the smile didn't reach her eyes. So what do you mean? Then I'll start teasing you. She suddenly withdrew her hand, sat up straight, and started the car again. The car merged back into the traffic. Chapter 126, Take Off Your Clothes. Mengshi didn't look at Lu Jinan again, but spoke calmly. Forget it. You're such a good actor right now. I can't tell which of your words are true and which are false. My appearance is so plain and simple that I am not worthy of your attention, Uncle Lu. Lu Jinan was completely speechless. He felt like he had shot himself in the foot. Damn it, Mengshi's skill level is too high. I can't beat her. Thinking of this, He turned his head and looked at the woman driving beside him again. Her delicate profile was soft, her long eyelashes trembled slightly, her nose was straight, and her lips were beautifully shaped. This woman always appears when he needs her most. Then, without asking why or considering the consequences, they stood on his side. Unlike Gu Manyu, who only stands on the moral high ground and uses her ridiculous logic to persuade him and demand that he be magnanimous. Screw your generosity. Looking out the window, Lu Jinan felt exhausted, a kind of exhaustion that seeped into his bones. The wound on my left arm was becoming increasingly numb, and the pain was gradually becoming blurred. But he knew this was a sign of impending excessive blood loss. Lu Jinan cursed inwardly, reached into his pocket, pulled out a cigarette case, shook out one, and put it in his mouth. Just as he was about to light the cigarette, a hand reached out and snatched the cigarette from his mouth. Does anyone look injured? Mengshi glared at him, annoyed. Lu Jinan touched his nose, but wasn't angry. He just grinned. It hurts. I want to smoke a cigarette to relieve it. When Mengshi heard Lu Jinan say that it hurt, her heart also clenched. But he didn't say anything more. He just stepped on the gas pedal, and the car accelerated instantly, speeding along the night road. Lu Jinan was startled by the sudden push and instinctively grabbed the handrail above his head. Sis, slow down. My arm can't take a second injury. Shut up, or your arm will be in trouble, Mengshi said. Lu Jinan didn't reply, but she could see a fleeting look of heartache and anxiety on her profile. He felt a sudden warmth in his heart. Being cared for without reservation like this feels fucking great. The car didn't head towards the hospital. Instead, it took a winding route and ended up in a secluded alley. The alley was very narrow, with mottled old walls on both sides. At the end was a tightly closed roller shutter door with the word demolish sprayed on it. Mengshi turned off the engine and got out of the car first. She walked to the roller shutter door, knocked 3 times rhythmically, paused for a moment, and then knocked twice more. Soon, a scraping sound came from inside the roller shutter door, and the door was pulled open a crack from the inside. A gaunt old man poked his head out. His hair was sparse, his face was full of wrinkles, and his small eyes gleamed with shrewdness. Mengshi, why are you so late? Uncle Ghost, save him. Mengshi spoke succinctly and stepped aside to make way for him. The old man, known as Uncle Ghost, then noticed Lu Jinan behind her. When he noticed Lu Jinan's blood-stained arm, a knowing look flashed in his eyes. Come in first. He pulled open the roller shutter, and a strong smell of Chinese medicine wafted out. It's a hidden paradise inside. It was less of an illegal clinic and more of a warehouse filled with all sorts of medical equipment and bottles. The lighting was dim, with an operating table in the center and a high-weighted shadowless lamp hanging above it. Lie down and take off your clothes. Uncle Gue pointed to the operating table, his tone devoid of any emotion. Lu Jinan was quite decisive, unbuttoning his coat and shirt with one hand. When he took off his blood-soaked clothes, revealing his strong upper body, Mengshi's breath hitched slightly. His smooth, firm muscle lines, paired with his slightly sinister face and white hair, exude a wild and impactful aura. Uncle Gue put on rubber gloves, picked up a pair of tweezers, and tapped around Lu Jinan's wound. The bullet is still inside. We have to take it out. He looked at Mengshi and said, Is this kid afraid of pain? I've run out of anesthetic for today. Besides, using too much anesthetic might make him a little stupid. Lu Jinan remained silent. No, then we don't need to. Uncle Gue chuckled, seemingly quite satisfied with the answer. You've got guts. He picked up a scalpel and a pair of pliers from the tool tray next to him and heated them over an alcohol lamp. Bear with it. As soon as he finished speaking, Uncle Gue's knife sliced open the flesh around the wound. A sharp pain shot through Lu Jinan, who let out a muffled groan as fine beads of sweat instantly appeared on his forehead. He clenched his teeth tightly and didn't utter a sound. Just then, a slightly cool little hand suddenly grasped his right hand. Lu Jinan turned his head and saw that Mengshi had walked up to him at some point and was looking at him with a pained expression. Her hands were soft, yet firm. Lu Jinan felt the force coming from his hand and the sharp pain in his arm strangely subside. He turned his hand over and took her hand in his palm. I'm fine. He grinned at her, and although his face was pale, the smile still had a touch of roguishness. Mengshi didn't say anything. but she tightened her grip on his hand even more. Uncle Gue moved swiftly, quickly using pliers to remove a deformed bullet and tossing it into the metal tray beside him with a crisp clanging sound. Next came suturing, applying medicine, and bandaging, all done in one go. Throughout the entire process, Lu Jinan didn't make any sound except for that initial muffled groan. This made Uncle Gue take a second look at him. All right, don't get it wet for half a month, and don't do any heavy work, or even a god can't save your arm. Uncle Ghost took off his gloves and threw them into the trash can. The usual. Uncle Gue waved his hand and added. After Lu Jinan finished dressing, he moved his right arm and felt that his left arm was wrapped very tightly with bandages, and he felt pain with the slightest movement. Just then, Mengxi's phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID and answered the phone. Hey, Ollie. After hearing something said on the other end of the phone, Mengxi's expression turned serious. I understand. Keep an eye on him. Jinan will contact you. After hanging up the phone, Mengxi looked at Lu Jinan. Ollie has taken Wang Defa to the warehouse in the south of the city. What do you plan to do with him? A cold glint flashed in Lu Jinan's eyes. Wang Defa. The name reminded him of old Gu, and that heavy sense of guilt. Lock him up first. Lu Jinan slowly began. I'll talk to Lao Gu when I get home later. Mengxi nodded and picked up the car keys. Okay, I'll give you a ride. You can't drive like this. Lu Jinan did not refuse. Good. On the way back, the car slowed down considerably. Lu Jinan leaned back in the passenger seat, his eyes closed, but his mind was racing. He was pondering how to bring this up. The old man was very kind to him and even defended him on several occasions. For someone like Gu Cheng, any attempt at tact would be an insult. Lu Jinan mentally simulated Gu Cheng's possible reactions after learning the truth. Outburst of rage, collapse, or utter despair. Either way, it would be a heavy blow to that elderly man who is over 50 years old. Chapter 127. Old Gu, you have to hold on. They drove in silence until they arrived at Lu Jinan's house. Mengxi brought the car to a steady stop and turned her head to look at the man in the passenger seat. He leaned back in his chair, eyes closed, his profile looking somewhat tired under the streetlights. Arrive. Lu Jinan opened his eyes, turned to look at her, and a crack appeared in his heart, a warm current quietly seeping in. Thanks, Sister Mengxi. Don't be so polite with me. Mengxi rolled her eyes at him, then unbuckled her seatbelt and turned to the side. Your arm is injured, so don't move around too much these next few days. Call me if anything happens. Her words of advice came naturally, tinged with concern. Don't worry, I'll call you every time I need to eat, drink, or use the restroom, Lu Jinan said. Then he opened the car door and got out. The cold wind after the rain invigorated him. Mengxi followed him down and went around to his side. Seeing that he was moving quite freely, she felt a little relieved. I'll have someone fix the facade. You can drive it again once you've recovered from your injury. Lu Jinan nodded. Then I'm leaving. Mengxi turned around to get into the car. Drive slowly on the road. Lu Jinan gave a word of advice. Mengxi paused for a moment, but without turning around, she simply hummed in agreement, opened the car door, and got in. The car started and quickly disappeared into the night. Lu Jinan stood there until the taillights of the car were no longer visible before turning and walking towards the gate. Lu Jinan pushed open the courtyard gate, and a series of woof-woof sounds suddenly rang out from beside his feet. He looked down and saw a small mongrel, no bigger than his palm, squatting at his feet, its furry head tilted back, barking at him incessantly, its tail wagging very happily. Where did this little thing come from? Lu Jinan was a little puzzled, but didn't pay much attention and pushed open the courtyard gate to walk inside. He had just stepped inside when the little thing followed him. It kept rubbing its little head against his feet, its round body exuding a silly charm. You stupid dog, get out of here. Lu Jinan gently pried it apart with his right foot. But every time he took a step, the little thing would relentlessly follow, pounce on him again, and gently nibble at his shoes with its tiny milk teeth, as if it wanted to cling to him. Lu Jinan was both amused and exasperated by it, and too lazy to bother with it anymore, letting it follow him around happily. The lights were on inside, and Gu Cheng was leaning back on the sofa watching TV. Hearing the noise at the door, he spoke without turning his head. You little brat, you actually know how to come back? I didn't see you all day. I thought you disappeared. I took care of something. Lu Jinan changed his shoes, casually replied, and then kicked the little dog following him. Old Gu. Where did this dog come from? Oh, that one. Gu Cheng then looked away from the TV. When I came back from grocery shopping in the evening, I saw it sheltering from the rain at the door. It looked so pitiful, so I let it in. After he finished speaking, he glanced at Lu Jinan. That one glance was enough to make him sit up straight on the sofa. Lu Jinan's face was covered in bruises, his eyes were swollen, and there was a bandage wrapped around his left arm. Gu Cheng's previously casual expression instantly turned sharp. What happened to you? Did someone beat you up? His concern was undisguised. It's nothing. There was a slight accident, but it's been dealt with. Lu Jinan gave a casual reply and walked into the living room. Seeing that he didn't want to talk about it, Gu Cheng didn't ask any further. Have you eaten yet? No. Wait. Gu Cheng stood up and went to the kitchen without saying a word. I'll make you a bowl of noodles. Go and change your clothes quickly. Lu Jinan nodded, watching his back as a warm feeling washed over her, and followed the little tail into the room. He went back to his room, washed his face, and changed into clean clothes. His left arm still throbbed faintly. When he finished getting ready and came out, Gu Cheng was carrying a steaming bowl of noodles out of the kitchen. A golden poached egg sits atop the noodles, sprinkled with vibrant green scallions, making it look incredibly appetizing. Eat up. Gu Cheng placed the bowl on the coffee table. Lu Jinan didn't stand on ceremony. He pulled over a small stool, sat down, picked up his chopsticks, and started slurping his food. Gu Cheng sat back down on the sofa, his attention returning to the television. A noisy variety show is playing on the screen, with several celebrities playing childish games. Gu Cheng watched with great interest, occasionally offering a comment. Look at this young man, he's very bright. This girl is no good. She's too honest. She's bound to lose this round. As Lu Jinan ate his noodles, he listened to his rambling and found it somewhat amusing. Who would have thought that Gu Cheng, who once dominated the Jiangzhou business world, actually enjoyed watching this kind of stuff in private? The bowl of noodles was quickly emptied, and even the soup was drunk clean. My stomach felt warm, but my fatigue also washed over me. Lu Jinan leaned back on the sofa, habitually lit a cigarette, and looked at the old man beside him who was intently watching TV through the swirling smoke. The words that had been brewing in my mind for so long were swallowed back down. He took a deep drag of his cigarette, slowly exhaled, and finally spoke. Old Gu, there's something I want to tell you. Gu Cheng's attention was still on the television, and he only gave a perfunctory reply. Lu Jinan got stuck again. He pondered his words for a long time, but found it difficult to say them. Gu Cheng waited for a long time, but didn't hear Lu Jinan say anything, so he glanced at him. Speak up, what is it? It's just... Gu Cheng said impatiently. Are you trying to tell me a joke? Just say what you have to say, stop dawdling. Lu Jinan scratched his head in frustration. Sigh. How am I supposed to explain this? Seeing that Lu Jinan still looked like she wanted to say something but hesitated, Gu Cheng suddenly raised an eyebrow and revealed a meaningful expression. What? You're dating someone. What's there to be embarrassed about? When are you bringing her home so I can meet her? I'll help you check her out. Lu Jinan's lips twitched. I'm having you oversee the process? You think I don't know what your purpose is in staying here? If you really bring it back, you'll have to find a way to ruin it for me. Lu Jinan muttered to himself, then took another deep drag of his cigarette, the cigarette between his fingers visibly shrinking. Gu Cheng glanced at him sideways and couldn't help but speak. Hey kid, slow down. You'll finish this cigarette in just 2 or 3 puffs. Lu Jinan silently stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray, but his agitation did not ease at all. Gu Cheng snorted, paused the TV, and finally focused all his attention on Lu Jinan. All right, stop trying to fool me. Speak, what is it? Lu Jinan looked up and stared directly at Gu Cheng. He decided to sound him out first. Old Gu, what do you think about women cheating? Upon hearing this, Gu Cheng glanced at him again, his gaze sharpening. Can you stop beating around the bush? Lu Jinan smiled awkwardly, knowing there was no way to get around this anymore. He made up his mind. A short, sharp pain was better than a long, drawn-out one. Old Gu, you have to hang in there. Lu Qin is having an affair. Lu Jinan spoke very quickly. Chapter 128, Who is that man? The atmosphere in the living room was unusually somber. As soon as Lu Jinan finished speaking, Gu Qing's expression froze. He seemed not to have heard clearly, and after a few seconds, he slowly moved his lips. "What did you say?" His voice was very deep. Lu Jinan knew he had heard clearly, but he just didn't want to believe it. But he still gritted his teeth and repeated it. "I said, Lu Qin has another man outside." This time, Gu Cheng heard it clearly. The little mongrel seemed to sense that something was wrong. With a soft sob, she quietly shrank her little head under the sofa, leaving only her big eyes peeking out as she anxiously watched the two men. Lu Jinan was also prepared to face the storm. However, the fury that Lu Jinan had anticipated did not occur. Gu Cheng remained silent. He just sat there, frozen on the sofa. His eyes were fixed on the television screen, as if he were engrossed in watching, or as if he had lost focus. The living room light shone on his graying temples, outlining a somewhat desolate silhouette. He sat there quietly, without speaking or moving, as if he had become a statue. But Lu Jinan could see that Gu Cheng's hands were trembling slightly, which indicated that he was not at peace at the moment. Time ticked by, but Gu Cheng remained motionless. Looking at him like this, Lu Jinan felt a little worried, fearing that the old man might not be able to withstand the blow. He would rather the old man jump up and point at him, yelling at him for talking nonsense, than live like this. However, Gu Cheng's mind was uncontrollably filled with images from decades ago. It was an afternoon when the sycamore trees drooped under the sun, their leaves rustling in the river breeze. This was the first time he had met Lu Qin. At that time, he was a poor young man who had just arrived in Jiangzhou, while she was a wealthy heiress. She accompanied her father to the dock, wearing a white dress whose hem fluttered gently in the wind. She stood in the crowd, smiling with youthful beauty. That one glance was something he would remember for a lifetime. He climbed desperately, enduring countless hardships and sufferings, and finally married this beautiful woman. He thought he had given her the best life in the world and spoiled her like a princess who didn't have to worry about anything. But all of this was just his assumption. Gu Cheng felt a tightness in his chest, so tight that he could hardly breathe. He suddenly clutched his chest, gasping for breath. "Old Gu." Lu Jinan was startled when he saw this, and quickly went over. Gu Cheng opened his mouth, desperately trying to breathe, but could only make hoarse sounds. "Oh shit." Lu Jinan cursed under his breath, knowing that the old man was so angry that he couldn't catch his breath. Without hesitation, he grabbed Gu Cheng's shoulder with one hand and clenched his other fist, striking him twice in the back of the chest. Cough. Cough, cough, cough. Gu Cheng was jolted forward by the two punches, coughing violently, finally able to catch his breath. Lu Jinan didn't dare let go, and kept supporting him, gently patting his back. "Are you feeling better?" Gu Cheng didn't answer. He just hunched over and coughed for a while before he slowly calmed down. When he straightened up again, he was completely back to normal. He waved his hand, signaling Lu Jinan to let go. "I'm fine." His voice was hoarse. Lu Jinan released his grip and returned to his original position. Gu Cheng slowly leaned back into the sofa and let out a long sigh. She still came to this point. Gu Cheng's words contained no surprise, no anger, only disappointment and exhaustion. He knew there were problems in his relationship with Lu Qin. He also knew exactly where the problem lay between them. But he felt that they were both this age and had been married for so many years. Even if their relationship has problems and they no longer love each other. But after so many years of living together day and night, familial affection should have long surpassed romantic love. But when he learned from Lu Jinan that Lu Qin had cheated on him, he was heartbroken. This is not only a betrayal, but also a trampling on Gu Cheng's lifelong dignity, and an insult to his daughter Gu Manyu. Gu Chengshin took out a cigarette and lit it. He took a deep breath, and smoke billowed from his mouth and nose, blurring his face. Just as the cigarette was about to burn out, Gu Cheng spoke. "Who is that man?" Looking at Gu Cheng's expressionless face, Lu Jinan didn't hide anything and said directly, "Wang Defa." Qingjing was former right-hand man. He then briefly recounted how Wang Defa had meticulously planned and laid a trap step by step several years ago by getting close to Lu Qin. Gu Cheng was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and the muscles on his face twitched slightly. Immediately, A look of realization and self-mockery appeared on his face. I see. It turns out that Qin Feng and Wang Defa's revenge had already begun long ago. They dared not harm themselves, but instead targeted their bed partners. Gu Cheng was wary of everyone, but he was particularly wary of his own bedmate. Therefore, he never expected that the woman who had shared a bed with him for decades would betray him, and in such a despicable way. Gu Cheng suddenly chuckled softly, his laughter filled with sarcasm. I thought she had found her true love. I never expected that I would be used without even realizing it, and even after being sold out, I would still be happily helping them count the money. Gu Cheng shook his head, his words full of mockery. That's incredibly stupid. Lu Jinan secretly agreed, adding, indeed stupid. Gu Cheng took another drag of his cigarette, his face appearing somewhat obscure. Manhwa, do you know anything about her mother? Lu Jinan met his gaze calmly. No. Gu Cheng's eyes flickered, but he didn't ask any further questions. Lu Jinan knew perfectly well what role the old man had played in all of this. Given Gu Manhwa's muddle-headed personality, she'll most likely side with her mother again. That's why Gu Cheng didn't ask. Asking will only make him more disappointed in his daughter. At this moment, Gu Cheng's gaze lingered for a few seconds on Lu Jinan's bruised cheeks and bandaged left arm. Did you do anything to Qin Feng and Wang Defa today? Lu Jinan was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect the old man to react so quickly. Looking at Gu Cheng's sharp gaze that seemed to see through everything, Lu Jinan awkwardly touched his nose, then gave an innocent smile. How did you know? Snort. Gu Cheng snorted, as if looking at an idiot. Besides Qin Feng, do you have any other enemies in Jiangzhou? You're covered in injuries now, so who else could it be but Qin Feng? What's more, why did you have to bring this up tonight of all times? Gu Cheng flicked his cigarette ash and continued. Is it hard to guess when you put these two things together? Lu Jinan was completely convinced. This former father-in-law is quick-witted. He simply nodded in agreement. Yes, Wang Defa is in my hands now. Gu Cheng didn't say anything more, but simply finished the last puff of his cigarette. Then he stubbed out the cigarette in the ashtray, his movements ruthless. Then he stood up. In that instant, Lu Jinan seemed to see again the shadow of that once powerful and ruthless figure in Jiangzhou's business world. Gu Cheng said to Lu Jinan, Walk. Chapter 129 Hatred should not be let on overnight. Lu Jinan was a little taken aback by Gu Cheng's posture and subconsciously asked a question. Go? Where are we going? Gu Cheng didn't even turn his head, only coldly uttering a sentence, carrying a chilling aura. Go kill someone. Upon hearing this, Lu Jinan's lips twitched involuntarily. This old man is really desperate. Lu Jinan raised his hand to look at his watch. It was already past 8 o'clock in the evening. No, Lao Gu, are you serious? Lu Jinan rubbed his temples, looking exhausted. What time is it? Can't we do it tomorrow? I'm still injured. He really had a rough day. First, he was beaten up by the spirited young woman Xiao Yao. Then he was shot by Qin Feng again. All he wanted to do now was lie in bed and sleep soundly, rather than go killing people with an old man. Gu Cheng stopped and stared sharply at Lu Jinan. Tomorrow? Let's go now. We don't let grudges linger overnight. Stop dawdling. You're a grown man, yet you're not as good as this old man. After saying that, he glanced at Lu Jinan's half-dead appearance and mocked him without any politeness. If you don't want to go, just give me the address, and I'll go by myself. After saying that, he didn't look at Lu Jinan again and walked towards the gate. Lu Jinan was completely speechless. Damn it, this old man is even crazier than him. If there's no blood tonight, this matter won't be over. He sighed helplessly, resignedly picked up his coat and put it on, then chased after Gu Cheng as they walked out. Hey, old Gu, wait for me, I'm going. The two left the courtyard one after the other. Since moving to Lu Jinan's place, Gu Cheng has gotten a car for transportation, a black phaeton, which is very low-key. He opened the back door and got in, as if he was certain that Lu Jinan would come along. Lu Jinan followed him out the door, and seeing his arrogant attitude, he felt his wound start to hurt again. He opened the car door and resignedly got in. You're treating me like a driver. Can't you take care of the injured? Lu Jinan fastened his seatbelt while complaining irritably. Gu Cheng, sitting in the back seat, kept his eyes closed and completely ignored him. Lu Jinan was speechless. He took out his phone and dialed Ali's number. Lu Jinan didn't waste any words. Send me the warehouse address on my phone. Ali on the other end of the phone simply replied, okay, and then hung up. Soon, my phone vibrated, and a location message was sent to me. Lu Jinan glanced at the address. Thankfully, it wasn't far. He set the navigation, started the car, and drove off. The carriage was completely silent. Gu Chung, sitting in the back seat, suddenly opened his eyes, took out his phone, and dialed a number. The call was answered almost instantly. President Gu. A deep, steady male voice came from the receiver. Hi. Bring 2 people to number 56 Yuhua Street. Gu Chung paused for a moment, as if thinking about something, and then added. Also, those people I mentioned to you last time, start having people keep an eye on them 24 hours a day from now on. After saying that, he hung up the phone, closed his eyes again, and resumed resting with his eyes closed. Lu Jinan glanced at him in the rearview mirror. It seems that Wang Defa's fate will be terrible tonight. I'm telling you, Lao Gu. Lu Jinan sighed, trying to ease the tense atmosphere. Try to think more positively. Don't get angry over a woman like that, and ruin your health. He paused, then continued. I'm counting on you to give me guidance, cook for me, and take care of the household. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Chung in the back seat opened his eyes. Get the hell out of here. Gu Chung cursed. I know exactly what you're up to. You're probably just hoping I move out as soon as possible. Lu Jinan's lips twitched. He simply shut up and focused on driving. The phaeton quickly turned onto Yuhua Street. The streetlights on both sides of the road were somewhat dim. Following the navigation instructions, Lu Jinan parked his car in front of the warehouse. The warehouse's roller shutter door was tightly closed, and a figure stood at the doorway. It was Ali. Upon seeing the car lights, Ali immediately went to greet them. Lu Jinan pushed open the car door and got out, and Ali called out to him. Good morning. The back door opened, and Gu Chung got out with a sullen face. He glanced at Ali and nodded. Where are they? It's inside. Ali answered, while stepping aside to make way for him. Gu Chung said no more and strode toward the warehouse. Ali walked up to Lu Jinan and lowered his voice. Jinan, who is this? My former father-in-law, Gu Chung. Lu Jinan rubbed his sore shoulders and casually offered an explanation. Ali's expression was somewhat amused. This is the person involved. Lu Jinan patted him on the shoulder. All right. Hurry up and open the door. Okay, sure. Ali snapped out of his daze, rushed forward, and pulled open the roller shutter. A damp smell wafted over. The warehouse was very empty, with only a dim gas lamp hanging in the center. Gu Chung went inside. Lu Jinan followed behind him, his gaze fixed on a corner of the warehouse. There, a person was curled up on the ground. It was Wang Defa. His face and body were covered in blood, and his body was twitching from time to time. Gu Chung stopped 3 meters away from Wang Defa. He looked down at the man on the ground. Are you angry? Of course I'm angry. Although his feelings for Lu Qin had long since faded, she was, after all, his lawfully wedded wife. Besides, he's a man. How could he tolerate something like this? Therefore, he couldn't swallow this insult. The fire in my heart also needs an outlet. Just then, Wang Defa seemed to be awakened. He raised his head and looked at the person who had come. He was somewhat surprised when he realized that the person standing in front of him was Gu Chung. He probably never imagined that he would meet Gu Chung in person here. However, the shock only lasted for a few seconds. Immediately afterwards, Wang Defa smiled. He. The laughter was initially faint, tinged with pain. But it soon became clear, filled with mockery and glee. Ha 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 ha. Wang Defa struggled to prop himself up on his elbows and leaned against the wall. He looked at Gu Chung, his eyes gleaming with a sickly light. Gu Chung. His speech was somewhat unclear. I didn't expect you to come in person. An honor. It's truly an honor. Huh. How does it feel to have your wife cuckold you? Isn't it awesome? Wang Defa really wanted to die sooner rather than later. Lu Jinan glanced at Gu Chung subconsciously. Gu Chung didn't say a word from beginning to end, and his expression was unusually calm. However, beneath this calm, Lu Jinan felt a chill run down his spine. Wang Defa was still immersed in the pleasure of revenge. Gu Chung, you're a complete loser. You can't even protect your own woman. Do you know? I know every inch of your wife's skin better than you do. Do you know how beautiful your wife's voice is when she's under me? Chapter 130 Cutting for Permanent Rule. Ollie stood aside, glanced at Lu Jinan, and silently mouthed, "What should we do?" Lu Jinan shook his head slightly, signaling him not to move. This was Gu Cheng's family affair, and also his battlefield. Gu Cheng had to handle some things himself, and he had to vent his anger on his own. Just as Wang Defa was about to say something more, Gu Cheng made a move. The leather shoes made a tap, tap, tap sound as they stepped on the cement floor. As Wang Defa watched him approach, his smile grew even more maniacal. He no longer expected to live. He just wanted a quick and painless death. Therefore, he deliberately provoked Gu Cheng. Gu Cheng walked up to him, and then he lifted his foot. Bang! He kicked Wang Defa in the face. Wang Defa screamed. His head snapped back and slammed heavily against the wall with a thud. Blood gushed out of her nose instantly. He stopped laughing, and he couldn't laugh anymore. But this is just the beginning. Gu Cheng didn't say a word. He just lifted his foot, put it down, lifted his foot again, and put it down again. Bang! 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 He kicked Wang Defa's face repeatedly. Each kick delivered with all his might. He used this man as an outlet for his anger. The hard soles of the shoes left bloody marks on Wang Defa's face, and the sound of his nose breaking could be clearly heard. Wang Defa covered his head with both hands, but he continued to scream in pain, and his body twitched. Lu Jinan stood quietly not far away, watching expressionlessly. He did not stop it. As time passed, Gu Cheng's movements gradually slowed down. His breathing became heavy. After all, he's 60 years old, and such intense venting takes a huge toll on his physical strength. Finally, he stopped. He took 2 steps back, braced himself on his knees, and gasped for breath. Wang Defa's face was covered in cuts and gore, a bloody mess. He looked at Gu Cheng, his eyes filled with hatred. Gu Cheng, he said haltingly. Yeah? You can't do it either. Are you getting old? And losing your strength? Gu Cheng gave a cold laugh and remained silent. He rested for several minutes before his breathing calmed down. He went up to Wang Defa and rubbed the soles of his shoes on Wang Defa's clothes. Just then, the sound of brakes came from outside the warehouse. Immediately afterwards, the roller shutter door was pulled open again. It was Gu Hai who led 2 young men in quickly. President Gu. Gu Hai bowed slightly, then looked at Lu Jinan and nodded, as if to say hello. Gu Cheng gestured with his chin towards Wang Defa. Hang him up. His eyes flashed with coldness. He likes to sleep with other men's wives, so cut off that rotten lump of flesh down there and feed it to the dogs. He paused for a moment, then added, Keep him alive, don't let him die. Upon hearing this, even Lu Jinan subconsciously shuddered. Is this a way to achieve permanent cure through severance? Destroy a man's dignity at its root. Ollie, who was next to him, also felt a chill in his crotch. He looked at Lu Jinan with a somewhat enigmatic gaze, as if to say, Your former father-in-law is a ruthless man. You must never offend him in the future. Lu Jinan noticed Ali's gaze and felt a sudden twitch in the corner of his eye. Gu Hai remained unmoved, as if he had already taken it all in stride. Without the slightest hesitation, he responded and waved to the 2 young men behind him. 2 young men immediately stepped forward and helped Wang Defa up. Wang Defa, who had just been laughing, stopped laughing abruptly after hearing Gu Cheng's words. His body trembled violently, and he kicked his feet backward on the ground, desperately trying to pull himself back. He yelled at Gu Cheng at the top of his lungs. Gu Cheng, you're a fucking lunatic. Kill me. He was scared. It was a fear worse than death. Gu Cheng, he screamed at the top of his lungs. If you're a man, kill me. Kill me. Gu Cheng sneered, not even bothering to say a word to him. In his eyes, Wang Defa was not worthy of speaking to him. The 2 young men were clearly used to this kind of work, and they moved very quickly. They quickly dragged the struggling Wang Defa to the load-bearing pillar in the center of the warehouse. Then, they tied Wang Defa's wrists with rope and hung him up. Gu Cheng, you'll die a horrible death. Wang Defa struggled violently, kicking his legs wildly in the air as he made his last stand. One of the young men went back into the car and found 2 more ropes, which they used to tie Wang Defa's feet tightly as well. Wang Defa was instantly stretched into a big shape and could no longer move. At this moment, Gu Hai expressionlessly pulled a dagger from behind his waist. The blade reflected a chilling light under the lamplight as he slowly walked towards Wang Defa. The air in the warehouse seemed to freeze instantly. As Wang Defa looked at the approaching blade, the hatred in his eyes vanished, replaced only by terror. He instinctively begged for mercy, his voice trembling. No, no, don't come any closer. Gu Cheng, Mr. Gu, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please, just give me a quick death. Kill me. Kill me. Gu Cheng, however, turned a deaf ear. He simply watched coldly, his face devoid of any emotion, his calmness chilling. Lu Jinan watched this incredibly impactful scene from the sidelines. Yet surprisingly, he felt quite calm. Sure enough, experience is the best teacher. This old man is really attacking my spirit. Killing someone is nothing more than a beheading. But Gu Cheng refused. He wanted to make Wang Defa watch, bit by bit, as his dignity and his symbol as a man were stripped away in extreme fear. This approach is even more ruthless than simply killing him. Ali's Adam's apple bobbed, and he subconsciously moved closer to Lu Jinan, the cool sensation in his crotch becoming more and more pronounced. He used to fight in underground boxing matches and had seen all sorts of things, but this kind of torture was something he had never witnessed before. This Mr. Gu is the real ruthless one. The cold glint of the dagger drew ever closer. A foul odor emanated from Wang Defa's crotch, and a yellow liquid dripped down his trouser leg onto the ground. He was so scared that he peed himself. Gu Hai showed no disgust and ripped off his pants. Then, he raised the dagger in his hand. Whoosh! The light of the Tao descended. A heart-wrenching scream rang out in the warehouse, piercing the eardrums. Gu Hai swiftly and decisively wielded his knife, his movements clean and efficient, without the slightest hesitation. He casually tossed the piece he had cut off into a box. Mr. Gu said he wanted to feed the dogs. Then he wiped the blood off the knife with Wang Defa's trouser leg, sheathed it, as if he had done it many times before. Wang Defa went limp. If he hadn't been suspended by ropes, he probably would have collapsed into a puddle of mud. The only sounds in the warehouse were his intermittent screams and the sound of blood dripping onto the ground. At this moment, Gu Cheng said to Gu Hai, "Treat his wounds. Don't let him die." "Yes." Gu Hai bowed slightly. "Now let's look back at home." Then, Gu Cheng took the lead and walked out of the warehouse. That silhouette exuded a sense of impending doom. As Lu Jinan watched Gu Cheng leave, he said to Ollie, "Ollie, could you tidy up this place?" "Thank you." Ollie glanced at Lu Jinan and nodded. Lu Jinan then quickly chased after him. He knew this wasn't over yet. The punishment of Wang Defa was just the appetizer. The real feast is about to begin. Chapter 131, Ideal Love. The phaeton's wheels rolled over the rain-soaked ground and drove away from Yuhua Street. Inside the car, there was complete silence. Lu Jinan was driving when he glanced at Gu Cheng in the back seat through the rearview mirror. The old man leaned back in his chair, still resting with his eyes closed, his face calm and revealing no emotion. But Lu Jinan knew that beneath that calm surface lay a volcano about to erupt. He knew very well who Gu Cheng was going to see. Lu Qin, the woman who made him cheat on her, that naive and foolish woman. Lu Jinan sighed inwardly. The car sped along and soon arrived at the villa area where the Gu family lived. This well-known affluent area in Jiangzhou is exceptionally quiet at night. The phaeton slowly came to a stop in front of the Gu family's villa. Gu Cheng opened his eyes at this moment, revealing a fleeting sharpness. He opened the car door and said to the person inside before getting out, "Wait in the car." He then made a phone call gesture to Gu Hai in the car behind him before walking straight towards the villa gate. Lu Jinan leaned back in his seat and looked at the windows of the villa, where warm light shone through. He knew that a storm was about to break out inside. Gu Cheng entered the password and pushed the door open. The villa's lights shone through the cracks in the door, then disappeared as the door closed. The living room of the villa was brightly lit. Lu Qin, dressed in a silk nightgown, was pacing anxiously back and forth in the living room. Her face showed obvious signs of haggardness, completely lacking her former elegance and grace. She has been unable to contact Gu Manyu since she hung up on her. Her ominous premonition grew stronger and stronger. When she saw that it was Gu Cheng who walked in, A look of surprise flashed across her haggard face. She also had another thing on her mind. She was worried about Wang Defa. "Old Gu, what brings you back?" Lu Qin went up to her, forcing a smile, but seemed somewhat distracted. Gu Cheng ignored her greeting, took off his coat, changed his shoes, and walked into the living room. He sat down on the sofa. "What? You don't want me to come back?" Lu Qin's smile froze, and the ominous premonition in her heart grew stronger. She sat down on the sofa opposite him. "What are you saying? Didn't you want to move to Lu Jinan's place yourself? Now you're blaming me." Gu Cheng didn't speak. He took out a cigarette from the pack, lit it, and smoked it in silence. The smoke obscured his face. Lu Qin's heart sank little by little, along with the rising smoke. She understood this man. The more silent he was, the more something was on his mind. "Is there anything you want to say to me?" After a long while, just as the cigarette but was about to burn out, Gu Cheng spoke. Lu Qin's body trembled slightly. She lowered her head to avoid Gu Cheng's gaze, her hands nervously twisting together, and chose to remain silent. "It's here. What was bound to happen has finally happened." Seeing her like this, Gu Cheng lost his patience to continue beating around the bush. He stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray, looked up, and stared directly at her. "Wang Defa is your lover." Gu Cheng's straightforwardness startled Lu Qin. But strangely enough, once that thin veil was lifted, she calmed down instead. She looked at Gu Cheng, and a hint of composure appeared on her face. Yes, she didn't want to continue doing things secretly. She was heartbroken and felt guilty towards Gu Cheng. "Yes, I admit it." Her voice trembled slightly. "Why?" Gu Cheng asked, but he still showed no expression. "Why?" Lu Qin repeated, then laughed self-deprecatingly. "Gu Cheng, do you really not know why?" Lu Qin's tone carried a hint of resentment and grievance. "We've been married for so many years. Ask yourself honestly, have you ever really cared about me? All you know is making money, and giving me the best material life, but that's not what I want. I didn't marry you for your money. What I want is companionship, a husband who can listen to me and walk with me, not a money-making machine that just throws money at me." She was quite agitated, and her voice rose considerably. "Old Gu, you can't give me what I want, but Defa can. He understands me, he'll be there for me, and he treats me like a woman who needs to be cared for, not an appendage. I only feel truly alive when I'm with him." Lu Qin sounded as if she were both accusing someone and defending herself. "I've managed this household, given birth to your children, and raised Manhwa and Qingqing. I can say with certainty that I have done right by you and this family." In her opinion, she was not wrong. She felt she had done everything she could for her family, and it was only right for her to pursue her own happiness now. Lu Qin's words were filled with idealistic naivete and selfishness. What she wants is perfect love, romance, and passion that never fades. Gu Cheng, however, was a thorough pragmatist. He believes that love means giving her the best things in the world, ensuring she has a life free from financial worries and lives like a princess. He didn't understand her romantic fantasies, and she couldn't comprehend the hardships he endured in the business world. Therefore, these two completely different perceptions doomed this marriage to tragedy. Gu Cheng listened quietly, his face expressionless. "I heard everything you said," he slowly began. "You felt wronged, that I couldn't give you the companionship you wanted, so you had an affair, searching for that so-called feeling that brought you back to life. You thought of yourself, and you thought of Wang Defa." Gu Cheng paused for a moment. "But did you think of Manhwa? Did you think of Qingqing?" Lu Qin's body stiffened abruptly. Gu Cheng's voice suddenly turned cold, carrying a chill. "When the whole of Jiangzhou knows that my wife, Gu Cheng's wife, has become someone else's mistress, and when your daughter goes out, people point fingers and gossip behind her back. Tell me, how do you expect them to face all of this? You keep saying you've done everything you could for this family. Is this what you call doing everything you could?" Gu Cheng's words touched the softest spot in Lu Qin's heart. She could defend her love and denounce the unhappiness of her marriage, but she could not deny the harm this had caused her daughters. Lu Qin's lips trembled, and her face turned deathly pale. "I've thought about it, but this has nothing to do with them. It's all right." Gu Cheng suddenly laughed, a laugh full of sarcasm. "Lu Qin, have you been living a comfortable life for too long? Have you become too naive about this world? You think this is just a romantic moment between the two of you? This is a scandal. A scandal that will drown you in spit. At this point, Gu Cheng lit another cigarette. The smoke rose again, and through the white mist, he looked at the woman before him who was both familiar and unfamiliar. Do you remember when we first met? You were wearing a white dress at the dock. His voice was very soft, as if he were talking to himself. At that time, I vowed to give you the best life and make you the happiest woman in the world. That's why I work so hard to make money, just so I can give you the best of everything. Upon hearing this, Lu Qin froze, and her eyes instantly reddened. Those sweet memories she had forgotten flooded back uncontrollably. Chapter 132, You're just too damn idle. Lu Qin stared blankly at the man with graying temples in front of her. She had loved him deeply and was proud of every success he achieved. He had also written clumsy love poems for her, each line filled with the most ardent feelings of a young man. He once queued for a long time just to buy her a freshly baked sweet potato. She still remembers that when Gu Cheng took the sweet potato out of his clothes, the skin on his chest was already burned red. He also stayed by her bedside without leaving her side when she was sick. The anxiety and heartache in his eyes at that time were more effective than any magic medicine. They were once considered the most loving couple by others. But when exactly did they get to this point? Is it endless social engagements, less and less time spent together, or my own obsession with those illusory romances? Thinking of this, Lu Qin's heart was clenched so hard that she could hardly breathe. Tears welled up uncontrollably. How could she possibly forget those beautiful moments? Gu Cheng finished his last puff of cigarette and spoke again, pulling her back to reality. Lu Qin, are these beautiful memories of the past your justification for betraying me? Gu Cheng's voice suddenly turned cold. Lu Qin's body trembled violently. She suddenly raised her head and protested. No, you've changed. Gu Cheng, you changed first. Her emotions surged again, and her voice became shrill. Look at yourself now. Cold, domineering, and autocratic. You're no longer the poor boy who would queue up to buy me sweet potatoes. I haven't changed. Gu Cheng interrupted her. I am still that man, the man who would risk his life to give you a better life. You took my sacrifices for granted, you saw my protection as a cage to imprison you, and then you told me that what you fucking wanted was freedom, a man who could be with you for romantic moments. They really are hypocritical. His words were filled with weariness and disappointment. Lu Qin, I've been thinking about this all the way here, and I've finally figured something out. What you want isn't companionship, nor freedom, you're just fucking bored. Gu Cheng finished his last puff of cigarette and stubbed it out. I'm done talking. His momentary warmth and reminiscence have vanished, leaving only coldness. Now, it's time to talk about your situation. Lu Qin's lips trembled, and she couldn't utter a single word. Do you think Wang Defa understands you, loves you, and can give you the kind of companionship that I can't? Gu Cheng leaned forward slightly, a sense of oppression washing over him. Lu Qin, you are ridiculously naive. Do you know that Wang Defa is Qinzhenghua's man? Lu Qin froze, staring at Gu Cheng in disbelief. Qinzhenghua. That name had been a taboo subject in their family for many years. Gu Cheng ignored her shock and continued speaking. He doesn't love you at all. He deliberately approached you and seduced you, all for a purpose. Because he wanted to avenge Qinzhenghua. He wants to use you to make our Gu family fight each other, turn against each other, until our family is destroyed and we are all dead. Families destroyed and people killed. They kill each other. Lu Qin's body trembled as she gripped the sofa armrests tightly and shook her head repeatedly. Her tone was firm. I know Defa isn't that kind of person. He loves me. He loves you. Gu Cheng scoffed, interrupting her. What does he love about you? Does he love that you're old and faded, or that you're naive, foolish, and easy to take advantage of? You think you found true love? What a fool. You're nothing more than the simplest and most effective pawn in someone's revenge plan. A chess piece that can be discarded at any time. Gu Cheng looked at Lu Qin, who was on the verge of going crazy. Do you know how he and Qin Feng will laugh at you? They would say, look, Gu Cheng's wife, she just casually flirted with him and stupidly spread her legs. They just see you as a joke, a tool to humiliate me, Gu Cheng. No, it's impossible. Gu Cheng, you're lying to me. Lu Qin took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down. She stared intently at Gu Cheng and sneered. Gu Cheng, I know you hate me for betraying you. That's why you deliberately said these things to provoke me and make me suffer. But you're probably going to be disappointed. Defa and I are truly in love. Gu Cheng's eyes were filled with sarcasm upon hearing this. To provoke you? Lu Qin, you overestimate yourself and underestimate me. Gu Cheng. Gu Cheng laughed. Do I need to fabricate such a story to make you suffer? It seems you really won't give up until you're completely convinced. Well then, I'll let you see for yourself. He stood up, walked up to Lu Qin, and looked down at her. Do you want to know where Wang De found it? Lu Qin suddenly looked up, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Gu Cheng sneered and picked up his phone to dial Gu Hai's number. Bring the person in. The phone call ended, and silence returned to the living room. Lu Qin didn't know what he was going to do, but the ominous premonition in her heart grew stronger and stronger. A few minutes later, the villa's gate was opened from the outside. Gu Hai carried a box and walked in front with Lu Jinan, followed by two young men who carried in a man covered in blood who was no longer recognizable as human. When the man was dragged into the living room, Lu Qin saw his face clearly. No, that can no longer be called a face. With her face peeling and her body covered in blood, Lu Qin could only barely recognize her from her familiar clothes and figure. It's Wang Defa. Lu Qin suddenly stood up, her pupils contracting sharply. She covered her mouth, her body trembling uncontrollably, almost losing her balance. Wang Defa, who had been dragged in, also saw Lu Qin, and a glimmer of survival flashed in his eyes. He struggled to open his eyes a crack, pleading with his last ounce of strength. Qin, save me. His voice was so faint it was almost inaudible. But that cry for help completely shattered Lu Qin's mental defenses. She screamed and pounced on him like a madwoman. She knelt down in front of Wang Defa, wanting to help him up, but not knowing where to begin. Defa, what's wrong with you? Lu Qin turned around abruptly, her bloodshot eyes glaring at Gu Cheng, and questioned him sharply. Gu Cheng, why did you do this to him? Are you even human? How could you be so heartless? Gu Cheng looked at her heartbroken state because of her lover, and his mockery deepened. Me ruthless? Hee. Then I'll show you something else, so you'll know how ruthless I can be. After speaking, Gu Cheng gestured to Gu Hai. Gu Hai understood and gently placed the box he had been carrying on the coffee table. Lu Jinan stood to the side, his eyes twitching. Old Gu, this is truly killing someone by breaking their spirit. Lu Qin also looked at the box with suspicion, not understanding what Gu Cheng was planning to do. Open, Gu Cheng said. Gu Hai nodded and opened the box. Lu Qin's gaze was involuntarily drawn to it. She stared blankly at the contents of the box, a bloody, mangled object lying quietly at the bottom. What is that? Her mind went blank for a moment. Immediately afterward, an absurd and terrifying thought surfaced in her mind. Chapter 133, A Lineage of Succession. Lu Qin's mind went blank with a buzz. So familiar. No, that shouldn't be the case. She stared intently at the lump, her body trembling, her teeth chattering. She turned her head to look at Wang Defa's crotch. Wang Defa's crotch was soaked with dark red blood. This completely shattered the last shred of hope and illusion in her heart. Lu Qin had been protected too well by Gu Cheng all her life, and had never seen such a bloody scene before. She felt a wave of nausea and vomiting. Immediately afterwards, her body twitched. She suddenly bent over and tried to vomit, but nothing came out. Ugh! Lu Qin felt as if the sky had fallen. Wang Defa noticed Lu Qin's gaze and saw the fear, pity, and some other emotion he couldn't understand in her eyes. Lu Qin's gaze made him feel extremely humiliated. He is willing to die, and he is not afraid of dying. But he couldn't bear this humiliation, especially in front of a woman who loved him, being stripped of all the symbols and dignity of a man. Wang Defa opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but couldn't utter a single word. In the end, only a single tear of resentment and humiliation squeezed out from the corner of her eye. Seeing Wang Defa like this, Lu Qin felt a pang of pain in her heart. Defa, she cried out, reaching out to hug him, but was afraid of touching his wounds. Defa, don't be afraid. I'm here. Lu Qin's voice trembled as she held Wang Defa's swollen and deformed face, tears streaming down her face. She choked back tears, but said with unwavering determination, I love you for who you are. It's you. It has nothing to do with anyone else. I don't care. Wang Defa felt utterly ashamed. Lu Qin turned to look at Gu Cheng, her eyes filled with hatred. Gu Cheng, you monster. You're not human. Why did you do this to him? What did he do wrong? Blame me if you must. Take all the blame on me. She roared hysterically, her voice filled with resentment and madness. You ruined him. You ruined me. You ruined my love. You're a murderer. Lu Jinan stood aside, watching this absurd scene unfold before him, and couldn't help but want to laugh. Love? Damn it. Even at this point, this woman's mind is still full of romantic notions. For some reason, Gu Manyu's self-righteous face inexplicably appeared in Lu Jinan's mind. How similar they are. One of them, in the name of repaying a debt of gratitude, shamelessly humiliated him. One of them betrayed Gu Cheng with a clear conscience, all for the sake of so-called true love and romance. Lu Jinan thought that this mother and daughter were truly mother and daughter. Their stupidity was inherited from the same source. Lu Qin completely broke down, pointing at Gu Cheng and speaking with tears streaming down her face. Gu Cheng, I still felt a little guilty towards you. But now, your actions have made me see things clearly. I made the right choice in choosing Defa. Ha ha ha. Gu Cheng suddenly burst into laughter, as if he had heard something funny. He pointed at the seemingly deranged Lu Qin and said to Lu Jinan and Gu Hai beside him, Listen to this. Listen to this. This stupid woman still thinks she made the right choice. Lu Jinan and Gu Hai both had twitching lips. The water in this woman's brain, if poured out, could probably fill the entire West Lake. Gu Cheng stopped laughing, stepped forward, and looked down at Lu Qin. Lu Qin, I really find it strange that you don't believe what someone who is genuinely good to you says, but instead choose to believe a stranger who is scheming to take advantage of you. Fine, since that's the case, then I'll make you give up completely. After speaking, Gu Cheng looked at Wang Defa. Tell me, how did you and Qin Feng scheme against this stupid woman step by step? Wang Defa shuddered. You can't say. You absolutely can't say. Once you say it, everything is over. His only hope at this moment was Lu Qin. As long as she believes in herself, there is still a glimmer of hope. Thinking of this, he looked at Lu Qin, his eyes filled with deep affection and pleading, his voice weak. Qin, I love you. It seems you really don't learn your lesson. Gu Cheng interrupted him coldly before he could finish speaking. He tilted his head slightly towards Gu Hai. Gu Hai, teach him a lesson, and also give him a pep talk. Look how weak he is when he speaks. Yes, Mr. Gu. Gu Hai nodded and turned to walk towards the kitchen. Take a bag of ice from the refrigerator. Frost had formed on the outside of the bag, and it exuded a chill. He carried the ice pack and walked back to Wang Defa's side step by step. Wang Defa looked at the ice pack in his hand in horror, then turned to look at Lu Qin with pleading eyes. Lu Qin didn't understand what he was going to do either. She just held Wang Defa tightly and looked at Gu Hai warily. Gu Cheng, what exactly are you trying to do? Pull her away. Gu Hai gave instructions to a young man next to him. The young man immediately stepped forward, grabbed Lu Qin's arm, and dragged her backward. Let me go? Let me go? Gu Hai, you beast. What are you doing? Lu Qin struggled desperately, her sharp nails drawing blood from the young man's arm, but she was still dragged aside. Gu Hai kicked Wang Defa with his foot. Kneel properly. Wang Defa watched as Lu Qin was pulled away, a look of despair flashing in his eyes. He lay on the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably, looking at Gu Hai pleadingly. Seeing that he didn't move, Gu Hai kicked him hard in the face without saying a word. Bang! I'll fucking make you kneel down properly. The kick made Wang Defa see stars. Fear overwhelmed his shame and pain. He dared not hesitate any longer and knelt down tremblingly. Gu Hai took out a strap from his pocket and winked at the other young man. The two worked in perfect harmony, each on one side, quickly tightening the straps at the base of Wang Defa's thighs, specifically at the crotch area. Then, the young man grabbed Wang Defa's waistband and pulled him outwards. Gu Cheng, what exactly are you trying to do? You're a madman. Lu Qin was held down tightly to the side and could only utter desperate curses. Just then, Gu Hai tore open the ice pack and poured it all into Wang Defa's crotch. Ah! Wang Defa let out a scream. The instant the ice touched the wound, the biting cold and excruciating pain caused him to clench his legs tightly and his whole body to convulse violently. Lu Jinan stood to the side, his eyelids twitching violently. Ice can stop bleeding by lowering the temperature, preventing death from excessive blood loss. However, the low temperature can also cause extreme pain by stimulating the wound and nerves. It kills two birds with one stone. It can prolong life and extract confessions at the same time. Gu Hai looked at Wang Defa, who was convulsing on the ground, and a cruel smile curled at the corner of his mouth. He squatted down and patted Wang Defa's face. "Don't panic, I'm stopping the bleeding." Soon, wisps of white, cold air rose from his crotch. Beneath him, the melted ice water left a puddle on the floor. Gu Hai squatted down and said in a gentle voice, "It's okay, you can choose not to say. There's still a lot of ice in the fridge. I don't have many good points, but I'm patient and can play with you slowly." The chilling intent behind those words was more devastating than any block of ice. Wang Defa shuddered, his jaw clenched, and his voice trembled. He looked at Lu Qin, the woman who was still crying and cursing for him, her face full of heartache and love. But he couldn't take it anymore. He really couldn't take it anymore. I'll talk. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything." Gu Hai's face revealed an undisguised contempt. What a fucking bastard. Chapter 134, A Prodigal Son's Return is more precious than gold. Gu Hai released his grip and stepped aside. The air in the living room seemed to freeze, and everyone's attention was focused on Wang Defa. The chill from the ice was still rising, and the bone-deep cold combined with the excruciating pain from his wounds made every second feel like torture. He knelt on the ground, his body trembling, and every word he spoke was trembling. It was Qin Feng who found me after he returned to China. We have reviewed your information in detail. Lu Qin was pressed down on the sofa by the young man. When she heard these words, her body suddenly stiffened. She, who had been struggling, now stood motionless, staring intently at Wang Defa. Wang Defa didn't dare to look at her. He kept his head down and continued to give his instructions. The information records all your daily habits. Every afternoon at 3 o'clock, you go for a walk in Yunfan Park by the river, rain or shine. After the walk, you go to the coffee shop at the park entrance and only drink hot lattes without sugar. These words made Lu Qin's heart skip a beat, as if it were being gripped tightly by a hand. These were all her habits, and at first she thought they were proof of their unspoken understanding. But now it seems that he had planned this all along. You like watching romance movies, and your favorite is The Bridges of Madison County. You also like reading Eileen Chang's books, and you can be sad for a whole day over a certain part of them. Wang Defa's voice grew weaker and weaker. He no longer dared to look at Lu Qin's reaction. So he revealed how he used that information to create the perfect lover persona for himself. A man who was also unhappy in his marriage, yet romantic and artistic, who knew how to appreciate and understand her. Then came that chance encounter at a carefully planned cocktail party. No. Lu Qin finally snapped out of her daze. She kept shaking her head, her lips trembling, but she couldn't make a sound. "You're lying to me. Defa, you're lying. Guqing forced you, didn't he? He forced you." She went mad, trying to find flaws in these words to prove that it was all a lie. Lu Jinan stood with his hands in his pockets, observing everything with a cold eye. It's a pig butchering scam. Isn't this the most classic and oldest pig butchering scam? While others cheat people out of money, Wang Defa truly cheated Lu Qin out of her heart. Unfortunately, this pig was not wild. It was kept by Gu Cheng in his own yard. If you want to kill this pig, you have to ask the pig farmer for permission first. Clearly, Gu Cheng disagreed. Wang Defa seemed to be stimulated by Lu Qin's scream, or perhaps the biting cold made him more sober. He raised his head and looked directly at Lu Qin. That face, which she had once been so infatuated with, now only showed pain and pleading. "Jean, the first thing I said to you was that Francesca waited her whole life, but she didn't regret it." This line is a classic line from The Bridges of Madison County. That was also the first thing he said to her at the party. Lu Qin's body trembled violently. Her psychological defenses were being broken down by those words. "I'm telling you, I'm just like you, a bird trapped in a cage. I also said that meeting you is the luckiest thing that has ever happened to me. With each sentence Wang Defa spoke, Lu Qin's body would twitch. Those sweet words she once thought were lovey-dovey, those moments she thought were soul-to-soul connections, now seemed to have turned into a knife, slowly torturing her so-called love. It turns out that the so-called soulmate was nothing more than a scheme. It turns out that all the unspoken understanding was just a carefully designed deception. She listened blankly, her face growing paler and paler. Hi. Lu Qin suddenly laughed, a hollow and sorrowful laugh filled with self-mockery. She stopped making a fuss and stopped shouting. She just laughed, and as she laughed, tears suddenly streamed down her face. She gazed at the true love for whom she was willing to betray her family, and her eyes dimmed. Guqing looked at Lu Qin coldly, a cigarette between his fingers, but he didn't light it. He wanted to use this cruelest method to make Lu Qin watch as the love, freedom, and companionship she longed for were shattered bit by bit. Otherwise, it would be difficult to quell the hatred in his heart. He and she were both going to die, but before they died, he wanted them to suffer the most torment. Is this the so-called true love that you've been longing for, that you're willing to betray your family and bring shame upon your daughter? Guqing sneered. Lu Qin's body swayed violently. She clutched her chest, where the pain was so intense she could barely breathe. Lu Qin's lips trembled. She wanted to ask why. Why was she being treated like this? But she couldn't make a sound. Her throat was dry and parched. Just then, Wang Defa wriggled a few times toward Lu Qin. His eyes flickered, revealing a hint of deep affection and regret. The zither. I admit, at first, I wanted to take advantage of you. Upon hearing this, a ripple appeared in Lu Qin's empty eyes. But as we spend more and more time together, I've realized I've really fallen in love with you, Qin. I truly love you. Wang Defa's voice suddenly rose a little as he urgently defended himself. Every day I spend with you is a happy one. Everything I say and do comes from the bottom of my heart. I love you truly. I can't live without you. These words brought a glimmer of life back to Lu Qin's eyes, and she clung to them as a lifeline. Lu Qin held on to it tightly. Yes, he lied to her, but he also fell in love with her. He just made a mistake. Who can go through life without making mistakes? A prodigal son who returns is more precious than gold. Isn't it a more touching love story that a man is willing to go from using her to loving her? Once this absurd idea took hold, it could no longer be stopped. Deep down, she began frantically searching for excuses for Wang Defa, and also for a fig leaf to cover up her own foolishness. Lu Qin looked at Wang Defa, her voice trembling, and asked, Then, why did you help Qin Feng? Could it really be, as Guqing said, that you were Qinjing's man? This question also made Wang Defa shudder. He opened his mouth, stammering, Aye. Let me tell you why for him. Just as Wang Defa hesitated, Guqing interrupted him with a cold smile. He picked up a lighter and lit the cigarette he was holding between his fingers. The flames flickered, illuminating Guqing's face. He took a deep breath and exhaled a thick cloud of white smoke. In the swirling smoke, his silhouette became somewhat blurred, as if he had been pulled into a distant past. The atmosphere in the entire living room subtly changed as the cigarette was lit. It seems that a long-standing feud is about to unfold. Guqing flicked his cigarette ash, his sharp eyes landing on Lu Qin's face. Lu Qin, you know about the time Qin Zhenghua and I worked together to develop that piece of land, right? Upon hearing Qin Zhenghua's name, Lu Qin's eyes revealed deep hatred. Chapter 135 Deep Hatred for Killing One's Son. Upon hearing the name Qin Zhenghua, Lu Qin's body stiffened noticeably, and her swollen eyes flashed with deep-seated hatred. Lu Qin did not answer Guqing's question, but bit her lower lip hard, her nails digging deep into the flesh of her palm. That name was her lifelong nightmare. How could she possibly forget that? Guqing didn't wait for her reply and continued narrating on his own. Qin Zhenghua is a very treacherous person. He couldn't handle the land by himself, so he came to me and wanted to get me involved. I valued the land a lot, so I agreed. But I never expected that this land would lead to such a tragedy. Smoke billowed from his mouth, obscuring his expression. Lu Jinan stood aside, listening silently. So this is how the feud between the Gu family and the Qin family began. Judging from his tone, the struggle back then was probably much bloodier and more direct than it is now. However, once the land was successfully acquired, his true colors were revealed. He wanted to kick me out and take all the profits for himself. Jiangzhou was much more chaotic back then than it is now. Gu Cheng paused for a moment, as if recalling something, and then continued after a few seconds. He used a lot of underhanded tactics, but I thwarted them all. We fought fiercely at the time, and I cornered him. So things got very tense. He couldn't beat me on the surface, so he came up with other tricks. Gu Cheng's tone instantly turned cold, and the temperature in the living room seemed to drop abruptly. Finally, they had Lu Qin kidnapped. Gu Cheng looked at Lu Qin. At that time, you had already given birth to Manhwa, and you were pregnant with your second child, already 6 or 7 months along. Gu Cheng paused, then added, "It's a son." Lu Jinan was deeply shaken. Son? Gu Cheng actually had an unborn son? He suddenly looked at Gu Cheng, whose profile, under the lamplight, exuded an indescribable sorrow. Lu Jinan instantly understood why Gu Cheng later launched such a frenzied revenge against Qin Zhenghua. That was a blood debt. A man whose wife was kidnapped while pregnant with their son is filled with an irreconcilable hatred. Lu Qin's body was trembling. The nightmare that was deepest in her memory was exposed to everyone by Gu Qinghao. Ah! She let out a suppressed cry of pain, curled up, and clutched her abdomen tightly with both hands, as if it was still throbbing with pain. Wang Defa, kneeling on the ground, trembled even more violently. Cold sweat streamed down his face, mingling with the blood. He was incredibly guilty. He knew about this past event better than anyone else. He prayed desperately in his heart that Gu Cheng didn't know. He has no idea that I was involved in what happened back then. I was completely devastated when I got the news. Gu Cheng's voice was no longer very emotional, but Lu Jinan could imagine his anxiety and anger back then. I immediately contacted Qin Zhenghua and told him that I was withdrawing and that I didn't want the land or the project anymore. At that time, I only had one thought: to save you and our unborn child. Qin Zhenghua also agreed. Lu Jinan could hear a surge of rage and regret in this calm narration. A man who is willing to give up everything he has worked so hard to build when his wife and unborn child are kidnapped. This affection is undeniably deep. What a pity. Lu Jinan glanced at the already broken Lu Qin, then at Wang Defo on the ground, and felt incredibly ironic. However, the accident still happened. Gu Cheng's voice was icy. The people who kidnapped you were in a car accident on their way back. You miscarried. Your son, who never got to see the world, is gone just like that. This sentence became the final straw that broke Liu Qin's back. Lu Qin could no longer hold back and let out a suppressed sob. This is the greatest pain of her life, a scar that will never heal. She witnessed the car accident firsthand. My son, my son, my son. She completely broke down, wailing and crying, her voice shrill and filled with despair and pain. Gu Cheng looked at her pained expression, but remained unmoved. He stubbed out his cigarette and continued. That's why I'm determined to wipe out Qin Zhenghua. People outside say that I, Gu Cheng, am ruthless and will stop at nothing for profit. I admit that the business world is a battlefield. If I weren't ruthless, I would have been devoured alive long ago. However, I, Gu Cheng, have my own bottom line. If he hadn't harmed you and the child, I wouldn't have driven him to jump off a building. Gu Cheng's words were powerful and resounding. Immersed in grief, Lu Qin suddenly raised her head, her face contorted in a grimace. Stop talking. Stop talking. She screamed and covered her ears with her hands, as if that would shut out the painful memories. This is all the work of that beast Qin Zhenghua. He killed my son. What does it have to do with Defa? Subconsciously, she didn't want to associate that bloody past with the man she loved. Gu Cheng looked at her self-deceiving appearance and sneered. This woman is hopelessly stupid. Lu Qin, I just said that Wang Defa is Qin Zhenghua's man. It's just that you don't want to believe it or admit it. Since that's the case, Gu Cheng paused for a moment, then said, let me explain it more clearly. What does this have to do with him? Gu Cheng walked step by step to Wang Defa and looked down at him condescendingly. Wang Defa sensed his approach and curled up into a ball. Gu Cheng said, word by word. Because it was the person who gave Qin Zhenghua this idea back then, the one who orchestrated the whole thing, and ultimately caused the death of our unborn son. He drew out his words, and the living room became unusually somber. Everyone was looking at Gucheng. It is you, Wang Defa, who gives you freedom, companionship, and romantic tenderness. Boom. These words were like a thunderclap, exploding in Lu Qin's mind. All the expressions on Lu Qin's face froze instantly. Lu Jinan looked at Gucheng. This is no longer just a simple matter of infidelity and betrayal. It's a blood feud. The hatred for killing my son. No wonder Lao Gu had to resort to such ruthless methods. This blow not only severed Wang Defa's manhood, but also cut off Lu Qin's illusions and escape routes. At that moment, Lu Jinan felt a genuine sense of awe and pity for the old man before him. Lu Qin seemed to have lost her soul. She slowly turned her head and looked at the true love she was willing to betray her family for. No, impossible. Lu Qin's lips moved. She suddenly stood up and rushed to Wang Defa. She stared at him blankly. 2 lines of tears silently slid down her cheeks. Her hands trembled as she touched Wang Defa's face, her voice soft yet heavy enough to shatter one's heart. Defa, you tell me, is what he said true? At the same time, in the basement of Gumanyu Manor on the outskirts of the city, Qin Feng was tied to a chair, his face contorted in pain. He looked at the woman standing in front of him with a knife. Chapter 136. Why the hell should I die? Gumanyu's face remained expressionless. She was toying with a strangely shaped knife in her hand, its blade menacing. It's called a knife, but the blade is covered with fine serrations, enough to send chills down your spine just by looking at it. But the indifference on Gumanyu's face was even more chilling than the knife. She just stared coldly at Qin Feng, without saying a word. Qin Feng's arms hung limply at his sides. He met Gumanyu's gaze, and although he was in great pain, he felt no fear of the torture that was about to be endured. There was even a hint of relief in it. Manyu, you look better when you smile. Gumanyu's fingers tightened suddenly around the knife hilt. She had anticipated that he would beg for mercy, that he would curse, or even that he would remain silent, but she never imagined that he would say such a thing. This made her feel nauseous. How dare he? How could he still have the nerve to speak to her in such a nostalgic tone? Gumanyu was moved. Without any warning, and without a single unnecessary word, she took a step forward, and the serrated knife plunged out. A tearing sound rang out. The knife plunged violently into Qin Feng's shoulder blade. The serrated blade spun in, and then pulled out violently, instantly tearing flesh and blood from the wound. Fresh blood gushed out. Qin Feng gasped in pain, his teeth grinding together. But he didn't scream or beg for mercy, because he knew it was useless. Do you still think I look good when I smile? Gumanyu's tone was cold. She shook the blood off the knife. Heh. As soon as Qin Feng made a sound, Gumanyu slapped his face with the knife. The cold blade sent a chill down his spine. Qin Feng, don't call me by my name like that. It's disgusting to me. Gumanyu's expression was slightly ferocious. I used to think you were a gentleman, a refined and elegant man, but now it seems you're really good at pretending. She bent down and spoke, word by word. Qin Feng smiled at this moment, as if he couldn't feel the pain. I never imagined that a person's heart could be so despicable. You not only destroyed my marriage, but you also hurt my husband. Gumanyu's voice trembled slightly, and anger and regret welled up in her heart. She regretted her past foolishness, regretted that she had hurt another man who truly loved her because of this man. Lu Jinan's disappointed face appeared before her eyes without warning. And then there was his line during the divorce. Gumanyu, you are free. Free? Did she gain her freedom? No. All she got was an elaborate scam, a scheme that made her the laughingstock of the entire Jiangzhou. Instantly, a sharp pain shot through her heart, so intense that she almost doubled over. I used to really consider you my best friend. Gumanyu closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, her murderous intent was fully revealed. But what do you take me for? A tool for your revenge? A stepping stone to get closer to the Gu family? Why? Gumanyu asked. Qin Feng chuckled softly, a sound tinged with both desolation and relief. Why? Hey, you're asking me why. He repeated it, then shook his head slightly and said self-deprecatingly. Actually, I also really want to know why. I also really want to know why I became like this. Qin Feng's eyes, which were once always gentle, were now crystal clear. What I really want to know is why my once happy and joyful home was torn apart overnight. Gu Manyu, can you tell me why this is? Gu Manyu gave a cold laugh, but did not answer. Qin Feng continued speaking to himself, as if he wanted to release all the resentment that had been suppressed for many years. I still remember the day my dad had the accident. My parents took me to the airport and told me to take good care of myself after I went abroad. Before I boarded the plane, my dad patted my head and said he would give me a surprise when I came back next time. His eyes revealed a look of reminiscence. But as soon as I got off the plane, I received the news that my dad had jumped off the roof. Gu Manyu, do you know how I feel, how I am? Qin Feng was somewhat agitated, which aggravated the wound on his shoulder blade, causing him to break out in a cold sweat from the intense pain. But he immediately turned to self-deprecation and chuckled. Everyone says he's a business fraudster, a coward who committed suicide out of guilt. The uncles and elders who used to fawn over him have changed their tune overnight and are now spitting on our house. My mother and I went from being the envy of everyone to being treated like rats in the street. Qin Feng paused, seemingly recalling the scene at the time. A look of disbelief appeared on his face, and his voice became slightly choked. But my mother didn't believe it. She went everywhere asking for help and running around trying to get justice for my father. But all she got in return was countless glares and humiliation. So she couldn't sleep all night, hugging my father's portrait and crying. And she became thinner and thinner every day. In the end, she also fell ill and soon followed my father. Before she left, she held my hand, unable to say a word, just looking at me and crying. Qin Feng had tears in his eyes, but he was smiling, though his smile was full of mockery. Manyu, do you know how I felt after my parents died? He didn't wait for her reply and continued talking. I feel like the whole world has abandoned me. I felt like the sky had fallen, and the whole world was black and white, without a single ray of light. I walked down the street and looked at the people coming and going. They were all laughing, all rushing around, all working hard for a living. At that moment, I thought, this world is so damn noisy and so damn fake. I may be alive, but my heart is dead. Qin Feng muttered to himself, as if he were telling someone else's story. When you're doing well, everyone fawns over you and flatters you. When you're not doing well, everyone will kick you while you're down. Even the dogs on the street will find you repulsive. Maybe this is the fickleness of human relationships. This is just the damn nature of humanity. Gu Manyu lit a cigarette, her face expressionless. She was not swayed in the slightest by his misery. On the contrary, she found it all the more ridiculous. He attributed all his evil deeds to the injustice of fate and the coldness of human nature. But he never imagined that he himself had become the kind of person he most despised. I attempted suicide, but I failed. Maybe even God thought I shouldn't die. Qin Feng sniffed and continued. So, the moment I woke up in the hospital, I looked at the ceiling and suddenly I didn't want to die anymore. Because I suddenly realized something. He paused, looking directly at Gu Manyu. Why should I die? The people who deserve to die are still alive and well. Why the hell should I die? It was with that thought that I was able to get out of bed, eat my meals, and come back to life like a human being. I'm willing to do anything for revenge. I can smile and fawn over everyone I despise. I can kneel down and shine someone's shoes, and I can shower a woman I don't love with sweet words and completely deceive her. Chapter 137, A Wasted Life. Qin Feng looked at Gu Manyu and asked softly, Manyu, can you tell me why this is? Gu Manyu looked at the man coldly. So, this is your reason for taking revenge on the Gu family and on me? Gu Manyu said, Revenge. Qin Feng shook his head and laughed self-deprecatingly. No, Gu Manyu, this is not revenge. A gleam appeared in Qin Feng's eyes. I just want to take back everything that rightfully belongs to our Qin family. I just want your father to experience the pain of losing his family. I just want him to know that I will repay him 100-fold, 1,000-fold, for everything he did to my parents. Qin Feng became agitated, his expression turning ferocious. Gu Manyu's disgust deepened. Qin Feng, panting heavily, continued, Manyu, no one is born a bad seed. I used to be very innocent and kind. But what's the use? That will only make them bully you even more. Qin Feng stared at Gu Manyu. So, from that day on, I truly understood a principle. In this world, simplicity and kindness are the most useless things. If you lay your heart bare, others will only find it dirty. You can only survive and get what you want by learning to pretend, learning to become the kind of person others like, and saying the things they want to hear. He gazed at Gu Manyu, his words utterly candid. So I began to study every member of your Gu family. Your father Gu Cheng, your mother Lu Qin, your husband Lu Jinan, and you, Gu Manyu. Qin Feng smiled at Gu Manyu and continued. I find you to be the simplest and most ridiculous. You are controlling and expect Lu Jinan to meet all your demands, listen to you, and be at your mercy. You enjoy Lu Jinan's meticulous care for you, but at the same time you feel that he is unambitious and makes you lose face in front of your friends. All you want is a man who can pamper you like a queen and also give you enough face in public. And I'm just the right person to play that role. Qin Feng's words caused Gu Manyu's delicate body to tremble slightly, and the ash from her cigarette was shaken off her fingers and fell onto her clothes, but she was unaware of it. So, I transformed myself into the person you like. Gentle, considerate, generous, understanding, and pleasing to you, in order to satisfy your inner desires. Qin Feng's smile grew increasingly sinister and twisted. I watched you fall into the trap I set step by step, watched you humiliate the man who loved you the most for my sake, and watched you stand up for me with such self-righteousness. You know what, Manyu? At that time, I felt no remorse whatsoever, only the pleasure of revenge. Gu Manyu's breathing became rapid, and her chest heaved violently. With a ferocious expression, she plunged a knife into Qin Feng's thigh. Shut up, she growled, her voice trembling. The serrated blade tore through the flesh, drawing out a mist of blood. Qin Feng groaned in pain, gritted his teeth, veins bulged on his forehead, and cold sweat instantly broke out. What? Did I hit the nail on the head? And you're getting angry? He looked at her with pity and spoke haltingly. Manyu, actually you and I are the same kind of people. We are both selfish, and we will do anything to achieve our goals. The only difference is, I know perfectly well that I'm an asshole, and I never make any excuses for what I do. But you always like to use laughable words like love and the pursuit of happiness to disguise your selfishness and stupidity. Selfish. Madness. Gu Manyu's mind was filled with memories of how she had treated Lu Jinan, and she felt incredibly guilty. I am not you, she screamed, her voice shrill. She couldn't accept this fact, much less accept that she and the despicable man before her were the same kind of people. Intense humiliation and anger turned into violence. Gu Manyu gripped the hilt of the knife and began to slowly turn it. The serrated edge of the blade churned through the flesh, making a teeth-grinding sound. Qin Feng finally couldn't take it anymore and let out a scream. His body convulsed violently, but he was unable to move. He could only open his mouth and gasp for air. But he did not beg for mercy. He even grinned, a smile appearing on his face, which was contorted in pain. He said in a hoarse voice, Look, how beautiful you are now. His words were vague, yet chilling. Finally, I'm no longer pretending. Gu Manyu laughed, her laughter sharp and somewhat manic. Qin Feng, do you think that by imagining yourself as a vengeful hero, you can cover up the despicable and shameless nature in your bones? She looked directly at Qin Feng. You destroyed everything I had in your quest for revenge, so who am I to seek revenge against now? This question surprised Qin Feng. The logic behind all his actions was returned to him in the same way by Gu Manyu. It's only natural for him to avenge his parents. And what about her? Her home, her lover, and herself were all destroyed by his own hands. Who can she seek revenge for this blood debt? Qin Feng, your grudge is a grudge. Isn't my grudge a grudge? Gu Manyu said, enunciating each word clearly. You lost your home, so you're going to destroy someone else's? You think you're pathetic, so the whole world should be dragged down with you? You're wrong. Gu Manyu suddenly pulled the knife out of his thigh, drawing blood. The serrated edges tore and ripped the flesh off Qin Feng's thigh. Qin Feng's body jerked violently, the intense pain almost causing him to faint. Gu Manyu looked at his pained expression, but felt no sense of vengeful pleasure. You think you've won by outsmarting me? Gu Manyu straightened up, looking down at him with a cold mockery on her face. Your biggest failure is that it made me realize just how stupid I really am. I would hurt a man who truly loves me for someone like you. For your so-called kindness, I pushed my own man away again. With each word Gu Manyu spoke, her heart ached and clenched. Qin Feng, you made me see clearly what I have really lost. You also made me realize that some mistakes, once made, can take a lifetime to pay for. Qin Feng was taken aback and looked at her in confusion. So, how do you think I should repay you? After listening, Qin Feng remained silent for a long time before finally letting out a long sigh. Manyu, have I done something wrong? The hatred between parents and children is irreconcilable. If I cannot avenge my parents as a son, I am unworthy of being human. His final words were resolute and powerful. So, give me a quick death, kill me, and all the grudges will end with me. Chapter 138 Sitya. After Qin Feng finished speaking, he slowly closed his eyes, appearing resigned to his fate. Failure is failure, and he has nothing to be resentful about. Actually, if we look at it from another perspective, was Qin Feng wrong? From Gu Jia and Lu Jinan's perspective, he was terribly wrong. He plotted to frame others, sowed discord, and even harmed himself. His actions hurt innocent people. But from Qin Feng's perspective, he was not wrong. He was just a child whose everything had been destroyed, driven by hatred, who did what he believed was the right thing to do. What's most heartbreaking is not his evil, but his inability to control his own destiny. He wasn't born evil. It was the cruelty of capital and the indifference of society that turned him into this. This is Qin Feng's stance, his humanity, and his social standing. Does he hate Gucheng? Of course I hate it. I hate it to death. He hated that man for swallowing up the Qin family's assets, driving his parents to their deaths, and turning him from a young master into a homeless dog overnight. He hated Gucheng for relentlessly pursuing and killing him even after his parents' deaths. But what could he do? Gucheng was a business tycoon in Jiangzhou, with extensive connections. He has no money and no connections. So would he dare to stand directly in front of Gucheng? It's likely that as soon as it shows its face, Gucheng will crush it without leaving a trace. Therefore, he could only turn to Gu Manyu. Gu Manyu is the heir to the Gu group. Winning her over is like prying open the door to the Gu family. To win over Gu Manyu, they must first eliminate Lu Jinan, who is blocking their way. What is Lu Jinan in Qin Feng's eyes? He's just a gold digger who lives off his wife. Such a person is practically a pawn sent to him by heaven, the most useful stepping stone on his path of revenge. He meticulously planned and proceeded step by step, sowing discord between the two and creating countless rifts. He was waiting for Gu Manyu to completely despise Lu Jinan, so that he could naturally replace Lu Jinan, become the Gu family's son-in-law, and gradually erode the Gu group. He will make Gucheng watch with his own eyes as the empire he built falls into the hands of his enemy. It will make Gucheng taste the bitterness of family ruin, death, and disgrace. The plan was flawless, but he still can't understand how the Gu family found out the truth about the car accident. How did you find out his identity? Gucheng had investigated him, but he had been deceived by his carefully disguised false identity. So it can't be Gu Jia. Then who could it be? I don't want to think about it anymore. We lost. He admitted it. Perhaps this is fate. Qin Feng's thoughts swirled and turned, ultimately culminating in a silent sigh. He never dreamed that it was Lu Jinan's experience that prompted Mingxi to investigate. Qin Feng never imagined that the collapse of his entire plan would stem precisely from that man he looked down upon the most, and who had the least presence in his life. Gu Manyu felt nauseous. That's not what she wants. She wanted him to wail, to be terrified, and to feel endless remorse for everything he had done. But he deliberately acted as if he wanted to die to escape, as if death was a blessing to him, and she was just a tool to carry out that blessing. Finish. Gu Manyu suddenly let out a soft laugh, which sounded particularly eerie. She took a step forward, changed the direction of the serrated knife in her hand, and the sharp tip pierced Qin Feng's collarbone. The stinging pain made Qin Feng's body tense up. The tip of the knife easily pierced the surface of his skin, and a drop of blood seeped out. But he kept his eyes tightly closed. Gu Manyu did not stop. Her wrist was steady, and without the slightest tremor, she dragged the tip of the knife and slowly slid it downwards. Sizzle. The fabric was cut open, followed by the sound of skin and flesh being slashed. The blade wasn't deep, but it was cruel enough. The wound wasn't wide, but as the blade moved, the flesh turned open to reveal bright red skin. Gu Manyu looked at him, her tone becoming gentle. Qin Feng, I will make you die. She paused, feeling the trembling of the muscles beneath the knife. But in order to repay you, I will make you wish you were dead. Her words were soft, yet they sent a chill down Qin Feng's spine. I haven't avenged Jin yet. Her voice trembled uncontrollably, and the tip of the knife pressed down even further. Lu Jinin's face and his resolute back as he turned to leave reappeared in her mind. Her heart clenched suddenly, and the sharp pain transformed into the force in her hand. The excruciating pain caused Qin Feng's body to arch, but he was firmly strapped to the chair. You can seek revenge from me, or from anyone in the Gu family. Gu Manyu's voice was soft, as if she were whispering, but why did you hurt him? What did he do wrong? Qin Feng's body trembled violently from the pain, his chest heaving as he gasped for breath. Sweat and blood mingled together, streaming down his pale face. Qin Feng raised his head and looked at the ruthlessness and regret on Gu Manyu's face. Suddenly, he smiled. The gaps between his teeth were already filled with blood and foam. The laughter was intermittent and full of mockery. There was also a complex emotion that he couldn't quite explain. What did he do wrong? Qin Feng repeated the sentence softly. His biggest mistake was marrying you, Gu Manyu. His biggest mistake was blocking my way. Every word Qin Feng uttered made Gu Manyu's body stiffen a little more. Shut up. Gu Manyu screamed. She couldn't bear Qin Feng attributing all of this to this. This would make her feel even more foolish and unforgivable. Qin Feng's smile deepened as he looked at her exasperated expression. He wanted to cause her pain, to make her suffer in anger and self-blame. Manyu, if torturing me can vent your anger, then come on, I'll take it all, he said, trembling. Once you've vented enough, then kill me. To avenge your so-called love, your laughable pride. Qin Feng continued speaking, tilting his head slightly, his gaze seemingly piercing through the basement and looking towards a distant place. And it also made me. Qin Feng's voice became distant and ethereal. When I go down to see my parents, I can tell them their son did his best. This sentence became the final blow that broke Gu Manyu's emotions. Then I will grant your wish. After saying that, Gu Manyu gripped the hilt of the knife and slashed downwards with a sudden motion. Tear. Another sound of flesh being torn apart. The knife stopped at Qin Feng's abdomen. Just then, a cell phone rang. Gu Manyu paused in her movements. She maintained the knife-holding posture, took out her phone from her pocket, and it was an unfamiliar number. She wanted to hang up immediately, but the ringing wouldn't stop, making her feel annoyed. In the end, she answered the phone. She didn't speak, but simply held the phone to her ear, and the only sound in the basement could be Qin Feng's heavy, painful breathing. There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the phone, as if to confirm whether she was listening. Immediately afterwards, a calm and capable female voice came over. Mr. Gu, I am Situya. Chapter 139. Kneel down and beg me. Situya. Gu Manyu repeated the name. It sounded unfamiliar, yet she seemed to have heard it somewhere before. However, Qin Feng's body trembled violently the moment he heard the name. The suicidal look on his face vanished instantly, replaced by fear and anxiety for the first time. Mr. Gu, I am Situya. The woman's voice came through the phone again, still calm, but resolute. Gu Manyu glanced at Qin Feng, who was reacting so strongly, and a question arose in her mind. The woman clearly didn't have time for pleasantries. Although her voice was calm, you could hear the anxiety in it. Release Qin Feng, and I can grant you any request. Gu Manyu sneered inwardly. She finally realized that this was reinforcements. She became even more curious about the woman's identity. For Qin Feng to react so strongly, their relationship must be quite close. What is your relationship? Situya answered without any hesitation, her reply crisp and clear. He is my husband. Gu Manyu was stunned. Husband? Feng, he actually got married. He actually has a wife? While he played the role of her savior, turning her marriage upside down, he also had his own unknown family. On what grounds? In an instant, Gu Manyu felt a surge of hatred and humiliation that almost made her lose her mind. Gu Manyu's chest heaved violently, and hatred shone in her eyes. You separated me from Jinan and ruined my family. How can I let you go back to being all lovey-dovey? Why should I let him go? Gu Manyu sneered, a hint of madness in her laughter. What can you possibly give me? Situya seemed to sense a softening in her tone, and a glimmer of hope rose in her heart, making her tone more urgent. Whatever you want, whether it's money, status, or any resources and projects that the Gu group needs, I will do my best to satisfy you. Situya's voice was full of confidence, the kind of confidence that only someone who has been in a position of power for a long time possesses. Oh, is that so? Gu Manyu drawled out her words as she leaned down. Listen to this. Your good wife really cares about you. Feng didn't speak, but his face was extremely ugly. He knew Gu Manyu's personality all too well. She was vengeful and held grudges. He had told Situya beforehand that if she received the message, she should give up everything, including him. Therefore, he didn't want Situya to save him, didn't want her to be exposed. He just wanted her to live a good life. Gu Manyu looked at Feng with a cold smile and slowly said, I want Lu Jinan to come back to my side and remarry me. I want to make sure that what happened between my mother and Wang Defen never happened. Can you do these things? The moment these words were spoken, not only was Situya stunned, but even Gu Manyu herself felt her heart clench. Of course, Situya couldn't do those things. She instantly understood that Gu Manyu had no intention of letting Feng go. She was merely humiliating and toying with him. Situya's tone turned cold. Gu Manyu, you'd better think this through. If anything happens to Feng, I will make you and the entire Gu family pay with your lives, even if it means mutual destruction. I mean what I say. Is that so? Threatening me? Gu Manyu sneered. But do you think I'm afraid? Just then, Feng suddenly struggled to speak, his breath weak but urgent. Let me say a few words to her. Gu Manyu looked down at him with icy eyes. Okay, you can beg me. Feng's body stiffened, and a look of humiliation flashed in his eyes. But for the sake of the person on the phone, he slowly spoke. I beg you, Manyu. Gu Manyu suddenly laughed. Weren't you so tough? But that's not enough. The knife in her hand slashed. Sizzle. The rope binding Feng snapped instantly. Freed from his restraints, Feng's body went limp, and he almost fell off the chair. He pushed off the ground with both feet to barely keep up, sweat and blood dripping from his forehead. He looked up at Gu Manyu, puzzled. Gu Manyu's expression was indifferent. Kneel down and beg me. His tone was calm, without the slightest ripple. Feng's body stiffened. His hands, which were supporting him on the ground, trembled uncontrollably from the effort. This command sent a chill down his spine, even more intense than the previous blows. He could die, but he didn't want to be humiliated anymore. But on the other end of the phone was the person he wanted to protect with everything he had. Ultimately, worry overwhelmed everything. He slowly, humiliatingly, bent his knees inch by inch. It made a dull sound. He knelt before Gu Manyu, his head bowed low. I beg you, Manyu. At that very moment, Situya's stern rebuke came through the phone. Gu Manyu, don't go too far. Gu Manyu revealed a playful expression. Is that going too far? She chuckled. There are even more outrageous ones. After she finished speaking, she lifted her foot, and a high heel appeared in front of Feng. Lick it clean. Gu Manyu was extremely cold-hearted. Feng shuddered, feeling an extreme sense of humiliation. He would rather be torn to pieces. He suddenly looked up and stared intently at Gu Manyu. He wanted to resist, to pounce on her, to tear the woman in front of him to pieces. But he couldn't do it. His body had been tortured to the point of having no strength left. He gritted his teeth and said, Manyu, for the sake of the fact that I was hit by a roof beam for you. Don't humiliate me like this. Gu Manyu paused for a moment, then remained silent. I simply tapped the speakerphone icon on the screen and then placed the phone on the table. Feng breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Gu Manyu, saying, Thank you. Gu Manyu remained silent, wanting to hear what he had to say. Yaya. Qin Feng's voice trembled. You shouldn't have made this call. I want you back in my life. Situyu said. Qin Feng let out a long sigh, filled with pain and reluctance, and a sharp pain shot through his chest. Just then, a muffled but cute voice came from the phone. Mother. The voice was very soft, like a baby just learning to speak calling for its mother. However, it was this innocent call that made Qin Feng's breath catch in his throat. Gu Manyu suddenly turned her head to look at Qin Feng. Child. Is it Qin Feng's child? Qin Feng trembled violently the moment he heard the voice. He could no longer control himself. Tears streamed from his eyes, and he curled up, letting out suppressed sobs. Yaya. His emotions suddenly erupted, and he roared, Forget me. Don't avenge me. This matter ends with me. Take good care of him. Take good care of yourself. I beg you. His revenge, his hatred, and everything he had meticulously planned all became insignificant the moment he heard that innocent voice. Situyu on the other end of the phone also broke down. Xiao Feng, I will definitely save you. I definitely will. She cried out anxiously. Mr. Gu, I can give you money. Lots and lots of money. 100 million. 1 billion. Just let him go. Gu Manyu listened indifferently, a twisted expression appearing on her face. Money. She whispered, I don't want to. I only want Qin Feng's life. Chapter 140, I regret it. Gu Manyu squatted down, grabbed Qin Feng's hair, and forced him to raise his head and look directly into her eyes. Qin Feng, look at me. Her voice was eerily soft. You ruined my marriage with Jinan, caused my mother to have an affair, and created a rift between me and my father. Now, the person you love is asking me to let you go. Do you think I should let you go? Qin Feng's body trembled, not from pain, but from Gu Manyu's madness. He didn't answer, but stared intently at the face that was once beautiful but was now incredibly hideous, his emotions a complex mix. Gu Manyu stared at him and asked, word by word, Qin Feng, do you regret it? Qin Feng remained silent. Do you regret it? If he says he regrets it now, will he be able to live? Will I be able to see Yi and the child again? But when he saw Gu Manyu's eyes filled with hatred, he suddenly understood. It's useless. He is certain to die today. The hatred that sustained him became his only dignity at that moment. He couldn't deny the full significance of avenging his parents in front of his enemy's daughter. Qin Feng sighed and slowly shook his head. There's nothing to regret. He avenged his parents. Although he did not succeed, he did his best. I would die without regret. Good. Good for saying you have no regrets. Of course you don't regret it. You must feel really good when you see me making a stupid mistake. At this point, Gu Manyu suddenly laughed. However, as I laughed, tears welled up uncontrollably in my eyes. His lack of regret only made her pain and foolishness seem all the more ridiculous. But I regret it. Gu Manyu said hoarsely. I was terribly wrong. Qin Feng. She gripped Qin Feng's hair so tightly that she almost tore his scalp off. I regret being so blind to trust you. I regret hurting the man who loves me most time and time again for your sake, and leaving him completely devastated. I regret not being by his side when his mother passed away. I didn't even go to his mother's coffin to observe mourning. Because of you, I indirectly caused the death of his mother. Every word she spoke caused Gu Manyu's heart to ache once more. That was a regret she could never make up for, and a debt she owed Lu Jinan that she could never repay in her lifetime. She lost far more than she imagined. The mistakes she made are unforgivable. All the regret, anger, and resentment erupted at this moment. Qin Feng. Gu Manyu's voice suddenly lowered again, filled with despair. I hate you. She looked at Qin Feng and spoke again. I hate myself even more. The moment she finished speaking, all the emotions in her eyes transformed into murderous intent. Without any warning or hesitation, Gu Manyu suddenly stabbed Qin Feng in the abdomen. Uft. Well, Qin Feng let out a muffled groan, his body arching forward abruptly, blood gushing out from the blade and wound. He tried his best to endure it. He didn't want his beloved woman to hear his screams, and he didn't want her to worry. President Gu, please, have mercy. Let Xiao Feng go. Situyu seemed to sense something and let out a shrill scream. Qin Feng screamed intermittently, No, avenge me. His response was an even more outrageous act from Gu Manyu. She drew her knife expressionlessly, the serrated edge tearing through flesh and blood, pulling out a large patch of rolled-up skin. And then another stab. Uft. Situya's cries stopped abruptly. She didn't plead anymore. She knew it was all beyond repair. She listened quietly, listening to the sound of the life of the man she deeply loved slipping away. He could hear Qin Feng's muffled groan coming from the phone, the sound of a knife piercing flesh. Her tears fell silently, and she could only cover her mouth tightly with her hand to prevent herself from making a sound. Just then, a light and romantic melody drifted into the living room. This is the music she set in advance, and she listens to it every night before bed to fall asleep. The music reached her ears and was also transmitted into the basement via her phone. It's Jay Chow's Confession Balloon. Coffee shops on the left bank of the Seine. I hold a cup in my hand, savoring your beauty. Lips that left a lip print. The cheerful singing, accompanied by Qin Feng's panting breaths as he tried to hold back his anger, echoed in the blood-soaked basement. Roses at the florist, whose name is misspelled. A love confession balloon, blown by the wind to the other side of the street. A smile flies in the sky. You said you were a bit hard to pursue, and you wanted me to give up. Situya clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging deep into her flesh, but she felt nothing. As she listened to the song Qin Feng had once sung to her, tears silently streamed down her cheeks and dripped to the ground. Scenes with Qin Feng kept flashing through her mind uncontrollably. They met because of this song. They naturally came together. On the night they officially became a couple, he seemed unusually solemn. Yeah, I may not be able to give you a future. My life was ruined many years ago, and the rest of my life is dedicated to revenge. He told her everything. The destruction of the Qin family, the death of his parents, and the deep-seated hatred he carried on his shoulders. I will not get married. I don't want any ties, or to burden anyone. He gently stroked her long hair. So, being by my side will be very hard for you, and you won't have any official status. She listened quietly without interrupting. After he finished speaking, she hugged him and buried her head in his chest. Xiao Feng, I don't want anything. I only want you. Therefore, she chose to support him, providing him with a false identity and funds, becoming the strongest and most secretive backing for his revenge plan. The child was an accident. He refused to have children countless times. But when he was born, Qin Feng was still holding that tiny baby, overjoyed. That was the first time Situya had ever seen him cry. He held the baby and sat by her bedside all night, repeatedly saying, Yeah, thank you. Thank you for bringing him into this world. Later, he asked her why she secretly stopped taking birth control pills. She simply smiled and answered him. I don't want you to live such a tiring life. I want to give you the thought of living, besides hatred. Qin Feng remained silent for a long time, and finally just hugged her and the child tightly in his arms. From then on, he became more cautious. He even devised a worst-case scenario plan. If he failed, Situya had to abandon him immediately and not seek revenge for him. He said that the feud with the Qin family should end with him. He didn't want his children to suffer the same fate as him. Gifts don't need to be the most expensive. Just fallen leaves from the Champs-Élysées will do. Create a romantic date. Don't be afraid of messing things up. Having you means having the whole world. The singing continued, but the phone call had been disconnected. She slowly closed her eyes, and 2 lines of clear tears rolled down her cheeks again. They met because of this song, and they also parted ways because of this song. Chapter 141 Happiness for the Rest of My Life. The music was still playing in the basement, but it couldn't stop the madness in Gumanyu's heart. Puff. One cut. The sound of a blade piercing flesh rang out. Puff. The second cut. Qin Feng's body arched, and he groaned each time the knife entered his body. Gu Man grabbed Qin Feng's hair, forcing him to remain kneeling, her arms moving mechanically. Puff, puff, puff. One cut after another. She seemed oblivious to fatigue or the soreness in her arms, simply repeating the same motion. Insert it, then pull it out. Blood splattered all over her body and face, sliding down her cheeks, but she didn't react at all, as if she had fallen into a state of madness. After 6 cuts, Qin Feng's muffled groans became weaker, and blood foam continued to gush from his mouth. He felt waves of excruciating pain tearing through his abdomen. Each time the serrated edge of the blade was pulled out, It churned his internal organs inside out, as if it were trying to rip his intestines out alive. He felt his life slipping away rapidly. My consciousness began to blur, and various images kept flashing through my mind. He saw the scene where he learned the truth about what happened back then from Wang Defa. The father, Qin Zhenghua, was not an innocent victim. He was blinded by enormous profits, acted unjustly, and attempted to seize benefits that did not belong to him. Unfortunately, his father overestimated himself and completely underestimated Gu Cheng. Gu Cheng cleverly turned the tables, not only easily resolving the crisis, but also setting up an even more ruthless scheme to uproot and swallow all of the Qin family's businesses whole. In the end, he was killed in a counterattack, resulting in the destruction of his family and his home. The business world is like a battlefield. Only the victors are remembered. But what can we do? Does the truth still matter? No matter how wrong the father is, he is still his father. The father who gave him life and raised him. Because Qin Feng is Qin Jinggua's son, he must avenge this blood feud. Therefore, from the moment he chose revenge, he could only make one mistake after another, plunging himself into this endless hatred from which there was no turning back. His thoughts drifted far away, and he seemed to see many scenes. On a warm, sunny afternoon, his mother was busy in the kitchen. She turned around, smiled gently at him, her eyes crinkling. In the study, his father taught him to write calligraphy, his broad, calligraphic hands covering his small ones. That was the most comforting time in his memory. A family of 3 was having a picnic on the grass in the park. He was chasing butterflies when he fell down. His father and mother ran over laughing, helped him up, and brushed the grass off him. Those joyful laughs and laughter were once his whole world. The scene shifts, revealing another gentle face. Situya. He remembered that when he confessed everything, she showed no fear or hesitation, but simply held him tightly and whispered in his ear, "Xiao Feng, I don't want anything else. I just want you." She became the only glimmer of light on his path of revenge, his most secret haven. He originally didn't want children. The path of revenge is fraught with peril, and he wants to avoid any attachments or leave any openings. However, the arrival of that little life was an unexpected surprise. He named his son Qin Anning. Stay away from strife and find joy and peace. This was his entire hope for a life he could not fulfill, his deepest and most tender wish, that his son, when he grew up, would have no hatred in his life, only peace. So this is fate. Qin Feng's thoughts were suddenly pulled back to reality by a sharp pain. His unfocused gaze slowly sharpened as he looked at the woman before him, who appeared to be insane. He opened his mouth, and blood and foam kept gushing out. His voice was so weak that it was almost inaudible. He seemed to have figured something out, and said through gritted teeth, "Manyu, I hope you will be happy for the rest of your life. This may be the last act of kindness from a dying person." Gu Manyu stopped, panting. She was covered in blood, her hair plastered to her cheeks, and she was breathing heavily. She looked at the dying man. "You've already done it. Don't you think it's too late to say these things now?" After saying that, she raised the knife in her hand again and stabbed down hard once more. Seemingly feeling that this wasn't enough to vent her anger, she paused, a cruel look appearing on her face. "Qin Feng, you can go in peace. I will reunite your family." These words caused Qin Feng's pupils to shrink instantly, revealing unprecedented fear and despair. He doesn't want to involve Yi and the child. Otherwise, he would die with regrets. Qin Feng's body trembled violently, and the fear in his heart made him unleash his last bit of strength. "Don't want," he pleaded intermittently, each word dripping with blood. "Manyu, please don't." Gu Manyu didn't reply, but just watched his final struggle with indifference. She pulled out her knife and stabbed him twice more before finally stopping. The only sound in the entire basement was Qin Feng's desperate pleas. Gu Manyu stood up straight, looking at Qin Feng, whose body was already a bloody mess, with no expression on her face. She casually tossed the knife on the ground and turned to leave. She didn't want to stay there for another second. Just as she was about to take a step, Qin Feng felt a surge of resentment and fear. Both of his arms were broken, and he was unable to exert any force. He could only use his feet to exert force on the ground, pressing his head against Gu Manyu's high heels. His voice was so faint it was almost inaudible, yet it carried an endless plea. Manyu, please, don't involve innocent people. Gu Manyu slowly lowered her head, looking at the extremely humble man at her feet. Innocent people? She suddenly laughed, a laugh that was utterly ironic. Then who should die? She retorted, her voice full of mockery. Jinan, is he an innocent person? Jinan's mother, is she an innocent person? Her voice was icy cold. Qin Feng, you've gone to extremes in everything you've done, and now you're telling me to be magnanimous? She let out a soft laugh, then suddenly raised her foot and kicked Qin Feng's head away. Qin Feng's head slammed into the concrete floor with a dull thud. Gu Manyu didn't look at him again and walked towards the basement door. Qin Feng screamed with all his might, Manyu, I regret it. Gu Manyu paused in her steps. She didn't turn around, but coldly said, it's too late. Then, she continued walking towards the door. Qin Feng smiled bitterly. Retribution, does retribution really exist? He lay on his side in a pool of blood, watching Gu Manyu's back, his lips moving slightly as he hummed a tune intermittently. It was a lullaby that his father often sang to him while he was very young. The moonlight illuminates the underworld. On New Year's Eve, pick betel nuts. The aroma of betel nut, the scent of ginger. Qin Feng's murmurs grew weaker and weaker. Dad, Mom, I miss you so much. Your son has come to see you. Then, Qin Feng's head drooped limply, filled with helplessness and resentment, and he slowly closed his eyes, no longer breathing. Qin Feng died. Gu Manyu never looked back, and the basement door closed behind her. Bang! A muffled thud separated the two worlds. Chapter 142 Killing can become a habit. Gu Manyu walked out of the basement covered in blood. She stood outside the door, her body trembling uncontrollably. The strong smell of blood filled her nostrils, making her stomach churn and almost causing her to vomit. She could no longer control herself and began to vomit while leaning against the wall. But he couldn't vomit anything. She had never killed anyone, let alone stabbed a living person until they were covered in blood and gore. She raised her hands, the blood on them glaringly red. Blood splattered all over her clothes, her cheeks, and her hair. She was covered in blood. A wave of dizziness washed over her, and Gu Manyu sat down on the ground, burying her head deeply in her knees. She killed Qin Feng, but the regret and pain in her heart did not lessen in the slightest. Even if Qin Feng is killed, Jinan will not come back. His mother will not come back to life. The mistakes she made can never be made up for. She simply went from being a foolish woman to a foolish murderer. Ha 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 ha. Gu Manyu suddenly laughed softly, the laughter growing louder and more manic until it turned into suppressed sobs. After a long while, Gu Manyu took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. She muttered to herself, killing can become a habit. After saying that, she leaned against the wall to get up and staggered up the stairs step by step. In the shadows at the stairwell, a figure stood silently. Xiaoan was stunned when she saw Gu Manyu walk up. The moment he saw Gu Manyu, he froze on the spot, forgetting what he was about to say. Gu Manyu in front of me was soaked in blood. Her face and hair were covered in bloodstains, and she exuded a bloody aura. President Gu. Xiaoan's voice was a little hoarse, but he quickly adjusted himself. He held up his phone and gestured to Gu Manyu. Mr. Gu, it's Zhang Ma on the phone. He handed me the phone, saying, she called you, but the line was busy, so she called me instead. Gu Manyu took the phone. It was stained with blood. Young miss, please come back quickly. Zhang Ma's voice was urgent and suppressed. Mr. Gu has returned with a lot of people and is arguing with his wife. He told me to go back to my room, so I called you secretly. Gu Manyu's voice rang out. Has father come home? They brought people with them? Could it be that Jinan has already told her father about her mother in Wang Defa? A sense of anxiety arose in Gu Manyu's heart. She couldn't imagine what her father, with his temper, would do to her mother. No. Gu Manyu's voice was hoarse. She quickly hung up the phone and returned it to Xiaoan. Prepare the car, head back home. Her instructions were clear and concise. Xiaoan hesitated for a moment, her gaze sweeping over the tightly closed door to the basement. Then, Qin Feng. He's already dead. Gu Manyu showed no emotional fluctuation, as if stating a trivial matter. Have someone take care of it. Leave no trace. She added, were the bullets at the accident scene properly removed? It's all been taken care of. Shawan immediately responded. He didn't dare to ask any more questions. He quickly took out another phone, dialed a number, and whispered something to the person in question. Gumanyu said no more and walked straight outside. Soon, the two got into a car that drove away from the suburbs. Gumanyu didn't even bother to wash up. She just leaned back in the back seat, still dressed in her blood-stained clothes. The car's heater was on full blast, but she felt somewhat uneasy. Gumanyu took out a wet wipe and wiped her hands and face again and again. The white wet wipe was quickly stained red, but no matter how she wiped, she felt that the bloody smell had seeped into her skin and could not be washed away. It takes at least 40 minutes to get back to the Gu family mansion from the suburbs. 40 minutes is enough time for too many irreversible things to happen. Gumanyu stopped what she was doing, looked at the night view rushing past the window, then took out her phone, found a number, and dialed it without hesitation. Meanwhile, inside the Gu family villa, Lu Jinan took a drag of his cigarette, the smoke swirling around him. Uncle Hai. Lu Jinan nudged Gu Hai's arm and asked in a low voice, since you knew all along that it was Wang Defa who planned the kidnapping, why didn't you deal with him sooner? Gu Hai's facial muscles twitched slightly. He glanced at Lu Jinan with an expression that clearly said, you're still too green, kid. No, nothing. He replied curtly, lowering his voice even further. Jinan, you're still too young. Do you think that with President Gu's temper, if he really knew, he would have let Wang Defa live like this until now? He would have been drowned and fed to the fish long ago. Gu Hai raised his chin at the kneeling figure in the center of the hall. President Gu is trying to trick him, but Wang Defa doesn't know that we don't know the inside story either. He must think that we have investigated everything clearly. Let's just watch quietly and see what Wang Defa has to say. Upon hearing this, Lu Jinan felt a chill run down his spine, and when he looked at his father-in-law Gu Cheng's back again, he felt an inexplicable sense of awe. Old ginger is spicier. In the center of the hall, Lu Qin stared intently at Wang Defa. Her entire world hung in the balance, depending on this man's every thought. She could clearly see that his eyes were gradually dimming. Wang Defa's mind raced. He wanted to shake his head. He wanted to deny it vehemently. He wanted to grasp at Lu Qin as his last lifeline. But just then, he felt a cold, piercing gaze fixed on him. He knew without looking up that it was Gu Cheng. That gaze instantly brought back everything he had just experienced. The empty feeling in his crotch was a reminder of the torture he had just endured. Therefore, he dared not tell another lie. Lu Qin saw his hesitation, and her heart sank to the bottom. Say it. You fucking say it. Lu Qin suddenly erupted, grabbing Wang Defa by the collar and shaking him frantically, shouting, Tell me it's not true. He's lying to me. Tell me. Wang Defa's head swayed weakly with her shaking. Aye. Finally, under Lu Qin's nearly collapsing gaze, Wang Defa spoke haltingly. I just mentioned it. I didn't know they would actually go. Boom. Lu Qin's hand, which had been stroking his face, fell limply to the side. She froze there, completely motionless. Did you mention it? I wonder if they will really go? So it was true. It turns out that the man she loved so much that she was willing to abandon her husband and daughter and betray the whole world was actually the culprit who killed her child. Lu Qin's body swayed suddenly, feeling as if all her strength had been drained. She fell to the ground with a thud. She smiled. The laughter started softly, then grew louder and louder, and finally turned into a shrill sound. There was no joy in that laughter, only sorrow, self-mockery, and disbelief. Lu Jinan stood aside, watching silently. He felt that Lu Qin, like Gu Manyu, was living in her own fairy tale. One seeks a so-called soulmate, the other seeks to repay kindness received. What they need is not a living person, but a prop that can fulfill all their fantasies. When reality deviates from fairy tales, they choose to blindfold themselves and cover their ears, stubbornly believing that the world is wrong. Unfortunately, reality always shatters their fantasies in the cruelest way. Why? Lu Qin stared blankly at Wang Defa, muttering to herself, I love you so much. I would give up everything for you. Why did you do this to me? Wang Defa knelt on the ground, too weak to even lift his head. Silence is the cruelest answer. Lu Qin understood. She suddenly stopped murmuring and looked at Wang Defa. Say something. She went mad, pounding Wang Defa's body with her fists. Tell me. They're all lying to me. Tell me. Each punch she landed represented the shattering of her illusions. She wasn't hitting the man, but rather the so-called love she firmly believed in. Chapter 143. What kind of bullshit love is this? Wang Defa let Lu Qin's fists hit him. The punch had little force. It didn't hurt or itch when it hit, and it was more like a form of catharsis. Why? Why did you do this? Lu Qin's voice was completely distorted. With each punch, a question was uttered. Liar. You're a liar. Wang Defa kept muttering. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. However, his apology did not calm Lu Qin down. Instead, it drove her even more mad. I don't want your apology. Lu Qin suddenly screamed, grabbed Wang Defa by the collar, and shook him violently. Her eyes were bloodshot, and she screamed, each word distinct. You're helping him lie to me. Aren't you? You've been threatened by him. Tell me right now, you're just acting. Lu Qin was completely hysterical. She couldn't accept that the love, freedom, and companionship she had always upheld had become utterly ridiculous. Therefore, she believed that it must have been a lie fabricated by Gu Cheng to threaten Wang Defa in order to get revenge on her. Wang Defa was being shaken by her, his body swaying. He felt bitter inside, but he couldn't say a word. Acting? Lu Qin, you've lived your whole life in a fantasy world. Do you think everyone else is like you? Gu Cheng's words came through, cold and devoid of any warmth. Lu Qin didn't respond to Gu Cheng's sarcastic remarks about divorcing her. Say something. You liar. Coward. Snap. A slap landed on Wang Defa's face. Wang Defa's already swollen face looked even worse. Say something, you fucking bastard. Snap. Lu Qin then slapped him across the face again. She went completely mad, slapping Wang Defa across the face repeatedly with both hands. Lu Jinan watched this scene with great interest. Wow, that's really impressive. A mad dog bites indiscriminately, regardless of friend or foe. Gu Cheng remained seated calmly, his face as still as water, revealing no emotion whatsoever. Wang Defa was so badly beaten that he felt dizzy and his mind became even more depressed and twisted. The physical pain, the emptiness in his crotch, Gu Cheng's cruelty, Lu Qin's questioning, all of these transformed into a surge of anger that instantly erupted from the depths of his heart. He was also a person, a man driven to the brink of despair. Moreover, he had nothing left. Dignity, the future, and even the very foundation of being a man. Since it's already rotten to the core, what the hell are we afraid of? When people are under extreme repression and fear, they either completely collapse or have a crazy outburst. Wang Defa chose the latter. He suddenly looked up, his face contorted with rage, the guilt he had shown earlier now replaced by a zhengning, meaning ferocious or hideous, expression. That's enough, you fucking idiot. With a roar, he slapped Lu Qin across the face. Snap. Lu Qin's face swelled up instantly on one side after being hit. She was completely stunned and covered her face in disbelief. You dare to hit me? He, Wang Defa, the man who used to be so obedient to her, actually dared to hit her? Wang Defa's chest heaved violently as he pointed at Lu Qin's nose and roared with a ferocious expression. Lu Qin, do you really love me? His words were full of sarcasm. You just couldn't stand Gu Cheng not coming home for years. You were lonely. You couldn't stand the loneliness. That's why you got together with me. Don't pretend to be so noble, and stop fucking talking about love all the time, because you don't understand love at all, and you don't deserve to love. Wang Defa's tone was full of resentment and mockery. Lu Qin trembled with anger, unsure if it was Wang Defa's words that struck a nerve. You're lying. I'm not. No. Wang Defa grinned maliciously. Didn't you ever love Gu Cheng? If you were truly so unwavering in your love, how could you have gotten involved with me? Lu Qin, you are a selfish woman to the core. Trying to have your cake and eat it too. It's fucking disgusting. Wang Defa tore apart Lu Qin's last fig leaf. Lu Qin stood there speechless, her eyes vacant and lifeless, unable to find any focus. She stared blankly at the man she had once thought was her soulmate, but who now seemed like a complete stranger. Wang Defa, however, was going all out, his questions growing louder and harsher with each one. I admit, Wang Defa, am not a good person. I'm capable of anything to achieve my goals. He laughed self-deprecatingly, his laughter shrill and piercing. But what good is your Luqin? You've been too well protected by Gu Cheng, so you've become extremely selfish. You cheated on your husband with me, used the Gu family's money to support me, and while you enjoyed the riches and glory of being Mrs. Gu, you put on a noble act of sacrificing for love. Don't you find it ridiculous? Do you still feel that you are particularly great and brave because you are pursuing true love? Huh. Wang Defa spat a mouthful of blood onto the ground. In the end, you're just a slut who can't control her own crotch. So, we're just mutually benefiting. You want me to make you happy, and I want you to do things for me. So stop pretending to be so devoted. Stop spouting this bullshit about love. Boom. Luqin's face was extremely pale. Each gets what they need. It turns out that she had gambled everything, but in his eyes it was just a transaction. But he was only using her from beginning to end. No. Luqin shook her head weakly. Looking at her breakdown, Wang Defa felt a surge of vengeful pleasure. If he doesn't get a good ending, then this woman shouldn't expect to have an easy time either. If not like this, then what is it? He said cruelly. You think I love you by sweet-talking you every day? Do you know how much I want to throw up every time I see your old face? If it weren't for the money, do you think I would want to touch you? Luqin's pupils suddenly contracted, and the last trace of color drained from her face. She sat on the ground, motionless. The hall fell silent for a moment. Gu Cheng remained seated steadily throughout. He calmly watched as his wife was beaten, verbally abused, and humiliated by her lover. He watched as her faith crumbled and her spirit collapsed, yet his face remained completely unmoved. There was only indifference and disgust. It was as if I were looking at a stranger. Lu Jinan suddenly realized that his father-in-law was truly capable of being ruthless. Why use a knife to kill? Destroying the spirit is the cruelest punishment. Gu Cheng slowly stood up, straightened his collar, and moved with composure. He didn't glance at Luqin, but instead looked at Wang Defa. When Wang Defa met his gaze, his body involuntarily shuddered. Mr. Gu. Gu Cheng walked step by step to him. Finished talking? Finished venting. Gu Cheng's voice was calm, revealing no emotion. Wang Defa did not answer, but simply lowered his head even further. Gu Cheng sighed softly, his voice carrying a hint of something indescribable. He raised his hand and gently patted Wang Defa's shoulder. Defa, I've been listening for so long, and I really feel bad for you. Wang Defa froze, then looked up abruptly, his face filled with terror and confusion. Gu Cheng smiled, a gentle smile. You've been acting for so many years, you must be very tired. From now on, I won't have to work so hard anymore. After saying that, Gu Cheng took the knife that Gu Hai handed him. Chapter 144, A More Satisfying Method. Inside the Gu family villa. After Gu Cheng took the knife from Gu Hai, he suddenly grabbed Wang Defa's hair and pulled him back hard. Wang Defa let out a scream as his upper body was forced to tilt back, exposing his neck. Then, with a flash of cold light, the blade went straight for Wang Defa's carotid artery. Gu Cheng, you can't kill him. Luqin almost instinctively let out a scream. However, after she shouted it, even she was stunned. Why? This man not only harmed her child, but he also just humiliated her with the most vicious language. Why should she plead for him? Luqin's mind went blank, but a voice seemed to be shouting wildly in her heart. We can't let him die? Luqin's mind was in a mess, but a thought began to emerge in her heart. Perhaps Defa really did not mean it back then? Yes, Defa said that he only mentioned it briefly. He didn't know those people would actually go, nor did he know the consequences would be so severe. So he didn't do it on purpose. Moreover, all those years of companionship, those tender whispers, those vows of eternal love, couldn't possibly be fake, could they? She could feel his love. At this moment, Luqin was frantically trying to find reasons for herself and excuses for their supposedly beautiful love. Wang Defa was utterly terrified. He felt wet beneath him and had actually wet himself in fear. Upon hearing this, Gu Cheng paused for a moment, the blade already pressed against Wang Defa's skin, leaving a bloody gash. He slowly turned his head, looked at Luqin who seemed to have gone mad, and his lips twitched, revealing a mocking expression. Why should I stop? Lu Qin shuddered under his gaze. But in order to protect Wang Defa and her own love, she mustered her courage and pleaded in a trembling voice. Old Gu, I beg you, please let him go. For my dad's sake, let it go. Lu Qin went to great lengths for Wang Defa. He even brought up his father, who had passed away more than 10 years ago. He knew that Gu Cheng respected her father the most. Therefore, that was her last and only chance to shake Gu Cheng's resolve. Upon hearing this, the murderous intent in Gu Cheng's eyes froze for a moment, and the image of the old man who had treated him like his own son and had given him earnest guidance flashed through his mind. Then, he laughed in anger. Dad, Gu Cheng repeated, and continued, if Dad were still alive and saw you like this today, he would personally drown you and this adulterer in a pig cage. Lu Qin's body trembled violently, and her face turned deathly pale instantly. Gu Cheng tightened his grip on Wang Defa's hair, causing Wang Defa to let out a muffled groan in pain. Lu Qin, Gu Cheng's voice suddenly rose. He stared at her and said, word by word, I, Gu Cheng, can honestly say that I have never wronged you in my life. I cherish you and do everything I can to give you the best life. I've always been upright and honest, and I've never been with another woman but you. Even when I'm socializing outside, I'm just putting on an act and never cross the line. But what about you? Gu Cheng's voice was full of disappointment and hatred. You take my kindness for granted and even take advantage of it. However, I don't care about any of that. But you can't take advantage of my love for you to cheat on me, can you? Lu Qin, this is a bit unreasonable. Lu Qin looked at Gu Cheng with a face full of remorse, but still pleaded with him. Gu Cheng stopped looking at her and raised the knife in his hand again, ready to end it all. Gu Hai, who was standing to the side, shifted his feet and moved his lips, as if he wanted to say something. But thinking of Gu Cheng's decisive personality, she swallowed her words and could only sigh helplessly. But just then, a clear voice rang out. Dad, it's Lu Jinan. He walked over slowly. Everyone's attention was drawn to him. He slowly walked to Gu Cheng's side, ignoring Wang Defa's terrified pleas and Lu Qin's devastated eyes, and whispered in Gu Cheng's ear in a voice only the two of them could hear. Dad, will killing him relieve your hatred? Gu Cheng paused for a moment, but the murderous intent in his eyes did not diminish. He turned his head to look at Lu Jinan, his meaning clear. What are you trying to say, kid? Lu Jinan continued in a low voice. Killing him and Lu Qin might provide temporary relief, but it won't solve the problem. Because the thorn in your heart will always be there, and every time you think of it, your heart will still ache. So, Dad, have you thought about it? There's a way to get revenge that's even more satisfying than killing them. Gu Cheng was even more puzzled. After settling in, Lu Jin described another scenario to Gu Cheng. The best choice, Lu Jinan said with a cold smile, is to watch her regret, to watch her sink deeper into the mire, and to watch her suffer for the rest of her life because of her foolish choice. Watching her and Wang Defa fight like dogs. Lu Jinan glanced at Wang Defa, who had already collapsed, and added a sentence. Besides, Wang Defa's thing is gone, and now Lu Qin doesn't want to be with him, so we all disagree. Lu Jin paused for a moment, then spoke in an even lower and colder voice. Let them torment each other, hate each other, day after day, year after year, living forever in hell. Isn't that much more satisfying than killing them with a single blow? Gu Cheng was completely stunned, his mind in turmoil. He had dominated the business world his entire life, and considered himself ruthless and hard-hearted, but Lu Jinan's words sent a chill down his spine. Looking at Lu Jinan in front of him, this young man who was once warm and sunny in his eyes now made him feel shocked and crazy. This kid, killing someone is nothing more than a beheading. But Lu Jinan's method was to attack the heart. This forces Lu Qin, a woman who seeks a so-called soulmate, to be bound to a man who is no longer a man, making her watch helplessly as her love struggles to make progress in reality, and leaving her to live every day in regret and self-loathing. This is indeed more cruel and satisfying than killing her with a single blow. Moreover, Gu Cheng did have his concerns. Killing Wang Defa was easy. At most, one could find connections and spend some money to find someone to take the blame. But Lu Qin, She is, after all, the biological mother of Manhwa and Qingxin. He himself was their biological father, yet he killed their mother with his own hands. How could he possibly get along with his two daughters in the future? How could he possibly face them? But now, Lu Jinan has offered him another option, a more cruel and satisfying one. Thinking of this, Gu Qing's rage and murderous intent slowly subsided, and his gaze toward Lu Jinan became complicated. You little rascal, you're pretty cunning. Gu Qing made up his mind and slowly nodded. But it's less of a rebuke and more of a compliment. Dad, this isn't called een. It's called making the best use of resources. He chuckled softly. It's too good for someone like Wang Defa to die. Lu Jinan continued. The best punishment for them is to lock them up together. Lu Qin has been too well protected by you. She's never seen the cruelty outside. They'll have to face the realities of daily life and working to earn money. I'd like to see how long their so-called true love can last. We won't even need to lift a finger. They'll torture each other to death on their own. Okay, we'll do it your way. Gu Qing agreed to the plan without hesitation. Upon receiving Gu Qing's approval, Lu Jinan's expression immediately changed, and his voice suddenly rose so that everyone present could hear him clearly. Dad, calm down. Lu Jinan shouted a warning, which drew everyone's attention. Since Lu Qin wants to pursue her true love, and I think they are truly in love, why don't you grant them their wish? Lu Jinan even had a hint of sincerity on his face. I think that after this lesson, Wang Defa will no longer dare to have any thoughts of revenge. He will only live a good life with Lu Qin. After saying that, he winked quickly at Gu Qing. Gu Qing was a man of great stature. With just one look from Lu Jinan, he completely understood the profound meaning behind it. This kid is planning to put on a show and also give his father-in-law a way out. Since that's the case, let's just lock that adulterous couple up completely, so they can never rise again. Gu Qing understood immediately, but on the surface he pretended to be domineering and murderous. He shoved Lu Jinan away. No! He shouted and pressed the knife down even further, leaving a deeper bloodstain on Wang Defa's neck. If you don't cut the weeds at the root, they'll grow back in the spring. I'll kill this bastard today. Wang Defa's already limp body trembled violently. Upon hearing this, Lu Jinan's lips twitched uncontrollably. Holy crap! You're overdoing it here, even throwing in a couple of lines of poetry. What does that even make sense? He suppressed the urge to complain and quickly stepped forward, pretending to be anxious to dissuade him. Dad, forget it. I don't think he'll dare to do it again. As Lu Jinan spoke, he kicked Wang Defa. Do you still want revenge? Who is Wang Defa? He's a cunning old fox, and besides, he's long since lost the desire to die. After all, who doesn't want to live? He wept uncontrollably, shaking his head like a rattle drum, begging for mercy repeatedly. I'm not reporting it anymore. I'll never report it again. Mr. Gu, I'm a useless person now. I just want to find a place to live out the rest of my life in peace. Please just ignore me. Gu Qing took the opportunity to loosen his grip on Wang Defa's hair and casually threw the knife on the ground. Wang Defa felt as if he had been granted a pardon. He gasped for breath, his body covered in cold sweat. He thought he was going to die, but now, is there any way out? Lu Qin was also stunned. She looked at Lu Jinan in disbelief, then at Gu Qing. Should we grant their wish? Happiness came so suddenly that she was momentarily speechless. She even felt that Lu Jinan, her former son-in-law, wasn't so repulsive after all. I felt a faint sense of gratitude. Looking at her expression of relief and even gratitude, Lu Jinan couldn't help but sneer inwardly. At this moment, Lu Jinan suddenly changed the subject, causing Wang Defa's newly raised hope to hang in the balance again. Wait a minute, Dad. Did they just have a fight? Should we kill him? We were planning to let you go. Lu Jinan squatted down and looked at him leisurely. But you just said that you don't love Lu Qin and that you're just using her. So we have no reason to let you go. Upon hearing this, Wang Defa's mind went blank for a moment, and he instantly grasped the loophole in Lu Jinan's words. Did I say that? Wang Defa began his performance, a blank expression on his face. You said it, Lu Jinan sneered. We all heard it. I'm probably dazed from the beating. Yes, I'm confused from the beating. I'm talking nonsense. Wang Defa quickly tried to cover up his mistake, then struggled to lift his head, and looked pleadingly at Gu Cheng and Lu Jinan. Could you let me say a few words to Lu Qin? Just a few words. He was incredibly nervous. Who wants to die? He doesn't want to die right now. This might be his last chance to live. Gu Cheng remained silent, his face cold. Lu Jinan stroked his chin, pretending to ponder for a moment. He wanted Lu Qin and Wang Defa to torment each other, but Wang Defa had already spoken ill of them. Now that it's over, Wang Defa and Lu Qin can't get back together. How can they be locked up if they can't get back together? So, I can only help them one more time. All right, then you'd better hurry up, we're all pretty busy. After saying that, he stood up, took out a cigarette, and handed it to Gu Cheng. Dad, have one. Gu Hai stood aside watching the father and son, one offering a cigarette and lighting it, the other leaning against the window in perfect coordination, and his lips twitched again. These two are ruthless and talented actors, and they're a match made in heaven. This is absolutely unbelievable. After receiving permission, Wang Defa felt as if he had been granted a pardon. Ignoring the excruciating pain in his body, he crawled toward Lu Qin. He climbed up to Lu Qin and whispered something in her ear. No, it's an explanation. Qin, listen to me, what I just said was all on purpose for Gu Cheng to hear. Lu Qin's eyes flickered slightly. Seeing that it was working, Wang Defa was overjoyed. He continued to lower his voice, his tone filled with grievance and urgency. Think about it. If I admit that we love each other, do you think that madman Gu Cheng would let you go? I'd rather die than just watch that madman Gu Cheng kill you. These words were like a ray of light, instantly illuminating Lu Qin's despairing heart. So he was protecting me? Wang Defa observed her expression and struck while the iron was hot. And about your kidnapping back then, it really wasn't what you think. I swear. He raised one hand, making a solemn vow. Then he quickly explained. Back then, when I was drinking with Qin Zhenghua, he kept complaining to me about Gu Cheng and all that. At the time, the TV was showing no escape, and there was a ruthless bandit who said, if he keeps acting tough, I'll tie him up. I was young then and thought it was cool, so I repeated the line. Wang Defa described it so vividly, as if it had happened just yesterday. Who knew Qin Zhenghua would take that to heart? He left in a hurry without even finishing his drink. Can you blame me for this? I'm innocent too. As he spoke, he slapped his thigh hard, his face full of resentment and injustice. Lu Qin was startled again. Just because of a line he recited while drunk on TV? Her mind was in turmoil, yet an uncontrollable thought popped into her head. Sure enough, Defa really didn't do it on purpose. It was all just a coincidence. Chapter 145 I, Lu Qin, am not stupid. Seeing Lu Qin's expression, Wang Defa knew that his words had worked, so he quickly added the final push. He continued, speaking with great emotion. Qin, we've been together for so many years, don't you understand me? He gazed at Lu Qin with deep affection, his face, swollen like a pig's head, conveying an unparalleled sincerity. Later, Qin Feng came back and found me, saying he wanted revenge. Of course I refused, but he actually threatened me with my son's life. Qin, you know, even though I'm divorced, he's still my own son. I can't just abandon him. I can only play along with him and pretend to cooperate. As he spoke, he managed to squeeze out 2 tears from his eyes, which were already swollen to the point of being slits. Qin, I admit that I had an ulterior motive when I first approached you. But as we spent more time together, I realized that I had truly fallen in love with you. You are different from those ordinary women because you understand me. You are my soulmate. Listening to Wang Defa's sweet words and heartfelt remarks, Lu Qin suddenly laughed, but the laughter was mixed with pain and ferocity, and her expression was constantly changing. She felt her beliefs oscillating between collapse and reconstruction, and she was on the verge of breaking down. Lu Qin's lips trembled as she slowly asked the question that had been lingering in her heart for a long time. Defa, you said I'm old and past my prime. So, did you ever really love me? Wang Defa's expression froze abruptly. He hadn't expected that Lu Qin's biggest concern right now was this very issue. On the other side, by the window, Lu Jinan and Gu Cheng stood side by side, with wisps of smoke rising between them. He looked at the couple still putting on a melodramatic show not far away and suddenly spoke. Old Gu, Did you deliberately throw the knife on the ground just now? Gu Cheng paused for a moment, then looked at Lu Jinan with some surprise and exhaled a puff of smoke. Why do you say that? Lu Jinan took a drag of his cigarette, and the smoke he exhaled obscured the expression on his face. Just a guess. Gu Cheng smiled, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. Don't try to fool me, kid. I had no idea you'd learned fortune-telling. Lu Jinan gave an awkward smile, stubbed out his cigarette, and then slowly began to speak. That's just a guess. Otherwise, how could someone of your caliber act so casually? He turned around, leaned against the windowsill, and looked directly at Gu Cheng. Lu Qin's unwavering belief has collapsed. She knows she has been used, and Wang Defa has just humiliated her in the most extreme way. But just as you were about to kill Wang Defa, she still subconsciously pleaded for him. Gu Cheng didn't speak, but listened quietly. He wanted to see what his former son-in-law had figured out. Lu Jin paused for a moment, then said, "What does this mean?" It means that she never intended to take revenge on Wang Defa. Instead, she still harbored some unrealistic fantasies and wishful thinking about him. If I hadn't pulled this stunt, do you think Lu Qin would have killed Wang Defa? Gu Cheng snorted heavily. Wouldn't it be easier if I just did it myself? Lu Jinan smiled. That smile carried an air of unwavering certainty, as if it knew everything. I believe you can kill Wang Defa. Lu Jin paused for a moment, then slowly said, But what about Lu Qin? Can you really kill her? Gu Cheng remained silent. Lu Jinan looked at this man who had dominated the world his entire life, and continued speaking. Of course, I know you could definitely do that to Lu Qin. After all, she brought you a green cough, but you still have to consider the feelings of your two daughters. At your age, you certainly don't want to spend the rest of your life all alone, and you certainly don't want your daughter to look at you with hatred, right? Lu Jinan continued. Moreover, killing them only brings you temporary relief, but that hatred will be buried with them, leaving you only with endless emptiness and your daughter's estrangement and resentment. Gu Cheng remained silent, taking a deep drag on his cigarette. Killing someone was not difficult for him, but Lu Jinan's words struck a chord with him. Gu Cheng has a weakness. He could disregard Lu Qin's life or death, but he couldn't disregard his two daughters' feelings. His two daughters are what he is most proud of in his life. If he were to kill their mother with his own hands, their father-daughter relationship would likely come to an end. The thought of the hatred and alienation his daughters might show him was more painful than any knife. When Gu Cheng looked at Lu Jinan again, he was more scrutinizing and more wary. This son-in-law is not only ruthless, but also very meticulous. He not only outsmarted his enemies, but he also figured out his father-in-law's thoughts perfectly. You little rascal, you're really vicious and ruthless. Lu Jinan grinned, revealing a set of white teeth, looking sunny and harmless. Dad, you're wronging me. I was just trying to help you. Lu Jinan continued. That's why I deliberately said I would grant their wish just now, just to strengthen Lu Qin's resolve to kill and make her do it herself. Only by making her kill the person she loves with her own hands and enduring the torment in her heart day and night can she truly destroy her soul. He paused, then added, Moreover, I never thought you would let Wang Defa walk out of the villa alive today. After all, who has the time to keep an eye on whether they'll torment each other in the future? Once is enough for such disgusting things. You certainly don't want them to have the chance to disgust people again in the future. Gu Cheng nodded subconsciously. Then what makes you think Lu Qin will do things your way? Upon hearing this, Lu Jinan smiled. Dad, you should know Lu Qin better than I do, otherwise you wouldn't have thrown the knife at her feet. She is stupid, incredibly stupid, but not so stupid as to be beyond redemption. Lu Jinan's gaze returned to Wang Defa and Lu Qin in the center of the hall. No matter how Wang Defa explains, he cannot change what he has done. So the more he explained, the more he tried to clear himself of any wrongdoing. The more he reminded Lu Qin how foolish she had been in the past. The more he talks, the more determined Lu Qin will be to kill him. Because when a woman's last illusion is ruthlessly shattered, her love will instantly turn into the most intense hatred. At this very moment, Wang Defa was leading himself to his death. After being stunned by Lu Qin's question, Wang Defa immediately tried even harder to deceive her. Qin, how could you ask such a question? It's worse than killing me. He pounded his chest, looking heartbroken. Of course I love you. I fell in love with you the moment I first saw you. His voice was filled with grievance and the pain of being misunderstood. Hearing these confident words, Lu Qin's tears flowed even more fiercely. However, her eyes held endless pain and struggle. Her hand was already gripping the knife handle tightly. She looked at Wang Defa and spoke in a voice that was almost like a dream. Defa, I really love you. Wang Defa was secretly delighted. But Lu Qin's next words stunned him. But I, Lu Qin, am not stupid. As soon as she finished speaking, a resolute look flashed across Lu Qin's face. Then, she raised the knife and stabbed Wang Defa in the abdomen. Uft! The sound of the knife piercing flesh was exceptionally clear. Wang Defa's expression was one of utter astonishment and bewilderment. He looked down at his abdomen, where blood was gushing from the blade, staining his clothes red. What followed was excruciating pain, which spread from the abdomen to every part of the body. Why? Wang Defa stared intently at Lu Qin. He doesn't understand. He really doesn't understand. He had explained everything perfectly. He even saw the wavering and change of heart in her eyes. But why would she stab herself? Lu Qin looked at him and then laughed. He. It was a maniacal laugh. Why? Because I love you. Her voice was soft, yet it carried an eerie quality. Wang Defa's body trembled, and his remaining consciousness made him realize the absurdity hidden in these words. Lu Qin leaned closer to him and whispered in his ear. I love you so much, so I can't let you use that deceitful mouth to deceive others anymore. That belongs only to me and can only be mine. Then, Lu Qin pulled out her knife and stabbed again, repeating the process back and forth. He didn't stop until he had stabbed her 7 or 8 times. Wang Defa's body convulsed violently. Lu Qin looked at him, her hand still gripping the knife hilt tightly. Tears had already blurred her vision. Did she love Wang Defa? Like, deep into the marrow. Did she love Gu Cheng? Like, at least I loved him very much. She once thought that Gu Cheng was her everything. But as Gu Cheng's career grew, he returned home less and less often, and that love was worn away completely by the daily trivialities of family life and the emptiness and loneliness. Lu Qin is a woman who needs companionship, sweet words, and to feel loved at all times. Just then, Wang Defa appeared. His appearance was not accidental, but a carefully planned inevitability. His feigned maturity, composure, humor, and perfectly timed gentleness all precisely filled the void in Lu Qin's heart. He became her salvation, the only solace in her barren spiritual world. There are many sentimental people in this world, and Lu Qin is one of them. So, she cheated on her husband. In her distorted perception, she did not see it as betrayal. She believes that by bearing children for the Gu family, she has fulfilled her responsibilities as a wife and mother. Now, all she wants to do is pursue her own true love. She can face everything and everyone with complete composure. Is cheating right? No, but Lu Qin didn't care. Because Wang Defa understood her. However, this man who understood her, the man she was willing to give everything to love, was only using her from beginning to end. When the love she held dear turned into scheming and exploitation. Her soulmate turned out to be the culprit who killed her child. When all those vows of eternal love become mere survival rhetoric. Her world completely collapsed. But now it's all over. She killed the liar with her own hands and buried her own ridiculous love with her own hands. No, a crazy idea sprouted in Lu Qin's mind. She did not bury love. She used the most extreme method to keep this love with her forever. Wang Defa rested his head on Lu Qin's shoulder. He tried to say something more, but blood kept gushing from his mouth, and his life was slipping away rapidly. Lu Qin simply let the blood soak her clothes. She remained motionless, staring blankly at the ceiling, as if her soul had been emptied out. Neither Gu Cheng nor Lu Jinan, who were by the window, spoke. Everyone else watched quietly. Just then, the villa gate was pushed open from the outside. A slender figure appeared at the doorway. Everyone in the hall turned to look at the entrance. It is Gu Manyu. She stood there quietly, her clothes stained with blood. Lu Jinan raised an eyebrow. Goodness, the real show has only just begun. When Gu Manyu saw the scene inside the room, she froze at the doorway, stunned, and unable to move. However, when she saw her mother and Wang Defa cuddling together, an uncontrollable anger rose from the bottom of his heart. She glanced at her father, Gu Cheng, instinctively, and seeing that his face was expressionless, she knew something was wrong. "Mom, what are you doing?" She walked briskly toward Lu Qin in her high heels. "Let go now." Before she finished speaking, she had already rushed to Lu Qin's side. It was at this moment that she finally saw it clearly. The blood pool on the ground was glaringly obvious. Wang Defa's face was lifeless, and his mother's empty eyes. After a brief moment of blankness, Gu Manyu understood what had happened. The mother actually killed Wang Defa. At this moment, she no longer thought about betrayal and shame. All that remained in her heart was worry for her mother. She grabbed Wang Defa's shoulder and forcefully dragged his body away from Lu Qin's arms. Wang Defa fell to the side, revealing Lu Qin's hand that was still tightly gripping the knife. "Mom!" Gu Manyu screamed and, disregarding the blood-stained knife, reached out to snatch it. "Are you all right? How are you?" She snatched the knife and tossed it far away, then grabbed Lu Qin's shoulders, trying to wake her up. Lu Qin's empty gaze finally focused, and she slowly raised her head to look at her daughter. Her beautiful face was now filled with anxiety and concern. Sudden snap. A crisp, clear, and loud sound rang out. It was Lu Qin who slapped Gu Manyu hard across the face. Gu Manyu was knocked so hard she stumbled and fell to the ground. She covered her burning cheeks and looked at her mother in disbelief. However, she saw undisguised hatred in her mother's eyes, which had originally been full of affection, and that hatred chilled her to the bone. "It's you." Lu Qin's voice was shrill and twisted, filled with resentment. "It's all your fault. You're the one who caused all of this. You promised me. You promised you wouldn't touch Defa. You also said you wouldn't tell your dad. Gu Manyu, you're so cruel. Did you eat your heart?" Lu Qin's heart was clenched with intense pain, a pain far surpassing the despair of losing everything. She would rather Wang Defa kept deceiving her, rather she lived forever in the lies Wang Defa had carefully woven, rather she never knew the truth, than face it so nakedly as she was now. And the one who shattered all of this was her most beloved daughter, Gu Manyu. Gu Manyu was completely stunned. Her mother's accusations left her speechless. She had indeed promised, but she couldn't bear to watch her mother be manipulated by a con man. "Mom, I don't regret arresting Wang Defa, because I had to do it." Gu Manyu struggled to explain, "But about you and him. I really didn't tell Dad." Just then, footsteps approached. Gu Cheng had arrived beside Gu Manyu without her noticing. "Gu Manyu." He spoke, his voice calm. Gu Manyu turned around subconsciously, thinking her father had come to comfort her. Snap. What awaited her, however, was an even louder slap. Chapter 146, 3 Conditions. Gu Cheng attacked in anger, and the force he used was immense. This slap was harder and more vicious than the one Lu Qin delivered. 5 finger marks immediately appeared on Gu Manyu's fair face, and a trace of blood even seeped from the corner of her mouth. A blue and white porcelain vase on the shelf fell to the ground and shattered. Gu Manyu was slapped so hard that she staggered a few steps to the side and bumped into a display shelf next to her. She was completely stunned. Her mind was buzzing and her ears were ringing. She couldn't hear anything and could only stare blankly at her father, covering her face. On one side was her mother, who appeared to be insane, staring at her with eyes full of hatred. On the other side was the father, furious and filled with disappointment and rage. Gu Manyu felt trapped in the middle, her chest tight, and she felt like she was suffocating. She had always been pampered by Gu Cheng and Lu Qin since she was a child, and had never been treated like this before. "Gu Manyu, do you still see me as your father?" Gu Cheng looked at her, his eyes sharp. "Even after something like this, you still want to keep it from me. Do you think I'm not green enough already?" One sentence sent Gu Manyu plummeting into an icy abyss. Her body trembled, tears welled in her eyes, but she stubbornly refused to let them fall. She felt incredibly wronged. She always believed that everything she did was to protect her family and her parents. In the end, in Jean Ann's eyes, she was a fickle woman. In her mother's eyes, she was the murderer who ruined her love. In her father's eyes, she was a fool who conspired with outsiders to cheat on him. But why can't anyone understand her good intentions? She now understood what it meant to be utterly speechless. This was Gu Manyu's only feeling at that moment. Seeing her like this, Gu Cheng felt even angrier, and he gave a self-deprecating laugh. You are truly a wonderful daughter whom I have raised with great care. These seemingly complimentary words caused Gu Manyu's heart to clench. Dad, no. Gu Manyu finally couldn't bear it anymore, and with tears streaming down her face, she desperately tried to explain. I just don't want you and Mom to divorce. I don't want this family to fall apart. Home, Gu Cheng repeated. Where's the home now? The once happy home has been torn apart by you and your mother. And you have completely disgraced me. Gu Cheng. After he finished speaking, he pointed to Wang Defa's corpse and the distraught Lu Qin. You're hiding this from me? Do you really want those two adulterers to continue their illicit affair? No, Dad, I didn't. Gu Manyu shook her head frantically. I'm afraid you'll act impulsively, I'm afraid. Enough. Gu Cheng interrupted her with a sharp shout. Are you afraid I'll act impulsively? Gu Cheng was furious, his finger trembling as he pointed at Gu Manyu. So you just stood by and watched your mother be deceived by this bastard? Watched him scheme against our Gu family? Do you know that because of your and your mother's stupidity and arrogance, our Gu family almost faced utter ruin? Gu Cheng's voice carried a sense of desolation, as if betrayed by the person closest to him. He dominated the business world his entire life, weathering all kinds of storms and defeating countless ruthless and formidable opponents. But he never dreamed that what almost brought him down was his own wife and daughter. Gu Manyu shook her head desperately, tears streaming down her face. No, Dad, I was wrong, please don't do this. She choked up, her words broken and filled with despair. Gu Manyu could not bear her father's disappointment. Because the Gu family had no sons, Gu Cheng had always groomed her as his heir and placed high hopes on her. She has been working hard to prove to everyone that she is no less capable than any man. But now, her father's hurtful words and disappointed demeanor negated all her pride and efforts. Gu Cheng gave a self-deprecating laugh, a laugh filled with desolation. I, Gu Cheng, don't know what sins I committed in my past life to marry such a fickle wife and have such an incorrigible, stupid daughter. Gu Manyu's body trembled violently, and she appeared completely disoriented. Gu Cheng stopped looking at his daughter, who had disappointed him utterly, and instead waved to Gu Hai, who was standing to the side. Gu Hai understood immediately, took out a pre-prepared document from his bag, and handed it over along with a pen. Gu Cheng took the document, glanced at its contents, and after confirming that everything was correct, tossed it in front of Lu Qin. Divorce agreement. Lu Qin, who had been sitting blankly, finally showed a slight change in her gaze. Her vacant gaze slowly focused, landing on the document. But she didn't pick it up, she just looked at it. Looking at her absent-minded appearance, Gu Cheng felt no sympathy whatsoever. He took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag. Lu Qin, sign it. Gu Cheng's words brought Lu Qin back to her senses, and she slowly raised her head to look at Gu Cheng. Then she laughed. Hee hee hee. The laughter started softly, then grew louder and louder. But as I laughed, tears uncontrollably rolled down my cheeks. Lu Qin suddenly raised her hand and stubbornly wiped away the tears on her face. Good. The answer was just one word, simple and straightforward. Gu Cheng was not surprised by her reaction. He took another drag of his cigarette and continued. I'll leave this villa to you. Lu Qin did not react. Even Gu Manyu, who was standing to the side, and Gu Hai, who had been silent all along, showed some surprise. They all thought Gu Cheng would kick Lu Qin out of the Gu family. Only Lu Jinan remained by the window, quietly watching as if everything before him had nothing to do with him. Gu Cheng took in everyone's reactions. He paused, the cigarette but glowing between his fingers. But I have a few conditions. Lu Qin remained silent. Gu Cheng said coldly, First, from today onwards, you are not allowed to step out of this villa. I will arrange for someone to take care of your daily life. It was ostensibly for care, but in reality, it was imprisonment. Lu Qin's face turned pale. Second, publicly declare that you are unwell and need to rest. This is to completely erase her from social circles, turning her into a living dead person. Gu Cheng gave her no chance to catch her breath. He stubbed out his cigarette. Third, never appear in front of Manhwa and Qingxin again. You are not worthy to be their mother. Lu Qin didn't care about the first two conditions. But this last condition made her tremble. I am no longer fit to be their mother. These words tore her heart apart. No. Gu Manhwa suddenly rushed to Gu Cheng, grabbed his arm, and pleaded. Dad, you can't do this to Mom. She already knows she was wrong. She even killed Wang Defa. How can you not let her see us? She thought her father would at least retain this last bit of warmth. Because she doesn't deserve it. Gu Cheng looked at Gu Manhwa, his tone stern. Listen to me clearly. From the moment she did that shameless thing, from the moment she was willing to die for a lover, she ceased to be your mother. And you? Gu Cheng's finger almost poked Gu Manhwa's nose. You're not qualified to plead for her here either? Gu Manhwa was so scolded that she retreated repeatedly, speechless for a moment. Dad, Lu Jinan watched this scene quietly from a distance. He silently gave his father-in-law a thumbs up in his heart. A woman, especially one who values love above all else, is imprisoned for life, stripped of her social identity, and finally, severed from all ties with her children. Day after day, year after year. Every day when she opened her eyes, all she saw was this villa, and she would think of how that man named Wang Defa had deceived her, and how she had stabbed him to death with her own hands, one knife at a time. She will live in endless regret, self-loathing, and loneliness. Every minute and every second of being alive is torture. Lu Jinan felt that it wouldn't be long before Lu Qin was driven insane by this mental torture and turned into a walking corpse. Lu Qin finally broke down. She struggled to get up and said, Gu Cheng, I don't want anything. I just want you to let me see my daughters. I carried them for 10 months and gave birth to them. She could lose her wealth, her freedom, and even her husband, Gu Cheng. But she couldn't lose her daughter. Gu Cheng snorted coldly, unmoved. Lu Qin pleaded desperately. How could you be so heartless? We've lived together for decades. Had decades. Gu Cheng was so angry he laughed. Yes, decades can't compare to a few years of adultery. Isn't that ridiculous? Lu Qin trembled, struggling to hold back her tears. Gu Cheng looked at her again. Sign. Lu Qin seemed to have her soul ripped out. She bent down and picked up the divorce agreement with trembling hands. She didn't look at the contents of the agreement anymore, because it was no longer important. Gu Manhwa's heart skipped a beat when she saw this scene. Mom. No, she cried out. Lu Qin slowly raised her head and looked at her eldest daughter. Those eyes, once full of doting affection, now hold only resentment. She didn't speak. She just quietly looked at Gu Manhwa. But her gaze sent a chill down Gu Manhwa's spine. She understood what her mother meant. Gu Manhwa, it's you. You ruined everything I had. Lu Qin looked away, her pen hovering above the signature line, but she hesitated to put it down. Countless images flashed through her mind. It contains the sweet memories of her and Gu Cheng supporting each other in their youth. She felt the joy of becoming a mother for the first time when Gu Manhwa and Gu Qingxin were born. Later, as Gu Cheng's career became increasingly busy, she endured the loneliness of living alone in an empty room. Finally, the image freezes on Wang Defa's fake, gentle face, and the bewildered expression on his face as he falls into his arms. Like hatred, regret, all sorts of emotions were churning in Lu Qin's heart. She understood that from the moment she chose to betray, she had already lost everything. A tear fell onto the paper and quickly spread. Just then, Mom, a clear yet anxious voice suddenly rang out from the doorway. Everyone looked towards the doorway without prior arrangement. A girl in a white dress stood there, slender and beautiful, none other than Gu Qingxin, the youngest daughter of the Gu family. Gu Cheng's face tightened instantly. He hadn't expected his youngest daughter to appear. The moment Lu Qin saw Gu Qingxin, a glimmer of light suddenly ignited in her eyes. Now, her youngest daughter is her only one. Gu Manhwa felt relieved. Her sister had finally arrived. She knew she couldn't persuade her father, but perhaps, by pouring her heart out, she could have a sliver of hope. Only Lu Jinan remained leaning against the window, his expression unchanged. He had no affection for Gu Qingxin either. Gu Qingxin paid no attention to the corpses inside the house, and the blood all over the floor. All she saw was Lu Qin standing there, covered in blood, clutching a document in her hand. The father, however, remained ashen-faced, and her older sister, Gu Manyu, was looking at her with expectant eyes. Gu Qingxin was extremely anxious. "Dad, Mom." Without thinking twice, she quickly ran to Lu Qin and helped her up. Lu Qin looked at her with tears in her eyes, her heart filled with reluctance. When Gu Qingxin saw the divorce agreement in her mother's hand, she was completely stunned. "Divorce?" She looked up at Gu Cheng in disbelief. "Dad, why did you divorce Mom? Are you seeing someone else?" Gu Cheng sighed and didn't explain. He didn't want his youngest daughter to be tainted by these dirty things. I didn't want her to know about Lu Qin's shameful deeds. He suppressed the irritation in his heart. "Don't worry about this. Just go back to school." Gu Qingxin refused to listen. She had been stubborn since she was a child. "I'm not leaving." She stood in front of Lu Qin, facing Gu Cheng directly. "What's wrong with you two? Mom, tell me, did Dad bully you?" Looking at her youngest daughter who was standing in front of her, Lu Qin felt a surge of warmth in her heart. But Gu Cheng had already lost his last bit of patience. He looked at Lu Jinan and said, "Jinan, pull her out." Upon hearing this, Lu Jinan did not hesitate at all and immediately stubbed out his cigarette. He was indeed feeling a bit tired and just wanted to finish quickly so he could go home and sleep. Without uttering a single word, he walked towards Gu Qingxin. Gu Qingxin remained protectively in front of Lu Qin. "Lu Jinan, what do you want to do?" She scolded him harshly, thinking that Lu Jinan was as obedient as before. Lu Jinan ignored her and grabbed her wrist. "Let me go." Gu Qingxin was horrified and desperately pounded on him with her other hand, yelling, "You piece of trash! How dare you touch me?" Lu Jinan seemed not to hear her and dragged her toward the door. Gu Qingxin struggled desperately, but her strength was completely useless against Lu Jinan. The high heels scraped against the ground with a screeching sound. "Sister, help me. Make him let me go." She turned to Gu Manyu for help. Gu Manyu's heart tightened, and she instinctively wanted to step forward. But as soon as she moved, Gu Cheng looked at her without saying a word. Gu Manyu froze on the spot. My father's gaze contained so much. I could only watch helplessly as my sister was dragged away. Lu Qin stared blankly at all of this. He watched as his most beloved youngest daughter drifted further and further away from him. She smiled bitterly, no longer hesitating. She gripped the pen and forcefully wrote her name in the signature column. Lu Qin. Every word seemed to be etched into her bones. After writing the last word, she loosened her grip, and the pen fell to the ground. Outside the gate. "Lu Jinan, you piece of trash, you've got some nerve." After being thrown aside, Gu Qingxin stumbled before regaining her balance. She pointed at Lu Jinan's nose and cursed. "My sister won't let you get away with this. You just wait." Lu Jinan didn't argue with her at all. Instead, he lit a cigarette. Seeing his nonchalant attitude, Gu Qingxin's anger intensified. Suddenly, she raised her hand and slapped Lu Jinan across the face without warning. Snap! Lu Jinan's head was knocked to one side. He slowly turned his head, pressed the tip of his tongue against the inside of his slapped cheek, and then spat on the ground. He smiled, but the smile had a sinister quality to it. Immediately afterwards, he slapped her back even faster and harder. Snap! The force of that slap was far beyond what Gu Qingxin could match. Gu Qingxin staggered from the slap and sat down on the ground, a bright red handprint on her face. She was completely stunned and stared at Lu Jinan in disbelief. This man, who used to be as docile as a dog in front of her sister, actually dared to hit her? "You really think I'll spoil you like I used to?" Lu Jinan looked down at her, his tone mocking. Gu Qingxin was stunned again. Shock and humiliation were hard for her to accept, and coupled with the heavy blow of her parents' impending divorce, Gu Qingxin could no longer hold back. She sat on the ground, hugged her knees, and started crying. Lu Jinan watched indifferently and muttered something under his breath. "He's fucking insane." Just then, the door was pushed open again. Gu Qing walked out expressionlessly, followed closely by Gu Hai. He glanced at his crying youngest daughter, and although he felt bad for her, he didn't show it on his face. He had no time to comfort this child who hadn't grown up yet. Starting tomorrow, Have someone keep watch here 24 hours a day. Gu Cheng instructed Gu Hai. No one is allowed to enter or leave without my permission. Clear. Gu Hai nodded. Upon hearing these words, Gu Qingshin's crying stopped abruptly. She suddenly stood up and shouted at Gu Cheng. Dad, I hate you. After shouting, she ran into the villa. Gu Cheng watched his youngest daughter's disappearing figure, sighed wearily, and then waved to Lu Jinan and Gu Hai. Let's go. The group had just reached the center of the courtyard. Old Gu. A woman's voice suddenly came from above their heads. Everyone stopped in their tracks. Lu Jinan, Gu Cheng, and Gu Hai all looked at it at almost the same time. On the third-floor balcony of the villa, a figure was standing on the railing. It was Lu Qin. The night wind blew her disheveled hair and blood-stained clothes. Her body appeared to be swaying precariously, as if she might be blown away by the wind at any moment. Lu Qin's face was covered in tears as she met Gu Cheng's eyes below. It felt like we were back at our first meeting at the dock. I've let you down, and I've let this family down. Chapter 147. Let's talk. Everyone was stunned. Gu Cheng and Lu Qin stared at each other, his eyelids twitching violently. It was as if time had reversed in an instant, and those long blurred images of our first meeting at the dock and our support each other after marriage resurfaced in my mind. But Gu Cheng didn't speak or make any move. Lu Jinan watched all of this quietly, like a detached bystander. But Lu Qin's face showed a smile, even though she looked very sad. Old Gu, if there is an afterlife, She didn't finish her sentence. Because she had already spread her arms, leaned forward, and deliberately fell straight down from the balcony railing on the third floor. No! A shrill scream came from the third-floor balcony, and Gu Manyu rushed over like a madwoman. However, her hand brushed past Lu Qin's clothes, and in the end, she only managed to grasp a piece of torn fabric. Mom! Gu Qingshin also saw this scene, screamed, and then rushed downstairs like a madwoman. The fall was both short and long. Lu Qin closed her eyes, feeling the wind whistling past her ears. At that moment, her mind went blank. There was no fear, no regret. Only a sense of relief as if all burdens had been lifted. It's all over. Very nice. However, her body did not hit the ground. During her fall, her leg hit the awning extending from the second-floor window. Bang! The cushioning force caused her body to change position in midair before she fell again. Immediately afterwards, there was another dull thud. Lu Qin's legs landed first. Click! Lu Qin's legs hit the ground first, twisting and deforming, accompanied by a sickening cracking sound of bones breaking. Then he became completely still. The huge courtyard was eerily quiet for a moment. Gu Cheng's lips twitched violently, but he still didn't make any move. Lu Jinan watched quietly, his heart unmoved. Well, Gu Cheng finally let out a long sigh, a sigh filled with exhaustion, disgust, and a hint of other indescribable emotions. He turned to Gu Hai and gave him instructions. His voice was frighteningly calm. Go check on how he is. Gu Hai nodded immediately. If she's still alive, we'll do whatever it takes, no matter how much it costs, to cure her. Gu Cheng paused, his voice growing increasingly cold. What if I die? Gu Hai suddenly stopped and looked at Gu Cheng in surprise. He thought he had misheard. Cured? They actually want to save her? He had assumed that Gu Cheng no longer cared about Lu Qin's life or death. Gu Cheng didn't look at him, but instead cast his gaze at the distant night sky, his voice carrying a chill. What if I die? Gu Cheng didn't finish his sentence, but the unspoken meaning made Gu Hai's heart skip a beat. Once you die, all grudges and grievances will vanish. However, death would be too good for her. Sometimes, living is more painful than dying. Gu Hai dared not hesitate any longer and quickly rushed over. At this moment, Gu Manyu and Gu Qingshin rushed out of the villa one after the other. Mom! Gu Qingshin was the first to rush over. When she saw her mother, whose legs were twisted and who had fainted, her mind went blank, and she was completely dumbfounded. Mom, what's wrong? Wake up! Gu Hai stopped her. Don't move. She might have injured her spine. Gu Qingshin reached out her hand tremblingly, but dared not touch Lu Qin, and tears welled up instantly. Following closely behind, Gu Manyu knelt down beside Lu Qin with a thud. Looking at her mother's pale face, she felt fear and regret. Ambulance. Call an ambulance right now. Gu Manyu turned around abruptly and shouted at her father and Lu Jinan. Gu Hai had already taken out his phone and dialed the emergency number, reporting the address and the injured person's condition. Dad, Gu Qingxin suddenly stood up, her bloodshot eyes glaring at Gu Cheng. It's all your fault. You're the one who drove Mom to her death. You're a murderer. She acted as if she had gone mad, pointing at her father and cursing him with the most vicious language. Unlike her sister, Gu Manyu didn't lose her temper and accuse her. She just kept calling out to her mother, trying to wake her up. Although Gu Cheng showed no expression on his face when faced with his daughter's accusations, he was extremely distressed inside. He felt very sad. Not long after, the sound of an ambulance siren came from outside the villa. Several medical staff rushed in with a stretcher and quickly began emergency treatment on Lu Qin. The patient has fractures in both lower limbs, has lost too much blood, and is in shock. Quickly, apply the fixation splint, establish intravenous access, and prepare for blood transfusion. The shouts of medical staff mingled with the cries of the two sisters, adding to the desolation of this already chaotic night. Gu Manyu and Gu Qingxin watched helplessly as their mother was lifted onto a stretcher. Doctor, how is my mom? Is she all right? Gu Manyu grabbed a nurse's hand and anxiously pressed her for answers. The injuries are severe, but we will do our best. The nurse quickly replied and then ran after the stretcher to the ambulance. Gu Manyu looked at her younger sister and said anxiously, Qingxin, you come with me to the hospital. I have things to take care of. Seeing this, Gu Qingxin didn't say anything and turned to get into the ambulance. Gu Cheng watched the ambulance disappear into the night before turning his gaze away. He took out his cigarette case from his pocket, only to find it was empty. He irritably crumpled the empty cigarette pack into a ball and threw it on the ground. Lu Qin, you can't die. He muttered to himself, his voice carrying a chilling undertone. You are free now, but who can I vent this hatred in my heart on? Lu Jinan was standing right next to him and heard those words clearly. He sighed inwardly. Indeed, the person who understands you best is often your enemy. My father-in-law's thoughts are exactly the same as mine. For someone like Lu Qin, death is a blessing, a liberation. The cruelest revenge would be to let her live in endless regret and torment. Lu Jinan stepped forward and patted Gu Cheng on the shoulder. Dad, are you going to the hospital or going home? Gu Cheng glanced at him expressionlessly. Go home. After saying that, he walked towards the car, his back view showing an indescribable weariness and desolation. Lu Jinan followed behind him, also preparing to leave. Lu Jinan, stop right there. Just then, a voice tinged with resentment came from behind. It was Gu Manyu. She didn't go with the ambulance. Lu Jinan stopped in his tracks, but did not turn around. He was exhausted and didn't want to pay any attention to Gu Manyu. Besides, there's nothing more for them to say to each other. Seeing that he didn't react, Gu Manyu rushed forward, opened her arms, and blocked his way. Let's talk. Her eyes were bloodshot as she stared intently at Lu Jinan, her usual arrogance completely gone. Lu Jinan looked at her coldly and said slowly, I'm busy. After saying that, he tried to walk past Gu Manyu and leave. But Gu Manyu was determined to stop him, taking another step to the side and stubbornly blocking his path. Lu Jinan was extremely annoyed. He glanced at Gu Cheng, who was standing not far away, watching them from beside the car. Lu Jinan forcibly suppressed her anger. He didn't want to have a full-blown fight with his ex-wife in front of his father-in-law. It's too ugly. Let's talk inside. Chapter 148, What is Revenge? Lu Jinan coldly uttered a sentence, then turned around without looking back and walked towards the villa. Gu Manyu watched his retreating figure. Her lips moved, but in the end she followed him. Gu Cheng, standing beside the car, witnessed the entire scene. He watched the two disappear one after the other through the villa gate, a complex and unfathomable emotion flashing in his eyes. He shook his head wearily and let out a long sigh. What a tragic fate. After saying that, he bent down and got into the car, quietly leaning back in the back seat and waiting. Inside the villa, the air still reeked of blood. Wang Defa's body still lay not far away, the dark red bloodstains still shocking to behold. The floor was littered with shattered blue and white porcelain shards mixed with dried blood. The entire hall was a mess, a testament to the madness and carnage that had just transpired. Lu Jinan and Gu Manyu stood facing each other, a few steps apart, yet the atmosphere was unusually somber. Lu Jinan was oblivious to all of this. He took out a cigarette, lit it, took a deep drag, and slowly exhaled. White smoke swirled around him, blurring the scar on his face and obscuring his unfathomable eyes. That carefree and leisurely demeanor completely ignited the anger that Gu Manyu had been suppressing all night. After taking a few puffs of his cigarette, Lu Jinan looked at her lazily. "What do you want to talk about? Did you tell my dad about my mom and Wang Defa?" Her voice trembled slightly and was full of resentment. Lu Jinan paused for a moment, holding the cigarette between his fingers, then took another puff before slowly turning his head to look at her. "You should know that, right?" His reply was nonchalant. However, this caused Gu Manyu's momentum to stall instantly, leaving her in a limbo. Yes, she knows. When Lu Jinan asked her for Wang Defa, she knew that Lu Jinan was going to tell her father. However, knowing something is one thing, witnessing it with your own eyes is another. Moreover, she never expected things to get this serious. The mother's resentment, the father's disappointment, and that resolute figure falling from the third floor. All of this was beyond her control. She needed an outlet, someone to whom she could redirect all her pain and self-blame. If Lu Jinan hadn't misled me into handing Wang Defa over to him, things wouldn't have turned out this way. If the father didn't know about the mother's affair with Wang Defa, why would the mother have jumped off the building? Gu Manyu became angrier the more she thought about it. Lu Jinan. Gu Manyu's emotions suddenly surged. She stepped forward, her red eyes fixed on him. "I was misled by you. If you hadn't misled me into handing over Wang Defa, if you hadn't said those things to me, why would I have agreed to let you tell my dad about it?" She became more and more agitated as she spoke, as if she wanted to pour out all her grievances. "Now my mom hates me and resents me, and she even jumped off a building. My dad is also completely disappointed in me and resents me for hiding it from him. You caused all of this. Is this what you wanted to see? You just wanted to get revenge on me for what I did to you. Are you satisfied now? Don't you feel especially good now?" Upon hearing this accusation that twisted the truth, Lu Jinan was first taken aback, then he laughed in anger. His shoulders were shaking slightly from laughing. He took a drag of his cigarette, tossed the butt on the ground, and then looked at Gu Manyu with an expression as if she were an idiot. "So you're saying that everything that happened today is my fault?" Gu Manyu's heart skipped a beat when he looked at her, but she still held her head high. "Shouldn't you be blamed? Gu Manyu." He took a step forward. Gu Manyu subconsciously took a step back. "If your mother hadn't been so indiscreet and couldn't resist the temptation to have an affair, would this have happened? If you hadn't been so foolish, repeatedly being fooled by Qin Feng, would this have happened today?" Lu Jinan looked down at her from his superior position, and his imposing aura made Gu Manyu instinctively want to back away. "Now that things have escalated to the point of no return, you're putting all the blame on me?" His voice suddenly rose, filled with mockery and disdain. "Gu Manyu, do you have any shame? You say I bewitched you?" Lu Jinan let out another cold laugh. He stretched out his finger, almost poking Gu Manyu's nose. "What did I bewitch you in? Did I make you kill and set fires, or sell out your country for personal gain?" Gu Manyu's body trembled violently, and her face turned deathly pale. "If you're really that afraid of being seduced by me, then you should have told your mom to watch her own pants. Stop thinking about those shady things all the time. I'm asking you to hand over Wang Defa because he's scheming against the Gu family, against your father, and against you. I'm helping your father. Or do you think I should just stand by and watch that adulterer continue his affair with your mother, driving your father to his death, before you're satisfied? Gu Manyu, ask yourself honestly, what did I do wrong?" This series of questions, each one piercing to the heart, tore away all the pretense Gu Manyu used to numb herself. Her face flushed red, and then turned pale, and she was speechless. She opened her mouth, but found that she couldn't utter a single word. Lu Jinan sneered. "What do you mean, you? If you don't want to be misled, then you'd better tell your mother to stop doing those shady things. You can't control your mother, and you can't see the situation clearly. Now that your family is ruined, you're taking your anger out on me. Who the hell do you think you are? The shame and anger that touched a raw nerve caused her to lose her temper. "You bastard!" Gu Manyu screamed and raised her hand to slap Lu Jinan across the face. However, just as she raised her wrist halfway, Lu Jinan grabbed her by the neck. Then with a push, Gu Manyu's body crashed directly into the antique shelf. "Let me go!" Gu Manyu's face turned bright red as she struggled, but to no avail. "Gu Manyu, don't be so shameless." Lu Jinan's expression was ferocious. "You really think I don't know what you're thinking?" His voice had become much hoarse. "You're not just stupid, Gu Manyu, you're both stupid and wicked." Gu Manyu stopped struggling and looked at him in disbelief. "From beginning to end, all you thought about wasn't how to protect this family, but how to preserve your pathetic yet arrogant pride." Lu Jinan's words were like peeling back the layers of her heart. "You're afraid your dad will find out about this. Not because you're afraid he'll act impulsively, and certainly not because you're afraid they'll divorce. You're afraid that if your mom's extramarital affair scandal comes out, it will make you the high and mighty president of the Gu Group, a laughingstock in the entire Jiangzhou. You're afraid of losing face." "No, I didn't," Gu Manyu retorted hysterically. Lu Jinan completely ignored her denial. "So, you chose to hand Wang Defa over to me. Was it really because I instigated you? Are you afraid that your mother will ask you for him? And are you trying to absolve yourself of any responsibility in handling Wang Defa's case?" He stared at Gu Manyu, his smile growing increasingly mocking. "But you didn't expect things to escalate like this. You certainly didn't expect your mother to be so desperate over a con man." He paused, then changed his tone, becoming extremely sinister. "Now that you've gone too far, you want me to take the blame so you can lessen your guilt? So, stop with your self-deceiving rhetoric. You, and your dear mother, are the culprits behind all this." Gu Manyu felt like she couldn't breathe. Lu Jinan felt no pity whatsoever. On the contrary, he felt a sense of vengeful pleasure. "Didn't you say I was getting revenge on you? Fine, then I'll show you how I get my revenge." After saying that, he bent down and picked up a piece of broken porcelain from the ground. Then, Lu Jinan pointed to the scar on his face. "Do you see the scar?" Gu Manyu's body began to tremble uncontrollably. "I'll let you experience what it feels like to have a scar on your face." Gu Manyu's eyes widened instantly in disbelief. "Jean and no? Please." She spoke haltingly. "Why not? Haven't you always said you loved me?" Lu Jinan spoke jokingly. "Moreover, readers outside say that I, Lu Jinan, am a coward, a slut, and a lapdog. I'll show them today, and let you experience it for yourself." His words paused, then suddenly rose in pitch, carrying a suppressed madness. "Am I, Lu Jinan, a complete coward?" Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly slashed the broken porcelain shard in his hand toward Gu Manyu's face. Chapter 149. You go together, I go together. Lu Jinan's eyes were filled with ferocity. Without the slightest hesitation, he swung out a sharp piece of porcelain in an instant. Laugh. A sound of flesh being torn apart rang out. It was too fast and too unexpected. Gu Manyu didn't even realize what was happening, let alone that Lu Jinan would actually dare to do it. And so, in Gu Manyu's horrified gaze, the shards of porcelain suddenly magnified. Immediately afterwards, a wound 5 or 6 centimeters long appeared on her left cheekbone. The location and length of that mark were almost identical to the scar on Lu Jinan's face. The wound was initially whitish, but in the next instant, a bright red line of blood quickly appeared, winding down her smooth cheek. Gu Manyu felt a chill on her cheek, followed by a sharp pain from the wound, which made her body tremble. But at that moment, she had no time to care about the injuries on her face. Because Gu Manyu felt like she couldn't breathe. Her face contorted, her brain buzzed, her lungs burned, and she saw double. She gripped Lu Jinan's arm tightly with both hands, her nails digging deep into his skin as she tried to break free. But she did not beg for mercy, or perhaps she was no longer able to make a sound. Even under such extreme fear and pain, Gu Manyu still stubbornly stared at Lu Jinan. Upon seeing blood, Lu Jinan became even more deranged. He released Gu Manyu's hand, then grabbed her chin, forcing her to look him in the eye. Cough, cough, cough. Gu Manyu couldn't say a word. She was panting heavily. Lu Jinan admired his masterpiece almost neurotically, even using his thumb to wipe away the blood from her wound, a morbidly satisfied look on his face. "It's perfect," he laughed, a soft laugh that sent chills down Gu Manyu's spine. "Does it hurt? You take one, I take one. It's fair, isn't it?" Lu Jinan's smile didn't reach his eyes. It was tinged with coldness. "Lu Jinan, you're a madman." Gu Manyu finally caught her breath. She tried to dodge, but her chin was pinched so hard that she couldn't move at all. "Madman?" Lu Jinan laughed out loud. "Yeah, I'm crazy. I've been fucking crazy ever since you abandoned me for Qin Feng at the hospital. So, can you now understand how I felt when I was in the hospital, waiting alone for my stitches?" His words sent a jolt through Gu Manyu. Those scenes she had deliberately forgotten kept resurfacing at this moment. At that time, Lu Jinan's face was covered in blood, and he was all alone waiting for his stitches. And what about her? What was she thinking at that moment? She was focused on getting Qin Feng examined. She didn't even have time to sign a document. She even felt resentment, resenting him for repaying Qin Feng's kindness with enmity. Lu Jinan tightened his grip on her chin slightly. "You can't understand." He asked himself the question and then answered it, then shook his head with a mocking expression. "How could you possibly understand? You're always the one hurting others, Mr. Gu. When have you ever felt the pain?" He lowered his head and moved closer to Gu Manyu. "But it's okay, I'll teach you today." After saying that, he released Gu Manyu. Suddenly losing her support, Gu Manyu's body went limp and she fell to the ground against the antique shelf. She covered her face with one hand and braced herself against the ground with the other. She felt humiliated, ashamed, and terrified like never before. "Now, you'll think of me every time you look in the mirror." Lu Jinan crouched down and whispered in her ear, "I will remember today and what you have done to me. This scar will stay with you for the rest of your life, just like the one on my face." Gu Manyu could no longer hold on. Tears streamed down her face. But Lu Jinan had no intention of letting her go. "You know what, Gu Manyu? The thing that disgusts me the most is not your selfishness, nor your arrogance. You just can't see your own mistakes. Because, in your world, Gu Manyu, you are always innocent, always a victim, right?" Lu Jinan's words made Gu Manyu tremble uncontrollably. It also shattered the last line of defense in her mind. She clutched her head and let out a sharp scream, filled with pain, collapse, and despair. Shut up right now." Just then, bang. With a loud bang, the villa's door was kicked open from the outside. A figure rushed in. The person who arrived was none other than Shaoan, Gu Manyu's security captain. He had been standing guard outside the door. Although he couldn't hear the conversation inside, Gu Manyu's scream made his heart skip a beat. Shaoan no longer cared about Gu Manyu's orders and broke down the door. The moment Shaoan rushed in, the first thing she saw was Gu Manyu, who was slumped next to the antique shelf, her face covered in blood. Lu Jinan was squatting in front of her. Shaoan's mind went blank. Protecting Gu Manyu was his duty, and the only reason he received a high salary. Now, his employer has been injured right under his nose, which is the biggest humiliation of his career. A surge of anger instantly rose from the depths of his heart and rushed to the top of his head. He certainly knew Lu Jinan and was aware of the entanglement between him and Gu Manyu. But this is absolutely no reason for Lu Jinan to harm his employer. Shaoan didn't say a word, but stared intently at Lu Jinan. He strode forward and quickly walked towards Lu Jinan. However, as he walked, he started running. Lu Jinan looked at the people rushing towards him, but his face showed no sign of panic. He threw away the broken pieces of porcelain in his hand, because while they might work on women, they would only be a burden against a professional bodyguard. He lowered his body slightly, staggered his feet, and assumed a defensive stance. Shaoan has extremely strong explosive power, covering a distance of several meters in the blink of an eye. When he was still 2 or 3 meters away from Lu Jinan, he suddenly leaped up, using the momentum of his forward charge to stretch his body in midair, and delivered a fierce flying kick straight for Lu Jinan's chest. That kick was so powerful that if you were hit, you would probably break your ribs on the spot. Lu Jinan did not take the hit heed in. Just as Shaoan was about to kick him in the chest, he twisted his body sharply to the left, narrowly avoiding the kick. At the same time, Just as Shaoan's old strength was exhausted and his new strength had not yet been generated, Lu Jinan suddenly stretched out his arms and hugged his waist. Shaoan was suspended in midair, with nowhere to grab onto, and was terrified. "Get down." Lu Jinan let out a low growl, his waist and abdomen instantly exerting force, and he thrust downwards while holding Shaoan's body. Bang! Shaoan was slammed hard onto the ground. That was a really hard fall. Shaoan felt as if his back was about to be shattered, and his internal organs were churning. I saw stars before my eyes, felt a lump in my throat, and almost fainted. But he was, after all, a trained bodyguard. The intense physical pain and dizziness did not diminish his fighting ability. Instead, they aroused the ferocity in his bones. Shaoan gritted his teeth, wanting to get up immediately and reorganize the attack. However, Lu Jinan gave him no chance to catch his breath. He didn't dare give it to him. He knew perfectly well that trying to engage in a back-and-forth battle with professional bodyguards was suicidal. When dealing with someone who has received professional training, once they manage to create distance or gain a foothold, you are simply no match for them. The only chance of winning is to engage him in close combat. You still remember? Lu Jinan let out a low growl. The moment Shaoan stood up, a flash of ferocity appeared in Lu Jinan's eyes, and he raised his foot and stomped it down hard on Shaoan's face. The wind howled. Shaoan's fighting instincts saved him. At the critical moment, he subconsciously veered to the left. Bang! Lu Jinan's foot brushed against Shaoan's ear and stomped on the floor. Despite missing his target, Lu Jinan's movements did not falter in the slightest. He lowered his center of gravity and straddled Shaoan. "You fucking..." Shaoan was both shocked and furious. He had never seen such an unreasonable and ruthless fighting style. Lu Jinan didn't give him a chance to speak. His eyes were bloodshot, and he swung his fist down at Shaoan's face. He fought like a madman, completely without any strategy or skill. But it was full of savagery and violence. It must be said that Lu Jinan has a strong fighting spirit, but he has not received systematic training. The sound of a fist hitting flesh is dull. Bang! With the first punch, Shaoan's head slammed onto the floor and then bounced up violently. Bang! With the second punch, Shaoan's nose collapsed and blood gushed out instantly. Bang! With the third punch, his mouth split open and teeth mixed with blood and saliva flew everywhere. At the same time, the gunshot wound on Lu Jinan's forearm, inflicted by Qin Feng, ruptured due to the violent movement, causing blood to flow freely and stain his sleeve red. But at this moment, Lu Jinan's adrenaline was surging, and he couldn't feel any pain at all. Or rather, the pain in his arm was insignificant compared to the madness in his heart. He had only one thought: to defeat him completely before he was exhausted. Otherwise, you will be the one who gets defeated. Ugh. It was probably the intense pain that brought Shaoan back to her senses. He raised his arms to protect his head and face, while simultaneously using his legs to try to flip Lu Jinan over. Lu Jinan's body rose and fell instantly, creating an opening. Shaoan seized the opportunity and punched Lu Jinan in the ribs. Lu Jinan groaned, feeling as if he had been punched in the back of his throat, and his body tilted to the left, losing his balance. Now, a fierce glint flashed in Shaoan's eyes. He suddenly exerted force with his waist and abdomen, flipped over, and instantly threw Lu Jinan to the ground. The balance of power shifted in an instant. Shaoan, now free, quickly got up. He wiped the blood from his face and glared at Lu Jinan with hatred, his eyes no longer showing any contempt. He was indeed stunned by the attack, but his combat skills as a professional bodyguard remained intact. He never expected that this inconspicuous man in the Gu family would be so ruthless, so crazy, and so reckless when he fought. Lu Jinan also quickly got up. The sharp pain in his ribs made it almost impossible for him to breathe, and the gunshot wound on his arm was also painful. But he grinned and smiled silently. With his bloodshot eyes, he looked even more deranged than before. Shaoan decided to act quickly. He launched another attack, throwing a punch straight at Lu Jinan's face. As the fist drew ever closer, Lu Jinan neither dodged nor evaded. His gaze fell on a piece of broken porcelain that had been raised at his feet, and then he stomped his right foot. The broken porcelain shards were immediately launched into the air by the force, tumbling into the air. Xiaoan saw the broken porcelain shards and knew something was wrong. But Lu Jinan's right hand had already grabbed the porcelain shard, and he didn't care that the sharp edge cut his palm. Following the momentum of his arm's forward thrust, he lunged forward and plunged the knife into Xiaoan's cheek. Laugh. Xiaoan's cheek was instantly pierced from the outside in. Ugh. The excruciating pain caused Xiaoan to let out a muffled groan, and his fist missed its mark. He felt a cool sensation on his cheek, followed by excruciating pain, and then blood and saliva immediately flowed out. The excruciating pain caused his body to freeze, and his mind went blank for a moment. In that brief moment, Lu Jinan gripped the porcelain shard tightly, and then forcefully pulled it to the side. Tear. A chilling tearing sound rang out. That piece of porcelain actually managed to cut from the cheek to the corner of the mouth, almost completely splitting it open. Suddenly, a wound appeared, the skin and flesh turned inside out, and blood flowed freely. Oh! Xiaoan let out a scream that sounded inhuman. He instinctively covered his face and staggered backward. Lu Jinan sneered, enduring the sharp pain in his ribs, and strode to catch up. He's a complete madman now. He reached out and grabbed at Xiaoan's hair, trying to pin him to the ground. Just then, a cold piece of metal suddenly pressed against Lu Jinan's forehead. Lu Jinan's hand, which was reaching for Xiaoan's hair, stopped in midair. He slowly looked down and saw a gun pressed against his forehead. The one holding the gun was Xiaoan. Xiaoan's face was covered in blood. The wound that stretched from his cheek to the corner of his mouth had the skin torn open and was dripping with blood, making him look ferocious and terrifying. The look in his eyes as he looked at Lu Jinan was filled with resentment and humiliation. He, a professionally trained bodyguard, was severely injured by an ordinary person. This is an unprecedented and utterly humiliating disgrace. Ghost, then kneel down. Xiaoan spoke unclearly, each word slurred and indistinct. Lu Jinan laughed at all of that. He genuinely didn't care at all about the gun pointed at his forehead, and his smile was so mocking and disdainful. Because he was certain that Xiaoan wouldn't dare to fire. A bodyguard who gets paid to do a job is not a desperate criminal. He had concerns and rules, while I did not. Therefore, instead of retreating, Lu Jinan walked forward with the gun pointed at him. Xiaoan was so terrified by Lu Jinan's reckless madness that her pupils contracted, and she subconsciously took a step back, but the muzzle of the gun was still pressed against Lu Jinan's forehead. You motherfucker. Lu Jinan's voice was hoarse, tinged with excitement. You fucking have guts? Who are you trying to scare with that piece of junk gun? He took another step forward, and Xiaoan took another step back. How come you're so awesome? Lu Jinan nudged his head again forcefully. What's wrong? Are you as hard as a rock with a steel bar stuck in your ass? Xiaoan's body trembled, partly from anger and partly from fear. He had never seen such a person before, nor had he ever dealt with such a situation. The gun was in his hand, but the initiative seemed to be in the other party's hands. He felt like he wasn't pointing a gun at someone, but at a madman, a mentally ill person. You bastard. Lu Jinan sneered again. He took another step forward, and Xiaoan stepped back, but her back had already hit the wall, leaving her with nowhere to retreat. I'm fucking forcing you. Lu Jinan's tone was provocative. If you don't shoot today, you're my son. These words seemed to provoke Xiaoan's ferocity. His eyes instantly became bloodshot. Kill him. Screw the consequences. Screw the Gu family. Cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead, and his finger twitched slightly, as if he were really about to pull the trigger. Just then, Xiaoan stepped back. Gumanyu suddenly spoke. Chapter 150. What Jinan has, I want too. Gumanyu had already come to her senses at some point. She ignored her bleeding cheek and sternly reprimanded Xiaoan. Xiaoan's arm, which had been pressing against Lu Jinan's forehead, paused. He was actually relieved. He was only provoked by Lu Jinan's madness and his own injuries. He wouldn't dare to actually kill Lu Jinan. Even if Gumanyu wasn't there, Gucheng would definitely have skinned him alive afterward. In that instant of hesitation, Lu Jinan made his move. He grabbed Xiaoan's wrist, which was holding the gun, and then twisted it downwards. Xiaoan let out a painful groan. His hand involuntarily loosened its grip, and the gun immediately slipped from his grasp. Lu Jinan caught the falling gun with his backhand. Then, Without pausing, he swung his arm in a wide arc and smashed the butt of his rifle into Shaoan's nose. Bang! Shaoan couldn't even groan. He staggered backward and finally sat down on the ground, completely unable to resist. Lu Jinan weighed the gun in his hand. The metallic texture gave him a peculiar sense of satisfaction. He looked down at Shaoan, whose face was covered in blood. "Coward," he said mockingly. "Even if I gave you a chance, you wouldn't be able to do it." The humiliation of these words far outweighs the physical pain. Shaoan wanted to roar and fight back, but in the end, he lowered his head in shame and indignation. Lu Jinan ignored this defeated opponent. He looked at Gu Manyu, who was not far away. The wound on her face was still bleeding, and the bright red scar stood out starkly against her fair skin. "Does it feel good?" Lu Jinan didn't know. He felt only a wave of exhaustion, nothing more. "My heart is so tired." He no longer wanted to have any more entanglement with this woman. This farce should end. Lu Jinan casually threw the gun on the ground. Then, he turned around and walked towards the villa gate. "Lu Jinan." Gu Manyu's voice came from behind, trembling and pleading. Lu Jinan didn't pause for a moment, treating it as if a breeze had just passed by his ear. Seeing that he ignored her, Gu Manyu's body trembled slightly. She stood up with some difficulty, supporting herself on the display shelf, and shouted, "Let's remarry." These words calmed Lu Jin down. He stood still, his back to her, without turning around. After several seconds, he chuckled, as if he had heard the funniest joke. Remarriage? Was this woman beaten senseless, or does she have some kind of masochistic fetish? He used to treat her with utmost care, but she didn't appreciate it. Now, the more I torment and humiliate her, the more she clings to me? This guy is really a bastard? That's utterly ridiculous. Lu Jinan, still with his back to her, took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and pulled it out. He took a deep breath and exhaled the smoke, which made his tall figure appear somewhat desolate amidst the swirling smoke. "Gu Manyu." Lu Jinan called her name, his tone cold. "When you went too far, it was already impossible for us to be together. We have been together for 5 years. During these 5 years, I, Lu Jinan, believe that I have done everything I could for you and have a clear conscience. I have done everything I could and given you countless chances. If I have been even slightly soft-hearted, I will be the one who suffers and gets hurt in the end." He took another drag of his cigarette, his voice becoming somewhat unsteady. "So, after my mother passed away, I knew that divorce was the only option for us." Lu Jinan's voice carried a hint of self-deprecation. "After the divorce, I will no longer dwell on it. There will be no possibility of reconciliation, and I will have no regrets. This world can survive without anyone, and even without you, Gu Manyu. I, Lu Jinan, will still be Lu Jinan, and I will only live better than before." As Gu Manyu listened to these words, a sharp pain shot through her heart, a pain 1,000 times, 10,000 times worse than any physical pain. Lu Jinan finished smoking half of his cigarette and spoke again. "It's easier to change mountains and rivers than to change one's nature. Gu Manyu, this saying is most fitting for you. And now I've figured it out." He paused, took the last drag of his cigarette, and then flicked it away casually. "Some people appear in your life not to walk with you or accompany you, but to teach you how to cherish and protect yourself in the future." After saying that, he strode out of the villa without looking back, never once glancing back at Gu Manyu. The tall, upright figure quickly disappeared outside the door. Inside the villa, Gu Manyu stood there blankly, looking completely lost and disoriented. Every word Lu Jinan said was a huge blow to her. It turns out that his summary of his 5-year marriage was a lesson learned. A painful lesson that taught him how to protect himself. He learned a lesson that took him 5 years to learn. The trade resulted in scars on her face, but also a full head of white hair. Lu Jinan cut open more than just her face. He cut away her pride and self-esteem that she had built up over the past 20-odd years. He also personally pulled her down from her high position. From then on, this scar would become a brand, constantly reminding her of how foolish she had been. Tears welled up in her eyes once again. It wasn't because of pain, nor because of fear. Instead, it was belated regret. Gu Manyu suddenly let out a sorrowful laugh. Then, she reached out, and, incredibly, scratched the wound again with her fingernail. The excruciating pain returned, and blood gushed out again. But she was laughing through her tears. Jinan, does this mean we're even? No, that's not enough. Jinan suffered far more harm than her. Just then, there was another commotion at the door. The other bodyguards rushed in. When they saw the horrific scene in the hall, and Shaoan and Gu Manyu with her face covered in blood, they were all stunned. Mr. Gu, your face. Let me take you to the hospital. Brother Biao cautiously stepped forward. Take Shaoan and go to the hospital first. Gu Manyu said blankly. Yes. The group hurriedly lifted the unconscious Shaoan and left. Inside the minivan, Brother Biao glanced at the silent Gu Manyu in the rearview mirror. She was just staring blankly out the window, as if she had no soul. He assumed that President Gu was worried about the wound on her face. After all, for a woman, especially a proud woman like Gu Manyu, disfigurement is a terrible thing. He hesitated for a moment, but still spoke. Mr. Gu, don't worry too much. The scar on your face, once it heals, with current medical technology, it can be completely removed without leaving any trace. Upon hearing about scar removal, Gu Manyu slowly turned her head, her expression still dazed. She raised her hand, her fingertips gently touching the wound, feeling the stinging pain. Why get scar removal? She suddenly began to mutter to herself, her voice carrying a chilling obsession. What you have now, I also want. On the other side, Lu Jinan also drove his car out of the villa area. The city's neon lights rushed past the car window, and the light and shadow swept across Lu Jinan's profile, revealing the ugly scar that appeared and disappeared in the light and shadow. After the adrenaline subsided, a feeling of fatigue washed over me. Lu Jinan was still experiencing sharp pains in his arms and ribs from time to time, which made him afraid to make any strenuous movements. He didn't want to recall Gu Manyu's terrified, humiliated, and devastated face, nor did he want to think about the consequences of that stroke. He just felt tired. I'm so tired, both physically and mentally exhausted. Gu Cheng, sitting in the back seat, remained silent, looking at the bloodstains on Lu Jinan's arm with some confusion. How about we talk? The wound has been reopened? What happened to your arm again? Gu Cheng still asked the question. Lu Jinan looked down at his sleeve, which was already soaked in blood. Oh, it's nothing. He answered casually, not wanting Gu Cheng to worry. I had a fight with Shaoan, just to stretch my muscles. He didn't mention Gu Manyu at all, not a single word. Gu Cheng did not ask any further questions. How could this old man, who had spent his entire life navigating the treacherous waters of business, not guess what had happened inside the villa? However, he chose not to interfere. The children are all grown up now, and they have to learn to stumble and fall on their own, and bear the pain on their own. Only after they've fallen hard and suffered heartbreak can they understand that after falling many times, they'll get back up on their own, and after experiencing pain, they'll learn to grow up. As a father, he can't possibly manage everything, nor can he possibly manage it all. Some truths can only be understood through personal experience. Only then can one truly grasp what it means to cherish and what it means to regret. Lu Jinan glanced at his father-in-law through the rearview mirror, feeling a mix of emotions he couldn't quite explain about their tacit understanding. The father and son remained silent the whole way, and finally, the car slowly stopped outside the small courtyard in front of Lu Jinan's house. Just as Lu Jinan was about to turn off the engine and get out of the car, Gu Cheng spoke again, his voice hoarse. Jinan, will you take care of me in my old age and see me off when I die? Lu Jinan stopped moving. He looked up in surprise and glanced at the old man in the back seat through the rearview mirror. The dim yellow light from the streetlights shone through the car window, only outlining Gu Cheng's blurry silhouette, but not revealing his expression. He didn't understand why Gu Cheng would suddenly ask that question. This is a very heavy and sudden question. Lu Jinan did not answer immediately. He rolled down the car window halfway, and the cold night wind blew in, seemingly dispelling the oppressive atmosphere inside the car. Lu Jinan took out a cigarette, first pulling one out and handing it to the back seat, then leaning over to light it for Gu Cheng with a lighter. The firelight flashed and disappeared, revealing the weariness and loneliness deep in his eyes. Lu Jinan turned around, lit one for himself, and took a deep drag. The two then began to smoke in the small space. What's wrong with you? Lu Jinan exhaled a puff of smoke and asked softly. Nothing. Gu Qing chuckled. It's just that as people get older, they tend to overthink things and suddenly become sentimental. Lu Jinan smiled as well, trying to lighten the mood. You're not old. With your energy, you look even more energetic than me. People would believe you're a 30-year-old. He paused, his words laced with a hint of mockery. I'll find you a new partner soon, someone with a good temper, who can cook, and most importantly, young. I guarantee she'll take good care of you. From now on, you'll have a wonderful life. Everyone loves to hear flattery, regardless of whether it's true or not. Gu Cheng was no exception. He was amused by Lu Jinan's witty remarks and burst into laughter, his laughter carrying less of his melancholy. You little brat, you're making fun of me. They're still young. How can someone so young be with an old man like me? Lu Jinan grinned, revealing 2 rows of big white teeth. The atmosphere inside the car was finally less oppressive. He knew in his heart that the pressure his father-in-law was under tonight was far greater than anyone could imagine. His wife betrayed him, and he jumped off a building. His fate is unknown. His 2 daughters disappointed him more and more than the other. A vast family fortune and a large clan, yet in the end, he was left all alone. Anyone would feel good in that situation. But the old man stood ramrod straight, as steady as a mountain. All Lu Jinan could do was use this method to make him feel a little better and to relax his tense nerves a little, even if only for a short while. The laughter gradually subsided. Gu Cheng took another drag of his cigarette, the butt glowing in the darkness. You brat, you still haven't answered me. He steered the conversation back on track, this time with utmost seriousness. Will you take care of me in my old age? The smile on Lu Jinan's face slowly faded. He fell silent. But this silence was not hesitation, but rather a descent into memories. He thought of his adoptive father, who had passed away early, the old carpenter who taught him his craft and how to be a person. After his adoptive father left, he thought he would never experience that kind of father-son warmth again. The role of a father was absent from his life for a long time, until Gu Qing moved in. This father-in-law, who initially gave him a headache, would quietly brew him a cup of tea when he was busy, call him to eat 3 meals a day, and show off his newly acquired antiques like an old child. Although he was sometimes a bit nagging, he truly gave him a long-lost feeling, almost like fatherly love. They bickered, played chess, ate together, and smoked together. Especially after his mother passed away, it was Gu Qing's presence that brought a touch of warmth back to his home, which he thought would become cold and lifeless, and made him feel at home again. Home. For Lu Jinan, who has endured so much hardship, this is such a luxurious word. Lu Jinan flicked the cigarette, but out the window. He looked into Gu Cheng's eyes through the rearview mirror and said firmly, Meeting. There is only one word. Yet it weighs as much as 1,000 pounds. Gu Cheng didn't respond. But Lu Jinan saw through the rearview mirror that the old man, who had spent his entire life in the business world and had never wavered even in the face of a collapsing mountain, was gradually getting teary-eyed. Gu Cheng quickly turned his head and looked out the window, seemingly trying to cover up his loss of composure. A feeling that was hard to describe welled up in Lu Jinan's heart. What is the purpose of having children? In order to carry on the family line and continue the ancestral worship? Or is it to ensure a secure old age and buy retirement insurance for oneself? Lu Jinan didn't know either, because he had never thought about this question. But looking at Gu Cheng's current appearance, he suddenly felt that perhaps none of those were true. You poured everything into raising a helpless infant into a capable adult. You're even smug, thinking this is your proudest work, a continuation of your life. But you'll gradually discover that they have their own thoughts, their own lives, and their own loves and hates. They might turn against you for the sake of someone else. They might even forget your kindness in raising them for the sake of so-called love. They are like a gust of wind, a dandelion seed, destined to fly far away and create their own world. And you, the one who set them free, can only stand still and watch them fly further and further away until they become a tiny black dot and disappear from your world. What will you ultimately have left? All that remained was endless loneliness and desolation. After a while, Gu Cheng turned his head. His gaze shifted repeatedly before settling into a firm expression, as if he had made an important decision. He looked at Lu Jinan and slowly said, "Jinan, I want to transfer 15% of the shares of the Gu Group to you." Chapter 151. No refusing allowed. Lu Jinan was taken aback. He was indeed a little confused. He even wondered if he was hallucinating due to excessive blood loss. That's 15% of the shares in the Gu Group. What the hell does that mean? That wasn't 15 yuan, nor was it 150,000 yuan. The Gu Group's businesses span real estate, hotels, finance, and entertainment. If converted into cash, it would be an astronomical figure that an ordinary person could not imagine in several lifetimes. 15% is enough to make anyone instantly become one of the wealthiest people in Jiangzhou. The significance behind this number cannot be simply measured in monetary terms. Lu Jinan did not suspect that Gu Cheng had any ill intentions. If the old man wanted to harm him, he would not need to go to such lengths. But he really couldn't understand why Gu Cheng would do that. He looked intently at Gu Cheng in the back seat, but there wasn't a trace of a joke on his face. Just as Lu Jinan was thinking, Gu Cheng continued to speak. Manhwa holds 51%, which is an absolute controlling stake. I hold 30%, and the rest are in the hands of the old brothers who fought alongside me to build this empire. He paused, then said, I plan to give you 15, and keep the remaining 15 for Qingxin. These words sent a jolt through Lu Jinan. She found herself holding the same place in Gu Cheng's heart as his biological daughter. Lu Jinan instantly felt a warm current surge in his heart. Along his journey, he has endured countless scornful looks and betrayals, and he has long since seen through the true nature of human nature better than anyone else. This recognition warmed his heart even more than the 15% stake itself. Why? Why did you suddenly decide to give me shares? Lu Jinan asked. Gu Cheng chuckled softly. Everyone has a heart. His voice carried the vicissitudes of life. Although I am old, I am not confused. I can still tell who is good to me and who is just being hypocritical. Besides, we're compatible and get along well. You may be a bit glib at times, but you have a kind heart. Gu Cheng changed his tune with self-deprecation. Although you are only my son-in-law. Oh, my ex-son-in-law. In my heart, I have long regarded you as my own son. Moreover, holding shares in the Gu family business will be a guarantee for your future. No matter what happens in the future, you will have a way out. These words were spoken with heartfelt sincerity. Lu Jinan fell silent. His kindness towards Gu Cheng was genuine, stemming from his compassion for and desire to keep a lonely old man company. Therefore, Lu Jinan regarded him as family from the bottom of his heart and never thought of expecting anything in return. Looking at it now, Gu Cheng's reward was too heavy, so heavy that it made him feel a little suffocated. Once self-interest gets involved, this pure emotion becomes tainted. Lu Jinan remained silent and lit another cigarette. He steadied himself and knew he had to lay everything out in the open. You are aware of my current relationship with Gu Manyu. He looked into Gu Cheng's deep eyes in the rearview mirror. You've given me the shares. Aren't you afraid I'll use them to threaten her, or even oust her from her position and seize the entire Gu Group? This question was extremely blunt and full of probing. He wanted to see what Gu Cheng was really thinking. Upon hearing this, Gu Cheng was not angry at all. Instead, he laughed, his laughter carrying a sense of relief as if he had seen through everything. If you can still oust Manyu with a 51% controlling stake, he paused, then I would be more willing to see you take the helm of the Gu family. Because that would only prove that my daughter is a good for nothing, and the Gu family would only end up failing sooner or later if it were handed over to her. It would be better to hand it over to you. At least that way you can preserve the fruits of my life's work. Lu Jinan fell into a long silence once again. Gu Cheng's words completely overturned his understanding. The old man was disappointed in Gu Manyu, but at the same time, he used this method to force Gu Manyu to grow up. Either you hold on to everything you have with an overwhelming advantage. Alternatively, you might have everything taken away by a man you once discarded like trash. He truly deserves the title of a self-made tycoon who built a vast empire. Lu Jinan took a deep drag on his cigarette. The spiciness of the nicotine cleared his mind considerably. To be honest, he admitted he was attracted to her. This 15% stake is both his weapon of revenge and his shield for survival. With it, He could make Guman Yu pay a heavy price for what she had done. But, in Lu Jinin's mind, he saw Gu Cheng's busy figure in the kitchen, the scene of the two arguing on the chessboard, and the hot tea that the old man brewed for him late at night. This home was the only place of warmth he had after his mother passed away. Gu Cheng filled the void in his life that had been missing for so long, the role of a father. If he accepts the shares, everything will change. His relationship with Gu Cheng was no longer that of a pure father-in-law and son-in-law, or a close friendship despite the age gap. Rather, they were business partners with interests involved. Every time he ate, played chess, or chatted with Gu Cheng afterward, he would unconsciously try to figure him out and calculate his intentions. This shareholding will become an invisible shackle, locking away the most precious emotion between them. What is Lu Jinan after? Are you after the money? He was confident that his skills would be enough to ensure he had enough to eat and wear and live a decent life. Does it involve map rights? He had absolutely no interest in running a business empire and then engaging in endless infighting. He just wanted to live a peaceful life, protect himself and the people around him, and make those who hurt him pay the price they deserved. Lu Jinan turned his head and looked at the old man in the back seat very seriously. "Dad," he called out. This address made Gu Cheng's body tremble slightly. "Thank you," Lu Jinan said firmly, "but I can't accept these shares." Gu Cheng was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Lu Jinan to refuse so decisively. But then, a feeling of relief welled up in Gu Cheng's heart. He didn't speak, but simply waited quietly for Lu Jinan to continue. Lu Jinan grinned, a smile that carried a hint of relief and sincerity. "It is precisely because my son and I get along well that I do not want too much money and interest to get involved between us. I enjoy playing chess with you, arguing with you, eating your cooking, and listening to you brag. If I were to take your shares, everything would change. If I were to pour you tea again, you might wonder if I'm after your remaining shares. If I were to play chess with you again, you might think I have some other motive." Lu Jinan shrugged, looking relaxed. "I don't want us to become like that. I'm a simple person. I just like things that are pure and simple. I will remember your kindness to me. When you get old and can't walk anymore, I will serve you tea and water, push you out to bask in the sun, and take care of you in your old age and see you off in your final days. This is what I want to do myself. But if it's about money, then forget it. Our relationship can't be measured by money." After he finished speaking, he added another sentence. "That would be too degrading." The car fell silent again. After a long while, Gu Cheng let out a long sigh. In that sigh, there was appreciation, emotion, and even more so, a heartfelt smile. He didn't misjudge him. This kid is more arrogant than anyone else, and also more insightful than anyone else. Money and power may be the lifelong pursuit of others, but for him, they are not as valuable as a pure affection. Gu Cheng seemed to have unloaded a heavy burden, and his whole body relaxed. "You brat, I knew you'd say that." He laughed and cursed. "So, I've already decided that I will give you 15% of the shares over 10 years. Just as Lu Jinan was about to speak, Gu Cheng spoke again. "You are not allowed to refuse." He looked at the old man in the back seat, and could only sigh helplessly in the end. After seeing these shares, I can't refuse them. What else could he say? Refusing again would seem pretentious. As long as he's happy. Lu Jinan didn't say anything more, which was taken as tacit agreement. After they finished talking, they got out of the car. Lu Jinan pushed open the door and stepped into the courtyard. A small mongrel dog darted out and pounced on him. It rubbed its fluffy head against Lu Jinan's trouser leg, its tail wagging so hard it almost flew off. Lu Jinan stopped in his tracks, afraid of accidentally stepping on it and killing it. Finally, the little dog placed its two front paws on his feet and quickly twitched its waist twice. Lu Jinan's face darkened. He almost laughed out of anger at the little thing. He grabbed the little guy by the scruff of his neck and brought him up in front of him. The little mongrel had black and yellow fur, a wet nose, and bright black eyes. He turned it over and looked at it. Sure enough, it was a male. This is truly a case of yang dominating yin. I think this little thing is a bit silly. Lu Jinan turned to Gu Cheng and said, "How about we call it Foolish Boy?" After saying that, he casually threw the puppy on the ground. The puppy rolled twice after landing, then got up energetically, wagging its tail and trying to get closer to him. Gu Cheng was amused and nodded. Okay, Hanzi, that's a fitting name. Old Gu, you go back inside first. I'll go take care of my wound. Lu Jinan turned aside to avoid the puppy's entanglement, the stinging pain in his arm reminding him of his business. Upon hearing this, Gu Cheng's expression tightened. To the hospital? This is a gunshot wound. I dare not go to the hospital. Lu Jinan twitched the corners of his mouth, and the image of the small clinic Mengshi had taken him to, and that guy called Uncle Gue, flashed through his mind. I have somewhere to go. Gu Cheng, being the kind of person he was, immediately understood the key point. He didn't ask any more questions, and simply nodded. Go ahead, be careful on the road. Lu Jinan hummed in agreement, turned around and walked out of the courtyard gate, restarted the car, and drove towards Uncle Gue's clinic. Central Hospital. The corridor reeked of disinfectant, and the stark white lights made one feel uneasy. When Gu Manyu arrived, the red light above the operating room was still on. Gu Qingxin was sitting alone on the bench, her hands holding her head, her shoulders trembling slightly, looking very helpless. Hearing footsteps, she suddenly looked up and saw that it was Gu Manyu. Her previously dim eyes finally lit up. Sister. Gu Qingxin suddenly felt as if she had found her pillar of support. She stood up and lunged at Gu Manyu, but after only 2 steps, she froze in place. A bloodstain was visible on Gu Manyu's pale face. Although it had stopped bleeding, the exposed flesh made it look particularly shocking. Gu Qingxin's mind went blank, and she felt incredibly heartbroken and angry. Sis, your face, who did this to you? Gu Qingxin's voice trembled. She reached out to touch the wound, but then pulled her hand back. Was it Lu Jinan who did it? She asked through gritted teeth, wondering who else besides that madman would be so ruthless. Gu Manyu did not answer. She walked past her sister and stared straight at the closed operating room door. How is Mom? Mentioning Lu Qin, Gu Qingxin slumped her shoulders in dejection. They went straight into the operating room as soon as they arrived at the hospital, and they haven't come out yet. However, the doctor said that one of my legs has an open fracture, and it's very serious. As Gu Qingxin spoke, her voice choked with emotion. She also said there was a risk of amputation. Amputation? Gu Manyu's body swayed, and her heart clenched painfully. She quickly grabbed the wall to keep from falling. Seeing her sister's distraught state, Gu Qingxin felt both anxious and pained. Sister, don't be afraid. Mom will be all right. She first offered a comforting remark, then abruptly changed her tone, her hatred surging forth. It's all Lu Jinan's fault. It's all that Good for Nothing's fault. He hurt you like this and caused Mom to jump off the building. I won't let him get away with this. Gu Qingxin became more and more excited as she spoke, and she took out her phone to make a call. I'm going to have someone cripple him. I'll make him pay for everything he did today. She was so angry she gritted her teeth, and her whole body was trembling. However, just as she was about to dial the number, a hand grabbed her. Sis, what are you doing? Gu Qingxin asked, puzzled. Don't hit him, Gu Manyu said. Why? He's hurt you so badly, and you're still protecting him? Sis, are you crazy? I didn't protect him. Gu Manyu gently touched the wound on her face. This scar is something I owe him. Gu Manyu muttered to herself, more as if she were explaining to her sister than to herself. He has a scar on his face. Now I have it on my face too. This makes me feel a little better. Gu Qingxin was so shocked that her mind went blank. Feeling better? What kind of logic is this? Lu Jinan cut a wound on her face. Would that make her sister feel better? Sis, what nonsense are you talking about? Gu Qingxin was on the verge of collapse. She grabbed Gu Manyu's shoulders and shook her violently. Wake up. Look at your face. He hurt you on purpose. He's a madman. Yes, he's a madman. Gu Manyu actually agreed with this statement. She let her sister shake her, her body completely exhausted. But he went mad because I forced him into it. One sentence made Gu Qingxin stop what she was doing. She stared blankly at her sister, as if she were meeting her for the first time. The proud, assertive, and never admitting mistake Gu Manyu actually said such a thing. As for Mom, Gu Manyu continued, but her voice grew softer and softer, weary and desperate. Mom jumped off the building, not because of him. It was me who drove Mom to her death. I destroyed my own home and everything I had with my own hands. Gu Qingxin was completely stunned. She couldn't understand or believe what she had heard. She scrutinized Gu Manyu as if she were looking at a stranger. Sister, do you know what you're saying? How could your mother's suicide have anything to do with you? She couldn't accept this statement. In her simple world, right and wrong are clearly distinguished, and black and white are distinct. Lu Jinan is a bad person, a madman. He hurt my sister and caused my mother to jump off the building. The older sister and mother were the victims. Yes, it must have happened tonight. My sister can't accept it right now, so she's talking nonsense. Don't overthink it, sis. Gu Qingxin stepped forward and changed the subject. Mom, I'll stay here and watch over you. Go and take care of the wound on your face first. You've lost so much blood. Gu Manyu stubbornly shook her head and slowly sat down on the ground, leaning against the wall. I'll wait for Mom to come out. No. Gu Qingxin hardened her stance, grabbing Gu Manyu's arm. Sister, listen to me. We have to deal with this now. If Mom comes out and sees you like this, she'll be even more worried. This finally elicited a response from Gu Manyu. Will she still worry about herself? She probably clapped her hands in delight now that she hates herself so much. Chapter 152, he must have been in a lot of pain back then. After thinking for a moment, Gu Manyu headed towards the emergency room. Gu Qingxin stayed outside the operating room to wait. In the emergency room, doctors and nurses are busy. When Gu Manyu walked in, a nurse who was tidying up the equipment paused noticeably when she saw Gu Manyu's face. A hint of surprise flashed in the nurse's eyes, followed by disdain and contempt on her face. He clearly recognized Gu Manyu. After all, when Lu Jinan was getting stitches here, the woman's arrogant and impatient demeanor left a very deep impression. A thought suddenly flashed through her mind. What goes around comes around. No one escapes the wrath of heaven. She pursed her lips and said nothing, but her expression said it all. Gu Manyu was also taken aback. She still remembers the nurse. It was the nurse who made sarcastic remarks to Lu Jinan when she was getting stitches last time. Please sit down. The doctor was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He spoke in a calm tone and gestured for Gu Manyu to sit down in the chair. Gu Manyu sat down blankly. The doctor leaned closer to examine the wound on her face, his brow furrowing slightly. This wound is quite deep and irregular. Has it been injured a second time? The doctor asked. Gu Manyu recalled the scene in the villa where she scratched her wound with her fingernail. She shook her head and did not answer. The nurse next to her picked up cotton swabs and disinfectant, preparing to clean her wound, while muttering to herself. It's true what they say, birds of a feather flock together. Although the sound wasn't loud, it was enough for Gu Manyu to hear clearly. Last time your husband was also injured on his face, and this time it's your turn. The location and length are exactly the same. What? Are couple scars trendy now? Nurse Gu Manyu, a Yinyang practitioner. Couple scars. Gu Manyu's body trembled, and her face grew even paler. The doctor glared at the nurse with displeasure. Speak less, do more. The nurse shut her mouth reluctantly, but her movements were anything but gentle. The cotton swab pressed against the wound, causing Gu Manyu a sharp pain. Gu Manyu bit her lip tightly, remaining silent. After examining the wound, the doctor said, "This wound needs stitches, otherwise it will definitely leave a scar." Needle. Upon hearing those two words, Gu Manyu's body trembled again. Images from the past flashed through her mind. It was here, in almost the same spot. Lu Jinan's face was covered in blood, and the cuts on his face were so deep that the bone was visible. Waiting for her to sign. And what about her? What is she doing? She was worried about how badly Qin Feng was injured. She even thought signing the consent form was a waste of time. Thinking of this, Gu Manyu felt her heart breaking, as if it were being slowly sliced apart piece by piece, the pain piercing to the bone. So this is what it feels like to be ignored. So this is what it feels like to be most vulnerable and in need of companionship, only to be met with indifference and betrayal from the one you love most. Gu Manyu felt abandoned by the whole world and fell into deep despair. Doctor. Gu Manyu looked at the doctor. Could we not use anesthesia? The doctor and nurses were stunned, thinking they had misheard. No anesthesia? The doctor frowned. Why? The wound was on the face, where nerves are densely packed. Without anesthesia for stitches, the pain would be unbearable for most people. I'm allergic. Gu Manyu closed her eyes. Tears that she could no longer hold back slid down her cheeks. Allergy? The doctor gave Gu Manyu a deep look. He had been practicing medicine for many years and had seen all kinds of people. He could tell that the woman was lying. But he didn't expose it. Everyone has their own story, their own pain. He just confirmed again. Are you sure? The stitching process will be very painful. You might move around because of the pain, which will affect the stitching results and make the scar more noticeable. I'm sure. Gu Manyu did not hesitate at all. She would not move. She wanted to feel this pain clearly. She must remember this pain. She would endure everything that Lu Jinan had gone through, exactly as it had. Only in this way could she feel that the guilt and remorse in her heart could be alleviated even a little bit. Good. The doctor stopped trying to persuade him. He picked up the needle holder, clamped the bent suture needle, and prepared to begin. The nurse next to her had prepared gauze. Her task was to constantly wipe away the blood that seeped out during the suturing process. He also curled his lip and muttered to himself, "Serves him right. There will be a time when you cry." When the needle pierced her skin, Gu Manyu couldn't help but shudder. Pain. Heart-wrenching pain. Gu Manyu's body trembled uncontrollably from the pain. Cold sweat broke out instantly, quickly soaking my hair. It hurt 100 times more than when she scratched the wound with her fingernails. But Gu Manyu bit her lower lip tightly, without making a sound or even moving. She could feel the suture needle piercing her flesh, tightening, and then passing through again. Each puncture brings a new round of pain. The nurses watching nearby were horrified. She had initially hoped to see a good show, wanting to witness how this high and mighty woman would make a fool of herself. But now, she felt a chill creeping into her heart. The woman neither cried out nor struggled, letting the needle pierce her face repeatedly. This is not a normal reaction. This is a kind of obsessive-compulsive disorder that borders on self-torture. Amidst this excruciating pain, Gu Manyu couldn't help but think of Lu Jinan again. What were his feelings at that time? He must have been in a lot of pain at that time. If only she had stood by Lu Jinan's side when he was getting stitches. If only she could hold his hand when he needed company the most. There are no ifs. If you made a mistake, you made a mistake. Once something is hurt, it's hurt. The wound I inflicted on his heart with my own hands may never heal, even if I spend my whole life trying. Tears mingled with sweat, streaming down her face. For a moment, the physical pain and the pain in my heart intertwined. Strangely, Gu Manyu felt that as the pain on her face intensified, the suffocating regret in her heart actually lessened slightly. It also gave her a moment's respite. It was as if this physical torture was a way for her to atone for her sins. The entire suturing process lasted for more than 10 minutes. But for Gu Manyu, it was an incredibly long time. When the doctor cut the last suture, she was completely exhausted, as if she had been pulled out of the water. All right. The doctor took gauze, covered the wound, and secured it. Be careful not to get it wet these few days. Change your dressing on time, and come back in a week to have the stitches removed, the doctor instructed. There may be a scar, depending on your recovery. Gu Manyu slowly opened her eyes and gently touched the wound through the gauze. The wound is still throbbing with pain, but it also felt like a constant reminder to her. What has she done? Gu Manyu slowly stood up, swaying slightly, and only managed to steady herself by leaning against the wall. When I returned to the operating room, the red light was still on. When Gu Qingxin saw her return, she quickly went to greet her. When she saw Gu Manyu's face, she felt so heartbroken that tears almost welled up in her eyes. Sister. Gu Qingxin's voice choked with emotion. Does it hurt? Gu Manyu shook her head and didn't say anything. She slowly squatted down against the wall, hugged her knees with both hands, and buried her head deeply in them. Pain. But she couldn't say. On the other side, Lu Jinan parked his car in front of a roller shutter door with a sign that read demolition. He imitated Mengshi, tapping 3 times rhythmically, pausing for a moment, and then tapping twice more. A moment later, Uncle Gue opened the roller shutter and let Lu Jinan in. What are you doing here again, kid? Lu Jinan pulled up a chair, took off his coat, and rolled up his sleeves. It broke open. When Uncle Gue came over and saw it, he immediately bristled and glared. Do you not want this arm anymore? Let me tell you, if you keep messing with it like this arm will be ruined. He cursed and swore as he deftly treated the wound, cutting open the gauze, cleaning it again, applying medicine, and bandaging it. Throughout the entire process, Lu Jinan remained silent, allowing Uncle Gue to manipulate him. After treating his wound, he prepared to pay the medical fee. Uncle Gue waved his hand and threw the blood-stained cotton ball into the trash can. "All right, I'll settle this with Mingxi." Lu Jinan didn't insist any further and put on his coat. "They're gone." He said goodbye to Uncle Gue and left the clinic. Uncle Gue watched his disappearing figure, shook his head, picked up his phone, found Mengxi's number, and sent her a message. "The kid you brought has reopened his wound. You're to blame." On the other side, Mengxi had just finished washing up. "I had just lain down when my phone vibrated." She picked up her phone, and after reading the message, her brows furrowed slightly, a hint of helplessness and heartache flashing across her face. This guy really doesn't know how to take care of himself. Mengxi sighed and put her phone aside. She sat up and leaned against the headboard, two figures involuntarily appearing in her mind. Night was falling. When Lu Jinan returned home, the courtyard was completely silent. The lights in Gu Cheng's room were already off. It seemed he had gone to sleep. He opened the courtyard gate, and Hansi darted out, wagging its tail and rushing towards him. The little guy rubbed his head against him vigorously, his tail wagging so hard it almost flew off, and he made excited whimpering sounds. Lu Jinan was exhausted at the moment and had no mood to tease it, so he disdainfully pushed it aside with his foot. The simpleton, however, persisted and came closer again, placing its two front paws on his feet and its waist moving rapidly once more. Lu Jinan's face instantly darkened. What the hell is wrong with this dog? He bent down, grabbed the little pervert by the back of his neck, and brought him up in front of him. "If you move again, I'll make you a eunuch tomorrow." The simpleton seemed to understand the threat. His four short legs kicked wildly in the air, and he let out a pitiful whimper. Lu Jinan threw it back on the ground and went straight into the house. He couldn't get his arm wound wet, so he could only wipe his body with a damp towel before collapsing onto the bed. I closed my eyes, and the scenes that happened today flashed through my mind. Gu Manyu's face was filled with fear and humiliation. Gu Cheng's famous line, "Will you take care of me in my old age and see me off when I die?" And that 15% of the shares. Finally, in a daze, Lu Jinan fell into a deep sleep. While the entire city was asleep, the atmosphere in the corridor outside the operating room of the downtown hospital was heavy. Just then, the red light in the operating room finally went out. Gu Qingxin and Gu Manyu stood up from the bench almost simultaneously, staring nervously at the operating room door. The door opened, and a doctor wearing a mask walked out, looking exhausted. "Doctor, how is my mother?" Gu Qingxin rushed forward and asked anxiously. The doctor took off his mask, his face showing signs of exhaustion. "The surgery was a success, and the patient's life has been saved." Upon hearing this, Gu Qingxin's tense body went limp, and she almost collapsed to the ground, but fortunately Gu Manyu caught her in time. "Thank you, doctor, thank you." Gu Qingxin quickly expressed her gratitude. However, what the doctor said next stunned them. "But..." The doctor glanced at the two sisters, carefully choosing his words. When the patient was brought in, her left leg was too badly injured. The tissue was necrotic, and the nerves and blood vessels had suffered irreversible damage. In order to save her life, we had no choice but to amputate. Amputation. Gu Qingxin's mind went blank, and she was completely stunned. She grabbed the doctor's arm, unable to accept this fact. Amputation? How could they need to amputate? You're doctors. Why couldn't you save her leg? She asked excitedly. Gu Manyu's body swayed slightly, her face turning deathly pale. She could imagine what losing a leg meant for her mother, who loved beauty and had been proud all her life. That's even crueler than killing her. We've done our best. The doctor expressed understanding for the family's agitation and patiently explained, if we don't amputate, the necrotic tissue will cause systemic infection and the patient might not even survive. You need to be prepared that the patient's emotions may be very unstable after waking up. In addition, the doctor continued, the patient also suffered a concussion and multiple soft tissue contusions. Although there is no immediate danger to his life, there may be a series of sequelae in the future, so you should be prepared. After saying that, The doctor gave a few more instructions on postoperative care and then turned and left. Soon, Lu Qin was wheeled out of the operating room by the nurse. She was still in a deep sleep after being anesthetized, and her face was completely pale. Under the blanket, there was no space for the left leg. That empty space stung the two of them. Gu Qingxin could no longer hold back and covered her mouth, bursting into tears. Gu Manyu didn't cry. She watched her mother being wheeled into the ward and followed unsteadily behind. She knew that she was the one who had driven her mother to this point. How was she going to repay it? In the ward, the nurses moved Lu Qin to the bed, hung up the 4-drip, and left after everything was settled. In the large ward, only the two sisters and Lu Qin, who was still unconscious, remained. Sister. Gu Qingxin sobbed uncontrollably. She went to Gu Manyu's side and took her hand. Mom, what will happen to Mom in the future? Gu Manyu didn't speak, but simply took her sister's hand in return, trying to give her some strength in this way. Just then, the ward door was pushed open. Gu Hai walked in. Young Miss, 2nd Mississippi. Gu Hai bowed slightly, his attitude respectful, but his gaze toward the hospital bed carried a hint of complexity. Uncle Hai, what brings you here? Gu Qingxin asked, wiping away her tears. Chairman Gu sent me, Gu Hai replied. Chairman Gu said that professional caregivers have been arranged to look after Madam 24 hours a day. Once Madam has recovered, she will be taken back to the villa to recuperate. After Gu Hai finished speaking, he added another sentence. Chairman Gu also said that the two young ladies should go back and rest early, as there are caregivers available here. Gu Qingxin looked up abruptly. She could hardly believe her ears. Go back to that villa? The place that drove the mother to despair and led her to jump off a building? At this moment, the resentment she had been harboring towards her father finally erupted. What exactly does he mean? Gu Qingxin exclaimed excitedly. My mother has already been driven to this point by him, and he still wants to lock her up again. Does he want to drive her to her death before he's satisfied? Chapter 153 Fire Your First Shot. The next morning, Lu Jinan was forcibly woken up by Gu Cheng. Hey Lao Gu, it's so early in the morning, can't a person sleep a little longer? Lu Jinan rubbed her eyes and protested to Gu Cheng in an annoyed manner. What time is it? What are you still sleeping for? Get up and eat breakfast. Gu Cheng scolded. Helpless, Lu Jinan immediately grimaced as soon as he got up, feeling extremely sore all over. He moved his body, and a sharp pain shot through the wound on his arm again. He sighed inwardly. His body was really too out of shape. Looks like I need to practice more with Ollie, otherwise I'll really be done for next time something happens. Lu Jinan changed her clothes, pushed open the door, and found that Gu Cheng had already set breakfast on the stone table in the courtyard. Plain congee, side dishes, and freshly steamed meat buns, simple meals, yet they exude a homely flavor. Look at you, so listless. Young people these days are really hopeless. Gu Cheng handed him a steamed bun and looked him up and down a few times. That's right. Lu Jinan took the bun and took a big bite, replying indistinctly. I can't compare to you. You're still going strong for your age. He glanced at Gu Cheng and found that his expression was the same as usual, as if yesterday's events had no effect on him. But what they really think inside, I don't know. Gu Cheng poured him some porridge and jokingly scolded him. You brat, even food can't shut you up. The two chatted and laughed as they finished breakfast. Lu Jinan really enjoyed the warm and cozy atmosphere of their ordinary home. After clearing away the dishes, I sat down on the sofa and lit a cigarette. Then, Lu Jinan took out his phone and called Zhao Kai. The call was answered quickly. Hey brother, and what's up? Are we going to look at some ground floor shops today? It sounded a bit noisy on Zhao Kai's end, as if he was outside. I'm not going today. Lu Jinan stretched, feeling completely drained. Ugh, I need to rest for a couple of days. I'm so damn tired. Upon hearing this, Zhao Kai immediately let out a lewd laugh. Anzi, tell me honestly, did you go out with some girls last night? Did you stay up all night? I'm telling you, you need to take it easy. At your age, you need to pay attention to your health. Get lost. Lu Jinan laughed and cursed. I'm working so hard to make a living. Can't you be a little more pure-minded? Hee hee. Those who know. Zhao Kai continued to tease. Lu Jinan was too lazy to argue with him. All he wanted to do was lie down and go to sleep. After laughing enough, Zhao Kai finally remembered the important matter. By the way, Anzi, I told Dongzi about our plan to open a studio. Lu Jinan's spirits lifted slightly. He was a little hesitant at first, but after my silver tongue, I finally convinced him. He said he would pack his things and come to Jiangzhou in the next couple of days. Zhao Kai's tone was clearly boastful. How about that? Pretty awesome, bro. Were they tricked into coming here? Lu Jinan's eye twitched. But I have to say, Zhao Kai is a real talent. He's a natural conversationalist. He can strike up a conversation with anyone and talk about things in great detail. Lu Jinan leaned back on the sofa, shifted to a more comfortable position, and took a drag of his cigarette. Kai Zi, I've realized that awesome isn't even enough to describe you. That's right, Zhao Kai said smugly. You must be a tiger that's much fiercer than an ox. Zhao Kai paused for a moment, still savoring the moment. No, that doesn't do justice to your greatness, Lu Jinan said. You are like an elephant. Yes, it's that thing about elephants, you know what I mean. At first, Zhao Kai thought it sounded pretty good and felt that his move was indeed worth bragging about. But the more they listened, the more something seemed off. Elephants? Damn it. Anzi, you're insulting me indirectly. Zhao Kai finally realized what was happening. No, I'm just praising you for your broad perspective. Lu Jinan was talking nonsense with a straight face. After exchanging a few more casual words, Lu Jinan hung up the phone. He stubbed out his cigarette and fell into deep thought. He needed to get things done at the studio. Dongzi is coming. This was undoubtedly fantastic news for him. The beginning is always the hardest, and what he lacks most right now is manpower, especially trustworthy people with real skills. Although Zhao Kai is a bit of a chatterbox, his ability to get things done is unquestionable. Dongzi is meticulous and quite skilled in business matters. After all, those who can get into a 985 university can't be mediocre. As Lu Jinan was thinking, she looked up and met Gu Cheng's gaze. He was already sitting on the recliner next to him, watching him quietly, without him even realizing it. Those eyes seemed to see right through people's hearts. Friend. Gu Cheng put down his teacup and asked casually. Classmate, Lu Jinan replied. You guys seem to be having a lively conversation. Are you planning to develop your careers in Jiangzhou? Gu Cheng asked again. Yes, come and open a studio together. Lu Jinan didn't hide anything. Gu Cheng nodded and didn't press for details about what he was doing. After a moment, he slowly opened his mouth. It's a good thing for young people to have drive. However, doing business is all about connections, resources, and strategic planning. Sometimes, one wrong step can lead to total defeat. Gu Cheng's words were very calm. But Lu Jinan knew that Gu Cheng was giving him some pointers. He picked up the cigarette pack again and lit one for himself. You'll have to teach me this properly. Lu Jinan took a drag of his cigarette, adopting a very humble posture. Having a business tycoon like Gu Cheng as a teacher is an opportunity that is priceless. Moreover, Gu Cheng had an extreme love for wood carving and was very familiar with this circle. Gu Cheng lit a cigarette as well. Let me ask you, what do you think your studio is selling? Wood carvings? Furniture? Lu Jinan answered without hesitation. Wrong. Gu Cheng slammed his hand on the coffee table. That's the work of craftsmen, not the job of the boss. Remember, you're not selling a product, you're selling a story, a brand. Gu Cheng pointed to Lu Jinan's face and white hair. You're generating a lot of buzz online right now, and the scars on your face and your gray hair are things that other people talk about and laugh at. But in the business world, these are your best story material. Lu Jinan's breathing paused slightly. For the first time, he examined everything he had experienced from this perspective. A man with a story, with his scarred hands and weathered heart, sculpts works that amaze the world. This story is 100 times more valuable than the wood itself. Gu Cheng's words gave Lu Jinan a sudden sense of enlightenment. He used to only think about how to make things better and how to sell them, but he never thought that he himself was the most valuable product. Gu Cheng picked up his teacup and took a leisurely sip. I don't know your two classmates well, but you must remember that there are no permanent friends in business, only permanent interests. Even brothers must keep clear accounts. Shares, rights and responsibilities, and exit mechanisms must be discussed from the very beginning. Lu Jinan listened silently, taking all the words to heart. What Gu Cheng said is something you can never learn from books. What you need to do now is not to bury yourself in work. Gu Cheng continued. But to fire your first shot. How do we fight? Lu Jinan pressed. Gu Cheng looked at Lu Jinan and said slowly. The market is only so big, and the pie is only so big. If you, a newcomer, want to come in and get a piece of the pie, do you think those who are already sitting at the table will be happy to let you? They won't give it to you, so you'll have to steal it. Lu Jinan felt the blood in his body slowly warming up. He really liked this direct approach. How do we rob it? Establish authority. Gu Cheng uttered only 2 words, yet they were filled with a bloody undertone. You need to let the entire Jiangzhou circle know that you, Lu Jinan, have arrived, and you've brought a knife with you. Gu Cheng stood up, walked to the window, and looked at the apricot tree in the yard. Your wood carving skills are excellent, there's no doubt about that. But Jiangzhou is also a place where hidden talents abound. Over the past few decades, there have been more than one person who has made a name for themselves by playing with wood. He stared intently at Lu Jinan. Their skills may not be worse than yours, but their reputation is much greater, and their customers are people you can't even reach right now. Lu Jinan did not refute it, it was a fact. So the first thing you need to do is not to explore the market or to promote your story. Gu Cheng's tone suddenly turned sinister. The first thing you have to do is step on one of their corpses and stand on it. Lu Jinan felt his heart racing. Good heavens, this is what a ruthless hero is all about. This isn't teaching him how to do business. It's clearly teaching him how to be a bandit. However, he likes it. In any industry, the worst thing is not the emergence of a strong person, but the emergence of a crazy person who doesn't follow the rules. All you have to do is be this madman. Gu Cheng leaned back in his recliner, becoming languid again, as if he hadn't said those murderous words just now. In Jiangzhou's wood-carving circle, the undisputed #1 master is Song Wenbang, also known as Song Yidao. His carvings are very popular with the upper class. However, this old man is aloof and considers himself an artist, looking down on us money-grubbing businessmen. Secondly, there is Lu Ban's craftsman, Qian Donglai, who specializes in making antique-style furniture. He has superb skills and a wide network of connections, and he is well connected in both the legitimate and underworld circles. Third, her name is Lin Xiao. She is a woman who is skilled in microcarving. Her works are delicate and are very popular among wealthy women. Gu Cheng introduced them as if they were his own treasures. Lu Jinan listened quietly, her mind racing as she analyzed the characteristics and weaknesses of the 3 people. These 3 people are like 3 mountains in front of you. After Gu Cheng finished speaking, he looked at Lu Jinan and asked the final question. Now tell me, which one do you want to move to first? He paused, then added, his tone full of seduction and anticipation. Or rather, who do you want to be your stepping stone to fame and fortune? The living room fell silent again, with only the rustling of the leaves on the apricot tree in the wind. Lu Jinan did not answer immediately. He analyzed the 3 names and related information in his mind. Lin Xiao, a member of the wealthy wives circle. This circle is closed and exclusive, making it difficult to get in, but once you do, the profits are substantial. The problem is, this is too narrow a scope. This is not the kind of authority he wanted to establish. Qian Donglai had connections in both the legitimate and criminal worlds. This kind of person is a typical seasoned veteran, with smooth tactics and a deep-rooted foundation. Making a move against him is like stirring up a hornet's nest. It will bring up countless troubles, both legitimate and illegitimate. It is unwise to confront a direct confrontation before one has fully developed one's own capabilities. So, only one remains. Song Wenbang, Song Yidao, widely recognized as the best in Jiangzhou. Lu Jinan looked up and met Gu Cheng's probing eyes, and he suddenly smiled. Old Gu, what do you think a self-proclaimed artist is most afraid of? Instead of answering directly, he posed an unrelated question. Gu Cheng was slightly taken aback, then smiled, realizing that Lu Jinan already had the answer. He was afraid of being pulled down from his pedestal, afraid of being discovered that he was just an ordinary person. That's right. Lu Jinan snapped his fingers. Lin Xiao's circle is too small to cause any big waves. Qian Donglai's network of relationships is too complicated, so it's not cost-effective to take action against him now. His analysis was very clear, unlike that of a naive young man. He seemed more like a seasoned old fox who had been through many trials and tribulations. So it's only Song Yidao left. He is the most famous and has the highest status. The effect will be the most shocking if we step on him to stand up. Gu Cheng's smile deepened. He admired Lu Jinin's ruthless spirit in the face of power. After talking for a while, Gu Cheng seemed tired. He leaned back in his recliner and said, "All right, if you ever need any help from this old man, just let me know. I dare not say anything else, but in Jiangzhou, my old face still has some use." After saying that, he closed his eyes to rest. The living room returned to silence. Lu Jinin already had a general idea in mind, and was just waiting for Chun Dong to arrive in Jiangzhou so they could study it together. He stood up and began to stretch his body. The city's central hospital at the same time. Lu Qin has woken up. The caregiver Gu Hai hired was wiping her body. But she just lay there on the bed, her eyes vacant, unresponsive to anything around her. Lu Qin only regretted that she hadn't died, but instead had to stay in this crippled body to continue suffering humiliation in this world. Gu Manyu and Gu Qingxin stayed up all night, and both of their eyes were bloodshot. "Mom, look at me. It's me, Qingxin." Gu Qingxin held Lu Qin's hand, tears streaming down her face. But Lu Qin still didn't react. Her body was still alive, but her soul seemed to have died. Gu Manyu stood to the side without saying a word. She felt so heartbroken she couldn't breathe. Seeing this, the caregiver could only sigh helplessly and said to the two sisters, "Miss, please let Madam calm down first. She has just woken up and needs some time to adjust emotionally." Gu Qingxin was about to say something when Gu Manyu stopped her. "Let her have some peace and quiet." Gu Manyu's voice sounded somewhat helpless. Just then, Gu Manyu's phone rang. Seeing that it was her assistant, she went out into the hallway to answer the phone. "President Gu." The assistant's voice sounded slightly anxious. "Explain." Gu Manyu didn't have the energy to deal with unnecessary small talk. "Mr. Gu, the police said they received a report that you are suspected of kidnapping and intentional homicide." Gu Manyu was taken aback by her assistant's words. "Who called the police?" "It was an anonymous report," the assistant said. "Anonymous report." Gu Manyu snorted coldly. "Who is the target?" "It's Qin Feng." Gu Manyu sneered inwardly. Only Situya knew that she had killed Qin Feng. This woman's anonymous report seems to be an attempt to create trouble for herself, yet she doesn't want to be exposed to the public eye. Perhaps she has some concerns. But so what? Police need evidence to investigate cases. Qin Feng's body had already been disposed of by Shaoan, so there was no way to verify the facts now. Based solely on Situya's one-sided account, it's impossible to stir up any trouble. Thinking of this, Gu Manyu felt a little relieved. But she still felt irritated. "Mr. Gu, the police station says they need you to come over to cooperate with the investigation," the assistant added. Gu Manyu pinched her aching brow. Go to the police station? How can she go in her current state? Contact the company's lawyer, Mr. Li. Gu Manyu thought for a moment and said, "Let him handle this matter entirely." "Yes, Mr. Gu," the assistant replied immediately. In addition, Gu Manyu added, "Find out Situya for me. I need all her information." "I'll take care of it right away," the assistant replied immediately. After hanging up the phone, Gu Manyu looked at her lifeless mother outside the door and felt a deep sense of powerlessness. She didn't know what was going on. Why is it that after divorcing Jinin, all sorts of troubles and worries seem to come knocking on her one after another, leaving her physically and mentally exhausted? Chapter 154, What wicked scheme are you plotting now? Time flies, and a week has passed. The wound on Lu Jinin's arm has healed to about 7,080%. These past few days, he hasn't let himself be idle. He called Ollie to the courtyard and practiced fighting skills with him every day without fail. The sun was shining brightly that afternoon. In the courtyard, the wind howled from the punches. Lu Jinin dodged Ollie's straight punch by sidestepping, then ducked down and landed a hook punch on Ollie's ribs. Ollie grunted, but his movements didn't stop. He delivered an elbow strike in the process. Lu Jinin quickly retreated, creating distance, his chest heaving, sweat dripping from his hair. "Not bad, you've improved. You're really talented, but you're a bit too old." Ollie stopped his stance and, panting, praised him. Lu Jinin grinned. feeling as if all the bones in his body were about to fall apart. But he must strengthen himself as soon as possible, both physically and professionally. Gu Cheng sat to the side, leisurely sipping tea, watching the two sweating profusely in the courtyard, and sighed. Youth is truly wonderful. You can still get through tough times. During this time, Lu Jinan also visited Xiang Bei in prison. Through the glass, Xiang Bei looked a bit thinner, but seemed to be in good spirits. Just then, the gate to the courtyard was pushed open from the outside. Anzi, your brother Kai has come to stay with you. The person hadn't arrived yet, but their voice had already reached them. Zhao Kai's loud voice rang out, followed by a slender man with black-rimmed glasses and a refined demeanor. It was Qindong. He carried only a backpack, but his eyes behind his glasses exuded composure and sharpness. When Lu Jinan saw him, a genuine smile, which he hadn't shown in a long time, appeared on his face. He quickly went to greet him and gave him a hug. You finally arrived, kid. They're here. Qindong patted his back forcefully, conveying 1,000 words in that single gesture. Zhao Kai introduced from the side. Uncle Gu, this is Qindong, the top student and genius in our dormitory. Qindong adjusted his glasses, nodded politely to Gu Cheng, and greeted him. Hello, Uncle Gu. Gu Cheng looked Qindong up and down and nodded. Good, good. It's good that you're here. Please have a seat. The group sat down at the table, and Lu Jinan poured tea for the two of them, which warmed up the atmosphere. Is everything settled at home? Lu Jinan asked Qindong. Everything is arranged. I came alone. My wife will stay home to take care of my parents. Qindong's answer made it clear to Lu Jinan how much determination he had made to come here. Kai gave me a general overview of the studio situation over the phone. Qindong looked at Lu Jinan and said, I've come here with my life in my hands. Don't worry, I won't let you down. Kai and I have looked at a few places for the studio, but we haven't decided yet. Qindong pushed up his glasses, carefully choosing his words. I thought about it on my way here. In the early stages of the studio, we don't need to pursue a location that's too bustling. The rent is too expensive. Why not find a place that's a little out of the way, but with plenty of space and a quiet environment, so that it's convenient for us to create and also convenient for storing wood? That's what I think too. Lu Jinan nodded. We don't sell fast-moving consumer goods, and our customer base is different, so there's no need for us to join in the fun. Zhao Kai chimed in excitedly. Dongzi's right. With the money we save, we can buy a few more good pieces of wood. I'll be in charge of the sales and empty the pockets of those rich people. The group chatted animatedly, their plans for the future becoming increasingly clear, creating a lively atmosphere. Gu Cheng closed his eyes to rest and did not interrupt. As they chatted, it grew dark. Lu Jinan laughed and punched him lightly. We're not leaving tonight. We'll eat here and have a good talk. As he spoke, he took out his phone and dialed Mengxi's number. Hey, Mengxi, are you free tonight? Come over for some barbecue. Qindong and Zhao Kai are here too. Mengxi readily agreed. At 6 o'clock in the evening, night fell. Ollie set up a barbecue grill in the yard. The charcoal fire was burning brightly, and the meat skewers were sizzling and filling the air with a delicious aroma. The group sat in the living room, where the table was covered with beer and snacks. After a few rounds of drinks, Zhao Kai started talking nonstop. By the way, Enzi, are you going to the class reunion in a couple of days? Lu Jin settled in. Class reunion. Isn't it inevitable that I'll run into Gumanyu? No, it's pointless. He shook his head and refused outright. No way. Zhao Kai leaned closer. You haven't participated in 5 years. We're starting a business now, and connections are so important. Going out more and connecting with people won't hurt. Lu Jinan pondered for a moment and felt that Zhao Kai's words also made sense. He is no longer the person who used to revolve around Gumanyu. So what if we run into each other? He's just a familiar stranger. He nodded. Okay, let's go take a look. That's more like it. Seeing that he agreed, Zhao Kai chuckled, then sighed. By the way, the notice for this gathering said that couples are allowed. You know, I'm all alone, and when I see you all in pairs, sigh, my life is so hard. Seriously, Kai, if you really can't find a female companion, Lu Jinan picked up a piece of crispy roasted pork belly and said slowly, you can bring Hanzi with you. Zhao Kai almost spat out the wine he had just drunk. Take that perverted dog with you? Yes. Lu Jinan nodded seriously. When you sit there, and Hanzi lies down at your feet, how unique will that be? I guarantee it will attract the attention of all the ladies in the room. Damn it, Hanzi, your lecherous dog is trying to make me die on the spot, Zhao Kai said, both amused and exasperated. The crowd burst into laughter again. Mengshi was amused. She looked at Lu Jinan, only to find that Lu Jinan was also looking at her. A thought flickered in her mind. What kind of wicked idea are you up to now? Lu Jinan chuckled and downed the liquor in his hand in one gulp. Sister Mingxi understands me best. He leaned closer. Didn't Zhao Kai say he was bringing a female companion? Would the beautiful Ming do me the honor of accompanying me on this trip? The moment he finished speaking, Zhao Kai, who was munching on a chicken wing next to him, exploded. Damn it! He pointed the chicken wing at Lu Jinan. Anzi, you're really cunning. How come I didn't think of that? Lu Jinan didn't look at him. His eyes were fixed on Mengshi. Gu Cheng, who had been resting with his eyes closed, seemed to twitch his eyelids, but did not open them. Mengshi also looked at Lu Jinan. Accompany you on this trip? She raised an eyebrow. What's in it for me? As for the benefits, Lu Jinan drawled, shamelessly saying, I'll let you appreciate my handsomeness up close, from every angle, without any blind spots. Is that enough of a reward? Mengshi looked Lu Jinan up and down. I've noticed you're getting more and more shameless. Fine, this young lady will go with you. In the darkness of night, a white Maserati slowly pulled up in front of Lu Jinan's courtyard. Gu Manyu turned off the engine and sat in the driver's seat, feeling utterly exhausted. These past few days, she's been overwhelmed by things at work and with the police. My mother's condition showed no improvement, and she seemed completely numb. After much thought, she concluded that the only person who could change the situation was her father. A week has passed, and father's anger should have subsided by now. She had to have a serious talk with him. She couldn't let her mother be imprisoned in the villa like that anymore. It would really drive her to her death. Gu Manyu got out of the car, tidied herself up, and walked to the tightly closed gate. Just as I was about to knock on the door, a burst of voices and laughter came from the courtyard, sounding quite lively. Her hand froze in midair. Gu Manyu was a little curious, and almost unconsciously went to the door and peeked inside through the crack. She froze at just one glance. The lights in the yard were very bright, illuminating the living room clearly. A group of people sat around the table in the living room, clinking glasses and exchanging toasts. What she found unbelievable was her father, Gu Cheng, the father who was always serious and unsmiling in her memory. The father who was as steady as a mountain in her heart. At that moment, she was playing a drinking game with Zhao Kai, her face flushed. Two little bees. Flying into the flowers. Flying. Pat pat. Fatty, you lost again. Hurry up and drink. Gu Cheng's familiar and engaged demeanor was something she had never seen before in her life. This scene shattered her worldview, leaving her unable to believe her eyes. It turned out that her father had completely integrated into this new family without her knowledge. Her gaze shifted with difficulty to the other side. Lu Jinan was chatting with Chen Dong, her eyebrows dancing with excitement, her face radiant with a joy she had never seen before. That certainty about the future felt both familiar and strange to her. What bothered her the most was Mengshi, who was sitting next to Lu Jinan. She sat next to Lu Jinan, not joining in the men's commotion. She was peeling a grilled prawn and naturally placed it on Lu Jinan's plate. Lu Jinan smiled at Mengshi, then picked up a shrimp and put it in his mouth. The whole process was smooth and natural, as if everything was just a matter of course. Gu Manyu felt as if her heart was being torn apart. She had been married to Lu Jinan for 5 years, and she didn't even know what he liked or disliked to eat, let alone peel shrimp for him. Because Lu Jinan had always taken care of her, and all she had to do was enjoy Lu Jinan's care. Meanwhile, another woman is in her former place, doing things she has never done before, enjoying all his tenderness. That tenderness once belonged only to her. Now, it has been easily possessed by another woman. The meticulously peeled shrimp, the unintentional thoughtfulness, and the warm and lively scene all kept her out of the picture. All of this felt like a knife piercing Gu Manyu's heart. It turns out that while she was struggling in pain, tormented by memories and regret, he had already gotten used to life without her. At that moment, Gu Manyu seemed to hear the sound of her own heart breaking. She then saw her father pick up a large glass of beer, tilt his head back, and drink it all in one gulp, drawing cheers from the room. His face was flushed from the alcohol, a blush that came from complete relaxation and genuine joy. Gu Manyu suddenly realized that in this lively courtyard, she had become an extra person. She felt like the whole world had abandoned her. This is Lu Jinin's home, the place her father Gu Chung chose to settle down, and the paradise of her friends. But it wasn't hers. Instantly, a wave of bitterness and grievance surged into her heart. Gu Manyu bit her lip tightly, refusing to make a sound. She staggered back a step, turned around, and almost fled back to her car. The car door slammed shut. The silence inside the car contrasted sharply with the liveliness in the courtyard, as if they were two completely different worlds. Gu Manyu gasped for breath, gripping the steering wheel tightly with both hands. She started the engine, shifted gears, and then slammed on the gas. The Maserati sped off instantly, escaping the suffocating place. In the courtyard, Lu Jinin was holding a wine glass, ready to clink glasses with Chendong, but seemed to sense something and put the glass down. "What's wrong, Anzi?" Zhao Kai, his face flushed from drinking, hooked his arm around his shoulder and asked. "It's nothing. I'm just going to take a leak," Lu Jinin said casually. He opened the gate to the courtyard and found it empty except for the cool night breeze. He looked towards the alley entrance and saw only a white car tail disappearing around the street corner. "It's that Maserati." Lu Jinin stood at the door, the evening breeze ruffling the white hair on his forehead, his expression inscrutable. He was silent for a moment, then turned and closed the door. Back in the living room, he picked up his glass again and raised it to everyone. "Come on, keep drinking. It's as if nothing ever happened." A white Maserati wandered aimlessly through the city traffic. Gu Manyu didn't know where she was going or where she could go. The city where she had lived for more than 20 years suddenly became incredibly unfamiliar at this moment. She reached out and pressed the radio switch on the center console. After a gentle musical prelude, a warm and mellow male anchor's voice slowly flowed out through the car stereo. "Good evening, listeners, and welcome to Night Flight. I'm your old friend, On. In the city's night, there's always a light that shines for you, and there's always a song that can touch your heart." The anchor's voice had a calming power, which made Gu Manyu's tense nerves relax a little. The next song was requested by a Mr. Wang. He wanted to request his wife's favorite song to thank her for her unwavering support over the past 10 years. Mr. Wang said in the request message. The anchor paused, then read in a warm tone. "Wife, we've been together for 10 years. A lot has happened during that time. The one I remember most clearly was when your brother slandered me, and you stood up for me without hesitation." Gu Manyu's breath hitched, and her fingers unconsciously tightened. She and Lu Jinin have been married for 5 years. But what was she doing when others mocked Lu Jinin as a gold digger and a good for nothing? She remained silent, and perhaps, deep down, she also thought so. She never defended him even once, and in her heart, she even tacitly accepted those comments. "When all my relatives looked down on me, it was you who stood firmly by my side and told everyone that I was your pride." The broadcaster's voice continued. "Pride." Gu Manyu's chest heaved violently. Those two words seemed like a mockery of her. She never felt that he was her pride. She treated him merely as a habit, a natural presence, a harbor where she could rest when she was tired, yet also a place she could abandon at any time. "So, thank you for accepting everything about me. Thank you for giving me a home. Please continue to guide me through this decade, the next decade, and countless decades to come." After the male anchor finished reading, he murmured a sigh. It's a very simple, yet touching confession. 10 years, how many decades does one have in a lifetime? How lucky it is to have someone willing to spend 10 years of their youth walking with you. All right, let's enjoy this song together. 10 Years, sung by Eason Chan. When that familiar, slightly melancholic prelude began, Gu Manyu's body stiffened abruptly. Slander, tolerance, pride. Let's walk together. These words struck Gu Manyu's heart deeply. If those two words hadn't trembled, I wouldn't have realized how much pain I was in. Chapter 155, If You Jump. The song echoed in the car, and Gu Man's mind exploded with a bang. She recalled the time a few years ago when Lu Jinan first proposed opening his own wood-carving studio. At that time, he showed her his design drawings with great anticipation. "Manhwa, look, this is what I designed. I want to replace all the furniture in our home with furniture that I made myself. Once I'm successful, I'll buy you everything you like." How did she respond at the time? She merely glanced impatiently at the drawings and coldly tossed out a remark. "Why don't you just stay home and take care of me? What's the point of running a lousy studio? We don't need your money. Taking good care of me is your greatest success." Her reply was so ruthless and indifferent. She even remembers how the light in Lu Jinan's eyes dimmed little by little. The singing continued. "10 years ago, I didn't know you. You didn't belong to me. We're still the same, accompanying a stranger as we walk through streets that are gradually becoming familiar." Tears finally streamed down Gu Manyu's face. She could no longer hold on and slammed on the brakes, bringing the car to a stop on the side of the road. She slammed her hands on the steering wheel, buried her head in it, and let out a long suppressed, heart-wrenching cry. It wasn't sobbing, but a complete breakdown and wailing. Every word of thanks the man uttered to his wife became the most vicious accusation against her. She once had such a love, and a man who was willing to give everything for her. It was she who pushed him away with her own hands. She took all his kindness for granted. It was she who, when he needed support and understanding the most, delivered the coldest blow to him. But why? Why did she only learn to cherish something after she lost it? Why did she wait until another woman stood next to him before she became insanely jealous? Why did she feel abandoned by the whole world when she saw her father and him enjoying each other's company? Outside the car, traffic flowed smoothly, and people came and went. Inside the car, the song on the radio was nearing its end. "It wasn't until we were friends for many years that I realized my tears weren't just for you, but also for others." Yes. What's the use of her shedding more tears now? It was too late. Her world collapsed once again tonight. Gu Manyu pushed open the car door and got out, the evening breeze making her shiver. She then realized that she had unknowingly driven her car to the moat surrounding the city. She walked along the riverside path, step by step, to the railing, and placed her hands on the marble railing. She lit a cigarette, but perhaps she inhaled too deeply, because it made her cough and tears streamed down her face. Looking at the river reflecting the lights on the opposite bank, Gu Manyu suddenly shouted, as if to vent her frustration. "Ah!" Immediately afterwards, she suddenly took off her high heels and nervously climbed onto the stone railing. The night wind blew through her long hair, and beneath her feet lay a drop of several meters in the icy river water. She walked back and forth on the railing, her body swaying slightly, yet she possessed a strange sense of balance. As she walked, a thought inexplicably arose in her mind. If I jump, will all my troubles, all my pain, and all my regrets disappear? If he jumps, will Jinan feel sad for himself? If he jumps, will Jinan regret treating her so coldly? Will he ever, in the quiet of the night, remember a woman named Gu Manyu who died heartbroken for him? Thinking of this, a morbid expectation actually rose in her heart. Gu Manyu stopped, stood on the railing, opened her arms to the water, tilted her head back, and closed her eyes. Just then, her phone rang. Gu Manyu paused, but ignored her. But the bell seemed tireless, ringing again and again. Gu Manyu's hard-earned courage was worn away by the repeated ringing of the bell. She sighed deeply, ultimately realizing she didn't have the courage to take the leap. She laughed self-deprecatingly and climbed down from the railing. He took his phone out of his bag and answered the call. "Hey, Qingxin." Gu Qingxin's anxious voice immediately came from the other end of the phone. "Sister, come to the hospital quickly. Mom, she's not right. She's very agitated." Gu Manyu's heart sank. "Don't rush, explain it clearly. Mom is talking nonsense." Gu Qingxin was sobbing uncontrollably on the other end of the line. One minute she's calling Dad's name, the next minute she's calling. And then she's calling him Defa. "Sister, who is Defa?" "Oh right. She's been banging her head against the bed. Her forehead is all scraped. The caregiver can't hold her down. They've already called the doctor." "Sis, where are you? I'm so scared." Gu Manyu's mind went blank for a moment, and the thought of jumping down was instantly banished to the winds. "Keep an eye on her. Hold her down. Don't let her hurt herself again. Gu Manyu instantly regained her composure. I'm coming right away. She hung up the phone, ran quickly back to her car, the tires screeching as the Maserati sped towards the city hospital. When Gu Manyu pushed open the ward door, it was already in complete chaos. A doctor and two caregivers are working together to hold Lu Qin down on the hospital bed. Her hair was disheveled, the buttons on her hospital gown had popped open, and she was struggling violently on the bed. Gu Chung, I'm so sorry. Fa. I'm sorry. Fa. Please don't hate me. Gu Qingxin covered her mouth with both hands, tears streaming down her face. Gu Manyu rushed over and grabbed the doctor's arm. What's wrong with her? Upon seeing her, the doctor hurriedly said, Ms. Gu, you've arrived. Your mother has suddenly lost control of her emotions and is exhibiting strong self-harming behavior. We must administer a sedative to her. As she spoke, the nurse had already prepared the injection. Upon seeing the needle, Lu Qin struggled even more fiercely, displaying astonishing strength. Let me go? You devils. Defa. It took the doctor a great deal of effort to inject the sedative into Lu Qin's body. The drug took effect quickly, and Lu Qin's struggles gradually subsided. But those eyes were fixed intently on Gu Manyu. The hatred in his eyes was etched into his very soul. The doctor wiped the sweat from his brow and said to Gu Manyu, Ms. Gu, your mother may have suffered severe psychological trauma, leading to acute stress disorder. Her condition is very unstable right now, and I suggest you consult a psychologist for counseling. Gu Manyu did not respond. She simply stared intently at her mother on the bed. Is this the result the father wanted? Dad, you did it. Gu Qingxin tugged at Gu Manyu's sleeve, her voice trembling. Sister, Mom, she was so scary just now. Gu Manyu patted her on the back, but said nothing. Her own heart was in turmoil. The ward fell silent, save for Gu Qingxin's sobs. After a long while, she asked blankly, Sister, who is that Defa that Mom kept calling out for? Gu Manyu didn't know how to answer. After thinking for a moment, she said, He's an insignificant person. Okay, don't think too much about it. Go and rest for a while. Although Gu Qingxin had some doubts, she did not press the matter further. Gu Manyu's eyes darkened. She knew she couldn't delay any longer. She had to have a serious talk with her father tomorrow. Chapter 156 Old Gu, something's happened. The next day, at the top-floor office of the Gu Group, Gu Manyu sat behind her desk, looking slightly haggard. She spent the whole morning dealing with official business, trying to numb herself with work, but with little effect. After finishing the last report, her phone screen suddenly lit up. It was a message that popped up in my university classmates group chat. Class Monitor Li Wei, brothers and sisters, let's confirm the attendance for the class reunion this Saturday night one last time. The location is Golden Years, the usual place. It'll make it easier for me to book a private room. Let me know if you can come. The comments section instantly became abuzz with activity. Wang Pengzi here? Absolutely. It's been so long since I've seen my brothers. Let's drink until we drop. Zhou Jing, I'm going. I'll bring my husband along to show everyone. Hee. Zhao Kai. I'm single. Can I bring my dog? Ma Chi. Kaizi, you can just let the dog come by itself. You don't need to come. Gu Manyu blankly scrolled through the chat history. These once familiar names now felt incredibly foreign to her. She subconsciously opened the group member list. I saw a familiar yet jarring name, Lu Jinan. I don't know if Jinan will go or not. Thinking of this, her heart began to ache again. To go or not to go? Gu Manyu's finger hovered over the screen, hesitant to fall. The events of last night kept replaying in her mind. I felt a pang of sadness in my heart. Since the pain has already reached its peak, what difference does it make to endure another cut? She switched back to the chat interface, and a new message popped up. Lu Jinan, I'm going. Gu Manyu quickly typed 2 words as well. Gu Manyu, I'm going. At 5 p.m., Gu Manyu drove away from the company and went to the hospital to pick up Gu Qingxin. She couldn't let her father and sister remain at this stalemate. Bringing Qingxin along might ease the tension. Sis, I don't want to go. I get annoyed just seeing that good for nothing. Gu Qingxin said from the passenger seat, her face full of resistance. Shut up. Gu Manyu glanced at her and started the car. Dad is still there. You have to go apologize. With mom in this situation, if you fall out with dad again, this family will really fall apart. Gu Qingxin shrank her neck and didn't say anything more. The car quickly arrived at Lu Jinin's home. Gu Manyu pulled Gu Qingxin out of the car. The scene in the courtyard was completely different from the lively atmosphere of last night. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on the bluestone slabs, and Lu Jinin was sitting in the courtyard, sketching on a drawing. Gu Cheng was wearing an apron at the kitchen door, seemingly preparing to cook dinner. This scene was so harmonious that it brought tears to my eyes. Hearing the door open, Gu Cheng saw his two daughters. His eyes lit up for a moment, then dimmed again. He sighed and shook the water off his hands. Come in. Gu Manyu pulled Gu Qingxin inside. As Gu Qingxin passed by Lu Jinin, she stopped in her tracks, her eyes filled with undisguised disgust. Pretending to be something you're not. A piece of trash is a piece of trash. How can you expect to make something beautiful out of a lousy drawing? Lu Jinin kept writing, as if she were just a wisp of air. This disregard made Gu Qingxin even angrier. You. Gu Manyu's expression changed, and she grabbed Gu Qingxin's arm, forcibly dragging her into the house. Shut up. Once inside, Gu Manyu let go of his hand. Apologize to Dad. I don't. Gu Qingxin stubbornly insisted. I did nothing wrong. He disregarded Mom's life and locked her up. He's the one who should apologize. Gu Cheng felt a sharp pain in his heart as he listened to his youngest daughter's words. Despite his anger, he was still his biological son, and he waved his hand wearily. You go out first, I need to talk to your sister. He didn't want his young daughter, who hadn't yet experienced hardship, to know about Lu Qin's ugly deeds. I'm not going out. Qingxin, get out. Gu Manyu also spoke up. Gu Qingxin glared at her father, then looked at her sister with resentment, and finally slammed the door and left reluctantly. As soon as she stepped outside, she saw Lu Jinin still sitting there drawing, completely ignoring her presence. She walked to the table, slammed her hands on it, and said, Lu Jinin, you. Before he could finish speaking, Lu Jinin stood up, walked to the front door, squatted on the threshold, and lit a cigarette. He didn't want to waste his breath on this spoiled idiot. Gu Qing, unable to find an outlet for her anger, immediately followed. Moreover, she had long wanted to settle scores with Lu Jinin. In her view, the root of all the misfortunes in the family was Lu Jinin. If he hadn't been so petty and insisted on divorcing his sister, how could so many things have happened afterward? His parents won't have any estrangement from him, and his father won't be swayed by him to move here. Lu Jinin. Gu Qingxin stood in front of him, looking down at him and questioning. Are you very proud of how our family has become like this? Inside the room, Gu Cheng also lit a cigarette, and the room was filled with smoke. I will transfer 15% of my shares to Jinin. Gu Manyu suddenly looked up, her pupils contracting slightly. But then, as if he had just thought of something, a surge of joy welled up in his heart. With the shares, Lu Jinin had an unbreakable connection with the Gu group, and a new entanglement formed between her and him. Even if it's just for profit, they'll have many more opportunities to meet in the future. Gu Manyu looked at her father, her eyes welling up with tears. She understood, of course, that her father was helping her indirectly in his own way. In fact, Gu Cheng did this partly for Lu Jinin, but partly out of personal motives. Dad, Gu Manyu said softly, thank you. You're welcome. I didn't do it for you. Gu Manyu didn't pay attention to her father's words. She calmed herself down and thought of her mother, who was still mentally unstable in the hospital. Dad, there's something else. She carefully chose her words and spoke cautiously. Mom is in the hospital. Her condition is very bad. The doctor said she has a severe mental breakdown, and if you keep her locked up in the villa and don't even visit her, she really will go crazy. Crazy? Gu Cheng sneered. Don't worry. Your mother is the kind of person who wouldn't go crazy even if you did. Her mental resilience is much stronger than yours. You should spend more time thinking about yourself. But she's your wife. She's our mother. What kind of behavior is it to keep her locked up like this? I don't have a wife like that. But Dad, no matter what, she's been your bedmate for decades. How can you be so heartless? Heartless? Gu Cheng suddenly stood up and pointed to his chest. My heart was already crushed by her, and now you're saying I'm heartless? Gu Manyu, there's no room for negotiation. As long as I live, She'll never have an easy time. Gu Qing's voice suddenly rose, and the argument between the father and daughter was about to erupt. At the same time, the atmosphere at the main entrance was on the verge of exploding. Faced with Gu Qingxin's questioning, Lu Jinan simply smoked quietly. This contempt caused Gu Qingxin to completely explode. Lu Jinan, what right do you have to act so high and mighty here? If it weren't for my sister, do you think you'd be where you are today? Everything you eat, wear, and use, isn't it all provided by the Gu family? You're just a spineless coward who lives off a woman. Lu Jinan slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, remaining silent. Gu Qingxin interpreted his silence as tacit agreement and a sign of guilt. She stepped forward and said the words she thought would hurt him the most. Lu Jinan, you ungrateful wretch. If it weren't for my sister spending money to keep your mother alive, she would have died years ago. Buzz. Something exploded in Lu Jinan's mind in an instant. He did not deny it. Gu Manyu's money has indeed been used to maintain her adoptive mother's health over the years. However, this cannot be used as a reason for Gu Manyu to indirectly cause the death of her adoptive mother. If it weren't for her and Qin Feng, how could Lu Jinan have missed seeing her adoptive mother one last time? This is the deepest thorn in his heart. Lu Jinan slowly stood up. His eyes were filled with hostility as he approached Gu Qingxin step by step. Gu Qingxin was a little scared as Lu Jinan approached step by step. He had slapped her before. What do you want to do? As she spoke, she leaned against the brick wall and backed away. Lu Jinan didn't say anything, but took another step forward. That step shattered Gu Qingxin's last bit of arrogance. She was scared. Gu Qingxin turned around and tried to run away. However, as soon as she took a step, her foot landed on an asbestos tile. There was a click. The asbestos tile shattered instantly. Gu Qingxin suddenly disappeared right in front of Lu Jinan. All that remained was a scream, followed by a thud. Lu Jinan was also taken aback. He just wanted to scare this ignorant fool and shut her up. Then he realized where he was. He quickly turned around and shouted into the house. Old Gu, something's happened. Your daughter fell into the cesspool